In a world controlled by alien species and supernatural powers, I was just an ordinary young man until I accidentally triggered the golden finger hidden in my body. A few months ago, I was tidying up my bookshelf when a mysterious book with a pure white cover hit me on the head. After this accidental head collision, he found that the world in his eyes had become completely different. The lines, bloody numbers, and even shadows in the dark that were once invisible began to be clearly visible. It turned out that my golden finger had awakened, and my ability came from the shadow system, which could control and absorb the power of shadows. His eyes also mutated, and he could see the dark side behind the world. But the changes don't stop there. The shadow in my body can continuously accumulate shadow points during battle, and then use the shadow points to enhance my strength. I can also improve my physical fitness through shadow training and absorb dark energy from the dark side to make myself stronger. However, as the shadow points accumulated, I gradually realized the danger behind this ability. It is not without cost, and every awakening and enhancement makes me feel an irresistible temptation. At the same time, the threat of alien species is getting closer and closer, and I find myself involved in a game of life and death. I used to be an ordinary person, but now I am gradually heading towards a deeper darkness, and what awaits me is one brutal battle after another. I have to become stronger quickly, because this world does not allow the weak to survive, and my golden finger may be my only hope. My shadow entered the dark side of the world and began training. Shadow Devourer activated, absorbing shadow points for the first time. My shadow became stronger. Exercise in progress. Arm strength +1. Exercise in progress. Arm strength +1. Shadow Bite is being activated. Shadow Point +1. Shadow Bite is being activated. Shadow Point +1. These are all exercise records. Shadow Points. 5 out of 5. I looked at these records and felt a little confused. After a few seconds, I raised my hand and waved to Shadow to come over. "You have been exercising all night?" I asked. Shadow nodded. "That's enough." I couldn't help but mutter. Then, my eyes gradually became firm, and a passion gradually ignited in my heart. "Yes, but just doing push-ups is far from enough. You are already a mature Shadow, so we need to increase the difficulty." I took a deep breath and then said quickly, "From now on, don't do ordinary push-ups. Switch to double shake skipping rope, and..." I paused for a moment and my tone gradually quickened. Tuck push-ups, walking plank, one-handed two-finger handstand push-ups, handstand tiger pounce push-ups, Russian push-ups, human flag, pistol squats, Spider-Man crawls, L-shaped sit, and leg raises, dragon flag abdominal shakes. "Okay, let's start," I shouted, excited. Year 99 of the Great Cataclysm, January 20th, first day of obtaining shadow. I did the shadow training last night, but I didn't feel anything at all. I really got stronger without realizing it. This way of becoming stronger is really a bit shameful. How can we young people be satisfied with this? January 21st, day 2. I added more exercise today, and the effect is very obvious. After 2 days, my six-pack abs are clearly visible and my body lines are perfect. I should be able to easily defeat Liu Yaoyao with one punch now, right? No, now is not the time. I must work harder. January 22nd, Uncle Li came today. He is also from the Night Watch. He is old and his right arm was injured. I couldn't help but think that if I could kill 3 Uncle Lis with one punch, I could kill 10 Liu Yaoyaos. January 23rd, I've had enough. I can't live this comfortably any longer. With extraordinary abilities, I should work harder. A good blacksmith must be strong himself. I can't just give up like this. January 24th, Shadow continues to exercise, and I continue to enjoy it. January 25th, Shadow continues to exercise, and I continue to enjoy it. January 26th, I did 10 push-ups today. I'm making progress. Keep enjoying the process. January 26th, the shadow points are increasing slowly. I gained 4 points on the first day, and now I have only accumulated 8 shadow points. It will take a few more days to get 10 points and open the position. Maybe entering the dark side can speed up. January 27th, today I tried to open my shadow pupil and enter the dark side of the world. Damn, why is the door here stronger than steel? I can't open it at all. I can only enter from outside the room. The community in the dark side was blocked by thick fog and I couldn't get in or out. I could only enter from the shadow layer outside the real community. There was a 2-meter-tall ghost squatting at the entrance of the community next door, with sickles on its front legs. It chased me all the way and tore my pants. Fortunately, I escaped in time. January 28th, this ghost was squatting at the gate of my community to block me. I was so angry. I want revenge. January 29th, my revenge failed. It hit my chest with its tail and almost broke my ribs. January 30th failed again. My butt was scratched with 3 bloody marks. Although its health bar has dropped by 6%, I have to keep trying. January 31st, Lu Yaoyao carefully applied iodine to my wound, with a questioning look on her face. Did you fight with someone these days? As she applied the iodine, she stared at me sharply. What do you know? I couldn't help but breathe out. Scars are men's medals. Metal? She stretched out her fingers and pressed on my blue wound with a mischievous expression on her face. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. You actually still feel the pain. Her soft fingers paused on my firm muscles for a moment, then quickly retracted as if they had been electrocuted. By the way, you're going to take the military exam in a month. What are you going to do? Take the exam. I asked her softly. Although I knew that her qualifications were not a problem, I still wanted to know her thoughts. Lu Yaoyao was silent for a moment. Actually, I want to learn music. Then go and learn it. I smiled. Doesn't Uncle Lu agree? It's not that he doesn't agree. Lu Yaoyao paused slightly and continued to apply the medicine. Don't tell anyone else. What's wrong? I looked at her, raised my eyebrows slightly. The policy has changed. She whispered, this year, as long as you meet the qualification requirements, you must take the martial arts exam and apply for the extraordinary major. I was stunned for a moment. Didn't you say before that we can respect personal wishes and that students with average qualifications can apply for the general college entrance examination? The pressure on the night patrol is increasing. Lu Yaoyao sighed and blew on the medicine liquid. If nothing unexpected happens, I will also have to take the martial arts exam. I didn't know what to say for a moment. What's wrong with you? Lu Yaoyao looked at me and asked in confusion. I felt a little confused and suddenly remembered the detector she gave me that day. I thought, what is the principle of the detector you gave me? Can it be used to prevent alien species? She chuckled. Her eyes seemed to show no doubt. This detector is quite simple. It can't defend against alien species. Its function is to detect alien species and extraordinary people. Didn't Uncle Lee tell you? When ordinary people face alien species, they should run if they can. If they can't run, it's best to make an emergency call before they die. Superhuman. I was shocked when I heard these two words. She didn't seem to plan to continue. I was a little anxious. Go on. She glared at me and shrank back. There's nothing to say. Your family should have some basic knowledge about superhumans and aliens, right? Show me. I stared at her, expecting something. Didn't you say you weren't interested? Are you planning to take the college entrance exam? She looked at me suspiciously. People change. I smiled, feeling a little uneasy. You said that it's mandatory to take the martial arts exam this year. What if I have a talent? I should learn more about it in advance. Of course, the most important thing is that I have some new inspirations. I plan to create a passionate comic about extraordinary people and alien species. Her eyes lit up immediately. Tell me quickly. Tell me your ideas. The initial idea is this. I began to talk about my idea. A thin boy named Abin is bullied at school all day long, but he still maintains a kind heart. With the help of his gentle teacher and deskmate, he was selected by the Night Watch Division to participate in the Super Soldier program. Through his strong willpower, Abin successfully transformed, received an injection of Super Soldier serum, and became the powerful Captain Abin. However, the Night Watch did not send him to the battlefield. Instead, he was allowed to attend various high-class parties and performances to meet rich girls and aristocratic ladies. Until one day, alien species invaded the city. The pink skull appeared with a blue cosmic cube. Wah! Lu Yaoyao was stunned and his eyes were full of excitement. In the evening, in the south-facing room, the azure blue curtains were quietly drawn aside. The dim sunlight shone through the glass into the room, shining on the white tabletop, and the whole room seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light. There was a creamy white carpet that gradually turned into gray on the floor, right next to the bed, and two round cushions were placed next to a small table. In the light pink cabinet, in addition to clothes, there were also guitars, music scores, and flutes. I wonder if they were covered in dust. This is Lu Yaoyao's room. She lives on the same floor, less than 10 meters away from my front door. After a lot of trouble, Lu Yaoyao finally couldn't get away from me and took me to her house, ready to look for information about Chaofan. The pink sheets were spread out on the bed, the quilt was neatly folded, and a comic book titled Fate's Hollow was placed on the bedside, which had obviously been read by someone all night. Don't look at it. Lu Yaoyao blushed and quickly put the comic away. Yaoyao, you don't want your uncle to find out that you're secretly reading comics, do you? I teased with a smile. Shut up. She glared at me fiercely. Sit here and be quiet. I'm going to my dad's room to get some information. Don't move. Go ahead. I waved my hands and pretended nothing was wrong. Lu Yaoyao pushed open the door and walked towards her father's room. I quietly opened the door and took a peek. Her father's room was just opposite. Bang! The door was quickly closed, and Lu Yaoyao was obviously busy with something. I took the opportunity to get closer to the door frame and was about to make a few jokes, but when I took a look, I swallowed the words back. Not long after, Lu Yaoyao walked in with a USB flash drive and a box of tapes. She inserted the USB drive into the computer, put the tape into the tape player, pressed a button, and melodious music began to play. The sounds of flute, zither, and drums intertwined together. Although I couldn't hear most of the instruments at all, listening to the melody, the distracting thoughts in my mind gradually dissipated. Immersed in the music, my eyes gradually focused on the computer screen. The content on the first page directly attracted my attention. Alien species, a powerful species from the abyss. Killing an alien species will pay a price, without exception. Kill the aliens, bear the price, become stronger, and step into the extraordinary. I read it carefully and felt that this road was more dangerous than I had imagined. Whether it was the spirit or the body, if it could not withstand this power, it might be alienated, degenerate, and eventually become an alien. I continued to flip through the pages, feeling increasingly depressed. The Dark Side of the World Shadow Layer. 50 years ago, General Yi Songbai discovered it. It is called the layer between the world and the abyss, the dark side, shrouded in shadows. This place perfectly replicates the architecture of the real world, but its texture is unusually hard. Aliens can sneak into the real world from here before the abyss rift opens. Although the Night Watch has done a good job of control, there are still some fish that slip through the net. Every month, the shadow layer will reset and reproduce the real world. At this time, the number of alien species will increase significantly and must be cleaned up in time. The shadow layer is polluted, and staying in it for a long time will gradually deepen the pollution until you lose yourself and become an alien species. I continued reading. If a level 4 or higher transcendent enters the shadow layer, their strength will be suppressed, and the risk of contamination will be greatly increased. It is not recommended to enter unless necessary. Seeing this, my heart sank. So this is what the dark side of the world is like. I muttered to myself. Pollution of the shadow layer. I recalled that I didn't feel any discomfort when I entered the shadow layer. After opening the shadow pupil, I entered it and felt like I was back home, relaxed and comfortable, and my vision was not affected at all. However, the number of shadow points is limited, so I can't stay there for too long. The music in my ears was still melodious, and I continued to read the information. Superhuman, a species with a human body. This sentence made me stop my gaze instantly. I looked up and saw Lu Yaoyao's calm face. It was obvious that she was not surprised. Don't look at me, look at the information. She said lightly. Superhuman, kill aliens and bear the price. Superhumans control power, but are also eroded by it. Unlike ordinary people, the loss of control of superhumans will lead to complete alienation and loss of reason. I lowered my head and continued reading. After the death of a transcendent, the power in his body goes out of control, and there is a high probability that he will become a different species. Seeing the bold font on the last line, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's a lot of information. I rubbed my brows, feeling a little tired. I continued to scroll the mouse. The file had more than 20 pages, and I didn't know how much content the PPT had. Come here, give me a back rub. I suddenly said. Lu Yaoyao's eyes widened. Say it again. 3 original paintings, super clear. You decide the content. Deal. She put her hand gently on my neck and pinched it. Why is it so hard? I've been exercising recently. The effect of shadows exercise was indeed synchronized to my body, although my physique did not change significantly. Apart from a slight swelling, I didn't see any big muscles. Putting on clothes, at most she looked stronger. Have you developed abdominal muscles? Of course. Do you want to touch them? I raised the corner of my mouth slightly and looked at her provocatively. Click. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Lu Nanfeng had a gloomy face, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Lu Yaoyao's hands froze, and I was so scared that my smile froze. The long table in the living room. The food was fragrant, and there were 3 bowls of rice. The 3 of them sat in different positions. Lu Nanfeng was eating his food, still wearing the night watchman's uniform. Jiang You sat opposite him, also eating his food. Lu Nanfeng's face darkened. Lu Yaoyao said weakly, Dad, you misunderstood. I misunderstood. Lu Nanfeng laughed angrily. How could I be wrong about what I saw with my own eyes? No. Lu Yaoyao hesitated, her ears reddening. Is there anything worse than being caught by your dad secretly touching a boy's abdominal muscles? It seems like there is. For example, he said proudly that he was not interested in comics, but in fact he stayed up all night to read them and was so excited. Let this kid talk. Lu Nanfeng couldn't help but take the initiative to speak. Then let's make up 2 sentences. Dad, ahem, no. Jiang Yu cleared his throat and raised his glass. Uncle Lu, everything is self-explanatory. I will punish myself with 3 glasses of wine. Good boy, you are really that. You are really bold. Where's my knife? Chapter 6. The Fork in the Road. When I was 5, Lu Yao Yao and I competed to see who could pee farther. When I was 7 and just started elementary school, I beat up all my classmates until they cried. When I was 12 years old, I graduated from elementary school. To celebrate, I took Lu Yao Yao and a few friends to the streets to beg like homeless children. As a result, a kind-hearted person called the welfare home. At that time, several parents were almost going crazy. There are countless such examples. Until a year ago, I suddenly started drawing comics. Those passionate pictures are really hard to talk about. I, Jiang You, am a bad boy in the eyes of other people. But why would Lu Yao Yao play with a bad boy like me every day? Lu Nanfeng felt deeply tired. What were you doing when I came back? Uncle Lu took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, but before he could light it, Lu Yao Yao snatched it away. I'm reading information about aliens and supernatural beings. I answered truthfully. Huh. Lu Nanfeng looked at Lu Yao Yao with a stern look. You took it? Girl, you're quite brave. Lu Yao Yao shrank her neck and said coquettishly, Dad, the tape is here. I'll be watching you, so it's okay. Lu Nanfeng's expression gradually calmed down and became more serious. What did you take? It's just some information about the supernatural and shadow layers, absolutely nothing else. Lu Yao Yao quickly assured. You're just spoiling her like this. Lu Nanfeng glared at her fiercely, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to me. Do you know why students are not allowed to come into contact with these things in advance? Not sure. I had some guesses in my mind. People's hearts are different, and they are naturally evil. Despair can drag people into the abyss. Some things are not suitable for everyone to share. I don't quite understand what he said. It seems a bit mysterious. Lu Nanfeng continued. Not everyone has enough willpower. Even if there is a slight gap in one's heart, alien species can take advantage of it and sneak in. So before the official martial arts exam, we have to do a qualification test, physical qualification, willpower qualification. Make sure they are qualified and capable of contacting the extraordinary world. The road to transcendence is full of dangers. Even with the aid of medical treatment, there are still people who lose control every year. It's really a pity. If you don't want to take the martial arts exam in the future, I don't recommend you to understand these things. Isn't there a unified martial arts exam this year? You can't escape it. I chuckled. Besides, it's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. It won't hurt to learn more knowledge. It's okay. If the sky collapses, there will be someone taller to hold it up. Keep calm. As soon as he finished speaking, the communicator on Lu Nanfeng's waist suddenly vibrated violently. Hello? Captain Lu, Shadow Layer. Urgent mission. Okay, I'll be there right away. Lu Nanfeng hung up the communicator, ate a few mouthfuls of food, stood up, and hurried out. I'm going on a mission, Jiang You. You better behave yourself. If I find you again, I'll take you back to the night patrol next time. He glared at me and hurried out. Uncle Lu is still as impetuous as before. I sighed. There are a lot of cases in the office recently. He often has no time to eat, and he often has to go on missions. Dad finally left. Lu Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the bowl and started eating. No. She suddenly remembered my behavior just now. Her eyes widened, and she slapped her hands on the table. Jiang You, what did you mean just now? You deliberately let my dad misunderstand, right? I quickly retorted. You think too much. I'm so angry. Lu Yao Yao stood up, ran over, grabbed my cheek and pulled hard. I didn't want to be outdone, so I pulled back. The two of them played around for a while, and Lu Yao Yao's face turned red, and she kept calling me a bastard and a hooligan. After dinner, I was ready to leave and walked out of the girl's house and toward the outside of the community. I wanted to read more information to understand the changes in my body, but Uncle Lu came back early. According to Uncle Lu's personality, he would probably collect all the information, right? I coaxed the girl and only got 2 or 3 basic knowledge. It was a big loss. I left the community and walked along the road into the supermarket. The Chinese New Year was just 10 days away, and supermarkets began to post bright red blessing characters, with couplets piled up at the door and customers asking about prices. Posters of the night patrol were posted on shelves and counters. In the center of the large newspaper was a picture of a uniformed night patrolman with a burning fire as a backdrop. It read, Night Patrol at sunset to protect the peace of the UHC. I walked into the supermarket, picked up a bottle of soy sauce and vinegar, and when I was about to pay, the phone rang. Jiang You, bring me a box of eggs, a box of milk, and... Never mind, that's all. I smiled helplessly, thinking about women's products. I also bought 2 boxes of birth control products, always prepared for any eventuality. Carrying the heavy bag, the soy sauce and vinegar bottles swayed in the bag, making a clinking sound. The cold wind howled and penetrated the gaps in my clothes, making me shiver. There was only 1 month left before the start of school. Shadow training was very effective, but as time went by, the effect became less and less effective. The effect of simply exercising seems to be a little less. In the remaining month, I'm not sure what level I can reach. I sighed. The ghost at the entrance of the community should not be too strong among the alien species. After all, the stronger aliens had already been dealt with by the Night Watch. Even so, it took me 3 days to barely reduce its health bar by 6%. There were countless beings stronger than the ghost in the shadow layer. 100 years ago, the world entered a catastrophe, alien species invaded, and all lives were destroyed. Countless predecessors exchanged their blood for the current stability, but this stability hides another side. This year's compulsory martial arts exam, all those who pass the pass line will enter the extraordinary world. In short, this is a mandatory expansion of the number of admissions. I can't help but wonder in my heart, is it because the front line is short of manpower, or is there not enough new force? Who knows? The walls on both sides of the road were covered with posters, with red slogans reading, "Drive out the alien species and restore our great Zhou." I stopped in my tracks, my eyes flickering at the fork in the road. On the right-hand side, the entrance to my community was vaguely visible, but there was no ghost in the shadows. On the left-hand side, a figure 100 meters away came into view. HP, 24%, HP, 14%. The two lines of blood were particularly glaring to my eyes. The young night watchman in a blue-black official uniform had a broken left leg, and his body was covered with horrible black lines. He struggled to stand against the wall. Behind him, 2 children were hugging each other tightly, fainting from fear. I recognized him. The man used to live in the same building as me, just on a different floor. I unexpectedly met him here today. Opposite the man, there was a lanky ghost who was more than 2 meters tall, with blood flowing like ink. His right arm was as sharp as a sickle, and his left arm was open, with a palm bigger than my head. The amount of blood between the two was like a countdown of time. My pupil shrank slightly. Chapter 7. Night Patrolman Lin Mo. My name is Lin Mo. I am 25 years old this year, and I am a civilian in the Night Patrol Department. My major is pollution science, focusing on pollution identification and prevention. In my junior year, Lin Mo entered the Night Patrol Department for internship. Today, Lin Mo had just finished a day's work and was about to go home. Suddenly, a ferocious hand appeared, grabbed 2 children on the side of the road, and dragged them away. This alien was actually going to drag people into the shadow layer. Lin Mo was stunned. His mind went blank, and he didn't even have time to notify the night watchman. Subconsciously, Lin Mo suddenly jumped up, but he was unexpectedly pulled into the shadow layer as well. Usually, the aliens sneak out from the shadow layer and endanger the people. When have you ever seen an alien directly pull people into the shadow layer? This is completely unheard of. Lin Mo tried his best to kick the ghost's arm away and protected the 2 children behind him. When Lin Mo reacted, he was already covered in cold sweat. Damn it, Lin Mo is a civilian. A civilian who just got off work. He rushed into the shadow layer without any anti-pollution equipment. Although Lin Mo's ability can be used for combat, his willpower is too poor. After being exposed to the shadow layer for a long time, Lin Mo's pollution accumulation is irreversible. Besides, Lin Mo has been working in the clerical field for several years and has almost forgotten most of his fighting skills. Do you really think Lin Mo is still as high-spirited as he was when he was 20? Shit. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, anger rising in his heart. He looked at the children behind him and quickly turned on his watch. The watch emitted a faint light and activated the energy. Take it. Lin Mo quickly threw the watch to them. This can temporarily protect your mind and continue to send out distress signals. However, in this shadow layer, the possibility of rescue in a short time is almost zero. This thing has limited effect, but at least it can give them a glimmer of hope. As for whether they can survive, they can only leave it to fate. Lin Mo raised his head and looked away from where he had just come in. There should have been a crack leading to the real world, but now, all he could see was a smooth wall. The exit was gone. Lin Mo looked at the alien again, the culprit. In the shadow layer, Lin Mo's field of vision was only 7 or 8 meters away. Beyond that, there was only deep darkness. Lin Mo's alien species has a slender body, smooth muscle lines, and a huge sickle that is extremely sharp, which makes people shudder. Its body crawls like a snake, and it is at least a first-level intermediate alien species. Lin Mo entered university at the age of 18. He laid a solid foundation in his freshman year and hunted low-level alien species under the guidance of his teacher in his sophomore year. The task of the final exam was to hunt a first-level, lower-level alien species. Lin Mo once did not believe in fate and always believed that he could break through the limitations and become a fighter. However, in the end, Lin Mo failed. At the end of his sophomore year, Lin Mo transferred from the military department to the extraordinary liberal arts department. Now, Lin Mo is just an ordinary night patrol clerk. Gulp. Apia was chewing something in his mouth, and blood was oozing from the edges of his mouth parts. It digested its prey first and didn't rush to attack. For eyes, walking on four limbs, half-beast form. What kind of bastard is this? Lin Mo observed it, trying to find a flaw. Lin Mo shook his fist slightly, and the white cloth tape fell down and wrapped around his fist skillfully. In a few seconds, it was tied tightly. Lin Mo's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his face was gloomy, looking like a boxer about to enter the ring. Lin Mo took a deep breath and then punched out. Snap. A piece of meat slipped off Ah Piao's body with a crisp sound. Then, Lin Mo and Ah Piao rushed up almost at the same time. Its huge sickle brushed my scalp, and Lin Mo quickly leaned over, gathering strength in his right fist and smashing it hard into its abdomen. Then, Lin Mo turned his waist and punched it upward with his left fist, like a rising dragon, hitting its chin. The familiar feeling came back. A smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips, but the next second, the smile suddenly froze. Ah Piao's huge palm, like a demon from the abyss, slapped Lin Mo's arm aside. The difference between the 2.2-meter-tall body and Lin Mo's 1.75-meter-tall height was too great. Lin Mo staggered, and his shoulder was hit by the huge force, causing him to feel numb with pain. Lin Mo wanted to dodge, but his mind moved faster than his body, and he couldn't keep up. Not as good as before. The anger in his heart made Lin Mo rush forward again. The two sides fought back and forth, especially the sickle. Every time it brushed against him, Lin Mo's skin would crack. Several times, Lin Mo was almost beheaded by a single blow. It was like dancing on a tightrope. The stinging pain on his skin continued to come, and Lin Mo felt heavy-hearted. Lin Mo knew that this was the manifestation of the shadow layer eroding Lin Mo. Lin Mo kept dodging, but each time he was hit by the opponent, it was only his arms and legs that didn't hurt, which made Lin Mo look even more embarrassed. We can't delay any longer. A black mist emerged from Lin Mo's eyes. When he was about to launch an attack, Ah Piao paused. Shadow's power. Blinding. It's not a strong ability, but people with enough willpower can learn the combat group. Unfortunately, Lin Mo's willpower is still a little short. Every time a transcendent uses an ability, pollution will accumulate. Since switching to civilian work, Lin Mo has hardly used his abilities. Now, it seems that Lin Mo must fight to the death. Lin Mo raised his arm and threw a standard punch, locking onto Piao's heart. This punch almost numbed Lin Mo's arm. The ghost was ready to attack again, but was blinded again. Lin Mo's black lines climbed up his neck and gradually spread. Under the dual effects of the shadow layer and ability pollution, Lin Mo began to feel more and more uncomfortable. This is the sorrow of low-qualified people. Bang. This time, the ghost quickly adapted to the blinding effect. I don't know if it was waving its fist around randomly or what, but its huge fist hit my chest and knocked Lin Mo away. A force of nearly a ton fell on a person, and even though Lin Mo had an extraordinary foundation, his chest still sank into an arc cough. Blood gushed out of my mouth, mixed with debris, and my face turned pale in an instant. The first-order middle-level alien species is much stronger than the lower-level ones. Damn it, the ghost rushed up again. Lin Mo didn't have time to think about it, so he took a deep breath. He didn't dodge, but punched forward. Blood splattered, and red and blue-black intertwined. The two sides fought back and forth, and it was extremely dangerous. Lin Mo's body collided with Ah Piao's, and every punch would shatter multiple parts of his body. Of course, Lin Mo was not much better off. With a sizzling sound, the sickle pierced into Lin Mo's shoulder blade, pulled outward, blood and flesh flew, and then he was knocked out by a punch. Blood slid down Lin Mo's fingertips, and his consciousness began to blur. Lin Mo raised his head. His face was covered with blood. Entering the shadow layer, Lin Mo had no way out. The only thing he could do was to kill the ghost in front of him, find the night watchman, and take Lin Mo out. Unfortunately, under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible for Lin Mo to do it. I stood there quietly, my chest heaving, my fingertips trembling slightly, the pain of my body being torn apart constantly invading my brain, and I had an urge to vomit. I smiled bitterly. A mid-level first level. But it was only a mid-level first level. Which student of the combat department couldn't beat a species of this level with one hand? But when it came to Lin Mo, it was so difficult. At the age of 15, Lin Mo witnessed his relatives die at the hands of aliens. At the age of 18, Lin Mo chose the direction of the martial arts examination. At the age of 20, at the end of his sophomore year, Lin Mo was forcibly kicked out of the combat department class. At the age of 21, Lin Mo entered the night patrol department as a clerk, and it has been 4 years now. The war between humans and alien species has lasted for 100 years. There is no peace and tranquility, nor is there any confrontation. There is only continuous defeat. Lin Mo raised his head and looked up at the gloomy sky. When the dark clouds cover the sun, who can see hope? Death is the norm beyond the ordinary. Lin Mo smiled silently, then took out a small blue pill from his pocket and swallowed it gently. The black lines became thicker and thicker until they filled Lin Mo's eyes. Powerful force once again surged out of his shattered body. A grim smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. You bastards, the second round begins. Chapter 8. Behead. HP is reset to 0. Lin Mo roared, stomped his feet hard, and rushed forward like a sword out of its sheath. A layer of black light covered his fist, and power and anger gathered in it. The ghost didn't hesitate at all, and its fist came forward with a sense of oppression. There was no tricks, just a fatal counterattack. The confrontation between the two was as fast as lightning, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the eyes. In this shadowy place, no normal person can see the trajectory of this battle. Lin Mo can feel the black lines penetrating his skin. They swim in my body like tadpoles, as if devouring Lin Mo's strength and life. However, the gap in strength eventually began to show. Lin Mo's movements became slow, and his body was hit by a punch and slammed heavily against the wall. At that moment, Lin Mo felt as if all his strength had been drained away. His breathing was short and his head was dizzy. The effect of the medicine had worn off, but it still did not change the fact that Lin Mo was weak. Lin Mo really wanted to laugh, but could he laugh? Everything in front of him was blurry, and the black lines in his body were spreading. Lin Mo endured the pain and smiled bitterly. Is this a premonition of death? Is this the end of all this? At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly heard a sound like an egg cracking, coming from not far away. A young voice with a hint of teasing broke the silence. You ran here? Little brat, isn't it easy to stay at the door? The voice clearly reached Lin Mo's ears. Night watchman? No, the voice was too young, and the tone didn't sound like a night watchman. Could it be Chow Fan? Not likely. Who would break into the shadow layer for no reason? Even for those who wanted to come in, the entrances and exits had long been tightly controlled by the patrol department. There was only one possibility. That is, a young extraordinary person accidentally discovered a crack and broke in. How reckless would he be to do such a thing? Lin Mo wanted to warn him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the intense pain instantly swallowed up Lin Mo's consciousness. The feeling of weakness swept over him like a tide, and Lin Mo staggered to the ground. At this time, the battle had already broken out. The young man, Jiang You, seemed to have completely entered this vortex. Health, 23%. The health bar showed that Lin Mo only had a small lifeline left, and it would be broken if he was not careful. The power of the ghost is indeed strong and fast. As long as its punch touches, the health bar will drop rapidly. At this time, Lin Mo is not in good condition, but he still decides to fight with him. If you really can't beat it, retreat. Saving your life is the most important thing. However, Lin Mo didn't know why I chose to break into the shadow layer and directly face the ghost. How can we not fight when enemies meet? Ah Pia was extremely angry and swung a punch at me fiercely. My body flew backwards as if I had lost all my support. I didn't show any weakness. I suddenly took out a soy sauce bottle from my arms, flew up, and hit the ghost hard on the head. The soy sauce bottle exploded, and the liquid splashed everywhere, and I turned over to avoid the aftermath of the attack, tightened my right arm, and punched hard. HP, 23% to 2%. The tiny fluctuation of the HP bar is extremely important in this absolute life and death battle. In every confrontation, Lin Mo can see my gradual mastery of the ghost's attack method. Its sickle-wielding attack had been destroyed, and now it only had one fist left, and my advantage finally emerged. I took advantage of the situation and pounced, targeting the blood flow on the ghost's body, constantly tearing open the opponent's defense line. HP, 22% to 0%. The HP bar of the ghost dropped again in just a few seconds, and my determination and skills gradually tilted the situation. Lin Mo saw a flash of ruthlessness in my eyes, and I wanted to continue attacking, but the ghost suddenly swung its tail and instantly blew me away. Bang! Lin Mo heard a dull crash, and then I flew out and hit the hard wall heavily. I coughed violently, obviously seriously injured. My bones seemed to fall apart, and my whole body was weak, but I didn't give up, and I endured the pain and climbed up. Its right ribs are injured. Attack there. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and reminded me. I agreed, quickly adjusted my position, and rushed towards the ghost. However, the ghost obviously noticed its injury, and it twisted its body slightly to hide the wound. This damn thing. I was furious and quickly adjusted my direction to avoid the ghost's attack, and punched him in the abdomen with my backhand. HP, 18%. The ghost's speed began to decrease significantly, and my attack finally began to produce substantial results. Its body was gradually showing signs of fatigue, but it was still ferocious, and it punched me hard in the abdomen with its backhand. My eyes instantly became bloodshot, and I flew out like a cannonball. My abdominal cavity was like a churning sea, and my internal organs were almost dislocated. My limbs went limp, and I lay on the ground for a few breaths before I barely regained some strength. I didn't understand why the ghost didn't take advantage of the victory and chased after me. I looked up and found that it was actually running towards the two frightened children. Blood supplement? No, I can't let it succeed. A ruthless light flashed in my eyes, and I turned over and rushed over. I used all my strength to pick up the vinegar bottle on the ground and threw it hard, aiming directly at the ghost. The bottle exploded, and the atmosphere became tense in an instant. I was quick-witted and quick-handed, and at that moment I burst out with unimaginable strength. My legs were like whips, and I kicked Ah Piao in the waist. His blood volume dropped sharply, and Ah Piao obviously began to feel the crisis. HP, 18%, 15%. My counterattack made Ah Piao unable to cope for a while. It tried to fight back, but faced with Jiang Yu's pounce, it was already powerless. I pressed it to the ground like a tiger pouncing on its prey. I used all my strength, punching it in the face one after another, almost knocking it unconscious. Health, 14%, 13%, 12%, 11%. Each punch hit the ghost hard until its health was close to zero. The ghost's last struggle gradually disappeared, and its 2-meter-tall body became weak and powerless. I punched it hard in the chest, and the last blow destroyed its life. Kill, I whispered, with a cold light in my eyes. The last bit of life force of the ghost dissipated, and its compound eyes lost their luster and slowly drooped. I stood on its corpse, my chest heaving violently, my eyes flashing with complex emotions. This life and death struggle left almost no trace, only blood and broken bottle fragments on the ground. The blind night watchman lay quietly on the ground. His face was vicissitudes, and the black lines wrapped around his body told me that Lin Mo's life was slipping away quickly. I raised my eyes and looked around, but the map and the huge country, Devour, appeared in my mind. In the dark south, there are 5 red gathering places, and the faint spark of the Sea of Clouds gathering place is one of them. This is Devour, a real world full of light and darkness. Chapter 9, Looking from Afar. Hey, are you alive? Lin Mo's weak voice came, pulling me back from my thoughts. Ahem, alive. I coughed twice, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. The ability of Shadow Devourer kept reminding me to quickly devour the corpse in front of me. I walked closer, grabbed the ghost's arm tightly, and activated my ability. In just a few seconds, the huge body began to dissipate bit by bit. I didn't rush to check the panel, but turned back to look at Lin Mo. His health obviously didn't drop. His health bar was fixed at 10%. This was the amount of health he had before he died. The probability of him surviving was about 30% to 70%, or even 20% to 80%. Although he was a night watchman and had extraordinary abilities, and could burst out with great strength even when seriously injured, looking at his weak appearance, it was uncertain whether he would live or die. I dragged my heavy body over and helped him to lean against the wall. "Help me," he said with difficulty. I struggled to grab his arm and helped him to the wall. This simple action almost made me gasp for breath. My shadow ability has no real combat power, and the only thing it can do now is to practice and memorize it. If I didn't have these basic trainings, I'm afraid I would have given up long ago. "Brother, you are not from the Night Watch, right?" Lin Mo panted, as if trying to guess who I was. "No," I whispered, and seeing his empty eyes, I felt a little sorry. We only bumped into each other a few times in the elevator, and other than that, we had almost no relationship. "Hey, you're not one after all." He suddenly smiled. "Just now I was wondering if you were a night watchman, but you can't even beat a first-level mid-level alien, so you're probably not one." I was speechless. His teasing tone made me stunned. I didn't expect him to be able to make a joke. "Ahem, just a joke." He was halfway through his words when he started coughing violently again, his face as white as paper. "Which university are you from? What year are you in?" he continued to ask. "Bida University, sophomore." I made up an answer casually, afraid that he would ask more questions. "Junior brother." Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, seeming a little surprised. "What's your major, liberal arts or military?" I was speechless for a moment. How could I answer such a question? Fortunately, he added, it should be the military department. The power of the liberal arts department is simply not enough to deal with the first-order intermediate alien species. He smiled and said, "Little brother, do you have a cigarette?" "I have candy." I hesitated and answered, "Candy? That's fine, give me one." He stretched out his hand to ask me for it. I touched my pocket and found that there was only half a candy left. Only half a stick left. I handed it over helplessly, thinking that this half stick of tobacco was already a luxurious comfort for us. "You kid." He cursed with a smile. Knock knock swoosh. "I'm not rich, there's still some on the ground. If you want, I can pick it up." I said jokingly. "Get lost," he said with a smile. and the relaxed atmosphere made us silent for a while. The sweet taste filled my mouth, and I couldn't help but take a few deep breaths to relieve my physical fatigue. Linimo suddenly asked, "Is this your first time hunting an alien species alone?" I nodded. "I think so." He sighed. "Sometimes I really envy you guys. You were born with advantages in the military and combat departments. A civilian like me, with weak willpower and qualifications, in my 20s, even after taking distant view, still can't deal with a first-order intermediate alien. It's better not to talk. Save some energy." I felt a little helpless. In Linmo's current state, it would be better for him not to talk. However, he didn't seem to care about it and continued to talk to himself. "Do you regret it?" "Regret?" I asked in a low voice. "You could have chosen the ordinary liberal arts direction. Why did you come to the shadow layer?" Linimo took a deep breath and coughed a few times. "I do regret it. Being a clerk, life is easy and I don't have to work so hard. But I ran in on impulse. Now I can't get out. Can you hold on until rescue? You don't look very well." I looked at him, feeling worried. "The rescue signal has been sent out. Let's see when someone can come." Linimo waved his hand weakly. "Don't think about running around with me on your back. If we encounter alien species again, your mediocre skills won't be enough to fill their gaps." I was speechless and suddenly felt that this person was really a big talker. "Well, when you go back to the academy, please apologize to Director Zhou of the Martial Arts Academy for me. Don't say that I can't even defeat a first-level mid-level alien." I smiled bitterly. "Brother, why don't you wait for me to write it down? Or wait until you recover and tell them in person?" He shook his head. "I have kept these words in my heart for too long. I just want to find someone to talk to." I looked at him, feeling helpless, but there was nothing more to say. "Bye to Showang Academy." He suddenly sighed. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. "Do you want more candies?" "Two more. I want the spicy ones." "It's really gone," I said. Suddenly, my ears moved. There were hurried footsteps in the distance, as if someone was approaching quickly. "It should be the night watchman. You are saved." I breathed a sigh of relief, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. "It seems that I am lucky. My colleagues who came to rescue me have arrived." Linimo said with a smile. "Do you want to stay here?" "No need." I shook my head and prepared to leave. "Go ahead." Linimo smiled faintly. I looked at him deeply, nodded, and then turned around, my figure gradually disappearing in the shadow layer. Found a night watchman with 2 children beside him. Check vital signs. Jiang You had just left when 3 night watchmen came up behind him. Suddenly, I stopped, turned around, and looked back again. I saw one of the night watchmen came to Lin Mo and shook his head, obviously unable to do anything. Lin Mo still leaned against the wall, smiling faintly. The black lines twisted wildly, wriggling like earthworms under his skin. I could clearly see his blood volume dropping at an alarming rate. My heart tightened. Suddenly, a voice rang in my ears, piercing and clear. "Please note, as a transcendent, if you realize that you cannot survive, or the probability of survival is low, please use up your strength before you die." I was stunned. It was an unknown power, a legacy hidden deep in our blood, as if telling us to fight with all our might before we die. This was the Night Watchman, who patrolled the night on behalf of the gods and looked into the future. Chapter 10. Stealing Eggs from the Chicken Coop. Night Watchman, extraordinary, alien. If that manual hadn't hit me, if that golden finger hadn't been activated, perhaps my current situation would be different. Ordinary people, living in comfort, rarely encounter alien events. However, once they do, the chance of survival is almost zero. In Lin Mo's eyes, ghosts are nothing, but if they are not controlled, they can easily kill dozens of people. How can we resist the more powerful alien species? As the corpse of the ghost was carried away, the shadow layer gradually returned to silence and emptiness. I tightened my clothes. Although they were almost torn, they could only barely cover my embarrassment. I have to go home quickly, or I will catch a cold. I walked quickly to the community. Qingwei community is a mid to high-end community in the Yunhai gathering area. Uncle Li has arranged a suite for me. Uncle Li, a civilian night watchman, managed to get me this apartment by some means, probably because of his power in the night watch department. He is a taciturn man, with a broken arm, but he does not look cowardly. I guess he got some benefits from it, otherwise he would not have so much money. Arriving at the gate of the community, I slowed down my pace, looked back at the fork at the end of the road, restrained all my emotions, and walked into the community. I entered my building, pressed the elevator button, and the elevator began to rise. My phone was broken in the battle, and all my 30 gigabytes of data and 20+ license plate numbers were gone. It was heartbreaking to think about it. I shook my head helplessly, inserted the key, turned the lock, and the door opened. With a click, the door closed and I finally returned to my temporary shelter. Nothing was left after the battle except keys and a few broken shoes. No, that's not entirely true. The manual gave some feedback on the ability to devour alien species, but I didn't have time to check it. I took off my broken shoes, put on slippers, and walked towards the mirror. Health, 50%. I was stunned. How could I have 50% health when I was half dead? I thought I had 20% or 30% health at most. It shouldn't be more than that. How could it be 50%? Linimo only had 10% of his health left, but he was still able to hold on? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh. It was too difficult. I sighed, turned around and walked to the living room, opened the refrigerator, and took out 2 sausages. Then, I took out a bucket of instant noodles from the instant noodle box and prepared to fill my stomach. Where are the eggs? A voice suddenly came from the sofa. I paused and subconsciously tightened my clothes. How do you have my house key? Uncle Lee asked me to take care of you, and he gave me a chicken. Lu Yaoao came over. I couldn't get through to you on the phone, and I couldn't find you. I asked you to buy eggs, but did you get them from the chicken coop? I didn't react for a moment and turned on the refrigerator light. The bright light illuminated my back. I was holding a sausage in my hand, but my back was torn and the wounds were shocking. What's wrong with you? Did you get beaten when you went out? Lu Yaoao frowned and walked closer to me. Turn around. I tried to push her away. Go back to sleep. She seemed to realize something was wrong and pulled my arm to ask me to turn around. I turned around reluctantly and Lu Yaoao was stunned. My face was covered in dust and the wounds on my face were deeply visible. A scar from my earlobe to the corner of my mouth was bright red and dazzling. Those were the scratches from the ghost's fingernails, and they were covered in blood. My clothes were torn beyond recognition, revealing large areas of scratches and swelling. The wounds on my shoulders and chest were deeper, and blood scabs had already formed. What's more serious is that the chest cavity is obviously sunken, which should be a fracture. I forgot to buy eggs. I took a few steps back, trying to avoid her gaze, and turned around again. However, Lu Yaoao jumped in front of me, and her eyes became serious. What are you doing? Her voice was full of confusion and worry. I quickly avoided her gaze. It's so late. Don't stay here any longer. Uncle Lee will kill you if he finds out. Where did you go? She finally asked, with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. I didn't go anywhere. I touched my nose and tried to make up an excuse. On the way back, I encountered a robbery, so I went to intervene. Don't look at my miserable state. The guy ended up in a worse situation. The police could hardly recognize him as a human being. I pretended to be calm as I described it, but I knew it was all made up. Before I could finish my words, Lu Yaoao suddenly reached out and gently touched the wound on my face. I froze. At that moment, her fingers were so gentle that I was stunned, as if time had frozen in that moment. Silence spread between us. Jiang Yu's heartbeat accelerated, and he suddenly felt thirsty. He wanted to take a few steps back, but found that he couldn't move at all. I'm going to tell Uncle Lee about this. She whispered. No. You went out to fight with people in the middle of the night? She obviously didn't understand. This is not a fight, it's chivalry. I chuckled, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help twitching. Her stubborn temper stopped me from continuing. I'm really tired today. Let me rest for a while. You need to go to the hospital with this injury. She insisted. Forget it. The hospital is not urgent. The medicine Uncle Lee brought back is all at home. I said with a forced smile. Apply the medicine to you. Lu Yaoao whispered. I nodded. Okay. The following treatment made me gasp softly. The pain came in waves. When the special medicine was applied, I almost collapsed. Will you show off again next time? She patted me with a teasing tone. No, I won't join in the fun next time. I promised hastily. Swear. She pressed. I won't. She was stunned. Joining in the fun is human nature. I can only watch and not go in. What I said. I had to change my words. I'll just take a look and do nothing. That's good to know. Although she felt something was wrong, she didn't ask any more questions and turned away. I closed the door and was the only one left in the room. Lying on the bed, I stared at the ceiling, recalling the scenes of today, and it felt like everything just happened. Bye to Showong Academy. I whispered softly. Martial arts, extraordinary arts. By the way, what's your name, brother? Suddenly, I realized that I hadn't asked him yet. Chapter 11. Opening the person and touching the extraordinary. The light curtain gently swirls, and 3 words, human, God, different, flash by quickly, finally pausing on the word different and slowly unfolding. Name, wandering spirit. Species, shadow, ghost. Level, first order mid-level. Introduction, a low-level abyss alien species belonging to the shadow and ghost races, which can release super strong power in the shadows. If it sets its sights on you, watch your back. Note, this alien species does not seem to be simple. I was confused for a moment. My mind was in a mess. Is this the second creature in the manual besides me? Will it be automatically recorded in the manual as long as I kill it? Or does it need to complete the shadow devour before it will be recorded? I put these questions aside for now. I immediately focused my attention and checked out my new abilities. Shadow Strike. When you attack from the shadows that others cannot see, it will be easier to capture the enemy's weaknesses, and the first attack will cause huge damage. I tried to sense how to use the skill, then walked to the corner of the room, closed my eyes, and concentrated on sensing everything in the shadows. It seems nothing has changed. I stood there stupidly. After 5 minutes, even I felt a little stupid. Maybe there is no target? I thought to myself, feeling a little disappointed. I put these things aside for now, opened the manual, and continued to check the people column. Name, Jiang You. Attributes, shadow. Shadow points, 14/14. Status, stalker. Can be activated. Abilities, shadow devour, shadow pupil, shadow form. I continued reading. Stalker, you were born to kill in the shadows. Hiding in the darkness, you will be like a fish in water. It should be hunting in the light. I muttered, my face turned black in an instant, and I couldn't stand this game line in my heart. This cheat code even has game lines? I'll keep reading. Shadow form, your shadow has transformed. You can control it and merge it with yourself, entering a special state. In this form, you have no fatal parts, and even if you're beheaded, your health will only be greatly reduced, but you will not die directly. For example, if you are beheaded, your health will be reduced by 99%, but you will not die directly. Your aura is more hidden, and you can completely blend into the shadows without being noticed by others. At the same time, your physical fitness and healing ability are greatly improved. If you exercise in this state, you will gain unexpected benefits. There is no consumption to use this form in the shadow layer, but in the real world, it consumes shadow points. Good guy. When I saw no fatal parts, I was excited. But the following brackets almost made me laugh out of anger. My health is reduced by 99%. You can still save me? However, no matter how much I complain, this ability is indeed not simple. I stood still, summoned my own shadow, and prepared to test it. The shadow emerged from the ground and looked at me, our movements almost synchronized. I slowly raised my hand, and the shadow followed suit, and our index fingers touched. In an instant, the shadow covered my entire body like flowing water. The cool feeling, fitting every inch of my skin, seemed incomparable to any clothing. No, it was actually quite comfortable to wear. I looked down and saw that my palms were completely covered by a dark shadow, and the nails, blood vessels, and skin texture had all disappeared. I looked in the mirror and saw myself completely enveloped by the flowing black mist, as if I had merged with the shadow. Only my eyes were slightly visible, and my dark pupils looked even colder in the darkness. This ability gradually became interesting. I sensed that the shadow points were gradually decreasing, so I dispersed the shadow form and continued to check the remaining abilities. The 3 words, can be activated, came into view. I was stunned for a moment, and a question arose in my mind. What does this mean? My thoughts moved slightly, and I touched it. Can be opened. You already have some of the authority of this person, but you have not yet fully awakened. After opening, you will fully awaken this personality and become a unique existence. Note, this operation has certain risks. Do you choose to open it? Yes, /no. I read it word by word, and my doubts intensified. The 4 big words, certain risk, were highlighted in red. I was silent for a moment, thinking. 5 minutes later, I took a deep breath, scanned the no option, and finally cast my eyes on the yes option. Then, the option representing yes began to flash, and a warm power quickly filled my body. No, I haven't made a complete choice yet. I felt annoyed. However, the light screen gradually stabilized and finally displayed, Hunter, you are a natural hunter, and your attacks will definitely cause damage. Note 1. This does not include attacks from external objects such as guns, bows and arrows, and poison. Note 2. Even gods cannot escape. Note 3. The hunter hiding in the shadows becomes more mysterious and famous, and you will gain something unexpected. Behead. When the prey's health drops to a certain level, the health bar turns scarlet, and you can see the part that killed it. Attack that part to initiate behead and completely kill the prey. Good fellow. I felt a surge of heat in my heart. Anything involving instant death skills is not a simple ability. Although there are limitations to beheading, this is normal. My shadow points increased from 14 to 20, which means not only the energy in my body, but also the experience bar for advancement. The unlocked position brought new abilities, and I felt stronger than ever before. Attacks will definitely cause damage. Even gods cannot escape. This sentence is worth it. As for the so-called risk, I searched for a long time and couldn't find any mark. Bluff? I smiled helplessly and gave up the search. The wound was slightly numb and itchy, so I couldn't help but remove the bandage. A handful of blood scabs fell off, revealing the pink skin, which looked normal. This wound was cut yesterday, and it would take a day to heal completely. However, after the blessing of shadow form, the wound was mostly healed in a few seconds. Healing ability enhancement is more effective than I expected. I turned my head and looked at my abdomen. The scar was deep into my flesh. It seemed that the ghost wanted to give me a cesarean section. Under the blessing of shadow form, the speed of wound healing was amazing. Yow. What happened to Jiang You yesterday? He said he was brave enough to stand up for justice, and he didn't even blink when he was stabbed 88 times by the gangsters. Lu Yaoyao was stunned for a moment. Don't believe his nonsense. He was just chased by wolfhounds. The elevator door dinged open, and Lu Yaoyao took out the key from her pocket. Yaoyao, how come you have his house key? Asked her classmate. Uncle Li gave it to me. The door lock clicked, and suddenly, a scream was heard. After the door was opened, several people saw Jiang Yu's upper body naked, blood gushing from his abdomen, and he covered his wound with his hands with a grim look. I believe it. You said he chopped Nanchaman with a machete yesterday. I believe it. The student's eyes gradually changed. Chapter 12. Shadow Form, Entering the Shadow Layer. Jiang Yu, are your abdominal muscles real? Fatty Liu smiled mischievously, his eyes wandering over Jiang Yu's abdomen. Are you on drugs? Feng Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to her, had twin ponytails and a curious look under her glasses, and seemed to be eager to try. She and Lu Yaoyao were best friends, and their family ran a restaurant. Okay, everyone get out. Lu Yaoyao frowned and pushed the two of them. Jiang Yu, why are you crazy in broad daylight? I just want to see how the wound is healing. Jiang Yu explained softly, holding a cotton swab dipped in medicine in his hand, gently wiping the wound. Hiss, it hurts. He couldn't help but gasp. After the three left, Jiang Yu planned to enter the shadow layer as soon as possible, activate the shadow form, and absorb the energy in the darkness. You are so clumsy, just leave it there. Lu Yaoyao came over and patted Jiang Yu's hand hard. Then you help me. Jiang Yu half lay on the sofa, put down the cotton swab, and squinted his eyes. I think you got kicked in the head by a donkey. You have to open up a good wound. Hiss, ha. Jiang Yu couldn't help but groan again. Bear with it. I know this medicine. It's not painful at all. Lu Yaoyao kicked him and chuckled. Jiang Yu looked at her. His eyes subconsciously stopped at her blue and white socks. The blue wavy pattern on the sock opening seemed even more charming in his eyes. Her feet were not big. Her toes were faintly outlined. Her ankles were slender. Her skin was milky white and delicate, and looked extremely smooth. You peek again. Lu Yaoyao's voice was like a thunder. She retracted her legs and avoided Jiang Yu's sight. You are so filthy at such a young age. I'll let Xiaoping apply medicine to you. No, he's clumsy and not suitable. Jiang Yu shook his head quickly, feeling a little helpless. I think Uncle Li hasn't dealt with you for too long. Lu Yaoyao sneered and looked at Jiang Yu mischievously. Jiang Yu added silently in his heart, it's useless even if he beats me 800 times. The cotton swab continued to wipe the wound and apply the liquid medicine. A few minutes later, Lu Yaoyao's voice broke the silence again. Where did you go yesterday? Don't tell me you were robbing me. Guess whether I believe it or not. Jiang Yu was ready to continue making up a lie. He smiled awkwardly and spoke without thinking. You are really chivalrous and brave. His words were a bit far-fetched. Haha. Lu Yaoyao sneered. You're full of nonsense. You never tell the truth. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly in his heart. Should I tell you that I entered the shadow layer yesterday and killed an alien species and chatted with the night watchman about life? This sounds even more ridiculous, so I'd better not say it. What time did Uncle Lu go home yesterday? Jiang Yu tried to change the subject. He didn't go home. Lu Yaoyao glanced at him. Why are you asking this? I just suddenly feel that night watchmen are quite hardworking, working during the day and working overtime at night. Jiang Yu sighed, with a hint of helplessness in his words. The job is also very dangerous. The world is not as peaceful as it seems. Most people don't have the opportunity to see a real crisis. Lu Yaoyao pursed her lips and stopped talking. The danger is not just high. Entering the night watch, becoming a night watchman, and then entering the shadow layer, or even entering the wild. How many people can survive safely? If you pass the martial arts exam and study martial arts, will you enter the night watch? Lu Yaoyao suddenly asked. I don't know. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, then answered casually. Are there many beautiful ladies in the night patrol? Shut up. The veins on Lu Yaoyao's forehead were throbbing, and she was obviously a little angry. The two continued to apply medicine in the room, while in the living room, Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao looked at each other. What's going on with them? Feng Xiaoxiao frowned, obviously a little confused. I don't know. Lu Yuqiang thought about it, but in the end, he didn't tell Feng Xiaoxiao what Jiang Yu had told him before. I'll tell you in secret. Lu Yaoyao told me before that she was greedy. Oh, forget it. He paused, feeling a little hesitant. Feng Xiaoxiao only listened to half of it, frowned, but did not continue to ask. Not long after, Jiang Yu walked out of the room, dressed neatly, and except for the bandages on his body, he looked barely energetic. Why are you here? He nodded slightly, not looking like a patient at all. I heard you bragging yesterday, so I came to see what's going on. Lu Yuqiang pointed at Jiang Yu's chest. Are you okay? Don't worry, you won't die. Jiang Yu raised his hand and pretended to be relaxed. Didn't you see? I bought a bottle of soy sauce, vinegar, and some miscellaneous things from the supermarket and was walking back. Suddenly, a big man flashed by with a bag in his arms. He started to show off. When Lu Yaoyao heard these words, she pouted and stood up, glancing towards the bathroom. Jiang You, I'm going to the supermarket. These two clothes are torn. Can I take them out and throw them away? She shouted. Okay, throw it away. Jiang Yu was talking about something interesting without looking up. At that time, 80 big men rushed out of the woods, and I cut them down with my knife. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and looked up quickly. Wait a minute, I still have something in my clothes. However, it was too late. Lu Yaoyao took out a shrunken box from her clothes. Her expression changed from doubt to dullness, and then to disbelief. The scene was silent for a while. Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly and quickly packed it up. After all, it was bought with money. He simply tidied up the room and stood in the living room. Shadow Pupil. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, and his eyes changed rapidly. The dark color in his eyes flowed in his pupils. The whole living room was gradually covered with a layer of shadow. Shadow. He whispered softly, and the shadow under his feet instantly climbed onto his body. His clothes changed from shorts and t-shirt to a black shadow. Huh. Jiang Yu let out a long breath and clenched his fists. Entering the shadow layer. Although there is pollution, exposure for too long will pay the price. Ordinary night watchmen know that if they do not take medicine or other means of protection for a long time, the pain will be aggravated at the least, and the five senses will be confused, and the body will be alienated at the worst. But at this time, he felt a coolness in his heart. Entering the shadow layer is like returning home. Chapter 13. The Shadow Alien Who is Training Like Crazy. I found that the actual use of the shadow form far exceeded my previous expectations. Not to mention the improvement in physical fitness. I poked the wound on my abdomen and the pain was not that strong. On the contrary, my whole body feels cool and comfortable. This alone makes me feel awesome. The pain is reduced during a fight, so my mom is no longer afraid of me getting stabbed in the back. After using a lot of medicine and resting for a night, my blood volume has recovered to 60%. This recovery speed is so fast that I feel like a superhero. I originally planned to rest for a while, but now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. I lay down, supported myself with my hands, pushed my shoulders up, and touched the ground with my insteps, and started doing Russian push-ups. This kind of push-up is very difficult. My arms fully support the weight of my body, and I have to keep my body like a flatboard. Normal people can't even do one, let alone stand up. But I did it effortlessly, with precise movements, almost perfect. Shadow helped me exercise every day, and although my body didn't get bigger, it did get stronger. Although I still look handsome and sunny, my strength has reached the level that I can kill Lu Yaoyao with one punch. If it were an ordinary person, he would be killed on the spot after a few moves with a piao and a flick of his tail. However, despite this, I dare not say that I can do dozens or hundreds of push-ups in one breath. Shadow can do it. No health bar, unlimited stamina, never tired. If he can do one push-up in 5 seconds, he can do 12 in a minute and 720 in an hour. This is the horror of Shadow. It easily does what an average person would do in a month, and I feel like I can do it easily in shadow form. It's outrageous. I continue doing push-ups, not feeling tired at all, not even a hint of fatigue. I panted slightly, feeling the air flowing into my body. The sweet feeling went straight to my heart, and every inch of muscle in my body was cheering. If I continue to exercise like this, Shadow can easily finish the amount that an ordinary person would do in a month and a day. I stood up and decided to find a bigger place outside to exercise. The space in the house was too small, so it would be better to go outside. I took the elevator downstairs, walked out of the building, and came to the square. In the center of the community square, there are some equipment that old men often use, including horizontal bars, parallel bars, and crunch equipment. I picked one at random and prepared to start my new challenge. Today's goal is 2,000 sets of hell-level crunches. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Night Watch Division's meeting room was extremely tense. Lu Nanfeng sat in the first seat, looking tired and speaking in a low voice. Have you found out the cause of the riot in the shadow layer? Report. This shadow layer riot is widespread, with abnormal fluctuations, and pollution values have risen sharply, spanning a large area. Teams B3, B7, A2 and other teams have found traces of suspected cracks in the North District, South District, and East District 1. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became heavy. The shadow layer was never stable, and the Night Watch team often had to go in to clean up the aliens and prevent the new shadow layer entrances from reopening. But this riot was obviously different, and there were traces of abyssal cracks. Cracks? Lu Nanfeng frowned. Have you confirmed it? Yes, cracks mean the connection between the abyss and the living world. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became solemn. What does this mean? This means that you may be dragged into the shadow layer at any time and anywhere, whether on the way to school or in a restaurant. The alien species mentioned in the report has powerful abilities that can drag people directly from the real world into the shadow layer. For similar incidents have occurred during this riot. Although it may not seem like much, who can guarantee that it will not be more serious next time? Okay, it's just a suspicion. Don't take it too seriously. The man with the broken arms sitting in the corner spoke softly. The abyss cracks may appear at any time. We have been prepared for it. Don't be too nervous. Everyone calmed down a little and continued the meeting to discuss countermeasures. Finally, the meeting ended, and Lu Nanfeng walked back to his office with the documents. Just as he sat down, there was a knock on the door. Please come in, Lu Nanfeng whispered. Envoy Lu, regarding this riot, the investigation team has compiled a list of alien species and has placed it here. Okay. Lu Nanfeng took the document and flipped through a few pages. Not long after, he stopped and a list caught his attention. Number, D2-9527 code. Crazy exercise shadow who can salute. Observer, XXX. Description, the target is a dark, shadow-like being, first spotted in the central garden of Qingwei community, presumably accidentally entering the community. The target is extremely keen on fitness, almost tireless, likes to use equipment for exercise, and has a low desire to attack. When the detector approached, the target stopped exercising and saluted. Danger assessment, low conclusion, do not hunt it for the time being. Lu Nanfeng was stunned for a moment, feeling a little confused. This report was completely different from what they expected. The behavior of the shadow was not like a typical alien at all. Chapter 14. There are many alien monkey coins. I will tell you whether they are real or fake. Lu Nanfeng raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of disdain could not be concealed in his suppressed expression. Looking at the long list of descriptions on the document in his hand, if the night watchman had not delivered it personally, he would probably have thought that it was just a spoofed photo put together by a bored netizen. It's not enough that he loves to exercise, but he also salutes when he sees people, which is really hilarious. I have seen all kinds of strange things as a night watchman over the years, but this kind of thing is really unheard of. A glance at the attached picture on the document, only to see a dark mass, can't help but give people some ominous premonitions. He sighed, put the document down, and rubbed his eyebrows. The new year is coming soon, and everyone is looking forward to the holiday, but the shadow of all this drags down the mood of the whole person. He whispered to himself. In 10 days, it will be the Chinese New Year. The uneasy mood was like an indelible haze. Lu Nanfeng picked up a cigarette, walked to the window, and lit it. But after taking a puff, his brows suddenly frowned. Why is this cigarette so sweet? He took a light bite, and his face changed instantly, and a disgusting sweet taste filled his mouth. Banana-flavored tobacco candy? He cursed softly, cursing Lu Yaoyao, the stinky girl, in his heart. Suddenly, a low greeting came from the office. Do you have a cigarette? Give me one. He turned around and saw that familiar figure was already sitting on the sofa, still with that familiar look. You came in again without knocking? Lu Nanfeng shook his head helplessly. The other party did not respond in a hurry, but took out a cigarette and threw it to him. Smoke this. Lu Nanfeng took it habitually, but did not smoke it immediately. Instead, he sighed and put down the cigarette. Forget it. I'm afraid of lung cancer. You are afraid of this? The man raised his eyes and looked at him with a little mockery. Tell me, what's the matter? Lu Nanfeng suppressed the irritability in his heart, turned around, and continued to deal with the work at hand. The higher-ups have issued a notice. The man with the broken arm took a puff of cigarette and said in a steady tone, the martial arts exam has been moved up. Moved up? Lu Nanfeng was slightly stunned and frowned. This is too hasty. You should have received it on your computer. Lu Nanfeng quickly turned on the computer and checked the new email in his mailbox. Martial arts exam notice. Enrollment expansion. Martial arts exam in advance qualification assessment. His eyes swept over the lines of text and finally sighed softly. Everything is being advanced. The passage of time makes him feel a little uneasy, especially after the spring festival, when everything seems to be extremely busy. Which direction does your girl want to apply for? The man with the broken arm suddenly asked. Martial arts or extraordinary liberal arts? For extraordinary people above the second level, their children's qualifications must be tested and they must apply for relevant majors. You are a fourth-level strongman, so there will be no problem. I haven't decided yet. Lu Nanfeng was silent for a while and finally said, let's talk about it after she takes the test. What about your kid? The man smiled. I don't think he's an honest guy. Do you plan to apply for psychic skills, xenobiology, or superhuman body science? None of them. The man showed a mysterious smile on his face. Lu Nanfeng was stunned and couldn't believe it. You want him to study superhuman liberal arts? No. The man shook his head and stood up slowly. Let him take ordinary liberal arts. Are you kidding? Lu Nanfeng almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. This kid hasn't been tested yet. No test. The man smiled. I'm going to take a walk. You continue to be busy. Hey, explain yourself. Linnea Feng chased after him for a few steps, but the man had already disappeared at the door. I looked down at the phone in my hand, my eyes scanning the screen. Look, there's a spider in front of us. I said to myself. My tone was relaxed, even with a hint of spoof. Spiders contain a lot of protein, much more than the same weight of rice. I added, with a barely perceptible smile on the corners of my mouth. Its meat is delicious. After it's cooked, the hair on the surface can be roasted, and the hair removal can be easily completed. I was a little proud and continued, take a bite, and you will find that it tastes neither like beef nor lamb. What does it taste like? It tastes like spider meat. I paused, my eyes became a little blurry, but the corners of my mouth were no longer so relaxed. Well, the above words are pure nonsense. Don't try it. You will be killed if you try it. At this time, I had a microphone hanging around my neck, holding the phone in my right hand, and the screen facing forward. 20 meters away, a huge body was quietly crawling on the ground, its 8 legs as hard as steel, and its eyes were fixed on me. I knew that this alien was still sleeping. Its body was motionless. If it weren't for the blood volume number on its head, I would almost be sure that it was dead. At that moment, I couldn't help but whisper, such a big spider, it must be sleeping. I instinctively looked around, held my breath, and tried to avoid causing any noise. I have noticed that many videos uploaded about the shadow layer have emerged on major video websites in the past few days. Lu Yaoyao once told him that this kind of video was strictly prohibited before, but now, the Night Watch seems to be willing to let more people know about the dangers of the shadow layer. I couldn't help but think that this might be an opportunity. But this is the most important thing. I said to myself, with a deep thought in my eyes. The information about the hunter's position flashed through my mind like lightning, and I thought to myself, how should I choose the remaining time? I stared at the words on the screen, feeling the pressure of my life countdown. I knew that if I didn't kill the alien species quickly, my life might end at any time. Life and death are ultimately the power of the hunter, I murmured. But I knew that this was just another choice. Anyway, Uncle Lee also had a lot of internal special resources. As long as I could rely on a little more luck, there might be a turnaround. I took a breath, still feeling nervous, but also somewhat relieved. The only thing that comforted me was the clear red words on the screen. Even if the body dies, it will exist in another form. I rubbed my forehead and decided not to think about those strange things for the time being. Get rid of the spider first, then talk about other things. I took out the steel pipe and prepared to start hunting. I stepped carefully on the ground with every step, and the shadow form made me almost blend into the environment. I approached the spider's buttocks and couldn't help whispering, next, we must move carefully and try not to let it find us. At this moment, I sensed a hint of danger. The spider suddenly raised its head and looked around. I immediately stopped, held my breath, and tried to hide myself. Where is its weakness? I began to analyze. I noticed that the red mass on the spider's body was constantly changing, especially the red mass on its head, which was obviously more intense than other parts. This was the clue I got from the shadow attack ability. My eyes were as sharp as lightning, and I quickly determined the most suitable attack point. The head is the most vulnerable, and a direct hit will definitely hit the head. I decided secretly. However, the distance difference made me hesitate a little, and finally, I decided to change position and look for a more suitable opportunity. Chapter 15. My name is Yu, an assassin from Baidu. It has been a while since I came to this world. Azu has gradually gotten used to life here. There is no oppression from the abyss here, nor are there so many terrifying alien species. For a little thug like it, it is not difficult to survive as long as it is careful enough. Recently, it had a fierce battle with an alien species. With its agility and explosive power, Aju successfully tore the other party into pieces and swallowed it into its stomach. Although there are some scars on its body, they are not serious. It will recover after a few more days of rest. However, it knew that it could not let its guard down. If other alien species took the opportunity to attack, it would be troublesome. Therefore, although it seemed to be resting, it had actually already locked onto the movements around it. Just now, a chilling feeling suddenly swept over. Aju was startled and immediately alerted. Is there an enemy approaching? Its heartbeat quickened and it began to look around. Its 8 compound eyes were as red as blood, constantly scanning the surroundings, trying to find anything unusual. However, although the vision of the aliens in the shadow layer is powerful, it also has limitations. Its position allowed it to see clearly about 10 meters away, but no matter how hard it stared, it did not see anything unusual. Is it an illusion? Aju's thoughts were a little confused, but it instinctively felt a chill in its body and a sense of uneasiness in its heart. Let's change places. It stood up slowly, but at that moment, a feeling of numbness suddenly struck it, spreading rapidly like an electric current. Numb. Its entire body instantly lost consciousness, as if from the top of its head to the root of its chrysanthemum, it was paralyzed and unable to move. Health 64%, 44%. One hit instantly reduced its health by 20%. That stick came from me. I was just trying to test it, but I didn't expect an indescribable force to accompany the swing of the steel stick, which made me feel a hearty pleasure. That feeling almost made me scream. But as the spider's blood splattered, I finally realized that I had to avoid it. With the remaining 40% of the blood, Aju was no longer my opponent. My figure hit the wall like a meteor and smashed it hard. The building structure in the shadow layer was solid. Apart from a slight arc, there was no obvious mark left after the collision. Jiang Yu's body fell heavily to the ground. Hiss, hiss. It doesn't hurt. I gritted my teeth, feeling the severe pain from the previous blow. This time, I lost at least 10% of my health, and it might even be more. Hiss. Just as I gritted my teeth to endure the pain, the huge spider twisted its body suddenly, turned around, and revealed an even more terrifying appearance. The spider's body was covered with dark purple patterns, which twisted and became more bizarre as it moved. Although its body was in the shape of a spider, its head was like an out-of-control inverted triangle, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. From its side, 7 or 8 tentacles were waving, its mouth was open, and it let out a low roar, its mouth full of uneven gear-like teeth. Its 8 eyes were unevenly distributed, its face was sunken, and it had no nose at all. This appearance would definitely be the most shocking boss in a horror movie. 44%, 42%, 40%. I know that my attack was not ineffective. The steel rod was completely pierced into its body. Aju rolled over in anger, trying to pull out the steel rod, but the injury was obviously more serious than expected, and blood continued to flow. I stood up again, exerted force on my feet, and quickly hid in the shadows. Shadow attack is my powerful skill, which can deliver a fatal blow to the enemy from the shadows. He was born to be an assassin and did not need to confront the aliens head-on. Stalker, Hunter, these abilities seemed to be tailor-made for me. I looked through the shadows at the angry and helpless Aju, and gradually an idea came to my mind. Between the hunter and the prey, who is the one who controls the fate? Looking down at the camera I had prepared, I suddenly realized that I was not suitable to be a comedy blogger. Since I am a hunter, I might as well devote myself to hunting and try to remain silent, and the effect may be better. I picked up the second steel rod next to me and whispered to myself, the hunt begins. Meanwhile, Li Xiaodi was lying on the bed, scrolling through her phone and occasionally watching short videos. As an ordinary senior high school student, her grades were not outstanding. Although she had obtained a preliminary test qualification for extraordinary qualifications with the help of connections and money, she did not take it seriously. After all, whether she could enter the extraordinary field had to wait for the formal test. However, recently she accidentally discovered many short videos about aliens in the extraordinary, with novel and impactful content. These videos usually explain the types of aliens and the basic knowledge of the extraordinary. Although the content of these videos is monotonous and boring, they have attracted countless ordinary people to watch due to their uniqueness. Li Xiaodi clicked on a video, and the screen showed a long street shrouded in black fog, with occasional blurry figures jumping by. This shot was a little special, the picture was full of mystery, and the dubbing and music were also unique. Li Xiaodi's heart moved, and she quickly stopped her finger. She noticed that the picture gradually became clear, and suddenly a strange face appeared in front of the camera. "My name is You, from Baidu." Then, the scene changed, and the blurry black shadow jumped and disappeared into the sky. Li Xiaodi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. What's going on? She took a breath, held her breath, and stared at the picture on the screen for a long time. Chapter 16, Hunter You, Attack. Li Xiaodi double-clicked the screen, and 200,000 likes appeared in his eyes. There are an astonishing number of comments, more than 70,000. Brother Ward is so handsome and cool. No, I want to buy an apartment for my brother, but unfortunately I can't afford it. I want my brother to buy me a plate of stir-fried pork with chili peppers. I don't want chili peppers or pork. If you don't want anything, then what do you want? Do you want it stir-fried? He is a talented blogger, and the comment section has become a large-scale courtship scene. Li Xiaodi was itching to stop this bad habit. She felt that she had an obligation to stop it. After clicking on the first few comments in the comment section, Li Xiaodi sent these comments to their fans one by one. After all, one of their brothers and sisters might be among them. After a busy period, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, hesitated for a moment, and typed a comment in the comment section. Brother, I can do it. Continue watching the video. Click play, and the picture starts moving again. Leaping down from the air, the black shadow landed on the ground. It's 6 stories high. Li Xiaoti's eyes were burning with excitement. Is this the extraordinary person? The screen continues to change. The focal length of the lens changes. It was as if following his eyes, looking for prey. There was a slight sound of wind by my ears, and I could hear Yu's gentle breathing. The camera continued to extend forward as his perspective progressed, focusing and freezing on the huge figure entrenched in the center of the road. What a big spider. And the patterns on his body are disgusting. Li Xiaoti's heart skipped a beat. It is really hard to describe this species, whose appearance can shock one's mind just by looking at it through the screen. Shadow pattern spider, an ancient demon species, mid-level first order, an inferior species from the abyss. The patterns on its body can emit mental pollution, and low-level people should not look directly at it for a long time. You said softly. After that, a dark figure appeared in the video and disappeared into the shadows little by little. No more. Where the hell did that person go? Not only Li Xiaoti, but countless viewers who were watching in front of the screen at this moment had their eyes wide open, staring at the place where Jiang You disappeared, trying to find his figure. Obviously, they can't do it. Not having extraordinary abilities is one thing. On the other hand, the equipment doesn't allow it. It is true that Jiang Yu's mobile phone is supplied exclusively to the night patrol department. Even in the shadow layer, its visible range is much greater than that of ordinary people, but it is still unable to capture overly detailed images. The technological level of the Great Zhou was not bad. On the contrary, it was even higher than when Jiang Yu traveled through time. This is the role of extraordinary liberal arts, to develop theoretical and scientific research in extraordinary directions. Back to this moment, the figure gradually disappeared, the camera cut again, he poked his head out from the shadows. The whole video suddenly turned into slow motion, and the background sound stopped abruptly. Slowing down the speed 5 times, you can see the spider's twisting body and the long stick slowly piercing its body. Let's fight. Blood splattered, and the sharp weapon pierced the flesh. Everything appears extremely real under the slow-motion camera, giving people only one feeling. This is definitely not a special effect. Then the picture suddenly speeds up and the black figure hides again. Between fast and slow, it was impossible to see his movements clearly. All you can see is blood and flesh splattering and spiders trapped in place. It looked so terrified and helpless. Although he was much bigger than the black shadow, he was still being played around by it. From time to time, acid or pale white spider silk would spit out from its mouth parts and fall into the darkness. Most likely, the assassin named Yu was not hit. The gap in strength is too big. Li Xiaoti's chest rises and falls. With a puff, the long stick pierced into the head, and the shadow spider staggered, lost strength, and fell to the ground. Standing next to it, the shadow pulled out a long stick, shook off the blood, and placed his palm on the spider. Now then, eat. You stared at the spider, his hands clenched. Then there was a surge, and the huge body dissipated bit by bit. At the same time, black shadows condensed into lines and leaped towards him. More and more lines climbed up, gradually weaving into a long coat with a hood, belt, shoulder pads, chest, ribbons, arm guards. The color of the entire decoration is still black, but the depth of the colors varies in different parts. At first glance, a mysterious and solemn atmosphere hits you in the face, and it cannot be blocked even by the screen. The hunt is over. The picture suddenly stopped, and the video ended. Hiss. Li Xiaoti took a few breaths of cold air. This great man has something. She has been watching videos these days, but this is the first time she has seen such an exciting video. And that bloody stubble is indeed the result of the little prince's trial. Looking at the number of likes, it has reached an astonishing 300,000. It's only been a few minutes, and the price has been rising rapidly. In another half day, it might reach 500,000. Looking at the comments section, wow, there are even more people courting each other. Swipe right to enter the other person's homepage, and use avatar will be his back. A black mass. The personal introduction is short and concise. Start hunting. Pay attention, you must pay attention. Where can I find a blogger who is so cool, yet also a bit immature? Li Xiaoti swallowed hard. All those young handsome guys in the past are so weak, okay? This is what strong women should watch. She quickly clicked on the follow button and sent a private message. Hello, can you give me a V-star? Assassination mission, high price. Name, Shadow Spider. Species, Ancient Demon. Level, First Order Median. Introduction, a low-grade abyss alien, belonging to the Ancient Demon species. The lines on its body represent its strength. The denser and more complex the lines, the stronger its mental pollution. Please do not stare at it for a long time, unless you are willing to become its prey. Abilities: acid, silk spinning, ancient demon pollution. Killing cost: confusion of the five senses. Shadow devouring harvest. 1. Gain the ability, shadow silk. 2. Increase the number of shadow points. This species has been included, and the cost has been waived. A small species of first-order middle-level cub. After the shadow points exceed 10 points, the manual ability also undergoes slight changes. There is an additional ability column, which can view the abilities of the included creatures and expand them. The shadow pattern spider has a total of 3 abilities recorded. There is no need to explain much about acid and silk spinning. Ancient demon pollution is not complicated either. It is the mental impact brought by the patterns on its body. Looking at the ever-increasing number of likes and followers in the background, Jiang You let out a long breath. I think I have made the right move. Then he clicked on the fan backstage. Let's first see if there are any JK girls with white stockings. Come into the fan group and chat with me. Chapter 17: Shadow, Mark, and Hunt. Don't be fooled by the coolness of the video. The ups and downs of the journey are truly indescribable to outsiders. He is just a newbie who has just come into contact with the extraordinary, so how can he be very strong? Big Spider and Pia are at the same level, and their health is just as high. Even if they take advantage of shadow attack, the gap in strength is still unbridgeable. He runs away after being hit and dodges after being struck by a hammer. Shadow form can reduce damage and pain, but it is unbearable to use it too many times. The video looks dazzling, but it actually all depends on the editing, lines, and music. In addition, Jiang You created a character for himself called Amnesiac Assassin You. After a series of combined punches, the audience was stunned. Hunting alien species, Shadow Bite, unlocks new abilities, and I'm sure everyone will just think of it as it's necessary for the plot. The internet really made Jiang You understand. He spread out his palms, and black threads were dancing in his palms. The ability of Shadow Silk is the result of devouring a spider. His control over shadow was finally no longer limited to the shadow form. Instead, he could condense the shadow into substance and shoot out extremely tough and impactful shadow threads. Well, if Jiang You wanted, he could even cosplay as Spider-Man. He reopened the manual and went to the page about personal attributes. Remaining life, 7 days. Killing the spider increased his lifespan by 3 days, leaving him with 7 days to live. It was still a bit tight, but it was enough for the time being, enough for him to find another alien species. Look down again. Hunter, you can see the health bar of your prey, and mark and hunt it. You are a natural hunter, and your attacks are sure to cause damage. Note 1. Note 2. Note 3. As a hunter hiding in the shadows, the more you improve your reputation, the more unexpected rewards you will gain. Your reputation spreads, unlocking some of the hunter's authority. Mark. You can mark the prey, making it easier to find its weaknesses and attack them. The prey you mark will have negative states such as palpitations and fear, and the effect depends on the difference in strength between the two parties. For a single target, the mark can only exist for 1 second in a short period of time. Improving the reputation or status will strengthen this ability. Please note, activating a mark will consume a certain amount of energy. This ability may also expose your position and disturb your prey, so please use it with caution. Hunting. When hunting the marked prey, you will gain the blessing of agility and strength. If the hunting is successful, one of your attributes/abilities will be improved. Please note, hunting has no consumption, and this ability has the same duration as marking. Please kill the prey within the hunting time. Improving the reputation or status will strengthen this ability. The explosion of short videos has opened up 2 capabilities for the hunter. To be precise, short videos have become popular. Most people treat them as fun, while a few people are amazed, and this has achieved the current effect. Hunting alien species, editing videos, earning traffic, unlocking new abilities. Going through this process, your strength will increase dramatically. Ouch, that hurts. Jiang Yu's brows twitched. Why don't you stay at home honestly? Who did you go and fight with again? Lu Yaoyao spoke in a sarcastic tone, and the movements of applying the medicine became more severe. Be gentle. Jiang Yu bared his teeth. I'm going out to be a hero. If you don't understand, don't speak. You're the only one who understands. You're the only one who's a hero. Lu Yaoyao gritted her teeth. You go out to fight every day? If you keep doing this, I'll really tell Uncle Li. Don't worry, it's safe. If I can't beat you, I can run away. I know what I'm doing. Oh. Lu Yaoyao sneered and bandaged the wound. Then he leaned back on the sofa, picked up his phone, and started watching videos. My name is Yu. Jiang Yu was stunned when he heard the familiar lines. What are you looking at? He glanced at the other person's screen, and sure enough, the image was the finished product of his own editing. You've been very popular on the Douxing hot search list recently. Lu Yaoyao glanced at him. Hot search? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Well, the hot search list these days is full of classification of alien species, supernatural world, shadow layer. And then a lot of supernatural bloggers appeared. This blogger named Yu has become quite popular. She looked through the comment section, her tone unclear whether it was sighing or lamenting. Isn't it said that extraordinary knowledge should not be made public? Jiang Yu said. It is not appropriate to publish core knowledge. What everyone can see now is the basics of the basics, which will not have much impact. Lu Yaoyao said, the new year is coming soon, and it will be the 100th year of the Great Cataclysm. There will be significant policy changes this year. As she spoke, she handed the screen of her phone to Jiang Yu. Aren't you curious about the supernatural? I suggest you follow this blogger named Yu. His videos are about hunting alien species in the shadow layer. They are quite interesting. Jiang Yu had a strange expression on his face. It took me several hours to chew on that huge spider. Is the video interesting? The editing level is actually quite interesting. Anyway, it's pretty awesome. Lu Yaoyao swiped down the video, and another video about swimming popped up. But this time it was other bloggers who created the work. She still watched with great interest. About my childhood sweetheart who became a fan of my comics, and then a fan of my videos. But she still doesn't know my real identity. Gazing at her slightly immature but pretty profile, Jiang Yu felt amused. Hey Jiang Yu, do you think I can record some videos and post them online? What if I become famous? Lu Yaoyao suddenly had an idea. What are you recording? Jiang Yu was both amused and confused. Wearing a JK stocking and dancing in the shadows? As he spoke, he looked intentionally or unintentionally at the pair of slender legs wrapped in white stockings. The palm-sized sole of the foot can be held in one hand, and there is a cute cat paw pattern on the sole of the foot. Looking upwards, the JK skirt cannot cover the white and delicate thighs, and the absolute area of girlishness is so full that it is difficult to take your eyes away. Get out of here. Lu Yaoyao cautiously distanced herself from him. Can I just record some videos explaining the extraordinary? You don't think that just because you read some information, you can be better than those experienced night watchmen, right? Jiang Yu sneered. Also, don't go out dressed like this next time. It's easy for BT to follow you. I lost one last time. Question mark. Lu Yaoyao's eyes gradually changed. You have all these injuries. Could it be that you go out and do something shameful every day and get beaten up by someone? Hey, I'm just kidding. Jiang Yu raised his hands to show surrender. Why did this girl put her hands behind her back again? He found that he was joking more and more often. It seemed that Lu Yaoyao had misunderstood something. In the past, she would bring some fruits and snacks to his house, but now she always had a pistol with her. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Are you planning to shoot me? I really don't know how Uncle Li, who is such a serious person, could raise someone like you. TSK. Lu Yaoyao snorted softly and put down her hand that was on the gun handle. Jiang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chinese New Year is coming soon. Let's go shopping for New Year's goods the day after tomorrow. Would you like to come with me? Okay. Chapter 18. Getting traffic? It's great to have a childhood sweetheart. No, I should say, it's really nice to have a beautiful childhood sweetheart. Jiang Yu lowered his head and pulled at the bandage, but it didn't come apart. The girl tied it very tightly, but it did not hinder his movements, and her hands were quite nimble. But in fact, Jiang Yu can recover from this injury by entering the shadow layer and using the shadow form, and doing a few more sets of exercises. As the daughter of a night watchman, Jiang Yu had been influenced by the watchman since childhood, and she was not sure whether the watchman had noticed anything unusual about herself. This kind of thing is hard to avoid. The two were neighbors, and they would see each other every day. The girl would come to see him every now and then, and he could not hide his injuries from her. I can't just run to the shadow layer and stay there for 2 or 3 days to recover and then lose contact. You use fighting as an excuse, saying your ribs are broken, your skin is torn, and your head is bleeding. This is not a fight. Even fighting in a black boxing club is not as exaggerated as what you said. The girl didn't ask any more questions, so Jiang Yu didn't say much either. As for what the other party is thinking, who knows? The injuries on his body were still causing some pain, so he picked up his phone and turned on Douyin. As soon as I opened the backstage, another 999 plus private messages popped up. Are you there? Who are you? What is the purpose of posting this video? Are you really from Baidu? Wow, 3 fatal questions at the opening screen. Uncle, are you the night watchman? Is this the script? Do you still have the photo of that alien? Could it be Photoshop? How to make braised pork. Scrape the pork belly, cut it into dice, prepare scallion segments, ginger slices, and dried chilies. It seems like something strange is mixed in. He scrolled down again, and suddenly the comments became increasingly polarized. Yo, Uncle Wart, I have really nailed you. Go watch his video now. Oil-soaked grapefruit Wart yo. You have been hammered by @DDAC. Is this true or not? You idiot. The video is fake. Who the hell are you? It's confirmed. You deserve it. So many night watchmen are fighting for their lives, and you are a person who became famous through editing. How can you be compared with them? Come out. Stop playing dead. You who can only edit videos, come out and fight. Some of them tagged him to watch the video himself, while the rest mostly left private messages or bombarded him with comments in the video. What the hell? It's not that he was angry. Jiang You was actually a little confused. When I opened it, I found myself being cyberbullied. He clicked on the link that everyone had tagged him in. Hello everyone, I'm Devour. Today, I'm not going to visit any stores. I'm going to take you to fight counterfeiting. He was holding another mobile phone in his hand, and the screen was a video of Jiang You hunting and killing spiders. You all have seen this video, right? What kind of a swim? What kind of alien? Bah, is he that? The shadow layer, the alien species, the assassin who lost his memory. Hey, take a look for yourself. Does this video look real? Jiang You felt both amused and confused. He knew this blogger named Devour. He has a bald head, a round face, and always squints when he smiles. His tone of voice is quite exaggerated. On weekdays, he always posts some videos of visiting restaurants. He is basically active in major fried liver restaurants in Beijing, and when he goes to roast duck restaurants, he only orders roast duck and nothing else. Somehow, he has accumulated more than 1 million fans. Although it is a store visit, the basic thing that everyone will say is, this stuff is so authentic. How could I be beaten by this blogger? Jiang You continued to read down. First, let me show you the video. Then we can use the computer to watch it frame by frame. Then the screen changed to a computer screen recording. Let's skip the beginning and start from the fight. Watch this frame first, then the next one. There is a big change in this action. It's called frame extraction. As the name suggests, a few frames have been extracted from the video. The normal video sequence is ABC, but he directly extracted the content of B and connected A and C. We don't know what the extracted video is. Look at this picture again. It is obviously different in color from the surrounding area. Some people say that this may be a problem with the camera pixels. I tell you, those are all excuses. I created a new layer, circled the area with the pen tool, and then performed feathered blur rendering. The video explains the authentic process in detail. Every detail is well-founded, and there is even a tutorial for video editing, which is really convincing. This is definitely not a random hammer. Jiang Yu's editing skills are just average, far from being realistic. If you meet someone who understands editing, it's easy to find problems. Of course, his biggest problem was that he cut out the process of being hammered away and shortened the battle time. It looks like he is holding down the giant spider and hammering it, thus highlighting his strength. Overall, it's harmless. I didn't expect that a fake busting blogger would pop up here. Devour continued to curse in the video. These editing techniques were summarized by a friend of mine. He is a very good editor, and it is impossible for him to tell lies. Why am I hitting this guy today? Look here, everyone. As he spoke, he slammed a small notebook on the table. The cover of the small black book was printed with the words, Night Patrol Non-Staff. I am a non-staff member of the Night Patrol Department. This is a certified, tangible proof. I don't have much ability to be a proper night watchman, but if the Night Watch Department needs manpower for a mission, or if we need to enter the shadow layer to hunt alien species, that's no problem for me. When I was young, I killed dozens of aliens, if not hundreds. I can tell at a glance what is a true extraordinary and what is a fake clown. You said that in this world, why not take advantage of other hot spots? Take advantage of the night watchman? Can you afford it? The background is blurred and can't be seen clearly. Is it the real shadow layer? Okay, that's all I have to say. I'd like to advise some people to take care of themselves. When I opened the comment section, 1/3 of the people were cursing the government, 1/3 were cursing Jiang You, and the rest were just watching the show. A group of people said that's such a real picture. What else could it be but a shadow layer? What's wrong with editing? The scenes that cannot be broadcast must be cut out. Are the official media videos not edited at all? Another group of people said that there were indeed big problems with some shots, and that you had no real ability and was just trying to attract attention. So my marking and hunting abilities can only last for 1 second. Are you the one setting the pace here? You all think I'm weak. Anyway, it's not that strong. After reading several comments, Jiang You found it more and more funny. When I was drawing comics, I was often scolded by my peers. Now I am being criticized for cutting short videos, and I have also been found to have fabricated the facts in order to gain traffic. He chuckled. Just hammer him. It doesn't matter. This is completely expected. He will post the video as usual. Only when the tide recedes can you find out who is swimming naked. So what next? Remaining lifespan is constantly decreasing, and the reputation of hunter needs to be further improved. It's time to hunt another alien species. But before that, Jiang You switched to the Douxing account, opened a small account, wrote copy, and posted videos. Confirmed. The You video is fake. This wave makes me blacken myself. A quick glance at the background creation draft box shows a row of videos neatly arranged. You owe us an apology. Fake superblogger. Shocking news. You has this side. The evidence is questionable. The video of You is not simple. Who is You? He is definitely not an ordinary person. Just a passerby, let me be fair. A natural-born hunter, a nightmare that terrifies the enemy. It's hard to whitewash oneself. The whole process has been clearly arranged. Chapter 19 Ghost, Linimo, Shadow Layer. Based on the previous experience, Jiang You changed the locations of the cameras this time. Standing on the top of a tall building and looking around, you can see the entire building at a glance. The alien species wandering the streets are visible to the naked eye, and their number is much less than in the previous few days. The shadow layer will reset periodically, and each reset will bring a new batch of alien species into the world. This process is also called the shadow tide. Jiang You has awakened his abilities for nearly half a month. The first few days should have been the early stages of the tide, and there were a lot of alien species in the shadow layer, both strong and weak. Under the current circumstances, it is really not easy for him to find a suitable alien species. Just being at the middle level of the first order almost cost me half my life. If he was stronger, I'm afraid he would be able to beat me single-handedly. His eyes suddenly fixed. Another ghost. On the street next to where he had fought the ghost last time, a figure was crawling against the corner of the wall. However, this ghost seemed to be a little different from the first one. It was a little farther away, and its back was facing away from him, so he could not see the details clearly. However, my strength has greatly increased, so I can go up and act accordingly. Jiang Yu turned around and exited the shadow layer, then left the rooftop. The last time he jumped from the 6th floor, he almost broke his legs. A powerful assassin who hunts alien species, times. A newbie who walks up the stairs, square root. It has a slender body and no hair in the conventional sense. The lower half of the body is floating in ghost form, with empty eyes, and it is highly likely that it has no visual ability. The 4 tentacles in the mouth were waving, and the facial features were extremely ferocious. His body is covered in black, gray, and white, hiding in the dark, like a ferocious hunter. Compared to the first ghost with muscular body, the one in front is slightly thinner, giving people a feeling of being faster and lighter. Yes, the name given in the manual is Yu Ling, which sounds rather light and airy. What's the point of being full of muscles? I don't know what it is squatting for. Maybe it's waiting for the rabbit by the tree. If it were any other alien species or human, they might be ambushed, but this disguise could not escape Jiang Yu, the real hunter. After all, there's a health bar clearly visible above your head. Where can you hide? HP, 82%. The health bar is in relatively good condition, and at most he suffered some minor injuries. Judging from the aura emanating from the other party, its strength is probably stronger than the first ghost, or even the big spider. What can you do? Jiang Yu was constantly calculating in his mind while looking at the other person. If the health is below 50%, he won't think twice and will just punch you. With a health level as high as 80%, Jiang Yu has never dealt with such a powerful alien so far. Looking through the skills he already had, plans flashed through his mind. Finally, he gripped the steel rod tightly. Be cautious and give it a try. The figure sneaked into the darkness, and he approached the other party silently. Shadow Strike. Skill, several weak points are marked, and the darkest part is on the opponent's abdomen. 15 meters. 13 meters. 10 meters. 8, 7, 6. Getting closer and closer, hiding in the shadows, blending perfectly with the darkness and shadow form. The ghost was slightly aware of it. It raised its head alertly and sniffed the air. Unfortunately, its strength is not enough to detect Jiang Yu. Getting closer and closer, 5 meters, 4 meters. Jiang Yu restrained his murderous intent and hid his steps, and was much more successful than his first hunt. The closer the distance, the clearer he could see. Black lines were moving on the ghost's body like tadpoles. Its 2 forelimbs turned into long swords. Compared with the arm plus sickle combination of the first ghost, it was much stronger. If the previous one was a larval form, then this is the complete form. The other party inexplicably gave off a sense of familiarity, but Jiang Yu didn't think much about it. He took a slight breath and got into position. Mark. An invisible energy suddenly descended, and Apia stood up instantly as if he had been electrocuted. It looked around with extreme anxiety. Its two sharp blades were on alert, and its whole body was tense. Its vigilance was apparently of no avail. In just half a second, Jiang You arrived in front of it, gathered his strength, and hit the opponent's abdomen with his long stick. With a dull bang, Apia's expression froze, and he was smashed into the air. Health, 82% 42%. Mark, plus, Shadow Strike. One hit deducted 40% of its health. The health bar that was originally bright and shining suddenly dropped a lot. The effect is so strong. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. The ability of Mark can only last for 1 second. Only if the enemy is killed within this second can he successfully hunting and gain the reward. After a little thought, Jiang Yu felt that his only advantage was the sneak attack. Otherwise, he had no confidence in fighting against a ghost that was close to its prime, so he used all the means he could. Looking back now, the results far exceeded expectations. Hiss! With severe pain in his body, Apia screamed and hit the wall, losing a few more bars of blood before falling down. Jiang Yu took advantage of the victory, threw away the solid steel pipe that was bent into an arc, and raised his right fist and brought it down. He didn't expect that the other party still had strength after suffering a heavy blow. Apia flipped over and jumped up to avoid the fist, and then the two big swords wrapped with black patterns swept over directly. What a fast knife. If a punch doesn't hit a vital spot, at most he'll lose a few digits of HP. If someone slashes at him with a knife, if he's not paying attention, he'll lose half his life. Jiang Yu had to change his offensive strategy and rolled to the side. At the same time, the strange feeling of familiarity in my heart grew stronger. Can this ghost affect people's mind? Ding ding ding. Before he could think any more, Piao flew towards him at a speed so fast that it became an afterimage and swept towards him again. This is too fast. Jiang Yu cursed in his heart. The two blades flew back and forth, brushing against his scalp. There was no fatal injury to the shadow form, and he did not seem to be hurt at all. In fact, Jiang Yu's health has dropped to 60%. You have to know that the fight only lasted for a few seconds. No wonder I took away 40% of his health with one strike. He was clearly an assassin with high attack, high sensitivity, and low health. Not having a handy weapon is a huge disadvantage. Whether attacking or defending, Jiang Yu seemed very passive. Perhaps due to the influence of his injury, after several consecutive attacks, the opponent's strength slowed down and he immediately seized the opportunity and rushed forward. The fist hit its upper chin, and Apia stopped moving again. Jiang Yu changed his pace, turned around, used force from his waist, raised his hand, and elbowed. The hard elbow strike has great lethality, even not inferior to some weapons. The muffled sound sounded extremely relaxing, and health suddenly dropped to 25%. It's almost over. Hiss! Apia's voice became much weaker. Without giving it a chance to breathe, Jiang Yu pounced forward and knocked it down. Hollow eyes, covered with reptilian lines, a humanoid face. Jiang Yobin's raised arm suddenly stopped at this moment. Wrong. That's very wrong. This familiar feeling, I must have seen it somewhere. Suddenly, an electric current seemed to pass through my body, and it was like a thunderclap exploding in my mind. His pupils contracted sharply. Northern Capital Academy. You are the Night Watchman. The Night Watchman whose name he didn't know, who died in the shadow layer. Chapter 20 Mystery, Hunting Failure. There is contamination in the body of a transcendent, which can be said to be an alien in human form. Therefore, before dying, one must exert all his strength to the greatest extent possible to minimize the probability of the body's transformation after death. Jiang Yu saw with his own eyes Lin Mo swallow the medicine, and then his health bar was emptied and he was taken away by the other 3 night patrolmen. Only 5 or 6 days had passed. In short, less than a week. Why did he become like this? Seeing Jiang Yu's attack paused, Lin Mo, who was pressed under him, suddenly burst out with great force and bounced Jiang Yu away. It did not continue to attack, but neighed and quickly ran outside. Stop! Jiang Yu shouted, stood up and prepared to chase after him. But the other party was too fast, and he couldn't catch up at all. He barely ran a few steps and watched the other person turn the street and disappear. Well, it's gone. Even if he didn't run, looking at Lin Mo's current state, he probably wouldn't be able to answer his questions. Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze. Open the manual and the light curtain will flow. Name Jiang Yu. Property. Person. Ability. Remaining lifespan, 7 days. It looks normal from the front, but wait until you look down. His breathing hitched. Entering the shadow layer, you found a prey. As a hunter, you are excited about the upcoming hunt and are already looking forward to the scene of your successful hunt. The hunt was about to succeed, but the prey escaped unexpectedly. Unfortunately, this was a failed hunt. As a hunter, Continuous hunting failures will bring shame to this person. Please note that continuous hunting failures will weaken your strength and even shorten your lifespan. Come on, I don't look like I can live for many days anyway. At worst, your lifespan will be deducted and you will die suddenly. In Hunter, death is just another beginning. The human body has its limitations. I stopped being a human being right there and then. Of course, these are all jokes. Jiang Yu rubbed his teeth in pain. It's just a hunting failure. Why pay so much price? It's useless to eat the oily cake. The panel refreshes again. You know in your heart that only by constantly hunting, increasing your reputation, and advancing in rank, can the hunter gain more power over life and death. But at this moment, your heart is filled with anger, and you feel that life is nothing but this. Hunting? No more hunting. Just wait to die? Just become a ghost. Bullshit. What the hell is this broken panel? It's trying to fool me, isn't it? Jiang Yu's nose almost got crooked from anger. I have 7 days left to live. I will try harder in the afternoon. If I still fail to catch any prey, I can only ask for help from Uncle Li, and then Uncle Lu. Even if you make up a story, you have to make up a reason. At least I can catch a lower level one and kill it to recharge my lifespan for a few days. All is not so bad. After searching around the community for more than an hour and still not finding a suitable one, Jiang Yu began to feel depressed. The gathering place of the Sea of Clouds, East District 1, is not far from the central area and has always had good public security. Or, let's go to another district? That's all we can do. Jiang Yu found a hidden corner and exited from the shadow layer. There is a subway station about 500 meters away on foot. You can reach East District 2 in about 20 minutes by changing the subway line. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yu bought some snacks on the way and walked out of the subway. Although he is from Yunhai, he has only been to East District 1 many times. This place is located at the edge of the Sea of Clouds and is basically where various chemical factories and groups gather. There are also many unfinished buildings and wastelands. He escaped into the shadow layer, found an open view, and looked around. Soon, his eyes focused on the unfinished building opposite. There, a figure with pink skin, large limbs, and strong muscles was lying down to rest. To be precise, this thing has no skin. The tendon is completely exposed to the air, and the blood vessels and meridians on it can be seen. The 2 claws were extremely ferocious, wrapped in a bloody luster, and the fingertips were like blades with a certain curvature. The tail is long and thin, with a prismatic tip and densely packed barbs. If it pierces into the flesh, it will probably bring out a large piece of blood and flesh at once. There were pits all over his body, and one of his legs was obviously broken. The 2 buildings are about 30 meters apart, which is just within the visible range of the health bar. HP, 43%. This thing is great, but its health is very low. It's slightly bigger than Pia, and looks like a more powerful species. It is possible to have high health and high attack. However, if the sneak attack is successful, you can fight it. Jiang Yu crouched down and crawled towards the building opposite. After a while, he leaned against the corner and looked around quietly. Neck, butt, legs. This alien species doesn't have many flaws, but it is a little tricky to deal with. I don't know if it sensed his gaze, but the alien that was taking a nap stood up directly, with its tail raised, and became alert. The other party is so smart. Jiang Yu hit himself quickly. After more than 10 seconds, the muscular alien made sure that there was no danger before he lay down again. Jiang Yu cast his glance quietly again. The density of red dots on the other person's body has slightly decreased, which shows that he is not as relaxed as at the beginning. No rush. Since it is hunting, be patient. Jiang Yu held his breath and waited quietly. After 1 minute, 5 minutes, and 10 minutes, the concentration of red dots increases again, which means that attacking at this time will cause high damage. That's about it. Mark. Bang. The door was closed, and there were rustling sounds of people entering the house. Where have you been again? Hey, Uncle Li. Dad. Lu Yaoyao looked towards the door, and then her cooking movements froze. It is not right to continue cooking, and it is not right to put your hands away. Having been neighbors since childhood, the 2 families are very familiar with each other. But when they met each other while cooking like now, Lu Yaoyao always felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Cooking. Li Xuanguang was quite gentle. He smiled at her and changed into slippers. He was wearing a night watchman's coat and had a thin beard on his sideburns and chin. His face is extremely tough, like a weathered uncle. See, I told you she was here. Lu Nanfeng on the side said sourly. Dad, you're saying bad things about me again. Lu Yaoyao was ashamed and angry. Why did you get off work so early today? There's nothing to do in the office, so I might as well get off work early. Lu Nanfeng said. It's a rare opportunity for us to get together. Why don't we go to a restaurant and have a good meal? Oh, no need. I'm halfway done. Let's do it another day. Today is a good opportunity for me to try Yao Yao's cooking skills. Li Xuanguang said with a smile. This kind of opportunity is rare. It can be said that I have benefited from Xiaoyou's kindness. Uncle Li. Li Xuanguang smiled and looked inside the house. Where's Xiaoyu? Isn't he here? I don't know. Maybe he went out to play. It's really outrageous. He goes out to play and leaves you at home to cook for him. He walked into the house and glanced towards Jiang Yu's room. Click. At this moment, there was a sound of the door lock turning. It opened with a creak and closed with a bang. Jiang Yu, with his clothes torn, blood stains on his body and his hair in a mess, stepped into the door. Food, 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 food. I'm starving. I'm dying. Yao Yao, what delicious food did you make for me today? Let my brother take a look. I'm in a good mood today, so I bought your favorite lollipop. You don't know, I was chased by a big wolf dog all the way and was almost bitten to death by it. Why are you sending me so many messages? Are you missing me? Chirp and chatter. Just took off my coat. Jiang Yu felt that the atmosphere in the room was not right. He raised his head and their eyes met. Jiang Yu. The girl's face gradually turned red, and the anger in her eyes seemed to want to burn him to death. Chapter 21. I'll open a back door for you. I was chased by a dog. I ran all the way and was a little confused. Jiang Yu said weakly. For people sat around the dinner table. Lu Nanfeng had a blank expression on his face. Lu Yaoyao seemed calm on the surface, but she would glare at him from time to time. Li Xuanguang was helpless and wanted to beat someone up. The unfortunate child is really a cause of worry. All right. It's a rare occasion for us to have a meal together today, so let's not say anything to spoil the fun. Fighting, what young people don't fight. If they don't fight, how can they be considered young people? Lu Nanfeng said, I can understand being jealous and trying to show off for the girl you like. What was the name of that girl last time? She was wearing a short skirt, and I saw you walking side by side with her. Yu Zhou'er. Lu Yaoyao lowered his head to eat and added calmly. Yes, that's the name. That girl is really pretty, so pretty, fair-skinned, and with a graceful figure. If I had a girl like this when I was young, I would be willing to fight for her. Uncle Lu, are you speaking human language? Jiang Yu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Without waiting for him to explain, Uncle Lu raised his glass and said, Come on, Uncle Lu will raise a glass to wish you success. Why are you still standing there? Give your Uncle Lu a toast. Li Xuanguang joked. It is indeed the battle of the three heroes on the river. His teeth itched, and he raised his glass. Uncle Lu, a toast to you. After drinking a glass of wine and looking at his daughter's gloomy face, Lu Nanfeng felt better. Let you show off every day. Come on, Uncle Lu, let's eat. You're out all day, so it's rare for you to have the chance to taste the food Yao Yao makes. Hey, Yao Yao, do you usually cook at home? You should do it often, otherwise why are your cooking skills so good? She does shit. Lu Nanfeng's face suddenly turned dark. Come to think of it, Lu Yaoyao had only cooked a few meals at home. Li Xuanguang asked her to take care of Jiang Yu, and this girl came running over happily, serving this bastard in different ways every day. Thinking of this, Lu Nanfeng felt the veins on his forehead throbbing slightly. After the meal, the swords flashed and the sharpness was hidden. If you were not careful, you would be doomed. Jiang Yu heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Uncle Lu, who had a gloomy face, off with a blushing face. Uncle Li, would you like a drink? He opened the refrigerator. No. Li Xuanguang paused. Have you awakened your ability? Jiang Yu's pupils shrank slightly. What? What awakening ability? I have been a night watchman for 20 years. Li Xuanguang said lightly. Uncle Li. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly and turned around. When did you awaken? About half a month ago. How did you awaken? Uncle Li, are you interrogating the prisoner? Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. Li Xuanguang was slightly startled, then smiled. Don't be so nervous. Come and sit down. How I awakened? I'm not quite sure. Anyway, I awakened suddenly. Jiang Yu explained. Natural awakening? Li Xuanguang subconsciously wanted to take out a cigarette, but after thinking for a while, he retracted his hand. This situation is rare, but there are a few every year. Really? Then I feel relieved. Jiang Yu said silently in his heart. Li Xuanguang looked at him, and his stare made Jiang Yu feel uneasy. Uncle Li, he couldn't help but ask. I'm observing your situation. Jiang Yu could see a slight flicker in Uncle Li's eyes. Is this activating an ability? He was not sure. After all, he did not know what Uncle Li's extraordinary abilities were. After a while, Li Xuanguang's eyes returned to normal, and he leaned back lazily on the sofa. After a few seconds of silence, Uncle Li said, This year, anyone who is found to have extraordinary aptitude will be forced to take the martial arts exam as long as their willpower aptitude is not so bad that it is unacceptable. Yao Yao told me. Jiang Yu nodded. So what do you think? What do you think? The night patrol has been under a lot of pressure in recent years, and the number of casualties has been rising year by year. I can give you a backdoor. You don't have to take the martial arts exam, and you can take the ordinary college entrance exam in the future. My goodness, is it possible to talk about using the backdoor? Li Xuanguang twisted a cigarette in his hand, his eyes as calm as water. You like to draw comics. You can choose any university. If you want to study art, you can, or you can study other majors. Fog. Uncle Li is so awesome. What kind of position in the Night Watchman must one be in to be able to say such a thing? Jiang Yu's expression changed. Is it possible to get a diploma directly without going to school? He asked. Bang. The next moment, he was hit hard with a slap. Let's go to Winter Academy. The study atmosphere there is good. Uncle Li said. No. Jiang Yu rubbed his head. Why? Want to change schools? I still want to try to become extraordinary. Jiang Yu said. No. Listen to me on this matter. No. Uncle Li, if you try to use the back door, I will report you to the night patrol. Jiang Yu said truthfully. Question mark. A question mark gradually appeared on Li Xuanguang's forehead. I opened a back door for you, and you report me? Filial piety. Xiaoyu, you are so filial. I'm not kidding you. The extraordinary world is much more dangerous than you think. Just focus on your studies. I can take care of you if anything happens. Uncle Li, I'm serious too. Jiang Yu sighed. Danger is everywhere. Besides, you can't take care of me forever, right? There was another long silence. Li Xuanguang nodded gently. Okay, I'll see if you'll regret it after you really understand it. Anyway, before your junior year, you can always come to me if you want to regret it. Be good. Jiang Yu finally understood Uncle Li's abilities today. I just don't know whether it's true or just an empty promise. He hesitated and said, Uncle Li, don't be greedy. What if we get into trouble? Get lost. Li Xuanguang cursed with a smile, then stood up. Okay, nothing else, I'll go back. Wait. Uncle Li, the last time I read the information Yao Yao brought me, it said that extraordinary people must use up all their power before they die to prevent pollution from leaking out and becoming alien species. Jiang Yu asked, is it possible that the person is dead and has exhausted his power, but still transformed into a different species? Li Xuanguang frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and nodded. Of course. If you have special abilities or external interference, the situation you described may occur. Oh, okay. Why are you asking that? Nothing, just curiosity. If you choose to take the martial arts exam, you will come into contact with these things sooner or later. Li Xuanguang walked out the door. Rest early and don't go out to fight again. Okay. Jiang Yu agreed repeatedly. Oh, yes, I forgot to tell you. This year's martial arts exam will be moved up and the test will start after the new year. Be prepared. After bidding farewell to Li Xuanguang, Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. It didn't matter to him whether the exam was held earlier or not. He didn't believe that he couldn't even get into a good university with his ability. The key lies in what Uncle Li said. Did the dead night watchman have special abilities, or was there external interference? The person has been taken away by the night watchman. No matter how special his abilities are, he can't become an alien and sneak out. His Adam's apple floated. The other person's carefree attitude before death and the appearance of the ghost kept flashing through my mind. Or maybe there is a possibility that I made a mistake. Is that really the case? Chapter 22 New Video Upload. The blogger you follow uploaded a new video. Updated. Li Xiaoti's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to click it. In the past 2 days, the video of you hunting alien species has been at the top of the hot list. Later, several bloggers' actual evidence videos pushed the popularity to a new height. The public opinion has gradually changed from a handsome assassin and a powerful hunter to a clown who edits videos and a fraud. Clicking on the comment section of the only video on his homepage, the hot comments are almost one-sided. What the hell? Trying to get some attention. The night watchman and the alien species are fighting with real swords and guns, and you are just trying to attract attention by editing? I've already predicted that this guy will start a PK soon. It's really disgusting. The video has 2.1 million likes, 20 million comments, and a huge number of reposts and collections. With just this one video, Jiang Yu's number of fans successfully exceeded 1 million. Unfortunately, after the incident, it dropped to 600,000 in just 2 or 3 days. The heat comes quickly and goes away even faster. Li Xiaoti started to quarrel with the haters, but he was outnumbered and could not beat 4 people alone. Even she couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Is it true that Yu is a fraud? Otherwise, how come there isn't even a clarification video after several days? Today, Li Xiaoti subconsciously opened Douyin and happened to see the update notification pop up. He posted a video. What will this video be about? Suddenly, Li Xiaoti hesitated again. She was afraid that after she clicked on it, an apology video would pop up, making all her hopes dashed. It shouldn't be hype. She hesitated, but ultimately couldn't resist her curiosity and clicked on the video. If you don't hunt, you die. From a first-person perspective, a magnetic voice enters your ears. Not an apology video. And this opening is quite interesting. The camera was probably hanging on Yu's chest. He was squatting on top of a tall building. This time the background of the video was not blurred. When the camera is pointed downward, one can see a scene that looks like a bottomless abyss. Fortunately, the mobile phone camera has a limited field of view in the shadow layer. Otherwise, it would be a bit too stimulating to watch from this angle. The camera gradually moves downward, and it can be seen that Yu is looking down at this time. Isn't this Wart brother going to jump down? Hiss. The next moment, it was just as she expected. Swim and jump down. There is a 30-story unfinished building. If you jump down directly, you will be smashed into mud. She was concentrating intently, and the first-person perspective was so immersive that it made people feel as if they were there. Immediately afterwards, Li Xiaoti's eyes widened. I heard the sound of footsteps on the screen, and Yu was actually running on the buildings. Then he suddenly exerted force, leaped forward, and flew forward rapidly. You know, he was at least 30 meters away from the opposite floor. Could he fly over 30 meters directly? The answer is no. The forward momentum gradually stopped, and just when she thought Yu would fall, the scene changed. The camera switches, and the viewpoint changes to a building next to it. You can capture the whole body of the swimmer. His body was shaped like a Chinese character, Wu, and he looked like a bird with his arms outstretched, gliding in the air. After moving forward a few meters, the gliding speed slowed down. Yu swung his right hand forward, and a dark shadow shot out quickly, hitting the edge of the building. He pulled hard and rushed up. The distance of 30 or 40 meters was successfully crossed in the face of his various means. So amazing. Is this shadow silken ability gained after hunting spiders last time? Li Xiaoti exclaimed in amazement, then dragged the progress bar back to watch again. I read it over and over again and didn't find any problems. There are absolutely no traces of special effects. Is this the extraordinary person? She waved her fists and looked more and more excited. The images continued to play, and Jiang You stopped while constantly shuttling back and forth. In front of him, a huge monster was crawling. Predator, inferior alien species, belonging to the blood species, first order upper. Yu explained softly. Then, sneak into the shadows without warning and attack. The two sides fought back and forth, and the camera could capture the festering wounds and blood on the monster's body. Even with a layer of mosaic, it still makes people feel a little uncomfortable. The monster's eyes were bloodshot, and blood and flesh fragments were vaguely entangled on its sharp teeth. Especially its giant paw. The claw blade was probably 30 or 40 centimeters long. If you get stabbed, you'll probably feel chilled to the bone right away. It's too strong. The feeling of oppression is really too strong. The last time I fought against the giant spider, the battle lasted for about an hour. There are many video clips, with a break after a fight, so someone will make a real video. It's different now. The camera is close and everything can be seen clearly. If this is fake, the cost of special effects will be too high. The alien claws pierced into Yu's body several times, and Li Xiaoti thought he would lose his fighting ability, but he didn't expect this guy to take a breath, get up, and continue fighting. Shadow threads shoot out and pierce buildings to quickly adjust the body position, pierce into the bodies of aliens to quickly close the distance. Rely on agility and keep fighting. It was visible to the naked eye that the alien was getting slower and slower. As Yu delivered a heavy punch on the head, its body, as huge as a car, staggered and fell to the ground. The black figure silently approached the other's body. With a puff, his palm pierced into his heart. Strands of silk spread out from Yu's body and wrapped up the alien after a few seconds. As the alien was eaten away, its body became smaller and smaller, and was soon completely devoured. The black shadow surged towards him again like the ebbing tide, and then wrapped around his arm. The shadows rolled like waves, and the black stratum corneum echoed with a few touches of silver, as if something horrible was brewing. Gain new abilities? Li Xiaoti was full of expectations. Wrong. Watch out behind. She stared behind you, where a more muscular arm clung to the building, then dragged its body up until it appeared completely in front of the camera. Another predator. And you seemed unaware of this. In an instant, the predator moved. It pounced towards him, and the fierce aura seemed to penetrate the screen. Li Xiaoti finally understood why it was called a predator. This thing was a natural hunter. A top hunter. Then the picture stopped abruptly. Hateful. Li Xiaoti was quite resentful. He was clearly watching a video, but ended up sweating because of it. She opened the comment section and amidst all the praises, she saw a unique comment that made her furious. That authentic thing was actually commented on at the first time and was at the top of the hot comments. I've finished watching the video. Everyone, please wait for my next episode to prove it. Still hammering? I have to see what other tricks you can come up with. Chapter 23 Pretend. Pretend really. What else can be hammered on this old wall lamp? Jiang You also saw this comment. He chose not to reply, pretending that he knew nothing about it. This predator is far more powerful than Pia and Shadow Spider. Even though it was badly damaged, Jiang You still spent a lot of effort to take it down. Don't be fooled by the video where he gets up as if nothing happened after being clawed. In fact, that was all thanks to the shadow form, and he wasn't fatally injured. Even if a lie ripped his heart out, Jiang Yu wouldn't die, his health bar would just drop rapidly. Shadow Strike, combined with Mark and Hunter. After one hit, HP drops to 30%. Jiang Yu was so dumbfounded. The previous set of combined punches almost took away half of the life of the ghost who looked like Lin Mo, but it only dropped by 10% with you? No, my whole body is numb. What can I do? There is only 30% health left. I have to grit my teeth and give it a try. When they really fought, Jiang Yu felt his scalp tingling again. Hard. Too hard. Punching it with your fist is like hitting steel. On the other hand, when he was touched by the opponent's claws as big as a palm fan, a small bar of blood disappeared directly. If the opponent hadn't had so little health left, Jiang Yu would have turned around and ran away long ago. He really didn't expect that this guy was both tanky and had high damage. After a hard fight and despite being seriously injured, he finally succeeded in killing the predator. Jiang Yu even suspected that if his health was 10% higher, he would be the one lying dead. Bite. The blogger Old Wall Lamp, you noted, released a new video. Wow, you are quite efficient. Jiang enjoyed it and then clicked in. There are many alien monkey coins, and the fake extraordinary ones are talking nonsense every day. Hello everyone, I am Devour. After the familiar opening, a bald guy appeared in the video. Your video? Hunter, first level up? Hey, it sounds like that. But look carefully again. As he spoke, he zoomed in on the video and froze it at the moment before the battle began. Wounds, bloodstains, a broken right leg. He is said to be at the upper level of the first rank, but with injuries this severe, it's hard to say whether he is at the middle level of the first rank. You can't be so picky about picking on the weak. Why don't you pick a creature that's only breathing its last breath? That would be much easier. Just go up and punch it a few times, and it's done. Secondly, I don't know if you have noticed, the guy in the video is handsome, but his skills don't look like he has been trained at all. He is just a wild one, using cuckold punches. How could a transcendent with more combat experience do something so reckless? I have to say that although this blogger is hated by people, the points he makes are very solid. The predator was indeed very cruel, otherwise Jiang Yu would not have chosen it as his hunting target. As for combat experience, bullshit. Jiang Yu has only experienced 3 battles at most. What combat experience do he have? It's just that when someone hits him, he tries to dodge or fight back. Donkey rolling, monkey squat, and turtle punch. Use whatever you can. Under the disguise of ability, it looks quite gorgeous to outsiders. In the eyes of experts, most of these movements are unnecessary and wasteful of energy. Even after recalling the battle, Jiang Yu could discover all the problems he had. He is shrouded in shadows and dares not see anyone. I don't need to explain what the shadows are. It's impossible for the official people to hype it up like this. I guess this is just a newbie who has just entered the supernormal world and is using various means to gain traffic. TSK. When I opened the comment section, well, everyone in the front row was cursing Devour, and the newly added comments also expressed some doubts about his solid video. Obviously, the power displayed by Jiang Yu in this episode is real enough, and the video makes sense, but the effect is far less than the previous one. After all, the positioning of the account Yu is Amnesiac Assassin and Lonely Hunter. He has lost his memory. He is a growth account. How do you know he is weak now and not just pretending? Authentic means gambling. Gambling Yu is just a pure clown, without any real strength. If he takes advantage of this wave of traffic, he will probably make a fortune. In fact, if it were someone else, they could really take a gamble. After all, there are too many suspicious points in the 2 videos. It is not so easy to disguise your strength. Weak is weak, strong is strong. You can't spend 2 or 3 years to create an account and then grow little by little. Or, you keep improving rapidly with each video, and in just a few months your strength will skyrocket and slap me in the face. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will be exposed, and I will completely kill you. Looking at the ever-increasing number of followers in the background, the corners of Devour's mouth gradually turned up. It was time to hurry up and make a video to promote Buddha jumps over the wall, and fried noodles with soy sauce. Gently stroking the small notebook for non-staff members on the table, he chuckled. Night Watchman Extra Staff sounds impressive, but it is actually very easy to join. When he first entered the shadow layer, he was almost scared to death. He never planned to get involved in these things again, so he became a store exploration blogger. Originally, the response was good, but recently there were problems with word of mouth and the career encountered a bottleneck. Unexpectedly, because of criticizing people, his career has enjoyed a second spring. He hummed a little tune and felt very happy. Jiang You didn't take this matter to heart. Compared to these, improving his strength was more important. He opened his personal dashboard. Name, Jiang You. Attribute, Shadow. Shadow .32/32. Position, Stalker Hunter. Stalker, Shadow Bite Shadow Pupil Shadow Silk Shadow Form Shadow Claw Form Shadow Walk. Hunter, Mark Hunting. Remaining lifespan 12 days. Evaluation, looks strong, but actually weak. You are the weak one. Jiang You gave it a middle finger. After 3 hunts, his strength is no longer the same. No matter how many Lu Yaoyaos there are, they are not enough to fight him. As for Uncle Li, who had a broken arm and weak kidney, Jiang Yu was confident that he could knock out 50 of them with one punch. Predator is a first-level superior creature. A successful hunt directly increased Jiang Yu's lifespan by nearly 10 days. Now that's good. I'll be able to survive this year's spring festival. Shadow Claw Form and Shadow Walk are both the harvest of this hunt. It can be said that with these 2 abilities, he really has the flavor of a powerful assassin. Shadow Point is both an energy bar and an experience bar for upgrading. Shoots out threads like Spider-Man, consuming about 3 points. Shadow Pupil. It costs 1 shadow point to enter the shadow layer, and no consumption to exit. Shadow Form. No consumption in the shadow layer. It depends on the situation in the real world. Standing under the sun, the consumption is basically calculated by seconds, and hiding in the shadow will be much slower. He clenched his fists, feeling the unprecedented power in his body, and let out a long sigh. As many as 32 shadow points were enough for him to clearly feel the surge of power in his body and to use it initially. Jiang Yu spread out his palms, and a liquid as thick as ink formed into a human character and then into a straight line. He was a little hesitant. The aptitude test after school starts will open a crack in the door to excellence for students. Those with extraordinary talents can initially awaken their abilities, which is roughly equivalent to the level of 1 to 3 shadow points in their bodies. Even if Jiang Yu stopped getting stronger before the formal test, the strength he showed was already exaggerated enough. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Being too ostentatious will result in being coveted by many parties. So, low-key, I won't. I'll just act big. Jiang Yu was in deep thought. My uncle is a high-ranking official in the night watch department. Who should I be afraid of? It's so fun to pretend. I love pretending in this life. Pretend hard. Chapter 24. Alien species appears in the mall. Woman, that's terrible. Looking at the girl who was walking around excitedly, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh while sitting on a small leather chair in the store. We said we were going to buy New Year's goods, but we ended up just shopping for clothes. Lu Yuqiang echoed from the side. Feng Xiaoxiao, Lu Yaoyao, and the 2 men made an appointment to go shopping for New Year's goods today. Half a day passed, and although his physique was already very strong, Jiang Yu felt a pain in his back and waist. The key is to just look and not buy. If you hurry up and buy it, you can go back home. Lu Yuqiang complained silently. If I keep wasting my life like this, I won't live for more than a few days. Jiang Yu sighed. Don't make such jokes on New Year's Day. Lu Yu forced to stop him. It's unlucky. Bro, is there a possibility? I'm not kidding. Jiang Yu sighed. Hunt or die. Is this an ability that a normal person can awaken? Let's go, it's time for lunch. The 2 girls came over again empty-handed. The torment is finally over. Jiang Yu was as if he had been pardoned. Eat. What are you going to eat? Xiao, there seems to be a new salad shop opened here recently. How about going there to eat? We spent the whole morning with you walking around the streets and eating salad. If you want the horse to run, you just feed it grass? I refuse. Moment. Sitting in her seat, looking at the menu brought by the waiter, Lu Yaoyao's earlobes turned slightly red and anger appeared in her eyes. Jiang Yu, is this the store you mentioned that is perfect for students? On the menu, garlic oysters, steamed oysters, grilled leeks, black chicken soup. I've been fighting with other people lately, and my chi and blood are depleted. I need to replenish them. Jiang Yu said to the waiter in a serious tone. Toast, soy sauce fried rice, egg drop soup, and this. It's okay. The dishes Jiang Yu ordered are pretty normal. Lu Yaoyao snorted softly. The next second, Jiang You closed the menu and said, "Don't take what you just said. Bring me one portion of the remaining dishes. Give me big oysters, and make sure they are fresh." Jiang You, "I've been eating a lot lately." Jiang Yu grinned. "Do you think that's what I mean? Don't worry, if you can't finish it, you can pack it up and eat it slowly at home." Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao were trembling on the side and didn't dare to interrupt. After a while, all the dishes were served. "Come on, Yao Yao, eat." He picked up an oyster with chopsticks and handed it to Lu Yao Yao's mouth. She subconsciously prepared to open her mouth, but quickly closed it again. "You idiot, you think you are at home now. Get out of here. I can eat by myself." Lu Yao Yao glared at him. The girl is still shy. Jiang Yu was no longer polite and started eating without grunting. Lu Yao Yao gave him a fierce look and then started eating. After eating a round, she said, "Have you all received the notice sent by the school this morning?" "Got it." Speaking of this, Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't help showing a little melancholy on their faces. Just this morning, the school issued a notice. The martial arts exam will be advanced, and testing will begin in batches on February 17th. The testing is expected to be completed on February 20th, and the special training camp will officially open on February 25th. The time of the military examination has also been brought forward, but the specific month and date have not yet been announced. Most students do not understand the supernatural, and they are more looking forward to being able to come into contact with and master this mysterious power than normal liberal arts and science. Getting rid of the constraints of the body is an instinctive pursuit of living things. This year's martial arts examination was brought forward. Right after the Spring Festival, we started preparing for the test and even introduced a policy of mandatory martial arts examination. The whole process seems to be quite compact. Regardless of whether they want to pursue a career in military science in the future, most students can't help but feel a little uneasy. Why? Lu Yuqiang let out a long sigh. Among the four people, he was the one who least wanted to take the martial arts exam, and he had no interest in being extraordinary. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, your qualifications will definitely not pass the screening." "Thank you." Lu Yuqiang grinned. When he was 7 years old, he was accidentally possessed by an alien creature. By the time he killed the alien, it was already too late, and Lu Yuqiang became infected with the disease. "It's okay on normal days, but if I exercise a little more, I will easily faint. In the most serious case, I have even had cardiac arrest. Putting aside the poor health, the psychological trauma is too severe." He went to see a psychologist several times, and Uncle Lee even got some special items from the company to treat him. In the end, he finally recovered. Lu Yuqiang has no interest in dealing with these ghosts in the future. He just wants to live the rest of his life in peace. It has to be said that there is some escape mentality and ostrich mentality. If it was Jiang Yu who was bullied, he would just want to become stronger quickly. "Nana has bullied your grandpa Jiang. We, Yu, cannot swallow this humiliation and must get back at him." But after all, people are different. If you really experience what Lu Yuqiang has experienced, I believe many people will make the same choice as him. Willpower aptitude test. Jiang Yu smacked his lips. "Okay, let's have a toast." Ding ding ding. The sound of clinking glasses is crisp and pleasant. After drinking 2 glasses of Sprite, Xiaoqiang's complexion improved a lot. "Jiang Yu, do you want to take the martial arts exam?" he asked. "Well, I'll have to take a look at the situation." Jiang Yu smiled. "Do you understand what I mean?" Lu Yao Yao was stunned. Her best friend beside her cast a glance at her. She bit her lip and quickly ate her meal. "I remember now." Lu Yuqiang nodded. "You want to see where the school beauty Yuzhou'er is going. You told me that Yuzhou'er has long legs, white, and..." Lu Yao Yao's action of eating rice came to a halt. "Shut up." Jiang Yu's forehead veins throbbed as he roughly stuffed a mouthful of oyster into his mouth. He then keenly felt a murderous aura coming from the front. "Old Lu, you should change your name to Old Six. What's the point of a martial arts test? I don't think you can even pass the test of willpower." Lu Yao Yao raised his head and smiled sarcastically. This time it was Jiang Yu who was eating like crazy. Extraordinary, alien. It is always a hot topic at the dinner table. If he hadn't awakened those 2 aspects, he really wasn't sure what path he would have taken. Beep, beep. At this moment, a sharp sound suddenly came from the mall. The 4 of them were all stunned. It's the siren of the pollution detector. An alien species has invaded the mall. Lu Yao Yao was the first to react, and her face changed drastically. She had played this sound countless times on her computer at home, but she never expected to hear it in real life today. Alien. No matter how weak an alien species is, if it is released into the ordinary population, it can cause a massacre. She stood up and looked out the window. Outside the glass window is the shopping mall corridor. The men and women in the corridor were a little dazed at first, then they all turned their heads to look, and they didn't know what they saw. and they all looked terrified. Several people's legs went weak, and they fell directly to the ground. More people's steps gradually became faster and faster, and then they ran out. Fool, why are you still trying to grab your bag? Run for your life. Jiang You slapped Lu Yuqiang on the back as he was about to pick up the bag. You are so small. Why don't you run away quickly? Oh, the four of them quickly rushed out of the restaurant with the crowd. Looking into the distance, on this floor, a tall figure was clinging to half of his body and sticking out from a crack, floating around like a ghost. The two huge blades shone coldly and looked extremely sharp. Old friend. Phantom. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his arms subconsciously tensed. What are you still standing there for? Run. Lu Yaoyao pulled him. I'm coming. He looked at the other person deeply and realized that it would probably take some time for him to completely crawl out. Chapter 25. The hunt begins. Damn it. Can the guy in front please hurry up? Did you just learn to walk? Why are you so slow? Hurry up and run. Monster. There's a monster behind you. Why are there monsters? Why are there monsters here? Don't push. Don't push. There were cries, curses, and screams mixed together, and everyone in the mall fled at the same time. The scene was extremely chaotic. This is impossible. Lu Yaoyao's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but look back. There should be protective measures near the mall. How could an alien species break in? It's too late to say this now, run out now. Jiang You looked back from time to time. Apia just came out of the crack, feeling a little dizzy. It seems that this ghost is much dumber than the ones I've seen before. A vacuum zone has formed around it, and there is no other person within a radius of 10 meters. But Jiang You knew that it took the other party a lot of time to get out, and by the time he recovered, with the speed of the ghost, ordinary people would have no chance of escaping if they were targeted. Hurry, we can go downstairs right in front. Boom. At this moment, the floor of the entire building collapsed with a loud bang, and it seemed to be collapsing. It's going to collapse. Hold on to the side. Don't push, don't push. It collapsed. As everyone exclaimed, the floor collapsed with a loud bang. At this moment, everything around was completely dark, and all the light was almost completely swallowed up. The crowds were separated and visibility was only 2 or 3 meters. Careful. Jiang Yu was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he grabbed the 3 people. However, he couldn't hold on to the 3 people with both hands, and fell down. He could only barely control a few people from being dispersed by the crowd. What happened? It didn't hurt from the fall, but the sudden dimming of the light made Jiang Yu's heart skip a beat. A familiar and friendly feeling enveloped the whole body, and the energy in the air rushed into the body. Jiang Yu's hands and feet felt a little cold. Yes, part of the floors of this mall were dragged into the shadow layer. Damn it, this is not scientific. My legs. Wow. Dad, I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. The night watchmen are nearby. They will come over. If he were still alive, the night watchman would indeed arrive soon. But the problem is that we are not in this world now. Jiang Yu said nothing and looked over. You can't drive a subway or a car in the shadow layer, and even if you ride a motorcycle, it will take time to get here. If there is any more noise on the road, other alien species will jump out to interfere. Who knows how many people will be killed or injured when the support arrives. It can be said that everyone's situation is very critical. Is everyone okay? Jiang Yu's face was gloomy. Lu Yuqiang was still in shock, breathing heavily, his face showing some pain. My legs hurt so much. How could it not hurt, with a huge rock pressing on his legs? This child is so unlucky. Bear with it for a moment. Jiang Yu rolled up his sleeves, exerted force with his arms, lifted the stone, and threw it aside. Hiss! Lu Yuqiang's face was covered in sweat, and the wound became more painful. His left leg was bent outward and hanging at a weird angle. Health is displayed as 60%. The injury is not light. It hurts so much. He gasped. Painkillers, just chew them up. Lu Yaoyao took out a small bottle from her bag, poured out 2 pills, and handed them to his mouth. After chewing the food with a crunch, Lu Yuqiang's complexion soon recovered a little. Why did it suddenly get dark? He asked with difficulty. We are in danger this time. Lu Yaoyao sighed. Then, she drew a few lines on the watch, and the small watch began to emit a hazy luster, which was not very conspicuous. All we can do now is wait for rescue. Monster! The monster is coming. Suddenly there was a shout from the crowd, and then the ground shook and a second collapse occurred. Everyone be careful. Lu Yaoyao only had time to shout once before she fell to the ground with a bang. She was dizzy and felt numb and painful all over her body. Xiao, Lu Yuqiang, Jiang You. She forced herself to stand up. I'm here. Feng Xiao said weakly. Where are you? I can't see clearly. Lu Yuqiang's voice also came into his ears. Jiang You. Lu Yaoyao called out anxiously. Jiang You. Lu Yuqiang also looked around. Based on the sound positioning, the three of them quickly gathered together. Then they realized, where's Jiang You? What is this? Li Xiaodi was about to collapse. Because she argued with Di Dao and made rude remarks, she was reported and her account was blocked for 3 days. She was very angry and asked her best friend to go shopping. I was having lunch when suddenly a siren sounded in the mall. I was still dazed when I heard someone yell, "Alien! Alien! Alien!" Aliens are running into the mall. She and her bestie quickly rushed out of the restaurant and fled, but unexpectedly the floor beneath their feet collapsed. He got up in panic and vaguely saw a dark shadow flash by, followed by the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh and screams of pain not far away. What happened? Ordinary people's vision in the shadow layer is almost as good as being blind, and the fear of the unknown is what makes people panic the most. She instinctively wanted to escape, but her legs became as weak as noodles, and her body collapsed to the ground, followed by a second collapse. It hurts. Her hip seemed to be twisted, and her ankle was bruised. The pain made her want to cry, and she finally mustered up enough strength to stand up and run. Li Xiaodi limped with tears in his eyes. Suddenly my foot slipped. What? She subconsciously lowered her head and saw a pool of dark red liquid? Paint. She didn't know what was wrong, so she reached out and touched it. No. A fishy smell came. What kind of paint is this? This is blood. Blood. Li Xiaodi's legs went weak, and he almost fell into a pool of blood. The breath of death wrapped around her body more and more, and her body trembled slightly because of fear. The round white silk stockings were torn, revealing skin as white and smooth as milk. The cute little skirt was also covered with dust and looked dirty. The hair was messy, and the whole person had a kind of cute beauty of a runaway princess from Syria. She didn't care about anything else and instinctively ran towards the crowded place. As he stepped over corpses, Li Xiaodi's already limited sanity was further destroyed. Hiss hiss. As she ran, a sound similar to the buzzing of insects rang in her ears. What? Her breathing stopped for half a second, and her heart stopped for half a second. It's getting closer. Something is approaching. No, don't come over here. She felt a surge of strength from somewhere and ran forward desperately. Even her vision seemed to be widened. 1 step, 2 steps. Plop. A dead body was lying across the road, and she tripped and fell forward. After rolling twice, Li Xiaodi looked up dizzy and felt very disappointed. It's over, dead end. Hiss. She looked back in horror and saw a blurry figure approaching. It's a different species. The opponent was extremely fast, like a shadow. He raised the sword in his hand and chopped down. I'm cold. The girl's mind went blank. She sat there blankly with her eyes closed. Then there was a puffing sound. No, it doesn't hurt. She opened her eyes blankly. Tick, tick. I saw a figure standing in front of me, his hand tightly grasping the blade, blood dripping down. The tip of the blade was only a dozen centimeters away from him. The girl slowly raised her head. I saw a figure walking towards me, but the profile was blurry and I couldn't see it clearly. Li Xiaodi stared blankly as wisps of darkness wrapped around the figure, the shadows weaving into a long robe full of mystery until it completely covered his face. The darkness extended to the arms, the cuticles surged, and hideous barbs appeared. Then, there were claws like blades, made of black and ink, flashing with cold light. Li Xiaodi's pupils gradually contracted. Jiang You turned his head and slowly exerted force on the claw blades, causing the blades to rub against each other, making a teeth-grinding sound of metal clashing. Apia swung the other blade, and it bounced off with a clang, and the two men quickly distanced themselves from each other. The feet slid a few meters, and the shadow enveloped the body. Jiang Yu stared at the figure in front of him. His arms were covered with a hard keratin-like substance, and his fingers were like claws from the abyss. After brushing off the non-existent dust on his body, he bent down. Next, the hunt begins. Bang! The ground exploded, and the figure disappeared instantly, hiding in the darkness. Chapter 26. Success in Hunting. Where are the people? Apia kept looking around, but couldn't find anything unusual. On the one hand, everyone's vision is limited in the shadow layer, and on the other hand, Jiang Yu in shadow form is really not easy to be discovered. At least Pia doesn't have any observation skills. Where did the person go? Why did he disappear? The figure didn't show up for a full 10 seconds, and the ghost seemed a little restless. At this moment, a shadow shot out, and after a puffing sound, it sank into the back of the ghost's neck. With a huge force, its body flew backwards uncontrollably. A claw blade emerged from the darkness, its sharp tip flashing with cold light. With a slight force, it could cut through steel. Shadow Claw form. Hunting harvest from predator. The power of Shadow Claw is terrifying, which perfectly makes up for its lack of lethality and has extremely high maneuverability. Before Apia could react, the shadow claw had already pierced into its neck and tore it fiercely. Blood splattered and landed on Jiang Yu's face. Health, 97%, 40%. With one strike, he inflicted the greatest damage to Jiang Yu so far. If it had been more accurate and powerful, he would have directly beheaded Apia and killed him with one strike. Feeling the blood splattering, Jiang Yu finally got a taste of the hunt and even felt like crying. I've been abused so many times. Wee Hunter finally stood up. Hiss. Apia let out a loud roar and struggled frantically. Little thing, I'll send you to see God right now. Just as he was about to press on with the victory, Jiang Yu didn't expect that this guy was so strong and as slippery as a loach. He slipped right out of his hands. It's okay, we have plenty of time. Take your time, fuck. Jiang Yu's expression gradually calmed down. In front of him, 3 alien species stood in a row. Thin, skinny, and tall. Number 1, 2, 3. 87%, 40%, 73%. Very good. The total health is exactly 200%, which is equivalent to 2 ghosts with full status. Bullshit. Health points are not as simple as adding up numbers. In some cases, this is fine, but for now, Jiang Yu would rather face 2 ghosts in their prime than 3 ghosts in worse condition. 2 of them came up and entangled him, and the remaining 1 harassed him from the edge. Jiang Yu had no place to fight back and had to stand there and get beaten. Well, the hunter, who just stood up, is likely to fall down again. You? You are you? Li Xiaoti's heart was pounding, and he asked subconsciously. As expected, yes. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, and the 2 claw blades rubbed against each other. Sparks flew, and the muscles in his body gradually tensed up. Little girl, your white silk has bloomed. I hope you can send me a few intact ones privately after you go back. I don't mind if there are other colors. Of course, provided we are all still alive. Li Xiaoti was stunned. This person, why is he different from the brother Yu she expected? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu rushed forward first. Hiss. The ghost with low health made a hissing sound through its mouth parts, as if reminding the enemy in front of it that it was not a simple one. 2 that were in better condition responded and attacked Jiang Yu from both sides. Just as the 2 sides were about to come into contact, a thread shot out unexpectedly, consuming 3 points of shadow line, hitting the ceiling and directly swinging Jiang Yu's body up. Without enough practical experience, flying in the air is a big taboo. Just as Apia was about to chase, another shadow fell. Hit ghost number 1. Die. With his 5 claws spread out and his arms swung, Jiang Yu directly covered him with a big bag. Number 1 health, 87%, 80%. He then rolled sideways to avoid the top-down slash from ghost number 3, then grasped the blade with his backhand, pulled it into his arms, and tore at it with his right claw. Number 3 health, 73%, 62%. The old strength is gone, and the new strength has not yet been born. Facing the attack from ghost number 2, Jiang Yu really had no way to dodge. He was hit hard, and severe pain came from his arm. He then relied on the shadow form to suppress the pain. This attack reduced the health by at least 20%. A ghost with high attack and high sensitivity has extremely strong attack power. Without a sneak attack, 1 ghost is already difficult to deal with, and now 3 of them pop up, which is fatal. He turned around, his eyes cold, and shot out shadows again. Come here. Ghost number 2 dodged quickly. Knowing that his health was low, this guy had no intention of coming up and fighting Jiang Yu head-on. The kid still has some brains. Jiang Yu cursed in his heart again. Before he could think any further, the 2 men beside him swung their knives at him. He hastily raised his claws to respond. What Di Dao said was right. When it comes to actual combat skills, Jiang Yu is indeed far behind. 2 alien species, for swords, clanging, and smashing down on their heads. His health is reduced by 5% or 7% from time to time. If the battle continues and the price falls below 50%, the situation will be completely hopeless. Jiang Yu dodged and resisted, while also being on guard against sneak attacks from number 2. Sparks flew and he clenched his teeth. Hiss. Waiting for you. Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Facing the blade attacking from the side, he ignored it and rushed directly towards number 2, who was rushing towards him from behind. Mark. The prey you mark will experience negative states such as palpitations and fear. After the second video was released, the notoriety spread and the mark duration was successfully extended to 3 seconds. In other words, if you kill the target during this period of time, you can succeed in the hunting. 3 seconds, what can you do? Enough to fart. It's enough for a failed author to type out 60 words. It's enough to add this book to your bookshelf, give it a 5-star review, and watch an advertising video to support the author. It is also enough for Jiang You to hunt the target. With a pu sound, he took the knife and his blood volume dropped sharply. Then, in the first second, Jiang Yu shot out a shadow thread, hook number 2, and then used the force of the attack to fly forward and came in front of the opponent. In the second, in the opponent's astonished gaze, he raised his claws and went straight to the throat. Swish. Health 40% to 5%. In the third second, the left claw and the right claw opened at the same time. 25%, 16%. 16%, 7%. The remaining blood suddenly turned scarlet. A red light lit up on its chest. The right claw pierces in and clench. She hiss. As if realizing his own fate, the ghost let out an extremely sharp scream. Behead. In response, Jiang Yu uttered the cold words. 3 seconds, and it's all over. The scarlet in Apia's eyes gradually faded until it disappeared completely, and his body slid weakly to the ground. Hunting is being judged. Hunting is successful. This is your first successful hunt as a hunter. You gradually begin to understand the meaning of hunting and enjoy the process. You can feel the powerful force bursting from your heart and the refreshing release brought by bathing in the blood of your prey. Faced with the siege of 3 powerful enemies, you used your quick wits to trade your injuries for a glimmer of hope. This is a wonderful hunt. Hunting succeeded. Shadow form has been strengthened. Shadow form I. Using this ability, the consumption of shadow points in the present world is reduced, and one can absorb shadows at all times in the shadow layer to replenish shadow points and increase one's own healing speed. In this form, your pressure is even stronger, which can make the prey feel palpitations and more likely to reveal flaws. Your understanding of hunting techniques is greatly enhanced. Keep hunting, and this will make you stronger. To sum up, shadow form has been upgraded from no consumption in the shadow layer to being able to automatically replenish mana and health with an intimidation buff and a double experience buff. Jiang Yu felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and he felt the change in just a moment. The scars hidden under the shadow coat were healing quickly with the nourishment of the shadow layer. This feeling, his heart was beating fast, and his eyes turned to the 2 vigilant ghosts. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he shook off the blood on his claws. 2 little cubs. Chapter 27. I'm afraid. Hunting. Success can increase a certain attribute or enhance a skill. In the previous few times, Jiang Yu never had a suitable opportunity. After all, hunting can only last for 1 second, which is really useless. He didn't have much strength to begin with, and when facing a powerful enemy, he had to control the precise time of 1 second to hunt and kill. Turtle. This is really too difficult for Jiang Yu. So he could only use Mark and Shadow Strike together. Give the prey a scare, then suddenly attack, making its health bar disappear. Jiang Yu had always been looking forward to successfully using hunting, and after killing the predator and awakening the Shadow Claw form ability, this expectation became even higher. If Lu Yaoyao hadn't insisted on going out shopping today, he would have had to stay in the shadow layer for a few days. However, he did not expect that he would succeed in today's shopping trip. The enhanced shadow form does not have much change in appearance, except for some more detailed shapes on the shoulders, neck, and cuffs. And depending on the depth and concentration of the shadows, the lines of the clothes become clearer. It seems that he has finally gotten rid of the image of a dark shadow in Conan. It really makes men silent and women cry. The 2 alien species were afraid and didn't dare to come forward. Little do they know that this is just the right thing to do. The alien species has a strong recovery ability, but it cannot compare to Jiang Yu's current 1% increase. Give him another 10 minutes, and his health will be restored to full. Just as Jiang Yu was about to launch another attack, a burst of orange-yellow fire suddenly appeared in the distance. There is light inside the shadow layer. Jiang Yu was stunned. At the same time, the 2 alien species' eyes suddenly changed like wolf cubs smelling blood. He didn't even care about Jiang Yu in front of him and turned his head to look behind him. I saw 5 night watchmen approaching quickly, and the one in the lead raised his palm high, holding a ball of fire. The firelight was unnaturally bright, yet unnaturally soft. Such a small ball can illuminate the shopping mall in the shadow layer as bright as day. Jiang Yu's heart moved slightly, and he even had an urge to pounce on her. But he quickly suppressed this strange impulse. Is it the ability of the night watchman? He's not sure. Hiss. The 2 alien species couldn't hold back any longer. Their eyes were only focused on the flame. They howled and prepared to pounce. Then, there was a loud bang, as if a strong wind blew. The clothes rustled in the wind. Jiang Yu closed his eyes subconsciously, then opened it again. Of the 2 alien species in front of them, only one was left. Question mark. He slowly typed a question mark. Then he saw the first night watchman in the team raised his hand again and seemed to be aiming at him. One of our own. A huge crisis was coming, and Jiang You shouted on the spot. The night watchman paused for a moment, then launched another attack, killing the other alien. Pinching horse. One was killed at once. Is this the strength of a night watchman? Jiang Yu's temple was throbbing. Fortunately, I had always used Uncle Li and Lu Yaoyao to measure their fighting power, and I didn't overestimate my own abilities by comparing them with Uncle Lu. He is a real military officer and is said to be at a high position. Maybe with just a snap of his fingers, he could kill himself 800 times. The captain of the night watch seemed to want to get closer and ask questions, but Jiang You did not reveal his intentions. Dude, if you guys come any later, the battle will almost be over. Who are you? The captain of the night watch had a serious expression and was not in the mood to joke. My name is Yu. See you again if we're lucky. He put his index and middle fingers together and tapped them on his temple as a gesture of salute. Then he jumped back and disappeared little by little under the gaze of several people. Where's the fog grass man? Several night watchmen were stunned. I know this Yu. He's very popular on short video platforms recently. His ability should be a branch of the Shadow Man, and he can sneak into shadows. His strength is not strong, probably between the middle and upper level of the first level. Lurking in the shadows? Song Qinggan, the captain of the night watch, had his eyes twitching slightly. I'm holding a torch in my hand, so there's no shadow here. And even if there is, it's invisible in front of so many of us. Is this something that a first-level person can do? Song Qinggan glanced at the team member, who paused and said, Now it seems that there may be more than one level. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and rescue, and transfer everyone out. Jiang You. Lu Yaoyao's face turned pale. No matter how much information she read, she was ultimately just a little girl who had never truly set foot in the extraordinary world, let alone experienced a fight involving knives and blood. The blood on the ground had not yet dried. The painful groans, the pervasive smell of blood, and the corpses were all very clear under the illumination of the light. But what can be done? There are so many people, and the floors have collapsed, with rubble piled up. If we don't get a bigger light source, will we be able to search with difficulty using a flashlight? The true scene of the extraordinary world was exposed to everyone without any blind spots. Where's Jiang You? The girl endured the discomfort and searched around carefully, not wanting to miss even a trace. Oh. A moan caught her attention, and she glanced over quickly. I saw several fallen rocks piled up to form a triangle, and half of Jiang Yu's body was crushed. I remember that no one was crushed here before, right? Lu Yaoyao was a little confused, but now was not the time to worry about so many things. She exclaimed and rushed over. Hurry up and get up. I feel a tightness in my chest, and I can't breathe. Jiang You looked painful. Let me see if I can pull you out. Lu Yaoyao also panicked and subconsciously grabbed his arm and pulled him out. When I put my hands on it, my first reaction was, it's being pressed so tightly, how can I possibly pull it out? The second reaction was, it was really that easy to drag it out? She looked closely. The angle formed by the falling pieces of rubble just created a support point, and the remaining space was enough for a person to lie upright, similar to lying in a sleeping bag. Well, it seems like I can get out by myself. Looking at the pile of rubble, Jiang You smiled awkwardly. You're bleeding a lot. Lu Yaoyao noticed the wounds on his body. No problem. That wasn't smashed, that was chopped by a ghost. Fortunately, he was injured in shadow form, and his health bar was actually reduced, so the injury did not look that serious. In addition, after a short period of recovery, his injuries were not that scary. Otherwise, everyone would have bruises, falls, sprains, etc., and you would have a knife wound. Please rest assured, the rescue team will be here soon. Don't panic. The night watchman shouted loudly. The four of them stayed where they were. After waiting for about 10 minutes, more and more night patrolmen finally appeared and directed the evacuation of the scene. Whether entering the shadow layer from the real world or vice versa, you need to go through the entrance and exit. What the night patrol is going to do now is to arrange for everyone to leave through the nearest exit. Jiang Yu looked back and saw Apia's body lying quietly on the ground, looking so beautiful. Shadow spot. Ah, the lovely shadow spot. It disappeared before I could swallow it. What are you looking at? Let's go. Lu Yaoyao reminded and poked him. Oh, but Jiang Yu just grabbed her hand. Lu Yaoyao was stunned at first, and then tried to retract her fingers like a fertilized rabbit, but found that they were clenched so tightly that she couldn't retract them at all. Did this guy do this on purpose? Yaoyao? I'm scared. Chapter 28 Qualification Test, in advance. Jiang Yu. Lu Yaoyao bit her lips lightly, her heart pounding. Yaoyao, I'm scared. Have you seen the alien corpse? It's so horrible. Jiang Yu held her little hand, squeezing it from time to time, as if he had just realized that he had encountered an alien incident. He moved closer to Lu Yaoyao, and it seemed that if he was not stopped, he might even hug her. You? She was a little at a loss. It's so scary. The alien has a big knife in its hand, a ferocious mouth, 6 eyes and 4 eyes. It looks like a ghost and is so fast. It seems that it can kill me with one knife. Wait, aren't you scared? Isn't this description a bit too detailed? Come, Bo, give me a hug. Lu Yaoyao hesitated. She glanced around quietly. They were following the team to evacuate. The two of them were talking quietly without attracting anyone's attention. After all, I had just witnessed a bloody scene, and it was difficult for me, who had read a lot of information, to accept it. What's more, Jiang You, this guy was staring at the tragic scene just now. Now you know how to be afraid. Lu Yaoyao finally softened her heart and did not mock him as usual. She just opened her arms silently. Then everything went dark before my eyes, and I was buried in his arms. A bare hug on the head. You're using too much force. Lu Yaoyao's breathing stagnated. Night watchman sister, we are fine. My girlfriend is so scared. I am comforting her. Suddenly, she heard Jiang Yu raise his head and say something to somewhere. Then, Jiang Yu kept the bear hug posture and turned his face to the side. Yaozi, are you scared? Lu Yaoyao's face flushed, and she broke free from his arms. Get out of here. Name? Jiang Yu. Age? 18. The night patrol officer was taken to a room alone. The interior furnishings were not much different from those in the police and gangster movies Jiang Yu watched, with simple tables, chairs, and lighting. There was also a cassette player on the table, the same model as the one in Lu Yaoyao's house last time. The tape was rolling inside, playing soothing music. In this melodious music, people's tense nerves can be relaxed for a moment. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't arrested because of Lu Yaoyao. It was just a routine inquiry. The one who was interrogating Jiang Yu was a night watchman sister. She had short hair and her appearance was not very stunning, but her capable and heroic spirit made her temperament rise several levels. No, using the word interrogation always feels a bit weird. In short, the other party held the document in one hand and a pen in the other, and drew on the document. She paused suddenly. This year's college entrance examination? Yeah. Jiang Yu nodded. The night watchman put away the documents and explained. This incident has a significant impact. According to normal procedures, those who experienced the incident need to receive psychological counseling and treatment from the Night Patrol Division. The treatment effect will last for about a month. And if a martial arts test is conducted during this period, the results of the willpower aptitude test will drop significantly. All this. Jiang Yu was stunned. There are only a dozen days left before the military examination. Isn't this forcing me to take a backdoor? He asked. I feel I am mentally healthy. Is it okay if I don't need treatment? Puff. The night watchwoman smiled, then said seriously, the contamination of the alien species is hidden and dangerous. By the time it breaks out, it is often too late. Receiving treatment is necessary and mandatory. So what should we do? Jiang Yu is in trouble. Fortunately, the night watchman continued, don't worry. There have been many precedents for this situation in previous years, and the Night Watch Department has also formulated corresponding policies for this, which is advanced testing. Test in advance. Jiang Yu repeated. Yes. The night watchman said, contact the parents and have them sign a commitment letter for early testing. Conduct early testing in the Night Watch Department and enter the results into the system. The process is the same as normal testing. The testing equipment is the same, and the Night Patrol can guarantee fairness, openness, impartiality, safety, and other aspects. You can contact your family now to inform them of the situation. My guardian is my uncle. He works in the Night Watch Department. Jiang Yu said. Huh. The night watchman was startled. Can you please tell me your uncle's name and which district's night watchman he is from? Li Xuanguang, civilian position. He seems to be working in the general office, which should be in East District 1, right? The night watchman paused as she recorded, and her eyes gradually changed. Li Xuanguang. Yeah. Which Li? Which Sun? Which Guang? Mu Zili, the one with 3 water drops. Forget it. I'll write it for you. Jiang Yu took the pen and wrote 3 words on the book. The night watchman's expression changed completely, and he even said uncertainly, civilian. Yeah. Jiang Yu was somewhat aware that something was wrong. My uncle has been telling me that it's a civilian position. Is there something wrong with that? This. The night watchman was about to explain. Jiang Yu's face was tense. My uncle went in? Question mark. The night watchman didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, Patrol Envoy Li is not a complete civilian. I will help you contact him right away. Okay, thanks. This is the end of the conversation record. You can follow me out. The tape recorder was closed with a click, and the night watchman pushed the door open and walked out, followed closely by Jiang Yu. The internal structure of the night patrol was huge and winding. After passing through many XX departments and XX rooms, Jiang You was brought to a place similar to a conference hall. Push open the glass door, and you will see a long table with chairs on both sides of the table. There were already 10 people sitting in the room. All of them looked like students about the same age as Jiang You. Lu Yaoyao and Feng Xiaoxiao were among them. Lu Yuqiang is not here at the moment. He may still be treating a fracture and cannot come over. Everyone was talking, but when they saw the door being pushed open, they stopped and looked over. The night watchman glanced around the room and said, "Everyone, please take a rest here. If you have any questions, you can always ask the night watchman for help." After briefly explaining a few things, she left, leaving everyone in the room. Yao Yao. After greeting, Jiang You pulled out a chair and sat down. "You're here." Lu Yaoyao glanced at her, then looked at the girl on the other side impatiently. "Shao-di, go on. What happened to you later?" "Tour?" Jiang You was stunned and looked across. A girl with a high ponytail and round-frame glasses. She is gentle and refined, with a high nose bridge, moist and pink lips, and a fair face. In terms of appearance, she is not inferior to Lu Yaoyao at all. Then I saw that he was about to continue fighting with the two alien species, but when the night watchman arrived, he saluted, jumped back, and his figure gradually disappeared into the air. Li Xiaodi explained in a vivid and colorful manner. Jiang You looked at the other person carefully for a few seconds, and then he felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't this little girl the one I rescued in the shadow layer? With her hair tied in a ponytail and clothes on, he almost didn't recognize her. Wrong. It should be said changed into a complete set of clothes. Disappeared? Lu Yaoyao was surprised. Yes. Li Xiaodi nodded. It was as if he had become invisible. I saw him disappear with my own eyes. It was magical. Thanks to you. Otherwise, by the time the night watchman arrived, the number of casualties would have risen a lot. Lu Yaoyao nodded in agreement, with a hint of thought in her eyes. Tour. Jiang You. Actually, it was okay. You don't know, I was almost slapped to death by the night watch captain who arrived at the scene. Chapter 29 testing to come. They were of the same age and had a lot to talk about with each other, especially since some of them were fans of Brother Ward, so they ended up chatting away. The two girls were chattering, and the mature man could no longer interrupt these children. But this swim feels weird. Li Xiaodi was a little hesitant. Jiang You sat up straight with a start. At that time, I was thinking of jokingly asking Li Xiaodi to give me some white silk, but who would have thought that we would meet here again? Fortunately, after hesitating for a moment, Li Xiaodi chose not to say it out loud. What do you mean? Lu Yaoyao asked. I can't explain it clearly. Li Xiaodi shook his head. Jiang You, what's wrong with you? You seem very nervous. Lu Yaoyao noticed him. It's okay. I just suddenly remembered about the early testing, and I'm a little nervous. Successfully changing the subject, Lu Yaoyao did not doubt him. Don't be nervous. The advanced test is the same as the normal test process. It is very safe, and there will be no pain during the test. Tell me in detail. Jiang You was very interested. What else is there to say? You'll know when the time comes. Lu Yaoyao shrugged. Distant. While they were talking, hurried footsteps were heard from the door, and a figure pushed the door open and walked in. Lu Nanfeng, Uncle Lu. He seemed a little nervous, with sweat on his forehead. Dad. Lu Yaoyao stood up. Are you okay? Lu Nanfeng looked at her. I'm fine. Come out with me first, along with Jiang You. Lu Nanfeng nodded. Xiao Xiao, your parents are here. They are outside. Come out together. Feng Xiaoxiao went to find her parents, while Jiang You and Lu Yaoyao went to a meeting room alone with Lu Nanfeng. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Lu Nanfeng observed the two of them. No problem. We received preliminary treatment. Lu Yaoyao explained. I'm fine too. Jiang You added. I'm just hungry. I'll have someone bring you some food later. Lu Nanfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was also relieved. I was on a mission, and I rushed over as soon as I got the news. I'm glad nothing happened. Dad, is this matter serious? Lu Yaoyao asked. Very serious. Lu Nanfeng sighed. This is the first time in history that a large area of the world has been dragged into the shadow layer. He sniffed and said, the exact number of casualties is still being counted, but it has nothing to do with you. Prepare for the next qualification test, and do your best. Of course, qualification tests are left to fate, so no matter how much you try, it's useless. Just keep calm. Dad, Lu Yaoyao said angrily. It's already this time. Don't say such hurtful words. Okay. Lu Nanfeng took out a cigarette from his arms and put it back under his daughter's angry eyes. Let me explain briefly. The test is divided into two parts. One is the ability test. The other is the willpower test. The ability test is also called the initial awakening. Students will be contaminated and initially awaken their abilities. Then they will take the willpower aptitude test. This test is quite special. The object of measurement is the invisible and intangible spirit and will. Some people can endure the pain of a broken arm, but cannot pass the aptitude test. Some people laugh and joke a lot, but have top-notch aptitude. Willpower is not just about the ability to endure pain. It also includes the belief in goodness, resistance to evil thoughts, tolerance to pollution. In short, it is a complex indicator. Uncle Lu, let me ask you something. Jiang Yu interrupted. Do your worldview have any impact on the test of willpower? For example, a head full of color garbage. Influential. Uncle Lu nodded, and Jiang Yu's face changed. Lu Nanfeng glanced at him and said, having upright values will not help the test results much. After all, there are no saints in the world, and everyone has some evil thoughts in their hearts. And if your heart is filled with mean, dirty, and other negative thoughts, the test results will be extremely low. Jiang Yu cooperated and asked, why? Evil thoughts will drag people into the abyss. Extreme negative emotions are already a form of pollution. When accumulated over a long period of time, they are even more hidden and deep-rooted than the pollution brought by alien species. Lu Nanfeng patted his shoulder and said, so, if you have any negative emotions, you should vent them out in time. Keeping them in your heart will only crush you. What an outrageous and idealistic setting. Jiang Yu smacked his lips. But he shouldn't have any negative emotions. What's wrong with being so astringent? What's wrong with being normal astringent? The hot-blooded comics brought him a lot of income, and once the money came in, everything was great. Oh no. After encountering an alien incident in the mall today, Jiang Yu felt that he was in a very bad state, and his spirit was extremely polluted. After leaving the night watch, I must go to that boutique club not far from the community to have a good foot massage and drink a cup of tea that costs 3,888 yuan. After a little thought, he threw the idea out of his mind. 3888 is too cheap. I'll try 6,888 today. The dahongpo and small leaf red sandalwood on the top of the mountain are very sweet. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lu Yaoyao gently nudged him with her elbow. Cough. Any other questions? Lu Nanfeng asked. There is none left. Okay. Lu Nanfeng nodded. Your Uncle Li is on a mission and probably won't be back in time. I'll help you enter the advanced test information into the system later. Sorry to bother you, Uncle Lu. It's okay. Lu Nanfeng waved his hand, stood up, and walked out of the meeting room. Go back. Someone will take you to the test later. The two returned. At this time, Li Xiaodi was the only one left in the room, while everyone else was discussing matters with their parents. I'm back. Li Xiaodi greeted in a friendly manner. Yeah. Lu Yaoyao glanced at the time. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Has your family not arrived yet? My parents are doing business. They just left Yunhai 2 days ago and can't come over. Li Xiaodi smiled helplessly. I just finished talking to them on the phone and signed the contract remotely. Several people sat back in their seats. Coincidentally, Lu Yuqiang also came in through the door, grunting and pushing his wheelchair. He rested on a footrest and had a plaster cast on his calf. Jiang Yu, it's amazing. After I sprayed the medicine on my legs, guess what? Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore. What a fool. Jiang Yu really wanted to go up and cover his mouth. Perhaps realizing that he was being noisy, Lu Yuqiang lowered his voice and said, I heard that we will be conducting a qualification test soon. I am a little nervous. What should I do? You don't intend to touch these. What if? Lu Yuqiang said dissatisfiedly. Maybe I am a rare genius, and the night watch can't do without me. In this case, I can actually consider it. Good man, you are so brave. Then, students entered the meeting room one after another. A white hand attached to the door and pushed it gently. Here it comes. Jiang Yu's heart moved slightly, knowing that they were going to prepare for the test. Chapter 30, What Will Happen to Me? The total number of people in the room reached 18. Fortunately, the conference room was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Jiang Yu didn't expect to meet so many senior high school students today, but it's normal when you think about it. As the Chinese New Year approaches, people go out to buy New Year's goods or go shopping with friends. It was dinner time and the restaurant was packed with people, so it was normal for there to be a lot more people. At a glance, 4 or 5 people had red and swollen eyes, probably because they had just cried and the swelling hadn't gone down yet. There were a lot of people in the mall, and not everyone was as lucky as Jiang Yu's group of 4. The night watchman's sister who had interrogated Jiang Yu earlier walked in with documents in her arms. Without further ado, he started calling the roll. XXX. Arrive. XXX. Arrive. Go down one by one and count them correctly. She nodded. Everyone already knows why we are gathered here, and they all know what is going to happen next. I will tell you some precautions in advance. The early awakening will be divided into 2 parts. Okay, that's what Uncle Lu said. The young lady explained it in a more detailed and professional way. Everyone listened attentively. This matter concerned their future destiny, so no matter whether they knew it in advance or not, they had to pay attention to it. As for the ability ratings that everyone is more concerned about, they are divided into the following categories based on development potential, destructive power, and usage cost: low, medium, high, and highest. With regard to abilities, there were types of divisions decades ago. Later, with the exploration of the extraordinary path and the improvement of the power system, this division was gradually abolished. The determination of extraordinary ability is actually not as absolute as everyone imagines. With enough willpower, even the weakest ability can be reversed. On the contrary, no matter how high the ability rating is, if the willpower qualification is not up to standard, you can only work as a civilian. There was a flash of light in the other person's eyes, and I don't know what he was thinking about. Jiang You listened silently. The classification of willpower qualifications is also not complicated. Level 1 to level 6 correspond to white, green, blue, purple, red, and the rarest orange. Are you playing online games here? Not only Jiang You, but everyone else also had strange looks on their faces after hearing this, and it was obvious that they had the same idea. You don't have to remember the color, just remember the rank. This rank also represents your potential on the path to transcendence. For example, a person with a rank 3 talent, in most cases, will never be able to reach the rank 4 in their lifetime. In previous years, first-level talents were not allowed to participate in the martial arts exam. This year, the rules have been changed. As long as you have a first-level white talent, you can participate in the martial arts exam, but only those who register for extraordinary liberal arts are allowed. That's about it. Everyone was silent, digesting this complex yet not so complex content. A door leading to a supernatural world stands right in front of you. Push open the door, and you will enter a brand new world. In previous years' military examinations, students just did whatever they were told to do, and the test takers themselves were very confused. This year is really very different from previous years. If there is no problem, just follow me. The night watchman walked out, and everyone stood up and followed him, with some uneasiness on their faces. After several turns, we finally arrived at a waiting room. One wall of the room was completely replaced with thick glass, so you can clearly see the scene outside. It is an enclosed room, very spacious, estimated to be around 200 to 300 square meters. In the center, a piece of black cloth covers some uneven object, but no one knows what it is. There were a few audio-like instruments in the corner of the empty room, but other than that, there was nothing else. The floor, walls, and ceiling are all made of polished bricks and stones of special materials. The gaps between them are very small and almost invisible without careful observation. The cost of this brick alone is estimated to be very high. How much can a stolen piece sell for? Jiang You was lost in thought, and then he saw a male night watchman walking into the room, coming to the center and removing the black cloth. It was a completely black stone, as tall as a person and uneven. The bumpy surface is dotted with azure blue stars. Although the shape is ordinary, it looks pretty good. If your name is called, come with me, Feng Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, the first person was Lu Yaoyao's best friend. She stood up in panic and followed the night watchman with trepidation in her heart. Jiang You looked out the window. After waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, there was a loud bang, and the spacious hall outside the glass window suddenly became dark. The sudden change startled everyone. Then, a figure was vaguely seen, with a fluorescent object tied to its feet, walking forward tentatively step by step. The speed is very slow, like a baby just learning to walk. Others couldn't see clearly, but this shadowy environment had no effect on Jiang You at all. His eyes narrowed slightly. There was indeed something tied to Feng Xiaoxiao's leg. It looked like a stone. The moment Feng Xiaoxiao stepped into the room, the stone seemed to smell something. The light spots all over it flickered, as if it was breathing. Weird and mysterious. Looking up, she saw a watch on her wrist, and her eyes were wrapped in black satin, but no one knew what it was for. Is this the extraordinary awakening? Jiang You felt a little nervous for no reason. Feng Xiaoxiao shivered, looked around, and seemed a little panicked. After walking for more than 10 meters, she suddenly stopped. Jiang You didn't know what happened. After waiting for a while, she moved forward again. This time, she walked even more slowly. Another 10 meters away, still a long distance from the central stone, his steps stopped completely. Others couldn't see it, but Jiang You saw it clearly. Feng Xiaoxiao's body was trembling slightly, as if she was struggling against something, and her expression was slightly painful. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the lights around her suddenly turned on, her feet went weak, and she almost fell. Inside the waiting room, everyone was in an uproar, not knowing what the outcome would be. Then Feng Xiaoxiao gathered her strength and walked outside. When the lights came on, everyone could see the bitterness on her face and had some vague guesses. Soon, the broadcast sounded. Next, Lu Yuqiang, please go to the spiritual awakening room. The spiritual awakening room, the name of the next room. It's my turn now. The boy sitting in the wheelchair turned pale. I'll push you out. Jiang You stood up. When the two of them went out, Feng Xiaoxiao just came out of the spirit awakening room. How is it? Lu Yuqiang asked. I don't have the talent for willpower. She smiled bitterly. You can't even apply for the extraordinary liberal arts. I'll wait for you in the lounge. There is a separate rest area where you can rest and relax after the test. It's okay. I don't think I have the talent. I'll be here to accompany you right away. Lu Yuqiang comforted him and then asked nervously, by the way, does it hurt? Can I get anesthesia? It doesn't hurt, but it's not a pleasant feeling. After chatting for a while and sending Lu Yuqiang to the spirit awakening room, Jiang You returned to the waiting room. The extra-large room used for testing darkened again, and soon Lu Yuqiang pushed the wheelchair forward with difficulty. Life is indeed difficult. Even with a broken leg, I still had to come here for testing. The situation was the same as Feng Xiaoxiao's in front. He stopped after moving forward about 10 meters. The difference is that Xiaopeng's expression is a little strange. After pausing for a moment, he continued on his way. By the way, won't there be any problems if you push a wheelchair with your eyes blindfolded? Just after going out 4 or 5 meters, the stone suddenly reacted. A hazy white light lit up and reflected on his face. His pace slowed down a lot, but he kept moving forward. The white light gradually darkened, and then a hint of green light appeared. As he moved forward, it completely turned into a faint green light. His steps also came to a complete halt, unable to move forward. Does Qiangzi have extraordinary qualifications? Jiang You was in a daze. Those who are obsessed with it but do not have the qualifications will never be able to reach the extraordinary in this life. Those who are resisting it with all their might actually have the qualifications and are about to step into a new world. It was really a coincidence. What about me? What will happen to me? One by one, the students came forward to take the test. Finally, a voice came from the radio. Next, Jiang You. Chapter 31, Can I Become Extraordinary? It's my turn. Jiang You took a deep breath. Lu Yaoyao had just conducted the test before him. Talent is dark red. It corresponds to the 5th order. There are only 6 evaluation levels in total, so her result can be considered very good. It's impossible that level 3 and 4 people are everywhere and level 5 is worse than a dog, right? Hunter, stalker. Do I possess these 2 abilities inherently and have them activated by the manual, or are they given to me by the manual? Jiang You couldn't explain it clearly either. Anyway, the ability test is easy for now, but I'm really unsure about the willpower test. Jiang You. Lu Yaoyao walked out of the spiritual awakening room, her cheeks slightly flushed and panting. So tired. You think it's easy? Lu Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Go in quickly. Come on, I'll watch you in the rest area. Would you like some motivation? What's the motivation? A mouth. Get lost. He rubbed her head randomly, and while Lu Yaoyao was too tired to fight back, Jiang You trotted into the spiritual awakening room. As soon as you come in, you'll feel it's very simple. The whole house is about 10 square meters, with 2 doors, one large and one small. The smaller one is the observation room control console, and the larger one leads to the spacious testing center. In addition, there was a small glass bottle, a personal information form, a black and red watch, and the silk covering everyone's eyes. At the table, the male night watchman with fierce-looking features glanced at him. Jiang You. Yes. Check the identity information. After checking all the information, Jiang You put down his pen and said, Hello, no problem. Okay. The night watchman nodded. Have you ever awakened your abilities? Awakened. Drink the medicine and wake up? The night watchman paused. Yes. My uncle Li Xuanguang said that I awakened naturally. Uncle Li's name really worked. The night watchman, who seemed to have a hot temper, resisted the urge to continue speaking. Okay, drink the medicine and wait 15 seconds, he said. Hearing this, Jiang You picked up the medicine bottle. Inside the glass bottle was a pool of dark green liquid. He unscrewed the cap and drank it all in one gulp. Apple-flavored Mirinda. Seeing the night watchman staring at him without blinking, Jiang You smiled awkwardly. After waiting for about 15 seconds, he asked, What does it feel like? It tastes good. ? The night watchman's Adam's apple rose. I'm asking about my body's feeling. Oh. Jiang You realized it carefully. My lower abdomen is warm, and my hands and feet are warm too. Okay. The night watchman nodded. I won't ask about your abilities. I'll ask Patrol Envoy Li to enter it into the system later. The young man is quite capable. But it is because of this that I have encouraged my uncle to embezzle money every day. Jiang Yu was heartbroken. Thank you very much. He smiled. Put this on. The night watchman handed the watch to Jiang Yu without saying much. Then he stood up, picked up the silk on the table, and walked in front of him. Next, you need to cover your eyes and close your 5 senses to assist in the willpower aptitude test. Okay. Jiang Yu naturally had no objection. It wrapped around twice, feeling icy cold, and my vision fell into complete darkness. Can you see it? Came the night watchman's voice. Even though I knew the other person was right next to my ear, his voice sounded vague, and it was difficult to distinguish between the front, back, left, and right. This silk is quite interesting. I can't see. Jiang Yu waved his arms. His brain gave the command, but he seemed not to feel his arm moving at all. No wonder the people who were tested before felt weird when they walked. Stop waving your arms. Cough, cough, cough. Well, it seems my arm is indeed moving. Then his shoulders sank and 2 hands were placed on his shoulders. Relax and follow me. Are you being pushed? This thing is really magical. Jiang Yu sighed again. I thought I had figured out a lot about the extraordinary world, but now it seems that alien species and battles are just the tip of the iceberg. When I was almost standing, the heavy door opened to both sides and a cool breeze blew in my face. Just keep going forward, don't worry about the direction, go in the direction you think is ahead. You have awakened your ability. You may feel palpitations as you move forward. Don't worry about it. Keep moving forward and your body will slowly adapt. We will observe you at the console, and the watch on your wrist will record your physical condition. When you feel that you can't move forward, it means you have reached your limit and the test is over. Then go ahead. He patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and gently pushed him forward. He then stepped into the wide space. It was quiet and dark all around, and I couldn't see anything. I cannot feel the existence of my body, nor can I feel the existence of my hands and feet. You can hear a pin drop. This sense of isolation alone is a huge test for those with weaker minds. Clatter. He took a step forward. The crisp footsteps seemed to come directly from my mind. Oh, that's interesting. Ta-ta. With every step I took, there was an echo in my mind, and there was no other sound except the sound of footsteps. Then, da-da-da, crackle, bang, 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 bang. He did a tap dance. I couldn't feel my limbs, and the movements were effortless, as if it was someone else dancing. So amazing. Well, please move forward as soon as possible, Jiang Yu, and complete the test. A voice came from the radio, and he paused slightly. Okay, keep moving forward. Tada, tada, tada. As he walked, he gradually realized something was wrong. The footsteps ringing in his ears no longer matched his pace since some time ago. Either you are 1 step ahead of others, or you are 1 step behind, and the distance gradually becomes uncertain. For example, the previous step seems to come from 5 meters to the left, and the next step seems to come from 10 meters to the right. It was as if countless footsteps were approaching him in the dark. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and knew why the people in front of him were so nervous. By the way, Liu Yuqiang was sitting in a wheelchair. What did he hear? Could it be that he heard a lot of wheelchairs creaking towards him? The picture is really beautiful. Continuing forward, he wasn't actually sure if he was walking in a straight line. After reaching a certain critical point, all footsteps disappeared. At the same time, the shadow points in his body were inexplicably disturbed, and there was a tendency for it to boil. He almost lost control and went straight into the form of sharp claws. Cull. Jiang Yu let out a breath and calmed down, and moved forward. Thick darkness enveloped him. Despair, sadness, anger, all kinds of emotions came flooding back. From the beginning, to the movement of shadow points in the body, to now, it is already the 3rd stage. Feeling provoked, Jiang Yu walked forward slowly. This feeling is very subtle. The evil thoughts grew stronger and stronger, surrounding his body and constantly trying to penetrate into his mind. Xiaoyu. He suddenly heard a shout from behind him. It's Uncle Li. Fake Uncle Li. He shook his head to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. Xiaoyu, your character cannot become extraordinary. You will harm others, including yourself. But the voice had no intention of letting him go. You should know that you have no qualifications for this. The mountains and rivers of the Great Zhou are broken, alien species are rampant, and the situation is precarious. You know this, you know it all in your heart. You could have lived a good life. Why bother pursuing the path of transcendence? What makes a superhuman transcend the mundane is not strength, but a strong spiritual will. His expression was slightly dazed, and a corpse appeared at the side. That was Lin Mo, whose eyes were hollow, and he was already dead. Continuing forward, one after another, the remains of night watchmen, ordinary people, or alien species came into view. Looking into the distance, figures as tall as mountains were roaring on the earth, deafening. In contrast, there are night watchmen as numerous as mountains and seas, holding torches and running forward one after another. The picture gradually fades away. Can you be them? Uncle Lee asked. Jiang Yu remained silent. Superhero you? You want to be a hero? Don't kid yourself. There has never been any powerful assassin you. What there is just an ordinary boy who has just entered the extraordinary world and wants to rely on popularity to add to his halo. I don't want to hit you, but it's the truth. I am lazy in bed, don't want to get up early, hate studying, love to play, like pretty people of the opposite sex, don't like the nagging of elders, be independent, and have my own ideas. People who are different from others often think they are different from others in many ways. They like to be in the spotlight and crave more attention. Even if they have no special abilities, they still believe they can make a name for themselves. You know, you're not special. You're the same as most people your age. You're not super, and you're not a hero. Now, let's go back to the original question. Can you become a transcendent? Laugh. A cluster of firelight ignited, illuminating the tired faces of the night watchmen. Behind them are many sleeping figures. Suddenly, a figure flashed by and extinguished the fire. It was blurry, and I couldn't see the face or body shape clearly, so I couldn't tell whether it was a human or an alien. The claw blade pierced the night watchman's body and blood spurted out. His face gradually became clear, and Jiang Yu's body trembled slightly. The other party was Lin Mo. He opened his eyes wide, and his body gradually turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. You know very well that the dark side of this world is more than just the shadow layer. You know, even if the sun is shining brightly above your head, there will always be darkness that it cannot illuminate. The world with undercurrents is never as beautiful as in fairy tales. This is the great cataclysm. Become a transcendent and face the cataclysm head-on. Plop. Lin Mo's body completely disappeared, and the torch in his hand fell to the ground, rolling forward. Moving forward, one alien species after another crawled. Behind us, there are thousands of lights. Some people believe in the light, while others extinguish the light. How should those caught in the middle choose? Chapter 32, May there be a fire in my heart that never goes out. I've always heard Inspector Lee say that he has a nephew, and today I finally saw him in person. Zhao Min breathed a sigh of relief. Not quite the same as I imagined. Su Lin, the female night watchman from before, smiled. Very different. After thinking about it, Zhao Min couldn't think of a suitable word to describe Jiang Yu. He has a very active personality. Su Lin said. It's more than just active, it's really naughty. Zhao Min gritted his teeth. I remember that Inspector Lee said that his nephew had no talent to become an extraordinary person. Although his test results haven't come out yet, I guess they won't be too bad. You just believed what Lee the inspector said. Su Lin chuckled. You must be being modest. Speaking of Li Xuanshi, he should be in Baidu now. Zhao Min sighed. I heard that the thing has been coded, and the Research Institute has discovered a lot of incredible information. The data is being compiled, and they are considering whether to make it public within the Night Patrol Division. Su Lin's eyes turned more serious. Did your old classmate tell you? Yeah. Zhao Min swallowed his saliva. He didn't say much, just that the thing was completely beyond his cognition. So he had to summon the commander of the War Department to attend the meeting. It really makes me feel uneasy. Su Lin sighed. After talking for a few words, the two turned their attention back to Jiang Yu. Sitting in front of the console, the darkness in the testing room naturally had no effect on them. The two could clearly see Jiang Yu's steps and body movements. He had already walked about 40 or 50 meters from the time Jiang Yu entered the door. But it didn't move in a straight line, but turned left and right in circles from time to time. The so-called extraordinary people are those who have pollution in their bodies. Extraordinary abilities are also abilities born from pollution. Moyuan stone, a special or brought out from the abyss. This kind of stone is extremely magical. It can radiate low-level pollution in all directions and receive feedback. In the abyss, it is often popular among alien groups and is used to test talents. After being improved by the Research Institute, it was successfully transformed into an important tool to assist in awakening spirits and detecting qualifications. In the willpower test phase, everyone sees different content. It could be the thing you fear most, the thing you love most, or some doomsday natural disaster scene. It is difficult to say which is more difficult, but what is certain is that those with better qualifications can withstand the pressure and advance further. The distance Jiang Yu has now advanced has exceeded that of the vast majority of students participating in the test. A circle of deep purple light lit up around the Moyuan stone, and a faint red light emerged. Do you think you can reach the 6th level? There was some anticipation in Zhao Min's eyes. After a moment's silence, Su Lin said, the probability is relatively low. If it is Envoy Li Sun's biological son, there might still be hope. Indeed, Zhao Min sighed. There are only a handful of people with sixth-stage talent in the entire Great Sixth Stage, only 15 of them. With a population of 100 million, the probability of 9 people coming out is shockingly low. This is not the case with 15 awakeners emerging every year. Rather, it is the accumulation of decades of experience since the implementation of the martial arts qualification test. Among these 15 men, some died in battle, some are old, some have broken arms. There are only 7 people left with real fighting power. Given the current situation of the Great Zhou, this is nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Hey, it's red. It's turning red. Su Lin patted him, and Zhao Min looked over. Jiang Yu started to take a detour again, and instead of getting closer to Mo Yuan's stone, he got further away. The Mo Yuan stone completely faded from purple to a light red, proving that according to the current detection situation, Jiang Yu's talent was at the lower 5th level. However, the test is not over yet. If he can persist, the color will become darker. It's a bit strange, Zhao Min exclaimed. It's already red, and he's still so far away from the Mo Yuan stone. The two looked at each other, stopped talking, and quietly observed the testing room. As long as you haven't gotten close to the Mo Yuan stone, it means the test is not over. Like a normal 5th level talent, one can stand within 1 meter of the Mo Yuan stone, and the 6th level is half a meter. Jiang Yu was about 6 or 7 meters away at this time. My goodness, how come you have come so far after going around for so long? Fortunately, although Jiang Yu's steps are slow, he has been moving forward firmly. After changing direction twice, he finally found the right direction and started walking towards Mo Yuan's stone. Something's wrong. Zhao Min was stunned, because the red light on the stone was actually getting weaker and weaker. This is impossible. Either the test is over and the results are frozen, and Jiang Yu himself can no longer bear the pollution and thus stands still, or the closer he gets, the brighter the luster on the Mo Yuan stone becomes. I have never heard of light going backwards. And Jiang Yu himself doesn't look like he has reached his limit at all. Both of them were a little confused. Su Lin quickly looked at the instrument. The watch Jiang Yu wears records his physical condition. The data is all normal. Su Lin was at a loss. When he looked up again, Jiang Yu was almost approaching the Mo Yuan stone. 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. So close. At the same time, the Mo Yuan stone completely lost its light. What's going on? The two of them were worried. Then they saw Jiang Yu raised his head and stretched out his hand. He wants to touch it. Then, really touched it. Do you really understand this world? The scene around him was still changing, and Jiang Yu looked at it all in a daze. Black fog engulfed the land, and evil spirits roared out. Just give up, there's no point. You come from a peaceful era. You have lived in sunshine since childhood. How can you really adapt to the days of crisis? Uncle Li broke his arm, and Uncle Lu was seriously injured a few years ago. His strength has not improved at all, and he still needs to take medicine and receive treatment regularly. You've seen it all when you walk around the night watch. Some people have hideous eyeballs growing out of their bodies. Some have arms that are just skeletons, and some have skin like dry bark. Then you realize that this is the price of pollution, the price of becoming extraordinary. Ask yourself, are you willing to take that risk? Do you have the courage to face this risk? Enough. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple floated. The voice of Uncle Li paused. Is that all? Jiang Yu asked softly. What? Uncle Li was stunned. I mean, is this the best you can do? The surroundings kept changing, and returned to the long street where Lin Mo turned into ashes and disappeared. The sky, the cracks in the streets, behind you. Countless evil thoughts were cast at his gaze, as if they would pounce on Jiang Yu and tear him apart and devour him in the next second. They kept throwing cold water on me and kept trying to make me give up. Jiang Yu's expression was calm. To be honest, I was really intimidated by you at first. I even got a little obsessed with it and kept asking myself why. Can I become extraordinary? Am I qualified to become extraordinary? It's definitely not possible for someone like me. Ordinary and ignorant, but also somewhat blindly confident. Can you carry the banner? I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't deserve it. I am indeed a little discouraged by what you said. Uncle Li, behind him, remained silent and said nothing. Jiang Yu walked forward. He looked at the roadside, saw the blood on the ground, and stared into the ferocious eyes of the alien. Then he looked out into the distance at the sky mixed with blood, ash and fog. But it's not. That is absolutely not the case. A teacher teaches and solves problems, and his students become successful. A doctor brings the dead back to life, and his merits are immeasurable. Is there anyone born to be a teacher or a doctor? There are no heroes who fall from the sky, only ordinary people who stand up. You have to walk the road ahead to know it. I have experienced peace once, and it was wonderful. I just hope that this wonderful time can also appear here. Jiang Yu was a little dazed. Lu Yuqiang's test result was green, which means he had lower-level willpower at the second level. It would be extremely difficult for him to enter the martial arts department. However, when he was so resistant to the extraordinary, when Jiang You pushed him out of the testing room, he heard Lu Yuqiang say that he was determined to choose the military subject rather than the extraordinary liberal arts subject. When faced with Jiang Yu's surprised question, the boy in the wheelchair grinned, his legs still in plaster, and said, "I used to be very afraid of death. I had a deep fear of both the extraordinary and the alien species." Lu Yuqiang laughed at himself. Then again, who in this world is not afraid of death? I come from an ordinary family. I look ordinary. I study ordinary. I am ordinary in every aspect. I am not a gifted person. I can even be described as mediocre among the crowd. At this point, he smiled. But my life is not a scribbled poem. This time I want to rewrite the route. Return to the present. Unconsciously, Jiang You had moved forward several meters, and under his feet was the torch that fell from Lin Mo's hand after he turned into flying ashes. Becoming extraordinary is not a terrible thing. He leaned down and touched the torch with his fingers. As young people, we should have a flame in our hearts that never goes out. We should not live in a homogeneous way, nor should we live in a numb way. We should strive to become people who chase the stars. This is true for China, and it is also true for the great Zhou. Laugh. The surroundings were dark, and a golden light lit up on the torch, like a star, like tomorrow. He held the torch high, and the golden light reflected on Jiang Yu's hair, cheeks, and pupils. Sparkling. Don't think about dying a heroic death or shedding your blood. To be extraordinary is to be extraordinary purely. Go chase the wind and waves, grow towards the sun. Although I am small, I want to try to reach the top. Go see the other scenery on the distant mountain. Chapter 33, His Will is Unrivaled. Envoy Lu, a preliminary report on casualties has been compiled. In the conference hall, night watchmen sat in their seats with serious expressions. Read it, Lu Nanfeng said in a deep voice. This shadow layer collapse incident in the present world involves the second, third, and fourth floors of the mall. The fifth floor did not completely fall into the shadow layer, but was also affected. In terms of the number of people, about 850 people were affected. More than 700 of them were trapped in the shadow layer. So far, more than 650 people have been rescued, and the rescue work is still ongoing. There are a total of 30 students who will be taking the martial arts exam. They will be divided into multiple batches for early testing and then immediately undergo light pollution elimination treatment. As the reports went down one by one, the seriousness on everyone's faces did not lessen in the slightest. Nonsense. This incident involved thousands of people who can still be happy. What did the pollution identification department say? Lu Nanfeng looked to the other side. A night watchman was typing away on his laptop. The results are out. The stuff has just been sent over. After that, it was projected onto the big screen. It was a ghost with 2 bodies broken and 1 intact. They appear on the screen in various angles and poses. Shadow seeds. Pollution detection level is upper level 1. But their condition seems to be wrong. They can only exert the strength of middle level 1, codename, Wandering Spirit. And the identification department found some very strange things. The reporter frowned, with a strange expression. The Wandering Spirit has heavy traces of human intervention, like the product of human alienation. What? Hearing this, everyone's eyes trembled. Too much pollution in the body, beyond the tolerance range, will cause the body to become alienated. If it continues to be polluted, the alienation will worsen until it is irreversible and it will completely become an alien species. Or if a transcendent dies without completely consuming all his strength before death, the remaining contamination may contaminate his body, causing it to become alienated and directly turn into a different species. Regardless of which possibility is true, alienation means that everyone has a different face and each person's appearance will be different. There was no need to use any equipment to examine these 3 wandering spirits. From their body shape and appearance, one could tell at a glance that they were of the same species. Now it is possible that it is the result of human alienation? What's going on? There are 3 triplets, and they all suffered from similar pollution, developed similar directions of alienation, and became similar ghosts? Is this nonsense? Lu Nanfeng's face was gloomy and uncertain. The meaning behind this is very clear to everyone present. Not long ago, an alien species took the initiative to drag people into the shadow layer, and today the real world fell. I don't need to say much about how abnormal this situation is. Lu Nanfeng scanned the expressions on everyone's faces and said, some things have been discovered about the big guy in Baidu. Now some guys hiding in the dark may be getting restless. The rescue and subsequent comfort work must be completed seriously. As the new year is approaching, I don't know if such incidents will happen again, but we must be extremely alert. Okay, take a 15-minute break, and then continue the meeting in 15 minutes. He stood up first, and everyone walked outside one by one. After returning to his office, Lu Nanfeng had just lit a cigarette when the phone rang. Hello, Lao Li. Have you taken Jiang You to take a qualifications test? The first thing Li Xuanguang asked was a solemn question. I'm in a meeting at the Night Watch Division. He's probably in the waiting area right now. Take him away now. Li Xuanguang's tone was quite firm. This is just a test. Lu Nanfeng took a long puff of cigarette and frowned slightly. Listen to me. Li Xuanguang emphasized again. He also didn't have time to tell Lu Nanfeng. After all, when it comes to collective testing, you can just use back doors and not participate in the testing. Li Xuanguang is in a position where he can definitely do so. But who would have thought that when he went to Baidu, people were not in Yunhai, and he encountered an alien incident as soon as he left? If you don't get tested in advance, you will need to receive treatment and miss the group test in a dozen days. Outsiders are not aware of Li Xuanguang's arrangements, and a series of coincidences have led to the current situation. Should I take him out now? Lu Nanfeng confirmed. Well, let's go now. Li Xuanguang affirmed. If you have something to say, just say it earlier. Lu Nanfeng scolded him, but didn't ask any further questions. Suddenly his eyes froze. Outside the window, a faint golden glow was emanating from a building. It seems that direction to the awakening room? Didi. His other communication device made a sound, and when he clicked on the receive button, Su Lin's voice came out. Envoy Lu, this is the inspection room. Please come over immediately. Old Lu, are you listening? Li Xuanguang's voice came from the communicator. Something's not right in the testing room. I'll go take a look. Lu Nanfeng walked straight out of the office without hanging up the phone. Land Patrol Envoy. Envoy Land Patrol, your documents. Put it on my desk. Someone greeted him from time to time. Lu Nanfeng nodded slightly and hurried towards the spirit awakening room without stopping. Something's wrong. Li Xuanguang's voice became more serious. What happened? Golden light is coming out of the awakening room. Golden light. This answer was obviously beyond Li Xuanguang's expectations. Could it be that a sixth level has appeared? But isn't the sixth level orange? And Lu Nanfeng's pace was getting faster and faster. Li Xuanguang on the other end of the communicator fell silent. Look, what's happening over there? The awakening room is emitting golden light. In the corridor of the Night Watch Department, many night watchmen noticed this strange scene and cast surprised glances. By the way, you are in Baidu for a meeting. How's it going? Lu Nanfeng asked. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then he said, that thing is very strange. How weird is it? Lu Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. In a way, it breaks the existing supernatural cognition. His eyelids twitched violently, and Lu Nanfeng smacked his lips. Anyway, the path to transcendence is explored step by step, and it will be broken every now and then. This time is different. Li Xuanguang's voice sounded a little tired. Like what? For example, this could be a higher-level creature with a higher life status than the alien species. Lu Nanfeng was silent for a moment, then muttered, so mysterious. Stop talking, hurry to the spirit awakening room, and bring Xiaoyu out. Li Xuanguang urged again and again. I know. Lu Nanfeng almost ran in the Night Watch Department. Wait a moment. Please lend it to me. He kept moving among the crowd. His office is on the 3rd floor, and the awakening room is on the 1st floor, and the distance between the two is not close. The closer he got, the more Lu Nanfeng felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. What is going on in the spiritual awakening room? Finally, after a few minutes, he saw the door. Bang. As soon as I knocked on the door, it opened immediately. Su Lin and Zhao Min looked panicked. Land Patrol Envoy. There was no need for them to tell him what was going on. Lu Nanfeng saw it at a glance. The moment the door was opened, the golden luster suddenly increased, penetrating through the crack in the door and shining out. Lu Nanfeng gradually fell into a daze. Jiang Yu's palm was seen pressed tightly against the Ma Yuan stone, and golden light was emanating from the stone, covering his body, as if a thin layer of gold was coated on him. 5th level red light, 6th level orange light. Golden light, what level is it? Hello, hello? Are you here yet? Li Xuanguang's urging voice brought Lu Nanfeng back to his senses. We are here. Lu Nanfeng's throat was dry, but it seems I'm late. Chapter 34 I am the torch. Uncle Lu. Looking at Lu Nanfeng, who was pacing in the room with a frown on his face. Jiang Yu looked a little helpless. He was in the middle of a second-order illness, holding up a torch and feeling very good about himself. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, which brought him back to his senses. Then he found his palms pressed against the stone, and he was like a scion, glowing with gold. Turning his head again, Lu Nanfeng looked at him in amazement. How to describe that expression? Maybe weird and bizarre? Staying in the conference room, Jiang Yu felt like sitting on pins and needles, as if there was something stuck in his throat and like a thorn in his back. He thought it was no big deal. I was just conducting a normal willpower test, and the test was indeed not that difficult. Uncle Lee inside kept chattering and chattering. He was annoyed by the nagging. Hold the torch straight up. Children in their rebellious period are just so stubborn. See what other people are testing. Lu Yao Yao. There was a deep abyss below and a cliff above. She was clinging to the cliff. The wind blew and the rain fell, and the snake slithered by. It seemed as if she would fall down as soon as she let go. The higher I climbed, the more uneasy I felt, until it finally turned into fear and became unbearable. Let's talk about Lu Yuqiang. There are neat houses and streetlights on both sides of the road. Everything is so neat, as if one side was built first and then copied to the other side using mirror flip. So regular that it's weird. There is a street lamp every 5 meters. The lighting range of street lamps is only half a meter. The places that could not be illuminated were shrouded in shadows, and there were faint whispers. He needs to keep moving forward, not knowing when he will reach the end. No one spoke. Everything was silent, slowly torturing his mind. Of course, this process is gradual. For example, at the beginning, the street lights covered a large area, and the streets were full of vitality, not so dead and terrifying. Everything has changed dramatically as we move forward. Looking at the difficulty of other people's testing, Jiang Yu was too embarrassed to talk about what he had experienced. Xiaoyu, you really gave Uncle Lu a big surprise this time. Lu Niafeng smacked his lips. The official test has not started yet, but a genius has emerged from the early test. If you are at level 5, it's still okay. If you are at level 6, it's no problem either. At most, the entire night patrol will be shocked. You just created an unprecedented golden light? Will I be dissected? Jiang Yu made a joke without any embarrassment. Lu Niafeng looked him up and down without saying anything. This look made Jiang Yu shudder. He trembled and his eyes changed. No way, Uncle Lu, don't scare me. You're a coward. You're always thinking about something auspicious. Lu Niafeng scolded with a smile. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Su Lin entered first, followed by several others. Wait. Lu Nanfeng's face suddenly darkened. Envoy Lu, it would be better if more people could record this matter together. The leading man paused. Go out. This. The man looked embarrassed. That's what Envoy Li and General Feng meant. Lu Niafeng said calmly. The man nodded, said no more, turned around and walked out, closing the door behind him. Only Lu Niafeng, Jiang Yu, and Su Lin were left in the room. Ready to record? Yes. Su Lin held the computer and set up the video and audio equipment. Jiang Yu had a big headache. Before Su Lin came in, Uncle Lu told him what was going to happen. What else could he do except accept it? You can't just go straight into the shadow layer. I guess the night watchman will be furious again. Damn, he is worthy of the golden talent. He can come and go in the shadow layer freely. Putting aside all distractions, Jiang Yu prepared to answer questions. Name. Jiang Yu. Age. After asking a series of basic questions, Lu Niafeng spoke again. What did you see in this willpower test? I saw many tragic scenes, countless alien species roaring, and night watchmen fighting one after another. In the end, I held the torch high despite tremendous pressure. What were you thinking at that time? Everything went according to the lines the two had arranged before, and Lu Nanfeng's expression was calm. A talent that surpasses the 6th level. This matter is, it is big, but also not big. It is indeed not that big. Why? Because in the past 100 years, there has not been a 6th level transcendent in the Great Zhou. Yes, none. The path to transcendence is explored step by step, with each level being a threshold, and the gap above level 5 is like heaven and earth. The existing 6th level talents are all stuck at the 5th level without exception and have not been able to find a way to break through. Jiang Yu's talent surpasses the 6th level. We in the night patrol don't know what's going on. Maybe he is really talented, but the night watchman does not have the ability to pave a good path for his future. Lu Niafeng sighed slightly, looking at the handsome young man in front of him. He said, your information will be sent to various night patrol departments. Please think carefully before answering the questions. As your guardian, your answers will affect Uncle Lee. Perhaps the subtext is that your answer represents how Uncle Lee educates you on a daily basis. Regardless of whether the answer is good or not, if there is any big problem with the answer, Uncle Lee will definitely be called away for a lecture. I was very excited because I was about to step into the extraordinary and I felt the responsibility on my shoulders. I was a little confused at the time. This is the line the two of them just exchanged. It's average, not good nor bad. Jiang Yu noticed the slight fatigue revealed by Lu Niafeng, as well as the faintly visible scar on his neck. The boy hesitated for a moment. Many scenes and images flashed before my eyes at that time. Alien, human, extraordinary. That nightmare-like figure keeps hitting me. I was thinking that I should have talent. But after the test, will I really step into that other world? You're not following the script. Lu Nefeng was slightly startled, and then his heart began to hang in his hands. Turtle, Jiang You, please don't cause any trouble. I'm already old. I don't want you to make me spend all my pension. Uncle Lu, there is a map hanging on the wall of your room, right? Lu Nonfeng's pupil shrank slightly. Did you see it? Yes, I saw it by coincidence. Jiang Yu nodded, paused, and asked again, that is the real situation of the Great Zhou dynasty, not the version we learned in textbooks, right? Lu Nefeng was silent. Of the 10 surviving sites in the textbooks, only 5 remain today. Our situation may not be that easy. Everything is not as good as imagined. Sometimes knowing the truth is painful. Facing reality often requires great courage. So I often ask myself, what will tomorrow be like and what kind of person can I become? When I stood in the testing room, with aliens beside me and darkness in front of me, I thought, I hope that all the young people in the Great Zhou dynasty will get rid of their coldness and just move forward. They don't need to listen to the words of those who give up on themselves. Those who can do something should do it, and those who can speak out should speak out. If you have a little heat and emit a little light, you can be like a firefly, and you can also emit a little light in the dark without waiting for a torch. If there is no torch from now on, I will be the only light. Lying in bed. You are really Jiang You. Don't be possessed by an alien species. How could Jiang Yu say such a thing? Could it be Jiang Yu who said this? Lu Nonfeng's expression now was as if his pupils were shaking and his facial features were frozen. Su Lin, who was busy taking notes, was also stunned and looked up blankly. You really think so? Lu Nefeng asked uncertainly. Jiang Yu nodded. That's what I really thought. Bullshit. I was thinking, Uncle Li, could you please stop talking? I need to finish the test quickly and then go back to the club for a spot treatment. Torch? Our Great Zhou doesn't host the Olympic Games, so I can't be a torchbearer. Chapter 35 Scavengers. Jiang Yu waved goodbye as Lu Nefeng looked as if he had seen a ghost. What happened today was truly overwhelming. First, the mall fell into a shadow layer, and he learned that his daughter was in danger. Then the night watchman arrived and averted the danger, and then the night watchman held a meeting. The meeting was halfway through, during the intermission, and there was another bolt of thunder from the qualification test. The first time the 6th-level talent was discovered was probably about 40 or 50 years ago. Who could have thought that this would give everyone such a big surprise out of the blue? It was routine to record the conversation, but unexpectedly Jiang Yu suddenly transformed into a literary talent and said a few words that almost made Lu Nonfeng's brain crash. He looked at the records in front of him, wondering whether he should just hand them over to his superiors. Pretend to be big. It's really cool. If it's too big, there will be problems. In the shadow layer, Jiang Yu felt anxious as he felt the energy constantly pouring into his body. Golden talent? He really didn't think he was cut out for it. Now that's good. According to Uncle Lu, it won't be long before I become famous in the Night Watch. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few years his name will appear in the Handbook of Basic Extraordinary Knowledge. Following the existing 6th-level talent, our country's Jiang Yu successfully detected a golden talent, breaking the extraordinary upper limit. According to his later recollections, he was trapped in a thick darkness, surrounded by deathly silence, and the whispering shadows were about to drag him into the abyss. At this moment, Jiang Yu resolutely bent down, raised the torch, and held it high, saying those deafening words, "If there is no torch from now on, I will be the only light." Fog. That scene is so embarrassing that I want to dig out a villa with my toes just thinking about it. Squatting on top of a tall building, he sighed. Forget it. Things have come to this. There is no point in saying more. Keep hunting. Remaining lifespan, 20 days. The mall spirits provided him with several days of life, and the current stock was barely enough for him to survive until the end of the month. But it's not enough, far from enough. On March 25th, the special training camp officially opened. Those who meet the qualifications will undergo special training for several months to truly understand the extraordinary, their own abilities and alien species. The Wuhan University College entrance examination is a concentrated assessment of the learning outcomes of the special training camp. Unless he goes through the back door, he must attend the special training camp. It's good to learn some basic knowledge and exercise your abilities. Jiang Yu doesn't intend to be special. So before that, it is best to accumulate enough lifespan. There are still more than 10 days left. It should be enough to hunt 1 or 2 alien species a day. Jiang Yu stood up. Open your arms and lean your upper body forward a little bit. A 56-story building. Falling down. The wind whistled, blowing through my hair and hitting my face. A thin shadow spread from the limbs, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, it completely covered the body. The descent speed suddenly slowed down. Gradually bringing his limbs together, he sank his feet, stood on the wall, and began to run down. Shadow walking allows you to walk on even the most vertical walls as if they were flat ground. Bang! The wall exploded and he jumped high into the air. He leaped onto the wall across the street, about 10 stories high, and his right arm turned completely into a sharp claw. A layer of inky stratum corneum covered the forearm, with hideous barbs and a cold sheen. The claws are sharp, and the blade shines with a cold light. The body was half hanging on the wall, and a series of sparks were produced by grinding at the junction of the claws and the wall. Seeing that he had only 7 or 8 meters left to the ground, he leaped again. Below, an alien with only 25% health left looked back from time to time, as if being chased by something. Unfortunately, it was busy looking behind, and by the time it reacted, Jiang You had already flown to its face. This is a humanoid species with gray skin and dense lines on the surface. The facial features seem to be blurred by a filter, with only the eyes emitting a bluish-gray luster, barely clear. One leg was broken, the entire abdomen was almost pierced, and the left arm was missing. He was limping, and it was hard not to make Jiang Yu's heart beat. He didn't even use Shadow Strike. He relied on the downward momentum and the sharp claws to strike like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Health explodes. 25%, 6%. The alien, who was already seriously injured, fell to the ground on the spot. Mark. Hunting. Jiang You thrust his palm into the opponent's heart and said, "Kill him." Crack. This poor alien died on the spot. This is a seriously injured alien. It is so pitiful and is running for its life in a panic. It just wants to survive, that's all. But obviously, its life has come to an end. It will never see the sun rising tomorrow, nor will it hear the gentle breeze. Chasing a seriously injured prey that does not belong to you, obviously, this is not a glorious hunt. Hunting is being judged. Hunting is successful. Remaining lifespan increases. Current number of days, 22 days. Slightly improved battle skills. A memory flashed through my mind. The first time I fought against ghosts, fighting against aliens alone, and then I killed them instantly just now. Memories flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope, and Jiang Yu showed an expression of amazement. Even with this small improvement, he really gained a lot. For example, in a previous battle, attacking from a different angle might have a more powerful effect. Adjusting the dodging method could save more energy. Not bad. This alien species was indeed very cruel, and he was prepared for little gain from the hunting. Grabbing the opponent's body with his palm, Jiang Yu once again launched Shadow Devouring. Under control, the shadow was like a strong acid, eating away at the opponent's body bit by bit, and then flowing back to the palm of the hand. Shadow point +4. Successfully broke through 40 points. Very good. One corpse can be used for 2 purposes, very efficient. Hey, where did you come from? An angry voice sounded not far away. Jiang Yu was slightly stunned and looked over. A young man wearing a leather jacket, camouflage trousers, and a camouflage helmet approached with a wary look on his face. His clothes were torn in many places and there was slight bleeding from the wounds. Health 73%. What does this person do? Jiang Yu looked at him in confusion. Where's my alien? The young man glared at Jiang Yu, glanced at his side, saw the pool on the ground, and immediately understood something. Shadow Devourer does not completely devour its prey, and usually leaves a lot of indigestible parts behind. Dude, this is a bit unkind of you. Dengku was stunned. The person in front of me looks more and more familiar. No, none of this looks familiar. Are you? He asked. Something? Jiang Yu tilted his head. Although the man was wearing camouflage uniform, it was obvious that he could not be a member of the night patrol. It was my first time encountering a wild supernatural being, and it was quite novel. The word something made Dengku laugh angrily. He said, "No, buddy, even if you're a big internet celebrity, you can't steal my prey. I spent a lot of time and effort to catch it, and it escaped halfway, and then you just took advantage of it. This is not in accordance with the rules. I only saw this alien at that time, and didn't see you." Jiang Yu shook his head. That's not the case. The visibility in the shadow layer is so limited, it would be strange if you could see me. Little did I know that in the time it took me to catch my breath, the prey would be gone. I was the first one to target this prey, and you should have seen its condition. It was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Look at the injuries on my body. I was just waiting to catch it and sell it for some money. Denka said, "Okay, today is my bad luck. Let's follow the rules of scavengers. 30% to 70%, okay? You are a big internet celebrity. You won't bully a small shrimp like me, right? What do you mean 30/70ths? Jiang Yu was confused again. Chapter 36, Extraordinary Beyond the Night Watchman. No, buddy, this is meaningless. Big internet celebrities can't be so overbearing. In fact, we can discuss it properly. Denka pursed his lips and his voice became smaller and smaller. It's nothing. Jiang Yu doesn't look like a good guy at all. Especially those 2 big claws. When the index finger and middle finger touch each other slightly, there is a clanging sound of metal clashing, which makes people's hair stand on end. What is this? I'm not as skilled as others, that's all. Denka no longer had the heart to continue chatting and planned to go back and block you. Oh no, I have to open a few small accounts and go to his comment section every day to be a hater. I admit defeat as I am not strong enough. Brother you, I'm taking my leave. Denka clasped his hands together and bowed. Wait a minute. Jiang You stopped him. You and I have no grudges against each other, so why should we, brothers, force each other? Denka became alert and took a few steps back to look at Jiang You. Jiang You sighed with a slight twitch in his mouth. I was wondering why you were so dramatic. What scavenger? What 30% to 70% split? What are you talking about? Brother, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Denku was suspicious. Jiang You remained silent and looked at him quietly. A scavenger? Denka asked tentatively. Tell me about it. Jiang You said. Denka had a strange expression on his face. You'll understand this kind of thing once you go to college. As for Jiang You not having attended college, that's pure bullshit. The ability shown in the video is not top-notch, but Denku is the first one who doesn't believe that someone who has never attended college can reach this level. These are mainly basic knowledge. Even if you are not a college student, you can understand them by looking for information when you step into the extraordinary world. Yeah, who could have imagined? Hidden under the hideous shadow coat is actually a LSB Junior soul-foot-washing master hot-blooded erotic cartoonist boy. Dude, you are not really losing your memory. About waking up after losing my memory, I had a mobile phone at hand, so I registered a TikTok account and started posting short videos about my memory loss. Tell me about it. I'm waiting to listen. Jiang You urged. Denka's Adam's apple rose as he explained, Scavengers, these are our own names. The official name is Night Watch Non-Staff. As long as you have a level above the first level mid-level, you can register. Usually, people who don't want to join or can't join the Night Watch, but want to enter the shadow layer to improve their strength and earn some extra money, will register as a non-staff member. Most scavengers are not very strong, just like online writers, a bunch of losers piled up at the bottom, working diligently and barely making a little money from takeout. So we also call ourselves shadow layer scavengers. Seeing Jiang You listening attentively, Denku became more and more surprised. This brother really doesn't understand this? Oh, by the way, brother you, weren't you beaten up by a blogger named Devour on Douyin? He is actually a scavenger, and I guess he is an old non-staff member who dares not enter the shadow layer. Maybe he has not even seen a few alien species. I scolded him for you, but he blocked me. Really, I'll show you my TikTok background. No need, bro. Seeing that he really had the urge to take out his cell phone, Jiang You tried to stop him with a smile. Brother you, just trust me. I am your biggest fan. I mean, there's no net on the shadow layer. The four looked at each other, and Denku was the first to give in. He bowed again and said, Brother you, since you have dealt with the prey, I will not bother with you anymore. Goodbye. Wait a minute. Jiang You hadn't heard enough. It's rare to have so much new knowledge, so I must definitely take advantage of it. How much is this thing worth? I'll give it to you, and you can continue to tell me. Denku, who was a little impatient at first, immediately smiled when he heard this. Okay, brother. I was planning to sell this thing. It's a first-level medium-grade gray species in good condition. The price is about 6 or 7,000. Let's compromise and take 6,005. According to the rules of the scavengers, the person who picks up the loose ends gets 30%, and the person who makes the main effort gets 70%. This alien is in a very bad state. Do you have any objection, Brother Ward? I was just a little slow at the time, but once I recover, I will be able to catch up and kill it in a while. Do you have any objection, Brother Ward? Why didn't I see you around just now? Jiang You smiled, although the other party couldn't see his expression. I've already said that the shadow layer blocks my vision. I'm also injured, so I have to be careful in the pursuit. It's normal that you didn't see it, Brother Ward. Denka spoke without blushing or blinking. Okay, go ahead. Jiang You is funny. With such careful calculations, it really feels like bargaining in a vegetable market. Okay, I'll continue. Denka said, I'm really your fan, brother. Let's split it 50 to 50. I'll earn enough money from medical expenses, 6,500 yuan, and you can transfer 3,250 yuan to me. I'll transfer 7,000 to you later. It will be your tuition fee for teaching me these things. Jiang You is quite generous. He is indeed not short of money. The profits from erotic comics are beyond your imagination. Thank you, brother. If you have any other questions, just ask. Denka's eyes lit up. He decided not to block you after he returned. He wanted to create 10 small accounts and take turns to fight against Devour. Let's go sit down and talk somewhere else. Okay, where are we going? How about the rooftop? What? Before he could finish his words, Jiang You in shadow form picked him up like a chicken and ran along the wall as if he were walking on flat ground. Denku was unable to react. When I came to my senses, I found myself being lifted up and dangling in the air. Slow down. Slow down. Dengke screamed and felt like he was floating. He was now 100% sure. Wart Brothers flying on the wall is definitely not a special effect. He staggered along the way, and the 10-second journey seemed like a year to him. My brain was almost shaking apart, and I finally stood firmly on my feet. Dengke looked around blankly and bewilderedly. The person flies in front, and the soul chases behind. Bro, what abilities do you have? It can climb walls, has claws, is covered in shadows, and can shoot out shadow threats. Want a drink? I'll get some. No, no need. You're welcome. Jiang You turned around and took out a large bag from the corner of the rooftop. Question mark. A question mark slowly appeared on Dengke's forehead. Come on, let's continue chatting. Jiang You sat on the edge of the rooftop, opened a bottle, and drank it in gulps. Then he burped. It seems that Brother Ward is not as cold-blooded as imagined. Dengke seemed to be thinking about something, hesitating, and tentatively sat down next to him. When I glanced down, my legs suddenly went weak and my head became dizzy. Turtle, if you fall from a 50-story building, you'll probably be smashed into a pulp. You really lost your memory? Dengke asked. As you can see, Jiang You shrugged. Then, Dengke had so much to complain about that he didn't know how to spit it out. Let's not talk about this anymore. Jiang Yu asked, who did we sell those hunted alien species to? The Night Watch, universities, or some companies that have obtained the acquisition qualification, such as the Chuang Group. They research new drugs and sometimes issue missions to acquire alien species. Jiang Yu nodded. What are the benefits of being a non-staff member? It's really not much. Dengke shook his head. There is no basic salary, nor any social insurance or housing fund. At most, there is something like performance commission. Another thing is that you can choose alien species according to the tasks issued by the Night Watch. This way, the probability of encountering powerful alien species is greatly reduced. Oh. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up slightly. This is good. His biggest worry now is that his efficiency in finding alien species is too low, and he has no way to control their strength. It all depends on your eyesight. For example, if an alien is too big, it looks difficult to deal with it, so you can change the target. The problem is that not all alien species are small and weak. If he really encounters a small but extremely powerful alien species, he can only consider himself unlucky. The Night Watchman is not on the payroll, but it's quite interesting. Chapter 37 Let the Chrysanthemums Fly. Phew. Behead. He reached his palm into the alien's body and crushed it. The shadow clings to the opponent's body, strangling and absorbing it. Name Blood Shadow Cat. Type Blood, Shadow. Level, First Order Median. Introduction. It is a hybrid of inferior abyss species. It has certain potential, high agility, sharp claws, and high self-healing ability. Kill price, 5 senses disorder, price exempted. Shadow Harvest. Increase the number of shadow points. This species has been included. Hunting succeeded. Your dodge skill has been improved to a certain extent. Feeling the powerful force filling his body, Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. I talked a lot with Dengke yesterday, and we hit it off and decided to cooperate. The other party goes to the Night Watch to accept the mission, gets the location of the low-level alien species, and then he is responsible for hunting. Division of labor, cooperation between men and women, makes work less tiring. The alien species was devoured by Jiang Yu, and as a reward, he paid Dengke 50% of the market price. Although 50% is not a lot, Dengke would be happy to do it even if it were reduced by another 20%. Wow. He is only responsible for screening suitable alien species and informing Jiang Yu after confirming their location. It's so easy, isn't it? Much more suitable than working hard to hunt alien species by yourself? It's just the first day of cooperation, and this is the 4th alien species that Jiang Yu has hunted. Can you believe it? Turtle, aren't you tired? After confirming that Jiang Yu had finished the hunt and hearing shouts, Dengke walked out from the gap between the buildings. There was already a hint of awe in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Yu. He is a superior of the 1st rank, but he still needs to be careful when hunting alien species. You can win, but you will definitely get hurt. The most troublesome thing about alien species is the pollution they emit all the time. As long as it is injured, the pollution will penetrate into the body. Not only that, even if the hunt is successful, the body will be covered with a layer of pollution. Like the gray one yesterday, after he successfully hunted it, he would need at least 2 or 3 days to recover from his injuries and calm down. It will take about 5 days before we can look for another species. Otherwise, you have to endure the pollution, hunt a few in one go, and then go to the pollution department of the hospital and spend money on treatment. This guy with warts is so fierce that he doesn't look like a human. Alien attack. Okay, I'll dodge. Can't get out of the way? Okay, I won't dodge. The gleaming big blade is stabbing at his heart, but this ruthless man is not afraid at all. At the beginning, the alien species were always majestic, but as the fight went on, they became afraid. I've seen some arrogant people, but I've never seen someone so desperate. After a crucial battle, after a rest, Brother Ward is back to full health. The longest battle was one that took me more than an hour to recover from. I felt full of energy afterwards. You are not a human being at all. You look more like an alien than an alien. To be fair, in a normal fight, Deng Ke felt that he could probably fight Wart Brother 40:60. He is 4, and Brother Ward is 6. The main reason is that the pair of big claws are too threatening, and low-level extraordinary people have basically no way to deal with them. This is normal. The situation of a life-and-death battle is about 190 to 190. That one is a ray of hope. Brother Ward, want to take a break? Deng Ke came forward and collected some bones and debris. It is a proof that the scavenger has completed the task. By the way, it can be exchanged for some points. The points can be exchanged for rice, soybean oil, etc., and cannot be wasted. Give me a drink. Jiang You stretched out his hand. Okay. Deng Ke lowered his head and rummaged in his pocket. After taking a few mouthfuls of the food, Jiang You burped with satisfaction. In one day, the lifespan reached 39 days. You know, every time he kills a prey, he becomes stronger. As strength grows like a snowball, the efficiency of hunting alien species will become higher and higher. It's a pity that these 4 alien species are all of the middle level of the first order, and they didn't give him any new abilities. What's wrong? Jiang You asked when he saw Deng Ke's hesitant expression. Wart Brother. After hesitating for a while, Deng Ke said, why don't we slow down? If you continue to kill, something bad may happen. Don't worry, I know my limits. Glancing at the words, price waived, on the panel, Jiang You waved his hand. He still understands this basic knowledge. He didn't feel any of the cost or the pollution. On the contrary, he was in great shape. But it's really late today, so let's stop here. Jiang You stretched his body. Okay. Deng Ke breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang You pondered for a moment. Starting tomorrow, help me find a first-level higher alien species. First-level promotion. Deng Ke hesitated. Wouldn't it be a bit risky? Worried that Jiang You didn't understand this common sense, he explained, the gap between people of the same level is quite large, and there is also a gap between people of the same level and position. The Night Watch can only give you a first-level upper position, and whether the opponent is strong or weak in this level can only be known through actual combat. It's okay. Let's select some alien species with weak attack power and slowly grind them down. Jiang You said, the effect of the first-order intermediate alien species on me has gradually weakened. It's time to change the target. Okay. Deng Ke had no choice but to nod and agree. Hunt monsters to restore memory. Hunt monsters to restore strength. This is what Jiang You said to Deng Ke. Who can believe such an outrageous setting? If it weren't for the fact that Jiang You would become visibly stronger every time he killed an alien species, Deng Ke wouldn't have believed it. Brother Ward, I'll be leaving first then? Bye-bye. Deng Ke waved goodbye to him. He walked towards the nearest shadow layer exit in a good mood. The entrance and exit of the shadow layer are tightly controlled by the Night Watchman. How does Brother Ward get in and out every time? Could he have mastered a wild rift? It is illegal to control this kind of thing privately. After all, if humans can enter and exit, so can alien species. If you know something but don't report it, the consequences will be serious. It's impossible that Brother Wart lives in the shadow layer. Who can live in the shadow layer all the time? Can anyone who lives in the shadow layer all the time be a human? I don't know what he was thinking about, but Deng Ke's expression suddenly changed. He looked back hurriedly, but of course he couldn't see Jiang You. Then he quickened his pace to leave. After stepping out of the shadow layer, Jiang You walked towards his own community. I bought a chrysanthemum from the store on the way and returned to my building. Yao Yao. He saw Lu Yao Yao waiting for the elevator. Huh? Flowers. Lu Yao Yao saw the flowers in his hand. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she jumped over. Who did you buy it for? Ah, this. Jiang You didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. I bought it for you. What kind of flower is this? Lu Yao Yao didn't quite understand any of this. This is a rose. Jiang You said. Yeah. The pale white petals are surrounded by light yellow stamens, which are very fresh. If you take a sniff, you can smell the full fragrance. Yes. Jiang You nodded affirmatively. This species is not that charming. This is not a rose. Lu Yao Yao became angry and pointed at a small label on the branch. Chamomile. You said it's not a rose? Jiang You remained calm. No. I said it's not a rose either. Jiang You sighed. It's not a fucking rose at all. I ordered flowers from the store, and when I picked them up, they gave me this one. I said it wasn't a rose, and they said it was a rose. I said it wasn't, and they said it was. I had no choice but to take it back. Question mark. A question mark slowly appeared on Lu Yaoyao's face. This wave. This wave is called Let the Chrysanthemums Fly. Chapter 38 Lin Mo, Su Lin. I really didn't buy it for some little girl. Damn, am I crazy? It's almost time for dinner. Should I take the flowers home? What did someone give me as a gift? If someone gave me this, do you think I would go home today? Don't ask me where I'm going if I don't go home. This hotel is my home. Hiss, it hurts. After learning that the flowers were not bought specifically for him, Jiang You watched with his own eyes as Lu Yaoyao's expression changed from astonishment to disbelief and then to anger. Now he has a dark face, is holding a small school bag, and looks like he wants to smash himself to death. What are you doing pressing the 10th floor? In the elevator, Lu Yaoyao asked. Flowers. Okay. Lu Yaoyao was amused by his calm voice. I want to see who you give it to. Boy. Jiang You glanced at her helplessly. Besides, why do you care so much? What's my fuss? Lu Yaoyao was shocked, her anger rising. Jiang You. Great. You're really great. I'll buy you flowers next time. Jiang You stretched out his hand and wanted to rub her head. It was slapped open with a snap. Lu Yaoyao's chest heaved with anger. Bite. They arrived at the floor, the elevator opened, and Jiang You walked out first. I want to see who has charmed you so much that he sent you flowers. Lu Yaoyao followed closely. However, when she turned left and turned the corner, she paused. I saw bunches of flowers placed in front of the door at the end of the corridor. Yellow and white. Most of them are chrysanthemums of unknown varieties. It is used for memorial service. Lu Yaoyao realized it all at once. Jiang You didn't stop, walked forward, bent down, and put the flower down. What are you doing? Let's pay our respects. Jiang You said, then stood up. Memorial? Who are we commemorating? Jiang You took the initiative to explain. How should I put it? Sister Su Lin. His gaze stayed behind Lu Yaoyao. Jiang You, Lu Yaoyao? Why are you two here? Su Lin was stunned. She looked at the bouquet of flowers in front of the door and was a little surprised. Do you know Lin Mo? Well, I don't really know him. I don't even know his name. Jiang You scratched his head. I ran into some trouble before. Brother Lin Mo helped me. We live on the same floor. When I learned that he had an accident, I came to give him flowers every day. Su Lin understood. I see. Come in and tell me. She walked forward, took out the key, inserted it into the lock and turned it, then brought the flowers at the door into the house. When the door was pushed open, the furnishings in the house were very simple. The white tile floor was engraved with cloud patterns, and there was an empty cabinet next to it. On the left, there is a not very big living room. There are basic items such as coffee table, sofa, TV, etc., and there is a small balcony next to it. There were 2 bedrooms, and the doors opposite each other were open, but Jiang You didn't go in to take a look. The 3 of them walked to the sofa in the living room, and Su Lin sat down first. Sister, what's wrong with Brother Lin Mo? I remember he told me about Baidu Academy and extraordinary liberal arts. Jiang Yu asked. He even told you this? Su Lin was surprised. We live in the same building, and we chat when we run into each other occasionally. Jiang Yu smiled. Once I was targeted by gangsters, and it was Brother Lin Mo who helped me teach them a lesson. Afterwards, he wore the clothes of a night watchman and asked me for cigarettes. This is something he can do. Su Lin couldn't hold it back and smiled faintly. It's a pity that the smile only lasted for a few seconds. After all, the protagonist of the story is no longer here. She was silent for a moment, then spoke again, her tone carrying a hint of reminiscence. We were high school classmates, and later entered different majors at Baidu University together. He is a very strong-willed person. The textbook says willpower talent is fixed from the time of testing, just like some people have type A blood and some have type B blood. It is destined and cannot be changed. He didn't believe it. He always said that since it was a willpower test, willpower can become stronger, and so can people. So despite all the dissuasion, he insisted on joining the combat department in his freshman year. You can imagine the final result. Su Lin's eyes were fascinated, and he pursed his lips. Talent determines everything. Naturally, he failed to break the iron law summed up by countless predecessors. Later, he transferred to the extraordinary liberal arts department. Before he graduated, he entered the night watch department as an intern and was successfully hired as a full-time employee due to his outstanding performance. He is a very talkative and cheerful person. He occasionally goes to the gym or library to check in, work out, and read books. These are probably his few hobbies. I think his former arrogance has almost disappeared. Not long ago, Lin Mo entered the shadow layer to save 2 children, fought with an alien species, and died bravely after swallowing the compound. Coincidentally, the alien species he fought with was the same species as the wandering spirit in the mall that day. Lu Yaoyao was like a frosted eggplant. She had wilted since she entered the door and didn't dare to interrupt. The anger had long since dissipated without a trace. Look at my memory. I was so busy talking that I didn't even get you a glass of water. Su Lin stood up. No, Sister Su Lin, there's no need. Jiang You said repeatedly. Su Lin had already poured the water and placed it in front of them. Thank you, Sister Su Lin. You're welcome. Su Lin looked at the two of them, not knowing what he was thinking about. His eyes lit up a little, then gradually dimmed. This person is sometimes impulsive and makes unwise moves when he gets anxious. Su Lin spoke to himself. He trained very hard in his early years, trying to break free from the shackles, but he was left with only injuries. He is not a martial artist to begin with, and he plunged into the shadow layer to fight against alien species. It should be said that he is doomed to die. You two are both very talented. You must think calmly when encountering things. She hesitated for a moment and gave a forced smile. It's not shameful. Many times, it's really not shameful to not be a hero. Look at this guy Lin Imo. He was a hero for a while. But what about the future? There is no future. Jiang Yuxiao took a sip of the water in the cup and sighed, but he didn't know how to comfort her. I could only take a deep breath and ask, Sister Su Lin, when will Brother Lin Mo's body be buried? He's already been buried. It's almost the new year, so let's put him to rest first. Is that so? The blind ghost with strange patterns all over its body and great strength appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes again. Maybe. I made a mistake? The thought flashed through his mind. After all, he couldn't tell Su Lin that there was no basis for this. I suspect there's something wrong with Lin Mo's body. Can we open the coffin and check it out? So he spoke from the side. The aliens are really hateful. That day at the mall, I saw a wandering spirit with black skin, like tadpole patterns on its body, and it seemed to be blind. It was killing people in the shadow layer. It would be difficult for ordinary people to survive if they encountered it. Su Lin was slightly startled, not knowing which word he heard. After chatting for a few more words, she sent Jiang You and the other man out and returned to the house. Her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Lin Imo, she murmured softly, and finally could not sit still any longer. She returned to the room, turned on the computer, and started typing. I don't know when Sister Su Lin will be able to come out of this. After leaving the door, Jiang Yu sighed. If it were me, I would probably feel sad for a long time if an old classmate I had known for many years passed away. Lu Yaoyao nodded. Do you really think she's just an old classmate? Jiang Yu glanced at her. She's wearing an engagement ring on her ring finger. This. Lu Yaoyao subconsciously looked back at the closed door. Life is really full of regrets, isn't it? Yeah. Lu Yaoyao responded. I thought it through. I figured it out. Come to my house tonight and make amends. Lu Yaoyao was shocked, looking stunned. What did you say? Chapter 39, Yaoyao's Ability, Soul Calming. 992. 993. At home, shadow layer. Jiang Yu transformed into a shadow form, supported himself on the ground with his palms, and did push-ups while standing upside down. Ever since he became a transcendent, he has had endless energy all day long. Especially today, after absorbing 4 alien species, its strength has become even stronger. When I have nothing to do, I exercise in the shadow layer. The panel provided in the manual only records the abilities he possesses, but does not include any specific values such as physical strength and power. This also led to Jiang Yu not knowing what level he was at now. According to Deng Ku, he is probably unable to beat the second stage, but can basically move sideways within the first stage, and even if he can't kill the prey, he can run away. 997. 998. He performed the exercise one move at a time. Suddenly, I saw the door handle showing signs of turning. Someone. Uncle Li or Yao Yao. No, Uncle Li is still in Baidu. Under the background of the catastrophe, moving across settlements takes a very long time, which is far less than in his previous life. Fortunately, he had locked the door and only turned the doorknob, but didn't actually open it. Jiang Yu immediately exited the shadow layer. With a click, the door was opened, and it was Lu Yaoyao at the door. It's already past 8 o'clock. Why did you think of me? Jiang Yu looked at her. The girl had long loose hair and wore cute dinosaur pajamas, revealing a piece of her white ankles. I was wearing furry monster slippers on my feet, but unfortunately, I was wearing cotton socks. I made some cookies. Do you want some? The girl held up the bag in her hand. Then I must try it. Jiang Yu smiled. Will you come in? To his surprise, Lu Yaoyao actually walked in. Normally this girl would go home after dinner, but today she came to see me abnormally. The door closed with a bang. Jiang Yu laughed happily. Your smile is so obscene. Lu Yaoyao had just put the things on the coffee table and suddenly became alert. No, I'm happy. Jiang Yu wiped his saliva. I just love eating cookies. Look how greedy I am. What are you doing in the room? I knocked on the door, but no one responded. I couldn't open it with my key. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Lu Yaoyao probably knew what was in this guy's mind and glared at him fiercely. I was exercising in the house and didn't notice anything. Jiang You moved his butt closer to her. Where's Uncle Lu? On a mission. Are you coming back tonight? What happened at the mall scares me. Whenever I close my eyes these past few days, I see that horrific scene. I feel like I'm lying on the bed, surrounded by aliens looking at me. Yaya, what should I do? I'm just an ordinary boy who is weak and has never seen blood. I'm so scared. Lu Yaoyao didn't know how to answer for a moment, and always felt that Jiang You had something else to say. You can stay here tonight. As expected, the veins on Lu Yaoyao's forehead were throbbing. Ignoring the horny middle school boy, she asked, Hey, I forgot to ask you before, what is your awakened ability? Ability? Jiang Yu smacked his lips. Ing Tong, have you heard of it? The Shadow One's branching abilities? Lu Yaoyao pondered. Oh, it's easy now that you've heard of it. Fortunately, he has many abilities, so he has a lot to choose from. After much deliberation, Jiang Yu decided to choose Shadow Pupil, a more moderate ability that theoretically has growth potential, as the information he wants to make public. After all, apart from this, other abilities don't seem suitable to be made public. Shadow walking? I awakened a cool ability that allows me to parkour freely. Lu catch pattern? Your appearance seems familiar, and you seem to be similar to the internet celebrity Wart brother. That's not purely exposing yourself. The account positioning of you is a fierce hunter and a sinister and ruthless assassin. Let outsiders know that this is just an 18-year-old kid with a hammer to use. Apparently, the ability of Shadow Pupil was not uncommon. Lu Yaoyao nodded to show that she understood. What about you? What are your abilities? Jiang Yu was quite curious. Soul Calming, a branch ability of Soul Masters, has the highest potential. Lu Yaoyao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Soul Shaking? This ability sounds somewhat cool. Jiang Yu didn't know what was going on. Lu Yaoyao explained, My actual combat ability is relatively weak in the early stage, and I can only play a disruptive role at most. But if I can reach the 5th level, I will definitely be stronger than your Shadow Pupil. As she spoke, she raised her chin proudly. Treasure. You are a branch of XX, we are real stalker, hunter. Jiang Yu didn't hit her, he just gave her a slap on the head. Then you better take it easy, don't waste it in the early stages. Shut your crow mouth. The girl covered her forehead and rolled her eyes. By the way, what are these shadow people and soul people? Jiang Yu asked. Actually, I don't know much about it. Lu Yaoyao said, those are related to the types of alien species. For example, shadow ones correspond to shadow species among the alien species. Hunting alien species and absorbing pollution is one of the ways for extraordinary people to become stronger. If they hunt the corresponding alien species, the efficiency will be greatly improved. On the contrary, if shadow people hunt pattern species or blood species, they will get half the result with twice the effort. Oh, it's magical. Lu Yaoyao is really a treasure girl. If you ask her something you don't understand, she will definitely give you an answer. Come on, show me your ability. Soul Shaking. This name sounds powerful. Jiang Yu rubbed his hands. Who am I demonstrating to? I need a target to activate my abilities. Me. Jiang Yu patted his chest. Are you okay in your head? I have thick skin and tough flesh. You have just awakened. It is impossible for me to be shocked to death in an instant, right? How does soul shock work? Do you want to shock my brain? It's a town of repression, idiot. Lu Yaoyao was helpless. It seemed that the two of them were not on the same channel after chatting for a long time. Well, I'm even less afraid of that. It's just suppression. In the game, it's similar to imprisonment, immobilization, or stun. Come on, let me try. What if something happens to you? Lu Yaoyao was actually a little moved. Her ability requires a living target to be used. After all, if you put a soul-soothing device on a wooden cabinet, there's no chance that this thing will have any reaction. No matter how magical the ability is, it is frustrating to never have the chance to use it. Don't worry, I'm really fine. Jiang Yu flexed his muscles. Look, big muscle man, all those muscular bodies are real. I didn't realize you had such a muscular body. Lu Yaoyao exclaimed. Her eyes were immediately attracted. When she came to her senses, she met Jiang Yu's half-smile. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, and she looked away as if she had been electrocuted. Want to touch it? Shut up. Lu Yaoyao was ashamed and angry. You want to try it, right? Okay, I'll let you try. Come. Are you ready? Come on. Then I can go? Show no mercy. Here it comes. Plop. My brain feels dizzy. Jiang Yu fell forward and fell into Lu Yaoyao's arms. Chapter 40. I have been afraid of thunder since I was a child. Ah, it hurts. He fell down in agony. Moaning, rubbing. The sound became more painful. Are you okay? Lu Yaoyao was stunned and at a loss. My head feels like it's going to explode. He paused. Lie down quickly. I'll call a doctor for you. Lu Yaoyao quickly supported him. Just gained power, not yet familiar with it. It all poured out with a bang. Seeing Jiang Yu's attitude, she was really panicked. Press my temples for me. Jiang Yu lay on her legs. Take a deep breath. Don't get me wrong, I just couldn't breathe because of the pain just now, so I'm trying to catch my breath a little more now. I don't mean to take advantage of you at all. Ahem, rub it. Jiang Yu looked painful. Ah. Lu Yaoyao subconsciously put her hands on it. A pair of cool, slender, white fingers like scallions pressed on his temple and rubbed it gently. No, it's already so late. I'll go call a doctor. Lu Yaoyao realized belatedly. Ah, I feel better now. Jiang Yu grabbed her wrist and said, rub it again. It's okay. I can take it easy. Are you really okay? Lu Yaoyao hesitated. Rub it again and rub it again. Jiang Yu urged. The white and tender fingers gently rubbed the head. Soft, really soft. It smells really good. Rub your head. It hurts a little too. How'd I need this? It's to relax your scalp, from the forehead to the back, from the top of the head to both sides, press gently, and also press the acupuncture points on the neck to soothe the head. The technique should be gentle, not just poking with one finger. If you practice the one young finger, put it here. Yes, put your fingers together and gently. How much money did you spend at the Xingyue Club at the entrance of the community? Lu Yaoyao asked calmly. Not much, just a few thousand. The voice stopped abruptly, and Jiang Yu opened his eyes. Actually, I was joking. Do you believe me? Get up. Rub it again. Rub it again. 1, 2. Seeing her start counting, Jiang Yu quickly straightened his back. I'm going back. Lu Yaoyao's face was gloomy. Hey, don't. It's over. The joke's over. I did stagger a bit just now. Jiang Yu had to change the subject and said, I was concentrating and wanted to dodge, but I was suddenly hit. There was no trace left. After hearing him describe his abilities, Lu Yaoyao stopped trying to stand up. He snorted. The abilities of extraordinary people originally come from alien species, so it is normal for them to be strange and changeable. If all their abilities can be seen by the naked eye, that would be abnormal. I'm out of breath after praising you for a few words. Have fun on the river. Does it hurt? Yes, it does. It was like a small hammer hitting me on the forehead. Can you accept this? No problem at all. After all, Jiang Yu had just awakened his abilities, and he had been struggling in the shadow layer for many years. Even if his abilities were not good enough, he would not be unable to withstand it. However, Lu Yaoyao's abilities are indeed extraordinary. It's hard to guard against. Although he held his breath and concentrated, he was still hit. As Lu Yaoyao's strength improves in the future, her power will probably be even more terrifying. Conquer the enemy without fighting and shoot him in the head from 800 meters away? Jiang Yu didn't know if the limit of a transcendent could reach this point, anyway. He sat next to Lu Yaoyao and tried to grab her little hand as if nothing had happened. However, Lu Yaoyao noticed it and moved a few steps to the side on the spot. Jiang Yu didn't know what embarrassment was, and he remained calm. After the spring festival, in another 10 days or so, should we go to the special training camp? Yes. Yuhai is the largest among several surrounding gathering places. Instructors from other gathering places will bring students to Yuhai. The enrollment has been expanded this year, and the number of students is estimated to be slightly more than before. Lu Yaoyao said. I have a question. With so many new students enrolled, can the special training camp be open? Jiang Yu asked. Don't worry. Lu Yaoyao explained. The expansion targets are mainly extraordinary liberal arts students, and the special training camp is full of martial arts students. So that's how it is. Jiang Yu understood. Boom. At this moment, thunder exploded in the sky. There is a heavy rain tonight. It's late. I'm going back. Hey, you're leaving now? Jiang Yu was still not satisfied. What else? It's thundering outside. Question mark. Lu Yaoyao looked at him like a fool. I'm already an adult. Why am I still afraid of thunder? I'm not saying you're afraid. I'm saying I'm afraid. Jiang Yu smiled shyly. You are afraid of nothing. Get out of here. I'll get the pillow. Hey, Jiang Yu. My dad will beat you to death if he knows. Just die. I'm too scared. I've been afraid of thunder since I was a child. Whenever thunder strikes, my legs start to tremble. I can't walk and even my voice trembles. I'm timid. You know that. I've always been timid in my life. I don't know when I can correct it. Looking at Jiang Yu jumping up and down like a monkey and rushing into the room to grab a pillow, Lu Yaoyao's expression froze slightly. Uncle Lu is not coming back tonight, right? Jiang Yu grinned. Just like a wolf seeing a delicious lamb. Is this the first-level superior alien species you were looking for? In the shadow layer, on top of a tall building, Jiang Yu looked at Deng Ke. For some reason, Deng Ke keenly felt that this guy seemed unhappy today. He immediately explained with a bitter face, "Brother, there are indeed some upper-level first-level ones, but they are much more scattered than the middle-level ones. It's rare that there are still a few in East Zone 1 that are relatively close, making it easier to hunt them. Besides the high attack power and high health of the hunter, it doesn't have any other cunning tricks. Once you adapt to their attack methods, you will definitely be fine. Besides, you have killed one before, haven't you?" The hunter that Deng Ke mentioned was the prey in the second video released by Jiang You some time ago. He had previously killed a half-crippled hunter, and with a combination of Shadow Strike and Mark, he managed to scrape off a layer of skin from the opponent. He dragged his broken body and almost beat Jiang You to death. Claw Form and Shadow Walk are the rewards after hunting it. But if you think about it carefully, what Deng Ke said is actually correct. There are many alien species with strange abilities, and their attacks are hard to predict. Perhaps predators and ghosts, who can draw blood and cut into flesh with every strike of their swords, are easier to deal with. Moreover, Deng Ke decided to choose Jiang You after watching his video and confirming that he had tortured this alien before. All things considered, this is actually a good choice. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and calmed down. He woke up early. When I woke up early, I got up from the floor and tiptoed to the bed. Lu Yaoyao was sleeping. Her pretty face was rosy, without any makeup, but full of natural tenderness. The skin is as smooth as a peach, which makes people want to take a big bite. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Her little nose breathed in and out, and her two crystal lips touched from time to time as she muttered. After staring for more than 10 seconds, she woke up slowly. Looking at Jiang You in front of him, his pure eyes were full of confusion. Boom, boom, boom. The two looked at each other, and when Jiang Yu was hesitating whether to do something, the door rang. "Yes, Uncle Lu is back." "Yao, what time is it? Why are you still sleeping? Guess what I brought you?" Jiang Yu didn't know what he bought. He only knew that the quality of Uncle Lu's belt was not very good, and it broke while he was using it. Chapter 41, Shadow Silk Upgrade, New Abilities. Back to the present. Predators are predators. I might as well make another predator video today. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. On the opposite building, a predator as big as a car was crawling on the ground, and under it, a broken alien corpse was being torn apart by it. HP, 87%. With very healthy health, the combat power is basically equivalent to its peak. The detector shows that the alien species is nearby. Deng Ke looked at the instrument in his hand. A light spot appears on the palm-sized detector's display screen, along with the meters and altitude marked on it. 25 meters in a straight line, about 7 meters down. In other words, the predator is in the opposite building, and compared to the height where the two are standing now, it is 7 meters lower, or about 2 floors. "Brother Ward, do you need me to observe you?" As he spoke, he began to rummage through his equipment. "No, I saw it." Jiang Yu moved his wrists and stretched his muscles. "Come on, Ward." Just as Deng Ke finished speaking, a strong wind blew past him, and the powerful air wave blew his hair up. He was no longer surprised by this situation. He then took out his goggles and put them on. His vision was a little blurry, but with the help of the equipment, he could roughly see Jiang Yu's figure. He was seen falling straight down, and when he was halfway down, he jumped forward. The body displayed an indescribable powerful ability to stay in the air, and then drilled into the lower floor of the opposite building. The predator seemed to have heard some noise. It stood up and looked around cautiously. After waiting for a while and not finding anything unusual, it felt relieved and bent down to continue eating. At this moment, a figure emerged from the shadows nearby, and before it could react, its inky claws stretched out rapidly. With a swish sound, it pierced into the body, and scarlet blood splattered. Health, 87%, 69%. Still as thick as ever. Jiang Yu's strength is no longer what it used to be, and he also possesses a powerful weapon called Shadow Claw Form. With the help of Shadow Attack, he managed to reduce the opponent's health to less than 20%. You know, if it's a first-level mid-level alien, the minimum damage with one claw is 40% to 50%. Roar! The predator roared and twisted its body madly. The sudden pain interrupted its eating. It waved its blood claws, which were even more exaggerated and huge than Jiang Yu's, and slapped them with a whistling sound in the air. Jiang Yu was prepared and bent down to avoid the opponent. The 5 claws rub against each other, and metal and iron clash. The figure dived out like a loach, then raised its claws and stabbed into the opponent's heart. With a sneer. It was like poking a blunt knife into cowhide. It took a lot of effort to get it in. Health, 69%, 63%. Blood oozed out, but unfortunately the claw blade could not move forward much, and the opponent's body turned around, so Jiang Yu had to give up the attack. Its 4 eyes are scarlet, and its mouth is like a curved rectangle with 4 sharp teeth at the corners. When the mouth is opened, You can see the densely packed tiny teeth in the predator's mouth. If you get bitten, you can talk about it in 5 issues of Science Approach. Jiang You spat a mouthful of thick phlegm inside. No. Shoot out a shadow. The silk thread with extremely strong penetrating power pierces the skin and flesh. The predator didn't know for a moment whether to keep his mouth shut or keep it open. HP, 63%, 61%. Goodbye. It raised its claws to cover it, but Jiang You was already prepared. He used his backhand to stick to the floor behind him and pulled himself away from it. Then he let go of the shadow thread and used the inertia to fly out of the unfinished building. How the hell can you tolerate this? The enraged predator rushed forward, and despite its massive size, it held on to the building firmly and rushed downward. After all, shadow walking comes from it, so it's not surprising that the opponent can do this. The predator has limited vision, and in its perception, if it falls, it will definitely fall to the ground. So it rushed downward. It had only taken 2 steps when a kick suddenly came from the floor beside it and hit it right in the waist. Oh shit. The predator's expression changed little by little. It swung its claws, trying to steady its body. Jiang You was not willing to give it this opportunity, and shot out several pieces of silk thread in succession to interfere with its movements. The predator just flew straight out. 16 floors. 50 meters high. Jiang You could even see the surprise and panic in its eyes. Good brother, next time you eat, remember not to climb so high. Roar. The predator screamed and roared. Boom. If you drop a watermelon from this height, it will explode. If you drop a dumbbell plate, the loud bang will startle everyone in the building. If a car is dropped, the noise will be enough to be heard hundreds of meters away. Please do not throw objects from high places. A predator with compact muscles and extremely dense bones, weighing nearly a ton, just fell down like that. Jiang You watched helplessly as the opponent's health dropped from 61% to 25%. One arm and one leg were completely broken. No matter how hard the bones were, they were broken and bent by the strong impact. He couldn't stand up for a while. Then Jiang You jumped down and kicked the predator. Health, 25%, 20%. When seriously injured, the speed at which blood is lost due to damage also increases a lot. The predator staggered, roared instinctively, and tried to stand up. The wounds on his body healed quickly, but he was unable to do anything about the internal injuries within a short period of time. Even so, it was enough to show how ferocious he was. As expected of a blood species, its vitality is astonishingly strong. If not, it would take who knows how long it will take to grind it away. While it was unable to fight back, Jiang You swung his claws. In the sight, the opponent's health dropped rapidly and reached the killing line in a blink of an eye. The claws dug in and ripped. Mark and hunt. Behead. Relying on your agility and the advantage of terrain, you defeated an alien with almost no effort. Excellent hunters are often good at using the environment and tools to complete hunting. You have gradually realized this. Judgment of hunting. Hunting is successful. Your shadow thread has been strengthened. A new ability has been extended. Shadow group. Shadow ball. Your ability to control shadows is further enhanced. You can compress shadows and shoot out shadow balls. After the shadow ball explodes, it will shoot out multiple shadow threads with extremely strong penetrating power in all directions. Why did you strengthen the shadow silk? The damage of this ability is not very high, and Jiang You has always used it as an auxiliary skill. For example, if you jump from one building to another and the distance is not enough, you can shoot out shadow threads and simply cosplay as Spider-Man. Or during combat, shoot at the ground, ceiling, or enemies. Pull hard to quickly help yourself escape from or join the battlefield. Well, it seems not that useless. However, if he could actively choose, he would definitely give priority to Shadow Claw form or Shadow form. Strengthening these two would significantly improve his strength. Jiang You continued to flip through the manual. Name Predator. Type, Blood. Level, First Class Upper. Introduction, low-grade abyss aliens with sturdy bodies and powerful strength. As blood species, they have high recovery abilities. Kill cost, already exempted. Shadow Devouring Harvest. Strength Physical strength self-healing ability is improved, and the number of shadow points is increased. This species has been included. No new abilities unlocked. Jiang You sighed softly. Never mind. If there is none, then there is none. A normal first-level extraordinary person would probably not be able to get familiar with his only 1 or 2 abilities until he reaches the second level. However, he is now considered a luxury player in the novice village. Under manipulation, dark shadows condensed in the palm of his hand. He swung it out lightly, and an oval object that looked like a silkworm pupa but was several times larger flew out. Fall to the ground. Quiet, quiet. Bang. suddenly exploded. 5 shadow lines suddenly shot out in all directions, covering a range of nearly 10 meters, like blooming fireworks. This ability seems a bit powerful. Chapter 42 Codename God. Stay away from Jiang You from now on. You hear me? Lu Nanfeng said with his eyes wide open. Oh, Lu Yaoyao's voice was dull. Why can't you be a little more reserved? Lu Nanfeng was very disappointed with his friend. I'm serious, you know that? I know everything. Lu Yaoyao nodded repeatedly. You know nothing. It goes in one ear and out the other. Lu Nanfeng was still angry. That kid is very cunning. If you play with him every day, you might get sold out one day and end up counting money for others. Dad, it's not as exaggerated as you say. We are just ordinary classmates. Lu Yaoyao defended. Ordinary classmates. Lu Nanfeng got angry when he heard these 4 words. When he used a belt to beat Jiang You in the morning, he asked, give me an explanation. What is your relationship with me? If you don't explain it clearly today, I will break your legs. This little bastard insisted that he was an ordinary classmate. What an ordinary classmate. We all slept on the floor in the same room and told me that we were just ordinary classmates. This kid really deserves a beating. Dad, don't get so anxious and angry every day. Lu Yaoyao advised. It would be better if that kid was just being obedient, but the way he looks at you, how can I not get anxious and angry? Lu Nanfeng said with a bad face. What kind of look does he give me? Lu Yaoyao asked back. You are really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, my dear daughter. Lu Nanfeng was so angry with Jiang You that his teeth were itching. Okay, Dad, don't let your imagination run wild. I know my limits. And you've watched Jiang You grow up. He has a lot of small flaws, but he won't have problems with the big issues. Lu Yaoyao consoled him. Besides, his talent test result is an unprecedented gold. If you beat him so hard now, when he becomes stronger in the future, you will be the one to be beaten. Having said that, Lu Nanfeng still felt a little relieved. Listen to what is said next. Is this human language? He dares to hit me? Lu Yaoyao shrank her neck. The girl's elbows are all bent outwards, and her little cotton jacket is leaking air everywhere. You. Lu Nanfeng took a deep breath. Dad, don't get angry and get yourself sick. Lu Yaoyao helped him calm down. I won't be angry if you stay away from Jiang You. Lu Nanfeng sneered. Lu Yaoyao remained silent. There was nothing he could do to her. Lu Nanfeng finally calmed down after a long while and took out a stack of information from his briefcase. Among the many extraordinary people, the probability of a soul person awakening is not high. The soul-suppressing ability is considered to be one of the top ones. In the past, a general awakened abilities similar to yours. This contains his early training experience. Please read it carefully during this period. It cannot be passed on to others. The training experience of the general? Lu Yaoyao was slightly surprised. The so-called generals are the 5 strongest people in the Great Zhou. Without considering any factors, only considering actual combat ability, the 5 most powerful people. As time goes by, new people replace old ones. Most of the generals with military and political talents will be transferred to the Night Watch Division and gradually grow into the heads of various districts. Those who are not so good at this aspect may enter university to become an associate professor, president, vice president, or hold some other position. In short, every general is the light of the Great Zhou and a true pillar. Being able to gain this kind of cultivation experience from a senior, even if it is only in the early stages, is enough for Lu Yaoyao to avoid countless detours. Where did the information come from? After the surprise, Lu Yaoyao was puzzled. His father was just a patrol officer of a second-tier gathering place. His status was indeed high, but it was not high enough to be in touch with the former generals. No matter where it comes from, just practice diligently. Lu Nanfeng said. Dad, did you give someone a gift? Lu Yaoyao guessed. Lu Nanfeng was stunned for a moment. Is it Jiang You who always tells you about giving gifts and embezzlement? His reaction made Lu Yaoyao even more suspicious. Dad, tell me where this thing came from first. You are so young. Why are you making random guesses? Lu Nanfeng flicked her forehead. It was your Uncle Li who asked for it. Uncle Li? Lu Yaoyao became even more confused. Anyway, there is no problem with my origin, so don't worry about it. Just study. If I had some experience as a general, I might have reached the 5th level. It would be much better for me to be a patrol officer in a first-tier gathering place. Lu Yaoyao, is this a betrothal gift? You have to cherish it. After all, the general, cough cough cough. The girl said this out of the blue, and Lu Nanfeng almost choked on his saliva. His face gradually turned red. I'm going to go beat Jiang You up again now. Why did you hit him? He has led you astray. Lu Nanfeng's face turned red and his neck became thick, and he obviously realized that something was wrong. How can your Uncle Li's care for you be considered a betrothal gift? It's just military experience. He really has the nerve to use it as a betrothal gift. Dad, don't get excited. Lu Yaoyao was helpless. No, I have to ask Lao Li what he means. Lu Nanfeng hurriedly got up, returned to his room, and slammed the door shut. Commander experience. Looking at the information in her hand, Lu Yaoyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she couldn't help feeling a little panicked in her heart. The other side. Lu Nanfeng took out his communicator and called Li Xuanguang. After a few beeps, the call was successfully connected. Hello. Old Li, what was your intention in giving Master Yi the cultivation experience you had given him? He went straight to the point. What? Li Xuanguang was confused. Let me ask you, have you found any information for your Xiaoyu? Lu Nanfeng asked. After a moment of silence, Li Xuanguang replied, No, what's wrong? Good job. Why don't you help your nephew? But you help my daughter. Lu Nanfeng's expression was extremely wonderful. I'll talk to you about this when I get back. Li Xuanguang didn't ask any more questions, but said, You called just in time. We just finished discussing the Yunhai gathering place. Talking about business, Lu Nanfeng became more serious. How is it arranged? Nothing much has changed from usual. The document will be sent to you this afternoon. Take a look at it then. Okay. Lu Nanfeng nodded and frowned. What did the higher-ups say about your Xiaoyu? We'll see after the special training camp. Talents beyond the 6th level, this matter can't be spread randomly. Have the students who were awakened together that day been dealt with? It's dealt with. Don't get me wrong. It's not that, but using some special items or abilities to influence and erase the memory of awakening that day. Lu Yaoyao originally needed to have her memory cleared, but due to her special abilities, she was a branch of the soul species, and there was no telling what the consequences would be if her memory was forcibly erased, so she had to give up. Okay, Xiaoyu, remember not to spread this matter anymore. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Lu Nanfeng nodded and asked, What about that big guy? There was news about him a few days ago, but why is there no news about him recently? It will not be announced in the short term. Internally announced. Complete blockade. Li Xuanguang gave an affirmative answer. The two of them fell silent. A complete blockade means that the virus cannot be spread except to those already aware of it, and violators will be severely punished. However, the only people who knew about this big news were, basically those who attended the meeting. In other words, apart from the current top executives, no one else can know about it. Good. Lu Nanfeng didn't ask any more questions, but his heart suddenly felt heavy. A big guy appeared 90 years after the Great Cataclysm. After 10 years of research, we have finally achieved some results recently, but the news needs to be completely blocked? Northern Capital. Chief of Night Watch. After chatting for a few more words, he hung up the phone. Standing by the window, looking at the northern capital covered in white after the snow, Li Xuanguang held a cigarette in his mouth and exhaled a layer of smoke. There was a layer of frost on the glass covered with red Fulian window paper. Looking out the window, festive red posters are posted everywhere, on both sides of the street and on the treetops. The new year is approaching. On the desk behind him, a document lay quietly. The cover is very simple, with only 2 words, Top Secret. Species B, 14256, arrived 200 kilometers west of Baidu in the 90th year of the Great Cataclysm. A white halo surrounds the body, floating in the air, with an uncertain shape, and it seems to be dying. Do not look at it for a long time, or you will fall into deep contamination and become a fanatical believer. Powerful, with strong self-healing ability, and does not possess the commonly understood blood. Immune to most forbidden items, and completely immune to mental abilities. 2 commanders were killed in the battle, 3 generals were seriously injured, and 300 night watchmen were killed or injured. They were successfully captured and taken into custody, and their files were sealed as top secret. Based on long-term research, the following characteristics have been discovered. Cannot be looked at, cannot be described, cannot be killed. After comprehensive consideration, we decided on a code name. God. Chapter 43, I am a security guard. Bang. With a loud bang and a solid hit, Jiang You fell heavily against the wall next to him. Hiss. He took a breath. It really hurts. He took out a small mirror from his pocket. The mirror shattered. He kept one piece and held it above his head. HP, 55%. Almost half disabled. It turns out that not all predators are stupid, and only a few of them jump off tall buildings because of his tricks. A more cautious predator that moves among tall buildings. Despite its huge size, it is very agile. Even though Jiang Yu's strength has been greatly enhanced, it is still not enough in front of the predator's body like a thick wall. There is no way you can win in a head-on fight. As a result, he was not careful for a moment, and a palm as big as a palm fan landed on his body, almost breaking him apart. Roar! The predator, with only 30% health left, is still full of energy. It pulled out the steel bar that had pierced its body and pounced forward. With a body nearly 3 meters tall and strong muscles, he gives off a very oppressive feeling. Jiang You quickly dodged to the side, then shot out a shadow line to hook the predator's body. He stopped walking backwards, then exerted force with his arms, and the next moment, he quickly rushed to the front of the predator that had just landed. A large mass of black matter suddenly gathered on the shadow claw, stabbed straight into the opponent's chest. Bang! The next moment, he was knocked away again. Tick, tick. Blood dripped from the predator's wounds. It fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound. Jiang You got up from the ground, gasping for breath and healing from his injuries, without rushing to attack. He patted his clothes and then took out a piece of candy from his pocket. The battle was fierce, and after careful selection, I managed to pick out those with relatively intact roots. Put it in your mouth and chew it. It's quite powerful, but in shadow form, it looks weird. At least Deng Ku, who was holding his phone and recording the video silently, didn't realize what he was doing. 3. Jiang You spoke softly. Roar. The predator scratched his chest with his claws, seeming to be uncomfortable. Unfortunately, it didn't find anything unusual, so it ran towards the river again. Boom, boom, boom. The limbs were running, and there was a constant dull sound. 2. Jiang You counted down again. Why is Wart Brother acting so cool? Deng Ku looked at the screen, then raised his head to look at Jiang You, getting closer and closer. It was only a dozen meters away, and with the speed of a predator, it was almost a blink of an eye. Hey, hurry up. Brother Wart stood there like a wooden stake, motionless. 1. As the final countdown comes, the predator has leapt high into the air. Bang! Suddenly, 5 silk threads burst out from the predator. 1 fell to the ground, and 1 pierced the ceiling. The remaining 3 are fixed on the wall and pillars respectively. Relying on inertia, the predator's body continued to move forward, but it suddenly slowed down a lot, until the claw blade was almost touching Jiang Yu's face, and then its body stopped completely. Health, 8%. It exploded from inside the body, almost blowing through the upper body. The most ferocious one shot out from the predator's mouth. If it was straighter, it might be able to pierce its brain. Film group. A small ball is shot out and explodes in the air, or sticks to the opponent and explodes, causing limited damage. However, if there is a chance to implant it into the enemy's body, the power that would erupt instantly would be extremely terrifying. The remaining blood volume was shaky, and Jiang Yu shook off the blood on his arm. 5 huge claw blades opened, just covering the predator's head. It's over. Behead. Bang. Exploded like a watermelon. Deng Ku swallowed quietly. Apart from anything else, Brother Wart is really good at pretending. I wish I could be as cool as you. Cull. Jiang Yu chewed the candy and let out a long breath. Attribute, Shadow. Shadow point 78 of 78. Remaining life, 47 days. From morning to night, with 3 predators and a few unexpectedly discovered small alien species, the shadow point successfully reached over 70, and the body had a slight feeling of swelling, which was not obvious and very weak. Not to mention the remaining lifespan. In just 2 days, the number piled up to nearly 50 days. Jiang Yu can proudly pat his chest and say, not only can I survive the new year, I can also live until the first monthly exam after school starts. By the way, we don't know whether there are monthly exams in the special training camp. During the past 2 days of hunting, he encountered Deng Ku's fellow scavengers or night watchmen several times. There is no doubt that most of them are much stronger than us. In particular, one time when I was standing on a tall building and looking down, I saw a scavenger who didn't see any special movements, but he slapped down with his palm, and the alien species that was more terrifying than the predator split apart on the spot. I don't know when I will have this strength. Jiang Yu waved to Deng Ku, indicating that he could come out. Brother Wart, today's video is very good. Deng Ku trotted over and gave a thumbs up. Remember to help me edit it when you get back. Ah, this. Deng Ku's expression froze. Pay wages. Hee. Given our relationship, I have to help you edit the video even if I don't charge you. Then I won't give it to you. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder with amusement. Why do you seem so short of money? What do you do for a living? A scavenger. In this world, is this all you do? Security guard. Deng Keely grinned. I am usually responsible for shutting up ungrateful owners, catching loan delivery men, and making sure we escape unscathed when encountering criminals. Brother, you don't know, I taught 2 ungrateful owners a lesson a few days ago. Hey, they really thought that the house belonged to them after they bought it. Good man, you really are that one. Jiang Yu felt a pain in his balls after hearing this. I can understand if you said he would be a physical education teacher, but being a security guard is something that is within reason and beyond my expectation. Brother, you don't understand. Buying a house is stressful, and the children are in their prime. If I don't make some extra money, I won't be able to support them. Before he met me, Dengku was a timid guy. When he met a powerful alien, he kept silent, but when he met a weak one, he would attack with heavy punches. Obviously, he is at the upper level of the first rank, and his principle in single combat is to beat the lower level if he can, to ambush the middle level if he can, and to just run away if he meets a higher level. Mortgage, car loan, daily necessities. Maybe this is the pain that people feel when they reach middle age in the extraordinary world. Okay, that's it for today. Let's go back. Okay. Oh, by the way, Brother Ward, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Will you still come out to hunt? Before we knew it, it's New Year's Eve. TSK. Forget it. Take a few days off. Okay. Dengku nodded repeatedly. Brother Ward, you should take a break. Hunting so intensely every day can easily cause problems for your body. I think you are worried that something might happen to me and no one will pay you a high salary. Jiang Yu smiled, but didn't point it out. Brother Ward, am I going back? Dengku waved his hand. See you later. Jiang Yu leaped toward the building. He ran freely in the 100-meter-high building. Soon, he swung the shadow silk and ran at high speed. Soon, he jumped out of the shadow layer and came to the street outside the community. Walking out from the corner, Jiang Yu came to the main road. He fights and hunts during the day and goes home to tease Lu Yaoyao at night. His life is very happy. Well, what is this? As he approached the residential area, Jiang Yu saw extra flyers on the ground. It seems to be different from the original small card. Is there a new person coming? That's good. His eyes lit up, he picked it up, and then lost their light. Good news, good news. Are you still worried that you are not talented enough? Do you want to be the child of someone else's family? Liberal arts or military science? How should I choose my future path? Chuyang Group, a good group recognized by the Yunhai Gathering area. Nutrient Solution, Platinum Medicine, tutoring for liberal arts, tutoring for martial arts. Only for 3 days. What the hell? Chapter 44. We are the lighthouse. The next day, looking at the more than 30-story building in front of him, Jiang Yu seemed a little helpless. Beside him, Lu Yuqiang had a look of longing on his face. I say, that flyer must be a lie. Jiang Yu spoke. Who said that? Lu Yuqiang retorted. Chuyang Group is such a big company. There is no need to use this kind of thing for false publicity, otherwise the night patrol will definitely check the water meter. I mean, the effect may not be as good as you think. We'll talk about the effect first. Lu Yuqiang said. Let's not talk about anything else. Just treat it as an introduction to the world. Didn't they say there would be a martial arts explanation? I just happened to learn about it in advance. All right. Jiang Yu had no choice but to follow him in. Walk into the building. At first glance, the oval sphere in the center of the floor attracted their attention. The sphere is made of an unknown material. Its surface is not completely smooth, but has slight bumps. It is also surrounded by flame-shaped embellishments. This is the logo of Chuyang Group. White floor tiles are spread all around, columnar chandeliers hang down, and there are no unnecessary counters. The entire first floor looks grand and simple. Chuyang Group, a company that was established nearly 50 years ago, has only really developed in the last 20 years. It mainly focuses on pharmaceuticals and biotechnology and is quite famous in the surrounding areas of Yunhai. The flyer yesterday came from Chuyang Group. The general meaning is that some new type of nutrient solution has been developed, and it is the future employment direction for liberal arts and military sciences, mainly to attract students and parents. Ever since he decided to take the military examination in the future, Lu Yuqiang has been very interested in information in this regard. Soon after the two entered the front hall, a young lady in uniform approached with a smile on her face. Hello, are you two going to the exhibition hall? This way. She led the way forward. You two are high school students? Yeah. Jiang Yu nodded and looked around. For some reason, as soon as he entered the Chuyang Group, he felt inexplicably nervous. It was like a pair of eyes in the dark were staring at me closely. As expected of a big group, the security measures are really awesome. It just so happens that the exhibition hall on the first floor is introducing the newly developed supplements of our Chuyang Group. It will be helpful to both liberal arts and martial arts in the future. You two can listen and see if you are interested. Okay. Lu Yuqiang couldn't wait any longer. The exhibition hall is very spacious, a bit like a museum. According to the region, it is divided into alien wreckage, obsolete standard equipment, historical relics, and research and inventions of the Chuyang Group, etc. The two of them had not walked a few steps into the corridor when a man in a white coat and glasses came in with a small microphone used by teachers to give lectures and began to explain to everyone. This drug, codenamed T, 1928, is called Ganlu. It was developed by Dr. Triple X of Baidu and his team over a period of 10 years. It can effectively relieve fatigue and increase brain activity. What? Jiang Yu's heart moved slightly, and he looked to the side. There seemed to be a flash of dim red light. His eyes suddenly became focused. Xiao Chong, you listen here. I'll go over there and take a look. Lu Yuqiang was listening carefully and waved his hand. Call me if you have anything. Something is not right. Jiang Yu walked to the side. Honey, this tonic seems good. How about buying some for Hihi to try? Maybe it will be useful. You just believe these things. I tell you, this is all just a tax on your IQ. Let's make it clear first, we'll only buy a little. A familiar voice was heard, and Jiang Yu looked over. Good job. Deng Ku. This man doesn't look much older than Jiang Yu, but I didn't expect that he is already married. Looking at the little girl sandwiched between the couple, I estimated she was only 4 or 5 years old. It's miserable that my parents arranged everything for me at such a young age. Jiang Yu walked past the 3 people without attracting any attention. He walked around the crowd and came to the cultural relics exhibition area. Pictures, texts, maps. There is a broken sword covered with rust, which our ancestors used to fight against alien species. There is the tattered uniform of the night watchman. Every tear is a symbol of glory. Jiang Yu stopped in front of one of the scrolls. In the painting, a man in a tattered night watchman's uniform holds a ball of fire high in his hand. There were countless pairs of eyes staring at the fire. Most of them were in tears. This ball of fire held high is the only light in the dark night. There is a line of small words next to it. Chuyang, written by Triple X. This painting is dedicated to the founder of Chuyang Group, Mr. Zhao Chuyang. This pharmaceutical group is still doing these things. Zhao Chuyang used to be a night watchman. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside me. Jiang Yu glanced to the right, and his eyelids twitched. A bearded uncle stood next to him. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with strong features and the charm of a middle-aged man. It was the night watchman who came to provide support from the shadow layer of the mall that day. Thinking of this, the scene of the other party slapping a ghost to death faintly appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes. The older brother was accompanied by a little girl who looked about the same age as Deng Ku's child. Wow, I went to a group exhibition today and saw everyone I knew. He obviously did not recognize Jiang Yu as the shadow man. Looking at the scroll, he spoke softly. 50 years into the Cataclysm era, there was a shocking change. It was another bloody mass evacuation. During the evacuation, some people were bewitched by the aliens and separated from the main force. The team led by Zhao Chuyang was one of them. After they separated, the surroundings were pitch black and dead silent, and there were alien species stirring restlessly in the shadows. As a night watchman, Zhao Chuyang resolutely chose to hold up the fireball, and together with several other night watchmen, he led the aliens away and successfully saved the lives of nearly 100 people. Of course, he didn't come back, and not even his body was left. Fortunately, his descendants successfully expanded the Chuyang group he founded, and have made corresponding contributions both in people's livelihood and in the supernatural field. I see. This story is not legendary, and even seems a bit ordinary under the man's dry explanation. But Jiang Yu could still imagine that difficult time. From a country with a land area much larger than China in the previous life, to a dotted area on the map today. The century-long catastrophe cannot be summarized in just a few pages in a textbook. What does the night watchman represent to you? He asked suddenly. Dad, the girl didn't hear clearly. He gently rubbed his daughter's head and said, at the beginning of the millennium, the abyss descended and alien species invaded. The great Zhou is in ruins. Despair has dragged the world into the abyss. The land beneath our feet is being invaded by the enemy. Either surrender or perish, there is no middle option. We are a safe haven for most people and a beacon of light that dispels the darkness. Many of us, men, women, elders, and young people, are lost in the darkness, desperate and suffocating. There is no light behind me, and there is a vast white fog in front of me. But there are always torchbearers who move forward and light a candle for others. He turned around, looked at Jiang Yu, then smiled and stretched out his right hand. Song Qingyan, a third-rank night patrol officer from the Yunhai Night Patrol. Nice to meet you for the first time. Hello, General Li's nephew. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment, then tentatively stretched out his hand and shook it. Li, General? Chapter 45, Chuyang Group, Cultivating Xenomorphs. The man had broken arms and pursed feet, was unkempt, and had an untidy beard. He can drink himself to the point of falling under the table, and can only sing tunelessly at the top of his lungs. Watching a horror movie can make your face pale and your hands and feet cold. An old man was playing football and tripped over his left foot and fell down. Is he a general of the Great Zhou? It's no wonder that Jiang Yu didn't think about it in this way. It's really that Uncle Li's image has nothing to do with that of a strong man. In addition to having a broken arm, he was usually cheerful and would occasionally get something for himself from the night watch. A clear senior civilian official and a big tiger. If he wasn't his nephew, Jiang Yugao would have reported him. Now, I can only say it smells really good. Dad, this place is not fun, let's go over there. The little girl tugged at the corner of Song Qing'an's clothes. Sorry, you're naughty, girl. He showed a hint of apology. The two let go of each other's hands. She's very cute. Jiang Yu's eyes moved. Little sister, what's your name? Hello, brother. My name is Song Xin. You can call me Xin Xin. The curved eyes seemed to be able to speak, and the little girl's cheeks puffed up when she spoke, but she was not shy at all. The cute appearance made Jiang Yu laugh. I heard from my colleagues that you have taken the advanced badge test, and will probably enter the special training camp next. I have been appointed as one of the instructors for this special training camp, and we should see each other again when we come back. If you have nothing to do, you can come to the night watch to talk to me. I am happy to communicate with General Li's nephews and nephews. Of course, the premise is that I am here. Song Qing'an rubbed her head lovingly, then nodded to Jiang Yu with a smile. Okay, I'll take her somewhere else. See you later. Jiang Yu said goodbye to him, seeming to be thinking about something. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have been able to connect the gentleman in front of him with the fierce image and the shadow layer who could kill a small ghost with one punch. Uncle Li, a sloppy and greasy middle-aged man. Deng Ku, the submissive scavenger. The gentle Song Qing'an who killed the alien species with one punch. It turns out that all extraordinary people have two faces. Think about it carefully. On the surface, he is an old drifter who visits young models in Tian Club. Who would have thought that he is a powerful wart brother who eats tobacco and candy and kills alien species? Lao Song, the instructor of the special training camp? I don't know what his abilities are. Buzz. The phone vibrates. Hello, Yao Yao. When you come back, remember to buy some eggs and make you egg drop soup in the evening. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's hair stood on end, and he instantly raised his head and looked around. The faint red light flashed before his eyes again. There are also faint black lines. The other party quickly disappeared into the shadows. It's in the shadow layer. Hey, Jiang Yu, are you listening? I know. You want to watch fireworks tonight. Jiang Yu's heart trembled. He hung up the phone and immediately chased after him. The other party seemed to be waiting for him. Jiang Yu just turned the corner and disappeared again. Keep chasing, keep dodging. There were fewer and fewer people around as we passed one exhibition area after another. Jiang Yu's fast running naturally attracted the attention of other tourists or staff. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? A staff member came up and asked. It's okay, I just arrived. Is it time? The staff was a little confused. It's time to exercise. Good job. You're just racing around the stadium, right? Do you want to go with me? Jiang Yu glanced at her. No. Goodbye. Jiang Yu continued to move forward. After turning another corner, the other person's figure completely disappeared. This kind of high-end building is usually equipped with alien detectors, which will definitely sound an alarm once an alien appears. The other party just relied on being in the shadow layer. If he were to run around in the real world, he would have been arrested long ago. Jiang Yu raised his head and saw two men in black clothes and sunglasses guarding the stairs. The two of them didn't say anything, but Jiang Yu could feel their eyes on him under their sunglasses. A line of words was posted on the wall next to it. No entry for outsiders. Hello, how do I get to the toilet? Jiang Yu showed a harmless smile. This way. One of the men in black pointed in the direction. Okay, thanks. Enter the toilet and escape into the shadow layer, all in one go. Coming back to the stairs of the shadow layer, his eyes penetrated the space, fell on the two people, and then looked at the stairs. Stopping me from entering? Let me see who is behind this. Wrapped in a layer of shadow coat, Jiang Yu quickly ran upstairs. The second floor is an office area, and the third floor is still an office area. Wait, I see it. The other party ran away, and Jiang Yu chased after him. It's a ghost. With a quick glimpse, Jiang Yu finally saw it clearly this time. There was no other reason. The two big swords were too recognizable, and coupled with the ghostly figure, the word Yu Ling immediately popped into his mind. The other party went around in circles, making Jiang Yu feel a little dizzy. Finally, somehow, I rushed downwards. We descended all the way to the second or third floor underground, and suddenly a bright light appeared. Number 9 is back. Go in. There is sound. Just around the corner on the right. Jiang Yu looked around and retreated directly from the shadow layer. The corridor in the real world is empty, and there is no light at all. For a moment, it was difficult to tell which side was the shadow layer. What on earth is Chuyang Group doing? Number 9? Are you referring to that alien species? Jiang You was full of questions. He pulled out a small mirror from his bosom and tentatively shone it around the corner. Very good. There is nothing here in this world. Only then did he come out with peace of mind. What comes into view is an empty corridor without even a gate. To be precise, there is a space groove for placing the door, but it has not been actually installed. On the other side, the scene in the shadow layer was a huge silver-white door that looked extremely thick, blocking the way. Jiang Yu suddenly had an epiphany. Chuyang Group built a huge basement, but in the real world, it only created a rough space and actually moved all the equipment into the shadow layer. You guys are really something. This change made him even more uneasy. Jiang Yu continued to walk inside. When he passed through the gate in the real world, his vision in the shadow layer also passed through it. Hiss. He inhaled slightly. The shadow layer was filled with various sophisticated instruments. Guys in white coats came and went, performing operations that Jiang Yu couldn't understand. The room is large, with doors leading in all directions. He kept walking around, and finally, after passing a corridor that needed to be disinfected, he crossed the gate. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank little by little. In one cylindrical solution after another, stored are alien species. Some have 2 claws, some have 1 claw and 1 knife, and the complete form has 2 knives. What's worse, some are still growing and are about the size of a puppy. As he walked further in, his heart skipped a beat. There is a predator in the huge petri dish. What exactly does Chuyang Group want to do? Jiang Yu suddenly remembered the identification information given in the manual after killing the first ghost. The introduction reads as follows. Introduction: a low-level abyss alien. Belonging to the shadow and ghost species, it can exert super strength in the shadows. If it targets you, please watch your back. Note: this alien doesn't seem to be that simple. It turns out that the manual discovered the anomaly early on. Just at this moment, 2 guys in white coats were holding file forms in their hands and seemed to be talking about something. Chapter 46, I Come From Fire. Dr. Wu, the training of wandering spirits is on track, and the training plan for predators will be mature in another month and a half. Mr. Zhao's idea is to start with the stability control of the wandering spirit and the predator. Do you have any ideas, Doctor? The younger man looked helpless. After all, alien species are wild and difficult to tame. The wandering spirit that happened before actually ran away and caused a huge impact in the mall. We are here to research controllable alien species and reduce casualties among the night watchmen. Now, we are acting like an evil research organization. Jiang Yu's heart moved. Things don't seem to be what I thought. He hid in the corner of the room. Relying on the shadow form, the 2 men were completely unaware that there was a bug in the room. Jiang Yu originally thought that someone was secretly developing a different species. Resident Evil, T-Virus, Blacklight Virus. He even came up with all sorts of conspiracies on the spur of the moment. Listening to their conversation now, it doesn't seem that simple. Deng Ku had said before that after hunting alien species, the corpses could be sold to places like the Night Watch, including the Chuyang Group. This is an officially certified company with acquisition qualifications. I think the Night Patrol should be clear about their research content and direction. After just going through it from beginning to end, Jiang Yu always felt that something was not right. He continued listening. The alien species are brutal by nature and are indeed difficult to control. Dr. Wu sighed, his brows full of worry. Starting with the blood species and luring them with flesh and blood, it is indeed possible to tame and educate them. But the alien species are not like ordinary pets. The effect is really too poor. This bloodthirsty instinct engraved in our bones cannot be easily changed. We still need to start with this soul seed. The assistant stammered and didn't respond. He knew that he could start from this aspect, but it was too difficult. To date, humans still have only a limited understanding of the soul, and there have been no major breakthroughs. Otherwise, there would not be the theory of talent alone. The upper limit of the 5th level talent is 5th level, and the upper limit of the 4th level talent is 4th level. How many predecessors failed to make changes? If we can develop a stable method to manipulate alien species through soul seeds, other fields will surely usher in a major breakthrough. Record the data. Dr. Wu spoke. Good. The 2 walked to the incubator, and the dashboard beeped, showing all kinds of data. Jiang Yu couldn't understand the operations, and recorded the status of the aliens one by one. Doctor, number 9 is back. Do you want to check its status? Soon, another man in a white coat approached and asked questions. Oh, sure. Dr. Wu nodded. Number 9, the most special wandering spirit at present. Initially, we tried to use this soul seed for alienation, and the results were promising. It's just that the whole process has too many coincidences. These days, Dr. Wu and others have been researching and trying to replicate its situation in other species, and all of them have failed. Jiang You quickly exited the shadow layer and entered the real world, then stared at the doctor and the others and followed them. It's still a lot of twists and turns. I don't know how long it took to build this underground maze. It is so huge. Finally, after entering a huge room, the alien was no longer soaked in a container, but trapped in a specially made room. It's like a prison. Keep walking inside, and at the innermost part, you will see a ghost with black lines all over its body being imprisoned. That's it. The other person's eyes were bloodshot and dim. His gaze passed over Dr. Wu and stopped on Jiang You. Does it also have the ability to see through space? Jiang Yu's heart was shaken. Furthermore, is this wandering spirit Lin Mo? If so, the meaning behind it is terrifying when you think about it carefully. Hello, number 9. Dr. Wu held the microphone and his voice was transmitted into the cage. The wandering spirit seemed to understand. It raised the big knife and knocked on the glass in response. Dr. Wu smiled. How do you feel? Can you use the new eyes you were given? Boom, boom, boom. Tap the glass again. That's good. You are blind, which has a huge impact on your strength, so I specially gave you a pair of good eyes. You have to remember that I am Dr. Wu, one of the few people who treats you well. Boom, boom, boom. Dr. Wu's smile widened. Its mood is becoming more and more stable. There was a strange gleam in the assistant's eyes. Since there is one number 9, there must be more number 9s. Dr. Wu carefully looked at his masterpiece inside the glass. Let the aliens fight against the aliens. I think we are not far from this day. The instrument was checking the condition of number 9, and he became more and more satisfied. Where's the Requiem stone? Take it out and give it to number 9. The assistant asked, Doctor, if we continue this research, will the alien species have consciousness? Will they be out of control and become more difficult to deal with? After a short silence, Dr. Wu frowned slightly, but still nodded and said, What you said belongs to the follow-up development, maybe, but I believe there will be a way to solve it. Doctor, I have another question. The assistant's eyes swept across the alien species, finally stopping at number 9's face. In the future, can we use soul seeds to replace the souls of humans and alien species? This is nonsense. Dr. Wu's expression changed slightly, and he shouted sternly. No matter whether the technology you mentioned can be developed in the future, turning living people into aliens is extremely challenging the bottom line of humanity and destroying conscience. He Tianming, I advise you not to have such thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing consideration for our past ties. Sorry. He Tianming apologized repeatedly. Hurry up and get the Requiem stone. I'm sorry. The apologetic look on He Tianming's face became more and more intense. Dr. Wu's eyes widened instantly. A dagger was inserted into the heart. He Tianming's expression gradually calmed down. Alien species, humans, night watchmen. Sorry, doctor, let's stop the research here. You? Dr. Wu's face was as pale as paper, and his pupils contracted. I come from fire. He Tianming answered the question he had not yet asked. What the hell? Jiang You was stunned. There are no blind spots in this alien prison, and there seemed to be several detectors. To be on the safe side, he did not enter the shadow layer. Instead, he found a very secluded place, turned on the recording and video recording on his cell phone, and hid himself in the world. Don't ask why a mobile phone can record audio and video at the same time. The answer is that it is several mobile phones. He watched the two people start to chat happily, not knowing what they talked about. The old man became more and more angry, and seemed to be arguing about something. Then the young man, probably in his rebellious period, took out a dagger and stabbed the old man in the heart. The action was so fast and fierce that no one nearby could react. Bang! Without waiting for them to react, the young man raised his right fist. 5 fingers open, then clench it suddenly. A shock wave visible to the naked eye swept in all directions. In less than half a second, the shock wave swept across the entire space. Amid the sound of shattering pieces, the prison where the aliens were imprisoned was completely destroyed. More than a dozen people in white coats burst into laughter on the spot, except Dr. Wu. Roar! The alien species rushed out of the cage, roaring wildly. Go ahead. He Tianming pushed his glasses up on his nose and gently wiped the blood that splashed on his face. Then sit down slowly. With a plop, it went cold. Yes. His face quickly turned black, his vitality quickly dissipated, his health was reduced to 0. He was truly dead. The students killed their teachers, released alien species, and died. All this adds up to just a few seconds. What the hell? Jiang You just put the candy in his mouth and was stunned. There are only a few words in my mind. What on earth happened? Chapter 47 Premeditated Chaos. All the alien species ran towards the exit frantically. In such a large space, everything was empty in just 20 or 30 seconds. There were several pools of blood on the ground, and the only living thing was probably Dr. Wu. However, the opponent's health was directly reduced to 25% after being hit by that dagger. Even though there is still a lot left, it is decreasing at an exaggerated rate. After all, if the heart is pierced, it will definitely die. Jiang Yu doesn't have any skills to replenish blood. Even if he takes this old man out now, it will take a lot of time just to go around in circles. Besides, if he were to be led around by him, the old man's health would probably be reduced to 0 on the spot. After confirming that there was no one around, Jiang Yu entered the shadow layer. The cell phone was scrapped along with He Tianming's action. Jiang Yu felt a little heartbroken and trotted to the old man. Blood kept gushing out of the other party's mouth, and his eyes were wide open, and one could feel his strong unwillingness. "Grandpa, is there anything else you need to tell me?" Jiang Yu leaned forward. "Huh. With such skill, health has been reduced to 10%. Dr. Wu's lips trembled, and he managed to utter, "Fire." "Spark," Jiang Yu repeated. Dr. Wu nodded vigorously, and then said in a hoarse voice, "He is the spark." "What is tinder? What is fire?" Jiang Yu was full of questions again. What is fire? He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after asking this question, he felt that Dr. Wu seemed even more unwilling to die. His eyes almost popped out. Unfortunately, after just a few seconds, Dr. Wu's health bar was reduced to 0, and he died completely. The blood vessels gradually turned black, and the whole person looked hideous and terrifying. Good job. This disciple not only killed his master, but also used poison as a means of attack. So cruel. Too cruel. Jiang Yu silently kept the old man's words in mind, then stood up, quickly returned to the real world, and ran out. There are at least dozens of alien species imprisoned in the entire basement. With such a large number, no one knows what kind of trouble will arise. He rushed left and right according to the route he remembered. We passed various experimental instruments on the road. Some of the experimenters were lying there, some were cooling down. It was a complete mess. However, I didn't see many alien species, probably they all rushed out. Jiang Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickened his pace, constantly switching between the shadow layer and the real world to avoid being discovered by others. A few minutes later, back to the exhibition hall. "Run! Alien! Help, help!" The aliens roared out, and the crowd scattered. Counters and utensils were knocked over and trampled everywhere. Documents and flyers were scattered all over the ground. No one cared about anyone else, and everyone rushed out. There was also a flash of fire, and a pungent smell filled the nose, making people feel uncomfortable. The alarm sirens were blaring. Standing at the entrance of the passage, Jiang Yu was at a loss. Who could have imagined that a large group exhibition would develop to this extent? Jiang Yu. It was a coincidence that Lu Yuqiang, who was separated by the crowd, saw him at a glance, and his face turned extremely pale. He grabbed Jiang Yu and said, "Run. There are aliens in this building." "It's so scary, Jiang Yu. Let me tell you, there are so many alien species in this building. Just now I was listening to the people from Chuyang Group explaining the newly developed nutrient solution. The effect is really good. I was planning to buy a course of treatment to try it out. I was at the payment interface when suddenly an alarm sounded. You can't imagine. All the people in the hall ran away in a flash. Fortunately, I was slow. There was an alien species blocking the door. Whoever ran out first was stunned and got shot on the spot. It was too scary. It was really too scary. I'm telling you." Grabbing Jiang Yu, the two of them ran out quickly. "Is it too late for me to apply for the extraordinary arts now? I'm scared, Jiang Yu." "We're almost there. We're about to get out. The exit is right ahead." "Hang on, it's right ahead." "We're out. Jiang Yu, I'm so happy. I'll probably never forget this feeling of escaping death in my next life. How about you? Is it exciting, Jiang Yu?" "Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu." Lu Yuqiang stopped and looked around in surprise. He did come out. "Where is Jiang Yuan?" The exhibition area includes not only the first floor, but also the second and third floors. The burnt smell that Jiang Yu smelled came from these two layers. The fire spread extremely quickly, so quickly that it was somewhat unreasonable. Surrounded by thick smoke, by the time Jiang Yu came to his senses, the fire had already reached the fourth floor. "Climb up, everyone, climb up." "Mom, I'm scared. That door over there is blocked." "Fire. The fire is spreading again." Everyone looked panicked. "This way, go up this way." A staff member waved. Click. Amid the horrified gaze of the crowd, the giant knife smashed the glass, and then the window shattered and glass flew everywhere. Bang. Unfortunately, before it could finish its roar, another dark shadow rushed out of the flames and kicked it. The whole body hit the wall, and with a muffled sound, the wall surface dented and paint powder fell off. The black shadow continued to move forward, and before the opponent could react, he threw him violently on the back. There was a rumbling sound and a sudden loud noise, and many people were frightened and the flesh on their faces trembled. Bang! Jiang You raised his fist again and brought it down heavily. Apia's head was hammered into the floor tiles, and the surface of the tiles cracked layer by layer, revealing fine spiderweb-like cracks. The so-called extraordinary, in terms of strength alone, is a humanoid machine. Every punch and kick is beyond the ability of ordinary people to withstand. This is really cool. Jiang You felt like crying. The buildings in the shadow layer were as hard as anything. No matter they fell to the ground or hit the wall, there was no change at all. But the fact is, in reality, he is powerful enough to easily smash the ground with one punch. The punching force weighs tons, extremely terrifying. Jiang You remained silent, just repeatedly raised his fist and dropped it. Raise your fist again, and then drop it again. Boom. He actually drilled through this layer of ground. The two men fell to the ground, surrounded by thick flames, and with one blow, the ghost died completely. It feels so good. Jiang You jumped up and rushed to the 5th floor. People were already running upwards, and there were no extra people on this floor. He quickened his pace and went up to the 5th floor. Oh, most of the crowd took a half step back. Don't be afraid. He is a blogger on TikTok. I know, he's the amnesiac Wart brother. At this moment, Jiang You was truly grateful to Doshing, which saved him the trouble of explaining again. The nickname Wart brother is really not a nice one. Brother Wart, you have fire. Someone reminded me. Jiang You lowered his head, and several flames wrapped around his arms. Good job. There is definitely something wrong with this fire. He clapped his arms and put out the flames, then immediately said, I have limited manpower, and the fire is spreading too fast. You guys run up quickly. I'll go down to the fire scene to see if there are any survivors. After saying that, he walked straight down. As soon as we landed on the 4th floor, we saw 4 or 5 people trapped at the edge of the window at the end of the corridor. I'm here to save you, starting with the children. Follow me. The little boy in the crowd looked frightened. Mom, I'm afraid. He probably had never seen a big dark-skinned brother before, and he was so scared that he didn't even dare to cry. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Just as the mother finished her words, a shadow wrapped around the little boy and dragged him into her arms. I'll be right here to pick you up. After saying this, Jiang You broke out of the window. This is a 4-story building. Several people exclaimed. Run down, fly into the air, shoot out shadow threads, and land. All in one go. The frightened and dazed little boy was put on the ground. A cordon had been set up around the area, and several night patrolmen quickly rushed over. There are many people running up the building, and many people are trapped in the fire. Hurry up and find a way to put out the fire and save people. Jiang You spoke hurriedly. Looking at the building next to me, I took a deep breath. This area is the industrial zone of Chuyang Group. There is a shorter building next to it. The glass inside the building is shattered and figures are fighting. It seems to be Songqingan. While the fire was burning fiercely on one side, the powerful night watchman was being dragged down on the other side. This was a premeditated chaos. Chapter 48, Another Fork in the Road. Song Qingyan is very powerful, but Jiang You doesn't know how powerful he is. But to deal with ghosts, you don't need many. Just a slap from more than 10 meters away is enough. A 3rd-rank night watchman, you can tell from the name that he is no fake. If they were not trapped in another high-rise building at this time, so many people would definitely not be trapped by the fire. Jiang You just took a quick glance and thought there were probably more than 30 people. Organize rescue immediately. The captain of the night watch gave orders quickly. He wanted to ask something else, but Jiang You had already rushed away, leaping up, and amid the exclamations of the people outside the cordon, he shot out a shadow thread, leaped to the 3rd floor, and soared upwards as if walking on flat ground. He smashed the glass with a heavy punch, and in 10 seconds at most, he broke out through the window again. His shadow hooked on the building and swung down. Thank you, comrade. The captain swallowed the rest of his words again, because Jiang You put the man down and flew up again, without giving him a chance to speak during the whole process. One trip after another. The rescued person was dazed and looked back. Some tourists who had escaped earlier were still in shock outside the cordon, looking towards the building. There were also people nearby who heard the noise and came over without knowing what was going on. The claws on his body are so scary, they look so sharp. He's rushing upward against the flames. Who on earth is he? Some people were amazed, some clenched their fists, and some took out their mobile phones to take pictures. I don't know how many people were watching, under the gaze of everyone. Jiang You walked through the flames, with some flames on his body, which he dispersed with a wave of his hand. After continuous high-intensity climbing and descending stairs, he could feel his physical strength gradually depleting. Fortunately, The weather is rather gloomy today, and the light is not sufficient. Otherwise, the loss of using shadow form in the real world would be even more exaggerated. After the fire spread to the 6th floor, the speed slowed down slightly. At a height of more than 20 meters, the difficulty of rescue increases again. The people at the window just now had been rescued by him. Breaking the window from the other side, Jiang You quickly looked around and saw that there were more people gathered here, as many as 8 people. There was a toilet next to it, so we found some extra cloth and other things, soaked them in water, and spread them on the ground, which delayed the spread of the fire to a certain extent. Are there any children? I'll take the children down first. Jiang You asked. My child. Have you seen my child? And my child? My child ran away. Ran away? This is really hard to find, brothers and sisters. My girl seems to be trapped downstairs, woo. A woman sobbed softly. Jiang You took a deep breath. Can you still hold on? Sure. A man gritted his teeth and said, there's still some water here. We can hold on for a while. Then I'll go to the fire scene to rescue people first. He glanced out the window. Thick smoke was rising from below. Even if they could hold on, it wouldn't be for long. Hurry up. Jiang You turned around, disappeared from the sight of several people, and entered the shadow layer. In an instant, the burning feeling completely disappeared, and the cool shadow chilled my heart. Physical strength and shadow points are replenished quickly. I have to admit that the shadow layer's enhancement to shadow form is exaggerated and useful. I don't know what department the 4th floor of the building is. From the perspective of the real world, there are burning flames everywhere. He turned left and right, but saw no living creature. Anyone else? He emerged from the shadows and shouted. Click. There was a subtle sound in my ear. He quickly rushed into the office area next door. It was just the sound of the desk being burnt and crackling. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a blood bar in the corner caught his attention. Health, 33%, and is constantly decreasing. Jiang You approached quickly. The man had burns all over his body and was curled up in a coma. The fire in the office area was not the most serious, but the thick black smoke everywhere was more deadly. If we delay for another half a minute, I'm afraid it will be too late to save him. Walk. Jiang You carried him on his back, and Shadow Silk shattered the glass and leaped out. He's out again. The crowd cried out in surprise. The personnel landed safely, and the black shadow set off again. The 2nd person, the 3rd person, the 4th person. The night patrol was also quickly organizing people to find ways to put out the fire. There should be no one left. After putting the last man down, Jiang You gasped. Tired, really tired. It's okay to hold a child, but for an adult, the weight can be as light as 120 to 130 kilograms, or as heavy as 170 to 180 kilograms. Such a heavy thing is only possible thanks to the strengthened Shadow Silk. Thank you for your hard work, comrade. The captain of the night watch gave a standard salute. What followed was thunderous applause from all around. Put out the fire as quickly as possible. He has done his best, but human power is limited, and there is nothing he can do if there are people left out. Comrade You. Once again, the captain of the night watchman hadn't finished his words when Jiang You disappeared, so he had to swallow the rest of his words. In a corner where no one noticed, a tired figure appeared. He was covered in dust and had some scars on his body, which was quite consistent with the image of a refugee. My son hasn't come out yet. Wow, my brother is still on the 2nd floor. Go quickly, my daughter must still be on the 3rd floor. The sounds of quarreling and crying mixed together, and Jiang You sighed slightly. Excuse me, please lend it to me. Excuse me, borrow it. He moved through the crowd. Hello, young man. There was a sudden tap on my shoulder. A hoarse and choked voice came from Jiang Yu's ears. Grandma, who are you? He looked. Next to him, there was an old lady with gray hair, dry and wrinkled skin, and red and swollen eyes. She was hunched over, carrying a child's school bag in her hands, and her clothes were wrinkled. Seeing Jiang Yu looking at her, she withdrew her hand a little awkwardly. Young man, have you seen a little girl this tall with braids? She is 7 years old, wearing a pink dress, white shoes, and a cat hairpin on her head. The fire spread to many layers, and relying on the ability to see the blood bars, Jiang Yomu looked everywhere he could see. Either the other party was trapped on a higher level, waiting for rescue, or had already died in the fire. Wrong. He carefully recalled the tourists on the higher floors. There were only a few children, and they were all standing together in a group. There were even fewer girls. It was certain that they did not look like what the old lady described. I see, young man. Thank you. The old lady knew the answer from his expression and turned to ask someone else. Hello. Have you seen a... Wait, what is that? Jiang Yu's pupils shrank little by little. Look out, through the layers of buildings. Shadow layer. Between the tall buildings, a figure was climbing quickly, and its tail was encircling a little girl in pink clothes. Beside it, there are other alien species, carrying humans by their own means. Most of them are small in size and easy to carry. In groups, as if they had a plan. "Excuse me, have you seen a little girl this tall with braids?" He turned his head. The old lady, who could no longer stand up straight and whose voice was extremely hoarse, was wearing simple clothes and carrying her granddaughter's backpack, questioned one person after another. On one side is a group of alien species whose situation is unknown. Above the first level, there may be powerful second-level alien species. On the other side, there was an old lady alone asking questions almost helplessly. If we say that the first time the street faced the wandering spirits that day, it was like the innocence and impulsiveness of a newborn calf after seeing the bloody prey. The battle between Shangchang and Yuling is because he is aware of Yuling's abilities and his passion. Rushing into a fire to save people is a sign of self-confidence and fearlessness. Now, then, is the real fork in the road. If you haven't seen it, you will feel at ease. If you see it, how should you deal with it? When the hand of fate pushes you towards that special moment, are we as brave as we imagine? Hello, have you ever seen someone so tall, wearing a pierced? Get out of here. My sister is still in the fire. You didn't see it, didn't you? How many times do I have to tell you? The furious man raised his arms, and the old lady lost her balance and staggered backwards. Just as he was about to fall, he was caught steadily. A tall, dark figure gently steadied her. "Grandma, the girl in pink clothes with pigtails, right?" He pointed to the rest area for survivors set up by the Night Watch Division and said, "Go and have a rest first. I think I saw the little girl. I'll go and help you find her." Chapter 49 Rescue Operation. "Dad, where are Jiang You and his friends?" "Don't worry, it's okay. I've called Lu Yuqiang, and he said they should have all escaped. If I escaped, I escaped. If I didn't escape, I didn't escape." "What do you mean by should?" Lu Yaoyao said anxiously. "I'll go over now." "Nonsense," Lu Nanfeng scolded. "This place is already in chaos. Are you coming here to make things worse?" "But, don't worry about it. Just stay at home. I'm more worried than you about Jiang Yu getting into trouble. Wait for me to bring him back to you." Suddenly someone interrupted Lu Nanfeng. "Captain Lu, look." "Fuck." Lu Yaoyao vaguely heard Lu Nanfeng swear. "Yaoyao, I won't chat with you for now. Let's deal with things." "Okay, Jiang Yu called me. I'll pick it up first." Lu Yaoyao quickly hung up the phone. "Hello? Jiang Yu, how are you?" she asked hurriedly. "Me? I'm fine," Jiang Yu replied. There seemed to be a strong wind sound on the other end of the phone. Lu Yaoyao was unsure, so she asked again, "Where are you?" "I'm outside." "Of course I know you're outside. Didn't you just go through a fire and aliens?" "Oh, it's okay. I'm smart. Go home soon." Lu Yaoyao bit her lip lightly. "No hurry. I'll be back as soon as you finish making dinner." "Jiang Yu, what are you doing?" Lu Yaoyao's tone was even softer than usual. After hearing this, Jiang Yu even had the urge to stop. The body paused, and there was a whistling sound of wind. It then crashed into a high-rise outer building, creating a dent in the structure. It gave a fright to the office workers who were operating their computers inside. Their eyes met. Jiang Yu waved to the other party, then exerted force with his feet and ran upwards. His sight penetrated the space and locked onto the running figures in the shadow layer. His eyes were cold. "I just got out of the fire. Don't worry, I'm fine. Oh, by the way, I want to eat cold beef. Remember to add more spicy sauce." After hanging up the phone, he had climbed to the top floor of the building, which was dozens of meters high. He kept running forward, rushed out of the rooftop, and jumped into the air. Below, there are people and cars in an orderly manner, and on both sides, there are neatly planned buildings. The shadow shot out, pulling the body, suspended in the air, and swung up. What is that? Spider-Man? Isn't that the comic that Master Jiang just published, Black Widow K. Sharon? Who is this brother? He is so reckless in using supernatural powers in the city that he is lucky not to attract the Night Watch. Some extraordinary people looked stunned. Naturally, the use of abilities is prohibited in the gathering place. Otherwise, some people would spit fire, some would spray water. It would be a weird thing. No normal extraordinary person would use the abilities so arrogantly after obtaining them. Flying in the air, the figure moved and jumped, and anyone who noticed this black shadow would inevitably be attracted by his attention. Please stop using your abilities immediately. I repeat, Extraordinary One, please stop immediately and accept the investigation. The sound reached his ears, and Jiang Yu looked down. Good guy, Uncle Lu. He got out of the night watchman's car and shouted through a bullhorn, and the other party was on the way he passed. Jiang Yu hesitated only for a moment, then continued to move forward. An alien species escaped. he warned, then continued forward. There are so many alien species that Jiang You doesn't dare to enter the shadow layer rashly. We can only observe their movements from this world. Their target is the construction site over there. Jiang Yu's eyes fixed. Warning, please stop immediately. Goodbye. Jiang Yu spread his limbs, enjoying the feeling of the wind whistling against his body. Hurry up and send someone to the shadow layer. This is the last warning. If you don't stop, we will take compulsory measures. The night watchman next to Lu Nanfeng raised his gun, and his pupils gradually changed into a pattern like an eagle. At the same time, Jiang Yu could feel a sharp gaze on him, and a sense of crisis surged. Do you understand? Send someone to the shadow layer immediately. Jiang Yu pounced on the outer layer of the building, his feet entangled with shadows, and kicked hard, kicking off the paint powder on the wall, leaving a slight dent in the wall. The body rushed upwards quickly. Team Lu. Seeing that he was about to shoot, Lu Nanfeng grabbed the muzzle of the gun and signaled him to stop. Send people to the shadow layer, and the Chuyang group should also quickly provide support. The two of us will go after him. The two quickly returned to the car and turned the car around. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed out with a buzz. Go forward. Turn left. It's still there. A tall building blocked their view. The car continued to drive through the intersection without slowing down, but when it came out, it did not see the jumping black figure. Where are the people? Ahead, there is a large construction site under construction. East District 1 is located on the edge of the Sea of Clouds, and there are a large number of construction sites and unfinished buildings. They filed in from various entrances of the alien construction site, and then climbed up. Jiang Yu jumped down, and when he was about to hit the ground, the shadow thread hooked onto the building, which greatly slowed down his falling trend. With more effort, he rushed up, passed through the corridor inside the building, and came to the other end. He was on top of a tall building and could clearly see the movements on the opposite side. Shadow point, 13/74. I have wasted so much in this world. If I keep running, maybe all my shadow points will be completely exhausted. Entering the shadow layer at this time, Jiang Yu just felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. After all, the shadow layer is your home ground. He looked around. The aliens have already put down the captured children. Most of them are concentrated on the 20th floor. What are they doing by bringing all these kids here? A man wearing special combat uniform and a mask on his face made a gesture, and the aliens followed him inside. From Jiang Yu's current perspective, he couldn't see clearly what was happening. I could only take the risk and run over. The corner of his eye twitched slightly. Chuyang Group, fire, biological experiments. He vaguely felt that he seemed to be involved in something serious. Keep coming closer. Soon, he climbed up the building where construction was still unfinished. The alien species gathered in groups, silent and quiet, as if they were waiting for something. The kids were trembling with fear, and faced with the bloodthirsty gazes around them, they didn't dare to make a sound. Just then, there was a loud bang nearby. A stone fell on the pillar with a loud noise. What the hell? All the alien species looked over instantly, stood up straight, and became alert. But it was really just a small stone. After waiting for 3 or 5 seconds, no one else showed up. Something doesn't seem right. The aliens turned around and looked at the cubs in front of them. Bang! Not long after, another stone exploded, and everyone looked over again. Unmanned. So he turned his head again. Bang! 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 Turn your head and look back again and again. The aliens began to seem a little restless. Gradually, they seemed to find something wrong. Why are the number of these kids getting smaller and smaller? Chapter 50. First battle with supernatural. There's something wrong with this. Why are there fewer and fewer kids? The alien swarm became increasingly agitated. They stared at each other and made hissing sounds from their mouths. After all, the number of people dropped from nearly 20 to 4 or 5 in an instant, and even a dumb person could find the problem. Hiss! Suddenly, a sharp sound came from the mouth of the alien species closest to the edge, as if it was extremely frightened. Its voice immediately attracted the attention of other alien species. When everyone looked over, they saw it roaring continuously, covering its neck with its claws, and looking extremely painful. Hiss! A confused ghost swung its tail and floated closer. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud bang, and 5 shadow threads shot out in all directions. This ghost and several other alien species had no time to react and were all implicated. Hiss! Roar! In an instant, all the aliens' emotions began to boil over, and they were spinning around in a restless manner. After bringing the last kid out of the shadow layer, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Run quickly, he said. There are naturally stairs in the construction site building, but the stairs of the semi-finished building are just a rough layer and have no handrails or the like. The aliens usually pick kids in their early teens. At least they don't look like they are 5 or 6 years old. Otherwise, if you encounter this situation, you will burst into tears and be unable to walk. In fact, the kids are now crying like crazy and on the verge of collapse. Only after Jiang Yu's constant urging did he run downstairs tremblingly. Hanging behind them, Jiang Yu looked back from time to time. If there are alien species that can travel between the shadow layer and the real world, a war would be inevitable. But obviously this ability requires specific conditions, and he didn't see any alien species chasing him. After walking down 3 or 4 floors, the kids gradually got used to it and quickened their pace. No problem. Jiang Yu took out his cell phone. Hello, night watchman. Bang. The phone suddenly exploded, and the fire from the parts splashed all over Jiang Yu's face. Night patrol. An interested voice came from behind him. Who is it? Jiang Yu's heart exploded, and he turned around instantly. A man in special operations uniform sat on the stairs and looked over with interest. He had a head full of silvery white hair and a pair of dark green pupils like a snake. The skin on his face was not shiny at all, but instead, you could vaguely see the connected scales. He just sat there lazily, with a playful look in his eyes. I was still wondering which little mouse was so blind as to dare to continue chasing. The corners of his mouth turned up. So it's our hero, Brother Wart. Clang. The sharp claws shot out, and the 10 claw blades shone with a cold light. Oh, very handsome claws. The young man looked surprised, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Who are you? Before he could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was as if a huge hammer had hit his chest hard, blocking his breath and making it almost impossible for him to breathe. When he came to his senses, Jiang Yu had been knocked flying, fell from the edge of the open space, and fell to the ground under the pull of gravity. Telekinesis, mental shock, or some other ability. Deng Ku was right. A superhuman who was straightforward and fought with every punch would often lose the initiative when facing a superhuman with treacherous abilities. Your abilities are visible to the naked eye and fully known to your enemies. You don't know the opponent's ability, and you are caught off guard by an attack. Losing the initiative means you will be more likely to be at a disadvantage later. In just a short moment, Jiang Yu's thoughts were flying, and he was about to shoot out a shadow thread to hook the building, when suddenly a rustling sound of breaking through the air came from above his head. It's 4 or 5 steel bars. The speed is so fast that you can even see an elliptical outer layer formed by the air at the tip. Puff, puff. Jiang Yu continuously shot out shadow threads, hooking onto the building, and at the same time the steel bars were also coming in front of him. He twisted left and right, dodging between several steel bars. After leaving several scars on his body, he successfully got into the building. Looking up, I saw a figure walking down slowly from the upper floor. I've seen your video. The man rubbed his wrist. By the way, do you really have amnesia or are you faking it? It should be true amnesia. After all, strength is something that can be seen through subtleties. No matter how good the disguise is, there will be flaws. Continuous fighting may be able to awaken hidden memories. Are you from Chuyang Group? Jiang Yu looked at him coldly. No. The man shook his head, and 2 more balls appeared in his hand. Jiang Yu wanted to ask a question when the ball suddenly shot out. The dead don't need to know so much. Phew. The ball is smaller and faster. Jiang Yu dodged one with great difficulty, but was unable to dodge the second one, which hit him directly in the abdomen. Pain. The ball carried a tremendous force and knocked him flying. Jiang Yu flew backwards again. Huh? Where are the people? The man concentrated and chased after him, but could not find any trace of Jiang Yu. Wrong. The man suddenly realized a problem. The kids are all in the shadow layer. There is a shadow layer entrance under the construction site that we got in advance. He had been planning to enter the shadow layer, but when he heard some noise above, he climbed up, and just in time he saw Jiang Yu leading the kids downstairs. For a moment, I was curious about the identity of Brother Wart, but I didn't think too much about it. Now think about it. How did the other party manage to bring the children out of the shadow layer? The man looked around but didn't see Jiang Yu, and he gradually lost his patience. He gradually became a little irritable. What is that? At this moment, his eyes fixed and looked into the distance. Chapter 51, Hope of the Second Order. Pong. Jiang Yu suddenly appeared next to the fire hydrant on the side of the road. A claw slapped the fire hydrant, and water burst out with a hiss. Then he started running forward. There were a few cars parked on the street, and Jiang Yu raised his leg and kicked them. The car body was kicked down in a concave arc. As the Chinese New Year approaches, there are basically no other people around the construction site. But basically nothing does not mean it really does not exist. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. With these kicks, Jiang Yu pushed the entire car sideways, and the tires left rubbing marks on the ground. Ding ding ding. The alarms sounded continuously, making people panic. The most important thing is that Jiang You just tore his neck open and screamed loudly. Help! Is there anyone who can help me? Call the night watchman immediately. Hurry up and call the night watchman over. There are human traffickers here. Help! Could you please have some shame? After this operation, the man upstairs was stunned. A vein was throbbing faintly on his forehead. It's so unlucky to have such a person with cerebral palsy. The man's expression kept changing. He was considering whether to kill Jiang You right here or not, but finally gave up the plan. To be fair, although Jiang You is not at the second level, his strength is definitely not weak. He was not sure he could kill Jiang You in a short period of time. After all, the main force is focused on the Chuyang group to attract the firepower of the night patrol, so as not to arouse suspicion. As long as everything goes according to plan, everything will go smoothly. Who could have thought that a guy with warts would pop up and disrupt everything? If a real fight breaks out, even if he kills Jiang You, he will probably not be able to escape from the night watchman's pursuit. That's all. The man had a sinister look on his face and flew downstairs. Since we can't kill Brother Ward, we'll have to kidnap a few more kids to stop the loss. It was more than 10 floors high, and they had to rely on their own legs to get down the stairs. Before the kids even reached the first floor, they heard the sound of footsteps behind them. Then a strong wind came and the two kids were lifted up before they could react. Help! Don't kill me. Get out of the way. The man had a gloomy face and rushed forward. However, with his size and strength, he knocked several kids to the ground. There was even a girl with a ponytail who looked pale and staggered out of the corridor. Forget it. A man and a woman, we should catch them together. The man put down the little boy in his right hand and lifted the girl's clothes at the moment she was about to fall. One on the left and one on the right. Then rushed down. Phew. As soon as he reached the first floor, he prepared to head to the entrance to the shadow layer. A shadow shot over. The man narrowly avoided it. The sharp thread cut across the face, leaving a bloody mark. Swim. The man's eyes turned completely cold. Sitting on a shelf nearby, Jiang You was wrapped in darkness. He pointed at the other person's hand and said, Brother, you can just run by yourself. You don't need to bring anyone else with you. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Su Shan squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Jiang You hooked his finger at him without saying anything. Looking for death, Su Shan shook off the two kids, flipped his palm, and two balls shot out instantly. This time Jiang You was prepared. The moment he attacked, he jumped into the air to dodge. Then it landed on the shelf and successfully disappeared from the other party's sight. You idiot, do you think I'm going to chase you? Su Shan picked up the two kids again, took big strides and chased to the other side. Well, this time it's Jiang Yu's turn to be speechless. He jumped out again. Phew. The shadow fell and landed on the ground. Are you done? Su Shan said through gritting his teeth. Either you put the person down and leave now, or you wait for the night watchman to arrive and don't even think about leaving. Jiang Yu restrained his expression and became more serious. Okay. Plop. He threw two trembling kids to the ground. He raised his hands, as if accepting his fate. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. Back off. 1 step, 2 steps. Then, snap your fingers. Boom. The ring on his left hand flashed, and Jiang Yu had no time to react. His chest sank suddenly. The shadow form is erratic and seems to be dispersing. The shadow points in his body became a mess and did not obey his commands. Damn, what kind of ability is this? Nausea, vomiting, and vomiting. The body quickly develops a variety of negative feelings. Jiang Yu was unable to make any other moves, and could only watch Su Shan take out a few more steel balls. Pung! The steel ball flew out of his hand and hit him. Jiang Yu flew backwards and crashed heavily into a pile of bricks and stones. Bricks and stones shattered with a loud crash. Let me go? Are you worthy enough? Su Shan rushed forward with a grim smile, his fist already equipped with brass knuckles, and smashed it hard into Jiang Yu's head. Bang! Bang! Again and again. The shadow form was half removed, and he looked like he was wearing tattered clothes. Obviously, there is a price to pay for using this ring. 2 lines of hot blood slowly flowed out of Su Shan's nose. Even so, his situation is much better than Jiang Yu's. He threw punch after punch without stopping, like a violent storm, suppressing Jiang Yu. Ahem. He was dizzy from the beating, so there was no way he could sneak into the shadow layer. Just based on Su Shan's attitude, he wanted to beat himself to death. Snap. Su Shan paused. Jiang Yu reluctantly turned his face away. The 2 kids actually picked up bricks and threw them directly at Su Shan. Run. Jiang Yu spoke unclearly and vaguely. Die. Su Shan raised his elbow and slammed it heavily into Jiang Yu's chest. His eyes went dark and he almost passed out from the suffocating pain. But it's almost the same. Die. Su Shan shouted angrily, raised his arm again and fell down, but Jiang You held his fist tightly. The two were in a stalemate for a while. As his body felt lighter, Su Shan left. There was a beeping sound, and it was the night patrolman who had arrived. Jiang You was breathing heavily, and after a few seconds of rest, he opened his eyes and saw several kids surrounding him. "Big brother, are you awake?" "Big brother, 4 people have been arrested." The kids were talking to each other, with tears still on their faces. Jiang Yu forced himself to stand up. "Damn, my ribs are probably broken again." He looked at his hands and was startled. "I don't know when the shadow form was cancelled. Fortunately, they are all kids in their teens, so the impact is not too great. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why, at his age, he had such great strength and could have infiltrated the shadow layer." He forced himself to get up and activated the shadow coat to reattach to his body. "Where did you run to?" Jiang Yu asked. "Over there, he just left." "Okay, the night watchman will be here soon. Remember to ask them to arrest the man." Jiang Yu jumped up, leaving space for the kid and the night watchman. There was no point in him staying here any longer. The kids saw with their own eyes the direction in which Su Shan escaped, so they just needed to explain it to the night watchman. If he remembered correctly, he had killed several alien species on the upper floors. "If I can devour it all, I have a chance to reach the 2nd level. Maybe I can catch up with Su Shan. Even counterattack." Chapter 52, Level 2. Hunting Sharks. "I am so unlucky to have met a lunatic like Brother Wart. You go your way and I go mine. How wonderful is that? You are not a night watchman. Why are you meddling in other people's business? You're so entangled here. Are you really praised by the comments section as a hero?" The original task was to bring back as many children as possible, more than 10, the more the better. He could only be considered to have completed the task satisfactorily, not excellently. After being treated like this by Jiang Yu, just prepare to be scolded. He ran forward, and the alien species beside him used various means, hooking the baby with their tails and following him. It took about 20 minutes to reach the next outpost, and then leave the gathering place. Su Shan had no idea what the purpose of these kids was. It seems that there has been a breakthrough in soul seed technology, and the souls of young people are pure and can be of great use. Although this sounds a bit cruel, countless blood has been shed over the past 100 years. A dozen lives are insignificant in the long river of history. However, it will be completely worth it if corresponding results can be achieved. Su Shan's gaze gradually became firm. Roar! The huge team soon attracted the attention of other alien species. Ordinary alien species avoided, but in the eyes of some more powerful alien species, it is a feast. Looking at the 3-legged alien creature in front of him that was nearly 3 stories tall, Su Shan took a deep breath. "Damn it, I'm so unlucky today. It has been about half a month since the last shadow tide. The 3rd-level alien species in the shadow layer have been completely eliminated, but there are some 2nd-level alien species that have escaped. I just happened to meet one on my way to escape." Su Shan was in a very bad mood today. Encountering this 2nd-order alien species is even worse. It's outrageous. Very outrageous. The other party roared and ran towards us. "You bastard, do you really think your dad is easy to control?" His eyes were cold, his hand reached into his arms, and then his face turned dark. "Madan." In order to deal with Jiang Yu, several steel balls were used up. What a sin. Never mind. Let's get rid of this alien quickly and then get on the road. Boom. The huge body fell to the side. Su Shan gently wiped the blood off his body, then took out a bottle of oral liquid and drank it. Most of the negative pollution caused by killing the alien species was quickly eliminated. Keep going. Shit, it's not over yet, is it? Looking at the squatting figure under the dark street lamp, Su Shan's expression gradually became ferocious. "It's really outrageous. Why is there such a blind person? Put those kids down." Jiang Yu spoke calmly. "Get out of here now. I'll pretend I didn't see you." Su Shan flipped his hand. The silver-grain brass knuckles were covered with hideous barbs, and were completely different from the ones that had just hit Jiang Yu. This punch in the face will require at least 5 episodes of Science Approaches to be broadcast. "Put them down now, and I will pretend I didn't see you." Jiang Yu was unmoved. Court death. A steel ball shot out, and at the same time Su Shan took a few steps forward. There are 14 or 15 alien species around him, and 10 of them are capable of joining the battle. Jiang Yu jumped back high, and his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. The steel balls also disappeared. This hand's ability to hide is really annoying. Su Shan immediately stopped and looked around vigilantly. He was now in the center of the street, which was not very wide, and there was a dark flower bed in the middle that blocked his view. If you approach rashly, you might be ambushed. He didn't think he could still be alive and kicking after withstanding Jiang Yu's claw. Woo! Just as he was on guard, a mournful cry suddenly came from the alien species beside him. When he turned around, He saw a ghost stabbed in the throat by the claw blade. It was struggling hard, but after Jiang You stabbed it several times, it completely died. If I can't beat you, I'll beat your little brother. Seeing Sushan looking at him, Jiang You grinned. Then, Shadow Devour. Shadow point +6. Shadow point, 8190. About to break 100. The feeling of accumulation becomes clearer and more obvious. The guess is correct. The shadow points exceeded 100, and the second level was within sight. Jiang You immediately escaped and reappeared with his claws embedded in the body of an alien species. Then the shadow exploded. He has reached this number of shadow points, which, in the words of fantasy novels, means he is in the late first stage. Very cheating. Strength, agility, physique. His attributes in all aspects are no longer what they used to be. A punch is thrown, just like a punch. Unfortunately, this alien species didn't have time to absorb it, as another alien species next to it reacted immediately, roaring and flying forward. At the same time, Su Shan's attack was also launched. The ball was attached with a powerful impact and rushed straight to his heart. Su Shan jumped high, with a layer of light on his fist, and was about to hit Jiang You. He endured the pain and shot out shadow threads to the side, quickly pulling away from the battlefield. This damn thing. Su Shan cursed inwardly. It is as slippery as a loach, and can neither be caught nor killed. It's so disgusting. When I looked up again, sure enough, the person had disappeared. All aliens gathered together. Su Shan immediately gave the order. Unfortunately, it's too late. A ghost took half a step too slow and was grabbed by the shoulder by a claw that emerged from the darkness nearby. It was dragged into the darkness with a roar of terror, and along with it was the corpse on the ground. A sizzling sound of corrosion rang in his ears, and Su Shan's expression changed slightly. Under his gaze, the two alien bodies in Jiang Yu's hands continued to shrink, until only a small pool of residue remained. The lines of the dark figure became clearer and clearer, emitting a disturbing aura. This wart must have been a big boss. I don't know why I have fallen to my current level, but as long as there is a right opportunity, it will be easy to rush up. Look at this aura. Is it something a normal, extraordinary person can possess? Can someone with this kind of aura be normal or extraordinary? The dark shadow climbed up the body and gradually formed a cocoon. Kill. Su Shan gritted his teeth and gave the order immediately. The remaining alien species rushed forward together. A ghost swung the huge blade and chopped down with a clang. The shadow cocoon doesn't move at all. It's as if it has merged into one with the objects in the shadow layer. Bang. The same effect can be achieved by bombarding it with a steel ball. It's gonna be bad. Su Shan's eyelids twitched violently. Leave him alone. Retreat. He roared and ran forward, and the alien quickly followed. There's something wrong with this guy. There are so many problems. I have never seen such a situation happen when advancing abilities. Running forward wildly, Su Shan looked back from time to time. Fortunately, it takes a lot of time for the other party to advance. Didn't catch up. But for some reason, Su Shan not only did not relax, but became more nervous. A chilling chill ran from the top of my head to the roots of my chrysanthemums. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. I've turned a few streets and I can't see him anymore. Should he have run out? Su Shan looked back, then looked forward, and instantly his soul jumped out of his chest. A black figure stood in the middle of the street. The black lines began to weave as if they had life, gradually forming a hooded coat. He lowered his head, like a silent statue. Inhale, exhale. Gasping wildly, Su Shan could even hear his own violently beating heart, as if he was being targeted by a natural hunter. Oh. The man in black raised his sharp claw and gently scratched his forehead. Let go and gradually change your palms. The stratum corneum increases, rolling like a surge, and a sharp cold light emerges in this shadow layer. That is a big knife. The two knives knocked against each other lightly, and he gradually raised his head. It was still pitch black under the hood, but Su Shan could feel that the other person was laughing. Then now is my hunting time. Leap up lightly. Dive into the ground. Like a hunting shark. Chapter 53. The youthful spirit is the most unstoppable. Everything within the shadow layer is a replica of objects that have been stationary for a long time in the real world. For example, if a car parked on the side of the road does not move, it will be copied into the shadow layer, but a moving car will not. Humans and animals cannot be replicated, but plants can be replicated. In fact, no matter what it is, once it enters the shadow layer, it becomes part of the shadow layer. Flowers, water, houses. That is, they are different in shape, but the hardness is the same. Furthermore, below the third level, unless it is a strong attack ability, it is basically impossible to cause any damage to objects in the shadow layer. You simply swim across the ground. What kind of ability is this? It's a bit outrageous. Su Shan had a slight sweat on his forehead. He saw Jiang You jump up and dive into the ground, and then he saw him merge into the shadow. The fast-moving shadow looks like a shark lurking underwater. If I hadn't brought a pair of glasses-type detector with me, I wouldn't have been able to even detect Jiang You. Su Shan's hair stood on end, and he quickly retreated to the rear, while commanding an alien to stand in front of him. Phew. Apia, who had high attack, high agility, and low health, seemed unable to withstand Jiang Yu's claws. The power of this shadow blade is even more terrifying. With just one cut, the ghost was split into two. Another knife. The predator next to him, who had no time to react, was severely slashed. The wound on the chest was so deep that the bone was visible. The blood gushed out. It was horrifying. He used the force of jumping out of the water to slash the aliens with two knives, and the aliens finally reacted. However, when this guy fell down, he merged with the ground again. This guy is outrageous. Su Shan was horrified. Have you ever fallen into an abyss and lost your memory after climbing out? How can an ordinary second-level being be so powerful? Swim again, then jump out of the wall next to you. Clang. This time, Su Shan seized the opportunity and ejected the steel ball, hitting the opponent's back of the knife. If it hits a person's body, it can directly knock him several meters away. The force of the steel ball is quite strong. Jiang Yu originally intended to chop the alien in front of him with a knife, but due to the interference of the steel balls, the blade shifted to the side and the knife was chopped off course. But it doesn't matter. After reaching the second level, Jiang Yu felt his whole body filled with powerful strength. Every punch and kick carries tremendous power. Now that you are in the shadow layer, you will feel more comfortable and at ease. Level 1. The beginning of transcendence. At the second stage, extraordinary powers truly begin to emerge. Only after reaching this stage did he finally realize what true transcendence was. The whole person seemed to have broken free from a layer of shackles and restraints. The world became clearly visible in my eyes, and all the breath was so vivid. I'm so fucking awesome. Then, bang, a flaming brick flew over. From the moment it touches the face, and then like a multiple times slow motion shot under a high-speed camera, the face is squeezed and deformed. Then, a powerful shock force exploded and flames splashed everywhere. The figure dressed in black rushed backwards like a cannonball. It fell to the ground, spinning in circles. A brick was thrown nearly 20 meters away. Zhao Yongcheng. Su Shan was surprised and delighted. Next to him, a 2-meter-tall, sturdy man swung his arms. Why are you here? Su Shan asked. I've been waiting for a long time, and you still haven't arrived. The boss sent me out to take a look. What's going on? Zhao Yongcheng asked. A madman. Su Shan gritted his teeth. You take the people away first. Zhao Yongcheng showed a hint of cold smile. Let me meet him. The plan will start soon. Go quickly. Oh, what's the plan? Tell me about it. Jiang Yu struggled to get up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After reaching the second level, I feel a little bit dizzy. As a result, the brick fell down and almost hit his head. He was originally in a diving state when he jumped forward. In this state, the brick knocked him back 20 meters. You can imagine how powerful it is. My head was buzzing and I was completely stunned. After a while, he breathed heavily and straightened his body. Flames were coming out of the burly man's body, making him look very dazzling in this shadow layer. After talking for a few words with Su Shan, they nodded to each other. Then, Su Shan waved his hand, and the alien species followed him and ran forward. This is about running. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple floated. Take a step forward. Boy, you have to get past me first. Zhao Yongcheng grinned, the flames on his body becoming more and more fierce. Bang! He threw a ball, and in a blink of an eye, it exploded. Zhao Yongcheng paused in his forward steps. The flames dissipated, but there was no one left. Where did it go? He immediately looked back. Jiang Yu suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slashed at Su Shan with his sword. Be careful. He only had time to remind. Su Shan had obviously been on guard against Jiang Yu, the sixth old man, who was trying to launch a sneak attack. The moment he appeared, his feet suddenly burst out with unreasonable speed and quickly dodged. At the same time, a steel ball was thrown and hit out at such a close distance. However, just so close, Jiang Yu disappeared again. Where are the people? At this distance, Su Shan could see clearly that the other party was not just hiding in the shadows, but had indeed disappeared. Disappeared out of thin air. He didn't know that Jiang Yu's abilities had improved by leaps and bounds since reaching the second stage. In the past, entering the shadow layer required concentration, and there was a slight delay. Now, he can go in and out skillfully without any sluggishness, as smooth as if it were greased. When it appeared again, Su Shan barely dodged it, and there was a cracking sound on his shoulder blade, leaving a deep scar. Hiss. He took a slight breath of cool air. Put him down. Before Jiang You could finish his words, a ball of fire suddenly came towards him and he had to dodge to the side. Enter the real world. But the body did not move at all. With a buzz, Su Shan snapped his fingers again, and the ring on his finger lit up with a scarlet glow. This thing again. Su Shan's figure shook, and his nose was like a floodgate that had opened, spurting out 2 lines of blood. His eyes rolled up, his legs went limp, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Jiang You is stronger in every aspect than the first time he was hit, but he can't withstand the more powerful attack this time. Not only did he fail to return to the real world, the shadow coat on his body also violently fluctuated and most of it dissipated again. Good job, Su Shan. Fire ignited in Zhao Yongqing's palm, and then his expression changed, and the fire stayed in his palm. This kid. He withstood the attack of the forbidden object, and instead of retreating, he advanced, flipped over to get behind Su Shan, and captured him alive. Who the hell are you? Su Shan cursed with blood gushing out of his nose and mouth. Huff, huff. Jiang You panted heavily. Does this have anything to do with you? Are you a night watchman or something? Su Shan gritted his teeth. Do you think you can change all this by yourself? You guys are conducting human xenospecies experiments. Jiang You didn't answer, but roared. Now you're taking away another group of children. We are doing this for the future of humanity. Bullshit future. Bang. Snap. Use your knee to exert force. Sweep your right leg horizontally and smash down heavily with your right arm as an elbow. Both of his legs were broken on the spot, and Su Shan was forced to kneel on the ground. Despite the pain, he didn't even utter a cry. A night watchman died in a fight with an alien species, and you used his body for experiments? Are you still human? Jiang Yu's eyes gradually became bloodshot, and his right fist tightly grasped the opponent's neck. Su Shan remained silent. Veins bulged on his neck, his face was grim, and he tried hard with his whole body, but he couldn't break free. Tell me, are you still a human? You don't understand anything. He almost squeezed out the words from between his teeth. Su Shan raised his head with difficulty, and his eyes met Zhao Yongqing's. Get started, he roared. Bang. Flames emerged. Jiang You flew out again. Looking at the figure rising from the fire again, Zhao Yongqing couldn't help but be slightly moved. Why are you doing this? Why would you do this just for a few strangers? Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. JiangYu took a deep breath. More than 10 million square kilometers. How much remains now? With a population of nearly 2 billion, how many are left now? Alien species are invading, the human race is in decline, and there are traitors at work. What the hell is this broken world? Broken world, broken world. False peace, shadow of unrest. I came into this world without any aspirations to be a savior. I just want to live day by day. I'm not a hero, and I've never thought about being one. I'm just standing up for what I think is right, that's all. The arms changed, and the huge blade condensed little by little. The figure suddenly disappeared, reappeared, and came above Zhao Yongqing's head. Clang. He drew the long sword from his waist and blocked the attack. The young man in midair had sparkling eyes. Today, I'm going to be a hero for once. Chapter 54, May the Human Race Live Forever. With such force and heaviness, Zhao Yongqing's body was slightly pressed down. In terms of height, he is half a head taller than Jiang You. After all, he was more than 2 meters tall and had a strong physique. When he stood there, he looked like a thick wall, which made people feel scared. He has always been very confident in his own strength. Although it is not a special strength-related ability, ordinary strength-related extraordinary people may not be able to get the upper hand from him. But at this moment, Jiang You pressed down with a big knife, and his arm suddenly felt numb. There was a crisp clanging sound, faintly mixed with the sound of metal breaking. I just got this second-level broadsword and haven't seen more than 2 or 3 battles. You just broke me to pieces? Zhao Yongqing was so heartbroken that his heart was bleeding. But now is not the time to worry about a few or tens of dollars. Clang. The boy swung his knife down again. One knife, another knife. Having lost the initiative, Zhao Yongqing had to defend himself hastily. Fragments of the steel knife kept splashing everywhere, and he became more and more frightened the more he fought. With a hiss, flames ignited on the blade. The blazing flames burned fiercely, with a temperature far exceeding that of ordinary flames. Jiang You turned his body and leaned back, brushing past the blade. Then it drilled into the ground with a whoosh. Then he moved from the ground and emerged from behind Zhao Yongqing. The long sword was blocked by the opponent's long sword. The two of them fought back and forth, with sparks and flames constantly splashing around. Block! The long sword fell, and Jiang Yu shouted angrily. Zhao Yongqing held his sword in his hand. Block it again. Jiang Yu's voice exploded in his ears. Zhao Yongqing's scalp went numb and his feet slid back several meters on the ground. Jiang Yu pursued the victory. The two swords changed rapidly. The cuticles rolled like waves and condensed into two claws. Come again. Ding ding dong. The sound of metal clashing composes a piece of music. Damn it. Zhao Yongqing kept raising his knife to block the attack. His face turned redder and his throat was choked with a sweet taste. If you continue to give in, you will be close to death. A ruthless feeling rose in his heart. Facing the claws that were swinging at him, he did not dodge or evade, but rushed forward. Boy, you still have a long way to go. With a loud bang, Zhao Yongqing's eyes suddenly lit up with a cluster of golden light. It's like a ball of fire dancing in the eyes. His body was ablaze. Inflammation. The claws landed on the shoulder blade, almost tearing off half of the body. But the next moment, Jiang Yu's expression changed drastically. The huge flaming blade came towards him at an elusive speed. At the same time, there was a powerful aura that locked him tightly. Even if Jiang Yu tried desperately to drill into the ground or exit the shadow layer, he was unable to do so. He watched helplessly as the flaming blade came towards him, with no way to avoid it. Boom. A line of fire spread out for more than 10 meters, leaving a scar on Jiang Yu's chest. The flames burned, and the shadow coat could not heal for a while. The orange flames illuminated the dark shadow layer, and the instantaneous beauty filled the wide street. Hot and scorching. As far as the eye can see, there is only intense flames. He flew away in the flames, grinning in pain. What is this? Jiang Yu's head was buzzing. The world was spinning, and he couldn't even see clearly what was in front of him. Supernormal skills are skills that belong only to supernormal people. Zhao Yongqing's right arm was twisted into a strange posture, and his skin was as red as a shrimp. Boy, you don't even know this. He changed his hand and held the knife, approaching with a grin. This blow almost drained all his energy, but now it seems that the effect was remarkable. After trying several times, Jiang Yu was unable to stand up. The blade light with flames attached was so terrifying that he could feel that his blood volume had dropped by at least 30%. And after the flash of the sword, the remaining power still entangles the body. It hurts. Jiang Yu's throat was dry. Don't worry, it won't hurt soon. Panting heavily, Zhao Yongqing slowly approached with his knife in hand. Jiang Yu lay half dead on the ground, his chest rising and falling slightly. Why do you have to meddle in other people's business? Boy, do you regret it. Zhao Yongqing staggered. Huh. Jiang Yu let out a breath and grinned. Regret? I feel so happy. Okay, it's good to have no regrets before dying. 1 step, 2 steps. Until he stood in front of Jiang Yu. I admit, kid, you are indeed a hero, but that's it. Hold the knife with both hands and raise it high. With a hiss, the blade lit up with fire. Zhao Yongqing's face was grim. It's over. At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly sighed. Feel sorry. What? Zhao Yongqing was slightly stunned. The winner is me. Mark. A faint voice was heard. Zhao Yongqing's brain suddenly started buzzing. Panic, horror, and helplessness. All kinds of negative emotions surged into his heart in an instant, making him feel like surrendering. It was like being struck by lightning. Hunting. The young man leaped up. His right arm transformed into a huge blade and pierced through. My heart aches. Zhao Yongqing lowered his head, and the shadow blade passed through. The power was quickly lost, and Zhao Yongqing looked unwilling. You? His lips trembled. All his emotions froze at this moment. He opened his mouth several times, but no sound came out in the end. Zhao Yongqing stared blankly at what was in front of him. The figure, whose strength was no longer able to maintain even the shadow form, revealed a young face. It turned out that he was just a teenager. Zhao Yongqing's eyes suddenly lit up and his lips trembled. Holding the shadow blade, he touched the ground with his knees. The ferocious expression relaxed a little bit. Reluctant and helpless. The one who defeated me was actually a student who looked like he was still in school. Although he was about to die, the look he gave Jiang Yu no longer had any murderous intent, but instead was more complicated. Zhao Yongqing glanced across the ground. There was blood on it, and also a faint flame that had not yet gone out. Zhao Yongqing's hair and body were covered with scars, his clothes were stained with blood, and he looked in a miserable state. Only those eyes, as if they were a reflection of light, seemed extremely bright. One party half knelt on the ground. The other party was opposite him, holding a sharp blade. I had exerted too much energy, and my limbs felt a little weak. I had to rely entirely on my will to hold on. Looking at the figure in front of him, Jiang Yu whispered, "Who are you?" "What is it?" Zhao Yongqing's lips were cracked and his voice was a little hoarse. "Fire. Spark." This was the second time Jiang Yu heard this term. Zhao Yongqing laughed, his voice already a little weak. Just think of them as a group of self-righteous lunatics. Young. The boy in front of me is really too young. I was once as young as you, and as high-spirited as you. Zhao Yongcheng was in a trance. It's just that I took a different path. A path that is not popular among the public. I am a loser and a lowly person. They are despicable people who try to drag humanity into the abyss. The interweaving of light and darkness, a speck of dust from the times, is like a mountain when it falls on a person. Throw yourself into the alien species and head towards the abyss. The human body has shackles, but alien species have no limits. If such a day really comes, the human race will perish. We will fall into darkness. It should be the last spark. Some people say that this is just a fig leaf that the traitors use to cover themselves up. Some people even say that this is just a ridiculous and pathetic act under the guise of slogans. Zhao Yongcheng raised his hands tremblingly and grasped the blade, and the expression on his face became more relieved. His mission has ended, and the young man's journey is about to begin. He looks to be in his 20s, or perhaps even before 20, but he has already entered the second stage. Some are fighting alien species on the front line. Some are doing scientific research in the rear to benefit the world, and some are looking for other ways out. The people of the Great Zhou, the people of the troubled times, are all working hard for this land. The light in his eyes gradually faded, still staring at the boy in front of him. I am a radical, a disruptor, and a madman with wild ideas, but definitely not a betrayer. This war of aggression has lasted for 100 years and will continue. I don't know the ending, and I can't wait for the day when it will come. But there is always faith engraved in my mind. Will there be a better day? There will be. There will definitely be one. Chapter 55, He is a Hero. Hello everyone, I'm the host Shui. You can see the building behind me, Chuyang Group. Just an hour ago, a fire broke out in Chuyang Group, and several alien species rushed out. Now the entire bottom of the building has been completely burned. Over there are traces of the battle between the extraordinary and the alien species. The impact of this incident is very serious. Rescue work is still underway. Let us pray for the injured. Wang Shui, a sweet and lovely reporter with short hair, was reporting to the camera. Without exception, the words, prayer, candle, were constantly appearing on the screen in the live broadcast room. From the broken and charred buildings and the faintly visible bloodstains, it is enough to imagine the chaotic scene at that time. The news of the alien outbreak in Chuyang Group directly topped the trending search lists of major platforms, firmly occupying the top position. After the report, a hint of sadness appeared on Wang Shui's pretty face. Before the camera started, she got a general idea of the situation. There were a lot of people attending the exhibition, and because the items on display included nutrient solutions, body-strengthening fluids, and many other nutritional products that are beneficial to students' development, there were also some health products for the elderly. So there were both children and the elderly coming to the exhibition. The exit was very small, and the scene was chaotic with people pushing and shoving. There were many incidents of people being pushed down and trampled. There were also elderly people and children who were lost, and their family members knelt on the ground crying. According to statistics, at least 10 children have gone missing. Wang Shui was in a very heavy mood. What's that over there? Look, the gathered crowd cried out in surprise. Wang Shui cast a glance over. At the end of the street, a tall black figure appeared. He was accompanied by several children. The night patrolman noticed it earlier and drove a car closer with a beep. Quick, let's follow and see. Wang Shui got in the car immediately. The driver stepped on the accelerator and quickly approached in that direction. It's Wart Brother. It's really Wart Brother. I watched the video of him saving people in a fire more than a dozen times. Going in and out of a fire and climbing tall buildings, such things naturally could not escape the video recording of the onlookers. Videos from all angles, clear or blurry, everything is available. At this time, the video of the rescue and the news of the incident were both at the top of the hot search list. Major official accounts have reposted the article one after another. If Jiang You opened the panel at this time, he would find that the usage time of mark and hunting had reached an exaggerated 10 seconds. As they got closer, the night patrolman's car slowly pulled over to the side of the road and stopped. The uniformed night watchman stepped out of the car, his eyes fixed firmly on the figure in front of him. The shadow's coat was torn and tattered, revealing the mottled scars inside. Blood was still oozing out of his abdomen, and every step he took seemed to cause more pain in the wound. 1, 2. Until 3 or 5 cars drove by and stopped. All the night watchmen came out and looked. Wang Shui couldn't help but slow down her breathing at this moment. Get out of the car with the cameraman and aim the camera. Brother Wart's pace gradually slowed down, and he stopped about 10 meters away from the vehicle. Go ahead. He lowered his head, and spoke softly to the children around him. Whoa! When they saw the night watchman, the children lost all control of their emotions and approached him crying. At this point, all the kids were brought back. Swish! Suddenly, one of the night watchmen put his right hands together and touched them to his temples in salute. Then, all the night watchmen waved and saluted. The dim sunlight shines on the street. On one side is a lonely man, and on the other side are the night watchmen in uniform. No words. Under the camera, this most touching scene was faithfully recorded. Northern Capital. Brothers, this fire may look big, but it is actually nothing to a superhuman. As a veteran non-staff member, I know all the twists and turns here. Please don't be deceived. Saving people is what we should do. It's not as great as you think, let alone anything else, if we encounter this. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden violent knock on the door, which startled him. Ignore the comments that fill the screen, kneel down before me. He turned his head and looked towards the security door. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Who is it? Shouted Devour. Check the water meter. A steady voice sounded at the door. Check the water meter, you fucking bastard. He almost swore, but Devour quickly changed his words. Can't you knock on the door properly when checking the water meter? He cursed and walked towards the door. For some reason, the closer I got to the door, the more uneasy I felt. It always feels like something is going to happen. Open with a click. Devour only felt a flash before his eyes, then a sharp pain in his arm, and his whole body was grabbed by someone from behind. Don't move. They shouted at the same time, which frightened him completely. You. What are you doing, trespassing into a private house? As soon as he finished speaking, his heart skipped a beat. These were a group of night watchmen. Devour, real name Jean Devour, from Baidu, a non-staff member of the Night Watch, entered the shadow layer once and never entered again. The captain of the Night Watch stepped forward, holding out an arrest warrant, and motioned for him to see it. You were suspected of inciting fans to engage in online violence and maliciously slandering and spreading rumors about others. Come with us. No, I didn't, sir. The tunnel began to struggle. The captain of the Night Watch ignored him, but noticed that the camera was still broadcasting live, so he walked forward and saluted. The internet is not a lawless place. Please regulate your words and actions. Not to mention the authentic. A place where sea of clouds gather. Jiang You has already shot out a shadow and left. I went back to where I hid my backpack and waited to make sure it was not missing any weight. Fortunately, the nutritional supplements purchased from Chuyang Group were not lost. Having said that, it seems that their group is secretly conducting biological experiments. Are these nutritional supplements reliable? Scratching his head, Jiang Yu was still unsure. Forget it, let's go home first. In February, after a while, the daylight had completely darkened. Lu Yucheng should have been taken away by the night watchman for psychological treatment. At least Jiang Yu didn't see him near Chuyang Group. Jiang Yu borrowed a phone on the street and called Uncle Lu to tell him that everything was fine and he would return home first. He was not susceptible to contamination and his injuries were not fatal, so there was no need for him to go to the night watch. The wounds on his body were still hurting, so Jiang Yu chose to enter the shadow layer to rest, absorbing the shadow energy that filled the surroundings and walking towards home. All right. As the surroundings became quiet, the injuries left over from the battle began to surge up, and waves of sleepiness and pain came over him, making his brain feel a little dizzy. After walking for a long time, we finally arrived at the gate of the community. Find an empty corner and exit the shadow layer. The numb and itchy wounds on my body that were healing immediately stopped, and the burning pain gradually increased. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu walked into the community, entered the building, and pressed the elevator. Bite. The elevator door opened. Jiang Yu inserted the key into the lock and turned it. As he walked into the house, he let out a long sigh. This is what home feels like. I'm so sleepy. I really want to sleep. Take off your shoes. Well, the shoes with the tongues rotten. With his backpack slung over one shoulder, he walked towards the living room. Wrong. With a click, he turned on the light, and his heart skipped a beat. On the table, there were 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and 2 large bowls of soup, which had already gone cold. The girl hugged her knees and curled up on the sofa, with tears still on her face and red and swollen eyes faintly visible. She just looked at him. Distant. Jiang Yu was slightly moved. Chapter 56 New Year's Eve. The girl's pupils shrank a little bit. The young man under the light had messy hair, purple eye sockets, bloodshot eyes, a bloodstain on the bridge of his nose, and dark blue spots on the sides of his cheeks. The injuries on his body were even more serious. After being burned by the fierce fire, the clothes were torn and the skin had several charred spots and knife wounds. Perhaps he forgot that there was another person in the room. Jiang Yu seemed a little at a loss, as if he remembered something. He unzipped his backpack, rummaged through it gently, and soon took out a basket of eggs. Well, there were 8 in total, and 6 were broken. Jiang Yu gave an embarrassed smile. Seeing his performance, Lu Yaoyao felt so aggrieved and worried that she could no longer hold back. Her eyes gradually turned red, and her delicate face made her look so pitiful. Putting the egg down, Jiang Yu took 2 steps to the sofa. Why, you thought I was dead? Hearing his nonchalant tone, Lu Yaoyao raised her fist and was about to hit him. However, considering her wounds, her raised fist could not fall down in the end because it was wrapped up by Jiang Yu. Pull it out. Didn't pull it out. Let go, Lu Yaoyao said. Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged. He ignored her and explained to himself. I thought there was nothing else to do, so I came back first. I was walking on the street when suddenly someone jumped out to rob me. I refused to surrender, and then we started fighting. My phone was broken, my clothes were torn, and that was it. Are you coaxing a 3-year-old child? Lu Yaoyao asked in a gloomy tone. After hearing this, I forced myself to stop crying. Jiang Yu smacked his lips. Well, Yaoyao has grown up and is not easy to deceive anymore. Fortunately, she had no intention of pursuing the matter further. She just bit her lips lightly and looked at the scars on Jiang Yu's body. After a little hesitation, Jiang Yu moved his buttocks and stretched out his right arm as if stretching. Put it on the back of the sofa and move it without leaving any trace. Then gently touch the petite's shoulder. He could clearly feel the other person's body stiffen. Then he gently brought it into his arms. Leaning on each other's shoulders, the two were speechless for a moment, so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. The girl's body is soft and fragrant, as warm as mutton fat jade and as smooth as silk. When you touch it completely, it feels like hugging a cloud. Girl's lips are softer, like a delicate flower, soft and tender. Touching it lightly is like kissing the center of the pistil, and the fragrant scent penetrates into your nose, making you dizzy. Of course, these were all Jiang Yu's guesses. You haven't tried it? Jiang Yu spoke, breaking the silence. What? Yeah, I haven't tried it either. Lu Yaoyao tried to get up, but was held in her arms and couldn't do it. And what weird thing is Jiang Yu saying? Let's try it. We won't be kids anymore if we try it. Looking at Jiang Yu gradually approaching, Lu Yaoyao's mind went blank. Until they touch each other softly and then separate. Jiang Yu confirmed that his guess was correct. This thing was softer than marshmallow. Bang. She subconsciously pushed the person in front of her away. Her cheeks quickly turned red with disbelief and shock. Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I was a little thirsty just now. Jiang Yu said calmly. If you were thirsty, then where are you going? He is so bold and daring. He is so bold and daring. Lu Yaoyao's brain crashed. With all these injuries on your body, is there nothing else on your mind? Would you like to eat? Jiang Yu asked. She looked up. How did you manage to remain calm and not be shocked at all, you bastard? I'll go heat up the food. Jiang Yu picked up the food and walked towards the microwave in the kitchen. Cole. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. This is the best reward after a great battle. It's tender. It's really tender. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that he is still a minor. Forget it, can't say more. Attribute, Shadow. Shadow .105/105. Position, Stalker Hunter. Dive, Shadow Devour Shadow Pupil, Shadow Blade Form. Hunter, Mark. Kill continuously. Remaining life, 80 days. Evaluation, you already have some strength, and you are considered a relatively strong chicken among the weak chickens. Shadow, you can freely sneak into the shadows and move quickly. Shadow Blade Form. Your arms can transform into sharp swords with extremely strong lethality. But please note that in this form, your flexibility will be affected to a certain extent. Kill Strike. Continuous attacks bring a sense of oppression like a storm. Your attacks will accumulate, killing momentum, and the attack power will become stronger each time. However, if you encounter situations such as attack misses or attack stagnation, the killing momentum will be immediately reset to 0. Killing momentum can improve the kill line. This is his current attribute panel. After being promoted to the 2nd level, he gained a total of 3 new abilities and strengthened 2 positions. Shadowmaker allows you to enter and exit the shadow layer more smoothly. Hunter further enriches and refines the health bar capabilities. Just like now. Lu Yaoyao HP, 99%. Add a name, and this name must be someone Jiang Yu knows. The man in the shadow layer with flames all over his body, from Jiang Yu's perspective, is HP. In addition, the health bar and name are colored. Enemies appear red. Friendly troops appear green. Passers-by are normal white. Lu Yaoyao is pink. It's weird, like I'm playing some weird strategy game. What are you looking at? The two of them ate in silence. Lu Yaoyao couldn't stand his strange look anymore and spoke up. No. Eat your meal. Lu Yaoyao glared at him fiercely. Why did I just stand there like a stupid quail? Jiang You took advantage of someone's misfortune, which is extremely despicable. Isn't this bullying honest people? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the angrier she became, the more she thought about it. Bang! Ouch! Jiang Yu's expression twitched. Why did you step on me? Stomp you to death. Jiang Yu pursed his lips and shut up angrily. The two fell into silence again. That quick remark seemed to make the whole atmosphere seem a little off. Finally, Lu Yaoyao couldn't help herself and spoke again. Hey, you have so many injuries. Shall I go to the hospital with you tomorrow? Why go to a hospital? Just take some rest. Jiang Yu waved his hand. Huh? It's snowing outside the window. He uttered a light exclamation. What's snowing? Lu Yaoyao turned around subconsciously. Outside the window, snowflakes were falling. It's really snowing. Lu Yaoyao's girlish heart suddenly burst out. She trotted to the window and saw the snow-covered scene. The snow has been falling for a while, and the ground, cars, and houses are covered with a thin layer of silver. What a nice view. The girl felt much better for a moment. Whoosh. Snap. A beam of light flew up into the air and then exploded into a gorgeous flower. Afterwards, more and more light beams flew up and could be seen clearly from this high altitude. Clusters of fireworks were reflected in the girl's eyes, making her delicate face even more attractive. Jiang Yu's heart moved slightly, and he stood beside her. Fireworks take off, coloring the night sky. At that time and moment, at this night and scene. It's just that everything has become different. The two of them just watched the snow scene and fireworks side by side. Which one is farther, Chang'an or the sun? Jiang Yu suddenly asked. The girl was stunned for a moment. Chang'an the sun? Before she could give an answer, Jiang Yu spoke again. When I was a child, someone asked Emperor Ming of Jin, which was farther, Chang'an or the sun. The answer was that the sun was farther, because people were seen coming from Chang'an, but never from the sun. Now that I think about it, Chang'an is definitely farther away. I can see the sun, but I cannot see Chang'an. The girl was confused. What do you mean? Nothing. Jiang Yu rubbed her head and stared at the snow scene in a daze. On this snowy winter night, the old and the new are replaced. Next year we'll have next year's snow, next year's fog, next year's endless sunshine, and next year's endless vitality. It turns out that tonight is New Year's Eve. Chapter 57, Li Xuanguang's Doubts. You can sigh all you want, but can you take your hands away? I don't know when. A pair of big hands wrapped around my body from behind and held me in my arms. Tried to break it apart, failed. Jiang Yu. Lu Yaoyao gritted her teeth. You went too far today. Cough, cough. You can't mess around anymore. Jiang Yu stopped at the right time and asked, do you want to have a snowball fight? Lu Yaoyao was slightly moved, then shook her head. Forget it. There's not enough snow, and it's very cold today. It's cold. Seeing her frown, Jiang Yu closed his mouth in time. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I've experienced the war between life and death. I can feel more and more the preciousness of life. Have life. Enjoy life. Create life, crossed out. These are secondary. In fact, the moment you push the door open and turn on the light, the curled-up figure on the sofa, the touching, tearful eyes, and the cold, uneaten food on the table. It touches the heart more than any words. Jiang Yu admitted that besides lusting after the other person's body, he did have some different thoughts. Retracting his wolf-like gaze, he casually asked, where's Uncle Lu? Such a serious incident happened in Chuyang Group. Of course he can't come back. The two returned to the dinner table, and the atmosphere was much better. Uncle Lu will probably be very busy this new year. Recalling Uncle Lu whom he met while wandering around the city, and the huge experimental equipment built on the shadow layer below the Chuyang Group, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Stop sighing and eat your food. Lu Yaoyao said. Good. While eating a mouthful of rice and chatting casually, Jiang Yu suddenly thought of Zhao Yongcheng. Yaoyao, do you know fire? He asked. Fire. Lu Yaoyao paused for a moment. Where did you hear about it? When I was attending the exhibition, I met a night watchman who seemed to know Uncle Li. I heard these words during our casual conversation. Jiang Yu said casually. Lu Yaoyao didn't doubt it, and frowned. The information I read was relatively basic. I just know that this is a sect. People like the militant group who fight to the death or the scientific research group are common and mainstream. She explained. Besides that, there is the dawn and the fire you mentioned. They claim to be the last spark of humanity, but they are just a bunch of lunatics. If you meet them, don't get involved with them. They have a strong brainwashing ability. Really, Jiang Yu silently recalled Zhao Yongqing's look at that time. Hot and bright. He is almost dying but still so energetic. It's really brainwashing. The body is alienated, and it associates with alien species. It calls itself the fire seed of humanity. It's contradictory and weird. Lu Yaoyao reminded. Oh, yes, if you report a fire seed faction, you can get a cash reward up to 500,000. Good job. Dezhou also has 50W. This strange sense of déjà vu. Jiang You looked a little confused, and then asked, what about Dawn? What is it? Lu Yaoyao spoke softly. The liming is even more strange. One group is divided into the main battle group, but they seem to be very different from the mainstream main battle group. I am not sure about the details. The other group, to put it bluntly, is a group of escapees. I firmly believe that humanity will be defeated and must find a way to escape this land, escape this planet, and seek a new dawn. That's too fantastic. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. A catastrophe occurred on Blue Planet at the beginning of the millennium. Although hundreds of years have passed, the country's territory has been continuously eroded due to the existence of alien species. The speed of technological progress is not that exaggerated. After all, in this environment, the speed at which 4G and 5G are developed is many years slower than that of the Earth in the previous life. At present, technology is definitely better than that of the previous Earth. Just building spaceships and conducting interstellar migration is still too far-fetched. Is that a wild idea? It's not like you think that they can escape from the planet simply by relying on technology. Lu Yaoyao said, the alien species comes from the abyss. In addition to the entrance and exit of the shadow layer, they can also directly invade the world through the cracks in the abyss. No one knows where the abyss is exactly or where its coordinates are in the universe, but they have indeed crossed an unknown distance and landed directly in the Great Zhou. If we can master this method, the Dawn faction's wish may actually come true. It's really interesting. Sure enough, under complex social groups, multiple groups will emerge. After all, if tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people were truly united in purpose, Jiang You would probably start to suspect that everyone was under some kind of evil spell. If that's the case, then what is the man in the shadow layer who claims to be from the fire plane planning to do by kidnapping a group of children? Join an alien species? Child. Could it be that the alien species likes to eat children because their meat is tender? I haven't heard of it either. Quite strange. Amid the heavy snow and fireworks, the two of them finished their dinner leisurely. There is nothing special about the Spring Festival. I was originally adopted by Uncle Li from the Tomato Welfare Home. An orphan with no other relatives. For Jiang You, it would be more appropriate to describe the Chinese New Year as a long vacation. It's just that the Spring Festival is within the winter vacation, so this long vacation really doesn't interest him at all. The most interesting activity is probably teasing classmate Xiao Lu. The days pass quietly, and the joyous Spring Festival is gradually over. Those who go to work, and those who go to school prepare to start school. The clubhouse not far from the community was closed down. Jiang You expressed deep regret about this. He didn't have the chance to drink the new tea a few times, and he didn't know whether he would be able to drink it in the future. Probably, no matter which dimension you are in, the physical industry is not doing well right now. Go out and hunt, earn some life, and wait for school to start. After reaching the second level, the lifespan problem was not solved. Hunter said that raising one's status level could solve the problem of lifespan, but damn, there was no reaction at all. He could only continue to hunt and save more, hoping to survive this year. However, after upgrading, the lifespan of the first-level alien species increases pitifully little. On average, hunting for 1 day can only increase one's lifespan by 3 days. There is really no other way. Just like that, as time passed, the talent test for ordinary senior high school students was completed. And report to the special training camp in batches. Xiaoqiang got there first and reported in 2 days ago. Jiang You and Lu Yaoyao are the last batch and will leave tomorrow. On the eve of departure, Uncle Li finally returned to Yunhai from Baidu. The evening of February 26th. At home, the uncle and nephew stared at each other. Uncle. In the end, Jiang You couldn't help but speak out. I heard that when you were tested on your willpower, golden light appeared all over the sky. Li Xuanguang looked at Jiang You up and down with a puzzled look. How outrageous is this? Some people are obsessed with something, but lack the talent. Some people are laughing and joking with amazing talents. There haven't been any new colors in the willpower aptitude test for many years. This year is like a rebound from the bottom. In addition to gold, other candidates have also emerged with a dynamic cloud level. The night watchman was dumbfounded. Dynamic fog and golden light. Which one is higher? However, no matter which one is higher, it seems to indicate one problem. Above the 6th level, there are at least 7th and 8th levels. Li Xuanguang's eyes flickered slightly. Looking at the young man in front of him, he fell into deep thought. He had previously stopped Lu Nanfeng and refused to allow Jiang You to undergo a qualification test. It was because Li Xuanguang had secretly tested Jiang You. If I remember correctly, the result was, it should be the ominous black shadows all over the sky. Chapter 58 Forbidden Items. Master. Uncle, why are you looking at me like that? I feel like you're going to whip me with a belt any second. Jiang You said with an awkward smile. He was not afraid of anyone, except for his uncle with a broken arm. It's strange to say. Uncle Li has never hit me, and he usually speaks in a friendly manner. But he has an aura of intimidation without even getting angry, which makes people nervous. Maybe this is the aura? Jiang Yu always thought it was the aura of a corrupt official, until that day when Song Qinggan told him that Li Zhanjiang. He became even more panicked. In the entire Great Zhou, only the 5 most powerful ones are worthy of being called generals. Only these 5 people. If someone is on the list, it also means that someone is off the list. Those who can become generals are definitely the strongest among the strong. Oh my god. It was a pity that I had previously used Lu Yaoyao, Apia, and Uncle Li as the criteria for measuring combat power. People are afraid that a fart can kill them. However, when we say general, it should refer to the past. Uncle Li is already over 40 years old this year, and it must have been many years ago that he served as a general. I just don't know why he came to Yunhai, a second-level gathering place. You kid. Li Xuanguang narrowed his gaze slightly and chuckled. I have to take a closer look to see what the difference is between someone who has awakened the golden will and others. Then uncle, did you see anything? Jiang Yu grinned. It seems that you are not suitable to become a transcendent. Uncle, you are talking about this again. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly. What I mean is that the situation is getting more serious every year. Li Xuanguang sat down from the sofa. When it comes to extraordinary people, few can have a good ending. He spoke slowly. Your Uncle Lu's wife was a transcendent. She passed away almost 10 years ago from alien contamination. He himself was injured by the alien species. Although he looks fine on the surface, he actually needs to take special medication regularly. If he encounters a few more high-intensity battles, I'm afraid he won't live long. As for me, you can see that I broke my arm. I used to be full of energy and vigor, but now I am half disabled. Okay, start chanting again. Jiang Yu had a terrible headache. You really think I'm joking with you? Li Xuanguang sighed. You don't know what I saw in Baidu this time. What did you see? Jiang Yu asked subconsciously. A very strong enemy. Li Xuanguang glanced at him without further explanation. If you were a level 4 or 5 talent, I could help you a little. Golden willpower, unknown level. If I really dare to stop you from entering the transcendental realm, those people up there will strip me alive. Li Xuanguang took out a box from his pocket. Then open it. An inky black pendant is covered in textured glass. What? Jiang Yu's heart beat slightly, and he subconsciously looked up at Uncle Li. Forbidden item, Whisper of Shadows. When you put it on, you will hear a whisper in your ears that will drag you into the abyss. This will last for about 3 days. Wearing it for a long time can sharpen your willpower and help sharpen your foundation. But as you wear it for longer, the negative emotions in your heart will continue to magnify. The maximum wearing time is recommended not to exceed 15 days. After that, you need to take off the pendant and rest for at least 3 days. And its greatest function lies in its active effect. Use the extraordinary energy in your body to impact the pendant, and it will feed back a very pure pollution, greatly improving your physical fitness in a short period of time. It can only be used once. This pendant is quite special. The cost of using it has nothing to do with the current level. Instead, it is related to the level of willpower qualification. Those with willpower below level 5 will go crazy if they wear it. Those with level 5 willpower can barely wear it to resist the whisper. That is to say, as long as you have a 5th level talent, you can wear the pendant even if your body is currently at the 1st level. Li Xuanguang stared at the ancient black patterned pendant and said, This guy recognizes people. Oh my god, this long list. Jiang Yu's head felt buzzing. After a while, he managed to utter a few words. Uncle, what is the forbidden item? Li Xuanguang explained simply. Forbidden items are items brought out from the abyss. They have various magical effects. All forbidden items are a collection of pollution. There must be a price to pay for using forbidden items. You will learn the details in the special training camp. Oh, okay. Jiang Yu scratched his head. Uncle Li, is there only one of this thing? Can you get me another one? What do you need two for? Uncle Li wondered. Suddenly he thought of something, and veins on his forehead throbbed. If you say one more word, I'll take it back. Hey, no. Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly and reached out for the pendant. Seeing that Uncle Li didn't react, he simply opened the glass box and took it in his hand to take a closer look. Not to mention anything else. Even the glass box that holds the pendant is not simple. He had a hunch that even if he tried his best, he would not be able to crush the small box. Click. Jiang Yu's face flushed as he pushed harder, and then a fine line appeared. What are you doing? He couldn't show this to Uncle Lee. I'll test the hardness of the glass. Well, it is glass after all, and with such a huge grip, just a tiny crack is enough to prove its hardness. Open the box and take out the pendant. It feels cold and heavy to the touch, and its weight is almost disproportionate to its size. The thing is not big, shaped like a crescent moon, covered with a layer of mysterious patterns, and feels very good to the touch. Untie and tie the pendant string. The moment I let go, there was a crackling sound, and it seemed as if an electric current was passing through my body. Oh, Jiang You shuddered. What does it feel like? Li Xuanguang asked. It's so cold, it seems to have static electricity. I'm asking if you heard any noises. Who asked you if you're cool or not? Aren't you a pure fool? However, seeing his performance, Li Xuanguang felt a little relieved. A person with 5th-level talent wears it, and his expression is visibly serious. He is not as relaxed as Jiang You, who looks like nothing happened. Let me taste it. Jiang You calmed down. As I concentrated my attention, I could hear low whispers, vague and indistinct, as if through a window screen. I can't hear it clearly, but it seems to be a little bit noisy. If you don't concentrate, it won't have any effect. After tasting it for more than half a minute, Jiang You confirmed. Okay. Li Xuanguang smiled. It looks like it's suitable for you. I've sent some relevant information to your mailbox. Remember to take a look. Okay. After talking for a while, Jiang Yu returned to his room. I opened my computer mailbox and quickly found the information Uncle Lee sent me about Whisper of Shadows. Apart from the basic introduction and usage that he already knew, he quickly focused his attention on the previous users. Lin Xiao, the first user, 27 years old, 5th order willpower qualification level. When he first wore it, he heard the words falling into the abyss, whispering in his ears, which disappeared after 72 hours. When fighting against the alien tide, Lin Xiao took the initiative to activate the forbidden item and could no longer use this pendant afterwards. Su Qi, the second user, 28 years old, 4th order willpower qualification level. The first time he wore it, the whisper of falling into the shadow in his ear was very loud, and it was accompanied by strong mental pollution. He could not hold on after 15 hours, took the forbidden item off on his own initiative, and received 3 days of pollution treatment. XXX. After reading the whole article, it can be seen that pendants are indeed very selective about their owners. Those who are not qualified should all stand aside. Active skills can also be said to be life-saving skills, and the effect is quite good. What's a pity is that after using it once, you completely lose the right to use it and have to look for the next user. In addition, all wearers will mostly hear words such as falling into the abyss, falling into the shadow, and becoming one with the abyss. After listening to it too much, I feel depressed and extremely irritable, and I have to take it off and take a break. Jiang Yu gently stroked the pendant, somewhat curious about what he would hear. Keep your mind empty and hold your breath. The sound of Zila Zila gradually became clearer. At this moment, it seemed as if a thick, dark shadow was enveloping the body from all directions and penetrating into the pores. It's a bit cold and makes people feel uneasy. From far to near, there seems to be a faint pollution climbing up. The sound is getting clearer and the bites are not many. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and listened carefully. Then, the sound became completely clear and audible, turning into a sound. Host. Chapter 59, Departure. Special Training Camp. What the hell? Jiang Yu was stunned. Calling me a pig? He listened carefully again, but found that the shout just now seemed to be just an illusion. There is only a sound like the surging tide in my ears. There was a rustling sound, but the place was empty and dead silent. There is no information about it, but after hearing the sound, people will feel chest tightness, nausea, and suffocation. Perhaps it was really his so-called golden talent that was at work? After fiddling with it for a while and finding nothing unusual, Jiang Yu lay down on the bed. Uncle Lee meant that after entering the special training camp, one should find a vacation or something like that and wear the watch for 3 consecutive days to perform a similar mastering process. However, seeing that there was no effect, he simply wore it when he slept so that he could get through the 3 days earlier and use it earlier. Close your eyes, and in the darkness, the waves lapping gently. Crash, crash. It was not as tormented as the previous users, who had difficulty falling asleep in the first 3 days. Instead, he felt sleepiness rising up in this sound that was almost like white noise, and his eyelids became heavy. Then fall asleep. The night passed in a flash. The ding-ling-ling alarm woke him up. Huh. Jiang Yu let out a long breath, and his brain regained clarity in a very short time. I slept this sleep. He clenched his fist in surprise, feeling full of energy. Take out the pendant and hold it in your hand. The ink pattern crescent pendant is still as simple and quaint as ever. Not to mention anything else, the deep sleep function alone is amazing. If I had this pendant earlier, I would have been directly admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Get up, change clothes and wash up. Uncle Lee bought breakfast early and was eating when he noticed the pendant on his chest. Did you sleep with it all night yesterday? His eyes narrowed slightly. Yeah, it feels pretty good. Jiang You nodded. Wow. Li Xuanguang was quite surprised. Seeing that he was indeed full of energy, I was completely relieved. Hurry up and eat. After eating, I will take you to the subway station. Good. Fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and tofu pudding. French fries and cola burger. Going to boot camp is different than going to college. All students must go to the central subway station where the sea of clouds gathers, and take a specific subway to reach the special training camp at a specific time. Soon, after finishing his meal and packing his luggage, Jiang You was about to start his special training camp life that would last nearly half a year. When I went out, Lu Yaoyao happened to open the door. Oh, what a coincidence. Lu Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. That's great, you can send them over, so I don't have to go through all the trouble. Li Xuanguang smiled. Lu Nanfeng's face darkened. Your nephew should send it off himself. Why are you being so formal? Li Xuanguang smiled and waved his hand, then pushed Jiang You out and closed the door with a snap. At last, he said, I'll leave it to you. I'll take some sleep. Dad. Lu Yaoyao turned and looked at him. Lu Nanfeng glared at Jiang You unhappily. The young man grinned and smiled awkwardly. Dad. No, Uncle Lu, please give me a ride. Run there by yourself. Lu Nanfeng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I'm a little nervous. Are you nervous, Jiang You? I'm fine. I'm more worried about whether there are barbecue, spicy hot pot, shabu-shabu, or seafood near the special training camp. Why do you only know how to eat every day? I wanted to take you out to eat. Don't you always let me take you out to eat delicious food? Shut up. Lu Yaoyao quietly glanced at Lu Nanfeng, who was driving in the front row, and pinched Jiang You. The two of them were chattering in the back seat of the car, and Lu Nanfeng's eyelids kept twitching. Can you guys be quiet for a moment? He couldn't help but speak. Forget it. I won't provoke Uncle Lu anymore. Jiang You smacked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. Yaoyao, there are a lot of people in the special training camp, so stay away from those undecent people, okay? Lu Nanfeng hinted. I know. Lu Yaoyao said. If someone bullies you, tell your instructor immediately. If it doesn't work, call me. Uncle, don't worry. No one will bully her with me here. Jiang You patted his chest and promised. What I am afraid of is that you will bully her. Hard, the fist is hard. Lu Nanfeng gritted his teeth. But I don't know what he was thinking of. He showed a sinister smile and quietly glanced at Jiang in the rearview mirror. The subway leaves at 10:30 and you won't be waiting for those who are late. Compared to the college entrance examination, 10:30 really provides enough time. Even 45 minutes is enough. After giving a few final instructions, Lu Nanfeng watched the two of them walk into the subway station. When he was about to disappear from sight, the little bastard Jiang You quietly grabbed Lu Yaoyao's hand. Good boy. Good job, boy. He almost opened the car door and rushed out. It's okay, don't be angry. That being the case, don't even think about having a good time in the special training camp, kid. He sneered, started the car, and drove off to an unknown place. On the other side, two people entered the subway station. Lu Yaoyao withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted and glanced back like a thief. Slapping his mischievous hand away, Lu Yaoyao gritted her teeth and said, Jiang You, you want to die? My dad will beat you to death if he sees you. What are you afraid of? It will be half a year before we meet again. Besides, when we go to college, Uncle Lu will not see us anymore. Jiang You said with a smile. What are you talking about? Why does it sound so weird? Lu Yaoyao's face gradually turned red. Jiang You, don't go too far. Of course. Jiang You tried to grab the small, soft, white hand, but it dodged him. So he patted his chest without any embarrassment and said, I promised Uncle Lu that I would take good care of you. Then thank you so much. Lu Yaoyao passed through security check before him. The special subway is on the lowest level. After passing security check, the two followed the road signs and turned left and right. Finally arrived at the third underground floor. As soon as I got off the train, I saw a train with its doors open. Men and women carrying suitcases were some outside the carriage and some inside. Talk to each other, make phone calls, or take a nap. They're all the geniuses of this year. Lu Yaoyao suddenly felt a little nervous. How do you know? Jiang You asked casually. Didn't Uncle Lee tell you that in the aptitude test, the most talented students will follow the last subway to the special training camp? This is the tradition of the Yuhai special training camp over the years. Question mark. A question mark slowly appeared on Jiang Yu's forehead. No way? Why didn't Uncle Lee tell you anything? I want to know too. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Let's go to the subway first. The two of them stepped forward. There is no difference in appearance between this special train and regular trains. I tapped the shell gently and felt a cold and solid touch. This thing must be extremely hard. There were about 8 or 9 carriages, with 20 to 30 people in each. The total number of people should be more than 200. I took a quick look around and didn't see anyone familiar in this carriage. Jiang Yu, what do you think we will be trained in when we enter the special training camp? Lu Yao asked. 100 people are put in one place. They pick up guns, bullets, painkillers, and medical kits. If they are lucky, they can pick up a level 3 bag, level 3 armor, and level 3 helmet. There will be a poisonous circle at the end, which will gradually shrink. In the end, only one person can survive. Jiang Yu said casually while observing the other students. It looks like he can beat 10 people with one punch. Jiang Yu. Yes. I'm here. He quickly came back to his senses. Can you be more serious? I'm serious. Jiang Yu grinned. Let me put it this way. I don't care about other training. As for actual combat, as long as there's no level 2 alien, I'll take you anywhere. Mobile phone screen, surveillance camera. Looking at Jiang Yu, who was talking big, Lin Nanfeng's face turned black again. This little bastard is really brave. Chapter 60. The subway is suspended. Heavy fog is everywhere. Attention, students. This subway train will depart for Yuhai Special Training Camp at 10:30 a.m. Beijing time. It will not stop at any stations and the entire journey is expected to take 20 minutes. There was a ding-dong announcement from the radio, and everyone in the car perked up a little. We'll be leaving soon. Jiang Yu glanced at the time, and it was already 10:20. The Yuhai Special Training Camp. Lu Yao's eye sparkled. I heard that the intensity of this special training will be unprecedentedly high. Maybe by the time we leave the camp, we will be able to rival the first-level alien species. Don't say that. Even without entering the camp, I can already hang up the first level and hammer it. Jiang Yu touched his nose and didn't respond. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, at exactly 10:30. The train is about to start. Please take your seats immediately. Let's get started. With a click, the glass door on the platform gradually closed, and the subway car door closed with it. The body swayed slightly, and the subway began to move forward. I feel like pooping. Jiang Yu rubbed his stomach. The students sitting around him subconsciously cast their eyes over. Can you be more civilized? Lu Yao held her forehead with her hand. She really didn't want to know him. Hello, classmate. Which gathering place are you from? The boy next to me was playing with his mobile phone. When he heard the voice, he looked up, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Hello, classmate. We are from Yuhai. What about you? Jiang Yu stood up and moved Lu Yao to the side, then asked with a smile on his face. The man retracted his gaze. I'm from Tianhe. Hello. You are fine too. Have you had breakfast? I ate it. How about you? I ate it too. This is a river cruise. Lu Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ignoring the two people who were chatting awkwardly, she put on her headphones and rested quietly. The Sea of Clouds is the largest secondary gathering place nearby. The special training camp is the largest in scale, so top students from other gathering places will be brought here to receive special training together. Basically, those who can come to the Yunhai Special Training Camp either have a willpower talent of at least the 3rd or 4th level, or have very special extraordinary abilities. There are a total of 2,500 students, all of whom are excellent. The 5th level talent is definitely not weak, but who knows how many 5th level talents there are on this train. Lu Yao did feel some pressure. Listening to music, taking a short break. The train was moving forward. Suddenly, after an unknown amount of time, there was a tremor. Since she didn't really want to fall asleep in the first place, Lu Yao simply opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Yu. Speaking of black stockings, I don't agree. I prefer white stockings because... What on earth is this guy chatting with? Lu Yao took off her headphones and poked him. This thing is white, smooth and cute. If I could hold it, what happened to Yao? Jiang Yu turned his head, confused. Stop talking, Lu Yao said. Brother Jiang, go and accompany your girlfriend. We'll talk when we come back to the camp. The short-haired young man smiled teasingly. Hey, girls are just clingy. Jiang Yu greeted him, then turned his head and looked at Lu Yao with some guilt. If this were a comic, a tic-tac-toe symbol would appear on her head at this moment. You are so unruly every day. That's wrong. You can't have a stern face every day, just like your dad. My health has not been good to begin with, and my complexion looks ugly every day, which affects my health. Jiang Yu added silently in his heart. You are happy now. I wonder if you can still be so happy every day after entering the special training camp. Then you don't have to worry. Jiang Yu smiled. When Uncle Lu is not around, I am so happy every day. Bang. At this moment, the train shook again. Hey, Didn't they say the whole journey would take less than 20 minutes? It's already almost 35 minutes. Someone let out a light exclamation. Really? Why is it still open? And there doesn't seem to be a slowdown trend. What's going on? Estimated time, less than 20 minutes. Even if it takes 5 minutes longer, I can understand it. It was single-threaded and didn't stop in the middle, so it was 15 minutes slow, which was really abnormal. The special training camp is not within the Yuhai gathering area, which means that this subway is already running outside the city. The location of the Sea of Clouds gathering is roughly along the northern coast of Dezhou. The area outside the city is not as dangerous as the Fallen area, but it is certainly far less dangerous than inside the city. No one can guarantee whether any special circumstances will occur. The current situation was unusual and everyone was nervous and a little tense. Is it fog outside the car window? Someone exclaimed. It's fog. Others confirmed his guess. Jiang You also looked in the direction he was looking. I saw a thin layer of fog outside the window, slightly blocking my view. In just a moment, the fog became thicker. There's something wrong with this fog. Jiang Yu put away his joking expression, stood up from his seat and moved closer. Most of the other students were performing similar actions as he did, observing the outside world carefully. The atmosphere of conversation and laughter just now changed in an instant. They are said to be the most talented group of students, but talent is talent. Even though they have awakened their abilities, they are still just little kids who have never seen blood or killed any alien species, so they are generally a little scared. The fog was getting thicker and the subway was moving slower and slower. Finally, a long sizzle sound was heard and the machine stopped completely. All the carriages seemed a little quiet. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the lights in the car began to flash, and then all the doors opened at once. The platform outside was filled with fog and visibility was about 7 or 8 meters. At the same time, the fog was not a shadow layer, and his shadow pupils could not see through it completely. At most, you can see a dozen meters further than others. There were even some pools of undried blood on the ground. The appearance of blood brought the atmosphere to freezing point. What happened? Some of the timid girls began to chatter. I don't know. There's definitely something wrong with this scene. It is obvious, from the blood on the ground and the bones in the distance, that everyone in the special training camp has been killed, Jiang Yu said. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone looked at him. Killed? Hey bro, what are you talking about? The crowd had mixed expressions. That's impossible. The instructors in the special training camp are very strong. One of the students turned pale. No one knows more about alien species than me. The blood on the ground is fresh. Judging from the color, it has only been a few hours. Maybe he just died not long ago. Jiang Yu said as a matter of course, so, who among you can drive the subway? Let's drive the subway back and quickly notify the night patrol. That makes sense. But it feels a little off. Think about it carefully. Faced with such a weird scene, why would anyone want to drive the subway back? Hey brother, it's foggy and bloody outside. Where are you going? Seeing Jiang Yu take a step forward, everyone's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, stepped out and stood on the platform. My stomach is upset. Let's find a place to poop. Where the hell did this psychopath get on the bus? Be careful. There's something in the fog, a student exclaimed. Then the fog began to roll, and an alien in the shape of a hound rushed out of the fog. Jump up. This boy is finished. Everyone thought of it. And then, bang. The hound's head exploded and its body fell to the ground. Jiang Yu. Lu Yaoao rushed out. The boy looked calm, neither surprised nor panicked by the hound's explosion, as if he didn't see it. He looked around, not knowing what he was looking at. Is it the ability of that female classmate? After all, that guy looks weird. In the carriage, someone swallowed quietly. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the two figures gradually moved forward until they disappeared in the mist. Immediately afterwards, the second and third persons walked out of the car silently. Chapter 61. The assessment has begun. Jiang Yu, slow down. Lu Yaoao followed him. This fog. Jiang Yu stretched out his palm and tried to catch the mist. But obviously he couldn't catch such an intangible thing. Be careful, there are alien species in the fog. Lu Yaoao looked around vigilantly. Yeah. Jiang Yu's dark pupils reflected his appearance in the mist. The rolling fog blocked the view, and beneath the thick fog, a figure seemed to be looming. Staying in this state for a long time makes people feel more and more flustered. The subway stops at the normal platform. If you walk forward, you can see the elevator and stairs going upwards. There are also several alien corpses. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Trotting forward, he saw only half of the body lying on the ground. It looks a bit like fried dough twist, not sure. I'll take a look. The head of this upper body is of a very strange shape, long and large, with hard conical bone spurs that are very prickly when poked. His face looks ferocious, and overall it looks a bit like Frieza's transformed form in Dragon Ball. Jiang Yu poked at another place. The other person's skin is very thin, and I can clearly feel the hard bones beneath the skin. Jiang Yu. Lu Yaoyao looked at the body for a few seconds before retracting her gaze. Many doubts gradually surfaced in her mind. Something is not right. Jiang Yu stood up and walked forward. Indeed, the rank of this alien is not high. It is too weak. Lu Yaoyao followed him closely. Jiang Yu said casually, it's impossible to have an unmanned vehicle when moving out of the city. There must be strong people to protect it. The subway stopped for a long time, and no one came out. It's very strange. Speaking of this special training camp, my goodness, is the internet down? There must be a way to notify the Yuhai gathering place of the sudden incident a few hours ago, right? Look at Yuhai. It's as if they were completely unaware of it. The idea that the training camp was under siege does not make sense logically. Lu Yaoyao nodded, and her confused thoughts quickly became clear. Jiang Yu continued, it's strange to bring together the most talented people. So I think this white mist might be some kind of trial? Maybe our every move is being monitored now, and other students can see who performs well and who performs poorly, and motivate each other. That makes sense. Lu Yaoyao already had some vague guesses, so she frowned slightly and nodded in agreement. We are not stupid. If we think about it carefully, we will be able to react easily. The two walked to the elevator entrance, but there was no power supply and the elevator stopped, so they had to walk up. Lu Yaoyao was a little surprised, probably because she didn't expect the boy to be so calm. It's not hard to imagine what's going on, but what's hard is keeping a clear mind after witnessing the alien species and shocking changes with your own eyes. I found that you are not panicked at all. Lu Yaoyao was surprised. Jiang Yu showed his white teeth. I'm very brave. Lu Yaoyao smiled, and her tension was relieved a lot. Suddenly, the fog began to stir. Jiang Yu moved his ears and immediately looked to the side. There are alien species. Don't be afraid, Yaoyao. I'm here. Yeah, I'm not afraid. Another figure rushed out from the fog. Jiang Yu assumed a fighting stance and then took a half step back. Come on, Yaoyao, use the soul calming attack. This kid is really not a human being. I thought he was so powerful, and he could talk very logically, but he just retreated when facing the alien species. How can such a person have the nerve to enter the special training camp? Special training camp, teaching building. In each classroom, the screens were playing images in the fog. The idea behind the special training camp is indeed not difficult to guess. On the one hand, it can temper the spirits of those with high talents. Don't think that you can be safe just because you have high talents. Try facing the alien species head-on. On the other hand, those with less talent for encouragement, you see, they are not that strong either. This is also an old tradition in places where sea of clouds gather. It's just that in the past it was done after entering the camp, but this year the format has been changed and it will be done directly upon entering the camp. The incident happened suddenly, and there were horrible and bloody alien species in front of them. Let's just say, the special training camp has prepared pollution-reducing drugs and equipment in advance, ready for the kids to use at any time. The students looked at the big screen and discussed in low voices from time to time. If you don't want to look at the screen, you can also use your mobile phone to connect to the campus network to view other perspectives. Thanks to their outstanding looks and those remarks, the combination of Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao basically ranks first in popularity. It's just that he was so arrogant and domineering in the previous second, and the next second the girl pushed him to the front. Are you ashamed, brother? I'm not afraid of alien species at all. Yaoyao, you don't have much contact with them. I think these alien species are not very strong. They're just right for you to train your abilities. In the picture, Jiang Yu spoke confidently. What was even more difficult for everyone to accept was that the girl actually nodded and said, yeah, you have good talent. I am much less talented. I will work hard to catch up. Why? Many boys' facial features are distorted due to jealousy. I got on the elevator and arrived at the gate. Jiang Yu looked around. Let's look for a map first. As they wandered around, they would occasionally run into students who had just gotten off the subway. Soon, a map was found on the wall. Exit A leads to the number 2 playground, and Exit B leads to the special training ground. What is the special training ground? Continue looking down, see port, shadow field. There are 3 exits in total. Which way to exit? Jiang Yu asked Lu Yaoyao. Then, the shadow field? Lu Yaoyao said. Sure. Just hearing the name makes it sound like this place is quite dangerous. Jiang Yu snapped his fingers lightly. Let's go. I'll protect you. Aha. Shameless, so shameless. Can I use the barrage to curse him? Soon, the two walked towards exit C. Dude, buddy. Slow down, slow down. Let's go together and form a companion. There were misty footsteps behind me. 7 or 8 students followed, probably wanting to form a group. Okay. Jiang Yu nodded slightly and didn't say much. Shadow field, as the name suggests, is a field of shadows. In fact, most students don't know what this place is. They had just entered the camp and had not yet started formal classes. I only know roughly that the shadow field is built to imitate the shadow layer and can be regarded as a small shadow layer. Everyone received a basic manual when they entered the camp, and with the official opening up of extraordinary information step by step in recent times, most people have a preliminary understanding of this aspect. The shadow layer, the view is blocked and pollution is everywhere. Aliens are everywhere and the buildings are extremely strong. Compared with the playground and the special training ground, it is undoubtedly much more terrifying. Although it is not a true shadow layer, I heard that the effect is not much different. Jiang You, a gigolo who only knows how to live off women, wouldn't he be scared to death when he goes in? Everyone moved their stools, prepared melon seeds, and got ready to watch the show. Chapter 62, Shocking Change. Something wrong with the shadow field. Is this the shadow field when we come out? Back on the ground, the thick fog was still everywhere, and the color of the ground was a very strange dark gray. It's as if all colors have lost their color under this fog. Roar. At this moment, a roar sounded from dozens of meters away. A huge body was looming in the fog, and it seemed to be moving towards this side. What is it? Lu Yao's expression changed slightly. It's an alien species. Jiang You replied. Hiss. At this moment, other alien figures emerged from the fog. Snake. Oh shit. A snake more than 1 meter long. No. How could the snake in this crappy place be an ordinary snake? The head is a bit like a cone, and the body is long and curved. On the body, there are purple-black pupils one after another. As it twisted forward, its pupils trembled, which was extremely creepy. This was still relatively better. Later on, more bizarre creatures, some that were not snakes, some that were not centipedes, all came out. A quick glance on the ground revealed more than a dozen or 20 of them. Anyone who comes here would probably feel their scalp tingling just by looking at it. Dude, stop looking. Do we have to run? Fuck. What the hell is going on in the special training camp? The legs of several people following Jiang You began to tremble. Whoosh. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yu's pupil shrank sharply. He did not expect that the 3 snakes on the ground would rush directly towards him. It was like an arrow shot from a bow, so fast that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. Is this for real? Jiang You hugged Lu Yao without thinking and rolled to the side. Others also performed the donkey roll. Then the 3 snakes rushed straight into the subway entrance. Ah, what the hell is this? Help. Run. You can't go out through exit C. The next moment, a scream that pierced the eardrums was heard. Sorry, my sin is so sinful. Deduct 1 Buddha laughs with you. Jiang You quickly mourned for everyone in his heart, then quickly stood up with a hint of solemnity between his brows. Damn, is the special training camp crazy? With that speed just now, if it hit my body, it would have exploded into a big hole. I'm afraid even a mid-level first-level warrior wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Jiang You was alert and on guard against his surroundings. With Lu Yao beside him, he dodged completely as a subconscious reaction. I don't know if the students below are okay. I hope the special training camp can help them. Whoosh, what damn it. How did the 3 snakes crawl back again? A sea of eyes just stared at him. Their target is themselves? Jiang You, run. Lu Yao grabbed him and ran forward with him. When Jiang You moved, the people around him also started to howl and run. The puddles on the ground were followed by the same rapid pursuit. He tried to keep some distance from Lu Yao, looking back from time to time. After a moment, confirmed. These little bastards are chasing me. Why is this? The shadow field is ahead. Push harder. Push harder. Everyone howled. The subway entrance is right next to the shaded field, only a few dozen meters away, very close. Although it is called a venue, the shadow field actually covers a very large area. The walls are made of thick unknown materials, covering all sides, tall and heavy. At the entrance is a large house. Everyone rushed in, not caring about what was right or wrong. There was a door in front of them, leading to the shadow field. Okay, let's rush forward. Everyone was in front, pushing open the doors. Jiang You was in charge of covering the rear. He kicked away the cubs that pounced on him and followed the crowd forward. Opened the door, and the previous second, it was just an ordinary gate and house building. The next moment, he pushed the door open and walked out. Jiang You found himself walking out of a roadside shop. There is no tall building behind it, it's just a convenience store. He raised his head and looked around. On the street, the autumn wind was blowing up fallen leaves. Houses stood there, their doors and windows broken, hollow as if their eyes had been gouged out. There are rows of trees planted on both sides of the street. The branches are withered and bare. At first glance, the few scattered branches and leaves not only do not add vitality, but instead make the place even more dead silent. There are cars parked all over the street, basically leaving only empty shells. Various items were piled everywhere, covered with dust. Desolate and silent. At the same time, Dark shadow matter invisible to the naked eye in the air quietly rushed into the body. It's icy cool and refreshing. Of course, the effect is still far worse than a real shadow layer. This so-called shadow field. It does have some shadow layer meaning. Having said so much, in fact, everything only took a few seconds. Jiang Yu breathed softly, and suddenly, as if he remembered something, he looked left and right quickly. Where is Yao Yao? Where did I, such a big guy, go? They came in just at the same time. Where is she? Jiang Yu quickly turned around and opened the door again. 3 snakes rushed towards his face. I really give you face. His face was slightly cold, and he reached out and grabbed one. Puff puff. The remaining 2 crashed into him, their bloody fangs piercing his body fiercely. Bang. The one he caught with one hand had its head crushed to pieces. Then, with an expressionless face, he grabbed the remaining 2 with his hands. His arms, which could barely be called strong, pulled them out easily as if he was lifting a ball of cotton. Once again, it was easily crushed. Then he looked down at the wound. I tried to pry it apart too hard and the fong got stuck in the flesh. He pinched it with both hands and gently pulled it out. This action was still a little painful, and Jiang Yu frowned even deeper. He opened the door again, but nothing came out. It seems like this is just an ordinary door, and inside is just an ordinary convenience store. In and out, no problem. Something is wrong. This time something is really wrong. We pushed open the door together, and Yao disappeared. Regardless of others, he rushed towards his snake-like alien like a madman. And as he stood in the shadow field, he felt an increasingly strange feeling in his heart. What is going on here? Jiang Yu was confused, and the people in the observation room of the special training camp were more confused and anxious than him. Lu Qin, what's going on at Exit C? For some reason, the pupil snake suddenly showed signs of losing control. The blood crystal can only play a weak role. Damn it, we have to kill those pupil snakes immediately. Prioritize the safety of the students. I have already dealt with the remaining pupil snakes, and the 2 students have now entered the shadow field. Yes. Looking at Jiang Yu appearing on the screen, the instructors in the observation room breathed a sigh of relief. The shadow field, built based on a forbidden object from the abyss. You enter from the same entrance but exit from different places. The probability of 3 pupil snakes and several people coming out of the same exit is actually quite low. If you want to leave, you can only go to a specific entrance and open the door, or use other methods. Anyway, the 2 of them have now entered the shadow field, and the instructors are already guarding inside, so nothing will go wrong. But then, everyone's eyes widened. Jiang opened the door, and 3 pupil snakes rushed out at the same time. What kind of luck is this? Immediately. In the classroom and observation room, everyone watched as he crushed the alien and pulled its teeth out. Just at this moment, suddenly, all cameras went black. Everyone was stunned for a moment. On the other side, Jiang Yu stared at the end of the street. Buzz. It's getting weirder and weirder. It's like there's a clock in my head, buzzing and making me dizzy. Cull. A chill spread from my heart to all around. Goosebumps appeared little by little. The shadows gradually spread over the body, interweaving uncontrollably, and then weaving into a shadow coat. Clang. 10 sharp claws popped out, flashing with a sharp luster. He actually entered the shadow form passively. Suddenly, he looked into the distance. With a bang, a body fell from the sky. Is that a first-order superior alien species? Wearing a shadow coat, Jiang Yu looked into the distance. Who will tell him what happened? The assessment of this special training camp seems to be starting to get outrageous. Chapter 63 Riot. Icy Nest. Roar. A person of average height, with no facial features and no sexual organs. The naked alien creature let out a deafening roar and pounced forward. Don't think you can pass without clothes. Just hear a pop sound. An eyeball squeezed out from the skin, and the purple-black pupil rolled around and immediately focused on Jiang Yu. No, more than one. As it pounced, the sounds of pop and pop were heard continuously. In a blink of an eye, they were densely packed and connected into one. Nausea. The other party was filled with crazy, murderous intent, and it seemed that his mind was filled with the idea of killing himself. The sound of dong 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 footsteps was getting closer and closer. Then they rushed forward and jumped up. The densely packed eyeballs on his body rolled together, emitting an impact that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. Buzz. Dizziness, nausea, and vomiting. Jiang Yu's body quickly produced all kinds of strange reactions. And then click. Before it came close, Jiang Yu had already grabbed its neck with one claw. The 5 sharp claws were gently twisted off. 80% of the health was emptied in an instant. Then, Shadow Devourer was included in the manual. Name Faceless Pupil. Type, Pupil. Level, First Order Median. Introduction, a low-level abyss alien. Its pupils are the main source of its ability. The number of pupils does not represent its true strength. It is good at mental attacks. Its pupils can help it see more subtle details and catch flaws to attack. Note, the lowly pupil seed is said to have been a lower-ranking follower of the shadow seed. Kill price. Temporary blindness of both eyes, price exempted. Shadow devouring harvest. The number of shadow points increases and the shadow pupils slightly improves. This species has been included. After all, for a first-level mid-level player, it's good to be able to increase some shadow points. I also strengthened Shadow Pupil, which was a pleasant surprise. To put it bluntly, he can already clearly see the last line on the eye chart. He doesn't need to turn on the light to look at his phone at night, and he can't tell whether the girl opposite him is wearing white stockings or barefoot. It's so powerful at a glance. Turning the manual upwards, the information about Pupil Snake came into view. Jiang Yu focused his attention on species. Species, a lower race of shadow species? Could it be that this thing has a grudge against users with shadow abilities? No, he is not simply a branch of the XX ability, but a real stalker with the ability of shadow. Perhaps because of this, they launched crazy attacks on themselves? Jiang Yu was guessing wildly. He wasn't sure what was going on. Look around again. The uneasy feeling stopped after reaching its peak, just like the ringing of a bell, leaving behind a buzzing sound that continued to echo. Is this sense of crisis, like being pricked by needles, a special feature of the shadow field, or is it caused by some other reason? Jiang Yu didn't know. He originally thought that this was just some kind of assessment in the special training camp. They are all kids who have just awakened their abilities, so they will definitely not release high-level alien species. At most, release some first-order lower-level and middle-level alien species to serve as a scare tactic. For others, it may be a test of body and mind. But for him, you're making me nervous about a test that I can easily beat? How could I be nervous? However, ever since those pupil species tried desperately to kill him, and he felt the abnormality of the shadow field, he wasn't so sure anymore. Cull. Exhaling a breath, Jiang Yu walked to the right. There was a possibility that he might encounter other students around, so he tried to take off his shadow coat. And then, not a single movement. Remove. Skill removed. I shouted in my heart more than 10 times, but there was no response. Switch to Shadow Blade. Still no response. There is no problem in using Shadow Silk and Shadow Group. Launch capability. What about entering the shadow layer? A dark light flashed in his dark eyes. The whole person remained in the same place, without crossing the space at all. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Very good. Things may be more serious than imagined. Hiss. Roar. Walking on the street, Jiang Yu's heart gradually became heavy. Just walk about 100 meters. The strange shapes in the gaps between buildings, the eyes hidden behind the windows, the twisted figures clinging to the rooftops. At some point, an encirclement was formed, surrounding him. Click, click. 10 sharp claws rubbed against each other, splashing a few sparks. Under the shadowy cloak, murderous intent gradually emerged. What happened? Why are the playback rooms over at Shadow Field dark? Just now, the boy pulled out the tooth that was stuck in his shoulder. I was stunned. Suddenly, the screen went black. I was shocked. In the classroom, the students were quite confused. Then they saw the teacher sitting in the front, seemed to be receiving some news. His brows soon became serious. He hurriedly said, "Stay in the classroom and wait for news," and walked out of the classroom. Inside the observation room, everyone looked very solemn. Report, Instructor Luo has lost contact. Instructor Luo has also lost contact. All cameras and prohibited detection objects have been cut off. As news came in one after another, everyone felt gloomy. I typed on the keyboard for a while, but to no avail. Coach Chen, what should we do now? Someone looked over and asked. The horse-faced man called Instructor Chen had narrow eyes and a large hooked nose. One could tell from his facial features that he naturally had a hostile aura. Chen Tsang's eyes were like knives, making people dare not look him in the face. I really admire your Yunhai special training camp. It can be seen that Chen Tsang has a lot of complaints, and his frown makes him look even more ferocious. Xiao Qin, count the names of the students who have entered the shadow field and their awakened abilities. Someone come out and contact the chief instructor, explain the situation, and see what he thinks. Finally, immediately gather all second and third level instructors and head to the shadow field. Orders were issued one after another, and things became busy in an instant. The shadow field originates from the forbidden object, Pupil Seed Nest. It was first discovered 30 years ago. The forbidden object is a strange species with eyeballs gathered together. At first glance, it looks like a living creature. As long as you hold this forbidden object for a while, eyeballs will grow on your body. When the number of eyeballs reaches a certain limit, the body will inevitably transform towards the direction of pupil seed. A fourth-level transcendent can hold on for 3 minutes. A fifth-level transcendent can hold on for 10 minutes. After landing, the pupil nest will emit waves, transforming the surrounding environment and forming a semi-shadow layer around it. Hence the name of the shadow field. Every once in a while, the pupil nest will give birth to a batch of alien species. Aliens that stay here for a long time will be polluted and become stronger and half transformed into ice species. The pupil seed nest is very resistant to high-level extraordinary people. When it unfolds the shadow field, if a high-level extraordinary person approaches, the pupil seed nest will drain the lives of all creatures in the field to resist the extraordinary person. It has been 25 years since the shadow field was established, and the ice seed nest has never moved, and no incidents have occurred. It is stable and practical, and a good thing for students to exercise. And now, for the first time, it has produced a riot. Chapter 64. Assessment suspended. Level 3 Alien Species. Level 4 and 5 Transcendents are not allowed to enter the pupil nest, otherwise the rules will be triggered. Gather all the second and third level instructors now, put on your equipment, and head to the shadow field. Chun Sung gave orders quickly. Instructor Chun, what should we do with the other students? Someone asked. After only half a second of contemplation, Chun Sung said, take back the white mist, suspend the assessment, and send a few instructors to maintain order. Good. Instructor Su, Instructor Zhou, Instructor Liu. He pointed at several people in succession and turned to walk out. Follow me. Then several people walked out quickly. Prohibited objects are things that are transformed by rules. Since it involves rules, it is actually difficult to distinguish the levels. It is considered comprehensively based on lethality, scope of application, cost of use, and effective use. It is divided into 3 levels: star, moon, and sun. The pupil seed nest was classified as the middle level of the moon stage. It has special effects and a wide coverage. If its power is fully released, it is enough to resist a fourth-order extraordinary person. If a forbidden object of this level causes a riot, the consequences will be disastrous. Everyone approached quickly, and Chun Sung's face was filled with an unshakable solemnity. At this time, there was 1 third-level instructor and 4 second-level instructors in the pupil nest. However, the efficiency of the pupil seed nest in producing alien species is actually not high. Especially when it comes to the second-level alien species. It basically takes 3 or 4 months to breed one. And the instructors are holding prohibited detection items, which they clean up every once in a while. Are they at the second level? Don't even think about being born at the first level. In this test, only a few middle-level first order and some lower-level first order were left in the shadow field. After confirming many times in advance to ensure that the alien species were under control, the students were allowed to enter. There are no first-level superior alien species in the pupil nest. The instructors are all very strong. There won't be any problem. Theoretically, there won't be any problem. Although he thought so, for some reason, Chun Sung was always uneasy. Prohibited items. If you don't provoke it, how could it suddenly riot out of idleness? Throughout the cataclysm until today, there have been only a handful of riots involving forbidden objects, and the cause of each riot has been discovered. What about this time? Everything is normal. Only a few students entered last year, the year before last, and the year before last. Many students have entered and exited the shadow field, and nothing unusual has ever been seen. This is outrageous. Several instructors were extremely fast, with each leap covering dozens of meters. Their strong physical fitness makes it almost difficult for ordinary people to capture their figures. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the shadow field. However, they are of higher rank, with 4th-level strength. If they try to enter, they will immediately provoke a counterattack from the ice seed nest. The source of this guy's power for counterattack is the vitality of all the living things inside. Fortunately, other instructors arrived soon. 7 at the 3rd level. Second level 5. 12 people were gathered in a few minutes. Almost done. Chun Sung looked around. Everyone, prepare to enter the shadow field. Do not fight unless necessary. Prioritize understanding the situation and protecting the students' safety. Yes. Without any hesitation, everyone quickly walked towards the entrance of the shadow field. There are 5 doors in total, and people queue up in batches to enter. The leading instructor exerted force with his arms and pushed forward. The door didn't move. His expression changed slightly, and he tried again, but still nothing moved. Lao Lu, what are you hesitating about? Come in quickly. The person behind urged. This door can't be opened. I'm really convinced you're a bunch of stupid birds. Can you please stop chasing me? The floors and walls, shadows covered the body, weaving into a dark coat. Using both hands and feet, he quickly jumped on the wall. There were at least a dozen pupil species gathered below. There were several following behind him. These bastards don't have the ability to climb walls or fly over rooftops. The problem is that there aren't many tall buildings in the shadow field. The tallest one is only 10 stories high. Most of them are old, 6-story buildings that are rarely seen nowadays. Although Jiang You missed this height very much, he had the illusion of returning to the Huaxia community. But right now, it is totally not enough for Jiang You to give full play to his advantages. As long as the alien jumps high enough and has enough strength, it can use the edge of the windowsill to jump to the roof and then chase after you. Dare I stop? I absolutely don't dare to stop. He had intended to fight to the death with those bastards, but unexpectedly, they were promoted one after another. There are even some second-level alien species hidden. Besieged from all directions, the pupil's ability is good at mental shock. How can one fight this? Bang! The right foot stepped on the rooftop floor, creating a big hole. Then he jumped high into the air, and with the force of the forward thrust, he soared like a bird. Boom! A buzzing sound exploded in his mind, and his forward movement suddenly slowed down. This movement was distorted, and the gliding and hovering posture suddenly went wrong. Here we go again. Jiang Yu's face looked slightly grim. Then, yet another gaze was cast upon him, interfering with his movements. It was about to touch the rooftop of the opposite floor. After being interrupted twice, his movements were completely distorted, and he fell downwards. Bang! Fell straight to the ground. My back. Jiang Yu looked a little painful and stood up while supporting his back. This group of pupils are like dogskin plasters, sticking tightly to the buttocks. At first he was able to shake off these things, but later he was constantly harassed by their abilities, and the distance between them was constantly shortened. Now that I've fallen, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. He stretched his arms and looked upward. Sure enough, several figures were leaning on the edge and looking at him. And the sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. On the roof and on the ground. They've surrounded us all. There are at least 2 second-level alien species, 7 or 8 upper-level first-level aliens, and quite a few middle-level first-level aliens. Not being able to use Shadow Blade is actually acceptable. Blocking his ability to freely enter and exit the shadow layer is the most fatal thing. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to cut Jiang Yu's mobility in half. Why did it turn out like this? Who the hell did I offend? Did I slaughter your entire race? Or did I lift the lid of your ancestors' coffins? Are you going to bite off a piece of flesh from me at the risk of your life? Grass. Jiang Yu has been hunting in the shadow layer for so long, but he has never seen such a crazy alien species. Whether it is a ghost, a predator, or some other alien species. If you cut me, I will bite you back. You want to kill me, so I will kill you. You are too strong, so I might get scared and try to run away, but whether I can escape or not is another matter. Survive, confront, seek benefits, and avoid harm. This is biological instinct. Look at these guys, what a bunch of stupid birds they are. Okay, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary student. What I got in return was aggressiveness. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to be honest. I'm level 2 too. Or is it the second level with 2 persons? It's just a matter of being more ruthless. At worst I'll get seriously injured, but I'll beat you to death. The murderous spirit in his heart has been fully aroused. Jiang Yu is rubbing his hands, ready for battle. However, at this moment, he discovered that these things were showing some signs of retreat. You're not going to take action after catching me? Are you running a marathon with me here? Jiang Yu's nose was almost crooked with anger. Watch them retreat. Wrong. Their gazes seemed to be looking behind them. Jiang Yu's heart began to beat fast, and a chill rose in his heart. Then slowly turn around. The 3-meter-tall figure held a bone knife that was curved like a sickle. He has a hunched back with sharp thorns all over his back. The 3 pupils emit a dark green glow. Standing upright, there is a white bone shell on its abdomen that looks like armor, leaving no doubt about its hardness. Hiss! A slight hissing sound came from the curved mouthparts. The cold sweat gradually increased, soaking through the clothes on my back. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Good. Very nice. The 3rd-level alien species have all appeared. I hold the horse in my mouth. Bang! Clang! The tremor came, and his arms were crossed over his chest. Unable to resist the huge force, Jiang Yu's body went straight through the wall. Chapter 65 Falling into Darkness. Level 3, Level 3. Alien species, alien species. I haven't even fought a 2nd-level opponent yet. You want to jump to the 3rd level right away? Okay, go ahead and hit me. Can you unlock all my abilities? Which grandson can seal the air from a distance? He truly understood it. Ghost, predator. This kind of physical ability can be seen and touched, and is very easy to deal with. The pupil types are all weirder than the other. His big eyes were shining brightly. He didn't know what was happening. He just passively took the beating. And now there is this third-level pupil species in front of me. Not to mention whether he has any special abilities. Even in terms of physical strength, he is already far better than me. Cover your heart. With a loud crash of rubble, Jiang You stood up from the ruins. In shadow form, it is impossible to tell the extent of his injuries, and only he himself knows the situation clearly. The whole person is about to fall apart. Fortunately, he predicted the opponent's attack in advance and raised his claws to block it in front of him. Otherwise, he might not be able to stand up after this blow. Looking at the figure gradually approaching, Jiang You forced himself to stand up straight with his aching body. Puff, puff. He immediately raised his hand and shot out segments of shadow threads. The other party just came in. In this narrow space, there are more than a dozen silk threads facing you. It cannot penetrate when shot at, but it can connect with it at various angles. In just a few seconds, the shadow threads were consumed crazily. A large number of shadow points poured out, and a slight feeling of emptiness soon came from the body. Even so, the effect is gratifying. An unknown thing with bone spurs and pupils was entangled. As it continued to exert force, the shadow threads broke one after another. After a moment, all the shadow threads were completely torn apart. When he looked up again, Jiang You was no longer in front of him. Where are the people? It looked left and right, then walked out. On the streets? No. Rooftop? No. That guy runs pretty fast. The nose of the bone spur pupil twitched, and the faint green light in the eyes gradually brightened. Then he leaped up and rushed forward as a shadow. Jiang You ran while limping, not daring to stop at all. It seemed as if the aliens in this shadow field had a way to lock onto themselves. No matter how he hides, there will always be aliens who can find his location. The shadow scene was huge, but it couldn't withstand his running so fast. While escaping, he saw other students, or what seemed to be instructors. The students were also hiding from the aliens who were hunting them. But they are slightly better than me. Basically, 1 or 2 alien species can chase 2 or 3 people. Oh no. There are many first-order middle and first-order upper levels in the shadow field. 1 or 2 can only chase a group of students. Most of the instructors that Jiang You saw were also entangled by the alien species and could not escape in a short time. Now, it can only be delayed. Do everything you can to stay alive and wait for reinforcements from the special training camp to arrive. Or, kill all these alien species. Jiang You endured the pain of broken ribs and looked back. The huge figure jumped and chased after him. Damn it. Jiang You gritted his teeth, dodged to the side, and slipped into the gap in the alley. Quickly cross over and come to the opposite street. Hiss. When he raised his eyes, his heart skipped a beat. There are various shops on both sides of the street. What about XX Noodle House, XX Convenience Store? What's different is that it seems as if there's a layer of black gauze covering this neighborhood. The further to the right he went, the thicker the darkness became, making Jiang Yozhen feel as if he had arrived in the shadow layer. What core area of the shadow field have I reached? At the same time, my heart moved slightly. An inexplicable desire urged him to move forward. Jiang Yu's gaze extended. The darkness was thick and located at the end of the street, too far away to be clearly seen. His gaze only stayed there for 2 seconds before he looked away. Never mind. The most important thing now is to save your life. That place is dark, gloomy, and evil. There will be plenty of opportunities to come back in the future, so there is no need to take risks now. He turned and prepared to run to the left. Then, boom, the huge body jumped down from the air. The hideous bone spurs turned an ancient yellow color, and the dark green pupils locked onto Jiang Yu's body. He could no longer curse. Only the heart is deeply tired. The bone spur pupil did not give him time to react, and the ground beneath his feet exploded instantly. Jiang Yu hurriedly resisted. Without a doubt, he rushed out again. He shook his numb arms and just stood up when the opponent dodged and pressed him down again. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, anticipating that the opponent would continue to chase him, and rolled forward. The scalp brushed against the blade, and the claw blade stabbed forward directly. Swish! Sparks flew everywhere, enough to cut off the sharp claws of steel and pierce them, making it extremely difficult to move forward. A few small holes were poked out, and green blood flowed out. HP, 75%, 74%. Pinching horses. That long health bar was reduced a little bit. Am I here to give you a bath? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, turned around, and fired his arm like a cannonball. Bite! Bone Spur Tongzhong turned around in time, raised the blade to block in front of him, and left a white mark. Then he swung his knife and fought back. Ding! Jiang Yu slammed his knees on the ground, struggling to support himself with his arms. The curved sickle blade was just a hair's breadth away from touching the face. His face gradually turned red, and Jiang You suddenly exerted force to push the other person away. Come, he shouted loudly, pounced forward, and attacked from top to bottom with his claws. Bang, 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 one after another. As kill continuously was activated, Jiang You could clearly feel a momentum brewing in his body. At the same time, every attack is more powerful than the previous one. If he could accumulate 100 hits in a row, maybe he could kill the alien with just a few blows? Bang! Jiang Yu's body flew backwards. Well, the if thing is not possible for now. Several ribs were broken, and my teeth seemed to be a little loose. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. He jumped up from the ground and ran forward wildly. The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing, as if he was sure to be hit, and then prepared a route to escape in advance. The aliens were stunned for half a second before reacting. And ahead, in the thick darkness, something seemed to emerge. The call from the bottom of my heart becomes stronger and stronger, and the desire and impulse become more and more difficult to suppress. Since there's no way to run away, I might as well just dive in. It was death anyway, so Jiang You wanted to see what was attracting him in the darkness. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of feet stepping on the ground can be heard from far away. He looked back and saw that the bone spike alien wanted to continue chasing, but finally stared at the thick darkness, and for some reason, stopped after taking a few steps. What is it afraid of? The third-level alien species doesn't dare to chase after us? If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. The next moment, the bone spur pupil moved. Well, we have to keep going in. Jiang You gritted his teeth. This alien is a real grandson. He looked forward. The darkness was so thick that the house was completely shrouded in darkness. It was hard to see clearly, and there was something abnormal everywhere. Even though the feedback from his body was very comfortable, Jiang You was still nervous, guarding against a sudden alien rushing out. Keep moving forward, keep moving forward. He suddenly felt something was wrong. How come this street is so long? I came to my senses suddenly and found endless darkness all around me. His feet felt empty, and the hairs all over his body stood up. The next second, the whole person fell into endless darkness. Chapter 66. My Lost Authority? It was as if I was in the starry sky, without the pull of gravity, just floating there. There was nothing but the thick darkness. He looked around blankly. What's going on? Anyone there? He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Hello, shouting loudly, and the mouth seems to be moving? He's not sure either. It's dark. It's really too dark. At first glance, he could not see anything. Even though his brain gave the order to raise his hands in front of his eyes, he was not sure whether he had actually done so. He waved his hands and patted his chest. No pain at all, no feeling at all. In the awakening room, at least there was a voice. Now, there is a complete loss of perception. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a few seconds of silence, nothing happened. On the contrary, the feeling of calling became stronger. What on earth is it? Jiang You was at a loss. After thinking for 2 seconds, he walked forward. He was not sure whether he had left or not, but the order had been given, and if he moved, it would be a matter of his body. As time went on, the desire became almost impossible to suppress. Well, it seems that the body is still moving. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 second, 2 seconds. I don't know how many steps later. An irregular crystal appeared in his eyes, floating quietly in the boundless darkness. Person fragments. The moment he saw it for the first time, the word shadow seed suddenly popped into his mind, as if he naturally knew what this thing was. It's what attracted me here. What the hell, never heard of it. At this point, Jiang You not only did not relax, but became even more vigilant. Why don't you run? He looked around. No matter front, back, left, or right, as far as the eye can see, there is only endless darkness. I went out to see if the third-level alien was still outside. I guessed it should have left. Then, after you have figured out the shadow field, you can explore in the darkness. Yeah, that's fine. Thinking in his mind, Jiang You tried to turn around. The crystal just floated there quietly, without any movement. It seemed that he paid no attention to Jiang You, who was preparing to escape. His sight gradually moved, turned 180 degrees, and then he saw a crystal appear not far away. Okay, I'll go slower this time. Jiang You turned his head back again, but this time, he tried not to move his eyes while turning his head, and his peripheral vision was firmly focused on the crystal. Very good. The crystal is in sight, not moving. So, there shouldn't be any problem. It can't be possible for it to move instantly. Jiang Yu's eyes turned back to normal. Ahead, a crystal was suspended. Well, yes, it does teleport. I just don't believe I can't run away. Jiang Yu stared at this thing closely and stepped back tentatively. Under his gaze, the little thing remained where it was. Is the rule of this thing that it won't move unless someone is watching it? It looks a bit like Peanut in SCP. Jiang You, who thought he had seen through the rules, stared at them without blinking, fearing that the other party would suddenly disappear. He backed away slowly. After taking 7 or 8 steps back, I suddenly felt something was not right. Fuck, why is the distance getting closer? Jiang Yu was shocked. Am I not backing off? Got it. The senses have been affected, and backward is actually forward, so you have to do it the other way around. So Jiang Yu started to move forward. Damn, we're getting closer faster this way. After reaching a certain limit, the crystals suddenly trembled, then rushed over, like a cannonball, and hit Jiang Yu's chest heavily. Boom. It was as if there was a loud thunder explosion. His mind went completely blank. A huge stream of information rushed around in my mind and exploded continuously. Pictures after pictures appeared before my eyes. A series of obscure notes rang in my ears. His eyes gradually lost focus. The characters go from chaos to unity, from disorder to clarity, until it is transformed into understandable information. Pupil seed nest, a forbidden item in the abyss, formed after being contaminated by the aura of a high-level pupil seed and can produce low-level pupil seeds. The core ability of the seed nest is that when a strong person above the 4th level invades, the life force of all creatures in the nest can be extracted to fight against it. Second, the ability of the pupil species, lock. A regular ability that locks the state of the creature and makes a mark for the pupil species within the range of the nest so that all pupil species can attack the marked target. Shadow and pupil are mortal enemies. Anyone who has reached the full status of shadow seed will be hunted down by the pupil seed nest. At some unknown time, this high-level shadow-type fragment accidentally landed and attached itself to the forbidden object, seed nest. The two coexisted and thrived together. One is just a tiny fragment of the personality, and the other is a forbidden item of the mature body. So, the erosion began. The nest has stolen the power of the personal fragment, and its abilities have become even stronger. The personal fragment once tried to counter-erode and transform the range of the nest into a shadow, but unfortunately it failed. The two coexist in an incompatible way, yet they can steal each other's power. Nest is now the only one in power and possesses great power. With the complete shadow seed status, he was targeted as soon as he entered the scene. This is the revenge of the lower species clan against the former superior species. It's that simple. And fuck you. Jiang Yu's chest heaved as he digested this huge amount of complicated information. The cracks in the abyss, the hierarchical relationship between different species, and the advent of this world. Too many questions fill my mind. Especially the fleeting abyss in the picture, which lasted only a few seconds at most, but made Jiang Yu feel like he was falling into an icy cave. What a world that is. Huge, strange, and full of madness. No images could remain in his mind. When he recalled them now, all he felt was a strong palpitation. Gasping for breath, Jiang Yu gradually came to his senses and looked at the crystal in front of him. The whole body is ink-colored, not pure black, but more like glowing black. The conflicting and discordant visual experience is difficult to describe with simple words. In short, it did appear before our eyes. There is a door in the nest. You can push it open and leave. It seems that, in the current situation, nest will never stop until it kills itself. A high-level transcendent broke in forcefully and fulfilled the wish of nest. In this way, it can directly drain the life force of all living things and destroy itself easily. Rule. How could a mere second-level extraordinary person like him, who truly engages in the power of the extraordinary core, resist it? And the fragment of the personality in front of him exuded an extremely familiar aura. Absorb it. Strengthen yourself? Is that so? Jiang Yu slowed down his breathing. There was a dark shadow flowing in his eyes, as if there was an invisible force pulling him. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand. Attach the crystal. Abyss. The blood relationship between species forms a huge ethnic hierarchy system. Only the 6th-level beings, the race whose bloodline continues, can be called species. Further up, unknown. At the moment of contact, the crystals turned into a liquid-like existence, flowing around the claws and arms. Plop. Plop. His mouth was slightly open, and his heart seemed to be grasped by a big hand. In this dead, silent environment, Jiang Yu could suddenly hear his own heart beating violently. That feeling of intimacy reached its peak at this moment. His heart was beating violently. He spread out his palms, and the thick darkness was beating in his palms. Huff. Huff. The breathing was as violent as a bellows. Jiang Yu's expression became frozen, and he looked dazed. Once again, he was exposed to a huge influx of information. Shadow seed, personality fragment. Is this the authority I lost? Chapter 67. Welcome to my shadow field. Everybody gather together. The instructors stay outside, and the students stay inside. All students should take anti-pollution medicine immediately. Those with long-range abilities can harass the aliens. Do not leave the protective circle and fight alone. Let go of all distracting thoughts. The accumulation of negative emotions will only make the situation worse. This is a special training camp, and we will definitely get out. Four instructors surrounded them. In the middle are the students who are being protected. Everyone's face was pale, especially a few students, who felt very disappointed. They were indeed miserable. It was a normal assessment, but who could have expected someone like Jiang You to appear? However, even if this happened today, as students receive training in the future, they will eventually enter the shadow field. Suffering a mutation is only a matter of time. The difference lies in that the number and candidates of unlucky people may be different. Bottles of medicine were thrown over, and the students each took one. Lu Yaoyao pressed the bottle cap and swallowed it in gulps. The tingling in my brain felt a little relieved. Anti-pollution medicine, after taking it, can replenish a small amount of energy and reduce the cost of killing alien species. 1, 2, 3, 4. She scanned the faces of the gathered students again and again. Then look around. Where's Jiang You? All the students were gathered together by the instructors. Where was Jiang You? Now that a riot has broken out in the shadow field, even the third-level instructor has been entangled by the aliens. If he were to be found alone by the aliens, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yaoyao was anxious but helpless. Instructor, be careful. A first-level upper pupil species took advantage of the instructor's inattention and pounced forward. Lu Yaoyao's eyes widened, and her soul-calming ability suddenly activated. This first-level superior alien species movements were slightly slow. It was this moment of delay that gave the instructor time to free his hands, and he punched the man on the head. Thank you. The instructor gave Lu Yaoyao a grateful look, and then concentrated on dealing with the second-level alien in front of him. Lu Yaoyao's body swayed slightly, and double images began to appear in front of her eyes. She used soul calming many times to interfere with the alien species. Even though the anti-pollution agent replenished some energy, she still found it difficult to hold on. The awakening ability only lasts for half a month, so there is no chance to become stronger. It's amazing that she can do this. Unfortunately, it is far from enough. The students leaned against the wall with their backs, and a feeling of despair was already spreading. Can I really survive? In the distance, a figure was fighting fiercely with an alien species. The power of the third-level pupil is terrifying. The two sides fought from the ground to the upper floors. The 6-story residential building, even in the shadow field, whose hardness was enhanced by the shadow, still could not withstand demolition. In just a few seconds, the overflowing force can destroy walls, drill through floors, and cause the entire building to collapse. Song Qingan slapped out. The huge wind and waves almost condensed into substance and fell down with a loud bang. The third-level alien in front of him had a twisted body, like a devil fish that had turned into a spirit, and its body was covered with densely packed eyes. Being attacked, falling directly from the air, embedded in the ground. Pooh! Song Qingan spat out a mouthful of blood foam to the side, his face looking ferocious, completely different from the gentleness he had when he met Jiang You that day. He leaped down, swung his right arm in a circle, and then smashed down. A loud bang. The entire ground was shaking wildly. Especially at the place where the alien fell, the ground sank inch by inch, reaching a depth of nearly half a meter. The figure fell down, his knee pressed against the opponent's lower body, and he raised his hand to prepare for the finish. Hiss! The hissing sound came from far away, and Song Qingan's arm, which was about to fall, stopped immediately. A wave of air exploded, and the whole person leaped into the air in a posture that went against common sense. Then I saw the bone-spurred sickle coming towards me. The second, third-level alien species. Song Qingan cursed inwardly. He looked back at everyone. I can still hold on. I hope that by the time I finish dealing with these two, everything will still be in time. Song Qingan felt bitter. The first of the 100-eye species has strange means and is as slippery as a fish. It just wants to drag him into a protracted war. For some reason, Song Qingan always felt that someone was staring at him in the dark. This made him afraid to fully explode. In case he was caught by that gaze, his chance would be over. Could that sight be the eye-seed nest? That doesn't make sense. It's just a forbidden object, and there's no one controlling it. So how could it possibly mutate? Song Qingan dodged the attack again, his heart ruthless, and violent waves gathered in his palm. That dark gaze descended again. Never mind. Extraordinary skills. Coming. The wind and waves suddenly intensified. He held the eye of the storm in his palm. Then a strong wind swept through. With just one contact, the outer shell of the bone spike eye creature shattered into pieces, and half of its body was cut off by the wind and waves. Puff. The next moment, blood spilled into the sky. Song Qingan finally knew what that sight was. It locked itself tightly. At the moment the power poured out, his weak state was completely frozen, and the power that had not yet subsided collided with the rules, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Bone Spur Tongzhong was seriously injured and had to get up from the ground with great difficulty. Wind. Song Qingan paused, his raised arm hanging in the air. The ability is also locked and cannot be used. He looked somewhat ferocious. Bone-spurred Pupil was not in a hurry to kill him now. After it stood up, it walked towards the pile of corpses on the ground and began to eat to recover from its injuries. The first 100-eyed Pupil species had already come out of the pit and had finished eating. Finished. Boom. A huge mental shock exploded, and Song Qingan in this state could neither dodge nor resist. My brain ached violently, my vision went dark, and my body fell backward uncontrollably. Before he fell into coma, he saw Baimu Tongzhong walking towards the crowd. Instructor Song. The other instructors watched this scene helplessly. Everyone. The sound stopped abruptly, and the person who made the sound flew high into the air and hit the wall. He spit out a mouthful of blood and fell into a coma. The violent momentum swept across. The light on the 100-eyed Pupil seed's body flashed for a moment, and then dimmed. Above the ground, a layer of impact visible to the naked eye swept over. A few muffled bangs. Everyone was knocked flying, and under the mental shock, they fainted one after another. Is it going to end before I even officially step into the extraordinary realm? There was a hint of bitterness in Lu Yaoyao's mouth. She had read about it so many times in books, but only when she actually faced the alien species did she finally understand the powerlessness and despair involved. The power will be constantly consumed, and killing alien species will come at a price. How difficult? In Lu Yaoyao's overlapping vision, Baimu Tongzhong used his tail to roll up the scattered steel bars on the ground. It throws forward. Whoosh! The steel bars were approaching rapidly with a sound of breaking through the air. Bang! A stone flew from nowhere and hit the steel bar, causing it to change direction. It flew past a student and pierced into the wall, making a clanging sound. Baimu Tongzhong was a little confused. He rolled up the steel bar again and threw it out after half a second. Just as Lu Yaoyao's heavy eyelids were about to close, she seemed to see it. Another steel bar came swinging towards them, and with a bang, the two steel bars collided and bounced off each other. Then, a dark shadow on the ground moved, and a figure rushed out like a fish leaping out of the water. With a puff, the 5 claw blades pierced into the alien's body. The streamlined body is full of restrained power. Who is that? Lu Yaoyao was too weak to open her eyes and fainted like everyone else. Hiss! The 100 eyes that had been darkened lit up again, and a terrifying aura swept around. The black shadow was immediately blown away. Then adjust your posture in the air and land smoothly. Cull. The figure slowly straightened up, and another wave of mental shock came. Jiang Yu's body shook, and he groaned. Strands of black lines like ink were wrapped around the body and under the feet, staring at the two alien species standing side by side. Behind him, there were also many first-order and second-order Pupil species gathered. He looked ahead and scanned behind. The hissing sounds of the mouthparts came one after another. Jiang Yu's breathing slowed down, and even the sound of his heartbeat gradually became inaudible. He spread out his palms, and a dark shadow danced. The darkness beneath his feet gradually spread and expanded. Rich shadows, extreme darkness. Powers erode each other. This is the territory of the nest. But that's not entirely true. The power of shadow is my authority. The darkness beneath my feet surged around like a tide. Jiang Yu's eyes were blazing, and the dark coat on his body looked like a king's battle robe. Hiss. The two alien species felt somewhat uneasy. Hiss. In the end, they chose to take the initiative. The figure of the bone spike pupil seed rushed forward violently, and the 100-eye pupil seed launched a mental attack. Roar. Those numerous first and second level alien species came running towards them, roaring together. You've been chasing me for so long, it's my turn now. A bunch of cubs. The shadow has completely expanded and spread. Completely cover this area of several dozen meters. Swallow the light. I said, keep quiet. The boy whispered. In an instant, everything was silent. Welcome to my shadow field. Chapter 68, Killing. killing 2 in a row. Visibility, 0. Sound, silence. Cannot be seen or heard. As darkness rose, the alien species that had pounced on them ferociously froze. Well, this is for braking. The cars that failed to brake were squeaking and mixed together, but of course, there was no sound. The loss of vision and hearing is undoubtedly a fatal blow to the pupil species. Hit my teammates directly. No wonder the shadow race was able to become a superior race among the eye races in the past. This fundamental ability restraint will directly suppress you to death. It's no wonder that the pupils want to rebel. With such a nemesis hanging over their heads, anyone would be unable to sleep or eat well. At this moment, the thick shadow turned into a field, engulfing all the alien species. The alien species only felt that they had completely lost their ability to see and hear, and were at a loss. The smarter ones retreated backwards, trying to leave the shadow range. Those who reacted slowly were crushed on the spot. After dealing with 2 or 3 small fish and shrimps, Jiang You went straight to the third-level alien. 100-eyed pupil species. Unlike the creature with bone spur pupils, all its strength is concentrated in its eyes. The darkness came, and 70% of the strength was wasted. Jiang You didn't hesitate at all. After deploying its own shadow field, the nest's locking ability can no longer be fully utilized. Inside the field, this is his personal territory. His arm turned into a sword, he flew up, and chopped down heavily. The blade touched the opponent's body, just like a blunt knife cutting cowhide, and it was difficult to advance an inch. But you can't get in at once, but you can use a little more force to get in. With a puff sound. Finally, blood was seen. The 100-eyed creature twisted its body wildly. The manta ray has an upright body like a spirit, with tentacles all over its body. The tentacles were waving wildly, but unfortunately Jiang You hit the target with 1 strike and had to retreat. The idiot stood there helplessly and furiously. Health 27%. My blood volume is not healthy, thanks to the instructor lying on the ground. Damn, isn't that Song Qi gone? What I said last time, looking forward to seeing you again in the special training camp. Jiang You didn't expect that when they met again, the person would be lying on the ground. I saw that the 100 eyes pupil was almost in use. He stepped forward. The big knife fell. With the first hit, the health bar dropped slightly, but no blood is lost. With the second hit, the health bar continues to drop, and the value drops by 1%. The third hit will reduce the health bar by more. The fourth strike, a direct drop of 1%. The fifth strike, a direct drop of 2%. Continuous kill. The blade flipped up. After 5 strikes, with the bonus of the shadow system, each swing of the sword far exceeded his own strength. 3% for 1 knife. 4% for 1 knife. 6% for 1 knife. The 100-eyed child let out a terrified roar, but no sound came out. It clearly sensed that death was approaching and that its life was slipping away quickly, but it was powerless to do anything. Approaching death step by step, especially the high-level aliens, who are more intelligent and more afraid of death. Cry. Baimu was trembling, and just when he was halfway through activating it, the blade stabbed right into his mouth. With the accumulation of multiple killing forces, it has reached the killing line. Behead. The 10% health bar turned scarlet, and then shattered like a mirror. In an instant, Beimutong's body froze, and the remaining vitality was quickly drained away. Kill line. Kill instantly, reduced to ashes. Behead. This is a powerful ability that is in no way inferior to the shadow field. Jiang You suddenly had some enlightenment in his mind. But now is not the time to dwell on these things. He looked at the second one, which was the bone spur pupil species that hit him in the butt. The other party stood vigilantly in place, neither advancing nor retreating. Obviously, this is a smarter alien species. Since your eyes and ears can't be used, just let go of your perception. After some confirmation, it roughly confirmed Jiang Yu's location. He took a step forward, swinging the remaining scythe closer. Health, 21%. Half of his body was broken into pieces, with granulation tissue surging at the wound, looking extremely horrible. The condition of the bone spike alien is far inferior to that of the 100-eyed pupil alien. Jiang You originally wanted to try to use shadow devouring on the 100-eyed pupil species, but there was probably a gap between the second and third levels, and he could clearly feel that the efficiency was very low as soon as he started. We must first get rid of the bone spur pupil in front of us. Jiang You threw the corpse away and leaped forward. With a whoosh, the shadow thread stuck to the opponent's wound, and with a strong pull, Jiang You flew away. Swing the huge blade, charge it, and then release the shadow thread. Flash. I haven't learned any systematic moves or techniques, so just chop however you feel comfortable. After all, the perception ability of the bone spike pupil was not very strong, and it could not react completely. It could only subconsciously block the sickle in front of itself. With a clang, the blood bar dropped. Kill again. Tongzhong stumbled back and swung his arms to fight back. After being hacked and chopped again and again, the health volume has dropped to 15%. Killing power accumulates continuously, and if you chop it again, you might be able to cut it down by 4% to 5% directly. Jiang You raised the knife, and suddenly, a strong sense of emptiness swept through his body. The spreading shadow field, like the receding tide, retracted into his body. Shadow points, there are not enough. Can barely maintain shadow form and use Shadow Blade to attack. As for activating the shadow field, it is totally not enough. In a few seconds, all the darkness faded away. The bone spur I seed probably didn't expect that it could regain the light, and it was stunned. You still dare to be absent-minded? Jiang You totally ignored the emptiness in his body, raised his hand, and slashed at the other person's forehead. Mark, hunting, can last for 10 seconds. That's enough. Before the knife completely fell, the mark was directly attached to the pupil. In the first 2 seconds, the bone spur I seed, who was originally planning to counterattack, fell into panic and froze on the spot. I'll kill. He didn't expect that the eyes of bone spur pupil flashed, and he actually came out of this state. After all this time, your ability of eyes is to resist negative effects? Who would have thought of this? At the critical moment, it forcibly changed its body position. The huge blade that was originally meant for the neck only hit the shoulder blade. 12%. Jiang You felt a chill in his heart. The killing line was about to appear, but he didn't have time to draw his sword and attack again. The bone spur alien roared, and the bone knife directly dug out its heart. With a loud bang, it cut into Jiang Yu's heart. Wipe. Adrenaline was secreted like crazy, and I was hit so hard that I didn't feel much pain for a while. However, the opponent simply raised his leg, intending to strike with his thigh full of bone spurs. Buzz. A familiar wave came. It's so calming. Jiang Yu's heart was slightly shaken. Without paying attention to the situation around him, he seized the opportunity, let the bone knife get stuck in his body, gritted his teeth, became ruthless, and rushed forward to meet the opponent's attack. Swing the knife down. Health reduced again. Completely reached the killing line. Behead. The health bar is empty death. The luster in his eyes instantly lost, and the expression on his face seemed to contain a hint of disbelief. Its body shook, and after being kicked by Jiang You, it fell on its back and soon died. Hiss. The many alien species surrounding them were watching with eager eyes. Jiang You was suddenly stunned and really wanted to slap his forehead. When the shadow field just ended, he had not yet been locked in by the nest's gaze, so he could completely enter the real shadow layer and fight with the alien species by going in and out. So stupid. Seeing that the aliens still wanted to attack him, Jiang Yu lifted up the 2 aliens and threw them directly into the shadow layer, intending to use shadow devouring to recover while keeping an eye on their movements. If they show any signs of attacking everyone, he will jump out. Jiang Yu dragged the 2 alien species, and suddenly, the door of a house not far away was pushed outwards. The instructor in special combat uniform approaches. It seems that I am no longer needed. Nest can no longer be blocked. That's better. Jiang Yu's figure gradually disappeared. Chapter 69, I think I saw Brother Wart. Finally got in. What is that? Instructor Gu, who had just entered the shadow layer, rubbed his eyes. He seemed to be looking at a group of people dressed in black coats, standing in the open space over there, dragging something in their hands, and then disappearing into the air little by little. Old Gu, what are you standing there for? Go and save them. Someone behind me urged. Instructors came in one after another. This way. Quick, deal with the aliens first. Set up a defensive line. The instructors were already ready for battle. He rushed in the moment he was able to enter the shadow field and made various arrangements immediately. The wait was long, and several instructors arrived one after another. 6 are at the 3rd level, and 10 are at the 2nd level. Anti-pollution agents, various banned items, and a fully armed posture. With such a large lineup, I'm sure we can handle any more alien species that pop up. Some people stepped forward to help the injured and feed them medicine. Some people stepped forward to deal with the aliens. Some people even jumped onto tall buildings to check the surrounding situation. The pupil seed nest had been used for decades without any problems, but who would have thought that this would be a big problem? Everyone was waiting outside, unable to go in or leave. Especially find out those who are trapped in the shadow field. Don't talk about others. A nephew of Li Xuanguang, whose identity is classified as confidential. Even for someone like Chen Song, he had to apply to his superiors for permission to find out. The other one is the daughter of Yunhai Night Patrolman. Theoretically, the 5th level talent cannot compare to the 6th level, but after all, the awakened ability is special and is the most powerful ability. Good job. It can be said that, If nothing unexpected happens, the two of them will definitely be the pillars of the Great Zhou in the future. It is possible that one of them will become a patrol envoy, or even go a step further and become a general. In the end, the plan failed before even entering university? It would be embarrassing if this got out. Everyone carried out the rescue in an orderly manner. Fortunately, things turned out better than expected. The students' injuries were not too serious. The ones who were most seriously injured were several instructors and Song Qinggan, who was attacked by Niao to the point of vomiting blood. 1, 2, 3. Instructor Gu is counting the number of students. After counting one circle, his expression changed slightly. Why is there still one missing? 1, 2, 3, 4. After one round, there is really one less. Classmate, there is one person missing from the group that came in with you. Do you know who it is? He asked with the idea of giving it a try. Lu Yaoyao was still dazed, but when she heard this question, she perked up immediately. Jiang You. Jiang You is not here. Jiang You. Instructor Gu felt a chill in his heart. When he was counting the people, he actually had a premonition, but he kept telling himself, I am faceblind. It shouldn't be that bad. Well, the most important thing is that Jiang You is really gone. Student Jiang You is not here. Spread out 5 people and search for him quickly. He didn't care about anything else and shouted to the instructors who were still busy over there. I'll search this way. I'm going over there. Everyone was startled and immediately spoke up, jumping up the tall building one after another, looking around to search for Jiang Yu's traces. They kept jumping between floors, and each night watchman was carrying a life detector that could detect the existence of life around them. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Not to mention living people, not even a single alien species can be seen. It was dead silent. While searching, he shouted loudly. Instructor Gu kept scanning the radar, hoping that it would suddenly make a beep sound, and then he would run towards it quickly. Obviously, he failed, and after searching a large area, there was no trace. He had no choice but to return the same way. Did you find anything? An instructor asked. No, I don't even have any alien species here. Me too. The others also returned with serious expressions, and some looked at Instructor Gu. Old Gu, what about you? Lao Gu was about to speak when the instructor standing by pouted his chin and motioned for them to look over. What? Instructor Gu was a little confused. He looked over there. After such a long time, all the alien species have been eliminated, all the students and disciples have woken up and are organizing their teams and preparing to leave. You don't know? At that time, the alien jumped over and hit me in the face with a sneak attack. Then he chopped me with his left hand. I was careless and didn't dodge. Look at my chest. 7 or 8 students stood together, and a young man in tatters was talking eloquently. Brother Jiang, what next? One student was listening intently and asked further questions. Then, Jiang Yu sneered. I just calmed down, used the second move to knock it away, used the A spiral swing, and used the crow flying move to blow it up on the spot. Several instructors opened their mouths slightly and then looked at each other. This kid, is he really the nephew of Li Xuanshi? Let's look at the people who are listening to the story. While his expression was stern, he was rubbing his teeth in pain. That's outrageous. As he gestured, saliva flew everywhere. Bro, don't you feel pain? Damn it. The wound on the chest pierced straight into the flesh, and there were bloodstains all over the arms and legs. Why are you still so excited and eloquent? No matter how much Jiang Yu's words were exaggerated, his injuries could not be faked. It is certain that he must be chased by alien species. He survived alone and with many injuries. Even if Jiang Yu boasted about killing a 3rd-level alien species, now, the students would not be too disgusted. This guy has something on his body. Apply the medicine quickly. Lu Yaoyao held the medicine distributed by the instructors in her hand. Okay. Jiang Yu took the potion. No pain. How could it not hurt? If the wound was any deeper, he would have almost gone to see God. Unscrewing the potion, he tentatively poured it on the wound. Grass. An extremely intense pain quickly spread throughout my heart. This is for oral administration. Lu Yaoyao opened her mouth slightly. Question mark. Jiang Yu's facial features were almost twisted. Luckily, he wasn't stupid enough to pour the whole bottle on his chest. Tilt your head back and swallow it. The medicine will dissolve and be absorbed in your body at an extremely fast speed. Finally, I feel better. Everyone gathered together. We are now preparing to leave the shadow field. An instructor said at the front. Then they gathered into a team and marched forward in an orderly manner. Everyone was still chattering. Hey, I seem to be hallucinating. Before I passed out, I seemed to see a figure that looked exactly like Brother Wart. I saw it too. There really is a black shadow that looks like Brother Wart. That steel bar was coming towards me, and I thought I was dead. Suddenly, a figure blocked my way. At that time, I felt that it was Brother Wart. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. What the hell are they talking about? This is a special training camp. How could there be a wart brother? Jiang Yu grinned and asked, Yao Yao, did you see him? Lu Yao Yao glanced at the wound on his body from time to time. I saw it. I saw it very clearly. Jiang Yu had no choice but to change the subject. If you ask me, it's impossible. This is a special training camp. How could Brother Wart come all the way here? Yao Yao, what do you think? Yeah. Lu Yao Yao responded. I don't know if he was paying attention to his injuries or thinking about something, but his response was a bit perfunctory. It's indeed unlikely that he would come all the way here. But if Brother Wart is one of our students, could he be one of us? One of the students spoke up. Chapter 70, Don't Give In. Who is talking here? Jiang Yu looked over. The young man had messy hair, a high-nose bridge, and a very handsome face. When introduced just now, it seemed that his name was Zhou Hao. This unlucky child. Think about it. Does what you say make sense? The team suddenly became quiet. Then someone laughed awkwardly. No, impossible? If Ward is really the same age as us, then when did his ability awaken? My brother is a night watchman. He said that people's physiques cannot be generalized. We need to awaken at the age of 18 to prevent them from being too young to withstand the pollution. Zhou Hao said seriously. Some people can awaken their talents on their own. Although there is not much difference between awakening on their own and awakening together. If they awaken 3 to 5 years earlier, their strength will definitely be much stronger. I still feel it's unreasonable. Someone retorted. For example, at the age of 15, starting to learn how to hunt alien species at the age of just 1 year in high school. It's a bit exaggerated. Besides, blah blah, obviously, most people don't believe it. Ahem, if you want me to tell you. Jiang Yu cleared his throat, and everyone looked over at him, intending to listen to what this big boss had to say. Brother Wart can't be the same age as us. His first words set the tone for the matter. Then he started to explain, my uncle is a high-ranking official in the Night Watch department. He's pretty awesome. Be good. Are you really the nephew of Li Xuanshi? A group of youngsters were chatting there, and the instructor had no intention of taming them, but he called them uncle and senior, which annoyed everyone. No one knows more about transcendence than me, Jiang Yu said. Brother Wart's attitude at the beginning was extremely new, and his overall strength was very poor. He could not be pretending. However, he posts videos quite frequently, which clearly shows that he is improving at an incredible speed. From the simplest to the most complex, in-depth analysis from multiple aspects. A comprehensive analysis is provided from multiple aspects including strength, age, and ability. Let me put it this way. Jiang Yu almost convinced himself. So, I think Brother Wart might be on a hunting mission, discovered something unusual, and chased him to the special training camp. Oh no, there must be a reason for the sudden riot in the shadow field. Maybe it's related to Brother Wart. We are a group of young people who have just awakened. What's so special about us that we can cause a riot in the shadow field? Right. Yes. That makes sense. The instructors nodded secretly and were suddenly startled. My goodness, they are now acting as listeners. However, the nephew of Inspector Li is still a little young. Following the shocking incident at the Chuyang group, the name, Brother Wart, basically spread throughout all the Night Watch departments. Someone once tried to investigate Brother Wart's identity, but the other party's mobile phone number seemed to be a special number provided by the Night Patrol, which was of a very high level and no information could be found. In terms of the strength displayed, it is between the first and second levels. There was no reason to cause such a big reaction from the shadow field. Hey, I envy you guys too. Jiang Yu sighed. Brother Wart looked really handsome in the video. I was chased over there by the aliens, and when I got here, the battle was over, and I didn't see Brother Wart at all. Brother Jiang is indeed missed. Zhou Hao nodded. Let me tell you, Brother Wart looks much more handsome than in the video. Really? Jiang Yu was amused. How handsome is he? 3 or 4 floors would be so cool, right? Zhou Hao said. Yao Yao, what do you think? Jiang Yu rubbed her head when he saw that she didn't know what she was thinking about. Handsome, right? Lu Yao Yao thought for a moment and gave an answer. What about me? Jiang Yu grinned. The two of them started again. The others felt a little jealous and turned their heads away to continue discussing how Brother Wart had beaten the 3rd-level alien. Lu Yao Yao glanced at him and did not answer the question. Instead, she asked, Are your injuries getting better? It's healing, don't worry. Jiang Yu continued to rub her head. Next time you meet an alien species, don't get hurt. Lu Yao Yao said softly. Cole. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment. Sister-in-law, that's not what my brother Jiang thought. The aliens are chasing him from behind. He is covered in wounds, but it's good enough that he is still alive. Zhou Hao interrupted. What are you talking about? Jiang Yu scolded with a smile and almost kicked him in the butt. Several people escaped death and were chattering away, each one more talkative than the other. A group of people walked outside. Jiang You pinched the girl's hand and looked at her delicate profile. He was not sure if she had discovered something. The identity of Yu was created on a whim, taking into account the needs of the hunter. Now it seems that the coincidence has become a good identity shield. In fact, even if Lu Yaoyao knew, it wouldn't be a big deal. But since that's the case, let's just let it be for now. I'll go say hello to Uncle Song, Jiang You said. Lu Yaoyao looked back and nodded. Uncle Song, long time no see. Jiang Yu came to Song Qinggan. Song Qinggan, who was limping at the back of the team, held a cigarette in his mouth and smiled. Jiang Yu. Uncle Song, your injury is serious. Song Qinggan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not bad. You're almost there. Jiang Yu chuckled and scratched his head. Song Qinggan saw what he was thinking. Just ask whatever you want to ask. Then let's ask. Uncle Song, I wanted to chat with you for a while last time. What kind of general is my Uncle Li? Jiang Yu asked. Didn't he tell you? Song Qingyan was stunned. No, he never mentioned it. Jiang Yu sighed. He never told me anything about Chao Fan. He was wary of me like a thief. He may be worried about you. Song Qingyan looked hesitant. Good man. He thought Jiang Yu knew everything. I didn't expect there was such a layer in it. I was suddenly a little confused about whether to continue chatting with Jiang Yu. Uncle Song, tell me about it. Anyway, I have already stepped half a foot into the extraordinary circle, so you can pick out some things you can talk about. Jiang Yu said. This okay. Song Qinggan hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. Your Uncle Li was once the youngest general in the Great Zhou. Good job. Jiang Yu never expected that this first sentence would shock him so much. At the age of 30, I became a general in one fell swoop and successfully advanced the record by 2 years. A trace of reminiscence flashed in Song Qingyan's eyes. Jiang Yu didn't know what was going on. Later, he made a mistake. No, actually I don't think it was a mistake. This incident was very serious. General Li lost an arm because of it and retired from his position as a general. From the time he took office to the time he abdicated, it was only 4 years. Uncle Li has such a past? Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment and asked, Uncle Song, can I ask what's going on? This time Song Qinggan hesitated longer. After a while, he spoke softly. If the Abyss asks the Great Zhou to cede several secondary gathering places to become their paradise, otherwise they will open a giant abyss rift in the northern capital, should the Great Zhou agree? Jiang Yu was stunned. He had never thought that there would be such a problem. Or not. Jiang Yu had some understanding of the horror of the abyss from the fragment of the personality. The abyss crack opened in Baidu, and one could imagine what kind of disastrous consequences it would cause. In this case, wouldn't we have to cede the gathering place? But that's a gathering place. How can we let this happen when we don't know how many people and how many families there are? Even the multiple choice questions are confusing. Since Song Qinggan said it, it means that this is what really happened. Jiang Yu was about to answer. At this moment, Song Qinggan spoke again. If the place where they opened the crack is not a very important or prosperous place, will it affect your choice? Jiang Yu suddenly felt like he was hit by something. Trolley problem. Pulling the gate does not change the fate of those kids. When the number expands to tens of millions, how to make the decision? The lightness of life cannot be sustained. The heaviness of life cannot be expressed in words. Jiang Yu was slightly absent-minded. Song Qinggan patted him on the shoulder and walked forward. The sound reached Jiang Yu's ears. Every inch of land is soaked in blood, and 100,000 young men are 100,000 soldiers. Your Uncle Li said. Don't give an inch. Chapter 71 Extraordinary Level, Level 2. Jiang Yu was still somewhat dazed until he arrived at the medical room. In his memory, only when he was a child did Uncle Li appear to have 2 arms. When I was about 10 years old, Uncle Li suddenly went on a business trip for a long time. When I came back, only 1 arm was left. The original owner was so impressed by this that he could remember it all with just a little recollection. Judging from his appearance alone, Uncle Li has a fine stubble, his eyes are always half closed, and he looks like he has kidney deficiency and has not woken up yet. Before he knew that the other party was a general, Jiang Yu felt that he could easily defeat 10 Uncle Lis with 1 hand. After knowing that the other party was once a general, Jiang Yu felt that it should be no problem for the other party to beat 10 of him with 1 hand. Uncle Li never told me about the knowledge of the supernatural world, and never explained how he lost his arm. Trade the gathering place for temporary peace. It can probably be converted into cession of territory and payment of indemnity. If you can't win, you have to give in and surrender. If you are weak, you will be beaten. Taking a step back, perhaps the loss will not be so great, and it may be a better option. But it doesn't work. That year, Uncle Li was full of vigor and vitality and resolutely refused to give in. Jiang Yu was in a complicated mood. Without knowing the full picture, he cannot judge right from wrong. Even if he knew, what qualifications did he have? Uncle Li never married in his life. Now he is in his 40s and half disabled. What a powerful man, General. He is a top figure standing above countless extraordinary people. Generals are not selected once a year, but are chosen based entirely on their combat effectiveness. A powerful general usually stays in office for more than 5 years, and some can stay in office for nearly 10 years. He abdicated and became the chief or deputy chief of the department, in charge of a large night patrol department. At the very least, he was a professor-level figure at XX University. Uncle Lee was given an idle position as the night patrol officer in a second-level gathering place. Come, let's measure the pollution index. The young lady in white in the medical room spoke. Oh, okay. Jiang You came out of his distracted state. Uncle Lee. I'll show my filial respect to him when I have the chance in the future and find a niece-in-law for him. It can also be considered a kind of repayment. Back to the present. Such a large special training camp is naturally equipped with sufficient medical equipment and medical personnel. The medical room is not much different from a normal hospital. A clean white consulting room, incomprehensible medical instruments, and a faint smell of disinfectant. The only difference might be that the nurse in front of me is very smooth. Cough, cough. Jiang You cooperated with the nurse's instructions and lay on the instrument. It was just like an MRI, the instrument buzzed, and then a light beam swept across his body, and he subconsciously tensed his body. The large instrument can produce more accurate measurements than the little toy that Liu Yaoao had held before. Don't be nervous, there's no danger. The sound came from the speaker. Soon, the test was over. After waiting for nearly an hour, the nurse approached with a printed report and a strange expression on her face. Jiang You. She was a little confused. Exist. Your body is free of any contamination. Okay. Wait. The nurse opened her lips slightly. This isn't right. There seems to be something wrong with the test results. According to common sense, there should be some. Don't worry. No problem. Jiang You smiled, took the test report in his hand, and ran out. If the instructors hadn't forced everyone to come for the test, he would never have come and would have gone back to the dormitory to rest. Are you kidding me? Who am I? Price-full exemption. It would be strange if it could be contaminated. Medical room. Looking at the electronic report presented on the computer, Yang Xi's rosy little mouth opened slightly. A pair of almond-shaped eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. Pollution index, 0. Extraordinary rank, level 2. Second stage. The little brother who just joined the camp, level 2. Is there something wrong with me or with the world? River cruise, river cruise. She stared at the 2 words in a daze. After leaving the medical room, Jiang Yu looked around. Several instructors were still waiting outside the hall. If I remember correctly, their surnames seemed to be Gu. Jiang Yu was tested relatively quickly, while others are still being tested. Instructor Gu. Jiang Yu walked forward. Jiang Yu. Gu Qi, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Instructor, would you like one? He felt around his body and pulled out 2 cigarettes. Good. I didn't expect this kid to be so familiar. Gu Qi was stunned for a moment and took it subconsciously. I instinctively reached for my lighter, but suddenly realized the weight was wrong. I looked at Jiang Yu and started chewing with a crunching sound. Good job. Others give out cigarettes, you give out candies. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he just put it in his mouth and chewed it. Instructor Gu, where's Instructor Song? Jiang Yu asked. He's going in for treatment. Gu Qi pointed to the clinic in the corridor. He's seriously injured. He was hit by the shadow field. He'll probably need a few days to recover. He glanced at Jiang Yu and asked, do you know Lao Song? I've met Instructor Song once before. Jiang Yu nodded. I see. Gu Qi smiled. Instructor Song is a very nice person, and he has a good relationship with your uncle. He should be in charge of your practical class. Oh, Jiang Yu became a little interested. Putting aside whether it's actual combat or not, he has a good relationship with Uncle Lee? That's great. I can curry favor with people in this special training camp. Gu Qi smiled and said, when we were in college, we were about to graduate and were assigned mentors. Old Song was lucky and was assigned to your uncle's team. At that time, Li Xuanshi was really overwhelming. After graduation, Instructor Song joined the night patrol and became your Uncle Lee's subordinate. I wish I had his luck. He winked at Jiang Yu and said nothing more. The 2 chatted casually. This heavy fog incident was indeed a simple assessment before entering the camp. The normal process is to come out of the subway, and there are 3 venues to choose from. The students went their separate ways, and then under the threat of the alien species, they either joined forces to fight back or fled in panic. For students who dare to fight back, the special training camp will definitely give them a chance to experience what it feels like to hunt alien species. Of course, the final outcome is that a powerful alien species appears, scaring everyone so much that they scream and run in the same direction. The collective entry ceremony was carried out. Unexpectedly, it collapsed at the first stage. First the pupil seeds rioted, then the shadow field rioted. In all these years since the camp opened, there has never been such a big mistake. Xiao Yu, you don't know? I guess a lot of instructors will be reprimanded and asked to reflect on this incident. Gu Qi sighed and said, the shadow field was originally used for you to simulate the shadow layer. After this incident, I guess you students in this period will not be able to use it. We also need to investigate the cause of the riot. If we can find out, it's fine. But if we can't, we're basically doomed to be punished. There is nothing wrong with conducting assessments, but if the most important thing, safety, cannot be guaranteed, what is the point of doing it? This is just a small assessment, a small test, and these kids who have never seen blood are causing trouble. If I don't train you, who else should I train? Jiang Yu touched his nose and wisely chose not to respond. Why did the shadow field riot? I don't know either. Chapter 72 Dormitory Rules of the Special Training Camp. Hey, my boyfriend is here. Instructor Gu, I'm going to go over first. As the two were chatting, they saw a figure walking out of one of the medical rooms, and Jiang Yu greeted him. Well, that's not right. Isn't that girl the daughter of Lu Xuanshi? Looking at Jiang Yu walking over, Gu Qi quietly opened his mobile phone and skipped the Yunhai Special Training Camp Instructors Group. Click on Yunhai Gathering Area Instructor Group. Keep flipping up. Reach the top soon. Chief Instructor Lu, Yunhai has some urgent matters today and cannot come. Please cooperate with Deputy Instructor Chen Song. He has a bad temper and may get angry. Please bear with him. Of course, this news is not the point. The key point is the following one. Chief Instructor Lu, oh, by the way, help me keep an eye on Jiang Yu and keep him away from my house. If there is anything wrong, send me a message immediately or I will punish him. A bunch of people below were saying got it. By the way, should we tell Envoy Lu about this? Forget it. I won't tell you. Gu Qi raised his phone and chose to take a photo. Keep it as a souvenir. How is it? Jiang Yu asked. Fortunately, the pollution is not serious, so we cleaned it up. I was prescribed medicine, and I just need to take it on time. The two walked out side by side, and the girl asked, what about you? I'm totally fine. Jiang Yu flexed his muscles. That's good. Lu Yaoyao smiled, holding the report in her arms, her eyes full of smiles, and no one knew what she was thinking. Coach Gu, should I send her back first? Go ahead. Gu Qi waved his hand. Go to the designated place to retrieve your luggage, and then head to the dormitory building. After confirming her building information, Jiang Yu sent her downstairs. Go back and have a rest. Your ability puts a heavy strain on your body. I guess you must have used it a lot just now. Jiang Yu said. Your injuries are not light either. Are you sure you don't want to consider resting in the ward for a few more days? Lu Yaoyao asked. I'm fine, don't worry. Jiang Yu felt more and more that there was something wrong with her gaze. This girl must have really discovered something. This thing, I always feel it's kind of awkward. It's like a middle school boy writes a middle school hot-blooded novel, and his younger sister sees it and reads it all night. He didn't know that the person reading the book was his sister. But the younger sister knew that the person who wrote the book was her brother. Oh no, my toes are curling up just thinking about this scene. Watching her enter the dormitory building, the girl turned around and waved, signaling him to go back quickly. Jiang Yu sighed. Send the lovely childhood sweetheart back to the dormitory. It really feels amazing. But as soon as the other person's figure disappeared, I felt a little empty. Why? After a little thought, Jiang Yu understood. Maybe it's because there are too few. Sending someone back to the dormitory, when it's over, all that's left is endless emptiness. If I could send 10 people back to the dormitory, I believe that with the constant rotation, I wouldn't feel empty. Shaking off the weird thoughts, Jiang Yu carried his luggage and walked towards his dormitory. Special training camps are not just for college entrance examination candidates. It is also the campus for freshmen and sophomores of Yunhai University. After all, such a large shadow field can produce first and second level alien species on a regular basis. It is only open for half a year every year. Is it for high school students to practice? What is the purpose of the special training camp? This is not pure waste. In fact, all universities do almost the same thing. The special training camp is both a campus for lower grade students and a training base for senior high school students. This period of time is when the second semester of university starts. You can see many students from Yunhai University on the road. He walks like a willow in the wind and seems weak. One punch should be enough to deal with him. He's thin, and his thighs are probably not as thick as my arms. Don't mess with him. If he punches me, I might have to beg him not to die. Weak, 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 too weak, slurp. Jiang Yu only regretted that it was not summer now. It was just the end of February and still very cold. The campus was full of beautiful girls wearing down jackets and cotton pants. Jiang Yu, what are you happy about? A voice sounded beside him. Little fatty? Jiang Yu turned his head and took a breath of cold air. Lu Yuqiang, who I hadn't seen for about 10 days, looked much fatter. Before, calling him Xiaobang was mostly a joke. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 150 kilograms, which is definitely not fat. On the contrary, he is quite sturdy. Looking at it now, her belly is bulging, her face is rounder, and there seems to be some flesh trembling on her arms. Yu? Jiang Yu was confused. There has been such a big change in appearance. I must have gained at least 20 or 30 pounds. I came to the training camp a few days earlier, so I went to the library to look up some information. My awakened ability is gluttony. With this ability, I can become stronger by eating all the time, and I won't have indigestion. Good boy, I'm just good boy. Jiang Yu didn't know what to say. No wonder they ate fried zombie meat from the gutter together. Jiang Yu was ill for 2 days, but Lu Yuqiang was fine. It turns out that this ability has existed since childhood. I'll take you there. Which dormitory are you in? Lu Yuqiang took the luggage. Building 1. Keep moving forward. The more Jiang Yu looked, the harder it became to match Lu Yuqiang's image with the one in his memory. Xiaopang's talent is not very high. He can barely reach the second level green. In other words, he has just stepped into the threshold of extraordinary martial arts. Normally, people with second-level talent cannot enter the Yunhai Special Training Camp, but will go to several slightly inferior special training camps in the surrounding area for training. It is unknown what is so special about Xiaopang's talent, but the Yunhai Special Training Camp actually allowed him to come here for training. Looking at his round profile, Jiang Yu suddenly had the illusion that everything was moving forward, yet everything had become different. Soon, I pushed my luggage back to the dormitory. This so-called building number 1 has a total of 8 floors and has its own sky garden, gym, study room, and other indoor facilities. The special training camp sent me dormitory information last night. Building 1, 601. The first room on the 6th floor. I took the elevator upstairs, and with a ding-dong, the elevator opened. The corridor is tiled, bright, and elegant. The bright yellow color gives people a very refreshing and clean experience. The dormitory environment is quite good. Ha 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 ha, it's great. Such a big bed with good lighting and ventilation. It's so comfortable. Hey, Brother Mu, do you think there will be any particularly strong freshmen this year? Let's not make a mistake. Don't worry, that won't happen. Ha ha ha. When I first entered the camp, I kept thinking about going into Building 1. Today, my wish finally came true. Why is there someone else inside? The door was only ajar. Jiang Yu pushed the door open and walked in. There was a space of more than 20 square meters, a one-bedroom apartment, a table, a bed, a private bathroom, and a balcony. The environment was really nice. Along the way, except for a few people sitting by the bed, Brother Mu, the man paused. Then several people looked at Jiang Yu. The short-haired young man sitting on the bed looked at him for a few times, then smiled and said, "Brother, go find another dormitory. This place belongs to me." This is the rule of the Yunhai Special Training Camp. Rule? Jiang Yu was stunned. When you enter the camp, the top few hundred students in terms of talent will receive a message about the dormitories. The dormitories are located in Building 1. But in fact, Building 1 is the territory of the top freshmen of Yunhai University. If you want to live there, you have to defeat one of the students. One of them smiled and said, "Just a reminder, 8 people have already challenged before you, and they lasted about 3 seconds on average. But don't lose heart. You can challenge any time in the next 6 months, and as long as you win, you can move in directly." What about this rule? Besides the new gym and better environment, is there anything else in Building 1? Jiang Yu seemed to be thinking about something. Shermui, who was sitting on the bed, said happily, "Of course, for example, you can bring your girlfriend back." "Oh, is every room in this building like this?" "Of course, as long as you don't take it too far." "Quite interesting." Jiang Yu smiled. "Okay, I roughly understand the rules. When will you move out?" "What the hell?" These freshmen were stunned. "Brother," someone next to him spoke. "Look at what I do, and you have to move out too." Jiang Yu grinned and interrupted him. Chapter 73, You Need Background to Get Involved. When he said this, everyone in the room was stunned. There were 2 people sitting on the bed, and the remaining 3 were sitting beside the bed, playing poker and chatting. Probably no one could have expected Jiang Yu to say such a thing. "Good job. Boy, you are really brave." Jiang Yu. Lu Yuqiang was dumbfounded and pulled Jiang Yu. "Don't worry." Jiang Yu patted him on the shoulder and then looked at the people in front of him. The young man called Mu Gu had messy hair and very deep and dark eyes, which made people's hearts beat fast at first sight. It is also like a whirlpool in the deep space, making people sink into it unconsciously, and when they come to their senses, they break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the ability is related to Pupil? "Brother, aren't you naturally nemesis of me, the Shadow Lord?" His eyes are really cool. If he goes out for a walk, I guess a lot of girls will come up to him and ask for his WeChat. Looking at his own shadow pupil, again, it was pitch black, with thick ink flowing, and when it was fully opened, it seemed like there was a trail of light. Once this thing is turned on, it can scare girls so much that their legs go weak. Brother, are you serious? Shermu looked strange. Of course. Jiang Yu nodded. How do we compete? I remember there seems to be a fighting gym in the special training camp. Shall we go there? No need to bother, just stay here. Shermu put down the playing cards in his hand, got off the bed, and put on flip-flops. Brother, I'm ready to attack at any time, are you ready? Won't launching an attack here mess up my dorm? Jiang Yu spoke. Outrageous. No one has moved in yet, and it's already your dormitory. Compared with the previous challengers, Jiang Yu really seems a bit impolite. Shermu was delighted, and his eyes suddenly became serious. When Jiang Yu was curious about the other party's abilities, suddenly a mental force swept over, cold, crazy, and carrying an indescribable pressure. Buzz. Jiang Yu subconsciously entered the shadow pupil state. Shermu's smiling face suddenly trembled, and his expression gradually became stunned. He took a step back, his face quickly turning pale. Brother Mu, several people exclaimed. I'm fine. Shermu's expression turned blue and red, which was extremely exciting. Is your ability pupil or ancient demon? He asked. Shadow pupil. I heard from them that it is a branch of Shadow Man. Jiang Yu said with a smile. This. In the room, both Lu Yuqiang and the freshman seemed a little confused. It looks like Shermu lost. What a joke. The looks of several freshmen changed. Shermu possesses a branch of the ability of Ancient Demon, and the ability is concentrated in his eyes, which is very strange. Among the students who had just joined the camp, the strongest one only lasted 5 or 6 seconds before being defeated. The junior student in front of me is trying to turn the tables? Especially when they heard that he was Shadow Pupil, an ability that had little killing power in the early stages. Everyone found it even more outrageous. Toki regained his breath. It has been a semester since he entered Yunhai University. Including the 6 months in the special training camp, he has studied for a whole year. I won't say how strong he is, but at least he has some strength. Take a step back in front of a newbie who just joined the camp? That's outrageous. The more I think about it, the more embarrassed I feel. The more embarrassed I feel, the more I think about it. Shermu's face gradually turned red. Dude, do you really want to play? He asked. Yeah, is this true? Jiang Yu looked at the expressions of the other people and said, Building 1, I want it. Who agrees and who disagrees? You are really going too far, kid. Several people in the dormitory looked at Jiang Yu with a hint of hostility. What's your name? Asked one of the tall and thin men. My name is Jiang Yu. What a nice soy sauce. His sharp eyes seemed to try to see through Jiang Yu. He continued, My name is Sun Hui. According to the rules, if you want to stay in Building 1, you need to challenge and defeat the original occupant head-on. If you succeed in this challenge, the dormitory will be yours, and there will be extra points added to your college entrance examination transcript. The challenge needs to be conducted in a fighting gym in the presence of multiple witnesses, and there will also be video recording equipment to preserve it, so there is absolutely no possibility of cheating. As he said this, he chuckled and said, This new student in the camp, do you dare? Ring. Jiang Yu also chuckled. Why should I go to the ring? What does it mean? Several people frowned. My uncle is a retired general, and my father-in-law is the current night watchman of Yunhai. In one word, the whole room fell silent. Come on, big brother. Now I'm telling you. I've already beaten you. Do you have any opinion? Jiang Yu smiled as he looked at Sun Hui, who was frozen in place. I pinched the horse. Your uncle is a general and your father-in-law is a night watchman? Sun Hui never thought that he would meet a super second generation. Brother, what room is your dormitory? Jiang Yu asked. 603. Sun Hui's face turned the color of liver at this time. Well, it was even uglier than Shermu's. Very good. Room 603 is mine. I'll give you 1 day to move out. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder. The others were dumbfounded. Jiang Yu sighed. To get involved in this business, you need background and influence. Which gang are you from? I'm just an ordinary student. Aren't you bullying honest people? Sun Hui couldn't utter a word. Jiang Yu looked at the other people. Dude, which dormitory are you from? 604. Very good, it's mine. Hey buddy, don't just look at me. Tell me your dormitory number. Jiang Yu, don't go too far. Shermu clenched his fists, resisting the urge to punch him. Pinching horses. In the past, there were indeed cases where people could change dormitories based on their identity or background. It's just that people do it secretly. After all, those brain-dead second generation are really rare. In fact, Competing in a competition tests the student's personal abilities. If one's own level is not good enough, even if one engages in some cooperation in private, it will be easily exposed once one steps onto the stage. If caught later, they will be severely punished. Jiang You, you just said it in front of so many people. Aren't you afraid that we will record it? Is it too much? I think it's okay. Jiang Yu waved his finger. You can't beat me. I'm just doing this to save time. Whether you can beat him or not, you won't know until you try. Shirmu clenched his fists tighter and tighter. I admit that your shadow pupils are extraordinary, but actual combat is far more complicated than you think. You want to live in this dormitory, right? Then you'd better follow the rules. Otherwise it will bring shame to your uncle if it gets out. At this point, he paused, his tone playful. Could it be that the so-called nephew of a general knows that he is no match for his uncle, so he uses his uncle's name to pressure him? This kid even resorted to provocation. I guess he said all this because he was really afraid that he would keep talking about the generals. Jiang Yu laughed for a while. It feels really good to show off under Uncle Lee's name. Is this the feeling of being a second generation? Love it. But he wants more than just showing off. Put all the luggage, backpack, and other things in this dormitory. Jiang Yu turned and left. Now, I'll give you 15 minutes to call someone. What? Shirmu frowned. See you at the fighting gym in 15 minutes. I hope the people who come are strong enough for me to fight. Jiang Yu waved his hand, and his back gradually disappeared from the sight of several people. Only one arrogant sentence was left. I don't know what other rules there are in the Yunhai training camp. Anyway, from today on, my rules are the rules. Chapter 74, I just want to knock everyone down. Mad. It's so fucking crazy. After he left for more than 10 seconds, someone in the dormitory finally squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. This kid is too ignorant. Brother Mu, can you teach him a lesson? We really should teach him a lesson, otherwise everyone will think we are easy to control. Shirmu stood up. It's not common for freshmen to challenge seniors right after entering the camp. Let's go shout a few times in the corridor and see if anyone is interested. But I don't think it's necessary. That guy will be defeated in a dozen seconds at most. Why bother shouting so many people when it's only a matter of a dozen seconds? They were still discussing and getting angry, while on the other side, Jiang Yu had already arrived at the fighting gym. The so-called fighting gym is a gym used for fighting. The building looks like a bird's nest from the outside, with a huge space inside and a large number of seats for spectators. In the center of the venue, there is an arena made of black and white unknown stones, which looks to be about 10 to 20 meters long and wide. When fighting on it, the space is much more spacious than in ordinary rings or cages. The girl in charge of registration at the door was dozing off. When she saw someone approaching, she thought it was the teacher and was startled. Sleeping while on duty? Jiang Yu's face darkened. No, sorry teacher. Huh. Is there this teacher in the school? And does he look too young? The senior student was a little confused. You haven't woken up yet? Jiang Yu asked again with a stern face. No, sorry teacher. Is this where we register? Yeah. This teacher is so fierce. Li Xian shrank his neck. How do I register? Let me check your fingerprints here, and then input your teacher's ID. Teacher, who are you going to spar with? Building 1. Building 1? What the hell? I don't have a teacher's ID, but a student ID is okay. After verifying the fingerprint with a beep, Jiang Yu raised his head and revealed a mouthful of white teeth. After all this time, this person is a student? Li Xian was stunned. When he came to his senses and saw the message from the other party, he was shocked to realize that he had been intimidated by a little brother who had just joined the camp. She gritted her teeth, her good character at least allowing her to endure it. Classmate, what are you doing? I'm going to challenge them. The freshmen in Building 1 are relying on their strength to occupy the dormitory and bully the weak. Although I'm not strong, I can't stand their humiliation. I will challenge them today. Are boys that much too much? For a moment, Li Xian was not sure. However, looking at Jiang Yu's resentful expression, he must have suffered a great injustice. Such a handsome junior was actually bullied. It's really excessive. Okay, let me see if I can pick out weapons over there. Jiang Yu greeted Li Xian and walked towards the weapons rack. Various utensils are neatly arranged on rows of shelves. Most of the weapons are swords, spears, sticks, and clubs, all of which are made of wood. After much deliberation, Jiang Yu chose a tang sword. It's a little light to wield, but it's usable. By the way, wouldn't it be a bit too cruel to bully them with a knife? So after thinking about it, Jiang Yu put down the knife and chose a wooden stick again. It has a thick top and a thin handle, and looks a bit like a baseball bat. Very good, that's it. Jiang Yu smiled. Okay, Shirmu, this is the junior you guys are bullying, right? Looking up, Li Xian was frowning and scolding the confused people. Sister Xian, what are you talking about? Shermu was a little confused. The teacher has stressed many times that we should not have such a bad attitude and should not bully the weak. No, who told you that? Do I need to hear more? I can see at a glance that my junior is feeling wronged. While chattering nonstop, Shermu completed the registration with a gloomy face. There were 5 people in the group, and behind them were a dozen or so people who were there to watch the fun. Soon, the teacher who served as referee and safety officer arrived at the scene. After getting a general understanding of the situation, he looked towards the arena. Jiang You stood up early and prepared for the battle. Now that you are prepared, there is no need to delay any longer. The referee looked at the injuries on Jiang Yu's body and frowned slightly. Classmate, you are injured. Are you sure you want to take on the challenge today? If you fail, you can only try again next month. No problem. Jiang Yu made an okay gesture. Okay, who do you want to fight? The referee looked at the people below the ring. If you succeed in the challenge, you will be eligible to live in Building 1. Shermu and others who were holding their breath in anger started shouting. Come on, choose me, I'm the weakest. Don't listen to him. Look at him. He's got a lot of muscles and he's not easy to mess with. I'm the weakest, kid. You'll definitely win if you choose me. Come on, your eyes are not restraining me. Choose me. Are all of you rushing to die? Jiang Yu signaled them not to be impatient and picked the most impatient one at random. Brother, it's you. Okay. The young man who was called had an excited look on his face, with a slight hint of ferocity. Aren't you going to choose your weapon? Jiang Yu asked. No need. The boy flexed his wrist. Perhaps it was the thought of being able to teach that brat Jiang Yu a lesson personally that made him so happy that he couldn't stop expressing himself. The smile on his face gradually became unstoppable. Let you pretend, let you go crazy. Today I will teach you how to behave. Both sides stood firmly at a distance of 5 meters. Guess how many seconds it will take Qingzi to take him down. I'd guess 10 seconds. This kid is cunning. I think he has some shady tricks up his sleeve. It might take Qingzi half a minute to kill him. There was chatter from the sidelines. The audience was scattered. On stage, the fight officially begins after the sound is heard. The referee stepped aside. The 2 of them indicated that it was no problem. The referee then counted down. 3, 2, 1. Drop. Let's get started. Everyone looked towards the ring. Bang. Bang. There were 2 muffled sounds, and a figure flew out backwards. Even though the venue was so large and there weren't many people, there was a moment of silence. To be precise, this silence was mixed with someone's moans. Hiss, it hurts. My belly. Qingzi fell to the ground, his face full of pain. Qingzi. Not only Shermu, everyone was a little bit unbelievable. Within 1 second after the prompt sounded, Jiang Yu rushed out like a hunting hound. Shermu and others couldn't even see his movements clearly. All I saw was Jiang Yu raising the wooden stick and hitting Qingzi quickly, and then he flew out. Beat the person away. This force, this speed. Teacher, did I win? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. We won. The referee was a little stunned. It is not surprising that the freshmen in the camp challenge the old ones and win. I won on the first day of camp. Am I still sleepy? Congratulations, Jiang, you have obtained the right to live in dormitory 602, Building 1. No. Jiang Yu shook his head. He kept smiling faintly, the senior named Qingzi. Qingzi, who was holding his stomach, narrowed his eyes. Are you okay? As soon as these 4 words came out, Qingzi was stunned at first, and then a trace of anger quickly appeared on his face. He couldn't explain why. These 4 words are so humiliating. Are you okay? Fine? Of course I'm fine. His head was buzzing, and he stood up from the ground. Then, due to lack of blood supply, he sat back down. On the stage, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to Shermu and the dozen or so freshmen from Building 1 who had come to join in the fun. He smiled, and there was a hint of coldness in his smile, as if he had seen blood. Jiang Yu stood straight, with dark light flashing in his eyes, just like an evil big boss. Gulp. Li Xian swallowed. She suddenly felt that it might not be Shermu and the others who were bullying the junior. Go ahead and call all the top students in Building 1 over here now. The sound was deafening and echoed in the museum. I came to the special training camp to learn something. I really want to see if the seniors can teach me something. Me. Today, I just want to be beaten down by everyone here. Or, knock down everyone here. Chapter 75, Advanced Status and 100 Battles. I came to the special training camp to learn something. I just want to be beaten down by everyone here. Or I just want to beat down everyone here. So crazy. Several students from Building 1 who were watching the fun were recording with their mobile phones, but they never expected to record a video like this. Okay, now that it's been recorded, just send it to the grade group. Yunhai University, freshman group, second-hand group, pollution major group, heterogeneity major group. As soon as the video was released, it spread across major group chats at an extremely fast speed. There's a new little brother in the special training camp. He's so crazy. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as this. Naming and challenging the entire building. Wow, how can we miss this fun? For a while, some were in the dormitory, some were in the classroom, some were taking a shit, some were eating, some were playing games. Anyway, those who were able to get away were all preparing to go to the fighting gym. Even some instructors and teachers became interested and went to the fighting gym to watch. Are you sure you want to challenge the entire building one? The referee on the sidelines looked strange. Jiang Yu's injuries from the shadow field have not yet fully healed. Although he has new clothes to cover them, the partially exposed injuries are enough to make people's eyelids twitch. But then again, this kid's strength and speed. Something is wrong. The referee thought so. I'm fine. Jiang Yu nodded and walked down the stage. Teacher, please wait for a moment. I'm going to the bathroom and we'll be back soon. At this moment, people were approaching the fighting hall one after another, and the students from Building 1 who were called over were queuing up at the entrance to register. He went into the toilet and found an empty stall. Enter, lock the door, and escape into the shadow layer. Huh, so cool. The shadow coat quickly climbed up the body. A cool touch came from all directions, and the wound felt numb and itchy, and was gradually healing. The current shadow form is still too poor. When he can recover quickly after being beheaded, his self-healing ability will be almost the same. Jiang Yu is about to challenge everyone in Building 1, so he still needs to get back in shape. Building 1 has 8 floors. Excluding various public areas, there are about 100 dormitories. In other words, he needs to fight against about 100 people alone. It's hard to say how strong the freshmen are, but even if they are all at Qingzi's level, it will probably be a fierce battle. What's more, Qingzi is definitely not among the strongest. He opened the attribute panel. Name, Jiang Yu. Attribute, Shadow. Position, Shadow Hunter. Shadowbreaker. Hunter, Mark, 100 battles. Looking at the new abilities that appeared on the panel, Jiang Yu took a deep breath. After devouring that piece of personality fragment, Stalker successfully advanced. Shadow Hunter. Hide in the shadows. No one knows of your existence. 1. You can easily hide in the shadows and it is difficult for others to find you. All shadows will become your home ground. 2. Please note that when you reveal your identity, the ability of this character will be reduced. Only the existence in the shadows is the most deadly. Putting aside the shadowy entity that looked like an evil boss, he looked down at the newly emerged ability. 100 battles. A true hunter is very good at learning from experience in battle and using it for his own benefit. Through high-intensity battles, you will be able to grow rapidly and have a certain chance of understanding new abilities or strengthening existing abilities. By Zhan, this is a very tough ability just from the name. Jiang Yu didn't know when it was released. Anyway, after the battle in the shadow field, this is what the panel looks like when you open it. Shadowmaker. This type of shadow character prefers to hide and cannot reveal their true identity. Hunter is a little different. The more famous it is, the more people will fear you, and the more powerful you are. No matter how you look at it, these two abilities seem somewhat inconsistent. In public, he certainly would not choose to reveal his identity and transform into a shadow form. Besides, using a machete to chop these freshmen. Good man, why bother? Not to mention the 100 people now. What about another 100 people? Relying on his ability to move in and out of the shadow layer, hundreds of freshmen might not be enough to kill him. There is absolutely no need. On the contrary, you can use the competition to hone your battle through the heavens ability and improve your reputation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thoughts kept colliding in my mind. He completely let go of his mind, allowing his body to greedily absorb the shadow energy in the air. The toilet cubicle in the shadow layer is dark and very claustrophobic for such a small space. But he could feel the sense of comfort coming from his body. The darker the environment, the more exciting it is. Call. After exhaling a breath of foul air, his physical condition recovered a lot. Estimating that the time was about right, Jiang Yu exited the shadow layer and returned to the real world. Where is that kid? Why hasn't he come out yet? Could he have run away? Standing at the toilet door, Jiang Yu could hear the noisy discussions outside. It seems that a lot of people have gathered. Everybody, please go away. I've looked in the restroom, and there's no one there. A familiar voice sounded. It seemed to be Qingzi, who was thrown out of the ring by himself. Jiang Yu walked to the sink and turned on the faucet to wash his hands. What is this brother doing outside? He is so excited. He definitely ran away and fooled us. Qingzi raised his arms and shouted, looking angry. Is this junior brother sick? Is it fun to play tricks on people? Let's go. Let's go. Wait, look over there. The auditorium was big enough to seat thousands of people. Within 10 minutes, almost half of them had gathered, and more people continued to arrive. About 60 to 70% of the freshmen in Building 1 arrived and sat together in an area facing the arena. Their faces were hard to describe, but they were colorful. At the toilet door, Chang Zi, who was shouting loudly, stopped shouting. He felt the corner of his clothes seem to be pulled. After wiping his hands clean, Jiang You patted him on the shoulder and said, "Dude, what are you yelling about?" "You, where did you come from?" Chang Zi paused, dumbfounded. "I clearly opened every pit to check." "Brother." Jiang Yu smacked his lips, and his voice suddenly rose. "Senior." The loud cry scared Chang Zi so much that he trembled. "Senior, I know you look down on us freshmen, but I still beat you. Senior, you don't want to give me the dormitory, but you don't have to slander me like this, right?" "I, Jiang Yu, am upright and honest. I always keep my word. I stick to my words. Once I say something, it's as good as a nail. I can't take it back. How could I run away?" After saying that, he walked forward, leaving Qingzi petrified on the spot. Yes, only the world where Qingzi was injured appeared. He really didn't understand why he kicked every door but didn't see Jiang Yu, and then he suddenly appeared out of the toilet. There's something evil about this kid. Chapter 76, 100 Battles. This junior is killing crazy. On the stage, the two stood facing each other. Jiang Yu has returned to the ring. The real round-robin battle is about to begin. In front of him, a man with a rather sinister look and tacky clothes was staring at Jiang Yu. "Junior, you are too arrogant," he said with a sneer. "Are you crazy?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "According to the rules, if you went over the original residence, you can move into the dormitory in Building 1. I thought I could beat everyone in Building 1, so I came. Is that crazy?" He wants the dormitory. 100 battles, he wants it too. Afraid of being in the spotlight. He was afraid of being in the spotlight, and yet he still went to a special training camp. Jiang Yu spoke a few words and then stopped talking. Both sides are prepared. The referee finally gave the order. Everyone in the stands perked up and looked towards the ring. After hearing the sound, the fight officially begins. 3, 2, 1. Drop. Boy, I'm going to teach you a lesson today, so that you know that there are always people who are better than you. Bang. Shermu's pupils contracted again. In such a large venue, more than half of the people's eyelids jumped violently. What the hell? Just, in 1 second, the person flew out. Jiang Yu on the stage took back the baseball bat. His expression did not change at all. He just said softly, "Next one." Bang. The figure fell to the ground. Bang. He was hit on the chest with a stick, and he lost his breath and passed out on the spot. Bang. One blow after another. Everyone thought that he was just a junior who came to attract attention or to be different, and no one took him seriously. Just entered the camp and just gained abilities. Freshmen have already gone through a year of study. Whether it's the application of abilities or fighting skills, how can you catch up? But the current situation is, no matter what your abilities are, just come up and dodge my stick. At the beginning, some people relied on their status to fight Jiang Yu with bare hands. After screening more than a dozen people in one breath, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Yu anymore, and they all showed their full strength. Bang. With a dull thud, another person fell from the ring. Jiang Yu's clothes were no longer as neat as they were at the beginning and had some messy wrinkles. "Brother Mu, I failed." The freshman returned to his seat, feeling somewhat frustrated and unwilling. Facing the gaze from Jiang Yu on the stage, Shermu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. "Are you kidding about the special training camp? Are you really recruiting new students? Could it be a new graduate student?" Wipe. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and walked towards the ring. Soon, they stood face to face. "Senior Shermu." Jiang Yu smiled. Jiang Yu. Looking at the handsome young man opposite him, Shermu was slightly dazed. For some reason, he had the illusion that he was facing an alien big boss. Shermu quickly adjusted his mentality. "I admit that you are very strong, but I can see clearly that your strength lies in your physical fitness that far exceeds that of ordinary people. When it comes to fighting skills, you're not that strong." Shermu's eyes were deep and his brows were solemn. "Unfortunately, when it comes to practical skills, I am third in the grade." His hand trembled, and he made a knife flower with the wooden sword. "Oh, quite interesting." Jiang Yu threw down the wooden stick and picked up a wooden sword from the side of the ring. I also imitated his movements and tried to make a knife flower. The inappropriate action caused everyone to laugh. It seems that he really hasn't learned it. Both sides are prepared. The referee raised his hand. 3, 2, 1. Drop. When the sound was heard, Shermu's body suddenly retreated backwards. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang Yu's wooden sword had already chopped down the place where he had just stood. Use extremely fast speed and strength to force the enemy to be defeated in a very short time. Shermu had anticipated this, and even his retreat was a feint. With a tap of the toes, the figure quickly moved forward. Jiang Yu never thought that there was such a trick. Just as he tried to retract his strength, the wooden sword came hitting his forehead. He hastily held the wooden sword across his face. Ding! The huge force caused Jiang Yu's shoulders to sink slightly. The angle of the knife is upward, with the upper arm and forearm exerting force together, and the wrist slightly bent to the right, so that the force can be exerted more smoothly. The distance between the legs should not be too large, so it is difficult to exert force. Turn your waist to bring out the strength of your whole body. I shouldn't have taken this blow head on. I should have tried to slide to the right, dodge the attack, and then counterattack by chopping the opponent's shoulder blade with the wooden sword. This might be a better solution. Feeling the power in his hands, streams of information flowed before his eyes, allowing Jiang You to adjust his posture quickly like a sponge. Currently, he is fighting against more than a dozen people. On average, 3 or 4 people can help him trigger 100 battles. And this time, Shirmu's effect was particularly good. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up slightly. Come. He raised his knife and swung. But once the knife rose into the air, he had to change his tactics. Suddenly, Shirmu's knife pierced through the hall and headed for his throat. Very fast. Jiang Yu was startled and immediately stepped back, but the wooden sword followed him like a maggot. Ding ding dong. Shirmu kept swinging and slashing. The last muffled sound. Jiang Yu half bent his knees and held the wooden sword in front of him. The burst of air blew his hair, and the wooden sword was only 4 or 5 centimeters away from his throat. The veins on Shirmu's arms and neck gradually became prominent, which was enough to show that he was exerting all his strength to press down continuously. Jiang Yu gradually adapted to the situation. He used his backhand to unleash a terrifying force, knocking Shirmu away. Swing the knife and chop. Dodge and chop again. The skills are not complicated. It's just about how to save energy and how to exert energy. The memories of the dozen or so battles that had taken place previously came to mind. How to correct various mistakes. It's like running water passing before your eyes. Looking at Shirmu again, Jiang Yu subconsciously thought of the other party's possible reaction. Even though this ability is still crude, he may make a wrong judgment if the opponent makes a slight change of tactics. But the harvest is rich enough. Just a few tens of minutes is probably better than 2 or 3 months of effort for ordinary people. Come. Jiang Yu flew up. Shirmu's expression suddenly changed. He didn't know what had happened to Jiang Yu in front of him. He just felt that something was wrong with this kid. He wanted to keep some distance, but Jiang Yu was too fast and rushed right in front of his face. The sword moves were not complicated, but with Jiang Yu's extraordinary strength, they left behind a lot of afterimages. This time, it was Shirmu's turn to hastily raise the knife. Block. Jiang Yu shouted. Shirmu's arms felt sore and he stepped back. Dang it again. The second knife fell even faster. Shirmu went through the whole thing in his mind and sadly discovered that in front of Jiang Yu's knife, he could only tighten his defense and passively take the beating. His skills were better than the other person's, but the gap in strength was too great, and his skills could only barely suppress Jiang Yu. Now this kid is like he's been injected with chicken blood. It's outrageous. Ding. The third knife. Click. The wooden sword broke with a sound. Shirmu's body also flew out of the ring. His parents are night watchmen. They have been teaching him to practice sword skills since junior high school, and it has been 5 years now. As far as swordsmanship is concerned, he thinks his level is pretty good. But Jiang Yu in front of him, leaving aside his physical fitness, is so good at kung fu. How come his swordsmanship has improved so quickly? Who are you anyway? I got up from the ground, feeling a dull pain in my chest. Shirmu breathed slightly. Then, Jiang Yu's voice sounded on the stage, and when everyone heard it, they gave goosebumps. Then, on to the next one. Bang. Next one. Bang. Next one. Everyone's expressions changed from surprise to shock, then to stupor, and finally to numbness and confusion. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. One after another, students from the special training camp came to the fighting gym. I don't know since when, the seats were already full. Instructors, new students, and old students. The figure in Taichung was no longer as easy as it had been at the beginning. After all, human physical strength is limited. When the battle reached 30 people, his effort was already clearly felt. When there were 50 people, it was already shaky, but it did not fall down. The clothes were torn from being chopped by blades. It also allows people to see the shocking scars under the clothes. The freshmen challenged the seniors. It is an opportunity for campers. No matter how arrogant and crazy Jiang Yu is at the beginning. At this point in the battle, the original reason is no longer important, absolutely unimportant. Round battle. A round-robin battle between old and new students that has never happened in history. This clash of hard power has become his personal show. No one knows whether he will fall before his next opponent, but everyone knows. This is a freshman who just entered the camp. Killing like crazy. Chapter 77 Shadows Authority. 10 people, 30 people, 60 people. Now, which one is it? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and looked at the person in front of him who seemed a little dizzy. Cool. So cool. His body was numb with pain, but he was intoxicated by the pleasure of each punch hitting his flesh and the rapid increase in strength. Fight head on, without any hesitation. Perhaps there is a warlike gene hidden in his genes, which is why he has the character of hunter. Who knows? Jiang You could feel that he had reached his limit. My arms are sore and I have no strength to lift them. Jiang Yu grinned. You've reached your limit. The student in front of him spoke with a complicated expression. Yes. Jiang Yu was still vague. He rushed forward. The man didn't use much strength. He just tripped and fell. Plop, he fell to the ground. It hurts, my nose fell. The pain in his nose made Jiang Yu sober up a little. Brother. What? Help me turn it over. This is uncomfortable. Jiang Yu didn't expect that he would come back after just being away for half a day. Medical room. Yang Xi looked at the young man in front of her whose whole body was swollen from being beaten, and she didn't know what to say. Be gentle, hiss. Bear with it. Yang Xi applied the medicine to him, changed the bandages, and said with a complicated expression, Classmate, you should stay here for a few days. It's okay, it's just a minor injury. I'm not scared at all. Jiang Yu grinned. The veins on Yang Xi's forehead throbbed. It's rare to go to the medical room right after entering the camp. I've never seen anyone go to the medical room twice in one day. Don't you see it now? Jiang Yu said with a smile. Was it really you who kept shouting next on the ring just now? That's outrageous. Have a good rest. Yang Xi's mouth twitched slightly and he walked outside. As soon as she went out, there was a few words at the door, and then the door opened again. Shimu and his group of 5 slowly entered the ward. Senior, Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. Jiang Yu. Shimu replied. Are you here to call me to task? Jiang Yu laughed, totally different from the way he was on the ring, standing there. He almost attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, he was lying there obediently, his whole body wrapped up like a mummy, which was actually a bit funny. Why are you calling me to task? Shimu looked at his injuries, and most of his resentment disappeared. He just wanted to laugh. You look seriously injured, so forget it. Several people pulled a chair and sat down beside the bed. I robbed your dormitory, and you still came to visit me. Jiang Yu was surprised. You've stepped on us and made a fool of yourself. Shimu smiled bitterly. That's okay. After all, there are more than just a few of us. There are dozens of others to keep you company, and we can still accept the embarrassment together. Don't worry, I'll get better in a few days and I'll take down the rest of them. Jiang Yu said, then you'll all be equal. You were trying to comfort us. Then you better get well soon and drive them out as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be unhappy. Several people couldn't help but laugh. Of course. Jiang Yu laughed. I say, how did you come up with the idea of challenging the entire building? Let me tell you, the strongest group hasn't even taken the stage today. I heard that I could bring my girlfriend back to the dormitory. I like quietness, so. Jiang Yu coughed lightly. Of course, this is definitely not the main reason. The main reason? I wanted to practice with someone. And there happened to be a rule about changing dormitories, so I just did it. 1 or 2 isn't enough, so I tried more. I wanted to see where my limit was. Unfortunately, I couldn't complete all the challenges in one go. My goodness, are you Jiang Yu himself? What about, I just want to be beaten down by everyone here, or beat down everyone here. You have no idea how crazy you were at that time. It's already very good. Shimu held it in for a long time before finally saying, this situation is basically unmatched. It seems that the freshmen of Baida University are about the same ability, right? The comprehensive qualities demonstrated by Jiang Yu make it hard not to doubt his current rank. Actually, there is nothing we can do about it. The situation in the special training camp is complicated, and Jiang Yu doesn't think he can hide forever. Then just make a splash. It's just the second level. Uncle Li's words, awaken early, are enough to help me solve all the problems. The key is that this is reasonable. The retired warrior became an uncle, got all the resources, awakened early, and spent an unknown number of years to reach the second level. That makes so much sense. Then you continue to rest. We won't disturb you. After they chatted for a few more sentences, Shimu stood up and prepared to leave. When he reached the door, he looked back at the young man lying on the bed. Suddenly, I had an inexplicable premonition in my heart. Ancient Demon Branch ability, Eyes of the Ancient Demon. This ability, which is at the highest level of judging, checking Jiang Yu, would actually backfire. It's indescribable. So I had to leave. Several instructors came one after another to investigate the situation, and Uncle Song and others also came over and were surprised. After chatting with Xiaoping for a long time, Jiang Yu saw that he still wanted to stay here, so he had to tell him to leave. It was near evening, when the sun was setting. After a day of hard work, I finally calmed down. However, the harvest was still very rich. When the light curtain was opened, a new ability appeared in the hunter ability list. Sharp intuition. As a natural hunter, you have a sharp intuition that allows you to detect potential dangers and make more correct judgments. The effect of 100 battles was gratifying. Not only did it greatly improve his actual combat ability, but it also opened up a new ability. It's not that strong, just a small ability, But who would complain about having too much ability? Come in, you have been guarding the door for a long time. Jiang You shouted as he swept his eyes across the light curtain. How did you know I was outside? Lu Yaoyao said with a lunchbox in her arms. You will definitely come, Jiang You said with a smile. Lu Yaoyao snorted softly. Just now I saw you guys were having a good time chatting. I went to the cafeteria to get you some food. Do you want to eat? Forget it, I'm not hungry now. Good. Putting the food on the table next to her, the girl took out the apple she had bought and asked, Want some apples? Half for each. The girl picked up the knife and gently peeled the skin. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window, casting a light golden glow on the girl who was standing beside the bed with her head slightly lowered. Don't you want to ask anything? Jiang You looked at her profile. You definitely don't have good words in your mouth. I'm putting that together to create a place for the two of us to live in, Jiang You explained. What do you mean by the two of us? It has nothing to do with me. The girl rolled her eyes and was not surprised at the answer at all. The rules should be similar for you girls, right? There should also be someone challenging the seniors. If that's the case, why bother? Just move in. I have a lot of empty rooms, and we can be neighbors. Eat your apple. Lu Yaoyao stuffed the cut apple into his mouth. Hey, be gentle, your mouth is broken. Time passes by little. It seems that Lu Yaoyao plans to stay here for one night to accompany him. When the night climbs up the sky, late at night, Lu Yaoyao has fallen asleep. Jiang You opened the light curtain for an unknown number of times. Shadow Hunter, at the end of the ability column, there is also a new ability, Shadow Field. Shadow Field. This is your field. This is the authority of Shadow. Shadow, the authority of Shadow? Jiang You looked at the mirror next to him. The self in the mirror had eyes that were gleaming with ink, and were definitely not just ordinary black. Looking closely, there seemed to be tiny black lines around the eye sockets. After staring for a few seconds, he quickly looked away, his thoughts racing. Hunter, a hunter, will give you a chance. You should work harder and grow up quickly. Why do I always feel like I'm not a good person? Chapter 78 Li Xuanguang. No one knows Jiang You better than me. So soft. Pinch. It is white, soft and elastic, and smells tempting. Wow, this is awesome too. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple moved as he swallowed his saliva. I couldn't help it anymore, so I bit it. Use gentle pressure with your teeth. A mouthful of oil. This bun tastes good. Jiang Yu nodded and wolfed it down. Little fatty, you are quite perceptive. You knew to bring breakfast for us. Yaoyao, get up. Jiang Yu turned his head and shouted. Lu Yaoyao was lying on the hospital bed next to him, sleeping soundly. After shouting several times, the girl's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly woke up. Wash your face, brush your teeth, and eat. Oh, the girl was not fully awake and was still a little confused. Jiang Yu was very excited when he saw this little appearance. If there weren't surveillance cameras in the ward, he would have had to stay in bed all night. Jiang Yu, the video of you and a lot of people fighting yesterday, was posted on the campus forum for the whole day. While eating breakfast, Lu Yuqiang gave a thumbs up and said, Jiang Yu, you are really famous this time. It's amazing. It's okay. Next time, remember not to make the round robin sound so weird. Jiang Yu stared at him for a few seconds. Have you gained weight again? As Lu Yuqiang said helplessly, yeah, this ability can't control the size at a low level. Let's eat more. It feels like you are heading straight for the 200-pound mark. Hey, Lu Yuqiang sighed, waved his hand and asked, I see everyone on the forum is guessing that you're already at level 2. Is that true? Really? Jiang Yu nodded. Wow, it's actually true. Keep a low profile. After all, awakening early is nothing to be proud of. I'm so envious. Lu Yuqiang sighed. The upper limit of his talent is level 2. Jiang Yu hasn't even learned much yet, but this is already his end point. Then you were injured several times before. Could it be that they were left behind when you went out to hunt alien species? Lu Yuqiang suddenly had an idea. Don't think too much. I'm just bullying the little alien species. Jiang Yu replied. Well, sooner or later you'll get yourself into this. Lu Yaoyao finished washing up, came out, and whispered in agreement. No, I'm very cautious. Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly. The clean water brushed my face, and a few strands of slightly wet hair hung down from the side. Even without any makeup, Lu Yaoyao's face looks very moist. She grabbed a bun, took small bites of it, and hummed at Jiang Yu's explanation. Has any instructor come to you to discuss your level 2 matter? Lu Yuqiang asked curiously. Yes, they came over yesterday and told me to recuperate first and talk about it after I'm well. Jiang Yu said helplessly. I don't know how the special training camp will arrange me now that I'm in the spotlight. I guess I may not train with you guys. Maybe I'll have to train with the sophomores. With the sophomores? This guess made Jiang Yu's eyes light up. Doesn't that mean I can have another round of fight with these brats? The top students in the freshman year are still a little bit behind. Many people who come to power cannot trigger 100 battles at all, and they need to waste their energy to beat others out. Without saying too much, if he continues training for half a month or a month, even if he fights against 100 people in a round-robin match, this group of top freshmen probably won't be his match. You know, if you count carefully, it has only been 2 months since he acquired the ability. He was rather slack in the first month, but started to exert his strength in the second month. With more time, Jiang You is confident that he can do better. But then again, 2 persons. One is that shadow becomes stronger, the other is that killing becomes stronger. Jiang You made a sad discovery that it seemed that the hunter was not a good thing. Well, let's take it one step at a time. A few people were chatting, and the sound of footsteps at the door was getting closer and closer. Looking along the river. Oh, they're all here. Song Qingan was sitting in a wheelchair, and Instructor Gu pushed him in. Instructor Song, Instructor Gu. Jiang You greeted. Don't be so distant, just call me uncle. Song Qingan's condition seemed to be slightly better than Jiang Yu's. At least he wasn't completely wrapped up like a mummy. Jiang boy, you are really something. You challenged 100 people alone and beat nearly 70 of them. I was watching the live broadcast in my room yesterday and almost jumped out of my bed. Is it because you're too passionate? Jiang You asked while eating a bun. No, because it's too embarrassing. The words next made me feel like I was in a bathhouse, and the bath attendant finished massaging a customer and then shouted loudly, "Who's next?" The expression on Jiang Yu's face froze. Yeah, it's a bit like a roadside stall, where the chef finishes cooking for the previous customer and then calls out, "Next one." Is it as exaggerated as you say? Jiang Yu's face turned dark. He was originally quite satisfied, but after hearing what they said, he really had the urge to dig his toes into the ground. Song Qingan laughed a few times, then straightened his face and said, "Xiao Yu, given your current condition, I don't think you will be able to follow the normal training. You should be prepared. It just so happens that we were still talking about this before you came, Uncle Song. I'm already prepared." Jiang Yu showed some eagerness to try. Well, should we train with the sophomores? Can we challenge them to a fight? Good job. What's wrong with you not beating up those dozens of people yesterday? Song Qingan and Gu Qi looked at each other. Whether you will train with the sophomores, the details still need to be discussed. Anyway, your special training content will definitely not be as simple as that of other students. Just fight if you want, Jiang Yu said. If you want to fight, it's not impossible. Song Qingan rolled his eyes and looked at Jiang Yu carefully. You are definitely better than ordinary students, but you are still too rough. If you meet someone of the same level with rich practical experience, you will most likely not be his opponent. Since you want to fight so much, then when you come back, I'll practice with you. Song Qingan, sitting in a wheelchair and wearing a hospital gown. Jiang Yu was sitting on the edge of the bed with bandages wrapped around his body. This scene is really strange. On the other hand, Song Qingan was right. Several instructors in the special training camp were indeed holding a meeting. Jiang Yu's file was placed in front of everyone's desk. Shin Song sat at the first seat, feeling quite helpless. Did you get through? He asked. Beep, beep, beep. The call is connected. Hello, came the magnetic voice of a middle-aged man. Hello, Inspector Li. I am the Deputy Chief Instructor of this Yunhai Special Training Camp, Shin Song. Oh, hello, what's going on? Did something happen to Jiang Yu? Did he hit someone? Have to. Although Li Xuanguang didn't know what happened, he guessed Jiang Yu directly and almost guessed what happened. Shin Song paused. On the first day of the camp, Jiang Yu challenged nearly 100 top freshmen from Yunhai University and defeated 68 of them in one go. Wow, good fellow. Shin Song was waiting for Li Xuanguang to continue speaking, but he fell silent after 4 words. Your nephew should be at the 2nd level, do you know? Shin Song had no choice but to ask again. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then Li Xuanguang spoke. I know. After all, he is my nephew, and he awakened before me. No one knows Jiang Yu better than me. Then what do you think is the most appropriate way to train him next? Shin Song had no doubts. Li Xuanguang didn't hesitate and said directly, this child is relatively weak in liberal arts, and he has to take classes on extraordinary history and basic knowledge like everyone else. It's about practical skills. Single practice is done. Chapter 79. The sun is losing blood. 2 days passed in a flash. Okay, the injury is almost healed. Yang Xiai approached with the report in his hand. Pack up and get ready to go. Tomorrow is Monday and classes will officially start. All right. Jiang Yu reluctantly sat up from the bed. Life has been really comfortable these days, with food coming to me and clothes provided for me. Just need to go to the toilet. It was also Jiang Yu's fault for being thin-skinned. He thought that Lu Yaoyao was just a little girl and would definitely be shy about such things. After all, The two of them haven't confirmed their relationship or anything. So after saying it 5 or 6 times, and seeing that the other party refused to agree, he stopped forcing it. Study hard when you get out, and don't fight with others again. The nurse spoke softly. Don't worry. After sending the nurse away, Jiang You lifted the quilt, stretched, and got out of bed. It was the time of the first rising of the sun, and the weather was just right. You can see the blue sky outside from the window. Help me peel a pear, Jiang You said, looking at the scenery outside the window. Do it yourself. Lu Yaoyao rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Okay. Once the injury heals, everything changes. Jiang You could only pick up a pear and eat it with resentment. You didn't peel or wash it. It's just right for a bowel movement. So it makes it easier for you to have diarrhea, right? Lu Yaoyao was convinced. How's your dormitory? Jiang You asked. We've almost settled down. Lu Yaoyao said. The building 21 you sent me back to last time is full of top freshman girls. I can't beat them yet. Let's talk about it later. Why bother? Stop. When this was mentioned, Lu Yaoyao's ears suddenly remembered Jiang Yu's constant whispers over the past 2 days. What? It's okay. There's so much space, you can live in any room you want. Come on, we have been neighbors for so many years, you don't trust me, do you? Really? I've always considered you my brother. We live close to each other, so it's convenient. Let's have hot pot together someday. With such patient persuasion, Lu Yaoyao was almost moved. If Jiang Yu hadn't pinched her face from time to time, she might have agreed. Do good brothers pinch their cheeks? This guy has no good intentions. Just thinking about it, Lu Yaoyao's earlobes felt hot, and she quickly interrupted Jiang Yu. It's not a big deal. How can you move in on the 3rd or 4th day after entering the camp? Do you have any shame? After all, the words came out of her mouth, and she suddenly felt something was wrong. Can't we stay in the camp for 3 or 4 days? Then just wait for half a month, right? As expected, Jiang Yu was amused. What I mean is, why bother? I can just call the girls' room for you. Isn't a single room more comfortable than a 4-person dormitory? What weird things are you talking about? That's the girls' dormitory. Can you get in? Lu Yaoyao was ashamed and angry. Well, forget it then. Jiang Yu yawned. Looks like I'll have to live alone in building 1. Oh no, not alone either. Why do you still want a few more people? I knew he was joking with me sincerely, but it just didn't make me feel good. That's too much. The more Lu Yaoyao thought about it, the angrier she became, and the angrier she became, the more she wanted to beat someone up. Jiang Yu had his back to her, stretching lazily in front of the window. Damn guy, I'll screw you. Lu Yaoyao couldn't bear it any longer and kicked Jiang Yu on the butt. Bang. Oh my god. His face made intimate contact with the window. What are you doing? Jiang Yu covered his butt and turned around, looking angry. I meant that building 1 was not completely taken down, and there are still residents on the other floors. I'm not the only one in the building. Why did you kick me in the butt? Lu Yaoyao was choked with speech. I'd love to, she hummed. Go out. I'm going to change my clothes. Jiang Yu looked resentful. Bah. Lu Yaoyao sat down on the chair and ignored him. Go to the bathroom and change yourself. She is no longer the Yaoyao who took good care of us when she was injured. The world is going downhill. Take off your hospital gown and change your clothes. After packing up, the two walked towards building 1. Soon, we arrived downstairs. Let's go up together? Jiang Yu asked. No. Lu Yaoyao refused immediately. Give me some face. Give me some face. Jiang Yu used coaxing and deceiving methods and finally tricked her into going upstairs. The suitcase was still in Mu's dormitory. There are 20 dormitories on the 6th floor, all of which have been moved out. Having challenged more than 60 people in one go, it stands to reason that the special training camp should give him at least 3 floors. In fact, only this layer is given. According to the special training camp, it doesn't matter if they are given the 3rd floor. There will only be 40 rooms left by then, which is just the right time to stimulate the freshmen and get them to compete. Who would have thought that when Lu Nanfeng called over via video, the face on the other end of the screen turned as black as charcoal? The 40-year-old father tried hard to hold back the urge to stab him through the screen. Jiang Yu, you are still young. Uncle Lu, I don't understand. Living on 3 floors is totally unnecessary. I just want to be quiet, Uncle Lu. You don't want. Well, I don't feel comfortable in the special training camp. I'm so happy you're not feeling well. The two sides continued to bargain, and finally reluctantly gave an entire floor. This one, please. Jiang Yu randomly picked a room and entered carrying his luggage. The rooms are all similar, so choose one that faces south, as there isn't much that needs to be tidied up. It didn't take too long to put all the items in order. Is everything all right? I'll go back now. Hey, don't leave in such a hurry. Jiang Yu turned around and ran in front of her. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Yaoyao took a half step back, feeling anxious. Let's chat for a while. Lu Yaoyao didn't respond, just stared at him. This girl is not shy? Jiang Yu was stunned. Wrong. It seemed that her gaze was not directed at herself, but at, behind herself. The newly acquired, sharp intuition gradually took effect, and Jiang Yu could feel the hairs on his body standing up uncontrollably. There is murderous intent. Could it be a different species? His eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned with lightning speed, swinging his right elbow heavily. Then when it was about to arrive, it stopped. The strong wind blew the other person's hair slightly and stopped at the temple. Jiang Yu's expression gradually became awkward. The other person slowly untied the belt around his waist. This is not good. Jiang Yu forced a smile. I don't think the injury is serious enough. Can you please not use the iron end? No. Uncle Lu, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. It hurts. Building 1 was particularly noisy that morning. Hiss, it hurts. So cruel. It's really cruel. He probably knows that he is at level 2 and can take a beating. Lu Nanfeng's strength this time was much greater than before. My butt was completely broken and it hurt when I touched it. Jiang Yu reluctantly took the medicine for himself. If I really didn't want to go through all the trouble, I would probably have to go to the infirmary again. He couldn't stop sighing as he lay on the bed to slow his hips down. The special training camp is about to start formal training. Many questions about the extraordinary can probably be answered here. He opened the basic supernatural manual distributed to everyone in the special training camp. What is the extraordinary? What is the source of the extraordinary power? Our world. 100 years of struggle. What is the abyss? When will this war of aggression end? The manual gives many questions. Basically, no answer was given. I will go to class tomorrow, but I wonder if I can learn anything. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. A glimpse of the world has already been revealed to him, and he doesn't know what the rest of the world will look like. He thought everything was bad enough, but now it seems that it could be worse. Jiang Yu looked up at the sky. Above the endless sky, there is tomorrow hanging in the air. In 2 days, its health dropped from 80% to 73%. The sun in the sky. Losing blood. Chapter 80. We are under invasion. Does the sun also have a period? Obviously, this is unlikely. Why is there blood loss? This question is beyond Jiang Yu's understanding. Even if he knew the reason for the blood loss, it seemed like he couldn't do anything. If anything goes wrong with such a huge celestial body hanging in the sky, it would not be the turn of a second-level brat like him to deal with it. The unusual changes in the sun probably happened in the last 1 or 2 days. The health volume dropped in 3 stages, 1 step at a time, and finally stopped at 73%. During this process, Jiang Yu could vaguely sense the changes in the shadows. It's hard to say. Maybe my status as a Shadow 1 is far from high enough. I just feel something is a little strange in my body. If it was a high-level extraordinary person, perhaps he would notice something? Anyway, the health volume has dropped by nearly 7%, and the night watchman will definitely find out. The abyss, the person, the shadow layer. This world is quite complex. Under such external invasion, the Great Zhou, a technological society, developed extraordinary powers from scratch and survived for 100 years. It is quite something. He stared at the sun for a few seconds, until his eyes felt a little painful from burning, and then he looked away. By the way, why did Uncle Lu come here? As the Yunhai patrolman, he came to see how the special training camp was going and to take a look at himself, but he happened to see this scene in the dormitory building? Seems reasonable. Or, is there another possibility that Uncle Lu is the instructor of the special training camp? Hiss. Jiang Yu took a breath of cold air. As a patrol officer, he is already a top-level figure among the second-level night patrol officers. To be frank, Uncle Lu can be considered as one of the leaders of the Yunhai gathering place. He is usually very busy and is away from home 5 out of 10 days. During the 5 days when he is at home, if the night watchman calls, he has to get up in the middle of the night to work. As a dignified inspector, he is even worse off than a corporate slave. Sometimes Jiang Yu even felt sorry for Uncle Lu. Although he holds great power and a high position, he cannot relax all day long. So Jiang Yu often advised him to rent a house near the night watch office to save himself from running back and forth. He would help take care of Lu Yaoyao. I don't know why, but every time I talk about this, Uncle Lu gets angry with me and tries to look for the belt everywhere. Maybe it's because the area near the night watch is expensive and renting a house is not cheap. Jiang Yu rubbed his butt. It felt burning painfully. Uncle Lu is really cruel. Ding dong. There was a beep from the phone next to me. My dad was too harsh. The girl is kind enough to send me a message to ask. Jiang Yu typed a reply. Your father really beat me to death. Isn't he afraid of beating me to death? Who told you not to be honest? Lu Yaoyao replied. We were just chatting normally, and he came in and slapped me, crying. My dad told me not to look for you. It's okay. I'll find you then. Liu Yaoyao was already used to this guy's shamelessness and ignored him. He said that when you can beat him, he will stop targeting you. My goodness, my dad has very high requirements. How strong is your father? Jiang You asked. Have no idea. Liu Yaoyao typed slowly. It seems that he was a candidate for a general, but later he was injured and retired as a patrol officer. Question mark. Jiang You directly added a question mark. Candidate for war general? The strongest candidate in the whole Dezhou, right? You are amazing. Zhang Yoji rubbed his teeth. Uncle Lu's injuries were most likely serious. No matter how glorious he once was, he was now just an old uncle. Let's set a small goal first. Wait until Uncle Lu is over 50 years old, and then beat him up. Jiang Yu silently wrote it down in the memo. After chatting with Liu Yaoyao, his mind moved slightly, and his figure disappeared on the bed. In the shadow layer, a thick shadow swept over. Male sign. Jiang Yu closed his eyes comfortably. Strands of shadows were woven like silk threads, climbing up from under the feet until they completely wrapped around the body. Every time he returned to the shadow layer, he would be intoxicated by the exhilarating feeling of being like a dragon swimming into the sea. This feeling becomes more obvious especially after one's status is elevated to the level of Shadow Hunter. The ability is evil in nature, but it is really useful. He turned over and rushed out from the balcony, running upwards to the top of the dormitory building. The training camp had a huge space, so he didn't wander around. He opened the simple folding bed he brought with him, lay down on it, and then opened the D-Gang crosstalk collection that he had downloaded in advance. Listen to crosstalk while sleeping to protect your butt. The first class is actually a big class. There are so many people. History of the Extraordinary should be about the history of the present-day extraordinary. It's quite interesting. After all, the history we have learned rarely involves the extraordinary. I'm looking forward to it. The Night Watch is so powerful. I wonder how glorious the history will be. Teaching building, large classroom. There were more than 300 people, and they were not divided into classes, but sat randomly. The first row was empty, but the back row was packed. Even before entering university, I already feel like I'm in college. The entire large lecture hall was filled with people at a glance. In front of everyone, there is half a large screen and the remaining half a blackboard. The first slide was displayed on the screen. The background is not complicated, just a lonely blue planet in the vast universe. The stars around emit faint light. It would be fine if this light was not turned on. On the contrary, it is these wisps of light that make the planet look even more lonely, as if it was enveloped by endless darkness. But this blue planet is not that blue. There are black lines on it, as if a huge net is stretched out to hold it tightly and firmly in place. There are no other words, and the picture is not complicated, but the composition and color are very exquisite. The feeling of confinement seemed to penetrate the screen, making people feel depressed. The noise in the classroom was not loud. Everyone sat in rows of 2 or 3, glancing at the screen from time to time, and then looking away. After a while, a teacher with gray hair and a thick book in his hand walked into the classroom. His hair was neatly groomed, his face had some wrinkles, and he looked to be in his 50s. His presence made the already not-so-noisy classroom even quieter. The whole person stood there. Although his body looked a little thin, he had a very capable spirit. Putting the book down, he operated a few times on the podium. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave spread out in all directions, like a breeze blowing on the face. Then the soothing music gradually flowed like water under a bridge. Jiang Yu straightened his expression. The teacher put his hands in front of him and finally raised his head to look at everyone. My last name is Su Jianyang, and I'm your teacher of supernatural history. Supernormal history is a course that records all the major events since the Great Cataclysm. It is a brand new course for everyone. This process may challenge your original 3 perspectives, but please don't despair. The words fell. The light around gradually dimmed. Jiang Yu's dark pupils reflected the images on the big screen. It was an overhead shot. The shot must be taken from at least hundreds or thousands of meters above the ground. The concrete ground is full of cracks, and the reinforced concrete buildings are leaning to one side or the other. This is a city that has experienced war. In the millennium, alien species came. Our world is beginning to be invaded. Chapter 81. We have no way out. There is no extra introduction, and the reason is explained in a few words. Then, get into the topic. Su Jianyang spoke slowly. Initially, no one knew where they came from. They just thought they were unknown species that appeared somewhere. The unique body structure of the alien species, as well as the pollution it emits all the time, seemed to have opened the door to a new world, driving the world crazy. It was not until half a month later that the first crack in the abyss opened. There are no particularly powerful alien species. The ones that exist are only Tier 2 alien species that seem insignificant right now. As if they had planned it out in advance, cracks appeared simultaneously in various countries, a total of 36 cracks. The aliens are not that strong. They are first-level aliens. Ordinary bullets and artillery fire are enough to easily tear their bodies apart. But the terrifying thing about the alien species is not its strength, but the price of killing it. The tone of voice deliberately emphasized the word price. Su Jinyang picked up the chalk, turned around, and wrote these 2 words on the blackboard. Anyone who kills an alien species will have to pay a price, and that price is the unique contamination of the alien species' body. In that era before the birth of the transcendent, even killing the weakest first-order alien species could result in costs such as hand tremors, heart palpitations, shortness of breath, and tinnitus. More serious cases include broken bones, temporary blindness, sensory confusion. On the battlefield, any of these costs can be fatal. As humans, we can only reduce the cost, but we can never exempt ourselves from it. That is to say, even if a 5th-level strongest person faces tens of millions of first-level alien species, even if he can kill tens of millions of alien species by himself, he will be seriously injured or even die in the face of the accumulated costs. Jiang You stared at the figure on the stage in a daze. However, after people discovered this rule, they tried to use heavy weapons to suppress the enemy from a long distance. The cost of a 1st or 2nd-level alien species is not enough to be inflicted on a person across such a long distance. Our world is still relatively stable for the time being. But as the number of cracks increased, the pollution in the world gradually increased, and the world changed dramatically without anyone noticing. Compared to humans, animals and plants are more susceptible to pollution and alienation, and the wild is no longer safe. On New Year's Day of the 2nd year of the new era, the northern capital and the southern capital announced that they would start building large gathering places and plan to gather residents of surrounding towns and cities into the gathering places in batches. In the 5th year of the new era, people tried to enter the abyss, and the mortality rate was as high as 97%. It was also the first time that the Great Zhou learned about the existence of forbidden objects. Relying on forbidden items, he entered the 2nd stage and fought against alien species. The Great Zhou dynasty set off a wave of forbidden items. However, at this point in time, Qi Ling awakened, and his path to transcendence was still ignorantly stuck at the 1st stage, unable to advance. In the same year, 15 small countries declared their extinction. No one is immune to this global crisis. In the 8th year of the new era, relying on forbidden objects, the upper limit of the extraordinary level was further raised, and the defense line of the gathering place became more and more solid. And this group of people who became stronger through forbidden objects believed that they had found the right direction, and thus it was the dawn of the Great Zhou. In the 10th year of the new era, the conventional extraordinary route, which is now the mainstream extraordinary route, has finally found a way to advance to the 2nd level. In the same year, the Baida Shouwang gathering place and the Nandu Liming gathering place were officially established and completed, becoming the only 2 first-level gathering places in the Great Zhou. And in the next 5 years, various gathering places were established accordingly. Nandu Liming, a first-level gathering place? There's something wrong with this. Isn't the Nandu mentioned in the textbooks a 2nd-level gathering place? Level 1 and Level 2. 2 different perceptions kept impacting everyone's thoughts in their minds, causing everyone's expressions to change constantly. The content recorded in history textbooks mainly focuses on ancient times, and as for the modern history of the past 100 years, if all the content learned throughout the junior high and high school study career is put together, it can probably only fill up half a history book. It basically tells the story of the Great Famine, Great Struggle, and Great Migration under the impact of alien species. The territory of the Great Zhou was too vast, and the small cities could not be defended, so they had to unite and establish gathering places. This also leads to the various gathering places being more dispersed. As the alien species became stronger and stronger, in order to unite and prevent themselves from being defeated one by the alien species, the 1st, 2nd, and several consecutive Great Migrations occurred. Finally, they gathered in the north and formed a northern defense line. These are the history that everyone learns. Jiang You naturally knew this history, but ever since he saw the dotted map in Uncle Lu's room last time, he was not sure how much of this history was true and how much was false. The images on the screen continue to change. A map appeared, and red dots lit up on the map. Baidu, Qingyang, Mai, Atai, Xingho, Linen, Winter, Changyang, Nandu, Tianfu. 10 first-level gathering places scattered across the Great Zhou. 10 first-level gathering places? Where do so many come from? Everyone frowned and listened attentively. Some people even had some scary thoughts in their minds. Teacher, why are these different from the history we learned? A student in the front row asked. Su Jianyang did not choose to answer. Continue to explain on your own. In the 20th year of the new era, the first third-order alien species appeared. When it first appeared, it brought with it a wave of third-order alien species. Ordinary artillery fire was unable to resist. The Nandu gathering place paid a heavy price and destroyed the wave of alien species. In the 30th year of the new era, the first special species appeared. Its strength far exceeded that of its peers. It led an army of alien species and besieged the Mai gathering place. The distance was too close to use nuclear weapons. Then what? Everyone pricked up their ears. Su Jianyang paused for a few seconds and said, "This is the first time that a level 1 gathering place has been destroyed." The classroom suddenly fell silent. Only the soothing music coming from the podium always lingers in my ears, calming the negative emotions that are about to arise. Giving everyone about 10 seconds to buffer, Su Jianyang spoke again. But this time, as soon as he opened his mouth, the content that followed was so overwhelming that everyone was overwhelmed. In the 40th year of the new era, the first fourth-order alien species appeared. During the nuclear explosion, an alien species mutated and walked out of the explosion. Then, the Atai gathering place was destroyed. In the 50th year of the new era, Tianfu and the surrounding settlements were facing the threat of abyssal cracks and alien species. They were in imminent danger, and the first large-scale migration in history occurred. Hundreds of millions of people, less than 1 million, survived. The huge numbers are like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. But it's not over yet. It's far from over. In the 60th year of the new era, the southwest and northwest of the Great Zhou dynasty have completely become occupied areas and a holy place for alien species to revel. In the 70th year of the new era, the aliens are heading north. If the Linen gathering place is lost, the aliens will directly threaten the north. Thus, the second great migration in history occurred, but this time, the extraordinary people did not retreat. 100,000 young men will die together to save the vast land of Great Zhou. We refused to let the aliens go for thousands of miles, and from then on we were separated from the north and the south. In the same year, the Nandu settlement attempted to relocate, but the route was blocked by a deep crack, so the move was temporarily shelved. Fight, surrender, seek peace, retreat. After decades of fighting, it seems that ceding territory and retreating to the north might have been the best option. As a result, the scale of the settlement was so large that any migration would be disastrous. But no one knows whether constantly giving in will really lead to a better outcome. The extraordinary people are becoming stronger and stronger, but the cracks are widening, and the alien species entering the Great Zhou are becoming stronger and stronger. The southern capital is trapped and unable to make any move. We finally plan to gather strength, abandon the gathering place, and migrate north. In the 75th year of the new era, a fifth-order special species appeared and shattered the dawn of the Great Zhou. The classroom was almost dead silent, and you could hear a pin drop. The screen image moves slowly. From aerial photos, the vast land is devastated. The third great migration was a heavy loss, and we completely lost the south. This war has lasted for 100 years. We have made some mistakes and taken some detours. Extraordinary Night Watchman. It is a safe haven for most people and a beacon that dispels darkness. In this century of history, there were men, women, elders, and young people, all at a loss in the darkness. There is no light in front of me, and there is a vast white fog behind me. No one knows what the future holds. Su Jianyang, with half-white hair, glanced at everyone. Confused, terrified, bewildered, afraid, and desperate. He saw all kinds of emotions. There was only a young man with shaggy black hair who looked at him with a look of confusion. Su Jianyang's gaze stayed on him for a moment and then looked away. Overcoming despair is a problem that every extraordinary person must face. This is aggression and war. We have shed enough blood. I'm sorry to have to say this in your first formal transcendental class. But I have to say, we have no way out. Chapter 82. What is extraordinary? It was not until the light around returned to normal and the soothing music gradually faded away that everyone came to their senses. Su Jianyang's content was not very detailed. He barely mentioned any details about the catastrophe that occurred a century ago, and only described the approximate timeline. Before the cataclysm, everything was developing well, until 30 years after the cataclysm, when the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Almost every 10 years, something unexpected happens at a first-level gathering place. Just a few words like the gathering place was destroyed may mean the deaths of millions of people in the long river of history. The West is gone. The Southwest is gone. Then the entire South fell completely. In the empty city, from the aerial photos, you can see countless alien species jumping and shuttling around in the city. Steel armor, a massive army, and a tsunami of alien species coming towards them. The earth shook and the mountains trembled, silently and magnificently. There is no deliberate exaggeration like in the movies. Just releasing the footage like this, the scene that seems like a real record, is heroic enough. When everything is over, the screen freezes on a map. That is the national border that is like a mighty army. At this time, he had lost most of his body. This map is not only small, but also has sparse markings. It is completely different from what everyone originally learned. It's more like, the Great Zhou was driven to the northern part, huddled up and barely surviving. Is this the real Zhou? So many people have died. Can we be a match for the aliens? Everyone discussed in low voices, becoming more and more desperate. No wonder Su Jianyang said before the class started, "It may impact your original 3 views. Please don't despair." But who can remain completely calm in this situation? They are flowers grown in a greenhouse, and the education they receive all day long is how powerful the Night Watch is. The aliens were killed by powerful supernatural beings. XXX technology has made a breakthrough, and our lives have become more stable and happy. That's great, it's all fake. There is not a single true word. What alien species are losing ground? It's clearly the Great Zhou that is losing ground. The more vulnerable students already had cold hands and feet and looked pessimistic. Breaking free from the constraints of the body is the inevitable pursuit of every living thing. Step into the extraordinary, master the power, and everything will be fine as expected. But now it seems that everything is not as I imagined. So this is the history of the Great Zhou. Lu Yaoyao pursed her lips. Her complexion was only slightly better than that of other classmates. Lu Nanfeng had given her some information in advance, but it was all within an acceptable range, mostly in the form of various introductions and definitions. For example, what is a different species? What is a supernatural being? How can a supernatural being become stronger? Few contents are as despairing as what Su Jianyang said. Jiang You. The girl looked at him subconsciously. I'm here. Jiang Yu wrapped her hand around hers, squeezed it, and tried to comfort her. Let's not sit in the classroom anymore. Let's go out and get some fresh air. The class ends here, and the next class is still an hour away. This class is not very long, normally about an hour and a half. It was just over an hour when Su Jianyang finished speaking with the PPT, packed up his books and left. Really, not late at all. Hundreds of people were left in the classroom, talking to each other, and the more they talked, the more desperate they became. The old man doesn't care at all. The two left the teaching building and took a slow walk along the forest path near the building. The sound of birds singing and flowers blooming eased Lu Yaoyao's mood a little. I only knew that the situation in the Great Zhou was rather serious, but I didn't expect there was such a layer of history. She sighed. You're better than me. I used to be so foolish as to think the world was a beautiful place. Jiang Yu also sighed. As the two of them walked, his eyes narrowed slightly. In this small garden corridor, you can see couples walking in groups of 3 or 4, or sitting side by side. Su Jianyang, who was like an old cadre, found a corner with a book in his arms and sat on the horizontal bar for people to rest. He opened the book and read it carefully. It's not a complicated book, with a few big words on the cover. Age of the Great Cataclysm. It should be a book that records the history of the Great Catastrophe in more detail. Jiang Yu. Lu Yaya was puzzled. Wait a moment while I get down. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and walked up. The old cadre was flipping through the books gently. Masawa paper makes people feel his full concentration. Hello, Teacher Su. I am Jiang Yu. After waiting for a few seconds, Jiang Yu couldn't help but speak. After waiting for a few seconds, Su Jianyang responded. I know you. You fought more than 60 freshmen in one go the other day. The old cadre continued reading. He seemed unaware of Jiang Yu's presence and continued flipping through the book, but he did not seem surprised at Jiang Yu's words. After saying this sentence, he stopped talking. This old man. Jiang Yu had no choice but to speak up and directly ask the question in his mind. Teacher Su, I have a question. Why did you choose to talk about these contents in the first class? What contents? Su Jianyang asked. The alien species invaded, the city fell, and the Great Zhou was defeated step by step, like a dog that had lost its home. He sacrificed himself bravely and died heroically. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice. Oh, is it wrong to say this? Su Jianyang finally raised his head. Then what do you think I should say? It's not wrong. Jiang Yu looked back and saw Lu Yaoyao, who was sitting on a crossbar not far away, with her hands entwined together, looking over here. She sat quietly, and despite trying hard to hide the sadness between her brows, she could not completely eliminate it. Jiang You turned his head and said, "But I think it is not appropriate to let the students face such a cruel reality without any preparation." That scene was shocking. Not to mention a group of prospective college students. Even adults with more mature minds would find it hard to accept it. Besides, most of us don't even have any idea of supernatural powers, so how can we face such responsibilities directly? It's too heavy, so heavy that it makes people want to escape. I don't think this class will make people develop a sense of responsibility and then become passionate about defending their country. On the contrary, when the gap is so huge and hopeless, how can people be motivated to fight? Despair will drag people into the abyss. This was something Jiang You knew before, and it was written in the camp manual, something everyone knew. In this world, excessive despair will lead to all kinds of bad consequences. Jiang You is not familiar with the extraordinary history and is not opposed to revealing the true history to his students. But pouring it out like garbage directly exceeds the psychological threshold. Is this teaching students or poisoning them? Jiang You looked at the old man in front of him. Are you Li Xuanguang's nephew? Su Jinyang listened to his words silently and did not rush to refute. Yes. Jiang You nodded. You are young and have some ideas of your own. Su Jinyang smiled a little. It's better to feel despair. Jiang You frowned. It is better to be in despair now and figure it out in the future than to be in despair when you are older because you cannot see the way forward. He lowered his head and started reading the book again. Is this reason too far-fetched? Can't we take it step by step, even if it takes 1 or 2 months to slowly accept the facts and adjust our mindset? To be honest, even after reading those contents, he was overwhelmed by the oncoming righteousness, sacrifice, and despair, even to the point of giving rise to a sense of escape. Do you know what is extraordinary? Suddenly, Su Jinyang asked. Jiang You responded in silence. Is the first awakening enough to be called extraordinary? Su Jinyang asked, and then said, although you are already at the second level, forgive me for being frank, you are far from being extraordinary now. The first stage of spiritual awakening, the first embracing of abilities, is the first glimpse of the path. The second stage of alienation is the most dangerous. The old man spoke again at this time. Pollution makes the body inhuman. Falling into a well, falling into a ravine, 100-foot-high cliff, hanging wall and corridor bridge, it is like walking on thin ice. Only those who have resisted alienation, climbed out of the deep well, and crossed the towering bridge can be extraordinary. Let me ask you, you are already at the second level. Have you ever seen the well in your heart? Have you ever seen the covered bridge in front of you? The so-called extraordinary is the self-denial and world doubt in thousands of days and nights, and the search for self in countless darkness, and jumping out of the ice under the suffocation and ups and downs. The abyss is coming, alien species are invading, and the extraordinary will not retreat. Young man, are you puzzled by my telling the truth about the world to the public? Or are you angry that you have to face such a heavy responsibility imposed on you at your prime age? Jiang You stood there in a daze. Being extraordinary is not just about being brave and heroic. You don't need to be confused or anything like that. The old man closed the book, stood up slowly, and walked out. Jiang You, the former nephew of General Li Zhan, you are obviously not ready to become an extraordinary person now. After saying that, he walked out. After taking a few steps, he stopped. He turned around, and his eyes met Jiang Yu's. Finally, do you really think that what I am telling you is the true history? Then he left completely, leaving Jiang You confused and at a loss. Chapter 83 Solo Training. Jiang You, are you okay? Lu Yaoyao poked him. Ever since he finished chatting with the old man, he has been a little dazed. The second class was still held in the same classroom, with the same group of people, but with a younger teacher, and the course he taught was the foundation of supernormal. Supernormal is a collection of pollution. Well, it sounds bad to say this, but it is true. When pollution enters a person's body, it eventually forms a power with a personal imprint. For example, if one's ability is flame, then when pollution enters the body, you can call it a fire point or a flame point. It's up to you to call it whatever you want. And the source of extraordinary power is actually the alien species. Flame species, bone species, pupil species, blood species, feather species, ancient demon species. In short, there are countless species. Hunting alien species of the same lineage as yourself will incur a lower price, and you can absorb the pollution left by the dead alien species and use it for your own benefit. This is a relatively common way to become stronger. The teacher on the stage was explaining incessantly. Lu Yaoyao didn't want to listen. Did Teacher Su scold you? Lu Yaoyao asked cautiously, afraid of attracting the attention of the teacher on the stage. No. Jiang Yu shook his head. Then what's wrong with you? Lu Yaoyao was puzzled. I just struggle with, never mind. In short, I'm broken. Huh. The girl was confused. Yaoyao, I've broken through the defense. Jiang Yu let out a sigh. What happened? Jiang Yu kept sighing, which made the girl frown and, more importantly, confused. The waters of this world are very deep, and I cannot grasp them. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The girl, who had just been embarrassed by the truth about the great Zhou, began to comfort him instead. All right. Jiang Yu clenched his palms and tried to calm down. Lu Yaoyao, who was holding a mobile phone in both hands and taking pictures of the contents on the blackboard, suddenly froze. Then her face turned red, and she turned her head with a pair of eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. My legs are fat, it's time to lose weight. Jiang Yu acted as if nothing had happened. This bastard. Lu Yaoyao gritted her teeth. The class ended quickly, and the first day of the camp was halfway done. In the afternoon, there are practical classes that students are most looking forward to. After acquiring the ability for such a long time, those who were brave enough used their abilities, but because there was too little pollution in their bodies, they couldn't even fart and became powerless. Those who were less courageous did not dare to use their abilities for fear of accidents. After waiting for so many days, it is finally time to enter the practical course. Soon after lunch, he tricked Lu Yaoyao into building number 1 under the pretext of taking a walk. After a nap and solving his thirst problem, Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao, who had a red face and wanted to kill someone, went to playground number 1. To be honest, Jiang Yu initially thought that he had to go to the special training ground he had seen before for some practical class, but he didn't expect to end up in such a regular place. When the two of them arrived, many students had already gathered on the playground, in groups of 3 or 5, mostly in classes. When the special training camp is divided into classes, the students' talents and abilities are taken into consideration. It's not that we discriminate against those who are not talented, but there is indeed a huge gap. The training intensity of those with extremely high talents is so intense that ordinary people cannot keep up, so they have to be divided into classes. Ordinary students have different IQs and natural talent gaps, which are even more cruel in the extraordinary world. The first few classes were filled with the most talented students. It was a pity that Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao were not assigned to the same class. We can barely sit together in large classes, but there is no chance of attending individual classes on weekdays. Jiang Yu guessed that Lu Nanfeng was behind this to some extent. The playground was crowded with people, and Lu Yaoyao quickly returned to her class 3. Brother Jiang, how are you and your sister-in-law doing lately? A voice sounded from the side. Turning around, a handsome young man came into view. Zhou Hao, the unlucky guy who entered the shadow field and was implicated. Go aside. What sister-in-law or not? We are just good brothers. Jiang Yu said. I understand. Zhou Hao laughed. Brother Jiang, with your strength, do you still need to train with us? It seems unnecessary. An instructor contacted me before and said there would be arrangements, but there has been no movement in the past few days. I don't know what it means. Jiang Yu looked around. In the huge playground, instructors wearing special combat uniforms have already entered. A whistle sounded and quickly spread to all directions through the loudspeaker in the playground. The playground, which was originally a bit noisy, became quiet in a very short time, and everyone stood in an orderly manner. There were more than 40 instructors in total, standing in front of the podium in the large playground. The broadcast sounded. Hello, students. The practical courses will be provided by the instructors and deputy instructors of each class. The practical combat and application of abilities will be an important part of the college entrance examination in half a year. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Now, instructors, listen to my orders. Arrive. 40 instructors shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the entire playground. Go to your respective classes and start training. Yes. Then 40 people ran together and rushed towards their own class camps. After a while, an instructor with very dark skin and slightly thin figure came to class 1. Stand at attention. Everyone was looking at him curiously when a sudden loud roar startled everyone. The smell of evil and blood was overwhelming. Just by hearing this shout, Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and his sharp intuition reacted immediately. These instructors are all ruthless people. Just stand there. The instructor didn't say anything, just left this sentence lightly. Not only him, but instructors from other camps were the same. He roared once, and then there was no other response. However, after just a few shouts, the effect was incredibly good and the entire playground became very quiet. Almost no one made a sound. The reason was simple. An indescribable murderous intent enveloped the body, as if piercing into the skin and scraping the spine, making it difficult to breathe. What ability is this? The instructors stood motionless, and the murderous intent seemed to form a net that firmly locked everyone present. Is it a forbidden item? Or special abilities? No, that's not right. Jiang Yu suddenly recalled the day when he rescued the kid in the shadow layer and encountered the fireball covered in flames. Taking advantage of the ability to freely travel through the shadow layer, Jiang Yu and his opponent fought fiercely. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly slashed with his knife, locking onto him tightly, leaving him with no way to escape. A chilling murderous intent swept through his body, which was somewhat similar to the current scene. However, in comparison, the feeling of being locked in was far less fatal than it was then, and it was enough for him to break free if he wanted to. 1 second, 2 seconds. 10 minutes passed. 15 minutes passed. In this state, the difficulty of standing at attention has increased many times. In just a moment, everyone's backs were completely wet. Finally, after 20 minutes, a whistle sounded and the murderous intent disappeared. Rest. Everyone fell to the ground as if they had been pardoned. Jiang Yu is at level 2 after all, and his physical fitness is not comparable to that of ordinary people. After sweating a little, he feels okay. Oh my God, why is it that this military training feeling is getting stronger and stronger? I took out the water I had brought with me and drank it down gulps, feeling much better. Good physique. The instructor next to him looked at Jiang Yu. In the field, Jiang Yu should be one of the few people still standing besides the instructor. Instructor, would you like one? Jiang Yu touched his pocket. The instructor was silent for a moment. I don't eat candy. Good job. What if the news that I chew candy every day gets out? He put it in his mouth himself. I looked up and saw a familiar figure approaching. How's it going here? Song Qinggan was wearing a dark blue special combat uniform, looking very imposing. Report. Everything is normal. The instructor stood at attention and reported. Okay. Song Qinggan looked at Jiang Yu. Okay, come with me. You don't have to practice with them. Oh, so good? Enjoy the river cruise. Okay, here I come. He kept up with the other person. Uncle Song, what was that just now? Suddenly, I felt my whole body tense up. Momentum. Song Qingyan answered casually. The skills that must be mastered to learn extraordinary skills. What is a super skill? The skills of a transcendent. Nonsense. Jiang Yu was speechless. The two of them walked slowly forward, and seeing that they had almost reached the center of the playground, Jiang Yu was a little confused. Uncle Song, where are we going? We're here. Song Qingyan stopped. Are we there yet? Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. The two of them have arrived at the center of the entire playground. What are you doing? His Adam's apple rose. Song Qingyan showed a brilliant, devil, and rotten ghost smile. Spit out 2 words. Practice alone. Chapter 84 Experience Baby Song Qinggan. Practice alone. Solo practice? Practice alone. Jiang Yu had considered this option before. Training with sophomores? I am far behind in basic theoretical knowledge in all aspects. No need for training? What's the point of the training camp? After much thought, maybe there will be some strong seniors or instructors who can come and practice with me and provide one-on-one guidance. He didn't expect that Song Qingyan, who looked like a small leader among the instructors, would seek out him for solo training. And there are people all around the playground. They are resting there. Why are you calling me over to practice alone? What can I do when I have nothing to do while resting? Naturally, I looked towards the center of the playground. Jiang Yu was keenly aware of a number of gazes being cast upon him. Uncle Song, this is not a good idea with so many people watching us. He forced a smile. What are you afraid of? You can just set a good example for them to follow. Song Qinggan laughed heartily, but to Jiang Yu, this smile seemed a little impatient. In previous years, during demonstrations, juniors and seniors or other instructors would serve as combatants. He continued, but they have actually all gone through years of practice, so even when they are doing false demonstrations, they don't really look like they are doing it. It's rare to find a student who has enough extraordinary rank but completely insufficient fighting skills. Song Qinggan tapped his chin towards Jiang Yu and said, Anyway, attack with all your strength. Let me see your condition. All right. Originally, Jiang Yu was fighting a life and death battle with the alien species, relying entirely on recklessness. Later, after killing more people, I gained some experience. After obtaining 100 battles and summarizing his experience, he still didn't know what level he was at now. In short, it is definitely stronger than before. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, and after a few deep breaths, he mobilized the strength in his body. Song Qinggan's originally nonchalant expression became a little more serious. His brows wrinkled slightly. This kid, why does it feel different from that day when we were fighting in the ring? Without thinking too much, there was a bang and the lawn exploded. Jiang Yu's figure flashed, and he stepped forward in an instant. The body adjusts its posture in the air, and then the waist drives the whole body to exert force, and the right leg is like a heavy whip, banging down. This is not a simple movement. It requires a lot of body coordination and control of strength. In fact, if one tries hard to imitate this set of movements, most students can do it. It's just a superficial appearance, and the actual strength is not combined at all. If you dare to use it in actual combat, you will be cut in half by someone's knife. Everyone, watch carefully. You can't miss this kind of actual combat. Instructors stood in front of each class and explained to their respective groups. The first move is to kick, almost jumping into the air. Unless you have a huge difference in strength or are good at kicking, don't do this. The instructor said calmly. Although the attack is very smooth, the effect is not very good. It may even be easy for Instructor Song to seize the opportunity and counterattack. In the field, I asked you to attack, and you did it without reservation. Song Qingyan smiled and stayed where he was. At the moment when Jiang Yu's kick whip was about to fall, he slightly turned sideways and stretched out his arm. After a heavy muffled bang, the calf is in contact with the forearm. A slight gust of wind spread out, blowing the surrounding grasses to the ground. You are really strong, kid. Leg kicks are prone to flaws, but if performed successfully, they are also extremely powerful. After resisting the attack head-on, Song Qingyan did not retreat at all. Instead, he quickly adjusted his left arm and grabbed Jiang Yu's calf and ankle with his backhand. He never thought that after this attack, Jiang Yu would change his moves again. He immediately adjusted his posture, turned his waist, raised his right elbow high, turned around, and fell down. This kid Jiang Yu actually still has some strength left to change his moves. There was another muffled sound, and facing the coming elbow, Song Qingyan raised his palm to meet it. Feeling the strength in his hands, Song Qingyan couldn't remember how many times he had been surprised. This kind of force. Is the competition letting down the guard? That doesn't make sense. It didn't look like they were letting the water out at all. In just a few days, the strength has increased like a rocket? Very unscientific. Although Jiang Yu's skills at this point were far from being called exquisite or master-like, he already had some personal rudiments and had his own momentum. Bang, 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 bang. Jiang Yu continued to attack, but was blocked by Song Qingyan on the spot. As he kept treading on the surrounding lawns, grass clippings and dirt flew everywhere. The students who were watching on the sidelines looked at the center of the playground with a dull look in their eyes since some time ago. Oh my God. With this fighting force, he could tear a group of tigers and leopards apart alive. We have more offense than defense, which has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that once we gain the upper hand, we can suppress the enemy. The disadvantage is that once they seize the opportunity to counterattack, the momentum will be lost and the situation will easily take a turn for the worse. Several instructors were still explaining the situation on the field. Real combat is not a game. Exchanging injuries for injuries is not an option. Although I haven't personally tested Jiang Yu's strength, it seems that ordinary people of the same level, unless they are good at defensive skills, may not be able to stand firm under his violent attacks. If he can attack and defend at the same time, he will be even more difficult to deal with, and it will be difficult for people of the same level to defeat him. As if in response to the instructor's words, the next moment, Song Qingyan, who had been defending for so long, finally took action. He swayed sideways, and the direction of his movement was completely beyond Jiang Yu's expectations. The fist that was about to fall paused for a moment. It was during this fleeting opportunity that Song Qingyan suddenly moved forward and slapped him hard on the right chest and shoulder blade with his palm, but no one knew where. After the palm strike, Jiang Yu felt half of his body was numb and he couldn't use any strength. He gritted his teeth and tried to attack with his left fist, but Song Qingyan hit him on the elbow with the back of his fist, and his strength was instantly dissipated. Then an iron fist came towards his face, and he quickly blocked it. A smash, a grab, and a throw. The dizzy Jiang Yu was knocked to the ground. Cull. The dizzy feeling gradually subsided, and Jiang Yu looked at the sky. After 5 or 6 seconds, he finally got up from the ground. Uncle Song, did you use your ability? He covered his lower back and grinned. Forget about my abilities. I even try to keep my physical fitness at the level of a level 2 person. Song Qingyan chuckled. If I need abilities to deal with you, then my job as a night watchman is in vain. Uncle Song, how did you do it? Jiang Yu rubbed his sore arm. Apart from not using his shadow abilities, he really didn't hold back at all. Uncle Song still seemed to be at ease, and even, he hardly moved. The subtle control and release techniques, the precise timing, and the understanding of the body structure. That sounds kind of awesome. Suddenly, the scenes from the battle just now replayed in my mind like a slideshow. Just like a bystander, watching everything happening quietly. From the first kick, the elbow turn, and then the subsequent punches. From this perspective of memory, He could observe more closely the slight tremors of Song Qing'an's body each time he blocked an attack, and then cracks appeared on the ground. That's extremely subtle control. The scene reappeared in my mind over and over again. Finally, Jiang You came to his senses. In fact, fighting skills against people are not very useful in actual combat. After all, we rely on supernatural skills and our own abilities as our main means of attack. But you have to learn it. There are so many things that happen in battle, and your brain often can't react, so you have to develop your combat instincts and combat thinking. Just like mathematics, most people rarely use it in life, and it cultivates logical thinking. Song Qing'an was still talking nonstop when he suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with Jiang Yu's eyes. Hot and eager, as if he was some cute girl in white silk stockings. Jiang Yu, are you listening? Song Qing'an inexplicably had a bad feeling. The effect of 100 battles is ridiculously good. Jiang Yu rubbed his palms. Uncle Song, come again. Bang. The ground cracked again. Chapter 85, Subtlety. Extraordinary Skills. Stand at attention. Jiang Yu and Song Qing'an continued to fight, but the instructor beside them gave an order. The students who were resting stood up one after another. The first 2 days are to allow you to adapt. From the third day onwards, you will be officially divided into classes. If you fail to resist the pressure for an hour and then collapse due to exhaustion, you will be expelled from your class. Those who are eliminated will be reorganized into combat classes in chronological order, regardless of gender. This mere pressure is far from being irresistible. Everyone present has a talent of level 3 or above. As long as we are willing to grit our teeth and hold on, and keep our minds alert, we will definitely be able to hold out for long enough. The talent of willpower is only a talent after all. Only if you have a firm will can you transform your talent into real strength. The instructor's huge power was like a net, pressing down hard on every student. Hiss! Everyone's faces turned pale, and they tensed their bodies to endure it. By the way, I'd like to remind you that after the classes are divided, you will have to stand for more than an hour. In this state, they felt that every second passed like a year, and it was extremely painful. Holding on for 10 or 20 minutes would already make people collapse, let alone an hour? Who can hold on? Lu Yaoyao endured the pain, her clear pupils reflecting the young man who was getting up again and again in the center of the playground. Bang! Jiang Yu was knocked to the ground again. He wiped the dirt off his face and panted. His body was covered with red marks and bruises. His left eye was bruised and swollen like a panda eye. The combat uniform that was issued was also wrinkled. Good boy, you are worthy of being General Li Zhan's nephew. Song Qing'an was also slightly out of breath. Even though he has been torturing Jiang Yu, it is actually not as easy as imagined. Jiang Yu enjoyed attacking, but he still had to be careful to control his strength when counterattacking. The gap between the third level and the second level is huge, and it can easily tear a house apart. Even a layer as solid as the shadow layer will be destroyed. He originally thought that Jiang Yu was not strong enough, and with the joint order from Lu Nanfeng and Li Xuanguang, he planned to train Jiang Yu thoroughly. Who would have thought that this kid was so tough? Song Qing'an couldn't quite remember how many times Jiang Yu had been knocked down and how many times he had gotten up again. Boy, there is a ruthlessness in my heart. Once you get started, that ruthlessness will grab your heart, and you will never give up until the goal is achieved. Jiang Yu rushed forward, his fist pointed directly at Song Qing'an's chin. Okay, let's stop here for today. The punching speed is far less than the initial one. After all, it is only the second level. Song Qing'an breathed a sigh of relief. This is not just training the young man. It is clearly working hard for this old man. He crossed his arms in front of him, ready to knock down the other person's slow arm. Unexpectedly, at the moment of contact, Jiang Yu's fist speed suddenly increased and came at a tricky angle. Song Qing'an didn't care much about it at first, as the two of them had just made contact and he hadn't had time to exert any strength yet. Jiang Yu's fist suddenly swung out, first blocking Song Qing'an's defense route, second swinging his arm, and third like a snake exploring a cave. The fist was precise and swift. Then, he punched him straight in the chest. Bang! The collision of flesh and flesh. A vague fist mark appeared on the instructor's uniform on the chest, which remained fixed and did not dissipate. Song Qing'an took a small step back, a look of astonishment gradually appearing on his face. Emma, I finally succeeded, but I was really suffocating. Jiang Yu leaned back and lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Not only Song Qing'an, but all the instructors who had been paying attention to this side on the sidelines showed a trace of surprise. The instructors who are closer can see it more clearly. So the look he fixed on Jiang Yu became more and more suspicious. Uncle Song. Jiang Yu was so tired that he couldn't muster any strength. What? The lawn is in this state. Do you want compensation? If you want compensation, just ask my Uncle Lee directly. Jiang You was lying on the ground, looking like he was drunk, with a buzz in his mouth. The lawn will recover quickly after using banned substances, so you don't have to worry. Song Qingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, that's good. Looking at the young man lying flat on his back, the stunning blow just now could not help but reappear in Song Qingyan's mind. On the verge of exhaustion, he precisely mobilized the little remaining strength in his body. Figure out how to attack and the purpose of every bit of strength. The basic moves of extraordinary skills. It is also an important technique to help learn extraordinary skills. Into details. This ability, which is usually mastered at the 3rd level, was roughly used once by the young man before him when he first entered the 2nd level. If we talk about momentum, it is like slightly opening the door of extraordinary skills and getting a glimpse of the way in. Then into the details means opening the door halfway. Why did you move in again? The young nurse sighed deeply. This is the 3rd time. In the 5 days since I entered the special training camp, I went to the medical room 3 times. He was injured every time, and those injuries were not what a normal person would have. Yang Ci gave him an 4 drip, with a look of helplessness on his face. What a coincidence. Jiang You sighed. And it was you all 3 times. Sister, what's your name? Yang Ci's mouth twitched slightly. First of all, I'm your senior, and I'm here for an internship. Secondly, you asked me my name the first time you moved in, and you asked me again the 2nd time. This is the 3rd time. Jiang Yu was speechless for a moment. Have a good rest. The nurse glanced at him and walked out. Jiang Yu raised his arm tremblingly and picked up the phone. Looked at the newly added friend. Li Xiaodi.17.172.bs. Xiaoran.18.165.hs. Continue scrolling down. Yang Ci.23.36 D.175.run. It should be this person. Hiss. It's all because I've been so busy these days that I forgot about it. How's the kid? Jiang Yu was still looking through the contact list when a voice came from the door of the ward. Uncle Song, aren't you going to continue training? Jiang Yu asked. I'm the chief instructor of the fighting course. It's okay for me to be absent for a while. Song Qingyan held a bottle of green stuff in his hand. Drink this later to replenish your energy. Thank you, Uncle Song. Jiang Yu picked up the small bottle. The dark green drink is sticky and looks a bit like snot. He drank it all in one gulp. The taste is not very good, but the effect is very good. The nutrient solution quickly spreads throughout the body, smoothing out the loss of physical strength. I could play all day long. He straightened up. All right, take a break. Song Qingyan was embarrassed. Are you a masochist, kid? Wait until I'm better. Uncle Song, let's practice a few more rounds alone when you have time. I think if we play a few hundred more games, you won't be my opponent. Single panda eye, pig head, leaky teeth, dust in hair, Jiang Yu said so. Okay, I'll be there anytime. The kid doesn't have much awe, but he knows just the right measure and isn't annoying. In addition to his identity and the abilities he demonstrated, Song Qingyan liked him more and more. So, hit him harder next time. Uncle Song, during our last time, I felt something was not right. I couldn't say I felt comfortable, nor did I feel uncomfortable. It was very strange. What was going on? I came here just to talk to you about this. Song Qingyan smacked his lips and said, you still have to continue your solo training, but the content of your subsequent training needs to be adjusted. How to adjust? Jiang Yu was curious. Go in and practice with the sophomores. Enter the factory? Jiang Yu was stunned. Yes, come in. I haven't graduated yet. Besides, I'm here to learn supernatural knowledge in the special training camp. What kind of factory should I join? Just follow the instructions from above. All right. Regarding the subtle technique you used, the content has been sent to your student's mailbox. Watch it yourself and don't leak it. Okay. Jiang Yu agreed. After Uncle Song left, he opened his mailbox. Super skills. 3 big words come into view. Chapter 86. Outrageous super skills. This thing is interesting. Lying on the hospital bed, Jiang Yu perked up a bit. There were both videos and documents in the file, and he opened the video first. Byte. A crisp prompt sound rang out, and a software icon similar to Shueshi Tong flashed by. This strange sense of déjà vu. Jiang Yu put aside all distractions and looked at the screen. Hello everyone, I am Xiangyang. A young man who looked quite young appeared in his sight. The content of this lecture is the basics of supernatural skills. I will explain what supernatural skills are and their composition from multiple aspects. Behind him was a virtual blackboard background made with special effects. As he moved, 3 big words appeared on the blackboard, super skills. Good job. Jiang Yu felt more and more like he was taking an online class. Then I heard the lecturer on the screen speak again. The first stage is spiritual awakening, the second stage is alienation, and only the third stage is the true extraordinary stage. This is a completely different stage from the previous two stages. When the pollution in the body reaches a qualitative change, it can cause even greater harm. We all know that simply using our abilities will result in a waste of power. If we can use 100 parts of pollution to produce 200 parts of effect, this is an extraordinary skill. The principle of supernatural skills is not complicated. It is related to three factors: physical fitness, the amount of energy used, and the concentration of willpower. When these three are combined, they will be able to create extraordinary skills with terrifying power. It's a bit magical, Jiang You exclaimed. Let me give you an example. As he spoke, the camera switched to an empty field. There were several human-shaped wooden stakes and targets on the cement floor. On the side, you can vaguely see the shadows of armored vehicles or some military equipment. It looks like a military training ground. He raised his right hand slightly, and the next moment, a group of wooden targets stood up with a crash. With another wave of his hand, a target quickly slid in front of him. Xiangyang did not hesitate. He pulled out a long sword and chopped it up. With a clang sound, sparks could be clearly seen flying through the camera, and then the human-shaped target only had a white mark without even a crack. The target is made of super alloy number 7. It is strong and durable. It can usually withstand the damage of second-level extraordinary people. It has strong physical defense and is more resistant to extraordinary power than a ball of white light condensed in his palm. I have used about 500 units of energy now, and it is also at the critical line of the third order. Everyone, pay attention. The camera zoomed in, and then he slapped out with his palm. Boom. A ball of light rushed forward, and 5 or 6 human-shaped targets fell down one after another. His body was in tatters, and he just fell to the ground. Jiang You savors it carefully, feeling okay. After all, it's hard to tell anything through the screen without personally testing the hardness of the target. After the demonstration, the camera gave close-ups of several targets in turn. Everyone knows that Super Alloy 7 has a high resistance to energy. It's pretty good to knock down 5 or 6 with one strike. Then, I will use 500 units of energy again, but this time, I will use it in the form of a super skill. Everyone, watch carefully. After saying that, he raised his hand. The movements seemed exactly the same as before, almost as if they were carved from the same mold. Just when Jiang Yu was still wondering what to do, unexpectedly, Xiangyang's body suddenly sank, and his eyes suddenly became fixed. Fuck! Jiang Yu's hair stood on end. He was sitting casually at first, but suddenly his back straightened up. There was a hint of indescribable sharpness suddenly climbing up between Xiangfang Yang's gentle brows. The murderous intent and cruelty almost overflowed the screen. His whole body was covered with a layer of white sheen, which looked like a special effect. But this is not a TV drama, so we can't create some weird special effects. The camera stayed on him for a few seconds, and then quickly moved away. The picture is divided into two perspectives, left and right. One is from behind him, and the other is from above. Take a clear picture of this training ground. Extraordinary skills, physical strength, extraordinary energy, and willpower. The three are combined into one, twisting each scattered power into one and exerting it to the fullest. A strong will can destroy mountains. Extraordinary skills are an unstoppable force. Then, clap your palms. The light ball is blooming. Boom. Jiang Yu's breathing stagnated. Under the palm of his hand, a violent shock wave was visible to the naked eye, spreading rapidly forward. First there was a ball, and then this ball of shock waves splashed at an incredible angle. Wherever it swept forward, the ground crashed and cracked inch by inch. Those targets that were piled together were not only knocked down, but also shattered into pieces on the spot. What a spectacular scene. With one person and one palm, the entire training ground was like a house on the seaside, facing the tsunami waves. It collapsed in an instant. The same energy. How can the effect be so different? The only words left in Jiang Yu's mind were, "Are you kidding me? Don't even mention that you don't know the hardness of the target." Just this one slap could crack the ground into a fan-shaped area of dozens of meters, which was beyond his understanding. After doing all this, Xiangyang turned around without blushing or breathing hard and looked at the camera again. The move I just used is a universal supernatural skill, 100 splits. Most supernaturals can learn and use it. Supernormal skills are the embodiment of our will. Even though we only use the energy of the first 3 levels of energy, the 100 splits move still exerted a huge effect. Keep practicing. Extraordinary skills are our true means of fighting against alien species. After saying that, he gave a standard military salute. The video ends here, but Jiang Yu still feels unsatisfied. He originally thought that the extraordinary skills were similar to Tai Chi, Bai Hua Zhang, and Tai's Han Kao. I didn't expect the gap between the real appearance and my imagination was so huge. And the energy of just entering the third level is so awesome. I killed those 2 third-level aliens by myself. I really took advantage of the home advantage plus low health advantage plus ability restraint. As long as their home field is not shadow, and those 2 little guys are not, I type, the battle may fail. About thinking that I was good enough, but after 2 days in the special training camp I found out that I was actually a little brother. I give up, Jiang You sighed. It is indeed a supernatural world, there are so many cool things. He opened the document. The information basically contains the concepts of extraordinary skills and some basic knowledge. Transcendental skills are usually a skill that can only be mastered by third-level transcendental. They have great power and can greatly reduce the pollution cost of alien species, but each transcendental skill will greatly drain physical strength, energy, and spirit. Excessive use will cause irreversible damage to the body and may even deplete willpower and affect the foundation. This thing is still a double-edged sword. Jiang You seemed to be thinking about something. No wonder Xianyang said that extraordinary skills are the means that belong to human beings themselves. Just based on the effect of reducing the cost, extraordinary skills can be said to be a must-practice skill. Looking down further, Jiang You saw the 3 prerequisite skills of the extraordinary skills. 1. Pay attention to details. 2. Overclocking. 3. Heart. I feel more and more that the Night Watchman is so cool. Chapter 87. This kid is very excited. Subtlety. Meticulous, with perfect control over the body, and capable of performing operations at a level beyond cognition. Overclocking. Mobilize muscle groups and extraordinary abilities in the body to forcibly burst out power beyond the tolerance range. This skill is related to willpower. Strong willpower will break the shackles of the body and achieve overclocking. Heart tide. The mind is as calm as still water and as surging as waves. It is dominated by absolute willpower and rises and falls like waves. Note: 1. It is not necessary to master the above 3 skills to obtain supernatural skills, but mastering the above 3 skills can help to comprehend supernatural skills and enhance the power of supernatural skills. 2. Physical fitness, extraordinary energy in the body, and willpower only represent quantity, while the above 3 skills represent quality. In the early stage, you should first cultivate quantity and don't have to rush for quality. Remember that haste makes waste. After reading through the records about extraordinary skills bit by bit, Jiang You let out a long sigh. This thing is really awesome. The thing about an awesome thing is that it makes people want to try it, but there is no way to practice it. I just know that this thing is awesome. When Song Qingan came to him, he had some guesses. When the 2 of them were sparring in the playground, almost every punch and kick could trigger 100 battles, making him move forward at a rapid speed like a sponge absorbing water. In the end, the more I fought, the more excited I felt. It was as if there was a breath stuck in my chest. At the final moment, I exhaled the foul air, and my whole body felt like its soul had left my body. Every muscle in the body exerts force, every movement of the shadow point. The cracks on the ground, the flying grass, the helpless look on Song Qingan's face, and the wrinkles on his clothes. Everything seemed so vivid, as if it had been slowed down by a multiple-lens camera. It's amazing. Looking back now, Jiang You could only recall the feeling at that time, but could not enter that state again. Maybe that's the into the mind recorded in the document? Am I really that awesome? He opened the manual. Name: Jiang You. Attribute: Shadow. Shadow .193/193. Position: Shadow Hunter. Shadow Hider. Shadow Devour. Shadow Pupil. Shadow Attack. Shadow Silk. Shadow Group. Shadow Form. Shadow Claw Form. Shadow Walk. Stealth. Shadow Blade Form. Shadow Field. Hunter: Mark. Hunting. Decapitation. Killing. Streak. 100 Battle. Sharp. Intuition. General: Incomplete. Remaining life: 5 months. Evaluation: Congratulations on being able to survive until the end of the year. Looking at the 2 extra words, worry, in the general column, Jiang You really took a breath of cold air. It's confirmed, I really am, oh no. Baijian is really awesome. Prepare a few more bottles of nasal solution tomorrow. When you are tired of fighting, drink a few sips and try to get overclocking and heart wave. By then, I won't need Uncle Lee anymore, and I should be able to upgrade from a junior college to a university. Under 18, I have mastered extraordinary skills and asked the country to give me a bachelor's degree. It sounds weird. I have almost finished watching the video, so I will probably end it here for today. So, sleep. Uncle Song, my injuries haven't fully healed yet, and I have to go into the factory now? Isn't it too hasty? And is it legal for me at my age? Looking at Song Qingan, who was leading the way for him, Jiang You couldn't help but ask, "Your injuries are not serious. They are just superficial injuries. You will recover overnight. It won't be a problem. As for whether it's legal or not, it shouldn't be legal, but your situation is special. If you want to get stronger quickly and are willing to endure hardships, then we'll follow a special process." Jiang Yu stopped talking. When Song Qingan came to ask in the morning, he did agree. "So Uncle Song, can you tell me a little bit about what will happen later?" Jiang Yu asked. "Training with the sophomores. The training content is running." "Run." This answer was somewhat unexpected. Jiang Yu exclaimed, "What do you mean?" "Literally, run forward with all your might." It's really confusing. However, Jiang Yu knew clearly that what could be called special training was definitely not as simple as running 1 or 2,000 meters. After saying this, Song Qingan stopped explaining. The two kept moving forward. After walking for a long time, they stopped in front of an extremely magnificent building that looked like the Colosseum in ancient Rome. I have to say that for such a small place where the Sea of Clouds gathers, the buildings are really amazing. In the past life, each of them would have become a tourist destination. There is something I need to tell you in advance. Before entering, Song Qingan stopped. "Uncle Song, you say, once you're inside, just keep running as long as you have any strength left in your body." Song Qingan said, "The watch will detect your physical condition. If you don't reach the threshold, the instructors will not help you, even if you pretend to be fainted or you are really attacked and fainted. To put it simply, the instructors will not help unless the injury is fatal or will cause disability and affect future development. Although the probability is very low during this process, you should have a judgment in your mind about what kind of risks there are." "Good job." Looking at the magnificent exterior of the building, Jiang Yu was a little dazed. "Strange training method +1. How about it? Have you made up your mind? Do you want to go in?" Song Qingan asked with a smile. "Can I not come in?" Question mark. Song Qingan's smile froze. "If you don't want to go in, then don't go in." "Just kidding. My uncle is a retired general, and my father-in-law is an active Yunhai patrol officer. I am determined to become the king of generals. Who dares to let anything happen to me?" Jiang Yu frowned. "Who are you threatening, kid?" The veins on Song Qingan's forehead were throbbing. "If you want to go in quickly. Nothing serious will happen to you. You will just have to stay in bed for a month or 2 at most. Don't worry, if that time comes, I will apply for approval of a therapeutic contraceptive to help you get out of the hospital sooner." "I really want to thank Uncle Song." "You're welcome. It's what I should do." Jiang Yu grinned and walked towards the Colosseum. "By the way, Uncle Song, what is this place called? I almost thought you were going to send me to an electronics factory yesterday," he asked. "Where is this electronics factory?" Song Qingan cursed with a smile. "This place is called the Cage Field, but compared to this name, the students privately prefer to call it the Escape Field." Jiang Yu became more and more curious. Follow Song Qingan into the gate. Swipe your student card, register your personal information, do a blood test, and receive your watch. Then he followed Song Qingan again. Jiang Yu gradually felt something was wrong. Why are there so many heavy iron doors on the right side of this corridor? When I turned the corner, I saw several students being locked up tremblingly. Is this a prison or something? Jiang Yu became more and more confused. When someone enters each cell, the display will change from a green light, indicating no one, to a red light, indicating someone is there. This is the room. Let's go in. Song Qingan took him to a room inside. "Uncle Song, you are. Stop talking nonsense and get in quickly." As soon as he saw his expression, he knew what Jiang Yu was thinking. Song Qingan kicked him in the butt and locked him up. "Hey, Uncle Song." "Hello." There was a knock on the door from inside. Leaning against the wall, Song Qingan lit a cigarette and dialed the phone. "Hey, Captain Lee. We've locked this guy up. Everything is normal." "Yeah, I know what's going on, huh?" "Hiss. Isn't this bad?" Song Qingan turned around and glanced at Jiang Yu, who was still knocking on the door. "Uncle Song, how the hell did an alien get in?" "Damn, what a disgusting alien." Song Qingan withdrew his gaze. "Ask him what he is doing. He is howling. Are you afraid?" Song Qingan leaned in to listen again. "You little bastard, you want to bite me, your grandpa Jiang?" Dot. Snap. Something was crushed. Song Qingan trembled and moved away from the iron gate. I feel like Jiang Yu is very excited. Chapter 88. Run forward. What is this? Jiang Yu showed a look of disgust as he crushed the toad-like creature that jumped onto him with a slap. What the hell is this? A lower-order alien species? A four-legged toad, its body blood red with ink-like stripes. One eye and a mouth full of jagged teeth. Jiang Yu had just come in and was still looking around the room when suddenly toads started falling all around him. The key point is that this thing is as big as a chicken. Can you believe it? It jumped right onto his body, and Jiang Yu almost vomited. He didn't know what was wrong with him, and he crushed the toad with one palm, and red, yellow, and green water splattered all over his body. The pungent, fishy smell instantly rushed to the top of my head. Vomit. He quickly shook off his hand and kicked out with his foot instead. The walls on both sides were very thick, and it didn't look like he could break them with a hammer. The cell wasn't very big, only about 10 square meters. The wall facing the iron gate has a metallic luster and is the hardest. Please stop jumping like a toad. Who are you trying to disgust? Jiang Yu was complaining in his heart. Oh my god, why do we need to beat this place up? Just as Jiang Yu was thinking this, there was a sudden loud noise and the innermost iron door slowly opened to both sides. What? Jiang Yu kicked the toad that was flying towards him again and looked at the exit that appeared in front of him, feeling a little confused. It seemed as if there were endless toads in the room. No matter how many he killed, more would jump out, and the overall number always remained at a relatively fixed level. Maybe I can stay here and gain experience? Forget it. Let's go out and take a look. Jiang Yu pushed away the toad that jumped onto him. This is an extremely wide passage, wide enough to accommodate 2 or 3 cars running side by side. The passage is about 3 or 4 meters high, with potholes on the top and the ground. In some places, you can see exposed wires and steel bars. The white walls had turned gray, the lights were not bright, and if you looked closely, you could see dried blood on the walls. That kind of terrifying atmosphere came out all of a sudden. There was a slight feeling of strangeness in my heart, and I subconsciously felt a bit of fear, but it was quickly suppressed. It was as if there were whispers in my ears, making my hands and feet cold. Jiang Yu looked around without changing his expression. At this moment, the metal door in the front right slowly opened. A figure rushed out quickly, shook off his body, shook off a few toads, and successfully performed a tap dance in front of Jiang Yu. How disgusting. Damn it. After shaking off the last one, the man's expression improved a little. He ran forward, subconsciously looked back, and then turned back. After running 2 steps, I felt something was wrong and turned back. Dude, what are you doing standing there? Run. Here I come. The door of his cell was gradually closing, and Jiang Yu couldn't go back even if he wanted to. After jogging a few steps to catch up with each other, the two began to run forward. Which class are you from, buddy? Why do you look so unfamiliar? Special Training Camp, Class 1. Class 1. Wait, Class 1 of the Special Training Camp. The boy looked as if he had seen a ghost. You just entered the Special Training Camp. Why did you come to this damn place called the Escape Field? Maybe I offended someone. Jiang Yu answered casually, and then asked, what's the situation here? I'm really direct. What happened? Did you sleep with the chief instructor's daughter? Otherwise, how could you be locked up here? The boy felt more and more outrageous. Escape, keep running forward. Either run until you faint, or run to the exit. Keep using your willpower to resist the evil thoughts around you. Come on, Junior. I'll go ahead. After saying that, he greased his feet and rushed forward quickly. Is there an exit in this place? Don't we need to keep running? Jiang Yu chased after him. Why are you running so fast? The senior turned his head and looked at the boy running side by side with him, and was stunned. I'll just explain one last thing, otherwise you'll get a stitch in the side if you talk while running. The boy quickly explained. If you keep running here, it's said that if you reach a certain standard, an exit will appear and you can get out through it. But that basically requires 2 months of training in the cage to do that. The boy shuddered and said nothing more. Willpower began to fight against the spiritual pollution that was sweeping in every minute and every second. Wow. 2 or 3 more iron doors opened at the same time. Some of them shook off the toad and didn't dare to continue attacking. As Jiang Yu was running, a toad rushed out and headed towards his face. Snap. Grab the calf and throw it against the wall, exploding like a tomato. Why did you kill the blood-veined clam? The student who had made up his mind not to say anything couldn't help himself in the end. This thing can't be killed, Jiang Yu asked. The cage field, also known as the escape field. What we need to do is to face the increasingly strong evil thoughts and keep running forward to kill these blood-marked clams. The price is that our thinking will become slower. Do you want to be eliminated early? It's useless to say more now, let's run. The few people who had just come out left a word and ran forward first. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps were chaotic. The speed should be neither too fast nor too slow. Various obstacles began to appear in this endless corridor. A square plane connected to the wall that looks solid, a hollow floor tile that you suddenly step on when you are running. At this moment, a pit about 5 or 6 meters long, which required a sufficient running start to jump to the other side, appeared in front of everyone. Several people passed by one after another. When it was the last girl's turn, she jumped into the air with a pale face. Bang! The whole corridor suddenly shook. She was already struggling against mental pollution, and the sudden shaking of the corridor made her lose her mind in an instant. His arms and legs shook subconsciously, his movements became uncoordinated in midair, and his forward momentum suddenly slowed down. It's going to fall. The girl's face became even paler. Bang! Just as she was about to fall into the pit, a strong arm grabbed her wrist. With a gentle tug, the girl felt as if she was floating and was pulled up the next moment. Why did you save me? The girl was a little confused. It's just something that happens easily. Jiang You jogged. In this escape field, any unnecessary action will incur a price. If you save me, you will hurt yourself. The girl bit her lip and hurried to follow. There are so many rules in this crappy place. Jiang You just finished speaking. Sharp intuition, triggered instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He didn't have time to think. His body reacted instinctively, and he quickly climbed up the sidewall, then jumped, his body brushing against several bone spurs. Bone spurs penetrated into the wall. Finally, with a snap, he knelt on one knee. The iron gate next to it opened, and this time it was not students who came out, but two white skeleton creatures. It was they who took advantage of the door being opened and shot out bone spurs that were extremely sharp, comparable to bullets. Awesome, you managed to dodge it all. The girl's pupils contracted. Hiss. Jiang You took a deep breath, puffed, stretched out his fingers, pinched two prismatic bone spurs, and pulled them out of the flesh. Well, although his movements were graceful, he failed to dodge quite a few of them. Jiang You threw the two bone spurs back through the gate. Chapter 89. Huge pressure. Once again. Phew. The two alien species probably didn't expect that what they shot out would shoot back and pierce into their bodies. Run. A girl shouted anxiously. Maybe it was because of the so-called price she mentioned. But as soon as the bone spur was released, Jiang You could feel a surge of malice coming from all directions. Even though he was at the second level, he was distracted for a moment. When he came to his senses, a huge body pounced towards him. Run! The girl's voice paused. One punch. The heavy body, as big as a car, was knocked flying upwards. This is a strange creature that is similar in size to a predator, but has hideous bone spurs all over its body and not much flesh and blood. He threw an uppercut and then pushed forward, and the poor alien was pushed into a deep pit. Let's go. Jiang You glanced at the girl who was in a daze. The light around me grew dimmer, and the faint whispering became clearer and louder in my ears. Various sounds mixed together and impacted the brain. Jiang You concentrated, climbed over the obstacle in front of him, jumped up, grabbed the steel bar on the ceiling, then swung his body forward and rolled to the ground. Sharp intuition is activated again. Bang! He just dodged. A thick steel rod was inserted exactly where he had just stood. If he had been a second slower, he would have been stabbed to death. Is this training camp crazy? Didn't they say that the instructor would take action if the injury was fatal? If I hadn't dodged it, at the very least my intestines would have been pierced, and I would have been nailed to the spot. Really? This kind of injury is not considered a serious injury? Judging from the buzzing sound from the tail of the steel rod and the distance it was sunk into the ground, this attack was probably launched by a second-level alien species. The girl who had just caught up saw this and screamed in surprise. Then the door next to her opened, and a green vine suddenly rushed out. Her voice suddenly stopped, and she was hit hard, hitting the wall and fainted. Just a few minutes into the game, one person was eliminated. The vines didn't rush to finish off the enemy, and the ground rumbled. Then, a monster with green roots all over its body and a chrysanthemum blooming on its top walked out. Its eyes were fixed directly on Jiang You. Then the hound that smelled the blood rushed over with bang, bang, bang. Was it that through the steel pipe just now? Sharp intuition is activated again. The steel pipe on the ground was actually floating up. In the air, a blurry and unclear figure swung the steel pipe at him. Bang! A dent was made in the wall, and the wall powder fell off. Invisible? Where did the special training camp find so many strange species? Jiang You dodged hastily. There were rumbling sounds. The steel rod was absolutely solid, and when it was swung, the whole air was making a hissing sound. If it falls on your body, at least a few ribs will be broken. He retreated, the steel rod brushing past his chest. He rolled over, and the steel rod hit nothing. Turning sideways, the steel rod fell from above and hit the ground. Just as he was about to lift it up again, Jiang You stepped down, causing the steel rod, which had already been smashed into the ground, to go deeper. Then, one punch. Two punches. After 5 bangs, he grasped the steel rod with his backhand, hooked his foot, and the steel pipe spun upwards. Raise your arm and grab it, then knock it down with a clang. The moves were extremely smooth. The invisible alien wanted to escape, but it completely miscalculated in the face of this combination of skills. With the last thrust, The steel pipe pierced into the opponent's body. Inky blood spurted out, and it stumbled backwards. HP, 13%. When attacking himself, his health was probably only around 20%, most likely because he was crippled in the special training camp. However, Jiang You unexpectedly discovered that when he was targeting an invisible target, he could not see the opponent's health bar. He kicked it away again, leaving it to the special training camp to deal with, and Jiang Yu started running forward again. He discovered that the longer he stayed still, the more terrifying the pressure from all around him became. It started out like the whisper of the abyss, but now, it's reached another level. There was the same fierce pressure as on the playground yesterday. Running in this state is like just watching one of the world's top 10 horror movies, and then running in the deserted mountains at 2 o'clock in the morning with a big rock on your back. I was so depressed. I was scared, sleepy, and couldn't breathe. Or maybe this thing is not suitable for students in special training camps. Even sophomores generally can't persist for long. Cage field, escape field. Is this level of difficulty achieved through human practice? Why are there so many second-level alien species? The special training camp is targeting them. There is no end in sight, and no starting point in sight either. At his own speed, Jiang Yu estimated that he would have to run more than 1,000 meters, but the road ahead was still long. Cole, my body is fine, but my brain is a little dizzy. Due to the high intensity of mental pollution, he didn't know what changes had occurred in his body. It's like drunk but not completely drunk, sober but not completely sober. This feeling was terrible, but to some extent, it gave him a completely different experience. Danger. Jiang Yu instinctively rolled to the side, feeling alarmed for the umpteenth time. However, this time, the brain gave the order, but the body was slow. It should be said that this threat came too suddenly. With a hiss, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his right shoulder. The round hole allows you to see the back from the front. Jiang Yu's running body suddenly stopped. My shoulder felt numb at first, and then the pain began to emerge bit by bit. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth slightly, covered his shoulder, and stopped cautiously. In front of him, a creature with a human-like upper body and a worm-like lower body, and a completely translucent body, blocked his way forward. Behind me, the sound of dong 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 was gradually getting closer. There was a large group of alien species chasing him. HP, 75%. The condition is not perfect, but at least it is excellent. Release this level 2 alien with this much health into the special training camp and behave like a human being. The other party waved his hand, and steel bars, balls, and other objects slowly floated up. About 20 or 30 meters behind him, a light gate gradually opened. Unlike the normal cell located on the right side of the corridor, this door is located on the left side of the corridor. Is it the export? Jiang Yu wasn't sure. But you can give it a try? He no longer hesitated, exerted force with his feet, and the floor exploded. That alien species also launched an attack at the same time. The two sides were only a dozen meters apart, but the effect was comparable to that of a bullet. Jiang Yu had no choice but to protect his face and other important parts and force his way closer. Buzz! The attack was fierce and violent, poking holes and leaving bloody marks on his body. The buzzing feeling in my brain was almost boiling at this moment. Getting closer and closer. Thick ink flowed in Jiang Yu's eyes, and wisps of shadows wandered in his body, providing him with tremendous power. Finally, the two sides got completely close. Then, boom! A repulsive force burst out, completely blowing Jiang Yu away. He hit the wall with a bang, and half of his body was almost embedded in it. After hanging for a few seconds, he was unable to fall down under the pull of gravity, which shows how deep the depression is. The mage is fragile, so it makes sense that he has an aura of resistance. Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes. On the right side, the sole alien species blocked the road, and on the left side, one second-level alien species after another chased after them. Cull. A long breath, like the sound of a blower. Laugh. At the critical moment, Jiang Yu slightly turned his head. The steel ball shot into the wall next to him, just missing his throat by a hair's breadth. Then Jiang Yu raised his left hand. The debris from the wall was brought down by him. As soon as he raised his arm, there were a few more hissing sounds and the steel balls embedded into the wall. Right arm, left leg, right leg, until the whole body comes down from the wall. A tiny amplitude, but it can dodge all attacks. Whoosh! A sharp weapon pierced the air from behind. Jiang Yu still didn't move much, he just turned his head slightly. The sharp weapon pierced his ear. This feeling. His right fist tightly grasped the bone knife. Then he exerted force with his right arm and threw the opponent forward fiercely. With a loud bang, the alien species that had attacked by surprise was thrown to the ground. A sight is coming from the right front. Lock on. Move your left shoulder back and dodge the attack. The sound of breaking air from behind. An attack is coming. You can take half a step forward. Bang, bang. He punched again and again. Smash it on this alien body. He was clearly attacking, but he completely dodged the attack from the side. Jiang You could even hear the sound of his own heart pounding like a drum and his blood rushing like a river. Within 6 feet, my mind is clear. Be observant and see through everything as clearly as seeing fire. This is the realm of subtlety. Chapter 90. Not treating students as human beings. Jiang You had never felt his brain as clear as it was at this moment. I have never felt my body as light as it does now. It seems like he has perfect control over every inch of his body. Countless streams of information gathered before his eyes and were then grasped by him. When an attack comes, react naturally. It was so meticulous and every operation was so smooth that he even felt that he didn't waste a single bit of effort. Is this what it really feels like to be subtle? The heartbeat becomes more and more intense, and every powerful beat transports blood to the whole body, bringing tremendous power. At the back left, a beast-like alien, with a bone spur piercing the left rib. You can grab it, cutting your palm, and then pull the opponent forward. On the right, a vine is attacking. When you grab the bone spur on the left rear, you can bend down 40 degrees. The vine will pierce the bone spur alien. The translucent alien in front will attack again. My heart, legs, and arms are locked, so I need. Wherever you look, all kinds of information and ways to deal with them instinctively emerge in your mind. To be meticulous, in theory, means to observe carefully and be able to control oneself. Why not only did his control greatly improve, but a solution also emerged in his mind. Jiang You didn't know either. Is this reasonable? It doesn't quite make sense, but since it's out there, just do as it's told. His body reacted quickly as he anticipated the battle scene. He grasped the oncoming bone spur with his hand, bent his upper body downward, and then dodged the attack. Everything was going according to plan, but Jiang You is still a beginner after all. Battles are ever-changing. Not everything will go according to plan, and predicted attacks may also result in changes. As expected, the vines that were supposed to pass through the back suddenly changed their route. Like an emerald-green poisonous snake, it was pulled out at a very tricky angle. By the time Jiang You discovered it, the vine had already hit his butt, a small stick with great energy. By the time he noticed, it was too late. With a snap, his buttocks split open, leaving several red marks. He almost couldn't catch his breath and was thrown forward by the huge force. My ass! Jiang You looked in pain. The man was in midair, and there was no way to dodge the various steel balls and steel pipes controlled by the transparent alien. He stretched out his hand forcefully, grabbed the iron ring hanging from the ceiling, twisted his body, and barely avoided the continuous attacks. Finally, he exerted force with his arms, sucked his whole body up, put his feet on the ceiling, and then suddenly pushed off the ground, falling down like a sharp arrow. With a bang, he pushed the unlucky alien into the ground with his knee, rolled forward, cut off one of its arms, and threw it out. With the blessing of powerful force, the arm was surrounded by a layer of air waves. Just as it was about to pierce into the translucent alien body, it suddenly burst out with an invisible energy, fixing the body in the air. Then look up and forward. Where are the people? The translucent alien was searching, but suddenly his eyes blurred, and the half of its body suspended in the air was caught by Jiang You, who stabbed it in the face. The sharp limbs pierced straight into the flesh, spurting out translucent blood all around. The attack hit the target immediately, and Jiang You was ready to run forward, but he never expected that this guy still had some strength left. The familiar resistance halo was activated again. At such a close distance, Jiang You didn't even have time to dodge and was knocked away in an instant. Seeing that he was about to be embedded in the wall again, he forced himself to adjust his body shape and his legs touched the wall. Then he climbed the wall to avoid attacks from other alien species. The translucent alien was already half dead, and the light gate was just a few dozen meters behind it. Come on, just run over there. The exhilarating feeling he felt when he was immersed in the moment gradually faded away, and Jiang You couldn't help feeling a little anxious. There are a lot of alien species behind him, and new ones can be seen joining in continuously. Damn it! After a quick glance, Jiang You no longer hesitated and rushed straight towards the light gate. The melee aliens pounced, and the ranged aliens launched attacks. The first and second levels were mixed together and couldn't be distinguished. The tingling sensation, like steel needles in my head, became more and more intense. The entire corridor was filled with pressure and evil thoughts. Once the experience is over, I am afraid I will die on the spot. Jiang You endured the severe pain in his head. He staggered and tried to dodge the attack with the smallest amplitude and the least effort. However, his physical condition was visibly deteriorating, and he struggled forward, with wounds appearing one after another on his body. Bang! At this moment, an alien swung its huge fist and hit him on the back. Puff! With a sweet and fishy taste in his throat, Jiang Yu's body flew forward high, then rolled over twice. When he looked up again, he found that he was much closer to the light gate. Good brother, thank you so much. With footsteps following closely behind him, Jiang Yu didn't dare to stop for long. He rolled and crawled forward. It was at this moment that the subtle effect completely disappeared. All the negative effects could no longer be resisted and surged up at once. Vomit! Jiang Yu dry heaved, the world in front of his eyes spinning, like the perspective of a person who was deeply drunk, with layers upon layers. He gritted his teeth, quickened his pace, and ran towards the exit regardless of the dizziness. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. Getting closer. And the distance between the alien and him is getting closer and closer. No, to be precise, the alien will definitely attack him before he enters the exit. I'm going to Uncle Lee's. There is no need to make detailed calculations this time. The distance between the two sides can be estimated with just a glance. Jiang Yu became furious and turned around and punched him. His action almost made the alien unable to react, and it fought back subconsciously. In another moment, blood splattered in the sky. Jiang Yu's face turned extremely pale. He rolled on the ground and finally rolled in front of the light gate. After raising a middle finger, he exerted force and bounced completely into the door. Jiang Yu tumbled and rolled, raised his head with a bruised face and nose, and looked around. Open. The first feeling is that it is extremely quiet. It is surrounded by high walls, at least dozens of stories high. So these are the high walls we see from the outside. Jiang Yu looked around the environment and became more and more confused. Exit? What kind of exit is this? Hello? He shouted loudly. There was a faint echo coming from the empty building. What's going on? I've reached the exit, can you let me out? Jiang Yu shouted again. Click. Just as he finished speaking, a crack appeared under the wall opposite him, dozens of meters away. The wall split into two sides, and Jiang Yu suddenly felt uneasy. The door opened completely and a figure slowly walked out. His entire body was blue-gray in color, he was human-shaped, his eyes had no pupils or any other color, and he was about 1.5 meters tall, which made him extremely short compared to Jiang Yu. The only facial features are a pair of eyes and no other organs. This is a species that looks like a human, but is definitely not a human. Second order again. Jiang Yu's heart was pounding, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Special training camp. Do you really train students as human beings? His eyes were focused on the top of the other person's head. The opponent rushed over, and as the distance got closer, the blood volume display above his head became clearer and clearer. Health, 85%. Chapter 91. Real Clearance Skills. Jiang Yu opened his eyes again and saw a white ceiling. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, as if he had just woken up. Woke up. A familiar voice sounded. Jiang Yu was about to open his mouth, but the other party predicted his prediction. My name is Yang Ci. No need to ask. I've already given you my WeChat ID. No white stockings, and you can't wear them at work. Maybe, if you're not afraid of your partner finding out, you can go to my room and get a pair, and I'll pretend I didn't see it. Cough, cough, cough. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Jiang Yu's face. After teasing someone so many times, this is the first time I've been teased back. Yang Ci was busy preparing the potion with an expressionless face. Then he took out the needle and lifted his arm. Same old rules, infusion, after one bottle is finished, press the button on the bedside to call me. Well, she is so capable that she can't do anything to Jiang Yu. After everything was done, Yang Ci pushed the cart outside. The scene before Jiang Yu fell into coma gradually appeared in front of his eyes. At that time, an unknown type of alien rushed over and kicked me on the head without saying a word. He blocked it hastily. However, the gap between the two sides in physical strength and other aspects was too great, and Jiang Yu was unable to make a very good defense. This alien species didn't need any sophisticated skills or abilities. Just relying on its iron skin and bones, after a few rounds, Jiang Yu could no longer resist and was knocked unconscious. Cage field. Cage field. After all this time, you have to run for your life in the first part, but only in the second part do you get straight to the point and really touch the corner? That's outrageous. This kind of scene, can a normal person pass through it? Probably because I am at level 2, the difficulty of the special training camp was changed. Otherwise, if those sophomores were really allowed to face a group of second-level alien species at this stage, the battle would be over in just a few minutes. Even so, if it were a first-order alien species, could they deal with it? I ran wildly in the passage, on the verge of my limit, and then an exit appeared, and I went in with joy. Only to find out that he still had to face a nearly intact alien species. Who can pass this difficulty? No, this training is prepared for students after all. It is impossible to completely prevent people from passing. So there must be a way, he just hasn't found it yet. He recalled every subtle movement during the battle over and over again in his mind, wondering if there was a better way to deal with it. Close your eyes, start brainstorming, and the effect of 100 battles will silently take effect. The post-war summary was as smooth as eating and taking a shit. Without 100 battles, it's like eating and pulling out the food, leaving nothing behind. After the food was almost digested, Jiang You opened his eyes. Jiang You, are you awake? Xiaoping showed a mouthful of big buck teeth. A body that may have weighed more than 230 pounds appeared in front of him. Why are you here? Jiang Yu sat up from the bed. I didn't find you anywhere else, and you didn't reply to my message, so I guessed you were in the medical room. That's outrageous. The medical room is my home? I was just kidding. Xiaoping said happily. Actually, when you were carried out on a stretcher, a student saw it and posted it on the forum. Everyone was wondering if you had gone to fight with the sophomores. Pa. Jiang Yu's face darkened. I was called to participate in special training. Where is Instructor Song? He seems to still be in the main playground. Yao came here with me. Seeing that you were not awake, he just went back to training. Jiang Yu glanced at the sky outside. It's getting dark. The clock on the wall showed 6:30. It was a bitterly cold night in late February. Good guy still training? Yes. Lu Yuqiang sat next to him and peeled an orange. I envy you top students. The instructors are always chasing you for training. Your future prospects will be even brighter. What's there to be envious of? Look at all the injuries I have. Jiang Yu showed off his arms and neck. The densely packed and various scars are truly shocking. Hiss. Lu Yuqiang felt numb watching. Do you really have to fight like this? Jiang Yu shrugged and said, help me get that small mirror over there. Oh, I took it and shone the light above my head. Health, 65%. His health was still okay, but Jiang Yu could feel that his condition was not very good. The whole person seemed to be hollowed out and extremely exhausted. The person in the mirror had sunken eyes and looked weak and powerless. The 4 drip beside him was replenishing his strength bit by bit. Forget it. I might as well go back to the dormitory and sleep in the shadow for a night. On the bedside table was placed his favorite dark green snot nutrient solution. Jiang Yu unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it all in one gulp. He burped and even wanted a few more bottles. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Yuqiang watched him pull out the needle. There's no need to stay here. Go back and rest and make yourself comfortable. But your injury. Don't worry, it's okay. After changing his clothes, Jiang Yu patted him and the two walked out. Why did you come out? Yang Ci was chatting with his colleagues and suddenly saw him. The injury is not serious. I will go back to the dormitory to recover. Jiang Yu and the other person walked outside. Hey, if something happens to you, we will be held responsible. I will be responsible for you. He waved his hand and ran out of the medical room. Jiang Yu, you are responsible for her, but what about Lu Yaoyao? Lu Yuqiang looked back. The very gentle young nurse was standing at the door of the medical room, calling the two to go back. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Yu glared at him. Why does it sound so strange when you say this? Okay, I'm the weird one. Xiaoping gave up arguing with him. The main playground was not far from the medical room, and the two arrived after walking for more than 10 minutes. Before even stepping onto the playground, a surge of pressure seemed to overflow. Fortunately, the next moment, a whistle sounded and all the pressure disappeared. It was probably the halftime break. You go talk to Lu Yaoyao. I'm not a student in Area 1, so I can't get in. Xiaoping stood at the entrance of the playground. That's fine. I'll go in and chat for a while. You wait for me. Good. After entering the playground, Jiang Yu did not rush to look for Lu Yaoyao, but instead walked towards the podium next to him. I climbed up the stairs at the back and, as expected, saw Uncle Song watching there. Boy, are you awake. Song Qinggan glanced at him. Uncle Song. Jiang Yu walked forward. Why don't you rest in the medical room? Your injury hasn't fully recovered yet. It's a minor injury, nothing serious. Good fellow. Song Qing was happy. In a dangerous situation, the second level is subtle. Even if you have a good willpower talent, the amount is here, and it can drain your energy in a few seconds. Take care of it more, otherwise it will easily affect your foundation. There is such a saying. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Then when can I try the cage again? Let's talk about it next week. For the next few days, you will temporarily practice pressure with them. Too long. Jiang Yu shook his head. What's the point of rushing in? You won't be able to pass it in the short term. At least don't even think about it for 2 or 3 months. Song Qingyan glanced at him. Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown when he said this. Uncle Song, isn't this too difficult? Is it big? But this is their sophomore final exam. Hearing this, Jiang Yu frowned again. Since it is a final exam, there will be high and low scores. Those with higher scores, even if they cannot really kill the last alien, must at least cause some injuries to it, right? This group of students do not have the ability to kill alien species and avoid the cost, so they are far from being able to do as much as I can. How do you fight an alien in perfect condition after a wild chase? That doesn't make sense. Suddenly, Jiang You had an idea. Passages, traps, students. Many elements flashed before his eyes, and he asked tentatively, cooperation? Song Qingan smiled and did not answer. It's probably pretty close. The cage field is extremely difficult, and it is completely unnecessary to release so many students at once. From the perspective of the overall process, due to the rank restrictions and the gap in strength and numbers between the enemy and us, the most likely way to pass the level is to cooperate with each other. Now that there is cooperation, will there be others? For example, trade-offs, division of labor, and sacrifice? Jiang You silently went over in his mind the enemies and traps he encountered in the corridor. If multiple people were working together, they might really face a variety of situations, and the students would need to make their own decisions. There is another rule in the cage. Apart from running forward, any unnecessary action may bring price, which is more evil thoughts and pressure. Under this premise, it is a greater test for the students themselves. Good job. Putting all of them together, Jiang You suddenly felt like he understood everything. Is this the university for extraordinary people? It is indeed another dimensionality reduction attack. He let out a long sigh. Just then, several torches lit up on the edge of the playground. One by one, the camps began to adjust. The two instructors walked to the center of the playground, saluted each other, and then got into position. Wow, there are performances to watch tonight. Jiang You was slightly shocked. He didn't think about anything else for the moment and became somewhat interested. Yunhai is an old project, Song Qingan said with a smile. Even if it's training, you can't be tense all the time. His words suddenly reminded Jiang You of the old cadre from 2 days ago. Su Jianyang. Uncle Song, what do you think of Mr. Su Jianyang? Chapter 92, Why Patrol at Night? Mr. Su. Song Qingan was stunned. What happened to him? Then he immediately responded. Oh, you mean the first lesson after entering the camp, when I was almost broken by his words? That's about right. Jiang You scratched his head. I even chased after the old man and asked him a few questions. I understand, Song Qingan said. After all, it's the first time you come into contact with the real world. It's normal to feel terrified, panicked, desperate, or even angry because you can't accept it. He showed a trace of reminiscence. I was also a student of Teacher Su back then. At that time, the history of the extraordinary was not the first class. Our first class was even more exaggerated. It directly played in censored pictures, texts, and videos. It was very bloody. After one class, I started learning about the history of the extraordinary. It was so shocking. The most important thing was that they played a tape that could soothe my mind. I felt like vomiting psychologically, but I didn't feel anything unusual physically. After one day of class, I had nightmares for 3 days after returning home. Good job. So we are still at a low-level difficulty level. Why do you ask this? Song Qingan asked. I just suddenly remembered that Teacher Su looked very gentle, but the content of the class was breathtaking. The two of them stood side by side on the podium, able to clearly see each camp on the wide playground in front of them. It looks like training tonight is almost over. The square formations gradually gathered together, and then I don't know what they talked about. An instructor came out to compete in fighting skills, punching each other real hard and countering each other's moves. With his strong physical fitness, the fighting scenes are almost as good as those in the movies. There are also students who come out to dance or sing and get priority in choosing a spouse for half a year. There are also those who are badly cheated by their roommates and come out to perform and lose the priority in choosing a spouse for half a year. Mr. Su's course is very useful. It can be said that it lays the foundation for a breakthrough to the second level. Song Qingan put his hands on the railing of the podium and said, talent is talent after all. Before it really grows up, no matter how good it is, it's useless. For example, if someone has a 5th level talent, it just means that he will grow to the 5th level in the future. If he suffers a serious injury, takes a detour, or does something else during the process, it is very common for him to be stuck at a certain level for more than 10 years. Jiang You nodded silently. You are already at the 2nd level. In terms of rank, you are far ahead of your peers. Don't rush to advance. Lay a solid foundation first. If you force yourself to advance, you may not see any results in the short term. If it takes a long time, problems will be big problems if they arise. Jiang You naturally kept Uncle Song's teachings in mind. As for the advancement to the extraordinary level, he was completely confused. When the number of shadow points reached, the level would be promoted. The 2nd level is still under exploration. According to various information, this is the most dangerous level. Countless people have been trapped at this level and have endured years of hardship before successfully advancing. But now, he really didn't feel anything unusual. I really envy you all for being able to experience the sense of crisis of walking on thin ice and temper your character. Unlike me, I have never experienced that. Uncle Song, Jiang You asked, are you level 3? Yeah, I belong to the category I just mentioned. I have enough talent, but I failed halfway. Speaking of this, Song Qingan smiled bitterly. I didn't lay a solid foundation for the second level at the beginning, and I was injured later. After the third level, it can be said that I have encountered obstacles at every step. The road to transcendence is much more difficult than I imagined. Jiang You sighed. In the beginning, I thought becoming stronger was just like what was written in novels and anime, meditating, absorbing spiritual energy, and then breaking through the realm. This made Song Qingan laugh. So it's all fiction. If there really was such a powerful and stable way to become stronger, our great Zhou wouldn't have come to this. After saying this, he realized he had said something wrong and stopped immediately. After a long while, he slowly spoke. The extraordinary ones are fighting against pollution all the time. The name sounds nice, but it's just a way of becoming stronger that they came up with out of helplessness when they were struggling to survive. Uncle Song, don't be so pessimistic. Things will get better. Who is pessimistic? I am just stating the facts. Song Qingan rolled his eyes. The first rule for a transcendent is not to be pessimistic or hopeless. What about the second principle? Jiang You asked. I forgot. I even suspect that this first rule was made up by you. The school has given you time to reshape your worldview. Whether it is despair or striving for progress, everything must be completed before the third stage. After the third stage, your worldview is not allowed to waver. The idealistic world is really outrageous. Jiang You blushed. Is it related to willpower? Of course. Song Qingan nodded. It's not obvious before the third stage, and after the third stage, it's time for willpower to take effect. Let's put it this way. For example, if a person awakens the useless ability of Shadow Pupil, but has a fifth-order supreme talent, even if he throws away the ability and learns extraordinary skills alone, he will be able to beat his peers. Uncle Song, who are you implying here? He patted the boy on the shoulder and said, so, the type of ability is important, but not that important. Keep up the good work. Yes. Jiang You grinned. He stared at the crowd below and soon found Lu Yaoyao's figure. Xiaopeng sneaked into the playground, and the two of them were chatting about something at the end of the team. The evening breeze blew the flag standing in front of the rostrum. Coincidentally, the national flag of the Great Zhou is very similar to that of China in the previous life. The difference is that the 5 stars have slightly different angles, and there is a hint of light red mixed in with the gold. The entire flag became brighter red, with a gradient, like 5 shining stars burning in flames. This is written in the textbook. The larger star in the middle represents the Great Zhou dynasty, and the 4 surrounding stars represent the 4 major events since the catastrophe. Behind each event, there is a corresponding great man, recorded on the national flag. It can be said that this is something that is completely worthy of being included in the family tree. Why are you staring at the national flag? Song Qingan looked at him, then at the flag, confused. Shall we arrange for you to be the flag raiser next week? No need. Jiang You didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I was just thinking that peace is hard won, and your words almost broke my composure. Uncle Song, what do those 4 stars represent? These are not written in the book, Jiang You asked curiously. The first one is the integration, summary, and establishment of the first 4 levels of extraordinary paths. The second one found the shadow layer. The third one will research the 5th-order path and turn the tide for the Great Zhou. The fourth one is the origin of the Night Watch. Origin. Jiang Yu became more and more curious. Yes. Song Qingan nodded and said, the Night Patrol Department was not called this name at the beginning. It was called the Extraordinary Bureau, the Extraordinary Department, the Extraordinary Affairs Management Bureau. There were many names. Until later, it was completely renamed the Night Patrol Department. Night Patrol, guess why? Chapter 93, Cloud Sea, Mission. Why call the Night Watchman? Good question. Because there are many evil spirits at night? Or is it because alien species can get into bed? The Sky Patrol Department seems to have a nice sound, but the name is too big and most organizations cannot control it. After thinking it over, Jiang Yu couldn't come up with a practical answer, so he looked at Song Qingan. Don't look at me. You shouldn't know this news in advance. Okay, I understand. Jiang Yu shrugged. Otherwise your mind will become unstable and you will develop inner demons. If you're really free, how about we play a few hands? It's not great to bully the injured. Bye. Jiang Yu trotted away. He went to the playground and teased Lu Yaoyao for a while, and when the show was over, he coaxed and tricked her into taking her back to the dormitory next door in Building 1. Since the special training camp didn't sell killing tools, we had to give up that night. Time passes quietly. Day after day, everyone has been in the special training camp for half a month. Apart from the initial novelty of entering the camp, once the actual training begins, all that is left is endless complaints. What about standing at attention and marching? The comparison between the two is so easy that it couldn't be easier. Although they did not formally hunt alien species to improve their strength, under this high-intensity training, the extraordinary energy in all students' bodies was increasing in an orderly manner. A small test was also conducted during this period to assess the practical level. Of course, Jiang You didn't participate. You can't play if you're not playing. Now, corner cage. Whoosh. Sharp sounds of breaking through the air swept over. Jiang You jumped up and dodged continuously, each time narrowly avoiding the attacks. However, among the many attacks, there is also a smaller beam of light that is like a drop of water hidden. Just as he was about to be hit, Jiang You kept rushing forward, as if he was completely unaware. There was a second-level alien blocking his way in front of him. If he didn't keep charging forward, he would definitely be hit. Coaches such as Song Qingan in the observation room held their breath and stared at the images on the surveillance screen. Jiang Yu suddenly accelerated and got close to the second-level melee alien. The other party did not expect Jiang Yu to make such a move, but they had already taken the initiative and the two sides were very close. As a bone species, its bones are extremely hard, but it was still held by the boy in front of it. The kid looks thin, but his strength is like a fucking cheat. Throw a punch at me. The bones were dizzy. The water drop from behind also followed and hit Jiang Yu's back. Hiss. He gritted his teeth and delivered another punch. 2 punches, with the effect of penetrating into details, hit the opponent's weak points, and the opponent cannot resist at all. Jiang Yu did not make a finishing move. Instead, he took a quick step, bent over and rolled over, then rushed out of the light gate. Trading injuries for injuries, stopping losses in time. This trade-off is indeed a beautiful one. Several instructors in the observation room nodded. Well, basically every time Jiang Yu challenges the cage arena, there are always a few instructors who come to join in the fun. Nothing else. I've never seen such a ruthless guy since the special training camp opened. For normal students, they need to take at least a week's rest to adjust their psychological trauma and heal pollution. Jiang Yu rested for 3 or 4 days to recover from his injuries, and then challenged again as soon as he was ready. The key is that this guy doesn't want teammates. Even if the sophomores are not as strong as him, the different abilities of the students can complement each other and be a help to him. Jiang Yu's original words were, "They can only affect the speed of my punches." Okay, you are at level 2. You are amazing. He is indeed a tough guy who challenged the entire freshman class as soon as he entered the camp. Satisfy you. Previously, it was a mixture of first-order alien species and scattered second-order alien species. Now it is a mixture of second-order alien species and scattered first-order alien species. Even if they were all low-health aliens that had been dealt with in advance by the special training camp, Jiang Yu would have no chance of escaping if he was accidentally entangled. From fleeing in panic at the beginning, to being calm and composed, and to now being able to handle it with ease. In order to avoid getting entangled and wasting energy, he decisively chose to be injured and leave the battlefield. It is hard to imagine that this is a choice that a teenager, who has not yet fully reached adulthood, can make in a split second of battle. The battle continues on the screen. Corner cage field. On one side was a young man with many injuries on his body. On the other side was a second-level alien in very good condition. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere, and the battle was already fierce. Jiang Yu's punches were heavier than the last. The aliens gradually became desperate. Why are this guy's attacks getting stronger and stronger? Not scientific. Fortunately, his physical strength is limited after all, and after repeatedly activating Ruwei, Jiang Yu could no longer bear it. His eyes turned black, and he fell to the ground. If he could hold on for a few more minutes, the outcome of the battle might have been different. However, in this kind of situation, maintaining the current state without regressing is already good enough, and wanting to add a few more minutes is extremely difficult. At least if you don't take drugs and just exercise, it does take time. The alien was about to make the finishing blow, but the instructors used some unknown method, and it froze instantly and fell to the side. Cole. Jiang Yu was breathing heavily. Give me a hand. His eyes were swollen and his vision was blurry. Then his body felt lighter and he was carried onto a stretcher. Soon, they were transferred to the temporary rest room in the cage arena. After drinking a bottle of dark green snot nutrient solution, I feel so happy. Every time the injury looked serious, It didn't take long for Jiang You to recover on his own, and he was no longer taken to the medical room. After a month of destruction, 100 battles did not bring any new abilities, but it strengthened several existing abilities. For example, increasing the self-healing ability of Shadow Form, the sharpness of Shadow Claw Form, and the firing speed of Shadow Silk. There are quite a few differences between 100 battles and hunting. The former is triggered more frequently and can be considered a small enhancement at most, specifically strengthening a certain aspect of a certain ability. The latter can greatly enhance a certain ability in all aspects, but the probability of triggering it is touchingly low. Even so, if he continued to strengthen himself, Jiang You estimated that one day his self-healing ability might be able to catch up with Wolverine. Uncle Song. Jiang You looked at Song Qingan, who walked in. Improvement again. Song Qingan looked at him with an increasingly strange gaze. I am now increasingly doubting whether your awakened ability is Shadow Pupil, or some other aspect of fighting to support fighting. Jiang Yu laughed and said, You know, people's physiques can't be generalized. Don't get carried away just because you have some strength. Song Qingan chuckled. Are you interested in participating in the mission? Mission? Jiang Yu was stunned. Our instructor usually teaches at the special training camp, but there is a mission at the department, so we need to rush over there. Some are real-world missions, and some are shadow layer missions. How about it? Do you want to experience it once? No question of whether you dare or not. Why go on a mission? It's a waste of time. I won't go. Jiang Yu refused immediately. When I follow Uncle Song on a mission, it takes a lot of time to go back and forth. Whether it is the fact that there has never been any ability in existing records to devour and completely digest an alien species, or it is a status requirement of the Shadow One. Shadow devouring. This ability is not suitable to be displayed in front of others. Since you can kill it, you can't eat it. You would be a fool to be such a grudge. Song Qingan's forehead twitched slightly. If you perform well in this mission, I can apply for a certificate for you, so you don't have to stay in the special training camp all the time. Make a deal. Chapter 94 Blood. The next day, at the subway entrance. Looking at the people standing next to Song Qingan, Jiang Yu was confused. Uncle Song, what is this? Students who are carrying out the mission together. Song Qingan explained. Brother Jiang. The three people greeted him. Hello. Jiang Yu's eyes swept across them and fixed on the figure next to him, who was wearing long trousers and his upper body was hidden under a down jacket. The other person was wearing a baseball cap that concealed his face, and he looked inexplicably familiar. My name is Yang Ci. This is the 8th time you've asked me this. Is it that hard to remember? Ahaha. Jiang Yu laughed awkwardly. Sorry, I mean, you look good in this outfit. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Get in the car and get ready to go. Song Qingan was convinced by this guy. It feels like I can chat, but not quite. This is a short-distance subway train that runs once an hour. It stops for a few minutes before starting to depart. The scene outside the window began to move backwards, and soon it was completely inside the tunnel. Uncle Song, what is the mission about? Jiang Yu asked. Recently, there have been traces of blood species activity in the shadow layer of the West 2 area of the Cloud Sea gathering place, which has caused some casualties. This mission is to eliminate this fallen being with bloodline abilities that has been completely alienated. The opponent's strength is at the early stage of the 2nd level, and there may be several first-level followers around him. So that's how it is. Jiang Yu understood. The fallen are not that awesome guys. When extraordinary people hunt alien species and feel desperate, it will cause pollution. A fallen person is one who allows pollution to develop and gives rise to all kinds of evil thoughts. However, in terms of combat power, both sides use pollution as energy. The fallen completely devote themselves to pollution without any scruples, and generally speaking, their combat power will be improved. But the human body is not an alien species after all. The final destination of the fallen is either to be completely alienated into an alien species, or to be contaminated and tortured to insanity. Any normal person would not allow himself to degenerate and become alienated. Jiang Yu seemed to be thinking about something. The listening task alone feels okay and not too difficult. Returning to the main turf of the shadow layer, we are blessed by the power of nature. With the results of this month's training, Jiang Yu was even confident enough to let them just watch from the side while he completed the mission alone. He was flipping through the property panel while waiting for the arrival of the station. Half an hour later, the subway slowly stopped. After wiping his drool, Jiang Yu got up from his shoulders. He pulled out a tissue and said apologetically, "Wipe it yourself." Yang Ci's face turned dark. "You were injured too badly yesterday and haven't fully recovered yet. I felt sleepy as soon as I got in the car." "Sorry." Jiang Yu shrank his neck. "Can I help you wipe it?" "I'll send a message to Lu Yaoyao right now." Yang Ci said expressionlessly. "Oh my god, How come you still have her WeChat? Okay, Instructor Song and the others are about to get off the subway. Jiang You felt a chill down his spine. The two of them stood up and followed Song Qingan and others out of the subway. This subway goes directly underground to the night patrol headquarters. After a few people got on, Song Qingan led them through twists and turns. To register, several people can register with their ID cards. If you need to take medicine, just take it. If you are given props, just put them in your hands or hold them in your pocket. In short, we just do whatever others say. Finally, after some detours, we left the building and, after inspection, came to an entrance that looked like an underground parking garage. Follow me closely. You will feel a slight squeeze and rejection when you enter the shadow layer. Don't resist. After saying that, Song Qingan walked forward. The entrance to the garage was so dark that you couldn't see anything at all. Even Jiang You is the same. The black in front of you is not black. Is this the crack entrance to the shadow layer? Everyone moves forward. As I kept lifting my feet, they fell down. As expected, there was a feeling of squeezing, and the air gradually became thinner, making people feel a little chest tightness and uncomfortable. Jiang You did not hesitate and followed him until a light appeared in his eyes. Looking around, the buildings are exactly the same as those in the night watch, except that they are covered with a layer of cold black and gray. This crack is pretty magical. They were clearly heading towards the underground garage. As I was walking, I found myself traveling through a different world without realizing it. The night watchman in the shadow layer. The venue is the same as in the real world. The room was lit up and people could be seen busy at work. There is a hint of pollution in the air. Take a deep breath. The taste is so bland. Jiang You looked at a large glowing sphere standing in the center of the venue. It is the radiance it emits that dispels much darkness. Next, just follow Uncle Song. Hurry up and complete the task, then get a pass. Half of the time is spent learning knowledge in the camp, and the remaining half is spent returning to the Sea of Clouds, heading to the shadow layer to hunt alien species and absorb shadow points. Life is so wonderful. Several people looked at Song Qingan. Yang Xiai was fine, as it was obvious from the three sophomores that they were pretending to remain calm. No matter how realistic the shadow field is, it is still simulated. The pressure is completely different. It was extremely dim, and even with a few drops of eye drops, visibility was still low. If you can't see it, it will make you panic. Stay alert. Song Qingan instructed, taking out a map and looking at it. The target is about 20 kilometers away from us. A question mark slowly appeared on Jiang Yu's forehead. Oh, sorry, I misread that. That's another mission. This blood species is 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers is not close, but it is more acceptable than 20 or so kilometers. The few of them were in decent physical condition, so running 5 kilometers was no problem at all. After rushing for an hour, we arrived at the place. Why do you seem more energetic the more you run? Song Qingan looked at Jiang Yu with some surprise. Maybe, because I'm excited about the mission. It's my first time to kill a legendary alien species. I'm so excited. Hee. Song Qingan smiled wryly and was too lazy to pay attention to him. He took out the detector from his waist and detected the fluctuations around him. He explained, this blood species appeared very strangely, and its sense of smell was very sharp. The recorder only had time to record a little of its scent before it escaped. After searching for it many times, we couldn't find it. We thought it might have escaped to another area in the Sea of Clouds. But a few days ago, this second-level blood species suddenly appeared in the world and injured someone. The Night Watch immediately launched a capture operation, but it fled hastily and disappeared into an undiscovered crack in the shadow layer. The Night Watch has blocked the crack and detected the opponent's aura fluctuations in this area. It may be hiding somewhere and observing us. Be careful not to fall behind. Wild alien species are very fierce. What if I don't have time to take action? Then we will be captured by the vampires and sucked dry. Jiang Yu added very appropriately. No, the alien industry is very competitive now. Once they catch their prey, they won't suck it dry immediately. Song Qingan retorted. I understand. I will savor it slowly. After all, the vampire race's demand for flesh and blood far exceeds that of other alien species. Jiang Yu said, Uncle Song, you are closer to me than my own uncle. When the battle starts, remember to protect me. After a few words, the calves of the three sophomores began to tremble. I'm already regretting why I followed here. Chapter 95. The Eagle Catches the Rabbit. Shadow Layer, a high-rise residential area. The team moved forward cautiously. The detector showed that the blood species aura range was within this small area, but its aura was not fully recorded at the time. In addition, second-level alien species generally know how to converge, so this simple detector cannot accurately determine the opponent's position to the meter. Song Qingan was hanging at the back of the team and said calmly, So this will test the knowledge you have learned in school even more. And I will wear a recorder to record your performance. Come on. After explaining a few sentences, he stopped talking. The three sophomores moved forward cautiously. They were nervous, but after all, they had studied in school for nearly 2.5 years, so they were not so scared that they could not walk. In fact, strictly speaking, it is a normal process for the team leader to be involved in the first 1 or 2 missions to allow the students to adapt. Who asked Jiang You to be in the team? Song Qingan walked slowly. His eyes would glance at Jiang You from time to time. He felt it from the first time they fought. This kid has murderous intent. There must be blood on his hands. General Li Zhan is really ruthless. It usually takes a year to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Jiang You didn't know when he awakened, but he is now level 17. That is to say, if he awakens at level 16, General Li Zhan will immediately arrange for him to enter the shadow layer to hunt alien species. My goodness, aren't you afraid that your body can't withstand the pollution? Looking at Jiang You striding ahead, Song Qingan became more and more certain. It looks like you are strolling leisurely, but actually you should pay attention to your surroundings. The corners where your eyes rest are places where alien species may be hiding. This kind of observation ability cannot be developed without entering and exiting the shadow layer dozens or hundreds of times. Unless someone can stay in the shadow layer all day long and hunt alien species. Think about it, there is no such thing, laughs. 17-year-old second level. It's rare, but not impossible. At the age of 17, he had reached the second level and was brewing his own momentum. It completely broke the existing record and advanced the time by 1.5 years. And the previous record holder. At only 19, just entering sophomore year, he has mastered the details. Several years later, he is now known as General Fong. His fighting power is unparalleled, almost comparable to that of the veteran strongman. Song Qingan's eyes flickered slightly. I don't know if Jiang You can do this. Over there. Jiang You suddenly turned around and looked at the shadow corner of the building not far away. What? Several people were startled and turned around immediately. When they looked over, the other person had disappeared. Moreover, the distance is quite far and they can't see it at all with their sophomore level. Brother Jiang, are there really alien species? One of them asked. Yes. After all, with that blood bar hanging there, so bright red, it was hard not to attract his attention. Jiang You immediately raised his feet and said, let's go and catch up. A few people walked quickly and after turning the end of the building, a figure flashed by. There. Jiang You saw it more clearly this time. The other person is in human shape, completely naked, with blood-colored lines covering his body. The details are not clear. It's just that the opponent doesn't seem to be at the second level. If the first level brother is here to test the wind, is it possible that the second level big brother has already run away? Jiang You asked immediately. The probability is not high. Song Qingan denied. Alien species have a strong sense of territory, and it is quite risky to leave their own territory rashly. I have restrained my aura along the way and have not revealed any abnormality. There is no need for the second-level vampire to escape. It's okay as long as he didn't run. Jiang You quickened his pace. Then I'll get on. Hey, brother Jiang. Ben, a sophomore student, was following behind him when he saw Jiang You suddenly speed up and disappear from their sight a few seconds later. Everyone followed closely. I used props before entering the shadow layer and could barely see more than 20 meters in the shadow layer. They never thought that as soon as they turned the corner, there would be no trace of Jiang You in front of them. Where are the people? Several people looked at each other. Be careful over there. As soon as he finished speaking, figures rushed over one after another. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a second-level vampire mixed in among them. Song Qingan restrained his aura, and Jiang You became the most conspicuous one. He was led away, and the second level simply jumped out. It is also a human-shaped being, but its skin has no pores and seems to be smooth. The blood-colored lines are very symmetrical and spread all over the body. His eyes were full of blood, madness, and violence, and suddenly his right arm moved. The originally round arms were now covered with large holes. It's like a sponge, full of holes. Looking inside from the hole, you can vaguely see flesh and blood crawling like worms. Extremely disgusting. I'll deal with the second stage, and you guys deal with the first stage. Song Qingan spoke softly, took a step forward, raised his palm, and slapped the vampire away. The two first-level brothers also approached quickly. Superior. The sophomore student gritted his teeth, and the three of them formed a solid formation in front and back to resist. These two little brothers are not as powerful as the second-level vampires. The only thing that is the same is probably the bloodthirsty smell and the biting cold murderous intent. Several people drew their long swords. The blade is shining and extremely sharp. Yang Ci quietly stepped aside. Medical students are naturally not suitable for fighting. She didn't know that an alien species was quietly targeting her. It crawled on the ground with its limbs close to the ground in a very strange posture, very secretive. Get close and hunt. Then enjoy her taste. The alien's face looked ferocious and excited, and its facial features could barely be seen as a human figure. The claws glowed scarlet and jumped up. Just when he was about to pounce, a slender, white hand grabbed his face. The petite palm suddenly turned into a bloody mouth, and 4 huge tentacles completely covered the opponent's face. The fierce momentum stopped in an instant. Then a turquoise light appeared in Yang Ci's palm. The expression of this vampire gradually became one of fear, and strands of blood gathered towards Yang Ci's palm, and its body shriveled up. In just a moment, he completely turned into a mummy. Yang Ci's face was calm as he took out a bottle from his waist. Unscrew the bottle cap and cover it with your palm. The turquoise light continued to bloom, and drops of blood dripped from her palm and slid into the bottle. Finally, I stopped after accumulating 1/5 of a bottle. After closing the lid, Yang Ci put the things in his pocket. When he raised his head, he happened to meet the eyes of Jiang You, who was stunned. Jiang You stood there in a daze, witnessing Yang Ci eating a vampire alive, and was completely dumbfounded. Where's my very smooth nurse? What's wrong? Yang Ci looked at Jiang Yu playfully. Are you full? Jiang Yu raised the 2 blood species in his hand awkwardly. Then let's have another one. Yang Ci said. Okay. Hand one over. So the scene of eating alien species alive was staged again. What? When she looked up again, she found that Jiang Yu's eyes were getting weirder. Sister Yang, what is this ability of yours? Eater branch, Devour, what's the matter? Yang Ci stood up, stretched, revealing her proud figure. Can everywhere be transformed into tentacles? Jiang Yu was curious. Why does this feel wrong? Yang Ci was puzzled. The eagle catches the rabbit and the octopus coils around the pillar. Wow, this ability doesn't seem to be a proper one. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple floated. Chapter 96 Alienation, Irreversible. Can I touch it? Can't. What about taking a look? You are a real hooligan. Yang Ci choked for a moment. Believe it or not, I will report you for harassment to the special training camp. Question mark. Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. My uncle is. Your uncle is a retired general, and your father-in-law is the current patrol officer. Yang Ci added. Why? Do you still want to use your power to pressure me? Ahem, it's just a joke. My goodness, how come the words of a villain like me became known to everyone? Look if you want, it's ugly alienation. Yang Ci sneered, but still raised his hand. The left hand gradually changed, and the 5 fingers gradually turned into octopus-like tentacles. The tentacles were waving wildly, and tiny serrations could be seen on them. If one were to get entangled and strangled, the wound would probably be horrific. Very hideous and scary, right? After saying that, Yang Ci put it back with an expressionless face. It's okay, it's very flexible and bouncy. It feels quite cute, Jiang Yu said truthfully. Yang Ci's eyes changed slightly. She looked at Jiang Yu for a few times and said nothing. I originally thought that this guy was not a good person, but now it seems that he is clearly a pure BT. Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze, a little confused. He actually had some reaction. For some reason, the character of Shadow Maker gave him an indescribable impulse. This made him subconsciously want to enter shadow form and beat Yang Ci in front of him to death. The source of the extraordinary people's abilities is actually alien species. Eater should be derived from eater. Is there any contradiction between shadow and food, just like shadow and pupil? Jiang Yu is not sure. The twists and turns of these species in the abyss may be understood if we can absorb other shadow seed fragments. In the field, Song Qingan was slowly and leisurely fighting with the 2nd-level alien species. I was originally planning to give the 2nd-level blood species to Jiang Yu, but this kid is so cunning. Just run over and chase the 1st-level vampire. Yang Ci came here to collect the blood of the vampires and report back. How can we ask them to deal with a 2nd-order alien species? So Song Qingan had to go up by himself. I glanced at them out of the corner of my eye and saw that the 3 of them were almost done. Jiang Yu and Yang Ci were standing together, and it was unknown what they were whispering about. Good man, you really don't take the land patrol envoy seriously. Song Qingan took out his cell phone, slapped the vampire away with one hand, and secretly took a photo of Jiang Yu and the other 2. Then the flowing wind swirled in the palm of his hand and pulled gently. The 2nd-level blood species that flew backwards immediately flew back, and he grabbed the neck and exerted force, making a cracking sound. With the cutting of wind blades, the blood species died on the spot. Then he picked it up and walked in front of Yang Ci. Let's deal with it. This mission is almost completed. Song Qing'an said. Okay. Yang Ci nodded. As for the second-level alien species, it can be seen that Yang Ci is absorbing it with great effort and is far from being able to absorb it in seconds. After absorbing about half of it, the amount was enough, so she did the same thing and put the blood into the bottle. Why are you still holding one in your hand? Song Qing'an looked at Jiang You. He held a blood species in his hand, which looked like a big goose. Do you want to capture a live one and hand it in for the mission? Fresh ones are better than dead ones. Where did you get that? And are you sure it's still alive? Sure. It has 4% of its health left. Vampires have strong vitality. It can probably last for 10 to 20 minutes. If we give it some medicine, it should be able to last for dozens of minutes. There are cat biscuits. Song Qing'an almost laughed. Just throw it away. It's useless. While waiting, the battle between the three people came to an end. The battle was completely over as the blood species' head was chopped off with a knife. Song Qing'an took the instrument and started recording again. It has been less than 2 hours since we entered the shadow layer. We will probably be able to return to the special training camp by the afternoon. The instrument beeped twice, and Song Qing'an nodded. No problem, let's go. This second-level alien species is also very sad. He was originally a small restaurant owner, but he accidentally got into trouble with a scavenger. His restaurant was smashed, and he was threatened with physical harm. This boss was desperate. I don't know where he got the ability from, and chose revenge. There is no doubt that he fell out of control and completely transformed into a vampire. Revenge was taken, but many innocent people were implicated as a result. He looked at the first-level vampires on the ground. As expected, these were all the followers created by the restaurant owner using his own abilities. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying this. Let's call it a day and return to the night watch. Song Qing'an turned around first. A species transformed from a human? Jiang You glanced at the corpse on the ground. Suddenly his heart moved, and he turned his head to look at the tall building 100 meters away. There was a figure there who quickly dodged away. Is it a different species? Not necessarily. He could be a scavenger. But you can see this side from 100 meters away. Did he just glance over here by chance? Or has he been observing this place all along? Jiang You frowned slightly, looked at them for a few seconds, and then followed Song Qing'an and others. After all, ordinary people will feel nervous when facing extraordinary people. If there is a power in front of them at this time, most people may not be able to refuse it. Sometimes, one step forward is the abyss. The sound gradually faded away until it completely disappeared at the end of the street. After a while, a figure quietly emerged from the shadows. This is actually a second-level blood species, and you can see the more obvious feminine characteristics in it. It ran to the dying one, looking sad and sobbing. Then he cut his wrist and fed the blood to the other person's mouth. Blood, blood, blood is of vital importance. After being replenished, the dying alien species regained some energy and spirit. However, the blood volume is too low after all. It would be better if there were other means. Relying solely on the blood of the second-level blood species, it can only delay some time. Apparently, this was the female's plan, to buy some time, look for prey, and then try to heal it. The vampire stood up, and the next moment, a handsome face looked at it with a hint of calmness. Sure enough, there is still one. Jiang You said softly. Roar. The blood creature suddenly became furious, showing its sharp nails and opening its bloody mouth full of serrated fangs to intimidate. Health, 50%. I really am willing to bleed you. It is obvious that the two are husband and wife. Lost control together and became alien species. No matter what happened in the past, given their current state, it is impossible to allow them to continue slaughtering ordinary people. With a slight sigh, Jiang You dodged the attack by moving sideways. The sharp claws were covered in blood, and it was obvious that the alien was fighting for its life. Jiang You fought back. The poor vampire was completely at a disadvantage after just one attack. Punch after punch. The alien had very poor combat skills, and after a few rounds, it had completely lost the ability to fight back. The last punch landed, its health bar was at risk, and it fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Jiang You was about to deliver the final punch, but I saw it trying its best to raise its head, stretch out its hand, and try to touch the first dying vampire. At this moment, it looks more and more like a human. Jiang You, who was about to kill, seemed to be acting less and less like a human. Sure enough, it's a wild alien species. The alien species that have mutated from humans are different. It's already a different species. Alienation is irreversible. Song Qing'an's voice sounded behind him. Chapter 97. Night Patrol Officer, meet Deng Ku again. Yes, alienation is irreversible. Even if Lu Yaoyao was transformed here, this situation is another matter. Even if Uncle Lu is transformed, I can only take action with pain. The blow hit Uncle Liu, and Jiang Yu felt the pain in his heart. After dealing with these vampires, the next few people returned to the night patrol. After another long run, everyone left the shadow layer through the entrance and exit they came from. Go and hand in the task first. You guys wait here. Jiang Yu, come with me. Song Qingan waved to him. Here I come. The two men came to the corridor of the night watch. I'll apply for a non-staff certificate for you later, and then you can log into the night patrol's internal network. Of course, you'll log in as a scavenger. Then you can check the tasks, and if there is a suitable one, you can choose to accept it and complete it. My goodness, they are pulling me here to work for them. After a little thought, Jiang Yu did not refuse immediately. When the night patrol issues a mission, he can screen and determine the alien's strength and location, which is much more convenient than searching for them one by one on his own. It is also a public way to become stronger. Otherwise, I've never seen you hunt alien species. Is your strength increasing too fast? They all say to go into the shadow layer and hunt alien species. How do you get in if you don't even have an entrance? Taking all the above into consideration, perhaps becoming a non-staff member of the Night Watch Department is not something that is difficult to accept. Uncle Song, I am no longer a staff member. Does my uncle know? General Li Zhan decided this after overcoming all the opposition. Song Qingan glanced at him and explained, he watched the video of your battle and felt that it would be a waste of time to stay in the special training camp for half a year before the college entrance examination. It would be better to find something to do. So you're looking for something to do. You want me to hunt alien species everywhere? Uncle Li, aren't you afraid that I'll capsize one day? Oh, General Li specifically said that if you want to enter and leave the special training camp freely, you must complete at least 3 missions a week, otherwise this privilege will be revoked. 3 times? Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. My goodness, whether it's other aspects or hunting alien species to complete the mission, 3 times a week is a bit too much. How about twice? If I complete a mission every 3 days, I can still have 1 day off. Jiang Yu bargained. Why don't you discuss this with your Uncle Li? Forget it. Jiang Yu suddenly wilted. Uncle Li had sent him messages recently to talk about the situation. Every time they had a video call, that look in his eyes made Jiang Yu feel uneasy. No matter who looks at the second-order things, they would at most feel that they are a bit exaggerated, but not difficult to accept. He really awakened early and became stronger. What's going on? It is completely acceptable for a retired warrior to put his identity here and help a kid advance from level 1 to level 2. However, family members know their own business, so why would they wake up in advance? It's better to do it in advance. How did you get the second-level strength? Jiang Yu hadn't figured out how to talk to Uncle Li, so he just kept on dragging on until he entered the camp. Finally, he changed his mind and decided, never mind. Although Uncle Li was his uncle, their actual relationship was no different from that of father and son. He would not let himself be stuck on such matters. The facts were pretty much as he expected. Li Xuanguang did not ask too many questions, and everything remained the same. This normal state of affairs actually makes people panic. Jiang Yu is now more and more afraid to chat with Uncle Li. He always feels that he is naked and could be exposed at any time. I wish Uncle Li was a little more stupid. We're here. Register and fill in the information. Leading Jiang Yu to a window, Song Qingan tapped his chin lightly. After a tedious registration process, probably because there was a background, the information was submitted and I didn't have to wait too long. Soon the non-staff member's small notebook was approved. Finally, I can log into the app by myself, enter the interface, and accept tasks. Okay, you will attend classes in the special training camp and take tasks in Yunhai. You can run between the two. Song Qingan said leisurely. No one will care how you attend classes. Just make sure you don't fall behind in all aspects of the courses and ensure your weekly task targets. Come on, I'm rooting for you. 1 mission takes at least half a day, and I still have to take care of my studies. Is this the life people live? Jiang Yu smacked his lips. Today is Monday. Are you going back to the special training camp? Song Qingan asked. I won't go back. All right. Song Qingan waved his hand. You decide for yourself. Oh, and remember to pick simple tasks. Don't take every job. Sometimes you will encounter some fish that have slipped through the net in the shadow layer, which are not on the task list. If you are sure you can kill it, you can try it. Save some and report it back to the Night Watch. It will also be considered a task. You can get points for each completed task. I know that points can be exchanged for phone bills, Penguin video memberships, rapeseed oil, and coupons for Lu Xing coffee. Jiang Yu answered quickly. Song Qingan's lips moved slightly. The things are there anyway. You can take a look at them yourself, and then I'm leaving. After sending them to the subway, Jiang Yu took out a small notebook. The words, Night Patrol Non-Staff, were written neatly. He opened the book and saw the headshot, personal age, identity, and rank. Everything is very formal. Speaking of which, why does it feel like getting a certificate isn't that complicated? Could it be that this certificate can be easily obtained, and Uncle Song just made up a reason to trick me into coming here to carry out a mission? Jiang Yu murmured in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had just been a free laborer and it was not counted as part of his mission. Big loss. After leaving the headquarters and sitting in a nearby cafe, Jiang Yu opened the installed Night Patrol app. Homepage hotspot, Cloud Sea Gathering Place, Superhuman Forum, Mission Hall, Points Mall. The interface is clearly black and white, grand and simple, making it easy to understand at a glance. Jiang Yu is not in a hurry. He starts by looking at the major events pushed on the homepage hotspots. Surprise! The sun seems to be moving strangely. The high-level forbidden object, star Pupil, in the Baidu gathering area has detected an abnormality in the southern fall zone. General Fong's strength has broken through again, and his 5th-level extraordinary skills are even better than nuclear weapons. The hot searches include technological advances and situations in various places. Hello. Just as Jiang Yu was browsing various news, a familiar voice suddenly came from beside him. Jiang Yu looked over subconsciously. The other party just happened to raise his head and look at him. It's Deng Ku, a former scavenger, a middle-aged scavenger who helped himself find prey. After a moment of pause, the other party looked away, obviously not recognizing Jiang Yu. Is his condition getting worse again? Okay, I just came out from the Night Watch division. I used my points to exchange for some medicine and will be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Deng Ku made up his mind. He picked up the pen and signed the document in front of him. When the last stroke was written, a young man in a suit and tie sitting at the table smiled. Okay, Mr. Deng, we will transfer the money to your card right away. We hope you will abide by the agreement when the time comes. I know. Deng Ku stood up hastily. Where's the medicine? Here. After saying that, he picked up the suitcase. Okay. After taking it, Deng Ku walked out without hesitation. Chapter 98, Hemostasis Syndrome. His daughter Hehe? The image of a fair and tender little girl immediately appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes. She had 2 ponytails and was wearing a light pink dress with white edges, looking a little timid. A pair of big, watery eyes, so cute. Deng Ku is nearly middle-aged and his main job is a security guard. After work, he bullies weak aliens in the shadow layer to supplement his family income. Apart from the occasional serious injury, life was pretty decent. The last time I saw his daughter was when we met by chance at Chuyang Group. The little girl looked healthy then. What is her situation now? It sounds like this is not optimistic. After thinking about it, Jiang Yu followed. I found an empty alley, and as my thoughts moved slightly, the air around me suddenly became a little thicker. Take a few steps forward. Then everything seemed to gradually fade away, and in the blink of an eye, it changed drastically. Dark shadows surged towards him like thick ink and fog, quickly clinging to various parts of his body. Cull. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, and suddenly his body burst out with powerful strength. It suddenly turned into a volumeless black shadow, clinging tightly to the wall and climbing up. In just a moment, he climbed to the top of the 20-story building. The figure leaped out like a fish leaping out of the water. Standing on the edge of the rooftop, he looked around, his sight passing through the shadow layer and reaching the real world. His eyes were fixed on the taxi that Deng Ku was riding in. Then take a half step back, rush forward, and jump up. Speaking of which, am I out of my mind? I can't just run after the taxi. Why do I have to climb the stairs? Subliminal shadow, once it is turned on, it will drill into the ground. With his eyes fixed on the taxi location, there was no need for him to run around upstairs. Well, there is basically no chance to use the second-level ability in the special training camp. We are really used to climbing walls. Falling freely from a high altitude, the strong wind slapped on his face. About 10 meters before landing, Jiang Yu began to run on the wall. With one last exertion, his body left the wall and turned into a shadow, as if swimming on the ground. Lurk into the shadows. And within this shadow layer, everything is shadow. In this state, both the normal speed and the extreme speed are much greater than that of ordinary 2 legs. More importantly, the recovery speed in the shadow layer is extremely fast, and the endurance is much stronger. In today's world, taxis rarely encounter red lights, so this situation forced Jiang Yu to catch up. Arrive at your destination, pay, and get off. Deng Ku approached the hospital with a small black box in his hand. I followed him into the inpatient department and into the ward. On the hospital bed, a little girl was covered with various infusion tubes and things that Jiang Yu couldn't understand, and there were instruments connected to the bed. Amid the ticking sound, the girl's face turned very pale. His eyes were closed, and there was a look of pain on his face. Director. Deng Ku walked quickly into the ward and opened the small black box in his hand. A bottle of light red reagent mixed with blue dots appeared in front of several people. Where did you get this? The chief physician's expression changed slightly. Is that okay with you? Deng Ku did not answer. The director glanced at him and didn't ask any more questions. A green glow appeared on his hand. After a few seconds, he nodded and said, "It is indeed the latest blood-derived potion, but I have one thing to remind you. Let's talk about it." When they reached the corridor, a trace of regret flashed across the director's calm eyes. Your daughter's condition was relatively stable, but with something like supernatural contamination, steady treatment is normal, and sudden deterioration is also normal. Deng Ku's face gradually turned ugly. He had already anticipated what the doctor was going to say. Your daughter's condition has suddenly taken a turn for the worse in the past few days. If you had taken out the blood source potion 3 days ago, it might have worked wonders. But now, it's hard to say. Deng Ku's knuckles turned white from clenching his fists, and the bloodshot eyes made it possible to sense how haggard he had been in recent times. "Director, tell me, how long can he hold on?" "About a month." Cole. Hearing this news, Deng Ku breathed a sigh of relief. There is still time. 1 month is just optimistic. Moreover, the effect of this blood-derived medicine, which is specifically used to treat blood contamination, is showing a decreasing trend. The more you use it, the worse the effect. Theoretically, the first one can almost save patients with this type of disease from the brink of death. If the situation is still serious after 3 shots, then there may be no way out. It was surprising that Deng Ku had the means to get one given his family conditions. The little girl's current condition, there's a high probability that none of the 3 methods can save her. "Director, I'm counting on you. I'll do my best." The doctor nodded and said to the nurse next to him, "Prepare for the operation." Watching them push his daughter into the operating room, Deng Ku sat on a bench in the corridor in a daze. His eyes were blank, not knowing what to do. Deng He, 5 years old, hemolytic syndrome. In the ward, Jiang You in the shadow layer looked at the patient information at the end of the bed. What is this disease? He opened the Night Watch app to search. Soon the search results appeared in front of us. Chemical blood syndrome is a serious disease caused by blood contamination. The probability of disease is actually very low, but blood species is a relatively common alien species. This symptom may occur due to fighting with vampires, being deeply contaminated, and not being purified in time, coupled with personal physical reasons. In the early stage, the limbs are just sore and weak, and the body temperature rises. After a few days, the blood will be contaminated without anyone noticing and will flow throughout the body. The most terrifying thing about this disease is that the blood will corrode the body like sulfuric acid. If it is not treated, it can corrode the body alive. It can be purified in the early stages, but by the time most people are diagnosed, it is already too late. Deng He is only 5 years old and has always been in the real world. How could he have contracted this disease? Could it be related to those blood species roaming the world? Jiang Yu wasn't sure. He walked out slowly, found a deserted place, and returned to the real world. Deng Ku had a dejected look on his face, holding the phone in his hand. Jiang Yu, who was about to go forward, stopped. "Hello." The call was connected quickly. "What's wrong?" A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "How many blood source potions do you have?" Deng Ku asked. "Please, this one is worth 1 million, and the materials are scarce. We can produce high-quality blood source strengthening liquid by changing the method. Why bother to do it? I'm asking you how many you have left." Deng Ku's fury was obvious. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. His voice changed from playful to a bit cold. "Deng Ku, you'd better understand your identity. You want the blood source potion, right? Fine, I can give it to you. Just come find me yourself." After saying that, he hung up the phone. With his hands clasped together, the expression on his face kept changing. There was a flash of blood in his eyes. Chapter 99, Blood Disaster. Soon, Deng Ku's wife also arrived at the scene. "How is he doing? I went to ask my second uncle and third uncle to collect some money." Deng Ku, who was sitting on the bench, raised his head and smiled as if relieved. "It's okay. I've prepared the medicine. The director also said that the success rate of treatment is very high. Return the money. It won't be used." The wife was a little suspicious, but the director informed me over the phone that the situation is not optimistic. "Because I didn't get the blood source potion at that time." Deng Ku gestured to her to be at ease. "Don't worry. Trust me. Is this the strength of a middle-aged man?" Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, left the hospital, and found a quieter place. "Uncle Lee, I have a friend whose child has hemolytic syndrome. Can it be cured?" I saw him take out a bottle of blood source potion and chat with the doctor for a few words, but the doctor looked unhappy. Not long after, Li Shuangguang replied, "1 bottle of blood source medicine can't cure it. Basically, it will be difficult to save the patient. How old is the patient? 5 years old, Jiang You replied. The probability is even lower, close to zero. Children have very poor resistance to pollution. If detected early, blood-derived drugs may be effective. In the acute stage, it is basically impossible to save the child. All right. In that case, Deng Ku actually doesn't need to go around asking for help and spend all his money in exchange for a few bottles of blood source potion. But rationality is rationality. Since it concerns the life and death of his daughter, Deng Ku should do it without hesitation even if there is a glimmer of hope. For you. Just then, a cup of coffee was pushed over. Long time no see, handsome Jiang. A girl with a high ponytail and pretty face sat opposite Jiang Yu. Xiao Xiao. Jiang Yu's eyes gradually focused on the girl in front of him. What a coincidence. Yeah, weren't you in the special training camp? Why are you back? Feng Xiao Xiao, Lu Yaoyao's best friend. I don't know what kind of cosmetics she has used recently. Her skin is moist and smooth, and her eyes are full of charm. However, after not seeing him for more than a month, he looked quite different from what I remembered. Because of good behavior, he was released early. Jiang Yu said casually, what about you? Didn't you go to school today? I was attacked by an alien a few days ago, and a night watchman saved me. I'm fine, but he was seriously injured and unconscious. I came here to see him. I see. Jiang Yu nodded. Recently, many alien species have appeared in the sea of clouds. Don't go out at night, and don't take the side roads. Yeah. Feng Xiao Xiao responded, took a sip of coffee, and looked at Jiang Yu with a somewhat inexplicable look. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't seduction, but a very complicated look. It's only been a month since we last met, and you've changed so much. Your temperament is completely different. What's the big deal? Jiang Yu smiled. I feel like you've changed a lot. How have you been lately? Seeing that you all went to the special training camp, while I didn't qualify and had to stay in Yanhai. Plus, when we encountered danger, the night watchman stepped forward. The more I think about it, the more I envy you. Hiss. For a moment Jiang Yu didn't know what to do. At this point, she said in a sad tone, my family is in the catering industry, a small business, so we are not short of money. But if we really encounter any danger, no matter how much money we have, it will be useless. I was traveling once before, and when I was coming back, I saw a group of alien species on the road. That was probably the first time I saw such strange creatures. It was also from then on that I wanted to become a transcendent. Jiang Yu listened silently. But for the extraordinary, willpower is something that is completely dependent on fate. If you don't have the talent, then you don't have it. No matter how hard you try, it will be useless. The school offers martial arts classes, but everyone says that they are only good for strengthening the body, and at most they can help you run faster when alien species come. If you really want to become extraordinary, you must have the qualifications. No matter how good you are at martial arts, it is useless. Jiang Yu opened his lips slightly, then closed them angrily. Really? He had practiced with the school before and thought he was pretty awesome, but when he really stepped into the extraordinary world, he found out it was all weird. If someone punches you, you can't get it out by banging your head against the wall. When there is a huge gap in physical fitness, the effect of conventional training methods is almost equal to zero. The essence of transcendence is pollution. If you are not old enough, there will be a huge risk of being polluted, which is almost a dead end. The reason for offering this kind of martial arts course is simply to give students a basic foundation. In martial arts class, I was almost the most serious one in the class. I thought that hard work would be rewarded, but the aptitude test shattered my fantasy. I will never be able to become extraordinary in this life. Feng Xiao Xiao smiled bitterly. When encountering alien species, we can only rely on others for our survival. Those who want to be extraordinary are not qualified and can resist the awakening ability of the extraordinary. It was just so coincidental and helpless. People without qualifications cannot even study the extraordinary arts because they will be more likely to become desperate and contaminated. Feng Xiao Xiao gently shook the coffee cup, and the expression in her eyes gradually faded. Oh, Jiang Yu could only sigh, but there was no way to comfort her. After a moment, he said, it's all the same. Extraordinary people are not as good as you think. They have to face danger almost all the time. The probability of ordinary people facing danger is not high. If they really encounter it, there is nothing they can do. But most people can always live their lives in peace. As for extraordinary people, how many of them can survive without getting hurt or disabled? No. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Feng Xiao Xiao bit her lip and said, Jiang Yu, you have talent. You are different. You simply cannot understand the powerlessness that an unarmed mortal feels when facing an alien species. If the night watchman hadn't risked his life to save me that day, I would have been swallowed up. Jiang Yu was silent. He possesses unprecedented golden talent and is a great demon who overwhelms those of the same level, comforting a girl who had just been attacked by an alien. His words do seem rather weak and are unable to truly empathize with others. They were silent, suddenly. What is that? How can there be an alien species? Various exclamations were heard on the street. There were 3 humanoid blood creatures, with smooth, bare skin and blood streaks on it. I don't know where he jumped onto the street. And one of them went straight to this coffee shop. With a click, the glass couldn't withstand the attack of the alien and shattered into pieces on the spot. It was a weekday afternoon, and there were not many people in the store. It immediately set its sights on Jiang You. Come here. Be careful. Feng Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, her legs and feet became weak, and she looked terrified. Bang. Grasp the other person's throat with your hands. It broke with a snap. Jiang Yu's expression didn't change. I don't know if the opponent is at the middle level of the first rank, but he will be killed instantly in his hands. Health was emptied. Jiang Yu shook it off, then rushed to the street. Bang. Bang. These 2 vampires smashed around recklessly or chased the crowd directly. Grab a slow-running passerby, swing the sharp claws, and blood and flesh fly everywhere. One of them jumped onto the car and pounded on the window. After 2 or 3 hits, the window was covered with spider webs and was about to collapse. The release of this power made several vampires very excited. Help! Help! Someone's legs went weak and he tripped while running and fell to the ground, looking at the approaching vampire in horror. Bang! As the opponent was about to get closer, Jiang Yu rushed over and smashed his head with a hammer. He turned around, took a big leap forward, kicked the opponent in the chest, chased him, and punched him. Given the gap in rank, it can be said that the opponent has basically no ability to fight back. Jiang Yu had a stern expression on his face. These 3 vampires are almost identical to the ones I saw this morning when I was on a mission. Could it be that these 3 are also vampires transformed from humans? If this is true, then something is really wrong. It is normal for 1 or 2 people to become fallen and transform into different species, but if several of them appear in succession, it is definitely not a coincidence. After dealing with the last blood species that was transformed from a human, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and stood up. The street was extremely messy. Everyone abandoned their car and fled, leaving all kinds of debris scattered on the ground. Crying, terrified, pretty much the same. He turned his head and looked towards the cafe. Feng Xiaoxiao stood at the door with a pale face, looking into his eyes. The girl looked sad, but also had a bit of self-mockery in her expression. She pursed her lips, as if to say, "You see, ordinary people are so vulnerable when facing alien species." Chapter 100, Absorbing Blood. New form. For some reason, he seemed to see the color name above Feng Xiaoxiao's head turn red for a moment, and then instantly return to normal, becoming a normal friendly green mixed with light pink. The fight took place right in front of the coffee shop, with the 2 men only a few meters apart. After looking at each other for a few seconds, Feng Xiaoxiao withdrew her gaze, her body trembling slightly. Just follow me and don't run around. I'll notify the night watch. Jiang Yu shouted. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded. Jiang Yu took out his cell phone, dialed the number, and quickly explained the situation. Vomit. I feel dizzy. Why are my palms so red? My blood is so hot. Not far away, the crowd exclaimed. Several people were running and suddenly fell down. What happened again? Jiang Yu was confused. He watched helplessly as the man was running and suddenly fell to the ground. Others, don't come near, spread out. Jiang Yu didn't dare to hang up the phone. He shouted and ran over quickly. When I touched them, I found that the skin of those people who fell to the ground was extremely hot. And gradually, blood-colored lines appeared on his body. Contaminated? He is good at killing alien species, but he has no way to treat pollution. Several more people here suddenly fainted and had fever. The symptoms are a bit like hemolytic syndrome. I don't know whether it is true or not. Please send someone over here quickly. After hanging up the phone, he suddenly remembered that this place was not far from the hospital. Okay, now the rescue should come quickly. Just as he was about to put the phone back, he noticed that there seemed to be some capitalized red font in the floating window. Jiang Yu quickly clicked on it. Was it a notification from the Night Patrol app? Attention, all extraordinary people. Recently, a large number of patients with blood contamination have appeared in the Yuhai gathering place. It is suspected that there are powerful blood species in the gathering place. If you encounter a blood species, please record its information in time and report it to the Night Watch Department. What happened to Yinhai? Jiang Yu thought in his mind and moved quickly to keep some distance between the fainted passers-by to prevent the pollution from further affecting each other. This was all he could do. After a while, the ambulance beeped closer. This way, Jiang Yu waved his hand. Here it comes. He was relieved when the medical staff arrived quickly. Jiang You, you are so awesome now. Feng Xiaoxiao said sincerely. Not bad. Jiang Yu glanced at her. The girl, who was still frightened but trying to remain calm, actually looked particularly pitiful. It's okay, Jiang Yu said. Go home quickly. The Sea of Clouds may not be peaceful recently. Also, store more supplies and don't go out at night. Thank you, Feng Xiaoxiao said softly. Thank me for something. Thank you for saving my life, and for letting me see the power of the extraordinary. Feng Xiaoxiao said. It's not a question of whether you saved my life or not. If I hadn't been in the cafe, you wouldn't have stayed there, let alone been attacked by the vampires. As for being powerful, it's just that. Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head. It may be a piece of cake for you, but for an ordinary person like me, my mind went blank just now. I even thought I would die here. Okay, we're old classmates. Stop being so cheesy. Jiang Yu grinned. I'll take you home. No need. I can walk by myself. Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head again. You are really amazing now. You can go help more people in need. Jiang Yu paused. I'm really fine. We are old classmates. Don't you know me yet? I'll go by myself. You go and do your own thing. The girl waved her hand. Okay, see you next time. After looking at her deeply, Jiang Yu turned around and opened the Night Patrol app. There are several locations marked on the map, all of which are places where vampires are rampant. One of the locations was only 1 kilometer away from here, and Jiang Yu started jogging. The girl watched him leave, turned around, and walked in the opposite direction. The two figures gradually moved apart. Old classmates. When Jiang Yu arrived, other extraordinary people had already taken action in this place. Whether it's a night watchman or a scavenger. Faced with this kind of lower-level or middle-level blood species that were transformed from humans and lacked savagery and hostility, they can be easily dealt with. When you open the map again, the marked locations have basically been cleared. Including the entrance to the cafe, there are 4 in total, all within this East 2 zone. The place Jiang Yu rushed to was a shopping mall, which had been cordoned off and was undergoing finishing work. He took a few looks and saw nothing for him to do, so he simply left. Buzz. The phone vibrates. It's news from Uncle Lee. Still alive? Question mark. Jiang Yu's face darkened, and he replied, I can't provide for your retirement. That's fine. I'm supported by the Night Watch. You can't imagine how lucrative my position is. Are you still a human being? How can we blame Jiang Yu for always misunderstanding Uncle Lee as a big tiger? He talks big every day and shows off in front of him. Coupled with his intimidating aura, Jiang Yu would believe that he was a man of both right and wrong. I took a screenshot. I'm going to report you now. Uncle Lee withdrew a message. After finishing the chat, Jiang Yu found a place to escape into the shadow layer. I just killed 3 vampires. There are surveillance cameras nearby. Doesn't that mean I have completed 3 tasks at once? The night patrol is probably busy and overwhelmed right now, so don't worry. Go and pick some easy targets first. Shadow layer. The figure covered in black almost completely blended into the darkness. Cold eyes stared at the figure in front of him. It is nearly 2 meters tall, human-shaped, with 3 very large fingers, and thorns made of blood occasionally piercing through the skin. This is also a blood species, but it is different from the previous ones and looks more advanced. Health, 20%. There was a huge hole in the opponent's chest, and his twisted and throbbing organs could be seen. He walked with a limp, holding in his hand a bloody creature of unknown race. With a grunting sound, his blood volume was recovering visibly. The blood species has extremely strong vitality. It would be difficult for other species to recover from such serious injuries. At this time, you can see the granulation tissue at the wound moving, repairing its body bit by bit. Will this allow it to continue to recover? Shadow attack. The bloody creature was enjoying his meal and observing his surroundings vigilantly, but he never expected that a huge knife would suddenly jump out from the shadow beside him, falling straight down from top to bottom. Mark. This blood species didn't even have time to resist. After being marked, the effects of palpitations and panic took effect directly, and it fell into stiffness. So he watched helplessly as the giant blade pierced through his shoulder blade, almost splitting his body in half. It's not even a chance for the health to fall below the kill line, triggering the instant death rule. The blade swung left and right, killing him instantly. I never thought that I could kill someone as powerful as a level 2 vampire instantly. Cricket level 2, nothing more than that. Ignoring the opponent's 20% remaining health, Jiang Yu dispersed the shadow blade and attached his palm to it. Thick darkness enveloped the other's body and then rushed towards his arms. The darkness decomposed the opponent's body, and Jiang Yu naturally felt a desire in his body. After a moment, he frowned. This absorption is not right. Jiang Yu stared at the other person's body and saw a streak of blood clinging to his arm, and then gradually disappeared. My arms are slightly itchy. Jiang Yu's thoughts moved slightly. The arm reverted to a blade. A touch of blood, like a line, spread from the handle to the tip of the blade. Slender and looming. What's this? Chapter 101 Shadow Tide. The trembling shadow layer. Jiang Yu swung the knife. No feeling. It doesn't hurt, feel sore or itchy. He poked the ground and sparks flew from the friction. Still so hard. Stabbing someone can make a big hole. There didn't seem to be any change in the sharpness, and even if there was, he had no way of testing it himself. You can't just stab yourself in the leg and try it. Jiang Yu changed his form again, and the giant blade transformed into 10 shadow claws. A line of blood spread from the blade of the right index finger to the wrist. 2 hands, and only one, looked quite strange. Jiang Yu opened the panel, read it line by line, and his eyes stopped on one of the items. Shadow form. 1. Using this ability, the consumption of shadow points in the present world is reduced, and one can absorb shadows at all times in the shadow layer, replenish shadow points, and increase one's own healing speed. 2. In this form, your pressure is more powerful, which can make your prey feel palpitations and more likely to reveal flaws. 3. This ability is changing. Maybe it will get stronger? Compared with before, there is an additional 3rd point. It was nothing at first, but the question mark at the end really made Jiang Yu a little nervous. After thinking for a few seconds, I couldn't figure it out, so I had to give up. Then again, what is going on? After reaching the 2nd level, he had hunted alien species before. In early February, near the new year, he entered the 2nd stage. The special training camp will not open until the end of February. During this time, he hunted alien species in the shadow layer to accumulate lifespan. At that time, because 2nd-level alien species were difficult to find and generally strong, it took 2 days to hunt one, which was too inefficient. Therefore, he basically takes 1st-order alien species as his main hunting targets. It seems that the 2nd-level blood has never been absorbed, etc. The 1st-level blood species seems to have never absorbed wild ones. After all, the predator is a man-made product. Can it be considered a real blood species? Jiang Yu didn't know either, so he decided to try finding another lucky person. He jumped onto a tall building, looking for his next target. After wandering around the area of several kilometers for several times, he barely found a 2nd-level vampire. Apart from its odd-shaped head, its body shape is somewhat similar to that of a poultry chicken. He was of human height, with hair fading from scarlet to red, and feathers that looked like they were made of fine steel, each one clearly visible. If you take one off, you might be able to use it as a kitchen knife. The location it occupies is the underground garage of a certain community in the present world. If the other party hadn't come back from hunting, Jiang Yu really wouldn't have thought of sneaking in here to take a look. Hiding in the shadows, Jiang Yu watched it. Health, 74%. He could see the opponent's health, but he couldn't tell his specific rank. I can only say that it looks like it should be 2nd order. The big hen shrank her neck, then came to the center of the garage and sat on the chicken coop that was temporarily made of bones and various furs. There was a deep scar on its abdomen that was visible to the bone, and its left wing seemed to have been hit by some huge force, causing it to be slightly bent. Little thing, take this blow from your grandpa Jiang. Jiang Yu rubbed his hands together and slowly approached. The big knife is ready, just cut its kidney. Approaching quietly and gropingly. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, the entire underground garage shook. He was about to launch an attack when he subconsciously stopped. After waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, the vibration in the underground garage was not an illusion, but became more and more intense. Is this place going to collapse? I've never heard of the shadow layer collapsing for no reason. Looking at the big hen again, it first stood up vigilantly, and then shrank back again. But it no longer closes its eyes, always focusing on its surroundings and remaining highly alert. The entire underground garage was shaking more and more frequently, and Jiang Yu did not dare to launch an attack rashly. He rushed outside quickly. When he came out again and stepped on the ground, Jiang Yu realized that what was shaking was not just a small garage, but the entire shadow layer. An indescribable palpitation spread in his heart, and even wearing a layer of shadow coat could not stop the goosebumps from appearing. In addition to the palpitations, there seemed to be a strange feeling. It's hard to describe. I just feel uncomfortable all over and want to poop anywhere. He took 2 steps at a time, rushed up the building, and ran upwards on the shaking building. With a flip, he reached the roof. Yes, the entire shadow layer is shaking. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple floated. Shopping malls, hospitals, buildings, schools. All buildings seem to be changing. It's like there is an eraser and a paintbrush invisibly. Wipe away the blood, body parts, and various items on the ground. Then some buildings were changed and new elements were added. An originally empty street may now have a few more cars. A parking space that was originally filled with cars may now only have a few scattered cars left. Located on a building of more than 30 floors, you can see everything for several kilometers. Generally speaking, nothing seems to have changed, but when you look closely, you find that everything seems to be changing. Silent and spectacular. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils contracted a little. The bone-chilling cold seemed to penetrate into his body. In his sight, it seemed as if a nearly transparent wave was sweeping towards him. Wherever you go, change everything. Then, when the transparent wave dissipated, a crack more than 10 meters high appeared on the street. Claws wrapped in thick black air clung to the edge of the crack. A pitch-black creature, like a creature wearing armor, slowly walked out. His face was hideous, his whole body seemed to be covered in armor, and the two devil-like horns on his head were black and hard, like a general from hell fighting on the battlefield. It shook its head and looked around, seeming somewhat confused about the environment. Then, another crack appeared, and alien species crawled out from it, one after another. More and more cracks appeared. One by one, the alien species rushed out roaring. Another round of translucent wave came crashing down. This time, it's even more ferocious. The surging momentum was almost visible to the naked eye. Jiang Yu felt a little uneasy and his face changed slightly. He wanted to exit the shadow layer immediately. However, just as he was about to activate his ability, sharp intuition suddenly took effect. A strong sense of threat came over me. He had an inexplicable premonition in his heart that if he insisted on quitting, the end would be miserable. This shadow layer is extremely unstable at this moment. Then, there was a loud bang in my ears. The wave is coming. Jiang Yu was standing on the roof. When the wave hit, his eyes went dark and his body was lifted up by the impact. Clang. He subconsciously hooked his claws onto the floor. It blew back 4 or 5 meters before gradually stopping. Before Jiang Yu could stand up, the third wave of wind and waves hit again. What else? The claws couldn't penetrate the roof. There was nowhere to grab. Jiang Yu felt dizzy, and when he came to his senses, he had been blown off the roof. He finally understood what he was facing. The cycle is 1 month. Sometimes it may be earlier, and sometimes it may be later. Stable, but not completely stable. Shadow Layer Tides. Chapter 102. Night Watch on Behalf of the Heaven. The wind whistled in my ears, and after 3 waves, it was over. With his strength returning, Jiang Yu quickly regained control of his body. He was somewhat glad that he had climbed high enough and had enough time to fall down. Otherwise, if you climb low, you won't die if you fall. That's outrageous. Jiang Yu adjusted his posture, and a shadow thread connected to the outer layer of the building, which immediately slowed down the descent speed. Then attached to the wall and run downwards. After a few seconds, it landed smoothly. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, at least I didn't fall to death. He didn't die from the fall. Only, the alien with bones all around its body watched him fall beside it. With a click, the bone knife popped out and his body turned into a shadow and rushed towards him. Before Jiang Yu could even stand firmly, a danger warning sounded. He didn't have time to think. The claw blade blocked in front of him. Bang! At the moment of contact, Jiang Yu's eyes widened. The whole person was knocked back several meters. Ding 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 ding. He kept backing away and barely managed to stop. What is that? Jiang Yu was stunned. During the special training camp, he attended classes and exercised during the day, and his shadow trained in the shadow layer. As time went by, Song Qingan personally admitted that his strength was nothing like a normal second-level strength. Now he was hit by a punch from the bone species and couldn't stop retreating. His arms felt a little numb, but he recovered quickly with the help of shadow form. From retreating to standing still, it only takes 1 second at most, 1.5 seconds at most. Before Jiang Yu could see the opponent's appearance clearly, the bone species rushed up again. The 2 claw blades crossed in front of him, and this time the opponent's strength was even stronger. Jiang Yu slid backwards and hit the rear of a car parked on the side of the road with a bang. He even heard a crisp crack sound. My waist. Jiang Yu's facial features were almost twisted together. Bang. Keep intuition activated. He instinctively turned his head to the side. The bone knife chopped heavily on the rear of the car, making a clanging sound. What a bastard. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, and before the opponent had time to attack, his figure flashed and disappeared out of thin air. Where are the people? This bone species was a little confused. It looked around but couldn't find Jiang Yu, so it became more and more confused. While it was still searching, a big knife emerged from the darkness and chopped its throat fiercely. With one cut, it was like cutting meat with a blunt knife. The white bones in the opponent's throat were so hard that it was frightening. Jiang Yu's shadow knife is now so sharp that he can basically cut all common materials in the world with one stroke. Ordinary iron tools and iron blocks are completely unable to withstand it. Although the second stage does not have a major qualitative change like the third stage, it has also transcended ordinary cognition. Under the guidance of Shadow Strike, the opponent's throat is considered a weakness. Even so, he hasn't been able to cause any serious injuries to anyone. Health, 88%, 81%. The damage of just 7% almost made him recall the first time he fought against Ghost. Okay, 7% is better than 1% that pops up. The opponent is most likely not an ordinary second-level one. Since the battle has already begun and the tide has not yet ended, and we cannot leave the shadow layer for the time being, then let's continue fighting. Hand knife, cut again. A layer of killing power accumulates, and although the blood loss from the first blow seems not to be a high number, it has actually affected this bone species. It staggered backward, using its mantis-like slender yet explosive legs to push off the ground and hold its body upright. Jiang Yu's third knife has already fallen. The murderous force is attached to the blade, invisible to the naked eye, but one can clearly feel the fierce murderous intent. There was a hint of hesitation in the bone species' empty pupils. People back home talk about how sweet the air is here, and how weak yet delicious this race called humans is. Why did it come here? It seemed like it was completely different. Clang. The fourth knife, the fifth knife. Chop diagonally, chop horizontally, and pull back. Taking the initiative, what is constantly emphasized in the special training camp. Taking the initiative in battle. Take the initiative, ensure the momentum continues, and the weak can defeat the strong. If you lose the initiative, you can either use defense as offense to look for loopholes, or if you are sure, force a counterattack. Momentum should be like the tide. With consecutive kills in hand, once Jiang Yu's offensive is connected, the accumulated effect will be even more terrifying. The bone species was defeated one after another, but this time it crashed into the car that appeared from the shadow layer with a bang. In just a short time, the opponent's health has dropped to 50%. Jiang Yu only felt that the power in his body was becoming more and more abundant, and the more he chopped, the more fun he felt. Little thing, you are the only one who wants to sneak attack Grandpa Jiang? Dot. A frown appeared on Jiang Yu's face, and he raised his knife. Bang! He flew backwards. A beam of light came from nowhere and hit his shoulder heavily. The attack was originally aimed at the chest, and the sudden sense of crisis made Jiang Yu react. He barely adjusted his body so that the light beam would hit a non-lethal position, and then he flew out more than 10 meters away. Hiss! Jiang Yu looked at his shoulder. The shadow form couldn't be seen, but in fact a big hole was torn open and all the flesh and blood disappeared. It doesn't hurt. The wounds were all burnt. This thing is a bit creepy. If it doesn't hurt, then it doesn't hurt. It's better if it doesn't hurt. He suppressed his emotions, gritted his teeth, and raised his head. Is it the reinforcements of the bone race? When he raised his head, his eyes gradually became dull. On top of a tall building, an alien with 8 eyes poked its head out. In the gap between the buildings, a vague figure casts a line of sight. Above the street lamp, a strange and incomprehensible figure was hovering. Ancient demon species, pupil species, hidden species, pattern species, gray species. Various species. First order, second order, third order. They came to this world with the tide of shadows, heard the sounds of battle, and spied on secretly. Most of them have strange shapes, and just looking at them is a kind of spiritual pollution. There were no alien roars or neighs. No one knew who shot the beam just now. Cold sweat began to appear on Jiang Yu's forehead. The shadow tide came suddenly. How could he have predicted it in advance? The tide began to rise, and the entire space began to become unstable. At this moment, he couldn't even break away by force. How to get out of this? Suddenly, all the aliens looked behind him. What's wrong? Jiang Yu turned around and was stunned. The sound of footsteps was extremely orderly. The neatly dressed and well-equipped phalanx advanced rapidly. The leader held a ball of light high in his hand. In this dim shadow layer, it seems to be the only source of light. Eternal burning torch. After use, it can emit a soft light to dispel shadows and can serve as a good source of light. Please note, this light will be extremely attractive to alien species. Cost. The user will consume a certain amount of physical strength and extraordinary energy to maintain the light source. If you want to expand your perspective, expand it further. You will find that there are light balls in countless places within this shadow layer. Come together to light up the dark side of the sea of clouds. The pale white light danced in the palm of his hand like a flame. It shines brightly, reflected in the boy's pupils. There is fire behind him, an alien species in front of him. If there is no light in this world, then light a light to illuminate the road ahead. There are enemies coming from afar and invading here, but there is no God descending from the sky to protect this side. Night Watchman, Night Watchman. So, watch over the night on behalf of God. Chapter 103. Let go of that alien. Let me come. I'm not the only one fighting this battle. Jiang Yu's eyes gradually brightened. These dozens of night watchmen obviously also noticed him, and their pace quickened. The claw blade popped out. Jiang Yu retracted his gaze and looked at the alien in front of him. Bone species. Come. He took a step forward and leaped forward. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of dense drum beats sounded behind me. The sound of the drums was deafening. The rhythm is hard to describe, but after listening to it for half a second, the blood in my body starts to boil. The power is pouring out. It's not just a psychological effect. Jiang Yu clenched his fists, and his heart beat in unknowingly rhythm with the beat of the drum. Plop, plop. His breathing became heavier, and he raised his long knife. It was originally a pitch-black sword, but now it was covered with a blood-red stripe, adding a touch of weird beauty. The night watchmen are getting closer. Roar. Each alien species seemed anxious and restless. Under the drum beats, the night watchmen were strengthened, but they were weakened. With a bang. If you look closely, you will find that Jiang Yu has left an outline of a footprint on the ground in the shadow layer. In the shadow layer, only the third level is qualified to cause damage to the buildings there. With the help of the drum sounds, Jiang Yu's already exaggerated physique was further strengthened, enough to cause deformation of the buildings in the shadow layer. Kill the alien species. Kill. His action was like blowing the horn of attack, a spark that ignited a powder keg. Then, the battle is about to begin. With a loud bang, before Jiang Yu could engage in battle with the alien species, a strong wind and heat wave came from his side, accompanied by tongues of scorching fire that passed by him. It landed precisely on the alien group in front, and then exploded with a loud bang. The splashing flames seemed to have self-awareness, bursting out, most of them attached to the alien body and burning fiercely. Hiss! The alien species became agitated, and their suppressed ferocity was aroused. They hissed, waving their tentacles and whip blades wildly, and then pounced. Swish! Jiang Yu aimed at the bone creature and chopped off its neck with a knife. The big knife that had been unable to penetrate an inch before now broke through with little effort. The bone species' health dropped sharply and flames were burning on its body. Jiang Yu struck back with another knife. Kill! He shouted, joining the drum and the cries of the other night watchmen. Everyone also found their targets and started fighting. The blade was flying, the power and speed were increasing. With every cut, Jiang Yu felt the exhilarating pleasure of mowing the grass. 30%, 20%. The blood volume is in danger, and the red light is on. Behead. The shadow knife fell, and the opponent was like a chicken with its neck strangled. As soon as the force was applied, his breath was completely cut off. He looked around and saw that everyone was busy fighting the aliens and ignored him. Jiang Yu lifted up the other person's body and quickly ran into the alley. Shadow Devour. The shadow wrapped around him, disintegrating his body. Name Armored Skeleton. Type Bone. Level Upper Level 2. Introduce. Kill Price. Malignant Bone Hyperplasia. Price has been exempted. Shadow Devouring Harvest. Increase the number of shadow points. Increase bone hardening and strength. This species has been included. It feels so good. I took a look at the shadow point, and it jumped directly to 195, approaching the 200 mark. I can do it again. Glancing at the battlefield, Jiang Yu felt his heart burning with anxiety. Eat. Keep eating. I'm going to eat him till he's dizzy today. Beams of light splashed everywhere, and blood and flesh flew. The battle is getting more intense. Jiang Yu had never seen the methods used by the night watchmen, but they were indeed as endless as he had imagined. In addition to the abilities and various extraordinary skills that he possesses, there are also various strange and bizarre forbidden items and extraordinary equipment. There was a night watchman who was transformed into a figure over 2 meters tall, with protruding fangs, a green face, and white eyes. There are also people who move around the battlefield like ghosts. It was a mess right now, and if it weren't for the different colors of the blood bars above everyone's heads, it would be difficult for him to distinguish between friend and foe. His eyes kept moving across the battlefield, and finally stopped on the blood creature with holes all over his body. The opponent's health is still at 25%. The night watchman only had 75% left. I'll help you. Jiang Yu shouted loudly, and stepped forward with a knife. Cricket, level 2. How can you stop me? Cut. A knife carrying murderous intent fell from the sky. Brother, You are not in good condition. Don't bear the pollution. Go and take a rest. I will take over here. Puff, it's a knife. Puff, another knife. After 2 slashes, the blood volume was directly reduced to the killing line. Thanks for your help, but we will shoulder the responsibility for the pollution together. The night watchman was stunned for a moment. Then he felt obliged and swung down with the blade covered with ice. Half of the blood species' body was frozen, and he hit it hard, shattering it to the ground. The alien species, which was already low on health, died on the spot. Then, from an invisible place, it seemed as if something attracted them and attached itself to the two of them. Kill the alien species and pay the price. That's the rule. The night watchman had a stern expression and gritted his teeth, as if he was enduring something. Brother. Jiang You looked at him in a daze. Don't worry, I'm fine. The night watchman smiled, then turned and left, probably to look for his next prey. Jiang You lowered his head, looked at the broken ice and flesh on the ground, and fell silent. He carried the remaining half of the body away and absorbed it with difficulty. The original bloodline gradually became darker in color. Name. Type, blood. Level, second-order median. Introduce. Killing cost. Blood pollution cost exempted. Shadow devouring harvest. This species has been included. Blood contamination? Jiang You was busy with this matter today, and became particularly sensitive when he saw these words. Be careful. Killing a vampire will cost you blood contamination. So he just shouted out loud. Don't worry. We have all taken anti-pollution medicine in advance. It's okay. A night watchman who was closer to Jiang You spoke up. Good. This way, there should be no problem. Jiang You put his mind at ease for the moment and continued to do OB on the sidelines. Brother, I'm here to help you. Let me bear the contamination of this alien species. I'm weak. I'll finish off the enemy. You guys go deal with the other aliens. On the battlefield, a figure kept shuttling back and forth, aiming at the low-health aliens to finish off the last of their lives. This big brother is willing to share the pollution with everyone despite taking all kinds of risks. He must have killed nearly 10 alien species. Everyone was slightly moved. All right, brother, you should take a rest. Your body won't be able to bear it if you continue like this. A night watchman who had just been robbed of a monster couldn't help but speak out to persuade. It's okay, I can continue. Jiang You was panting and looked in very bad condition. Boom, boom. At this moment, the drum beats changed and the night watchman's movements changed slightly. Retreat, someone shouted. Retreat. Jiang You was stunned. I haven't eaten enough yet. Retreat, what are you retreating for? Several alien species have just been killed, and there is no time to absorb them. Chapter 104 East 2 District, closed. Brother, it's time to retreat. Someone closer to him spoke up. Why retreat? Jiang You asked subconsciously. The shadow tide won't stop for just one day. We should withdraw and let the second wave of people come in. The night watchman had a strange expression on his face. Do you plan to keep killing here, brother? Oh, okay. The shadow layer's tides were chaotic and I couldn't get out now, so I just followed the night watchman and left. This breaking tide is really scary. Not to mention the first and second levels, they can be seen everywhere. Jiang You saw several third-level alien species alone. The body is huge, the figure is ghostly, and there are many descriptions. They roared, and the terrifying aura they exuded was enough to make people tremble with fear. There is no doubt that any one of them is far stronger than the 2 semi-finished third-level ones that Jiang You encountered in the shadow field. Fortunately, the captain of the night watch was no pushover. He pushed forward and firmly resisted the attack of the third-level alien. Looking back, the battle was over and everyone was leaving. The house. The ground was in a mess. The house that had been repaired under the shadow tide was damaged and cracked. The extremely hard buildings in the shadow layer are like tofu dregs in the hands of a third-level strong man. It's time to go. Jiang You withdrew his gaze. Away, what's wrong with you? Brother Su. Old Zhang, wake up. The anxious shouts made Jiang You turn his head away. I saw that several people in the team that was originally evacuating suddenly fell to the ground. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the health bars of those people. Away, 73%, 71%, 69%. Su Gu, 76%, 75%, 74%. Lao Zhang, 68%, 67%, 65%. About 5 or 6 people fainted, and everyone's blood volume was decreasing at a slow rate. Jiang You looked focused and trotted forward. It's blood contamination, a night watchman said. Immediately evacuate the shadow layer and go to the real world for treatment. Everyone quickened their pace to evacuate. Jiang You mixed in with the team and was followed by 2 scavengers. Dude, what's going on? One of them asked Jiang You quietly. I don't know. It should be contaminated by the hunting just now. Jiang Yu replied. Oh, the scavenger swallowed his saliva. The night watchmen are actually contaminated? Indeed. Shit. Jiang Yu glanced at him subconsciously. Then his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately moved to the side to keep some distance from him. Dude, why do you look so familiar to me? Are you the Wart brother on Douyin? By the way, do you have so much extraordinary energy in your body that you can maintain this form all the time? The man asked. You? Jiang Yu looked at him in a daze. What's wrong with me? The scavenger was puzzled. Jiang Yu was choked up for a moment. On the face, the blood seemed to be surging under the skin like earthworms, and from time to time, blood would escape from the pores. There were even 2 round drops of blood flowing down the face, which looked extremely creepy. Brother, do you feel anything? Jiang Yu pursed his lips. The scavenger was stunned. I feel something is wrong. My limbs are weak and I feel dizzy. Someone come. There is a scavenger here who is also contaminated by blood. Jiang Yu shouted loudly without hesitation. What are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the ground with a bang. The shadow tide not only made it difficult for him to escape from the shadow layer, but even the normal entrances and exits were affected. The night patrol officer probably relied on some forbidden object to barely stabilize the entrance and exit. After passing through the barrier, everything around me was crumbling, and I returned to the real world with trepidation. The night watch department was already busy, with cries for treating the wounded coming one after another, making the situation seem a bit chaotic. Jiang Yu quietly slipped out of the night watch department. Although it might not be considered quiet, everyone was busy treating the wounded and not many people paid attention to him. He climbed up a nearby tall building and stood on top of it. Jiang Yu was able to penetrate the barrier and see the dark scene. One wave of night watchmen left, and another wave took over. From time to time, a tide would burst forth from the shadow layer, swallowing up alien species. The textbooks record that compared to the abyss, the shadow layer is like a novice village. Even so, when Jiang Yu saw the space full of alien species on the high-rise building, he couldn't help feeling a little despair. Too many. If he were alone, it might take him several months to finish the job. And this is just what the night watchmen have to face every month. Seeing how skilled they are, I'm sure they must have experienced this countless times. On the tall building, Jiang Yu sighed softly and withdrew his thoughts. He raised the claw blade, and 2 bloodlines attached to the index and middle fingers. His entire body was pitch black, and the bloodlines were very eye-catching. After clenching his palms, Jiang Yu suddenly looked forward to continuing to absorb and seeing what his appearance would be like. By the way, did I forget something? Jiang Yu frowned slightly. I slapped my forehead and said, Dengku. Old Deng's daughter also had her blood contaminated and suffered from hemostasis syndrome. Listening to him on the phone, it felt like this guy was on a path of no return. Hello. Jiang Yu dialed the phone, and a somewhat tired voice came out of the phone. It's me, he said in a deep voice. Swim. Dengku on the other side was slightly shocked. I heard your daughter has hemolytic syndrome. You know what, Wart brother? Well, how's the situation? Thank you, Brother Wart, for your concern. I'm fine now. Dengku felt relieved. Are you okay? Jiang Yu frowned. Well, it was quite serious at first, but then I asked for a bottle of blood source potion, and the situation has stabilized now. Dengku replied. Are you really all right? Jiang Yu was suspicious. The doctor's expression seemed rather serious at the time, and Uncle Li himself admitted that children had virtually no chance of survival from this disease. Jiang Yu actually didn't hold out much hope. The operation was very successful. The blood contamination has been completely cleared. I have spent all my money to replace the medicine this time. Dengku was tired, but there was a hint of joy in his face that did not seem fake. Good. Where have you been, Brother Wart? Do you need to update the video recently? Dengku asked. Cough cough. Let's talk about it later. Secondary video. Let's take a look at it again. Fans have accumulated, the quantity is large, but the quality is average. In terms of improving the hunter's reputation, it would be worse than beating up the freshmen in the special training camp. After saying a few perfunctory words and hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu disappeared from his shadowy form. It is not convenient to enter the shadow layer next time, so I can only see if there are any tasks in the present world. He opened the Night Watchman app and immediately took a breath of cold air. There are traces of alien activity on Lunan Road in East District 2. Please go there immediately to hunt them down and kill them. East District 2, XX Road, Blood Race. East District 2, XX Road. There are vampires in the building. Of the 10 tasks, nearly half are related to vampires. Ding dong. A notification came from the top of the Night Watch. Attention all extraordinary people, a large number of blood species and blood system contamination have appeared in East District 2. The situation is urgent, and this type of blood system contamination has a hidden and high risk of contamination. After an emergency meeting, the East 2 district is now sealed off. Chapter 105, Area Closure. Where does the pollution come from? Close the area? Jiang Yu's heart sank. For ordinary, unusual incidents, no matter whether they are handled by night watchmen or scavengers, why is it necessary to seal off the area? East District 2 is basically a gathering place for various residential buildings and shopping malls, and its area is large enough to rank among the top in the entire Yunhai. The area is closed at this moment, which means the situation has become serious to a certain extent. Buzz. The phone vibrated again, and a notification popped up. The night watchman sent another message. Attention all extraordinary people, from today on, please be highly vigilant when encountering blood species. If it is not necessary, avoid killing them directly, otherwise it is very easy to be contaminated by blood. This blood contamination is hidden and highly contagious, and ordinary anti-contamination drugs are ineffective. When encountering blood species, please reduce contact with their blood. You can choose to break their limbs and spine to temporarily disable them, and send them to the night watch department nearby. Woo! The sky is gloomy and covered with dark clouds. The sea of clouds in April is almost spring. The wind is howling and the day is setting. This ray of twilight barely penetrated the clouds, covering the entire sea of clouds with a faint, dim layer. Buzz. The phone vibrated again. Attention, all citizens of Yunhai Gathering Area. Traces of alien activities have been detected in East District 2. Please go indoors and do not stay on the street for a long time. All entertainment venues are suspended immediately. Yunhai also took quick action and sent text messages to every citizen. Go home, go home. You can't stay on the street. It's time to close the stall. Stop watching. You should go home soon, brother. Don't go along Shifeng Road. There are vampires over there. A man riding a shared bicycle looked terrified, pedaling very fast. While riding, he shouted loudly, "Run! Don't just stand there, run!" West Wind Road, a kilometer or two next door. Could it be that this big brother was howling all the way here? Run! There are aliens over on Dongfeng Road. Run! Behind him, another man on a bicycle howled. Good job! Jiang You exclaimed, what a great guy. The two of them were running east and west, which was hard for passers-by to detect. Jiang You no longer hesitated and walked forward. Others are afraid of blood contamination, but for him it is the best food. After swallowing, not only can you gain shadow points, but you can also increase your health, which is something I don't know what it's used for. Jiang Yu's pace gradually quickened. Some of the pedestrians on both sides ran behind him, while others stood there at a loss. Some people even insulted passers-by who blocked their way. Alien, a synonym for ominous. It seems that before this year, the world has never been as chaotic as it is now. Everyone knows about the cataclysm and the alien species. However, there is always a glimmer of hope that one will never encounter one. Only when one encounters one in person, the fear from the heart and the hope for survival can suddenly bring out all kinds of emotions in a person. Jiang Yu's pace quickened, moving against the crowd, passing cars, crossing the street, and moving to the side, moving forward between two houses. Then, a shadow climbed up from his ankles, covering his pants and arms, completely weaving into a shadow coat. The last ray of shadow fell and wrapped his head. The two eyes were like the pupils of evil spirits in the abyss, calm as water, yet emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Help! The street was almost empty, and a few people who ran slowly fell to the ground. In front of them, 3 first-level vampires looked greedy. He had just finished eating, and there was blood at the corners of his mouth and on his body. They looked ferocious and walked towards those people step by step. Roar! One of them couldn't hold back and leaped forward. Phew! The shadow shot into the body, and before the blood species could react, its entire body was pulled up and flew high towards Jiang Yu, and then was cut off by a knife. He rushed forward. Is that Dunko? Jiang Yu was stunned. At the end of the street, a figure was fighting with 4 vampires. The other party was wearing a khaki second-hand combat uniform that had been cut in several places and a rather old-fashioned helmet on his head. According to him, he had spent a lot of points and several $1,000s to get this set of equipment from the Night Watch. Dengku was previously only at the middle level of the first rank, and faced with 4 blood-marked corpses, he was barely able to dodge them. Jiang Yu quickly dealt with the 2 vampires at hand, and turned into a black shadow and rushed towards Dengku. Thanks to this sunset moment, the shadows swept across the earth, which can be said to be his strongest moment in the world, even if the streetlights are on. But, in the latent image state, the entire world turns into a mixture of black, gray, and white. Black represents a place where you can move freely and be difficult to detect. The gray area can be hidden, but has a higher probability of being detected. White cannot use latent image at all. At this moment, from his perspective, the entire street was divided into pieces, moving back and forth like a swimming shark. Roar! The blood species roared and attacked from the side when Deng Ku was not prepared. He had just distanced himself from the other vampire, so he had no time to guard against these things. Just as it was about to be hit, a few crackling sounds were heard, followed by heavy muffled sounds and the unwilling roar of the alien. He saw with his own eyes that Brother Ward appeared in front of him, his blade flying, and with one stroke, he easily cut the alien in half. Brother Ward. Deng Ku was stunned and looked at the figure in front of him. What a coincidence. Jiang You glanced at him. Without waiting for Deng Ku to answer, he continued to swing his knife forward. The four blood species were not much different from four chickens. In front of the blood blade, everyone is completely equal. After easily dealing with them, Jiang You looked at Deng Ku carefully. Why are you here? At this point, Deng Ku smiled bitterly. My daughter just had surgery. She likes the porridge here the most. I was planning to buy some for her. Who would have thought that I would suddenly encounter a vampire? At first, there were only 2 vampires, and I was able to handle them. But as the fight went on, 2 more joined. If it weren't for your help, Brother Ward, I'm afraid I would be staying here today. Go back as soon as possible. The child is important. Jiang Yu said. I saw the notice from the Night Watch. Killing vampires will cause blood contamination. Brother Ward, are you okay? Deng Ku asked. It's fine for now. Okay, then be careful, Brother Ward. Deng Ku waved goodbye to him. Watching the other person's body disappear from his sight, Jiang Yu always felt that something was wrong. It should be said that this blood catastrophe has been abnormal since the beginning. Emergency notification, emergency closure of the area. Blood species are a very common alien species, but blood contamination is extremely fierce and unusual, and the situation was even beyond the control of the Night Watch Department for a while. The blood species has existed for so many years, it is impossible for them to mutate just like that. Where does all this come from? Suddenly, Jiang Yu's nose twitched, as if he smelled something. Ration. The necklace suddenly made a sound. Chapter 106 Source of Pollution, Bloodline. What the hell? Jiang Yu almost shivered with fright when he suddenly received the message from the necklace. Hello, brother. He asked a few questions, but unfortunately the necklace didn't say a word. After thinking it over to no avail, he had no choice but to give up. His hands moved quickly, dragging the alien corpse to a blind spot in the surveillance camera and devouring it quickly. It will take some time for new lines to grow, but the color of the 2 existing lines is becoming darker red. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a little moved. He looked at the last corpse that he had not yet absorbed and pierced it with his claws. Suddenly, a stream of blood flowed into the body along the fingertips. His slightly depleted physical strength was replenished in an instant, and several small wounds began to feel numb and itchy, which was a sign of healing. This blood pattern, can it absorb blood to replenish physical strength and heal wounds? Shadow form can restore shadow points, strength, and injuries without consumption. But that's in the shadow layer. In the real world, no matter how dark the environment is, the effect is far inferior to the shadow layer. If you suffer any serious injuries again, the consumption will become even more terrifying. And now this bloodline is obviously specialized in the 2 directions of blood volume and physical strength and can be used regardless of the shadow layer or the present world. It completely matches the shadow form. A rumbling sound came from outside. Jiang Yu finished devouring the blood species and walked out of the alley. Please rest assured, everyone. The Night Watch has organized people to come to East District 2. Don't panic, stay calm, and lock the doors and windows. We will kill the aliens as soon as possible. The armored vehicles started moving and were lined up on the road. On the roof of the car were 2 or 3 night watchmen, fully armed, patrolling the surroundings. The loudspeaker kept shouting in all directions, both to remind the residents and to attract the attention of the vampires. There were blood-colored crystals fixed around the car body. Jiang Yu could vaguely sense that there seemed to be a wave emanating from the crystals, which was probably also a means of attracting vampires. He didn't look at her for long and just walked away through the path. Open the Night Watch map, and the live updates of East Zone 2 are marked. Compared to the beginning, there are several more red dots on the map of the area, representing the existence of vampires. Judging from the data provided by the Night Watch, there are at least nearly 100 vampires. With such a huge number, it is very likely that they have been lying in ambush for a long time. A tide erupted in the shadow layer, and blood pollution broke out in the world. It's not easy for the night patrol to take care of both ends. Blood species. The violent vibration of the phone in his arms brought him back to his senses. Uncle Lee. I looked at the missed calls again, and in a short time there were 20 or 30 of them. In addition to Uncle Lee, Uncle Lou also bombarded us one after another. He answered the call first. If you don't answer the phone, I'm going to send someone to collect your body. Uncle Lee was blunt. Don't worry, Uncle Lee. I'm fine. Jiang Yu looked around. Don't wander around. Return to the community immediately. Uncle Lee showed a rare solemn look. The blood mutation this time is more serious than you think. It is so difficult to remove the blood pollution that the inspection department is having a headache. Okay, I know what to do. Jiang Yu replied. You always say this. Do you think I don't know you? Li Xuanguang said quickly, don't think you don't know the reason just because you have some strength. Even though most of the blood species that have appeared so far are of the first order, with a few of the second order scattered around, the blood pollution they carry is so severe that even the third order extraordinary beings cannot escape it. The most seriously ill ones have blood-colored lines on their bodies. They may lose control at any time and transform into alien species. The Night Watch will take care of this matter. Just make sure you survive. Li Xuanguang's voice was somewhat stern. Uncle Li, there are so many blood species this time. It shouldn't be because of today, right? Something suddenly flashed through Jiang Yu's mind, and he asked immediately. No. According to preliminary investigations, the blood contamination has probably existed for more than half a month and has a wide coverage, but it has remained hidden all along. Jiang Yu asked again, has any case of blood contamination been cured recently? Still counting. Halfway through his words, a voice came from the other end of the phone. Captain Li, the statistics are complete. There are a total of 6 cases. So many. Li Xuanguang was a little surprised. Then he opened the file and replied to Jiang Yu. 8 cases of bloodborne contamination diseases have been cured. 8 cases? This answer was suddenly different from what Jiang Yu had imagined. Is there a person named Deng Ke? Deng Ke. Li Xuanguang looked through the documents. His daughter is indeed on the list, and she is one of the 3 with the most serious symptoms. Good job. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment. Don't worry about it. The night patrol will investigate it. Li Xuanguang said. Boom. A tremor. Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu. Li Xuanguang shouted. The electric current crackled, and Jiang Yu pushed away the rubble on his body. There was a slight dent in his chest, and Jiang Yu climbed out of the ruins, panting heavily. Well, Uncle Li said, there are only a few second-level ones. Now I have to encounter 3 of them. One of them was covered with bloody thorns, just like a hedgehog. The second one had huge pincers and a small, sunken head, which formed a strong contrast with its nearly 3-meter-long body. The third one was a complete humanoid, with blood-red skin and flowing lines like water, full of restrained power. The phone was completely broken, and the punch also completely disrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. But although it is called a train of thought, it is actually just a guess. Deng Ke was only a first-level scavenger. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't be the initiator of the blood disaster in the Yunhai gathering place. He looked at the 3 in front of him. He saluted, leaned back, and then turned into a black shadow and swam quickly under their noses. 3 blood species are left here for me to fight? Health, if it's lower than 50%, it's still acceptable. Look at these 3. How can any of them be lower than 85%? Jiang Yu moved quickly, climbed up the building, then jumped out, shooting out shadow threads to pull his body. Looking back, his whole body suddenly became numb. The 3 blood species stared at him intently, also climbing between the tall buildings, and closely following behind him. Absolutely. This scene reminded Jiang Yu of the shadow field, where countless eyes were staring at him one after another. You said that Tong and Ing at least have an absolute superior subordinate restraint relationship. It is understandable that when Ing has problems, Tong will add insult to injury and pursue him relentlessly. Why do you have blood? Jiang Yu was moving quickly. Bang! Jiang Yu fell to the ground from a high altitude. The night watchmen around immediately raised their guns. The first thing he did when he landed was to raise his hands. We're on the same side. Don't shoot. Bang! Bang! After a few gunshots, Jiang Yu closed his eyes subconsciously. The sound of wind passed by me, and the 3 behind me. Wait, when did they only have 2 left? The humanoid blood species was not among them. While they were stunned, under the pouring of special artillery fire, the 2 alien species were quickly torn into pieces, leaving only a breath of life. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Yu quickly ran into the alley, completed his disguise, and then crossed the alley. When he saw the convenience store next door, he immediately opened the rolling door and went in. It's so messy. I wanted to take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters, but the situation became more and more complicated and bizarre. The convenience store owner looked at him with horror, and Jiang Yu waved his hand in a friendly manner. The TV was turned on and was broadcasting the situation in East District 2. Boss, don't worry, I'm not. I'm definitely a good person. Jiang Yu smiled. The boss was panicked at first, but then he slowly relaxed his guard and started chatting with Jiang Yu. As the night wore on, the The streets were filled with gunfire and shouting. But most of them were vampires fleeing everywhere. Blood species are generally of the first and second levels. The mortal world doesn't have as many complicated rules as the shadow layer. When the third and fourth level players from the Night Watch come on the scene, they just don't follow the rules. No matter how strong the pollution is, its effect on a fourth-order strongman is basically zero. Finally, at dawn, the sky was breaking. The Night Watch sent out a message to the general public. This time the vampire riot has come to an end, and rescue work will be launched immediately. Thank you for the hospitality, boss. I will definitely come back to pay once my phone is fixed. Holding a bag of ice cream in his left hand and a large bucket of imported snacks in his right hand, Jiang You spoke. The boss forced a smile, and it was unclear whether he believed it or not. Putting down a basket of popsicles, Jiang You lifted the rolling door with one hand. The morning sunshine shines on my body, making me feel warm and comfortable. The streets were in a mess. He took a step forward. At the same time, a stream of information came from the pendant given by Uncle Lee. Blood pollution, blood vein fragments, rations. Jiang Yu went from being confused to being more confused. The information is integrated, which is roughly. The source of this blood contamination is a being called Blood Mark. At least, these blood vein corpses that appeared in East District 2, both in appearance and aura, are completely consistent with the products of the blood-veined personality ability. The so-called blood species were nothing more than the food for the former shadow. Just when Jiang Yu was running around, this necklace smelled a hint of the Blood Mark personality holder, so it conveyed this information in human language that had been suppressed all night. Please rest assured, residents. The alien species have been cleared out, and the sea of clouds is safe. Please keep calm and don't panic. A night watchman shouted with a loudspeaker. Jiang Yu glanced at the remains of the vampire not far away on the ground. Very good. The blood species that almost turned the East 2 area into a mess was once the food of Shadow. His current, Shadow, was being chased and was in diarrhea everywhere. It is indeed a harmonious relationship between food and the eater. Regarding the fact that the bloodline person is being held by someone/something. All right, the place where the sea of clouds gather is really safe. Jiang Yu sighed. Chapter 107. The former top position, Shadow Seed. After a night of fighting, the blood species in East Zone 2 have been basically completely eliminated. Blood contamination is contagious, and the lockdown is not over yet. The entire district has started to conduct pollution detection in a unified manner to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. But these have nothing to do with Jiang Yu. After completing a round of blood testing, he has returned to the special training camp. The third floor of the library has encyclopedia bookshelves. Jiang Yu's eyes swept across the names on the covers of the books, and then his gaze stopped. Overview of the Abyssal Races. The book is not that thick. On the contrary, it is quite thin. He looked serious, pulled it out, found a quiet corner, and sat down at the table. Compiled by Li Xuanguang. Several question marks appeared on Jiang Yu's mind. Uncle Li really is everywhere. He opened the book and flipped open the title page. The Abyss is a different dimension from our blue planet. Its social structure and racial divisions are extremely unique. The author has compiled this book after reading a large amount of information and combining it with his personal experience of exploring the Abyss. It briefly describes the composition of creatures in the Abyss. Open the catalog. Reading down, the first chapter is a general overview of the Abyss. The Abyss, it's not that there is no sun there. On the contrary, there are 3 suns in the sky. The Abyss is filled with strong pollution. For those below level 3, or with a willpower level lower than level 4, entering the Abyss means death is not far away. The alien species living here gradually formed a society based on bloodline level and attributes as kinship. Each species is a large ethnic group. There are many relationships between species, such as affiliation, alliance, and mortal enemy. Before he knew it, Jiang Yu was mesmerized by the scene. Abyss, the source of all alien species. It is also a place that teachers have mentioned countless times during classes. The so-called Abyss, just the entry threshold requires the 3rd level strength and 4th level willpower. Obviously, this is the bottom line. If you really reach the bottom line and fall into the Abyss, you may die without knowing how you died. After reading the overview, go down to the detailed introduction of each type of alien species. Trolls, a superior race in the Abyss. They are extremely large, usually have no special abilities, and are powerful enough to overturn rivers and seas with their bodies alone. Juveniles can often reach the height of 3 or 5 stories. They are relatively rare, and due to their size, they often have difficulty passing through cracks and entering the blue planet. Bone race, a middle-level race in the abyss, using bones as feather species. Resentful species, a lower-level race that feeds on resentment. Weak. What a complainer. Jiang You smacked his lips. I wonder if there are any sword species or cub species. Succubus, a middle-level race in the abyss. They survive by relying on their innate ability to seduce others. Their combat power is generally weak. In terms of combat skills, they may not even be as good as some lower-level species. Succubi are nearly humanoid and possess high intelligence. They can infiltrate human society and get close to high-ranking figures through certain means. Hiss. This is good, this is good. It's just that we haven't seen it. Perhaps the level is not high enough. When I become a general one day, maybe some succubus will come and get close to me. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple moved, and he didn't know whether Uncle Li had ever experienced these temptations. He is so old and cannot control it, so it's better to let myself do it. Looking down again, he finally saw the shadow that Jiang Yoshin had been thinking about. Shadow Demon Race. Originally the most superior race in the Abyss, it was expected to be listed as one of the 3 giants of the Abyss along with the Ancient Demon Race and the Soul Demon Race. Later, for unknown reasons, the Shadow Demon Race fell apart overnight. Compared to other species, the Shadow species develops many species into their subordinates and regards other lower species as objects to be slaughtered at will. Even if it does not collapse on its own, under such high-pressure rule, in the long run, sooner or later, various species will unite and overthrow the tyranny of the Shadow race. Is the Shadow species so awesome? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. He didn't feel it at all. This thing only gave me a few abilities such as sneaking into the shadows, changing forms, training to become stronger, shadow blades, shadow claws. Cricket. His blood species status directly affected the entire East 2 district, causing blood contamination. He, a complete person, was being chased by a few vampires. That's all, and you still want rations? The ration murder case, right? The pollution in East District 2 was caused by the blood mark, attribute which was now owned by someone unknown. Jiang Yu originally wanted to tell Uncle Li, but after asking around, he learned that the night patrol had already grasped the development of the matter. After all, the cost of regular blood species was far less severe than this, and the night watch was completely caught off guard. It was unknown what the blood race owner was planning, and his behavior was extremely rampant. However, since he did this, it was likely that he was not afraid of being investigated, or he had something to rely on. I hope the night patrol can sort it out as soon as possible. What does the crime committed by Shadow type have to do with him? Now that he is an alien, he can't wait to come and bite his flesh and drink his blood. He paid special attention to the relationship between the rations of the Shadow race and the blood race. After a short while, he finished reading the booklet that briefly introduced the Abyss. After closing the book, Jiang Yu let out a long sigh. Shoo. A voice sounded beside him, signaling Jiang Yu to be quiet. Teacher Su. Jiang Yu was stunned. Sitting opposite was the old cadre Su. Su Jianyang nodded without saying anything more. He flipped through the book lightly, not knowing what he was reading. I didn't expect to meet someone I know here. The old man remained silent as he flipped through the book. Jiang Yu did not disturb him. He went to the bookshelf and found a thicker book on the overview of the Abyss alien species. He returned to his seat and started flipping through it. Overall, it is more detailed than what Uncle Li wrote, and it introduces more Abyss races. After reading the whole article, Jiang Yu had a deeper understanding of the brutality of Shadow. Domineering, and scrupulous, and extremely cruel. Well, the other alien species are already brutal enough, and the Shadow species is even worse. This book speculates that the reason why the Shadow clan collapsed was probably because they acted too ostentatiously and domineeringly. Originally, in the Abyss interface, the ancient demon species and the soul demon species divided the world into 2. Now a third party has emerged to threaten the status of both sides. Either win it over to your side, or crush it harshly before it fully grows up, or something else. In short, such a huge Shadow species made enemies everywhere, and eventually it collapsed. However, the hostility of the various alien species towards Shadow has not diminished. Shadow species is a very special existence. It rises like a comet, relying on its shadow power. Night is the source of power for all shadows. It has properties that are completely opposite to those of light. It grows extremely fast and is frighteningly aggressive. All alien species slaughter the Shadow species out of hatred, but also out of fear. Hate their exploitation and oppression. Fearing that another powerful Shadow species would rise up, he led the Shadow clan back. Chapter 108. Can overcoming social death make you extraordinary? It's too difficult. Jiang Yu closed the book and rubbed his eyebrows. He had no idea where his shadow ability came from. After I went to the hospital to see the doctor that day, the ability of the health bar came out. After that, collect 10 shadow points to unlock the position and officially awaken. There is a simple explanation in the book about the concept of status, which only says that it usually comes from special species. Status is not like a price. Whoever kills the alien species owns it. This thing is very selective. It's not impossible to possess it by force, but it will take some effort to completely integrate with it. The other alien species are worried that some of the shadow individuals will grow and develop in a snowball-like manner, so whenever they encounter a shadow individual, they will be driven to kill the shadow species for various reasons. Okay, now this fills the gap and answers Jiang Yu's doubts. In this way, not only the pupil species and the shadow have a grudge, most of the alien species probably have a grudge against the shadow species. Ding dong. There was a sound indicating that the library was closed. Before he knew it, he had been reading for several hours, and his knowledge about the supernatural had increased a lot. Rubbing his stomach and finding that he was not too hungry, Jiang Yu stood up to return the book and then prepared to leave the library. As soon as he went downstairs, the leisurely figure of the old cadre in front of him appeared in his sight. Teacher Su. After thinking about it, Jiang Yu decided to step forward and say hello. Jiang Yu. Su Jinyang responded gently, looking him up and down. You've missed a class recently. Ahem. Jiang Yu laughed awkwardly. I registered for a non-staff certificate at the night patrol department and recently went on a mission. I know. Su Jinyang nodded. Being able to practice earlier has both advantages and disadvantages. But at your age, there is no need to be so anxious. It is more important to lay a solid foundation. Yes, I understand. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. When the two walked out of the library, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The number of students in the special training camp had decreased a lot, but there were still groups of men and women, men and men, and women walking side by side. Would you mind walking with a stiff old man like me? Hiss. Jiang Yu grinned. Did the words he said when he was complaining to Lu Yaoyao reach the old man's ears? After a few awkward laughs, Jiang Yu said, I respect you very much, Mr. Su. Haha. The old man smiled rarely. Why are you so reserved? I won't do anything to you. You are the nephew of General Li and the son-in-law of Envoy Lu. Well, Jiang Yu is even more embarrassed now. General Li Zhan was also a very unique person when he was young. Coincidentally, I seem to have taught him the course of supernatural history back then. Hiss. What about Uncle Lu? Jiang Yu asked. I have taught you that. Jiang Yu choked. You are all from Yunhai, and the history of the extraordinary is a public course. The fact that you can take the same class together means that your qualifications are not bad. It is normal for you to become generals and patrol envoys. Jiang Yu seemed to find that when the old gentleman was not teaching, he seemed quite kind, spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly, and his tone was refreshing. Except for the somewhat Versailles-like words like, to train generals and inspectors, everything else is good. Mr. Su. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and said, I'm quite curious about the true history you talked about last time. You will understand it naturally after you reach the 3rd level. Su Jinyang obviously didn't want to say more about this matter, so he changed the subject and asked, Have you felt uncomfortable recently? Really? Jiang Yu rubbed his stomach. My stomach is not very good, constipation. I almost left the old man speechless. I'm asking if you have nightmares, palpitations, or feel restless before going to bed. No, I have always had good sleep quality. The old man was silent. He walked slowly, frowned slightly, and looked Jiang Yu up and down. Mr. Su, is there any abnormality in the body? For example, when the ability is activated, some parts become alienated. Su Jinyang asked again. My eyes have changed a lot. As he spoke, Jiang Yu activated his shadow pupils, and 2 points of dark light flowed, which was extremely terrifying. That doesn't count. Su Jinyang was not scared, but just shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Jiang Yu was confused. The first stage of the 2nd level, alienation. When the ability is activated, the body will have obvious alienation characteristics. Su Jinyang was obviously confused. I think you have probably passed the 1st stage. Logically, there should be some changes, but now it seems strange. Maybe I'm special. Jiang Yu replied. No matter how special you are, can you be immune to pollution? No human can do that. Su Jinyang smiled, but it's true. I heard that you have a high talent for willpower. Maybe you can reduce pollution to a certain extent. This is why the phenomenon that a normal 2nd level should have failed to occur. What else can I be if I am not a human being? Alien. Laughs. The manual summarizes my attributes in the people column. Maybe the problem lies in pollution. Jiang Yu guessed. Only those who reach the 3rd level, with strength and will matching each other, can be called true transcendence. Su Jinyang said. Before the third stage, the more fear you have, the better. That is the process of condensing your power. After the third stage, if you are afraid again, your will be scattered, and the power in your chest will also be scattered. It will be very difficult to make further progress. Jiang You seemed to be thinking about something. According to this, although he is not contaminated and can break through the third level freely, he lacks the experience of overcoming the inner demons of others. If he encounters something in the future, dispersing his momentum will be the most fatal. Jiang You was a little worried. What should he do? He is afraid of something, but when it comes to fear or panic, it seems that he is not there. The simplest example is that the aliens have hideous appearances and are frightening. There is naturally a huge gap between the physiological structure and the human body. The vast majority of students need to prepare themselves mentally and keep trying before they dare to face and hunt alien species alone. From the first time he faced Apia, he had only one thought in his mind. Beat you to death, you son of a bitch. Is it wrong not to be afraid? Could it be a ticking time bomb? The two walked slowly and gradually approached the teacher's apartment. Go back, don't think too much. Su Jianyang patted his shoulder. If you have any questions, you can always come and talk to me. Good. Jiang You nodded. With doubts about the road ahead, I walked towards the dormitory. While thinking, he returned to the dormitory. Wash up and go to sleep. Lying on the bed with my eyes closed, Su Jianyang's words kept echoing in my mind. But no matter how Jiang You thought about it, it just didn't seem right. It is with fear in your heart that you can break the ice. You may be fearless for a moment, but who knows if there is fear lurking deep inside your heart that you cannot detect. After all, we must not lose our momentum. So the extraordinary people should face their fears and accept them calmly after struggling. Perhaps breaking the ice is just a process. What is really important is to stick to the path you have chosen without hesitation. There is only one kind of heroism in the world, and that is to love life after recognizing its truth. His thoughts gradually became clear, but Jiang You sighed. Everyone can say what they want to say, but they can't fake the inner torture. He felt that he seemed to have figured it out, but self-perception is sometimes always a good thing. He wasn't sure what his situation was. If you ever hear some information that subverts your worldview or some reality that is hard to accept in the future, you can just release all your energy, and it would be a lot of fun. What a crappy, extraordinary path. It's both idealistic and not idealistic. Supernormal is specifically for treating young and reckless people, right? Is this how young people should be tortured? What kind of bullshit is this? Jiang You cursed, took out his phone, and edited his moments. Ba, click the word. It was exactly 12 o'clock midnight. It's not me who's wrong, it's the world. I'm sorry for being born a human being. After thinking about it, I set the visible setting to only be visible to Xiaopeng and Lu Yaoyao. Send it out in 5 minutes. He still couldn't sleep, so he opened it again. There are more than 30 likes and more than 10 comments, all of which are question marks. Only Xiaopeng and Lu Yaoyao can't see this circle of friends. Jiang You felt a chill in his heart. He seemed a little panicked. Can you become extraordinary by overcoming social death? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Chapter 109 Monthly Exam. My Uncle Warrior. Are you okay? On the way to the classroom, Jiang Yu's face turned dark. Yao Yao, are you really trying to humiliate me? Xiao Xiao saw your moments yesterday and forwarded it to me, asking me what happened. That's when I realized you blocked me. Lu Yaoyao paused. What have you encountered in Yunhai recently? Post on moments and selectively block certain people. Maybe he didn't want others to see his vulnerability. It's just a little unreasonable. It's quite strange that I'm afraid of my good friends seeing it, but not afraid of other classmates and relatives seeing it. I didn't encounter anything. My account was hacked yesterday. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, Jiang Yu's face became even darker. You are worried about something. Lu Yaoyao said affirmatively. After my social death, how can I not be worried? Jiang Yu sighed. When I first entered the camp, I almost beat the freshmen. Everyone in the special training camp knew about this. There are hundreds of friend requests alone. Yesterday, a circle of friends was posted, and private messages started ringing in the background. Some were trying to comfort him, some were trying to sell him emotional lessons, some were trying to join in the fun, and some were even looking for blind dates. What with what? Are you all serious Yunhai students? In short, it was really a big social failure. Teaching building, 2 people entered the classroom. Today's monthly exam is the first unified exam since entering the camp, and it assesses the learning outcomes in recent days. We are all studying military science, so the exam content shouldn't be too difficult, right? Enter the classroom and sit according to the examination room number. Taking into account that everyone's physical fitness is already very good, there are always a few sharp-eyed people, so the seats are spread out further apart, with 2 teachers and 3 senior students patrolling in one classroom. I found my seat, and soon the invigilator arrived. Very good, Su Jinyang. The old man glanced at the examination room, and when he saw him, his eyes suddenly became a little strange. After all, I saw it on WeChat Moments last night and gave it a like. Jiang Yu was convinced. They didn't chat about anything. As the bell rang, the papers were handed to them. Superb basics. It's okay, it doesn't seem like there's anything weird in the exam content. Question 1. What is the full name of the teacher of the course Super Basics? A. XXX. B. XXX. C. XXX. D. XXX. Jiang Yu was stunned. Damn, are you crazy? Why would you write a test like this? Question 2. The first level of transcendence is called awakening the spirit, and the second level of transcendence has 3 stages in total. Well, fall, bridge, domination, alienation, control. A, B, C, D, E all. Foggrass. Jiang Yu's eyelids were twitching wildly. Oh no, this time we hit the blind spot again. It seemed like he had heard this knowledge from a teacher's class a long time ago. It's just been too long and I forgot. Looking at the options, it seems like any one of them is right. I can feel that this question is not difficult, but I just can't do it. One by one, Jiang Yu's expression changed from astonishment to solemnity, then to ferocious, and then to calm. Okay, multiple choice questions are difficult, but if you change them to essay questions or short answer questions, they will be much easier. For example, 1. You are at home, and suddenly there is a loud banging on the door. You observe a first-level, mid-level, bone species outside. You are not sure whether it has discovered you. Based on your personal situation, what do you think is the best way to deal with it? Based on personal circumstances? I think. Finally, a simple question. Jiang Yu writes swiftly, expressing his true feelings with just a few strokes. 2. When you first enter the extraordinary world, the first stage is just a process of adapting your abilities. Everyone has different abilities, and there are many people without abilities. Based on your personal situation, how do you think you should train your abilities? Exercise ability? Jiang Yu pondered and said, okay, I'm good at this. The day's exam ended quickly, and everyone walked out of the exam room one after another. Tomorrow is the practical test. Logically, Jiang Yu's strength is obvious to all the instructors, so it would be fine if he was exempted from the test. However, I don't know what the special training camp means. He was not exempted from the test. On the contrary, he was notified that he must take the test. Jiang Yu, how did you do on the exam? The two walked side by side, and Lu Yaoyao asked. It's a little difficult at the beginning, but it gets pretty easy later on. I can't say I'll get a high score, but I'll definitely pass. Jiang Yu was quite confident. I hope so. Lu Yaoyao opened her mouth. In high school, you said the same thing every time before the results came out, and you got 60 points directly after the results came out. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Jiang Yu's eyes widened. When it comes to killing alien species, I have some experience. It's not like I can't answer such a simple question. Lu Yaoyao's mouth twitched, and she didn't ask any more questions. She changed the subject and asked, did you see Xiao Xiao when you returned to Yanhai? Yeah, did she tell you that? She said you've changed a lot recently, and she almost couldn't recognize you. Lu Yaoyao said with a hint of jealousy. Not only that, Feng Xiaoxiao also said something to her, saying that Jiang Yu looked delicious now, which sounded very strange. It's normal to have changes, but your best friend has changed more than me. Jiang Yu asked back, after entering the special training camp, have you and Feng Xiaoxiao still been in touch? I always feel like something is wrong with her. What's wrong? Well, she gives people the feeling that there is something else behind her words. More importantly, she had a fever. The difficulty of the questions this time is relatively moderate. After all, they are all simple questions. Even for such a simple question, there are still students who get it wrong. In the teacher's office, piles of papers are piled up. The teachers who graded the papers would discuss the papers from time to time. Song Qinggan moved his wrist. Alas, at his age, as a teacher of the combat department, he is still being pulled over to serve as a strong man to mark papers. It is quite a miserable fate. After grading more than 10 papers in a row, Song Qinggan's eyes became a little blurry. He rubbed his eyes and turned to the next one. For the first question, the teacher, how can you get this wrong? The second question, wrong again? Song Qinggan perked up a bit. Wow, where did this student come from? Continue reading, and you will see that there are basically few correct answers. This is the case with multiple choice questions, and it is even more exaggerated when it comes to short answer essay questions. Question 1. What should I do if I am alone at home and there is a foreign creature outside the door? Answer. Open the door and unscrew its head. Question 2. How to train and become stronger. Answer. Kill alien species and become stronger through hunting. Question 3. How do you think we can avoid pollution or reduce the harm of pollution to our body? Answer: not becoming extraordinary, crossed out. Okay, this answer is somewhat reasonable. When he saw these words, Song Qingan almost couldn't suppress his anger and almost turned the page to look at the name of the person who answered the question. Fortunately, the other party was tactful enough to cross it out and then answered the question normally. Hey, keep your emotions stable and avoid having evil thoughts. Finally, someone spoke sensible words. Can barely give points. Soon, it was time for the final writing session. The scope given for the composition is roughly extraordinary in your eyes. The so-called extraordinary means doing what ordinary people cannot do. I believe that being extraordinary is not just about having great strength, but that even ordinary people can have an extraordinary heart. If you turn your back to the sun, you can only see your shadow, but if you face the sun, you can see the light even with your eyes closed. Oh, the beginning of this composition finally sounds reasonable. Song Qingan's brows relaxed slightly. Especially the second sentence. It does have some flavor. Look down. One day, my uncle and I. Song Qingan's face turned dark. Are you putting gold rims on the shit pot? I suppressed my urge to complain and read the whole article until I finally made it to the end. Song Qingan had already thought about how to score this paper. Then see the last paragraph. It was not until today that I realized that my uncle Li Xuanguang is not only my uncle, but also the uncle of the entire Great Zhou. My relative Lu Nafeng is not only my relative, but also the relative of the entire Yuhai. It's this kid indeed. It is unexpected but reasonable. Song Qingan gritted his teeth. The scoring pin hovered. There was a long silence. He handed the paper to the person next to him. Old Zhao, this paper is not easy to grade. You try it. Chapter 110 Actual Combat. The general is here. Do you know why I called you here? In the office, Song Qingan and others had gloomy faces. Why? Jiang You was confused. When he saw the test paper spread out on the table, he suddenly understood. I think I know. You really dared to write. Song Qingan was angry and amused. You write everything. Aren't you afraid that the higher-ups will see it? Didn't the test paper ask us to talk about our personal feelings? Jiang Yu's voice gradually weakened. If you were not a second level. Song Qingan paused and said, forget it. There is no if. Many questions on this test require students to answer based on their own abilities. Jiang Yu himself has the strength of the second level, so this kind of answer, at least, does not exceed the rules. This kid missed the point when the question was set. Song Qingan suppressed his complaints and said, you should be thankful that Captain Li is not an ordinary person, otherwise you would have been tricked by him sooner or later. I know it all. Don't just talk about it. Go back and memorize the knowledge. You kill aliens all day long. Are you good at killing? What's the point of just being able to kill aliens? Do you think high-level aliens are as stupid as pigs? Okay. Jiang Yu responded. This is indeed his problem. Some time ago, I was obsessed with actual combat in the cage arena. I was busy honing my skills and practicing in detail, and theoretical knowledge went in one ear and out the other. I thought I had most of the knowledge, but as soon as I started answering the questions, all of it was exposed. Maybe there is no problem now. It's just a first or second level alien species, so there's no need to be complicated. He can just rush up and kill it. However, when you reach a higher rank, your abilities become more bizarre. In addition to fighting and killing, you may encounter various accidents. You don't need to be proficient in it, but at least have a certain understanding of it. Have you had breakfast? Seeing that his attitude was acceptable, Song Qingan's expression looked a little better. Not yet. Jiang Yu rubbed his stomach with a wry smile. Here. Song Qingan pushed the pancake from the table over. Thank you, Uncle Song. Jiang Yu smiled. Next time, I will definitely write about you in my composition. Don't. Song Qingan almost spit out a mouthful of water. I've been nice to you. Why are you hurting me like this? Jiang Yu laughed, opened the plastic bag, and ate with a grunt. Can I drink this soy milk? Drink. Song Qingan waved his hand. Eat more to have strength. What do you mean? Jiang Yu stopped eating. Song Qingan kept silent. Actual combat assessment? Jiang Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. Come on. Song Qingan encouraged as a response. Uncle Song, you're not going to beat me up, are you? The pancake with spicy strips in my hand suddenly lost its flavor. Don't worry, it's not me. Could it be Uncle Lu? It's neither him nor your Uncle Li. Song Qingan dispelled his concerns. Who is that? Jiang Yu was confused. Eat first, and then you can get ready to go. Song Qingan said kindly, you don't like fighting, and you don't want to learn extraordinary skills. There is no one more suitable than this examiner. After hearing this, Jiang Yu became even more curious. That's good. It's pretty good. Song Qingan said with a hint of sourness, if I had been treated this way back then. Oh. After saying this, Jiang You felt that the other teachers in the office looked at him with a little more jealousy. Don't just stand there. Eat quickly, Song Qing urged. I drank the soy milk mouthful after mouthful, but still felt a little hungry. Jiang You smacked his lips, looked at the tofu pudding next to him, and then looked at Song Qingan. That's my breakfast. Song Qingan sighed. Eat. Okay, thank you, Uncle Song. Do you have any chili? Don't eat it. Give it to me. Slurp, slurp. After eating and drinking, it was already 7:45 in the morning. It's time. Song Qingan stood up. Let's go. Good. Wiping his mouth, Jiang You stood up and followed him. The two left the teaching building and walked on the main road. Shadow field? No. A cage? Not really. Judging from the route, it looks like a closed venue? Jiang You has never been to this place. It is said that it is dark and the terrain is complex. Generally, students are allowed to adapt in the shadow field before entering the enclosed field. Simulate the feeling of being chased by alien species in an extremely dim environment. The two of them got closer and closer, and Jiang You saw them from afar. Compared with other huge buildings, the enclosed area looks much smaller. There are 4 pillars supporting the 4 sides, and the entrance door is pitch black, which makes people feel uneasy just by looking at it. Come in, Song Qingan said to him. Good. Jiang You no longer hesitated and stepped onto the stairs. Then enter the door. As soon as he stepped in, the door slammed shut and the light in front of him suddenly dimmed. Only the old-fashioned light bulbs a few meters apart emitted a faint glow. The room was cool and gloomy. It wasn't dead quiet, but it didn't seem to have any life at all. In short, the atmosphere was very strange. There were arrows on the ground. He walked through the hall and the prop room. After pushing open a door, he walked forward. With a bang, the alloy door was locked again. Call. There are many ways to sharpen one's potential. The most common one is to concentrate fully under high pressure and stretch one's mind into a tight line. This is the case with the cage arena, and the effect of the closed arena is even better. No wonder the sophomore retention rate is as high as 15% to 20%. Without a certain level of skills, you really can't get to the junior year. The whole body seemed to be put in a layer of shackles, heavy and clumsy. The person being pressed becomes uncoordinated. He continued to move forward through the corridor. Each step is heavier than the last. Call. Call. After just a dozen meters, Jiang You was almost out of breath. The sophomore retention rate is only 15% to 20%? I think it's the rate of admission to higher education. Jiang Yu's heart was pounding. After turning a corner, an indoor arena appeared in front of him. On the stage, a figure stood quietly, seeming to blend into the darkness. If it weren't for his status as a shadow hider, Jiang You might not have been able to find the other party. He held his breath and concentrated, and his body seemed to regain some strength. Jiang You walked towards the arena, which was 7 or 8 meters square. In this state, how can I test my fighting skills? Even a primary school student can kill himself alone. Jiang You complained in his heart, but kept silent and moved closer to the ring. He took one step at a time and finally climbed up completely. Hello, instructor. He steadied himself. The other person suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang You. The young man was stunned for a moment, and with just one glance, the hairs on his body instantly stood up. What a pair of pupils they were, like thunder falling in the darkness, piercing directly through his mind. It was extremely calm one moment and raging storms the next. There was a sudden switch between heaven and earth, but there was no sense of disobedience. Quiet like watching water, moving like a mountain fire. Heartbeat. The 2 words so suddenly popped into Jiang Yu's mind. Jiang Yu couldn't control his tense spirit. At this moment, the power of his entire body seemed to be connected and no longer completely under his control. There were no words, no unnecessary movements. A look. The overwhelming force is coming. Jiang Yu's pupils gradually shrank to the size of a needle tip. The hairs on my body stood up more and more. They stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. He finally came back to his senses and stared at the other person's face. At this glance, my mind went blank again. With his messy black hair and soft facial lines, he should have a strong scholarly air, but a tiny scar at the corner of his eye adds another layer of temperament to him. Let your arms hang naturally at your sides, completely relaxed. Standing there, it seems as if his whole body is full of flaws, but when you look at him closely, it seems difficult to know where to start. With a slight smile on her lips, she also looked him over. Jiang Yu's breathing gradually slowed down. If I remember correctly, the other party was exactly the young man who had slapped the hundreds-meter-long training ground to pieces when he was watching the video of extraordinary skills. In addition, he successfully broke the record set by Li Xuanguang and raised the age to start with 2. He took office at the age of 29, and it has been a year now. He's also the youngest person currently in office. The 5th General, Xiangyan. Chapter 111, Blockade of Force. How could I have the honor to see a living warrior? Well, Uncle Lee has retired, so he doesn't count. The man was actually 30 years old, but he looked very young. At first glance, he looked to be in his mid-20s, and he seemed to have just graduated from college a few years ago. Watching the video, one can vaguely feel the oppression emanating from him. Now that we are face to face, coupled with the aura of the closed field, the feeling of oppression covers almost every corner of my body. A huge pressure came, trying to pin him down on the ring. From the beginning, there was no communication between the two. Yes, except for the calm gaze towards Jiang You. After nearly half a minute of discomfort and shock at the beginning, Jiang You gradually recovered. The potential in the body, which is not much, is now under high pressure, like water in a kettle placed on a raging fire. Gurgle, gurgle. The tiny water droplets are rolling and jumping. Jiang You has never felt as uncomfortable as he does now. Momentum is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins and wants to rush out of the body without listening to any command. His expression became more serious. Although he seemed to be looking directly into Xiang Yang's eyes, he was actually immersed in his mind, sensing something strange in his body and trying to regain control of the situation. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt that his head had turned into a room, filled with messy furniture. At first glance, it looked like something had been robbed. Put the sofa back in place, put the coffee table straight, put away the bottles and jars on the table, and place them neatly together. As the room was gradually cleaned up, Jiang Yu became more and more adept at it. Unfortunately, Xiang Yang didn't intend to let him continue to sort things out. Just as the 1 minute was up, Jiang Yu, who was still sorting out the momentum in his mind, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his body. The stabbing pain like a needle spread throughout the body in less than half a second. Sharp intuition, max it out on the spot. Jiang Yu didn't even have time to think, and just crossed his arms in front of him. With two bangs, Xiang Yang kicked down with a whip kick. The first sound is the contact between the two parties. The second sound was the loud bang of Jiang Yu slamming heavily on the wall. The force penetrates the body. My whole body was almost numb from this kick. Hiss. He took a breath. With this kick, the situation seemed to have changed, but he didn't have time to experience it carefully. Looking at Xiang Yang again, Jiang Yu's brows were solemn. Direction Yang 82%. The opponent's health bar is a friendly green, and the health volume can only be considered healthy. Xiang Fangong didn't give him the chance to ask questions or speak. Jiang Yu watched helplessly as the health bar suddenly expanded from a distance to right in front of him. Also enlarged is a fist. On the fist, there is a layer of air blade film visible to the naked eye. If I really get hit by this punch, I'll probably be ready to be reborn. Jiang Yu thought so. The chi was firmly locked, and the oncoming wind pressure blew his hair back. Jiang Yu's face was squeezed and deformed by the howling wind and waves, and he truly felt the threat of death. I don't know whether it was because the body's functions were operating at high speed in the face of death, or because General Fong slowed down his punches. The huge fist gradually slowed down in his eyes. Under the threat of death, Jiang Yu's body, which was fixed by the pressure, finally made some movements. Bang! He turned his face to the side. Small pieces of gravel flew everywhere, hitting his face and scratching it painfully. If I were a few tenths of a second slower, my head might have exploded like a watermelon. General Fong might not really kill me, but his strength was genuine, and I dare not try it lightly. The blood is rushing and the heart is beating like a drum. Jiang Yu became more and more confused. He didn't know why, but with every kick and punch, he felt like his soul was about to break free from the constraints of his body. The body is still the same body, but the pressure of the closed field has become much smaller. The frequency of breathing, the extent of dodging, the flickering lights and the strong breeze. It's not subtle, but more like some other unknown experience. Xiang Yang's attack continued, and he threw a punch towards the face. Such a plain and simple attack with a simple route, clearly visible when viewed in detail, gave Jiang Yu a feeling that he could not avoid it. Is it really impossible to avoid it? At least give me a fancy move. Why can't cricket dodge a normal straight punch? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, kept backing away, and dodged. Bang! My nose hurt so much and my tear duct seemed to be collapsing. Jiang Yu's head was buzzing, and he felt a faint warm current flowing through his nose. He probably almost had a nosebleed. Come again! He roared. Oh? Xiang Fangong raised his eyebrows and was about to change his tactics. Okay, since you asked, I'll do it again. The second punch was still plain and simple. I won't dodge this punch, I can block it. Jiang Yu stopped retreating and threw two punches, one in front and one behind, to block it. Bang! Then he tilted his head back and got punched hard again. This time my nose felt even warmer. He sniffed and stopped the nose from bleeding. I really don't believe it. Come, Jiang Yu shouted. Xiang Yang naturally met his requirements. Bang, bang, bang. One punch. Two punches. More punches. With a plop sound, Jiang Yu flew backwards high up and then fell down. He wiped his nose and mouth and got his hands covered in blood. He supported himself with his hands and leaped backwards, narrowly avoiding the heavy blow. Hook the exposed cables on the ceiling, let them swing, and land your feet firmly on the ground. It hurts. It really hurts. Jiang Yu bared his teeth. Is it okay? Xiangfang Yang had a half smile on his face. Continue. His whole body was limp from the fall, only his mouth remained hard. Jiang Yu stretched his neck and refused to admit defeat. This kid. Xiangfang Yang's eyes fixed. Jiang Yu, who had already adapted to the pressure from all around him, suddenly felt that the environment had changed again. The air became extremely sticky, making movement increasingly difficult. Not only the air, even the oxygen seems to be much thinner. No matter how hard he breathed, it was still not enough. Illusion? Or some other ability? Jiang Yu didn't guess the answer yet. Xiang Yang had already punched down. Your physical fitness is already stronger than mine, and you still use so many skills to bully me, an 18-year-old comrade? Jiang Yu stared at the swinging fist. The power in his body was suppressed by Xiang Yang through unknown means, and his entire body was also locked up. The speed of the punches became slower and slower. Correspondingly, Jiang Yu's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. The pupil is covered with strands of black lines, and there are no tiny diamond-shaped spots around the pupil. The pitch-black pupil suddenly showed a barely perceptible hint of white. Bang! Jiang Yu was repelled again. But this time, his feet retreated several meters on the ground, and even though he almost broke free for a moment, he ultimately did not fly off the ground. Every time you lift your foot and put it down, there is a slight shake. Until the feet shook and all the force was released. Oh! Xiang Yang let out a light exclamation. You have to be very careful in unloading your strength. Without 1 or 2 months of practice, you won't be able to reach the threshold. Jiang Yu boy, is quite interesting. Come. Standing still and getting into position, Jiang Yu stretched out his left palm and exhaled. I have found the trick. It seems that the power of the first level can't do anything to you. Xiang Yang laughed and shook his right hand. Then let's try the second level. What the hell? Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Chapter 112. Do you want to go to Baidu? I'm about to get the shit beaten out of me, and you said you only used the first level? If the first level creatures were all at this level, the aliens would have been wiped out long ago. Song Qingan always talks about actual combat. Don't they all have a nose, a mouth, a head, and 2 legs? As both are extraordinary beings, the main thing they compete with at the same level is their abilities. No matter how strong your practical skills are, it is difficult to catch up with the absolute ability gap. This is what most students think. Now Jiang Yu is really convinced. When someone is at the first level, he beats himself like he is beating his son. For a moment, Jiang Yu doubted whether Xiang Yang had used his own abilities. In a few seconds, he put the thought out of his mind. Rather than ability, the opponent used techniques more like momentum. Of course, we don't know what the specific technique was, but anyway, Jiang Yu was beaten to the point of doubting his life. After a fight that lasted less than 10 minutes, Jiang Yu's body was already trembling slightly. The physical fatigue was second only to the storm in his mind that he had never experienced before. Come. Xiang Yang's eyes, which were already full of oppression, seemed to be emitting rays of light that penetrated Jiang Yu. The momentum that permeated this enclosed area suddenly poured down. Plop. The sound of the heartbeat was like thunder exploding all around. There was an echo in the closed space. Jiang Yu's eyelids were twitching wildly and he felt something was wrong. Xiang Yang in front of him raised his fist. Jiang Yu didn't know if it was an illusion, but in his eyes, there was an explosion of airwaves coming towards him. His brain was confused and he resisted hastily. Bang. Click. My bones. Jiang Yu's expression gradually became one of disbelief. This strength, you told me it was level 2? The whole person was smashed against the wall, and the feeling was almost the same as being hit by a truck. He endured the pain, climbed down from the wall, and rolled over to avoid the attack. The momentum that had a tendency to break free from the restraints was suppressed again after this blow. Xiang Yang said nothing and picked up the wooden stick on the ground. A stick nearly 1 meter long came whistling with a sound of breaking through the air. Jiang Yu bent down and hooked. Hey. Made of steel. Good brother, you were the first to use the weapon. Jiang Yu grinned grimly. The power in my body is endless. I choose a comfortable way to exert force and then swing it. The steel rod is extremely heavy, and the sound it creates in the wind is terrifying. Bang. Jiang Yu's expression froze. Xiang Yang was also stunned for a moment. The sticks in the hands of both sides broke at the same time. My solid steel rod actually broke. Jiang Yu reacted quickly and threw the steel stick away. Take half a step forward and push with your elbow. With a dull sound, Zhang Fangyang caught it steadily. Punch, inch power, Iron Mountain lean, one move after another. Jiang Yu didn't know whether it was authentic or not. He just beat the guy and that was it. Even so, after 4 or 5 rounds, Jiang Yu threw another punch, But before his fist reached the air and fell, it was wrapped by a larger palm. Then I felt a pain in my legs and my head was spinning. The whole person fell onto the stage with a bang. I opened my eyes and saw a pitch-black ceiling. Several cables were swaying, making him dizzy. Practical assessment. In this special training camp, if Jiang You can pick out a student who has beaten Xiangfang Yang, he will directly worship him as his father. He was panting and collapsed on the ring, not wanting to move at all. Not bad, kid. Xiangfang Yang praised. Thank you. Huh, you're great too. Jiang You said weakly. That sounds weird. Xiang Yang said with a smile. What do you think? The experience is very tiring. Here. Xiang Yang handed over a ball the size of an octopus dumpling. It was soft and wrapped in dark blue, and seemed to contain an unknown liquid. Have eaten. Jiang Yu opened his mouth in cooperation. The balls melt in your mouth and have a light mini scent. Immediately afterwards, the momentum that was almost dried up was quickly replenished, and the exhausted body also recovered quickly. The effect is many times stronger than the nasal nutrient solution provided by Song Qingan and others. Anything else? Jiang Yu forced himself to stand up. You are so greedy. Xiang Yang threw two more. Look at others. This is true generosity. As for that snot nutrient solution, Song Qingan would always knock on it. Never take it for yourself unless you are seriously injured, and limit yourself to one bottle each time. Thank you, General Fong. Jiang Yu said happily. You know me. Xiang Yang raised his eyebrows. I know very well. Jiang Yu nodded seriously. The youngest warrior in history with unparalleled combat power. A pair of iron fists plunge into the abyss, and a body full of chivalrous spirit illuminates the world. To put it in a higher way, he is a living god of war. To put it in a lower way, he is a role model for young people. Xiang Yang remained silent and even considered turning around and leaving. I have been listening to your stories since I was a kid. My dream is to become a popular manga artist and record your heroic deeds in the comics. I didn't expect that I would embark on the path of transcendence by accident. Jiang Yu was solemn. I never thought that I would be able to fight with my idol in person. I have met a true fan. Xiang Yang's lips opened and closed. What is my ability? You're so good, Jiang Yu. I heard that you were a talkative person before I came here. It's true that seeing is believing. Xiangfang Yang cursed with a smile. Ahem. Jiang Yu laughed awkwardly. Let's go out first. Zhang Fangyang said with a smile. Okay, Brother Fang. He reached out and pulled him up from the ground, then walked towards Yang and walked outside. Jiang Yu limped and barely kept up. Leaving the closed area, the sunlight shone on him again, and all the oppression quickly disappeared. He was slightly dazed and had the illusion of seeing the light of day again. During these short 20 or 30 minutes, I had difficulty breathing and became mentally confused. It was the most torturous experience since entering the camp. This is my first time to come to the Yuhai Special Training Camp. Xiang Yang looked around the road. To be precise, I have not been to the Yuhai gathering place many times. The combat uniform he was wearing was specially made. The colors black, white, and red are intertwined. With black as the base color and other colors on the collar, cuffs, and seams, this custom-made combat uniform is more fitted than standard uniforms and can better bring out his temperament. There is quite a heroic posture of a Confucian general going to the battlefield. I heard that there is a little genius in the field of momentum in Yuhai. He is less than 18 years old and has mastered it in great detail, so I came here specially to take a look. Having said that, he turned his head and looked Jiang Yu up and down. Brother Fang? His face was swollen like a pig's head, his left eye had a bruise, and his clothes were wrinkled and torn. He grinned, looking as handsome as if he was missing a brainstem. Forget it, I won't watch it. It's annoying. Xiang Yang retracted his gaze and said, as for the actual combat assessment, I will be responsible for scoring and reporting, but it will not have much impact. Just because you broke the stick in my hand, you have passed the test with flying colors. Isn't it normal for a steel stick to break a wooden stick? Jiang Yu was confused. Generally speaking, it's normal. There was a hint of weirdness in Xiang Yang's eyes. Does that mean it's unconventional? Jiang Yu pondered. I won't be in the special camp for long. After visiting old friends, I will return to Baidu the day after tomorrow at the latest. So anxious. Jiang Yu scratched his head. A general is a general. Being able to have a hearty battle with the general will make 100 battles almost crazy. Although he was not that familiar with the other party, Jiang Yu still couldn't help feeling a little reluctant. What a great experience, baby. What a shame. Jiang Yu was just feeling regretful when he heard Xiang Yang speak. I saw a little more smile on his face. Would you like to consider going to Baidu with me? Chapter 113, Lock, Entanglement, Overclocking. Go to Baidu? Hearing these words, Jiang Yu was stunned. The sea of clouds is too small for you. Besides, you are about to enter university and you will definitely need to choose an institution. Xiang Yang explained, Baidu, Lindong, and Chang'an are all good choices. Jiang You knew these three places. Needless to say, Baidu has always been a top-tier city in Dezhou before and after the catastrophe. This is not the case with Winter Changyang. Geographically speaking, it is located in the northeast, and its economy was not as good as that of the south before the cataclysm. After the catastrophe, it developed steadily by relying on its unique geographical advantages. I personally suggest you choose Baidu. I'm currently working in Baidu, so at least I can take care of you. Fang Yang spoke. To make it convenient to take care of, Jiang Yu was a little confused. Maybe it's because of his age and temperament. He has a good feeling about the square dipping sauce in front of him. But no matter what, it was indeed the first time the two met. The back door was open, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. I used to be General Li's student. Xiang Fangyang smiled. I almost fell into the abyss that year, and it was General Li who pulled me back. My mom. Uncle Li. Jiang Yu was moved and felt like crying. That taciturn middle-aged man who loves to smoke, drink, and fart really did a lot of good things when he was young, and all the good things came to him. I didn't get to experience being a second generation in my previous life, but I'm having a great time doing so in this life. Extraordinary is not about fighting and killing, it is about the ways of the world. Of course, you don't have to rush to give me an answer now. Xiang Fangyang said. You still have a lot to learn about the special training camp. Besides, if you enter Baidu ahead of time, it will be easy to be criticized. General Li Zhan's old enemy may be beyond your imagination. So wait a little longer. Jiang Yu choked, and the smile on his face froze. Uncle Li did a lot of good things in the past, but he was young and frivolous, and he accumulated many enemies. It is true and reasonable. If I go to Baidu, I won't be caught and beaten, right? Jiang Yu was a little worried. You won't die, Xiang Yang assured. Okay, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Jiang Yu sighed. As they walked, they arrived at the subway station on the lower level of the special training camp. You are very talented in momentum, Xiang Yang said. You can read more information on this subject and practice diligently. With time, you will surely achieve something impressive. Okay, Brother Fang. Go back. Take some time to come back in 2 months to test your level. It is April now, and 2 months later it will be June, which is the time when other students in the special training camp will prepare for the martial arts examination. Normally, not much would change in 2 months. However, Jiang Yu just comprehended the subtlety. Last month, before that, he didn't even know what momentum was. In the battle just now, Jiang Yu's momentum was surging and burning, and he had undergone another transformation. Sitting on the subway, Fang Yang looked out the window. The boy stood in the stands and waved goodbye to him. The momentum is as strong as the wind and water. Like rain, like fire. Everyone's potential is different. The boy's aura has already begun to take shape as an individual, but perhaps even he himself is not aware of it. If you can polish it carefully, your future achievements will probably be no lower than yours. Xiang Yang was silent for a moment, turned on his phone, entered his password multiple times, fingerprint and face recognition, and key recognition, and then entered a document. Name, Jiang Yu. Age, 17. Willpower detection level, gold, unknown level, suspected to be level 8. Ability, shadow pupil, suspected. Brief introduction. He was adopted by retired General Li Xuanguang on the battlefield, and his biological parents are unknown. He has no abnormalities since childhood, and showed the strength of the second level after entering the special training camp. He first learned momentum within a week of entering the camp and mastered subtlety within half a month. Potential assessment, candidate general. Xiangyang touched his nose. Not surprisingly, there will probably be a few more entries after this one. After 1 month in the camp, my ability to use momentum has improved rapidly. When I was fighting General Xiangyang, I was able to use lock, entangle, and overclock for the first time, and my progress was amazing. As for the potential assessment column, the number of candidate generals is unprecedented and will probably not change in the short term. After all, being rated as commander level as the conclusion of potential assessment means that this person will be invincible in the next 5 years and in the past 5 years. Jiang boy, I don't know if you can achieve this level in a few years. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Xiangyang's eyes. On the other side, after seeing Xiangyang off, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Fang is such a nice person. He speaks in a gentle and polite manner, always with a smile on his face. Except for the fact that he beats people really hard, everything else is good. The key is that he is young and a rising star. If you hold on to this strong support, you can avoid many detours. Actually, it would be better to have an older sister warrior. He shook off all distracting thoughts and returned to the dormitory. Name, Jiang Yu. Attribute, shadow. Shadow point, 210/210. Position, Shadow Hunter. Shadow Breaker. Hunter. General, subtle overclocking, residual, entanglement, residual, lock, residual. 3 more disabled skills appeared on the attribute panel. Overclocking, incomplete. You gradually become familiar with your body and can burst out with power far beyond the normal level. Entanglement, remnant. A technique for applying potential. You can attach potential to the surface of an object to enhance its destructive power or defensive power. Lock, incomplete. A skill of using momentum. You can use momentum to blockade and attack the enemy. In one battle, 3 skills are used. This efficiency is simply unbeatable. Wait, in other words, to bully a young man like him, this guy Xiangyang actually used so many tricks? Jiang You is in pain and happy at the same time. There was still some effect of 100 battles left, but he had been holding on to it without savoring it. Now back in the dormitory, he no longer held it in. He closed his eyes and took in the thought carefully. In an instant, all the insights came to my mind. During the battle, Xiangyang's eyes were focused on himself. It was this energy that almost blocked his entire body. This is also why it is almost impossible to dodge attacks. The yang attack in the back changes again, as if it condenses into substance and attaches to the fist. As soon as there was a slight contact, a terrifying shock force came and knocked him away, leaving him completely unable to resist. Straight punch, uppercut. The fist shadows intertwined, and the force was as overwhelming as a tide. Xiangyang plays with the momentum in a variety of ways. The scene reappeared in Jiang Yu's mind again and again, and the expression on his face became more and more complicated. When fighting, just a slight difference can reverse the situation. Looking back on the situation afterwards, I realized there was a world of difference. That tiny bit was an insurmountable chasm. Jiang Yu opened his hands and tried to mobilize the power in his body to emerge in his palms. I tried for a long time, but maybe because I wasn't in the right mood or I wasn't in good condition, I failed to recreate the battle scene. Never mind. We are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities to study in the future. But this Fong brother. Chapter 114, Let the Weeds Climb All Over My Back. Jiang Yu felt a little curious. The general, the greatest combat force of the Great Zhou. I imagined it to be very serious and murderous, but today it seems not to be the case. He thought about it, sat up, turned on the computer, and logged into the Night Watch official website. Search for the word, War General. General Fong's strength has broken through again, and his 5th-level extraordinary skills are even better than nuclear weapons. The most recent one was posted a few days ago. The Great Zhou Lighthouse, also the Gatekeeper of the Abyss, War General. General Liu, the situation in the Great Zhou remains grim. Please be prepared for a long battle. General Song, the form of the military examination needs to be reformed, and the Night Patrol will start building a supernatural knowledge base. One after another, a lot of information was searched out, either the personal words of a general or the content related to the general. After browsing and integrating them, I found that the surnames of all 5 generals were collected. Su, Fong, Song, Shun, and Liu. I only know the full name of Xiangyang, and I know nothing about the others. Continuing to scroll down, he unexpectedly found a bold title. Commander takes over, new commander takes office. Xiangyang. Have you unknowingly turned to last year's news? It just happened to be the video of Brother Fong taking office. Jiang Yu was slightly shocked and clicked on the link. First, there are a few lines of text briefly describing the situation, followed by the video playing. Soon, accompanied by passionate music all around, a solemn old man put a medal on Xiangyang. There was applause from the audience. Then he stepped forward, walked to the microphone on the podium, and saluted. The camera can see the night watchman sitting in the large square below. After the applause faded away, Xiang Fangyang, then 29 years old, approached the microphone. A general who fights for his country and for his people. He said, "A lot of people have heard of me, a lot of people know me, and a lot of people are strangers to me." He slowly swept his eyes across the audience, his calm eyes making people feel his extremely reserved and calm nature. When I was 18, I took the aptitude test and officially entered the extraordinary world. At the age of 20, you have achieved success and have a profound understanding. Graduated from senior year at the age of 22, with a body of upper-level second order and mastered extraordinary skills. He is full of vigor and vitality and thinks he is the best. His ambition is as high as the sky, and he treats other species as nothing. Everyone thinks I'm a genius, and yes, I think so too. Then in the same year, I accidentally fell into the abyss. Lost the ability. I went from being a genius to being incompetent overnight. What? Jiang Yu was shocked. Incompetent? He could vaguely recall the stunned expressions of the uninformed audience when they watched the live broadcast. On the screen, he continued speaking. The ability that was rated as the highest has left me. During that time, I often wondered what my future would be like if I lost my abilities. How dark would it be? One more or one less doesn't make much difference. Why would the night watch need an incompetent piece of shit? Drinking to drown my sorrows and indulging myself in depravity has become my normal state. I think this is also the normal state of many extraordinary people. We are facing alien species and pollution. No matter how good your talent is, there are still too many unpredictable variables. The strength of the enemy and us is too different. The territory of the Great Zhou is falling bit by bit. The power of an individual is insignificant. The human body is so fragile. Why are we fighting? Should we fight again? In other words, what's the point of me, a powerless person, thinking about these things? My abilities are already useless. Do you still want me to fight against alien species? Xiang Fangyang glanced at the different expressions of the people in the audience. Until one day, the abyss cracks erupted in the city, countless alien species roared, and pollution filled the sky. The alarm sounded in the gathering area, so we had to abandon the city and evacuate. Having said this, I think many people already know which incident I'm talking about. Millions of people had to evacuate because of the cracks that fell into the city. There is a forbidden item in the city, called the Horn of Despair. When the sound of the flute is heard, it can cause alien species to lose their target and stop moving forward. The price is that the user will become polluted, fall into despair, suffer torture, and die. The reinforcements haven't arrived yet, but the alien army has already rushed to our front. So, just to delay the alien species. The man entering middle age waves to his family, kisses his wife and daughter on the forehead, and turns around to play the forbidden music. The young man in his prime threw down his shirt, held the forbidden object high in one hand, and stabbed his body with a sharp blade in the other, using the pain to retain his will. There was also a weak woman who took over the horn after her husband died, and endured the pain of her body being torn apart, and played it with a clanging sound. Some stood, some fell, but people kept moving forward. Just like taking over a torch in the dark, they took over the forbidden object that should have been considered ominous. Jiang You stared at the screen, lost in thought. He was not an ordinary historian, but he knew something about what Xiangyang said. 7 years ago, the Changming gathering place underwent a huge change. The abyss cracks erupted, people were evacuated, and there were heavy casualties. Eventually, reinforcements arrived and forcibly put down the riot, resulting in heavy casualties. The calm words suddenly brought Jiang Yu's thoughts back to that tragic night. I have always thought that I am a cowardly and selfish person. Not only me, but most people are like this too. Selfishness is human nature. How can I, a person who has never done anything good, accomplish any great feat? But when the horn fell and rolled to my feet, I found that I had an urge to pick it up. It's just that I was a step too slow. Next to me, the lame uncle who usually pulled a cart to set up a stall and argued with others over the price of 3 or 5 cents kicked me away with red eyes and blew the horn without any hesitation. At that moment, it felt like something was stuck in my throat. Perhaps he didn't want to step forward at all. Perhaps he was just impulsive, but the reason is no longer important. Most people never think that they will become heroes. It's just that at that critical moment, they are pushed by fate and a voice in their ear says, "It's your turn." So they take a step forward. I think we really need to take a step forward. We have to keep fighting. We have to keep fighting. This is aggression, this is war, and it is a legacy of blood and hatred left behind by countless compatriots until their death. I will never forget that uncle, before he died, waving his fist high and making an indistinguishable cry. We must fight, and we must fight with all our might. 100 years ago, our ancestors took up their weapons and fought against alien species. 100 years later, we will still fight, and will always fight. Perhaps, on a sunny day, I will die in battle on this land. Cover him with a leather bag and water him with blood. Bury him in the land of the Great Zhou, in the land that has buried generations of people. The weeds will continue to grow. They will crawl all over my spine, and so will my descendants. 5 years ago, I was in the audience listening. 5 years later, I'm standing on the stage. My name is Xiangyang, and I am a person without abilities. I am still watching in the darkness and believe there is light ahead. Today, I am a warrior. Chapter 115, Boiling Blood Potion, Condensation of Momentum. As Xiangyang completed his final salute, the general awarding ceremony came to an end. The video gradually came to an end, and when it ended, the picture froze on Xiangyang's resolute face. Jiang You took a slight breath. Even though there was a screen between them, he was still affected by Xiang Yang's emotions. The video comment section is very harmonious. At a glance, the screen is full of congratulations to General Fong on his appointment. Following a thread in the comment section, Jiang You closed the webpage and opened a new one. I am Song Jiqiu. I'm Su Chuan. I am. Okay. He looked up all the videos of the general when he was in office, and he was familiar with everyone's names and appearances. When we meet in the future, it will be convenient for us to curry favor with you. However, after such a long time, the appearance of other generals may have changed slightly, and he might not be able to recognize them even if they stood in front of him. As Jiang Yu was flipping through the pages, something moved his mind. Jiang Yu typed in the 3 words, Li Xuanguan. Then, a box popped up on the screen. You do not have the relevant permissions at the moment. Can I check Uncle Li's information? Jiang Yu frowned. Somehow, the speech given by Xiang Yang during the handover came to his mind again. I always feel like something is not right. Brother Fong was the general who took office last year, and the Abyss Rift in the Changming Gathering Place happened 7 years ago. That means Xiang Yang is 23 years old. I was about 10 years old at that time. After searching through my memory, I found that something big did happen in the Great Zhou dynasty that year. Uncle Li held an important position and had been away on business for a long time. When he came back, he lost an arm. If the Abyss demands that the Great Zhou cede several secondary gathering places to become their paradise, otherwise they will open a giant Abyss Rift in the northern capital, should the Great Zhou agree? If the place where they open the crack is not a very important or prosperous place, will it affect your choice? Uncle Li was on a business trip, and the Changming Gathering Place encountered an unexpected change. From the timeline, it seemed like it was all 7 years ago. In addition, there are the mistakes made by Uncle Li mentioned by Song Qinggan. Xiang Fangyang personally admitted that he had some connection with Uncle Li. Jiang Yu took a breath of cold air. Wow, this can't be such a coincidence, right? I can't find the specific information myself, but from the logical chain, it seems to make sense. This is such a weird relationship. Jiang Yu was thinking fruitlessly and was about to turn off the computer when suddenly a message came from Weixing. Yang Ci, last time, I made a medicine from the materials extracted from the blood species. Would you like to come and try it? Testing medicine? I am a man with golden talent and a current general. How could you use me to test drugs? Yang Ci, boiling blood potion. After taking it, it will burn the blood in the body, thereby pulling the potential, helping the user to better perceive the potential. As he spoke, Yang Ci sent a photo. In the picture, she is wearing a white coat and her slender thighs are wrapped in soft white stockings. The sock cuffs are tied around her thighs, creating a slight curve on her fair skin. Covered by long clothes, it is barely visible. Of course these are not important. Jiang Yu didn't even look at them. His eyes focused on Yang Ci's right hand. A bottle of reagent was pinched between her green fingertips. The glass bottle contained bright red liquid. The liquid was not dark in color, but rather crystal clear, and you could see tiny dots of liquid in the middle. Seems like it's okay. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple floated. Forget it. I'll ask other people about the drug trial. Jiang Yu was enlarging the photo to look at the medicine. Within 2 or 3 seconds, the photo was withdrawn and Yang Ci sent this message. The potion looks good. Wait, I'll be there in a minute. 15 minutes later. Medical building, unknown room. Jiang Yu had an expressionless face as he watched Yang Ci pick up the instrument and probe his body. She was wearing a white coat and her hair was tied in a ponytail. She is 1.7 meters tall and very slim. The legs are hidden under the robe, and you can see that the clothes are very normal, just ordinary white trousers. Where's the medicine? What do you mean by calling me here to mess with a bunch of equipment? Jiang Yu was helpless. Of course you have to check your physical condition before taking the medicine, so that you can compare it with after taking the medicine. Yang Ci pushed her hair back and fiddled with the instrument. Raise your arms, she said. Jiang Yu did as he was told, feeling a little nervous for no apparent reason. Is the medicine safe? Theoretically, there shouldn't be a problem. Yang Ci said, you are already at the 2nd level. I heard that you have already developed the momentum. At the same time, your willpower talent is at a high level. It is perfect for you to swallow this potion. Won't it eat me to death? Jiang Yu asked. Yang Ci was speechless. This medicine is a modified version of my teacher. I have asked many students to try it, but they only have the 1st level and cannot fully exert the efficacy. The results are not ideal. The most serious side effect is that it stimulates the mind and makes me unable to sleep for 2 days. Oh, that's barely acceptable. Jiang Yu felt relieved. So, do you want to continue? Bring it on. Jiang Yu nodded. Yang Ci continued to fiddle with it. After a moment, it was almost done. A piece of cool patch is attached to the skin and connected to the instrument, and the whole person stands in the cylindrical instrument. Speak up immediately if you feel uncomfortable. Yang Xiai said this before Jiang You could react to what was happening. Then I heard a crackling sound. There was an electric current flowing through the body, and in an instant, the scene in front of my eyes changed slightly. The scenes began to overlap and intertwine, shaking and becoming unclear. His external perception was greatly weakened, and no matter how hard he tried to concentrate, he couldn't focus. At the same time, the potential in the body gradually became active, showing signs of being at his disposal. Cull. There was silence all around, and his heavy breathing could be clearly heard. Under the stimulation of electric current and instruments, he actually found that more and more potentials were born from his body. No, it would be better to say that they were discovered rather than born. My body feels numb and my brain feels cool. It was like a god's perspective, feeling the various changes happening in the body while observing it coldly. But then, a slight tingling sensation came from the brain. Jiang You frowned slightly. The tingling sensation is like being pricked by needles. The pain is not very strong, but the frequency is very frequent. Is this what Yang Xiai meant by uncomfortable? Just bear with it a little longer. Jiang You kept calm. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 seconds, the pain not only did not subside, but increased. Jiang Yu's frown deepened. Buzz. He was about to ask when the instrument stopped automatically. Are you feeling uncomfortable? I noticed that you were frowning the whole time. Yang Xiai asked. My head hurts a bit. Pain. After looking at him for a few seconds, Yang Xiai was puzzled. Have you overdrawn your potential? It's not an overdraft. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yu said, today, during the actual combat assessment, I practiced with others and accidentally learned some skills of entanglement, locking, and overclocking. Question mark. A question mark appeared on Yang Xi's face. Don't stop, Jiang Yu asked. I feel like I'm in great shape, with more energy being generated in my body. I can still continue. Yang Xiai handed over a tissue. What? Jiang Yu was confused. The momentum is condensed in the form of overdraft, and your nose is about to bleed. Chapter 116, I became stronger by spending my life. Hiss. Jiang Yu took the tissue and blocked his nose. Can the overdraft be made up? He asked quickly. Of course. Even a slight overdraft occasionally is good for increasing and concentrating your potential. Yang Xiai said, it won't have any impact. Once again, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Yu with strange eyes. The condensation of momentum is the result of accumulation bit by bit. In certain special circumstances, you can squeeze your body, overdraw it, and accumulate more power. For example, when one is on the verge of life or death, or when one is extremely emotional, or in a situation like now, one relies on stimulation from instruments. Either way, overdraft is like cutting flesh with a blunt knife without anesthesia. The first two methods are catalyzed by emotions, and the pain is not that intense in the face of extremely high emotions. But in front of the instrument, the pain is clear. This kid is really patient and doesn't say a word. Can you still hold on? In your current state, the pain may become more intense soon. It's no big deal. As long as there are no permanent sequelae, I can recover. Good. Yang Xiai no longer hesitated and took out the boiling blood potion directly. Drink it. Jiang Yu drank it all in one gulp. The liquid slid down his throat. Then, without even giving people time to react, it started burning like a flame. Jiang Yu's body froze, and the temperature of the blood flowing under his skin continued to rise. In just a few seconds, it was covered with a layer of light red. He tried to make a sound, but when he opened his mouth, his throat felt like it was on fire, and he couldn't make any sound. The effect of the medicine is still taking effect, and the temperature continues to rise. Streams of warm current flow through the body. More and more forces were unearthed from every corner of his body, and Jiang Yu's heart was pounding wildly. Especially under the stimulation of instruments, the perception of potential becomes clearer. Laugh. Jiang Yu extended his index finger. A very faint sense of momentum attached to the fingertips. Comprehensive application of momentum, entanglement. Just an hour later, Jiang Yu used it again. Before he could be happy, intense pain burst out from the depths of his mind. Wave after wave, impossible to resist. Momentum. The substantial manifestation of spiritual will. After waiting for a long time, the buzzing sound of the instrument finally faded away. With a click, the cylindrical container opens. Fresh air rushed into the container, blowing on his hot body. Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and he was still immersed in the experience just now. How is it? Yang Xiai rarely showed a trace of nervousness. It feels so good. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple floated, and his head felt like it was numbed by electricity. His clear eyes swept across the room. Tables and chairs, bottles and cans, reports. Everything seems to become more alive. The boiling blood completely pushed the somewhat tired body to its peak state. Suppose a person's top sprint time is 10 seconds. After taking this potion, you will be able to run in 10 seconds, or even further. To put it simply, it is an extraordinary version of Red Bull drink. The change in momentum is visible to the naked eye, and this huge improvement in a short period of time is simply fascinating. While he was thinking about it, Yang Xiai had already taken out the test report from the machine. My body's functions have been strengthened to a certain extent, and my potential has been greatly enhanced. Yang Xiai couldn't help but raise his lips. Very good. This medicine is indeed suitable for use at the second level, and the effect is far beyond expectations. If we follow this method and become stronger every day, won't we be able to accumulate enough momentum soon? Jiang You was looking forward to it. You're just daydreaming. Yang Xiai rolled his eyes and said with a smile, the instruments and drugs are just to stimulate the body and force out the internal energy. They are fundamentally different from the energy honed in normal combat. Not to mention that this low-quality potential needs time to digest. The pressure of the potion on the body alone will take a month or two to recover. Unless you don't mind your body function deteriorating prematurely and shortening your lifespan, then you can just drink the potion like water. Is this the case? It does affect lifespan. Suddenly Jiang Yu stopped talking. A light flashed in his eyes, and his heart was shaken. What if you are not afraid of shortening your lifespan? Are you not afraid of shortening your life? Yang Xiai became alert and warned, don't do anything rash. This quick path to success is extremely risky. You have learned how to use momentum at such a young age. There is no need to cut off your future path for a momentary gain. I know. Jiang Yu suddenly felt that some things might not be as bad as he had initially thought. You mentioned earlier that low-mass potential needs to be digested. Once digested, it becomes the same as normal potential, right? He asked. Of course. Even if it is a force that is condensed, it was born in your body. Yang Xiai affirmed. It depends on your personal ability. It will take about 10 days or half a month to digest it. Okay. Jiang Yu nodded. Your expression is very dangerous. If nothing unexpected happens, don't even think about getting the boiling blood potion from me again. Yang Xiai said calmly. Jiang Yu moved his lips and smiled awkwardly. Don't worry. People have different physiques. I'm very strong. I'm just testing the medicine. Let's talk about it later. Yang Xiai frowned. Your physique is indeed good. If your uncle wasn't a general, I wouldn't have so many concerns. Sister, you are really honest. Observe for another hour, and you can leave if there is nothing abnormal. After saying that, he twisted his waist and walked out. Jiang Yu was attracted by the white silk and the potion, so he had no time to think about these things. He collapsed on a chair in the observation area, and as soon as he thought about it, a light curtain that only he could see quickly rose before his eyes. Human, oddity, God. The three characters flow, and the character, run unfolds. Name, Jiang Yu. Attribute, Shadow. Shadow point, 210/210. Potential, 21/50. Position, Shadow Hunter. Remaining life, 6 months. Note, overdrawing the body will affect lifespan. If you get some rest, you can recover. If you continue to overdraw, your lifespan will be shortened. My own idea, maybe it's feasible? Isn't it just deducting lifespan? Am I missing this thing? How long you live is not living. Hunting alien species, enhancing ability plus sharpening potential plus gaining lifespan, consuming lifespan, and enhancing potential. Others spend money to become stronger, but I spend my life to gain power. After going through the whole process, it's not too much to reserve a place for dipping sauce in advance, right? Yang Xiai, who had not yet walked far from the door, wanted to say something, but when he turned around, he witnessed the whole process of Jiang Yu's expression changing. What a great peeking opera face changing. After a little thought, she picked up a pen and wrote it down in a notebook. In addition to mental excitement, taking the drug will also have other adverse effects on mood, to be observed. The other side. Wilderness. It was drizzling. The rain fell, and when it was about to hit people, it was suddenly evaporated and dissipated by an invisible force. The man in black, white, and red special combat uniform walked forward. This piece of land outside the city has been abandoned for who knows how many years. In the distance, the unfinished building is overgrown with weeds and looks mottled, and its huge body is cut in half. With every step forward, the area covered with weeds expanded. After 4 or 5 steps, the pressure has become real. Buzz. When he took the last step, the majestic momentum faintly hit something. In an instant, the terrifying aura poured out. The splashing waves alone carved grooves into the ground. Opposite him, a slightly weathered figure stood quietly, not saying a word. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke first. Suddenly, a white flame appeared on the young man's right fist. And then, something earth-shattering happened. The two of them came to fight as if they had teleported. The gusts of wind that exploded in all directions blew away the ground, broke off the weeds and trees, and the ground within 100 meters was sunken inch by inch. You're old. There was a hint of complexity in the young man's eyes. The body moves slowly and the momentum is declining. And there is the silver hair dancing in the wind. I thought I would ask a lot of questions, but no words came out of my mouth. Just turned into a long sigh. My teacher. Then, punch again. Chapter 1, 17th Century Photo. Did you all hear the loud noise outside the city yesterday? My goodness, it started in the afternoon and continued until midnight. When it was the most intense, I felt the house shaking. That's right. I thought there was a big earthquake and almost woke up my wife and children in the middle of the night. But miraculously, the shaking stopped again. Roadside restaurant. 3 or 5 men gathered together and discussed what happened last night. At a table in the corner, 2 people sat opposite each other. A young man and an old man. There was a little bruise on the young man's right eye socket, and there were traces of blood on the uncle's face. Wow. The clear wine was poured into the glass, and Jiang You sniffed. Okay, I can see that after becoming a general, you have grown wings and are filled with hatred. Let the teacher pour some wine. Li Xuanguang chuckled. Jiang You was silent and stretched out his hand to grab the wine pot. I'll do it. It's all your turn now. She flicked her wrist to avoid his fingertips. Seeing that he was still sitting there, Li Xuanguang raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? Are you planning to let an old man like me toast to a great general like you? Okay, I'll toast to you. As he spoke, he grabbed the wine glass. Xiang Fangong gritted his teeth and said, consider this as a toast to you. There was a clink of glasses, and then a gulp of liquor went down the throat. Liquor with an alcohol content of over 60 degrees is like a knife. After the fierce impact, it is followed by a burning heat. Cough. After taking a sip, Xiang Yang coughed lightly, and his cheeks instantly turned red. Then he picked up the wine and filled the empty glass. Hot pot is coming. The shop owner came closer with a steaming copper pot and placed it on the table. Old Li, you haven't come to eat with me for a long time. Hey, what's wrong with the wound on your face? Did a wild cat scratch you? Li Xuanguang touched the scar on his face and said, these days, cats are very wild. It's common for cats to bar their teeth and claws. That's right. My kid was scratched by a cat a few days ago, and I spent hundreds of dollars on vaccinations. These days, cats are hard to keep tamed. Isn't that infuriating? The boss smiled and said, okay, I'll go to the kitchen and bring you the meat. You can enjoy your meal. The steaming little restaurant is very lively in the evening with the aroma of meat and wine. We fought and drunk, and this is still not enough? Li Xuanguang put the meat slices into the pot. You let me. Xiang Fangyang's tone was indescribable. You always think that I have some energy left, but in fact, I'm already old. Li Xuanguang still replied indifferently. I'm not stupid. Maybe. Does it matter? Li Xuanguang shrugged. The meat slices float up in the bubbling boiling water, are gradually cooked, and emit a tempting aroma from the bottom of the pot. I'll eat first. Li Xuanguang said without hesitation. He picked up the chopsticks to pick up the meat slices, then put it into his mouth with a layer of sesame sauce. After so many years, the taste of his food has not changed, and the meat is still delicious, he sighed. How can you eat so deliciously? Xiang Yang was helpless. Then he picked up the chopsticks and picked up 2 slices. After all, if he didn't eat it now, he wouldn't be able to eat anymore. Did you go to the special training camp? Li Xuanguang asked while eating. Yes. How about it? Extraordinary potential. Xiang Fangyang said in a deep voice. Are you interested in taking a disciple? Why don't you collect it yourself? I'm old. How can I compare to you young people? Li Sun didn't even raise his bald head and picked up 7 or 8 slices of mutton with 1 chopstick. After thinking about it, you are the most suitable. It's obvious that no one else wants to associate with you. Xiang Fangyang sighed. Question mark. Li Xuanguang paused. Bullshit. The two of them fell into silence for a long time, leaving only one chopstick after another. After a while, Xiangyang broke the silence. That big guy in Baida has been restless recently. It's normal. It's strange if you were quiet and at peace. That big guy seems to be looking for something. Oh? What do you mean? Li Xuanguang became interested. I don't know how ordinary people can understand his thinking. Xiang Fangyang shook his head. You didn't know why you told me? Li Xuanguang was speechless. I feel like it's getting more and more dangerous. Xiangyang said softly, there are some signs of the path to the 6th level, but no one is sure how many years it will take to truly research it. I feel like I can't wait any longer. We have to grope our way forward step by step. It has been like this since ancient times. There is no other way. Xiang Fanong was thinking and was about to respond. Damn it, he didn't even wait for me and started eating. An angry voice sounded beside him. Xiang Yang raised his head, looked at the young man, and then looked at the bearded man opposite him. Go sit across from me. You're sitting next to me and it's disturbing my ability to cross my legs. Li Shuangguang said bluntly, we've been waiting for you for a long time, but you still haven't shown up. Are you going to leave us hungry? The subway is so fast. I can't just run while carrying the subway. Jiang You rubbed his stomach. He asked the boss for a bowl and chopsticks, and without saying a word, he started eating. Xiang Fangong opened his mouth slightly and looked at Li Shuangguang. The other party seemed to have completely ignored his gaze and said cheerfully, it's a good thing I didn't wait for you. Otherwise, I would have just been left grabbing the meat to eat. Uncle Li, don't blame me. You were so busy grabbing the meat that my brother Fong didn't even get to eat a few bites. Jiang Yu was confused, and when he looked up, he was stunned. Uncle Li, your face. It was scratched by a wildcat. Li Shuangguang answered directly. Jiang Yu was stunned again. Night cat? The one in Yi's pavilion? Number 18. What night is this? Get out of here. Li Shuangguang, who was originally cheerful, suddenly had a gloomy face. Xiang Yang looked back. At the other end of the street, the neon sign of the Yi's Pavilion Club and Spa lit up, indicating that it was open for business. It should be said that they are indeed uncle and nephew. Xiang Yang felt it was more and more outrageous, but it also seemed reasonable. Grunt and grunt. Baji. Baji. After eating a few big mouthfuls of mutton, the hunger was much relieved. Jiang Yu reached out to touch the wine glass, but Li Shuangguang used chopsticks to slap it, leaving 2 red marks. He withdrew his hand and raised his drink cup. I'll use sour plum soup instead of wine. I'd like to toast Uncle Li and Brother Fong. Xiang Fangyong raised his glass with a smile, and the 3 of them clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. How many extraordinary skills have you comprehended? Li Shuangguang asked immediately. Question mark. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. You ask me? Yeah, do you think I need to ask your brother Fong? Li Shuangguang said as a matter of course. I'm only 17 and I haven't even had my 18th birthday yet. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. You know you're not an adult yet, but you're still not staying still. Li Shuangguang sneered. Your brother Fong and I were just happily reminiscing about the past, and you came over, and all the good mood is gone. Are you guys really enjoying your chat? Jiang Yu was thinking about how he had just been standing at the door, and saw the 2 people talking in a disjointed manner, as if they knew each other yet didn't know each other. How could this be called a happy chat? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Li Shuangguang waved his hand. What's the matter, Lao Li? The boss came over. Old Wu, come here. Please take a picture for us. Li Shuangguang took out his mobile phone. I'm taking pictures? The boss was stunned and said with a smile, Old Li, you were kidding, right? This is just a small restaurant of mine. What can I take pictures of? Well, taking pictures doesn't matter where you take them. It's great to take pictures while having a meal. You never know when you want to take pictures, you won't have the chance to do so. That's right. The boss nodded seriously. My kid never liked taking pictures. He always said he would take pictures when he had the chance. But now he has been working on the sidelines for 6 or 7 years. He can't even go home and doesn't have many pictures left. He muttered, wiped his palms on his apron, then took the phone, pointed it at the 3 people, and pressed the camera button. The former general, the current general, and the last one to be a villain. Just like that, we were photographed in the same frame in this small, fly-infested restaurant. Chapter 118 Hunting Time. Uncle Li and Brother Fong, what happened before? Walking on the road, looking at the photos on his mobile phone, Jiang Yu fell into thought. In the photo, Li Shuangguang has a bright smile, Xiang Fangong looks helpless, and Jiang Yu looks confused. It truly interprets each person's expression. While they were chatting, Uncle Li suddenly thought of taking a photo. I ate a few more bites and the meal was over. Uncle Li and the other man had some private conversation to discuss, so he slipped out alone. Extraordinary skills, extraordinary skills. He wanted to learn this thing, but the key was that no one taught him how to practice it. Jiang Yu sighed. He stopped thinking about them, opened the Night Patrol app, and started checking the tasks. There are at least 3 tasks per week, and the difficulty is not as great as I thought. But apart from that, the more tasks you complete, the greater the integral coefficient. For tasks of the same level, completing them once gives 1 point. If you complete them 10 times in a short period of time, the single task reward may reach 5 points. The snowball-like growth forces people to compete internally and complete tasks in exchange for points. Speaking of points, when Jiang Yu first met Deng Ku, he thought the points mall only had small household appliances such as oil, salt, sauce and vinegar, and instant noodles for coffee members until he opened the points mall himself. Potential, entanglement training notes, XXX points. Potential, lock training notes, XXX points. Universal supernatural skill, 100 rifts training method, XXX points. Universal supernatural skill, broken jade training method, XXX points. Shadow type super skill, Shadow Fong training method, XXX points. Sure enough, This is the real Night Watch point small. He can be exempted from the cost and can directly recover from his injuries in shadow form, while freely traveling through the shadow layer. Obviously, this is just his own ability. When others accept missions and enter the shadow layer to hunt alien species, their vision is limited and they have to be cautious. They must not only guard against the mission targets, but also guard against interference outside the mission. I'm so exhausted from working so hard. No matter how poor the night watchman is, it is unlikely that he will only have some daily necessities as a reward. There must be rewards that are attractive to extraordinary people, which would lead to the profession of scavenger. I glanced at my points. 7 points. Very little. Not to mention the cheapest extraordinary knowledge, this amount can barely be exchanged for some ordinary supplies, and is not enough to exchange for extraordinary skills. Still need to take on more tasks. Jiang You clicked on the task list and selected carefully. After just a few glances, I immediately found a task marked in red as urgent. Second level expedited. Second level blood species, the target has the means to conceal his aura, and was last seen in Huan Mingting community. The other party is very likely aware that he is wanted, and has not yet appeared to attack the crowd. The word blood species can only be described as temporary. They didn't attack because they were not too hungry. Once they were extremely hungry and all they saw was blood food, they would probably start killing people on the spot. The last place I appeared was Huan Mingting. From my memory, it seemed to be a high-rise residential area. Jiang You quickly clicked to accept the call, then took a taxi and rushed to the community. The community was not far away, and after more than 10 minutes, the vehicle stopped far away. The street entrance had been sealed off, and after showing his identity and passing through the seal, he entered the community. The second-level blood species was discovered last night, and the community was urgently blocked off. Night watchmen and scavengers could be seen searching everywhere in the community, and glances were cast from high-rise windows from time to time. This way of searching is too slow. Jiang Yu's mind moved slightly. He avoided surveillance, found an empty corner, and escaped into the shadow layer. The shadow layer suddenly became much more spacious, and it was dead silent with no signs of any living creatures. He began to run around wildly. Climb up the tall building, overlook the community, look through the barriers, and search for the presence of a red, hostile health bar. After a round, nothing abnormal was found. I walked around the underground garage but still couldn't find it. Where can this guy hide? Hiding in the corridor? Night watchmen and scavengers are not just there to eat and do nothing. Hiding in someone's house? Now most of the residents in the community have been evacuated. The probability of him hiding at home is even smaller. If that were the case, the night watchman would have plenty of ways to find him. The second-level alien species kills people like killing chickens and cannot be found immediately, like a time bomb. Jiang You leaped up and climbed onto another wall. Suddenly he was stunned. In the corner of my eye, a faint blood-red line flashed by. Where? Jiang Yu quickly looked around, but didn't see anything below. After the second stage, the hunter's ability to see the health bar did not undergo any qualitative changes, but its range was greatly enhanced. Maybe not the one in front of here? His heart moved slightly, and he looked towards the neighborhood next door. Next to it was also a high-rise building. Jiang Yu couldn't remember what it was called, but it was larger and more exquisitely decorated. Windows, rooftops, paths. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's body shook, and a high-rise building that was originally normal flashed scarlet. This little guy hid 300 or 400 meters away, not only in a building, but also behind the curtains. It was so far away that Jiang Yu couldn't see it unless he looked carefully. It was the small red section of the health bar that attracted his attention. Shouldn't I stab you to death? Jiang Yu sneered, leaned forward, and then fell. The wind whistled and brushed through the hair, and the shadow form fell to the ground like a fish into water. Lurking in the shadows, hunting ahead. Moment. Looking at the vampire standing stealthily in the room, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This house has not been lived in for a long time and dust can be seen all around. That's okay. It's convenient to do it this way. This blood species has a deformed and crooked body, a tumor on the side of its head, and a forked right hand. Health, only 70%. It's worth a fight. The cold blade condensed little by little, with 2 traces of blood. His eyes were focused, and a faint, almost invisible air blade was attached to the knife. Then, Jiang Yu's body penetrated the shadow layer and swung his longsword down. Shadow attack. It is true that you should stack the status before fighting. With one strike of the sword, the health bar suddenly dropped sharply. Health, 70% to 6%. This is a species of the same level, and he was almost chopped to pieces by a single blow. Oh shit. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be shocked. The momentum on the blade was quickly eroded, and the health level was not stopped at 26%. Until the momentum dissipated, the health level of this alien with half of its body almost torn apart finally stopped at 20%. There was pain and disbelief in its eyes. This isn't a big house. Why did a second person suddenly appear? Walking without making any sound? Obviously, it won't get an answer. After being hit by the blow, Jiang You did not dodge. He immediately put away his long sword and focused the force on his fist and blasted out. Bang! Old Jiang, where do you think this alien species will hide? Who knows? I've checked everywhere I could. It can't just disappear out of thin air. This is really weird. These vampires seem to have evolved. Common sense doesn't apply to them at all. Boom. The two of them trembled and were a little dazed. They all turned around and looked at the senior executives across the street. In one of the buildings, the wall was broken and a huge figure was about to fall down, and he seemed to be struggling. Then it seemed as if it was grabbed by a hand and dragged back. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the heavy punch landing could be heard from far away. The two night watchmen looked at each other blankly. Chapter 119, The Shadow Field unfolds again. Die, you little bastard. Jiang You wiped the blood that splashed on his face and grinned. The luster in the eyes of a blood creature as tall as a human gradually dimmed. It couldn't understand why a kid suddenly appeared and came up to it without saying a word when it was secretly spying on the community opposite. By the time it reacted, it was only breathing its last breath. The vampire could feel that his life was slipping away quickly, and the scene before him became increasingly vague. I can't even feel much pain anymore. I'm almost numb. Hiss. There is so much blood, it cannot be wasted. At this moment, it vaguely felt something strange, as if something was pressing against its body. The blood of a second-level blood species is all essence. I wonder how many bottles of boiling blood potion Yang Ci can make. Slurp. The vampire didn't quite understand, but he was sad and angry to find that the man in front of him seemed to swallow his saliva. It's too much of a bully for alien species. As the health bar dropped to 0, the opponent died completely. Jiang You tightened the bottle cap and put it in his bag. Any alien blood, hair, or other parts need to be stored in special containers. Otherwise, if it is separated from the host, it will quickly lose its contamination and then its activity. About 100 milliliters were collected, which was undoubtedly just a drop in the bucket for the huge body of the vampire. Maybe I should let it die later. Otherwise, find a way to catch one and give it to Yang Ci. The newly emerged blood species in this Cloud Sea gathering place are completely different from the previous ones, especially the second level, which still have certain value. Jiang You felt a little regretful, then walked back to the window and waved downwards. This way. The night watchmen moved extremely quickly. They reacted within seconds of him breaking the wall and organized their men to approach. After waiting for a while, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Bang! The security door was kicked open. Comrade Night Watchman. Jiang You saluted. Hello. After briefly explaining the situation, several night watchmen breathed a sigh of relief. We have been blocking the community opposite, but who would have thought it would sneak in here without anyone noticing? I am also lucky, otherwise I would not have found it. Jiang You Dao. The night watchman began to deal with the situation. The captain-like figure squatted down and observed the vampire for a moment, then stood up and said, Thank you for your help, little brother. This vampire was transformed from a scavenger, and its strength is not weak. It suddenly appeared in the mall and attacked the crowd, injuring many people. It is bloodthirsty. The night watchman carried the body and slowly went downstairs and left. Little brother, you look very young. Are you in high school? College? I'm going to college soon. Come on? That means you haven't come on yet. The night watchman looked a little surprised and looked at Jiang You carefully. A second-level vampire can be dealt with by himself. It's just luck. I took the initiative in the sneak attack. Jiang You laughed. They chatted idly and soon left the building. Little brother, please come back with us to the office and make a record, said the night watchman. Before Jiang You could answer, a flash of blood appeared in his peripheral vision. Besides, he was startled and looked away quickly. The trees in the community are lush and verdant. In April, they are already lush and full of vitality. What's wrong? The night watchman was confused and looked in the direction he was looking. Jiang You looked at me intently but didn't answer. After scanning the area, his body suddenly moved. With a bang, the bricks and stones shattered, and he rushed forward. The night watchman standing nearby had no time to react before they saw Jiang You rushing towards the garden in the community. His action immediately startled the guy in the dark, and his huge body quickly fled into the distance. There's another one? Several night watchmen's faces changed drastically, and without saying a word, they started chasing after him. Stop, little bastard! Jiang You roared angrily. The blood species he was chasing should be a mutant of some large dog. The dog's body is nearly 2 meters long, and its limbs are full of explosive power. When it runs, it almost leaves a trail of afterimages. With Jiang Yu's current abnormal physical fitness, he was unable to catch up for a while. Use shadow thread? Latent image? Not very useful. Shadow silk is good for swinging through tall buildings, or for quickly changing one's position during combat. The speed of Qianying was faster than his own running, but it was broad daylight and the sunlight was at its brightest. There was no shadow for him to sneak into. Or in other words, sneak into the shadow layer now and chase behind? To do so would be to risk being witnessed by the night watchman. Jiang Yu hesitated. However, the reality was that he had no time to hesitate. Even if he entered the shadow layer from the beginning, he would not be able to catch up. Because I saw a young girl carrying a garbage bag, approaching the trash can, wearing headphones in her ears, listening to music. She hadn't noticed this side at first, but perhaps because the noise was so loud, she turned her head to look. A look of fear immediately appeared on his face. Boom. The blood race jumped up. The huge body smashed directly towards the girl, and with arms outstretched, it clamped her, then rolled over and stood up. Xiao Xiao. Jiang Yu finally remembered why the name Huan Mingting community sounded vaguely familiar. Isn't this just opposite Xiao Xiao community? Wow, how unlucky are you? You run into an alien when you go downstairs to throw away the garbage? Jiang Yu clenched his fists. He was only 7 or 8 meters away from the vampire. He could clearly see the opponent's sharp claws and the bloodthirsty look in his eyes. After tumbling, the girl's clothes were covered with dust and her delicate skin was bruised in many places. The petite body and the hideous appearance of the alien almost formed a sharp contrast. Feng Xiaoxiao paused for a few seconds before finally realizing the current situation. Her body was trembling slightly, and she didn't dare to make any big movements. Because the claw blade was against her throat and could pierce it at any time. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at the people in front of her for help. The night watchman swam slowly along the river and gathered together. There were 7 people in total, forming a semi-encirclement, watching with eager eyes but not daring to act rashly. The distance between the other party and the girl was too close, and it tried its best to hide its body behind the girl. Although the size difference between the two was so great that its actions would not have much effect, everyone still did not dare to take the risk. The look in the captain of the night watchman's eyes kept changing as he considered the possibility of directly killing the alien without hurting the girl. In the end, the sad discovery probability is less than 20%. To repel the opponent without hurting innocent people, this kind of force is really not something that ordinary people can control. Call. At this moment, the boy next to him moved. The captain of the night watch was shocked. Just as he was about to remind the other party not to be impulsive, he saw a dark shadow spreading from under the boy's feet, and then opened up in an instant. It was like a huge mouth of the abyss, completely enveloping an area of several meters in radius. The thick shadow engulfed the young man and the vampire. Everything was silent and happened in an instant. The skill you learned when you first entered the special training camp, Shadow Field. Chapter 120. Do you want to beat me? This skill has never been used again except for once in the eye seed nest. It's not that it's not useful, nor is it that Jiang Yu has forgotten about it. But I simply can't afford it. Leaving the pupil seed nest, the shadow field consumes an outrageous amount of shadow points. With a shadow point of just over 200, he couldn't open his eyes to dozens of meters and kill indiscriminately like he did the first time. For example, at this time, the distance of 7 or 8 meters is almost the limit. What? 7 or 8 meters is not considered small. Sorry, it's not a circular coverage with a radius of 7 or 8 meters. It's a rectangular coverage with a straight line of 7 or 8 meters. The effect does seem a bit weird, but the actual effect is still amazing. Standing within this range, Jiang Yu will have the power to deprive people of their sight and hearing. No looking, no talking. The vampire didn't blink at first, staring at the people in front of him intently, thinking about an escape route. Who would have thought that suddenly everything went dark in front of my eyes? I couldn't see anything and couldn't make any sound. Even the senses seemed to be slightly affected. In its panic, it didn't even have time to cut the throat of the girl in its arms. Then it felt a huge force and severe pain in its body. Then he staggered back a few steps. Bang, bang, bang. When the fist hit his head, the vampire felt dizzy and fell to the ground. At the same time, Jiang Yu no longer wasted shadow points and canceled abilities. The light suddenly surged back again. Using the shadow field under the scorching sun consumes a lot of energy. The vampire showed a bit of human fear. It knew that if nothing unexpected happened, it would die here. The shadow field was open for only a few seconds, and it had no idea how many big sinuses it had been hit by. Looking up, he saw that he was nearly 10 meters away from the girl. Without the hostage, it would lose its support. Kill the man in front of you. The blood creature's eyes turned bloodshot and murderous intent surged. With so many night watchmen watching him closely, I definitely won't be able to escape. In that case, the man in front of me can forget about surviving. Bang. The vampire's mouth tilted to the side. It was confused. Little bastard, you are a blood race? Jiang Yu raised his hand again and slapped him. The vampire was almost slapped so hard that he couldn't get up. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Yu struck with one palm after another. Don't be fooled by the funny attack method. This palm strike on the wall can create a huge hole on the spot. After a few palm strikes, the vampire was knocked unconscious, blood was oozing from his mouth, and 2 or 3 of his teeth were knocked out. Isn't it just that you caught that female biped? Why are you humiliating me like this? I am a blood race. Roar. With blood flowing on its face, it let out a deafening roar, its mouth full of jagged teeth, and turned its head to pounce and bite. Then the sound stopped abruptly. Jiang You retreated slightly, pointed out with his left finger, pressed and hooked. In a small space, the force is released and everything goes smoothly. The vampire's expression of astonishment froze, and he remained in the air. Jiang You leaned back slightly, his body like a bow pulling the full moon. The palm turns into a fist. A heavy force condenses above the fist. Bang. One punch. Smash it on the opponent's head. The 2-meter body fell down like a cannonball. The entire ground suddenly cracked into dense, spiderweb-like cracks. Bang. One more punch. The pressure is entangled and the power is terrifying. The crack in the ground became even larger, and the blood species had sunk in an arc, with half of it sunk into the ground. The night watchman who wanted to rush over to help, rushed to the side in 3 or 2 steps, but couldn't find any opportunity to take action. That's fine. Looking at the situation, I don't think we need help from anyone else. Finally, the last punch landed, and the blood bar was completely emptied. This second-level blood species was beaten to pieces before it could even use 20% or 30% of its strength. Solved. Jiang You clapped his hands and stood up. The hunt was successful and lifespan increased again. Oh no, I forgot to leave young CI alive. However, with the capabilities of the special training camp, capturing someone alive should not be a problem. Little brother, thank you again for your help. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for us to face this situation. The night watchman sighed. No problem. Jiang You waved his hand. Turn around and look at Feng Xiaoxiao. The girl had really been to the gates of hell. Her face was as pale as paper, and her body was covered with many scratches. There was a female night watchman beside her, patiently comforting her. It's okay. I don't have any serious injuries. I won't go to the hospital. After a short pause, Feng Xiaoxiao's emotions gradually stabilized. She glanced at Jiang You and felt a little relieved. If you don't go, you'd better buy a box of pollution-reducing medicine to prevent being affected. If you feel unwell, go to the hospital for treatment in time. The night watchman hesitated. Okay. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. Xiaoxiao, how is it? Jiang You also approached at this time. I'm fine. Feng Xiaoxiao forced a smile. Thank you so much for what I did just now, otherwise. What's the point of saying thank you? I can't just stand there and watch. Jiang You shook his head. Then he looked at the night watchman and said, Captain Wang, I'm sorry, this is my classmate. I'll talk to her for a while. I'll go back to the company to make records, and so on. I won't go there for the time being. That. The captain nodded. That's fine. Anyway, the battle recorder is still there, so you will get the same points. After a brief conversation, the night watchman picked up the body and walked out, probably putting it into a special container in the car. This blood species seems to be the one that killed 3 restaurant owners before, right? It seems to be true. A small second-level blood species almost caused a major earthquake in the Yunhai catering industry. The conversation faded away. Jiang You and his partner were the only ones left on the road. Oh, to be precise, there were some people who were originally scared away, but when they saw the alien species was dead, they came back to join in the fun. Let's go. I'll take you home. Jiang You ignored them and spoke. Thanks. Stop being polite and let's go. The girl bit her lip lightly and walked towards the building next to her. Are your parents here? Jiang You asked while waiting for the elevator. No, they're at work. I still work on weekends. When doing business, weekends and weekdays are not so clearly distinguished. Feng Xiaoxiao said. With a ding, the elevator door opened. The two of them stepped inside. The elevator door slowly closed. He is 1.6 meters tall, slightly shorter than Lu Yaoyao, and can only reach Jiang Yu's chest. In the reflected elevator door, the girl was wearing loose cartoon pajamas, a pair of slippers on her feet, and white socks that had been stained with gray. So, I really just woke up and ran into the alien when I went out to throw away the garbage? Do you have any pollution-reducing drugs at home? Jiang Yu broke the silence. Yes. Feng Xiaoxiao said. Go back and drink the medicine. During the awkward conversation, the elevator went up and stopped after reaching the floor. Arrive. Get out of the elevator and open the door. Come in. The girl said. Jiang Yu wanted to leave immediately, but after thinking about it, he stepped in. After all, he has just been through a life-and-death situation, and there is no adult at home, so just say a few words of comfort. I'll get you some water. After returning home, the girl could see that she felt much more at ease. Don't bother. After changing into slippers, Jiang Yu looked around the room. The overall decoration style, is very bright. The girl's room is open and a touch of pink can be seen. He did not look around rashly, but was attracted by a rabbit in a cage in the living room. With snow-white fur and two bright red eyes, the little rabbit half stood up, looking at the stranger curiously. This little rabbit is quite cute. Jiang You approached and stretched out his hand. The rabbit licked his palm gently. My dear, this thigh should be very delicious if it is braised in spicy sauce, sizzling. Stir-frying or dry-frying is also good. The meat is firm and fragrant. By the way, Xiao, when did your family get rabbits? Why haven't you mentioned anything about it? Jiang You asked curiously. No one cares about me. Where are the people? He turned his head, standing there in a daze. The girl walked out of the house and took off her pajamas. The upper body was changed into a loose blue and white long skirt, the hem of which fell to the hips. Her lower body was changed into a pair of long white stockings that went below the knees, which fully revealed her slender legs and made her skin, as white as milky jade, look even more delicate. There was a hint of fear on his face, and his pupils were watery as if they could drip water. Oh my God. Jiang You took a deep breath of cool air. Use this to test the cadres? My clothes were torn, so I changed into another set. She pursed her lips. If you weren't my classmate, I would have said a few words to you. My old classmate. What do you want to be beaten? Jiang You looked at his nose, and his nose at his heart. After looking for a few times, he looked away. What white silk? I'm not interested in these at all. Wearing white silk every day? Is that interesting? Am I, Jiang You, that kind of person? Can't we try some other styles? Chapter 1:21 We are already from two different worlds. Jiang You picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Maybe Feng Xiao had some feelings for me before. But everyone is a friend, and they also know the close relationship between him and Lu Yaoyao, so they usually joke with each other and won't cross the line. Ever since he met Feng Xiao in the cafe last time, he felt that something was wrong with this girl. She has become more beautiful, especially now that we meet again. Although her appearance is not as exaggerated as stunning, she is definitely worthy of being called a school belle. Girls change a lot when they grow up. No matter how much it changes, it won't become like this in just 1 month. What's more, in the past, Feng Xiao would never dress like this and not be so shy about it. Jiang You held the water cup. Come to think of it, this is the second time you saved my life. Feng Xiao sat next to him, with her slender legs crossed on the sofa, attracting even more attention. Then, a light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Jiang You. Yeah, how could it be such a coincidence? Jiang You sighed. Why don't you ask your dad to buy you some self-defense items? It's impossible for a supernatural being to come and save you at any time. No need. Feng Xiao shook her head and didn't dwell on this topic any further. How is Yao Yao doing in the special training camp recently? Same old as always. Jiang You replied. We train every day, and after training, we go back to the dormitory and chat. Our daily routine is very regular. The sleeping place is not very regular. He only comes to visit a few days a month. It makes it seem like Jiang Yu is up to something bad. That's great. Feng Xiao pursed her lips. I have less than 2 months left before the college entrance examination. Just focus on preparing for the exam. You won't encounter alien species every day. Jiang Yu comforted him. Feng Xiao shook her head slightly. If I had been found to be qualified, would I have been able to enter the special training camp with you guys? Perhaps. After a few seconds of pause, Jiang Yu said, Actually, you can do it now. Just get a good score in the college entrance examination and enter the same gathering place together in the future. Then we can go out to eat and go shopping together. Feng Xiao smiled, but said nothing. Okay, it's almost time for me to go. Otherwise, when my uncle and aunt come back and see a grown man like me staying here, they might kill me. Jiang Yu stood up. I send you. Feng Xiao stood up with them, but she sprained her ankle. Her face showed pain, and she screamed and fell to the side. Jiang Yu caught it subconsciously. The girl's unique fragrance penetrated into his nose, and the soft aroma was in his arms. The thin clothes allowed Jiang Yu to clearly feel the amazing warmth and touch emanating from her body. Very fragrant and soft. Very tempting. I got up too quickly and sprained my ankle. Tears welled up in Feng Xiao's eyes. What she didn't expect was that Jiang Yu didn't do what she imagined, but gently put her back on the sofa. There was a long silence. Feng Xiao, what do you want to do? Jiang Yu sighed. You should know my character. Why do you keep testing me? This time it was her turn to be silent. I just can't accept it. Not willing. After a while, Feng Xiao finally spoke. I am unwilling to accept this. I have tried very hard, but this is all God has given me. He would not give me even a little more. Is what God has destined so important? Lu Yaoyao is my best friend. She is beautiful, good at studying, and talented. Everyone likes her. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression was extremely calm. You can say that I'm jealous, that I don't know what's good for me, but I really can't calm down. It seems that since the day of the test, we have become people from two different worlds. Click. The door lock turned and two figures opened the door. Who would have thought that the three of them would be attacked by alien species? But this is indeed a good thing for our family. That's right. Even though we were enemies for many years, his sudden death is still a bit sad. The two men were talking, and then they paused and noticed the two people in the room. Jiang You. Feng Xiaoxiao's father asked uncertainly. Uncle and Aunt. Jiang Yu greeted. You guys. Uncle Feng and Aunt Feng were both stunned. The distance between Jiang Yu and Feng Xiaoxiao's clothes, the look in her eyes. Uncle Feng's face became more serious. Uncle and Aunt, it's not what you think. Jiang Yu hurriedly explained. Xiao Yu, you haven't come to our house for a long time. Your aunt and I just bought some vegetables. Would you like to eat together? Uncle Feng said with a smile. No, I just finished cooking and will be back soon. Why are you being polite? Even if you want to go back now, you may not be able to. What's the meaning? After all his recent experiences, Jiang Yu suddenly became alert. Are you going to chop me with a knife? All the streets here are closed. Uncle Feng put down the items in his hand and explained, we received a notice saying that several blood contaminants were found here, and the streets are temporarily closed. Another blood polluter. Jiang Yu frowned. It will probably take 2 or 3 days to check. I have a house in this neighborhood. Xiao Yu, you can stay here tonight. It's okay. I have been certified as a transcendent in the night watch department. I will go out to say hello and leave later. Jiang Yu said. This? Uncle Feng glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao and said, well, go back as soon as possible so that your family can rest assured. After saying that, he and his wife carried the dishes to the kitchen. Jiang Yu then looked at Feng Xiaoxiao. Let me take you there. She stood up. Xiao. Jiang Yu paused. Why? She replied. You? Jiang Yu hesitated, not knowing how to persuade him. Feng Xiaoxiao didn't answer, but walked forward silently and pushed open the door. Jiang Yu had no choice but to follow. The two waited for the elevator. Blood species, owners of the blood mark status. The expression in Jiang Yu's eyes kept changing. Bite. The elevator door opened. They walked in. Go back. No need to go downstairs. Jiang Yu said. It's okay. The girl followed him into the elevator and stood side by side with him. To be precise, he was standing in front of Jiang Yu. He could see the girl's white neck and smell her faint, alluring body fragrance. The petite body stood defenseless in front of me, like a fresh flower ready for you to pick. Jiang Yu's body was a little agitated, but his facial expression did not change at all. It can be said that her current state is even more unbearable than when she was in the room. Xiao, is your family in the catering business? Jiang Yu suddenly asked. Bloodline contamination isn't very serious lately. How's business? My father's business is of average size. There are 5 companies above him. They occupy a large part of Yunhai's market share and have been suppressing my family. Feng Xiaoxiao put her hands in front of her, without turning back, and spoke softly. But a few days ago, the top executives of these companies gathered and were accidentally attacked and killed by vampires. The company is in chaos. It may not be long before my father can take advantage of the situation and take over. Bite. The elevator reached the first floor. I have arrived. After pausing for a few seconds, Jiang Yu did not rush to leave. He hesitated for a few seconds. Raise your hand and slowly approach. The girl stood there, not saying a word or moving. Getting closer. Pop. Cover the top of your head with your big hands and rub it. Without saying anything, Jiang Yu patted her shoulder and walked out of the elevator. As soon as you step out, the elevator reaches its stop time. The elevator door closed slowly. Jiang Yu turned around and looked into the girl's indescribable eyes. The girl was in a daze. They looked at each other in silence until they closed completely. An elevator door separates the inside and the outside. Chapter 122 Detection? No, it's Roundup. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and turned to leave. He took out his cell phone and swiped to the caller, Uncle Lee. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't press the button. As he was struggling with his thoughts, he arrived at the gate of the community. Before everyone arrived, they saw night patrol cars parked one after another outside the gate. Night watchmen kept confirming something, holding instruments that Jiang Yu couldn't understand, and talking incoherently. Young man, there is blood contamination on this street. You are only allowed to enter, not leave. The security guard at the door stopped him. Uncle, what's going on? Jiang Yu looked outside. There are many contaminated areas on our street. The night watchmen are coming to maintain order. They will conduct door-to-door testing soon. Wow, it's quite a big scene. Jiang Yu counted them carefully. 1 car, 2 cars, 3 cars. At a glance, there were at least a dozen night watchmen. There are more than 10 protection personnel wearing protective clothing. It doesn't take a big show. Young man, you don't know that alien species are extremely scary. The old man said with a stern face. This pollution, once touched, can cost a person's life. If someone is contaminated and suddenly goes crazy, and there is no night watchman watching, the consequences will be disastrous. Do you know the Jiang You community a few kilometers away? Last time we did a test, a good guy suddenly went crazy. His big claws were covered in blood, and he could knock a strong man 3 meters away with one blow, breaking his bones. At that time, there were not enough night watchmen, and we almost couldn't control the situation. The old man described the event vividly, as if he were there in person. I see. Jiang You nodded. He didn't see a familiar figure among the night watchmen. Uncle, I'm also a night watchman. I'll be leaving first. After some negotiations and contacting Uncle Li, the night patrolman verified his identity, and Jiang You was allowed to leave the community. Looking back, the night patrolmen were already ready and were about to start the testing work, walking into the community one after another. There were hardly any private vehicles on the streets outside, but the night patrolmen saw a few. The night patrolmen sat in the car, not talking to each other, just looking ahead quietly, with a few of them occasionally looking at the people swimming across the river. 1, 2, 3. Jiang You counted silently. I'm afraid there are more than a dozen people coming at once. It's just a small test. Is it that important? Jiang You frowned. Why are so many people mobilized for such a test? The third-level alien species can be easily controlled. At this moment, Jiang Yu's eyes were shocked. He was staring at someone in the oncoming car. The other party was stunned, and he was also stunned. The vehicle continued to move forward without slowing down because of a brief eye contact. Jiang Yu locked his eyes on the car body, and then watched it drive towards the community with several night patrolmen on board. The person sitting in the car was none other than his old father-in-law. Lu Nanfeng. Buzz. The phone vibrated, and Jiang Yu swiped the screen. Don't hang around outside. Your blood has been seriously contaminated these days. Hurry back to the training camp. Sender, Lu Nanfeng. It's really him. Jiang Yu raised his foot and put it down, staying where he was. Uncle Lu, Land Patrol Envoy. In this secondary gathering place, the position has come to an end. A test that requires him to be present in person? And even if he was seriously injured, he still had a 4th-level body. A large number of night watchmen, wearing neatly fitted uniforms, and as strong as the 4th-level Uncle Lu were dispatched. This is not a test. This is a fucking fight. Jiang Yu turned around suddenly, and without hesitation, he sprinted forward. Then, a figure was seen jumping out from a high-rise building. The body was covered in a layer of blood, and the face could not be seen at all. Isn't this Feng Xiaoxiao's building? Did I guess wrong? Jiang Yu is slightly stunned. Then he immediately went to the next building and dived into the shadow layer, ready to chase after him. But then, 3 more figures rushed out from different buildings and ran in different directions. Hold the grass. Jiang Yu was confused. Are you playing Shadow Clone with me? Which one am I chasing? The advantage of having a large number of night watchmen was immediately apparent, and several of them formed a group and immediately went after the chase. But in this way, there is still a chance that the other party will run away. Jiang Yu thought so. Then the next second, boom, a translucent, wavy sky curtain rose up on the spot, completely blocking off the neighborhood. It's the power of forbidden objects. Those blood creatures had already run to the edge of the community, and were about to rush out and crash into the sky. Before they could even create a wave, they were caught up by the night watchman, and the battle began. It looks like it's stable. The night watchman came prepared as expected. Jiang Yu gave up the idea of taking action. Watch for a few seconds. He shifted his gaze. Wait, what is that? He looked towards the tall building in the shadow layer, and a figure flashed by. No health bar? Or did you miss it? In any case, the figure was already climbing and jumping among the tall buildings. I'm afraid that the vampires running around in the world today are not real at all. Damn it. The other party had already started running, and although his movements were agile, they didn't seem to be so fast that it was unacceptable. After a slight hesitation, Jiang Yu hurried to catch up. If I go out now and tell Uncle Lu about the situation, after this delay, if the 2 of them continue to chase him, the person might disappear without a trace. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and he stayed close to the ground, transforming into a swimming fish in the shadow layer. The other party looked back from time to time to see if there were any pursuers. Obviously, it didn't notice Jiang Yu at all. After all, it was a dark mass swimming on the ground, and the 2 sides were at least 200 meters apart, so it would be strange to be able to see it. The opponent continued to accelerate, and in just a few seconds, he was fast enough to leave a trail of afterimages. His body was covered in blood, and one could barely make out a human figure. As for what the face looked like under the blood, Jiang You had no idea. It can also climb buildings, glide, hover in the air, and shoot bloodshot. This is an ability that only vampires possess. Jiang You simply used Shadow Devourer to take it away from them. Not only was the other party very skilled in using it, he was also able to overcome obstacles while running smoothly. Not only did Jiang Yu fail to close the distance, but he seemed to be getting further away. It seems that it had planned its escape route long ago. They ran and chased each other for more than 20 minutes. Considering the strong bodies of both sides, they must have run more than 10 kilometers away. It was the unfinished building area that Jiang Yu was familiar with. He couldn't help but sigh once again that no matter which world it was, there would always be construction site owners who would run away halfway through building a building. The other person's body entered one of the buildings, stopped, and disappeared from sight. Jiang Yu went straight into the real world and plunged into it. Where are the people? Jiang Yu was stunned. He glanced around, but didn't see the other person in either the real world or the shadow layer. Looking for me? Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from above. The bloody curved blade dropped from the sky and landed heavily. This thing was attached to the ceiling just now. How come its color has changed? Wipe. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately escaped into the shadow layer. In this world, there was a loud bang, and the blood blade failed to hurt Jiang Yu at all. The body covered in blood was also stunned. Then, an arm emerged behind it, grabbed the body's right arm, made a fist, and punched out with a bang. Bang! A blood shadow flew out and smashed into a pillar, and with a tremor, it broke nearly half of the stone pillar. Jiang Yu frowned, having a bad feeling. It's not for any other reason, but the thing in front of me seems a little weak. Being able to get Uncle Lu and the others out together must be a bit tricky. Judging from the performance in recent days, it is very likely that the ability is related to severe pollution. Jiang Yu is not too afraid in this regard. In addition, as a general rule, one must have some strength of his own. Now it seems a bit weak. Jiang Yu looked at the other party. Even though the distance was so close, his body covered in blood still had no health bar showing. Under the blood shadow. Who could it be? Chapter 123 Opportunities for the Weak. Film. A voice that was indistinguishable between male and female came out of Shui Ying's mouth. It slowly got up from the ground. Jiang Yu looked at it. Clang. The next moment, the right claw stretched out, and the black claw blade was wrapped with 2 bloodstains. Then the ground exploded. Jiang Yu's fist was attached with great force, and his claws turned into fists and fell down. Phew. The blood shadow did not dodge or evade, and just as Jiang Yu's fist fell, it directly penetrated its body. The fist was like hitting liquid, completely enveloped, and didn't hit anything solid. But Blood Shadow took the opportunity to raise his fist and punch him in the face. Bang! Jiang Yu clenched his fist. The huge force made him lean back slightly. But that's all. The force was very strong, but it was not enough in front of Jiang Yu. He clenched his palm into a fist. Bang bang bang. The opponent punched again. Unload force, dodge, and resist. Blood Shadow's fists left after images, which were resolved one by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu frowned. The opponent's attack could not do anything to him, and it was difficult for him to cause any substantial damage to Blood Shadow. As he was thinking in his mind, a translucent film suddenly appeared on his fist. He threw another punch, and this time, the opponent's figure flew out with a bang. There was a flash of blood, and the shape seemed to become unstable. What is this? Shui Ying covered his body and climbed up from the ground. Looking at Jiang Yu, it gritted its teeth and rushed forward again. Jiang Yu's face was slightly cold. Facing the fist that was once again coming towards him, he did not dodge. Instead, he grabbed the opponent's wrist and looked straight into Blood Shadow's eyes. Were you responsible for the contamination of Yunhai's blood? Jiang Yu asked in a deep voice. No, it replied. No. Jiang Yu smelled the slightly familiar scent emanating from it. This is definitely not an ordinary person with special abilities. It is indeed related to his status. Could it be that the blood contamination appeared out of thin air? Jiang Yu sneered. What does it have to do with me? Shui Ying struggled to hold on, and under the tremendous pressure from Jiang Yu, his body kept leaning backwards. The Blood Shadow's arm was shaking, and it looked like it could no longer hold on. It turned into a pool of blood and fell to the ground. Jiang Yu paused and steadied himself. Looking back, the bloody blade was falling head-on. Too slow. Jiang Yu held the blade directly, preventing it from moving forward an inch. Brother Yuzi, when you hunt alien species, are you so reluctant to do it? Blood Shadow sighed. Bang. The next moment, it was knocked flying again and crashed through the wall. It rolled on the ground several times before stopping. Bloodshot seemed to feel no pain and slowly got up from the ground. Then he rushed over again. Give up, you are no match for me. Jiang Yu's eyes were complicated. How tenacious and unyielding. Even though the gap in strength was so huge, it still had to get up and launch an attack. The skinny blood shadow, in front of the tall and strong shadow, looked like a newbie who had just left the novice village. The long sword swept across, and Jiang Yu dodged backwards. Then he spoke softly. A week ago, the couple was living peacefully and running their own small business. They were contaminated and transformed into vampires. As a result, many people were implicated and became their own clan. Shuiying said nothing, but his sword became more and more fierce. However, this guy's strength is really average and he can't hurt Jiang Yu at all. Hospital, the patients with blood contamination are just baits you sprinkled. Where can you get so many blood-derived medicines? The person with the status can eliminate the blood contamination by himself. However, who knows if this kind of elimination is real? If it is true, how can I see them in the shadow layer, where they have been completely transformed into vampires? Jiang Yu stared at the figure in front of him. Blood Shadow couldn't tell anything. You only know that couple became blood races, but do you know how their small business is doing? The boss's sister was harassed by a gangster, and a conflict broke out between the two parties. The gangster called in his so-called extraordinary big brother. After years of running the business, he finally saved enough money to buy a storefront, but it was ruined just like that. How can ordinary people compete with extraordinary people, even if these so-called extraordinary people are just a group of low-class scavengers? Besides them, let me give you a few more examples. Click. Jiang Yu held the blood blade and exerted force with his palm, interrupting her defense. What's the point of giving more examples? Do you think it is just to give them power and let them resist by killing? Blood Shadow shook his head. I just gave them a chance to save themselves, that's all. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. The catering industry is in a state of great shock. In order to develop their own business and become a leader, they are willing to send out blood species to kill their competitors. Is this also resistance? Is this the opportunity you mentioned? Stop making excuses for your selfishness. Xiao Xiao. The blood shadow's body paused. Xiao Xiao. It murmured, its form constantly changing. The movements gradually stopped, and Jiang Yu no longer took the initiative to attack. The blood shadow approaches. 1 step, 2 steps, until he was completely in front of Jiang Yu. It raised its head and looked at Jiang Yu, who was in shadow form and nearly 2 meters tall. The blood surged and then receded little by little. Feet, calves, arms, upper body. When the blood color on his face completely faded, Jiang Yu's pupils contracted. Black hair, clear pupils, delicate nose, and rosy lips. Take a closer look at who I am, she said softly. Jiang Yu stood there in shock. This is not Feng Xiaoxiao at all. It's obviously Lu Yaoyao. There was a pitiful look in the girl's eyes, and she almost leaned into Shadow's arms. She did just that. She put her arms around Jiang Yu and leaned her head against him. 1 second, 2 seconds. She suddenly raised her head and stood on tiptoe. Just as the lips were about to touch, a hand blocked them. That's enough, Jiang Yu said. He also gradually shed his shadow form, with his feet on the ground, a complicated expression on his face. That's it really. She concealed the expression in her eyes and looked at him calmly. You. He was about to say something else, but unexpectedly the girl jumped up suddenly. The blood-bladed sword chopped down vertically. Jiang Yu slapped out with his palm completely subconsciously. Half of her arm was shattered on the spot, turning into blood flying everywhere. The whole person flew backwards and collapsed to the ground. I thought I could catch up with you, but the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Her body kept shaking, as if it might collapse at any time. No longer disguising herself, her face flushed red, and soon, she returned to her original appearance. Looking at the rough ceiling in the unfinished building, the girl was in a daze. Jiang Yu, you don't know how much I envy Yao Yao. I envy her family background, her looks, and her abilities. It seems that I have been a very jealous person since I was a child. Feng Xiaoxiao laughed at herself and said, forget it. What's the point of saying this? She looked at Jiang Yu and said, I am the culprit that you said caused the unrest in Yunhai. How about killing me? Chapter 124, Clone Fusion, Interrupted Clues. Can you come closer to me? She said softly, with a lot of blood flowing from her body, and she was visibly weaker. Jiang Yu approached slowly. Come closer. He stood still and said, let's talk about it right here. Feng Xiaoxiao seemed to be getting closer and closer to her limit. I have made so many mistakes and killed so many people, just kill me. Feng Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and lay on the cold ground. Hearing this, Jiang Yu moved closer again and bent down. Feng Xiaoxiao grabbed his hand and put it to her throat. Use force and you can break it. Jiang Yu exerted a little force with his palm. She lay on the ground, showing no intention of resisting. Then, bang, a heavy punch fell, popped like a watermelon. Red splashed, and then quickly closed. Jiang You remained calm, grabbed Feng Xiaoxiao's ankle with his backhand, and threw her down hard. The whole floor shook. Her body showed signs of cracking, then quickly closed. Amid the rumbling sounds, it was unknown how many times Jiang You had thrown her down and pierced her. After a few minutes, he stopped and threw Feng Xiaoxiao to the ground again. A look of surprise appeared on her face. If I tell you to kill, you really kill. The key point is that this way of killing is totally inhumane. A clone made of flesh and blood is indeed unkillable. Jiang You said calmly. You are almost two different people now than the Xiao Xiao I remembered. Why did you become like this? The blood splattered all around suddenly stopped flowing, as if the stop button had been pressed at the same time. Then, it pounced over and flowed back into Feng Xiaoxiao's body. Just looking at the color, it was much darker than at the beginning, and it seemed a lot more difficult for her to maintain her shape. If we keep killing, we should be able to kill it. Feng Xiaoxiao was prepared, but she didn't expect him to stop at this moment. You're not going to kill me? Jiang You stood up, said nothing, and walked out with his back to her. Feng Xiaoxiao also stood up at this time. Are you really going to let me go? The sound came from far away, accompanied by strong wind. Phew. Jiang You turned around and held the bloody blade in his palm. Blood oozes out from the joint. His expression remained unchanged, and he even wanted to light a cigarette for himself. With this blow, sharp intuition only gave a faint hint. Jiang You had no intention of dodging at all. The girl's pupils were scarlet. Let me go, and then follow the clone to find my real body. Jiang You was silent. It's out of the question. You. Her lips moved slightly, and she wanted to say something. But finally she shook her head gently and stopped arguing. Feng Xiaoxiao took a step forward and slowly got closer. Jiang You, Jiang You. Feng Xiaoxiao stood in front of him, full of complicated emotions. You are too prejudiced against me. Whatever you want. Since you want to kill me so much, then let me kill you. Her eyes regained their composure. Old classmate, see you next time. The blood blade twisted and broke apart. Xiao Xiao's body also collapsed. The broken blade did not cut Jiang You. Instead it turned into thick blood, like thousands of blood threads, together with the pools of blood that overflowed on the ground, flew together and poured into Jiang Yu's body. The punctured palm felt numb and itchy, and was healing quickly. He subconsciously entered shadow form. Blood-colored lines instantly appeared on the arms and upper body, as if flowing on the surface of the body. There is no increase in the ability to control blood. If there is any change, it is probably that the ability to cut people and suck blood has been strengthened again. The energy provided by her clone is not enough to cause a qualitative change in the shadow form. As the blood completely flowed in, the clone made of flesh and blood also completely dissipated. Feng Xiaoxiao. Jiang You felt melancholy. While the two sides were fighting, no health bar appeared above Feng Xiaoxiao's head. As long as there is a living being, he should be able to see its health bar. What if it is not a living being? Just like a shadow, this thing can't die and has no health bar at all. It is just a mentally retarded clone. During the battle, Jiang You realized this and knew that he was chasing the wrong target. Feng Xiaoxiao can create clones and change her appearance. Now that his real body has escaped, it would be difficult to find him. Looking at the traces of battle all around, Jiang You fell into deep thought. In fact, he was not completely sure whether his guess was true or not. Feng Xiaoxiao was just an ordinary high school girl before. She is not one of those anime heroines with extraordinary intelligence and amazing abilities. Even if she had obtained the status of a blood species, logically speaking, she would not have disturbed the sea of clouds to this extent. Furthermore, the fallen all have a distinct smell of pollution. The obvious evil thoughts could be smelled from a long distance away. If she really killed a large number of ordinary people, could Feng Xiaoxiao still maintain her current appearance? However, at this point, Jiang You didn't know what to say. Facing a clone, he couldn't do anything at all, not to mention that this clone had now merged with himself, making it impossible for him to find out the truth. The clue ends here. His former classmate eventually embarked on a path opposite to his own. It is hard to say whether the two will have the possibility of meeting each other again. Back to the present. The blood disaster in the sea of clouds. Is it over? Jiang You left the unfinished building and walked towards the city. He then hailed a taxi, reported the place name, and took out his cell phone. Lu Nanfeng. We are about to go on a mission. Don't make trouble. Don't join in the fun. Leave quickly. When you go home or return to the training camp, remember to send me a message. No more talking. Our mission is about to begin. Where are you, kid? Our mission is over. Why are you gone? Burning incense, expression, burning incense, expression, burning incense, expression. Did something really happen? Message me online. My goodness, Uncle Lu bombarded me with several messages. I even called him 3 or 4 times. It's rare that his father-in-law cares about him so much. The most recent piece of news was just 1 minute ago, when Feng Xiaoxiao stabbed herself. Jiang You. I'm fine. I was just busy. He replied. Lu Nanfeng quickly sent another message. Where did you go, kid? Hunting the blood species. Uncle Lu, how is your mission going? Have you found out the cause of Yunhai's blood contamination? Lu Nanfeng paused for several seconds before replying. Well, this matter is related to your classmate, Feng Xiaoxiao. Did you catch her? She was well prepared and used a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, but she managed to escape. The night patrol didn't catch him either. In the next few days, the entire Yunhai will conduct a blood contamination investigation, so don't run around. Nuded. Young man, we've arrived. Okay. After paying the fare, Jiang Yu got off the bus. Look at the plaque ahead. Fishing in the river, for F. Feng Xiaoxiao's father opened a chain hot pot restaurant. Regarding the friction in the business world, I used the blood species to defeat the entire Yunhai? That's outrageous. He walked towards the mall, went to the 4th floor, and entered the hot pot restaurant. After the battle, even though the opponent was not strong, Jiang Yu felt deeply tired. Hello and welcome, everyone. 1. Come in, please. Jiang Yu found a seat in a corner, ordered food, and waited quietly. His cell phone buzzed, and he turned it on subconsciously. It's a notification from the Night Patrol app. Wanted. Name, X Xiaoxiao, 18 years old, height 160 centimeters, suspected to be related to the Yunhai blood contamination. The opponent's strength is probably at the 2nd level. He has special blood abilities and has an unknown number of vampire followers. Please hunt him down with caution. If you find any trace of it, you can report it to the Night Watchman and you will receive a generous reward. The wanted warrant for Feng Xiaoxiao has been issued. Jiang Yu couldn't count how many times he had sighed today. Honey, how about eating at this hot pot restaurant? I heard it's very popular recently. If we don't eat here now, everyone will be tested in a few days, and it won't be easy to go out to eat. Dad, he wants to eat hot pot. Okay, let's eat hot pot. At the door, a family of 3 walked happily into the hot pot restaurant. Dunko. Jiang Yu was in a trance. How could such a thing happen in such a tiny place like the Sea of Clouds? Chapter 125 Feng Xiaoxiao, the Little Green Tea. The 3 of them were wearing parent-child outfits. Deng Ke's wife held his arm, very intimately. Deng Ke held his daughter's hand with a happy smile on his face. He tied her hair into a ponytail, jumped around, had a rosy face, and looked very lively. This way, please. It was almost dinner time, and there were many people fishing in the river. Coincidentally, the waiter brought a family of 3 to a table next to Jiang Yu. Hello. Jiang Yu was observing them when a waiter approached with a doll. Question mark. He gave her a puzzled look. Since you are alone, we have prepared a doll for you, said the waiter. A half-human height plush doll wearing a cloth robe, a Q-version character that looks like a female Taoist priest. She looks a bit like a doll like Lu Yaoyao, cute and adorable. Recently, our Yunhai has been plagued by blood pollution and blood species. Some people also say that they are vampires and zombies. Since they have come to our great Zhou, we will send Taoist priests to suppress these evil spirits. The waiter explained to Jiang Yu cheerfully. Thanks. It's quite outrageous. But it makes sense to some extent. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Dad, he wants that doll too. Deng Ke's family was ordering food when his daughter noticed the doll and immediately waved her chubby arms and said excitedly, Please wait a moment, I'll get one for you right away. The waiter nodded. Soon the waiter returned with another doll. This one isn't as pretty as that one. He took the doll with a disappointed look on her face. Okay, let's eat first. I'll take you to the claw machine later. Deng Ke comforted. Okay. He was still not happy, staring intently at the cute doll next to Jiang Yu's seat. After thinking about it, Jiang Yu picked up the doll and walked over before the food came. Here you go, little sister, he said. This. Deng Ke looked at his daughter, then at Jiang Yu. Thank you, little brother. It's okay. Jiang Yu smiled. What's your little sister's name? Hee. She blinked her big watery eyes and smiled faintly. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. Jiang Yu nodded with a smile. When he looked away, his gaze met Deng Ke's. He looked a little puzzled. Little brother, have we met somewhere before? I haven't seen that before anywhere. The real body has met Deng Ke several times if you count carefully. It was just a quick glance, no chatting. Maybe we've met once. Jiang Yu greeted him and returned to his table. Honey, what do you think of the dress I just saw in that store? Not bad, not bad. If you like it, buy it. Our family is rich now. His wife's voice brought Deng Ke back to his senses. He responded to his wife casually, glanced at Jiang Yu in confusion, and then suppressed the doubts in his heart. Look, fishing in the river. Jiang Yu took a photo, sent it to Lu Yaoyao, and then asked, "Did Xiao Xiao contact you?" Lu Yaoyao did not reply, probably because the training was not over yet. Yes, if something happened to Feng Xiao, she would probably call Jiang Yu immediately if she knew the situation. I was eating hot pot alone. 20 minutes later, Lu Yaoyao sent me messages frantically. "Jiang Yu, what happened to Xiao?" She sent me 2 photos. Click on it. The first photo is in Feng Xiao's bedroom. She is wearing stockings, sitting not far from Jiang Yu with her legs crossed. Jiang Yu, who was drinking water from a cup, peeked sideways, and the angle of his eyes was really weird. In the second photo, in the elevator, Jiang Yu raised his hand and rubbed Feng Xiao's head. From the angle of the camera, they appear extremely intimate. When did Xiao take the secret photo? Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. God have mercy on him. At that time, he was struggling with Xiao's identity and whether his judgment was correct. Rubbing her head was just a momentary sigh. Jiang Yu remembered the complexity in the other person's eyes after he let go. Perhaps it was this look that made him even more hesitant. I wanted to inform Uncle Li several times, but hesitated and didn't press the send button. Then Jiang Yu realized the real purpose of the night patrolman's visit, and he began to chase the blood shadow. Who would have thought that Feng Xiao took several photos quietly? Why did Xiao block me? And what does she mean by this? Lu Yaoyao sent another screenshot of the conversation. Feng Xiao, Yaoyao, please don't misunderstand. Nothing happened between Jiang Yu and me. Don't think too much about it. Jiang Yu is really good. That's outrageous. How come I haven't discovered this little green tea before? After looking at the screenshots on his phone, Jiang Yu clenched his teeth. I should have been more cautious and not revealed my whereabouts. I should have let your clone run away until it reached the original location, and then captured you both in one fell swoop. You, Chun, ran away by yourself, and you still want to mess with me. Jiang Yu typed quickly, and after finishing, he deleted it. I thought of several ways to start the conversation, but none of them seemed appropriate. Your best friend is a vampire. She turned many people into her followers, but now she's running away. Your best friend deliberately seduced me in the room, but I slapped her in the face, and she fell apart. She is wanted by the Night Watch. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected has happened. No matter how I put it, it doesn't seem right. Jiang Yu saw the wanted order on the Night Patrol app. Judging from Lu Yaoyao's reaction at this time, it is likely that she does not know the news yet. Even Jiang Yu is not sure whether this wanted order would be announced to the public. After all, extraordinary criminals are different from ordinary fugitives. The specific treatment depends on the arrangements of the Night Watch. Thinking about it, Jiang Yu sent a message. Something happened. You may need to be mentally prepared. I will talk to you in person when I return to the camp. Lu Yaoyao. A series of question marks, and I don't know what she was thinking about. In the future, you should play less with girls. They are very careful. Jiang Yu typed, play more with Xiaopeng. He is stupid and won't stab you in the back. Lu Yaoyao. She is here to deliberately piss you off. Don't be fooled. Is the photo real? It's absolutely not true, I swear. Judging from the color tone of the photo, I guess Feng Xiao added a layer of filter and maybe even turned on the beauty mode. So it's not the real original picture. Jiang Yu put down his phone and started eating hot pot. Then again, Feng Xiao is in trouble now, and I don't know how her parents are doing now. After working hard for most of his life, his business finally started to pick up, but he only had one daughter, who was wanted by the Night Watch, such a huge official organization. Jiang Yu sighed slightly. Next to it, the LCD TV was playing news related to blood species. Recently, Yunhai Gathering Place has carried out blood contamination detection operations. 4 rounds of detection have been carried out, and a total of people have been found to be contaminated, among whom are seriously contaminated. After the basic situation of the full staff testing was reported, the next piece of information made most diners look up. The 5th round of testing will be conducted in 4 days. This test will use the latest developed contamination detection device, which has greatly improved the accuracy in detecting blood contamination. The Night Watch promised that they would find out the blood species hidden in the crowd and restore peace to Yunhai. Chapter 126, Exchange of Information. Outlook for super skills. This is great. With the upgraded equipment, there will be no place for the blood species to hide. It is now more accurate. In previous tests, there were always fish that slipped through the net in every round. That's right. Just because of a broken blood, I can't go to class or study. I live in fear all day, afraid that I will be passed on. Everyone who was fishing in the river saw the news and applauded. During the days when the blood contamination was most serious, shopping malls, entertainment venues, etc. were all suspended. Every now and then a blood polluter would appear, causing resentment among the people of Yunhai. It would be better if we could find it out earlier. Jiang Yu remained silent. However, It is hard to say whether a small group test can detect the owners of blood species. The so-called personality, according to the official language of the Night Watch, is called a special kind of ability. He did some research to find out what this special species was. There isn't much information in the training camp library. To sum it up, it's probably special species, a special species with stronger abilities and more cunning. Killing a special species will yield rewards far beyond those of ordinary species. Logically speaking, Feng Xiaoxiao, the owner of the status, has already run away, and Jiang You shouldn't think about it anymore. But he always felt something was wrong. Let's put other issues aside and just talk about strength. Even if it was just a clone, the power displayed by Feng Xiaoxiao was too weak. With this level of skill, how could you have been causing trouble in Yanhai for so long and only just been discovered and wanted? He committed the crime on the first day and was caught on the second day. This is probably more in line with the power displayed by Feng Xiaoxiao. If you really want to say it, you can actually find reasons to prove that all this may be related to Feng Xiaoxiao. But this is a bit too forceful to identify the criminal. Feng Xiaoxiao was definitely involved, but Jiang You believed that there were other people behind this besides her. After all, a person can become fragments. That means more than one person can own it. If possible, Jiang Yu really hopes that the positions can be dispersed more so that each carrier will not be too strong, making it easier for him to hunt. Maybe it can cause a qualitative change in shadow form. Jiang Yu took bites of the beef rolls, one bite after another. Dad, it's time for another test. He raised her white and tender little hand and pointed to the screen. Yeah. Deng Ke focused his eyes on the screen. Can we catch those monsters? He asked. Yes, we will be safe after we catch him. Deng Ke turned his head and looked at her with a smile. Deng Ke's wife rubbed her daughter's head, picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks for her, then raised her head and looked at Deng Ke. The two of them didn't say much and picked up their bowls and chopsticks in tacit understanding. Night Watchman. Non-staff personnel, points verification office. A palm-sized, token-like object was placed on the instrument, which beeped and scanned with light as analysis was performed. A few minutes later, Aura certification is successful, the task is completed, and the points reward will be issued within 12 hours. Isn't this guy afraid of pollution? The last time I took a look, it seemed like he only took level 2 missions. Has anyone counted how often he turns in tasks? Once a day, right? Once a day is possible, but who can guarantee that he only completes one task at a time? No way. Everyone gasped. Enter the shadow layer and stay there for 10 hours for 4 consecutive days. Who can stand this? Not only that, the boy must complete the task of killing the alien species every time. Just thinking about the possible pollution makes one's scalp tingle. Looking at the figure wearing the mask, everyone could tell from the palms, skin, voice, and other details that the other person was very young, but how old he was exactly was unknown. If the hood is really taken off, it will probably cause a huge uproar. Well, I still need to remind you to do things within your capabilities. The contamination of alien species penetrates deep into your bones. If you continue to hunt at such a high frequency, it will easily cause problems. The night watchman operating the instrument nearby looked at the figure in front of him. Pikachu is wearing a gangster mask, with 2 drooping yellow ears, black eye sockets, and very dark blush on both sides of his sausage-shaped mouth. It is normal for scavengers to live on the edge of a knife, make enemies, and be jealous. In order to prevent their identities from being exposed, most scavengers will deliberately disguise themselves. But the day before yesterday, I got a green fish headgear, and today I got a Pikachu bandit headgear. The amount of tasks I completed is inhuman. This situation is indeed something I have never seen before. Thank you very much. Pikachu grinned at her before heading outside. After leaving the night watch, he skillfully found a place to enter the shadow layer, ran, left the shadow layer, entered the street, and mixed with passers-by, all in one go. That's right, this gangster is Jiang You. Today is the 3rd day since he returned to the Sea of Clouds to hunt in the shadow layer. Just right, a total of 12 alien species were gathered. An average of 4 per day. Running on the main road is time-consuming, and the shadow tide has just passed, so the alien species in the shadow layer are generally more aggressive and difficult to deal with. Otherwise, their number may be greater. Jiang Yu felt quite tired when he got on the subway back to the special training camp. Personal points, 40. 1 point can be exchanged for a barrel of soybean oil plus some oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. This view does not really reflect the value of points. And then down. 5 points are enough to exchange for a very good set of equipment to reduce pollution and facilitate combat. 50 points. Introduction to supernatural skills. The basic training methods of overclocking, subtlety, and heart wave. 100 points can be exchanged for the cheapest extraordinary skill. After discussing it with Uncle Lee, The old man reluctantly took out a copy. At least Jiang You doesn't have to work so hard to save up 100 points to redeem a super skill with average effect. The only thing missing now is that he needs to exchange for the Introduction to Supernatural Skills and Master, Overclocking, and Microscopic Skills as soon as possible so that he can get in touch with the legendary supernatural skills in advance. Ding dong. The subway slowly stopped, and in the moment he closed his eyes and thought, the train arrived at the station. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he saw two girls sitting on a bench. One person was Yao Yao, who had notified her in advance and came to pick her up, and she was still sulking. The other person is Yang Xi, a very gentle and brave young nurse. The two were playing with their phones, and when they saw Jiang You, they stood up at the same time and were stunned at each other. Lu Yao Yao. Yang Xi looked at her. Who are you? Lu Yao Yao was confused. Are you here to pick up Jiang You? Yang Xi asked instead of answering. Yeah. Lu Yao Yao glanced at Jiang You, who was walking towards them. Sorry, he has to lend it to me for a while. Jiang Yu walked over with a confused look on his face. What the hell is that? You are quite powerful. You killed 12 level 2 aliens in 3 days. A night watchman found your data abnormal and reported it to his superior immediately. Yang Xi looked at Jiang Yu, as if wondering how he managed to hold on. After checking, I found that there was no record of you receiving pollution reduction treatment. The night patrol called the special training camp directly and asked me to take you to the medical room. This? Jiang Yu opened his mouth, then looked at Lu Yao Yao with innocent eyes. Follow me quickly and finish it quickly so I can report to you. A light blue-gray long t-shirt, hot black shorts covering half of the thighs, black stockings with letters printed on them to shape the legs, and a pair of marten boots on the feet. Today's cold and dark, Yang Xi urged. Well, now, Yao Yao, who only knows how to wear clothes with cartoon patterns, might want to kill someone. Jiang Yu had a blank expression on his face. He wanted to rub Lu Yao Yao's head, but she kicked him on the butt. Go and cure the pollution. I feel upset just by seeing you. First it was Xiao Xiao, and then Yang. Each of their outfits made people itchy. The childhood sweetheart is always blamed and is almost jealous. Jiang Yu felt that he was an innocent person and was a little panicked when he saw this scene. You said you are a blood race. Why do you want to be a green tea? You said you want to reduce pollution from me. Why are you wearing such provocative clothes? Maybe I was completely unscrupulous in my previous life. Bar. Chapter 127. Yang Xi's teacher. Sister Yang Xi, can you please not dress like this next time? Jiang Yu seemed to want to say something, but stopped himself. What's going on? Yang Xi was busy operating the equipment. It's a bad influence. Jiang Yu thought for a long time before uttering these 4 words. It's okay. I won't wear it in front of others. The instruments were clanging, and Yang Xi was busy. What's the meaning? The next moment, she raised her head and gave Jiang Yu a playful smile. I will wear it for you in front of Yao Yao in the future. How about it? Don't mess with me. Something will happen. She did it on purpose. She definitely did it on purpose. Oh, now you're scared. Come here and lie down. She patted the bed. It's an instrument that looks like an MRI. You lie down on it and follow the instrument to perform the test. I experienced it on the first day of the camp by swimming in the river. He lay there obediently. Yang Xi stood by and continued debugging. The thigh wrapped in black silk stockings was leaning against his hand, as if Jiang Yu could just reach out, and his hands were spread out flat, and his body was lying straight, like a corpse. I have the will but not the courage. Yang Xi sneered and stopped teasing him. The instrument hummed, in and out, and soon the test was over. I really can't come back to this crappy place anymore. Jiang Yu sat up from the instrument with a grin. Why pick on a witch like Yang Xi when there are so many people to pick on? We'll have to wait for the test results to come out. Yang Xi walked out of the operating room, but looking at the curve, the contamination is very light. It doesn't have to be very light. It's pollution-free. Jiang Yu sighed. No pollution? Yang Xi was stunned. Well, you can prepare to write the report now. Jiang Yu waved his hand and found a place to sit down. My talent level is relatively high. I am a second-level cricket. I can't pollute anything. Question mark. Yang Xi frowned and looked at Jiang Yu carefully. I heard that you have a high talent before. Could it be the legendary cloud-like level that appeared this year? Jiang Yu shrugged and didn't answer. Clouds? I will just shine with golden light and transform into Tiga, okay? Strange, strange. Yang Xi muttered. Hey, teacher. At this moment, a figure flashed outside the door and she called out. A man wearing a large mask and a white doctor's coat stopped. His eyebrows and eyes are gentle, and his black hair is mixed with a little gray. At first glance, he looks to be in his 40s. Xiao Xi. The man nodded, still busy. Yes, teacher, you just came out of the laboratory? Well, some new ideas. He glanced at Jiang Yu and was stunned. Jiang You was also slightly distracted, as if he had seen the person in front of him somewhere before, and he looked inexplicably familiar. After chatting with Yang Xiai for a few words, the man waved goodbye to her and left the door. My teacher, Zhao Qi, Yang Xiai explained casually. The boiling blood potion is his masterpiece. I just helped to perfect some details. That sounds pretty impressive. Jiang You was confused and felt that he was impressive. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and asked, Teacher, have you ever worked as a doctor in the ophthalmology department of Yunhai Hospital? How do you know? Yang Xiai was surprised. How could I not know? At first. How old? 18. Are you asking about age? Isn't it this uncle? When Jiang You looked over just now, the opponent's health was fixed at 25%. This should be one of the few cases Jiang You has seen where the blood volume is very low, but the appearance shows no injuries. 2 or 3 months ago, I went to the hospital, and the doctor who treated me was your teacher. Jiang You retracted his gaze. How could he, a transcendent, become a doctor? If you want to get in touch with the extraordinary world, you can't avoid the word talent. Those without talent will be more likely to be alienated if they are contaminated. Yang Xiai explained. My teacher proposed the idea of whether it is possible to localize pollution in a specific place without affecting other organs. After comprehensive consideration, he chose the window to the soul, the eye, as the main research direction. Go to the hospital's ophthalmology department, observe the patient's condition, and record it. I don't know much about the specifics. Good job. What a coincidence. Jiang You smacked his lips. Why don't he just go to the pollution control department? There are plenty of them there. It was him who first used a laser pen to look at my eyes left and right, and finally came to the conclusion that it was conjunctivitis. I prescribed a few bottles of eye drops and sent myself away. Fortunately, the eye drops did not affect the health bar ability. Otherwise, Dezhou would lose its strongest general. The symptoms of pollution are all kinds of strange. It's not suitable. Yang Xiai glanced at him. My teacher's university major is ophthalmology, and later he continued to study biological pollution. Being a class teacher is more than enough. Okay. Jiang You swallowed back what he was about to say. The report is out. Yang Xiai walked forward, picked up the printed report and glanced at it. It really is 0. Right. Jiang You took a look. It's one thing to listen to him brag, but it's another to see the results in front of you. Yang Xiai even began to suspect that there was something wrong with the machine. Do you want to report it? Jiang You asked. It must be reported. Yang Xiai nodded. Okay, I have someone behind the scenes. Just report it. There won't be any problem. Jiang You nodded. That's great. Now that we're here, let's get another bottle of boiling blood potion. Jiang You was eager to try. It's only been 4 days since you last took the medicine. Yang Xiai said. Jiang You affirmed. People have different physiques. They need to recover for 10 days or half a month. As a person with extraordinary talent, it is reasonable for me to recover in 4 or 5 days. At first glance, it seems like there is no problem, but that thing consumes life. The momentum squeezed out by squeezing out the body's potential. Who among normal people dares to do it at such a high frequency? After several attempts to persuade him, Jiang You refuted them from various angles. Yang Xiai was choked for a moment. I'm not responsible if anything goes wrong. Don't worry, you don't have to be responsible. Jiang You waved his hand. Come with me. The two of them walked forward and changed rooms. Taking him to the same apparatus as last time, Yang Xiai took out a bottle of bright red potion and said, Drink it. Jiang You drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. The watermelon-flavored medicine slid into his throat, and Jiang You, who thought he was prepared, suddenly widened his eyes. I saw a hot breath suddenly spreading in my body, like a wild horse running rampant in my body. Cough. In just half a second, Jiang You coughed violently and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The surging heat wave directly hit the top of his head, making his eyes go black. Pain. Every cell in the body was experiencing indescribable tearing pain. The pain went deep into my bones and was accompanied by a feeling of emptiness, as if something indescribable was being pulled out of my body. That is, life is fading away. Yang Xiai was not exaggerating. Taking the boiling blood potion continuously in a short period of time would really shorten one's lifespan. The body seemed to have turned into a huge furnace, emitting terrifyingly high temperatures. The cells are boiling and the flesh is burning. Amid this torment, strands of power slowly emerged. Jiang You gritted his teeth and silently endured the tremendous pain, only uttering a few weak cries of pain. This is a real man. Chapter 128, The Grievous Girl. It felt like a pig being slaughtered over there in the medical building. I just passed by there and got a fright. Really? I saw everyone in the grade group was discussing it. I don't know who made those 2 loud howls, but they were so powerful and miserable. Listening to the conversations of passers-by, Jiang Yu's face gradually turned darker. He walked towards the dormitory, one step deep and one step shallow, dragging his tired body. Along the way, students were discussing from time to time what was going on with the ghostly howling sounds in the infirmary. Some people say that the special training camp was originally built on a cemetery, and the medical building was the place with the heaviest yin energy. Some people also say that the medical building has eliminated pollution, but in fact the pollution has just been dispersed. When the amount reaches a certain level, it will gather together and make a terrifying roar. Bite. Lu Yuqiang uploaded a video in the group. I clicked it, and it was pitch black. Persist in night running. Check in on the first day. There seems to be some sound. Xiaopeng moved the camera and aimed it at the building next to him, which was lit with pale lights. There was a shrill scream, which was vague and could be heard clearly if the volume was turned up to maximum. There is no truth without pictures, and his video is the real evidence. Then the group chat was flooded with messages saying, "Clicked accidentally. Bad luck, will go away." I really admire this fat guy. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. Finally, he returned to the downstairs of his dormitory. I sent a message to Yao Yao, but she didn't reply. Either she didn't want to talk to me, or she was asleep. After swiping the elevator card and reaching the floor, Jiang Yu slowly walked towards his room. To be precise, the entire floor belongs to him, and he can live in any room he wants. I'm going back to the dormitory. If you ignore me, I'll stay in your room today. He walked to the middle of the corridor. This room was prepared for Lu Yao Yao. Pick up the access card and swipe it with a beep. The bed, chairs, bathroom, and balcony were all empty. Yes, there is no one in the house. There was a hint of disappointment in Jiang Yu's eyes. Then he turned his head, and the door opened with a click. Lu Yao Yao was wearing teddy bear pajamas and had a blank expression on her face. Hey. Jiang Yu walked forward with a smile. Bang. Then the door closed. You can sleep wherever you want. Just don't make my room dirty. Lu Yao Yao's voice came from behind the door. Hey, are you kidding me? This is the land I conquered. Jiang Yu turned the door handle, but unfortunately, it was locked from the inside and could not be opened. Okay, I'm leaving now. Jiang Yu sighed. Inside the house, Lu Yao Yao hugged her thin quilt and looked up at the ceiling. His clear eyes were like stars, and I wonder what he was thinking. After a long time, seeing that there was no movement outside, Lu Yao Yao became a little confused. Could it be that he really left? She got out of bed, put on her slippers, and limped towards the door. Click, open the door. I looked around, but didn't see a single person. Did he leave the dormitory building, or just choose a random dormitory to live in? Lu Yao Yao hesitated. Just go. It's annoying to stay here. She bit her lip and closed the door. Suddenly, she felt a cool breeze blowing her hair. Lu Yao Yao turned around, and a big hand suddenly hugged her waist. Another big hand quickly came over, passed through her ear, and attached to the wall, forming a wall-dong posture. Girl. Bang. Ah. Plop. Jiang Yu was hunched over, his face pale, and he was lying on the ground with his hands covering his face. Very good. The physical pain was no less than that in the medical room, and the psychological torture was even worse. This knee almost sent Jiang Yu to see God. Sorry. I'm sorry. Lu Yao Yao hurried forward to help him up. You showed up too suddenly, and weren't the windows locked? How did you get in? Does it matter how you got in? Jiang Yu squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Just go through the shadow layer of the real world. It's no use. Jiang Yu thought that his moves were extremely cool, but he didn't know that they would only last 0.5 seconds. Does it still hurt? Lu Yao Yao found it difficult to speak. I won't die. Jiang Yu's eyes were out of focus. I'm sorry. Lu Yao Yao said weakly. I can tell that Yao Yao is angry. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. I've never seen you hit me so hard before. Lu Yao Yao blushed slightly. It's all your fault for scaring me. It was better before entering the camp. You wouldn't have been able to react at that time. Jiang Yu sighed. At this point, Lu Yao Yao snorted. Thank goodness I'm in the camp now. Otherwise I don't know how you would bully me. They are all the same. They should be bullied anyway. Jiang Yu whispered and tore off Lu Yao Yao's fig leaf. Shut up. When this was mentioned, Lu Yao Yao didn't know what she was thinking about, and her face felt a little embarrassed. She pursed her lips and raised her fist. He wanted to punch Jiang Yu, but after thinking it over, he let it go. Just lie down here and rest. I'll settle the score with you tomorrow. What are you waiting for tomorrow? Just as she was about to stand up, Jiang Yu grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Hiss! Lu Yao Yao screamed in pain and fell down. Did you hit it? Jiang Yu was stunned. Get out of here. Lu Yao Yao pushed him with her hand. Somehow, a feeling of grievance suddenly surged into her heart. She sniffed, put on a stern face, and tried hard to hold back her tears. Jiang Yu sat up and saw her ankle, which was coated with medicine. When did you get it twisted? He quickly got out of bed, searched the bedside table, and found the medicinal wine for sprains provided in the dormitory. Turned on the light and grabbed a small chair. Under the light, the girl was wearing small white socks. Her ankles were bruised and purple, and faint black lines could be seen emerging. Is this contaminated? Jiang You asked. The girl hummed and retracted her feet. I'm going back to sleep. You're injured like this and you still don't say a word? Jiang You really wanted to hit her on the head. The training for the freshmen is not just about standing at attention. It has been a month, and it is normal for them to have initial contact with weaker alien species. Bumps and bruises are inevitable. The fat guy complained to himself more than once or twice, saying that he was chased by wolfhounds all day long, and he was almost losing weight. Although he weighs more than 220 pounds now, Jiang You comforted him several times, and seeing that Lu Yaoyao had never mentioned these to him, he thought that she was not hurt. Now it seems that he is not uninjured at all. He is clearly injured, but he won't tell me. You have an injured ankle, but you still went to the subway station to pick me up? Jiang You sighed, raised his head, looked into her eyes. Didn't you want me to pick you up? Lu Yaoyao avoided his gaze. This girl. For a moment Jiang You didn't know what to say. Looking down at his ankle, he frowned slightly. Shadow Devourer. You can absorb shadow points from all darkness to strengthen yourself, or decompose dead objects to absorb shadow points. Shadow usually trains in the shadow layer, which can passively increase his shadow points. Moreover, every time he kills an alien species, he will decompose the corpse. Can this kind of pollution be absorbed? It was the first time that Jiang You encountered a situation where a part of his body was invaded by pollution instead of being completely alienated. Hey, don't move. Amid Lu Yaoyao's exclamation, Jiang You took off the little white sock. The 5 white and tender toes are slender and round. The nails are pink and free of dirt. The arch and the instep form a graceful curve, and the soles of the feet are rosy, which may be more and more obvious as Lu Yaoyao's body temperature gradually rises. The slender jade feet can be held in one hand, and the delicate texture on the feet seems to be clearly visible. Jiang You held it gently. Petite, tender, smooth, sweet. Sorry there's no last one. What are you going to do? Lu Yaoyao couldn't believe it. Concerned about her ankle injury, she dared not move. I'll try. Jiang You immediately activated Shadow Devouring. A layer of black light suddenly appeared on the palm of his hand. Then, the pollution at the ankle trembled slightly and showed some signs of moving. His eyes were focused. Then, the shaking subsided. Jiang You increased his strength and could feel that he had already affected the pollution, but he still couldn't really move it. A minute later, he let out a breath and looked apologetic. Sorry, I couldn't suck it out. Chapter 129 Gaga takes drugs, Gaga becomes stronger. Lu Yaoyao, who was already feeling extremely ashamed and angry, had a face full of question marks. What weird stuff are you talking about? Does this medicinal wine work? If you can't suck it out, you can only use medicine. Jiang You picked up the small red medicine bottle he had just found. The words, blood-activating medicine, for level 1 only, are engraved on the bottle. Well, I've been using this for the past few days. Lu Yaoyao nodded. How many days have you used it? Jiang You wanted to beat her up even more. Lu Yaoyao kept her mouth shut, fearing that if she said one more word Jiang You would beat her up. Fortunately, although his face looked fierce, his hands were very gentle. I'll apply medicine for you. Jiang You unscrewed the bottle cap. No, I can do it myself. Jiang Yoli ignored her, poured the medicine into his palm and rubbed it, then lifted her white and tender feet again. The dark blue areas are not only concentrated on the ankles. If you look closely, you will find that they have even spread to the heels, and the meridians on the instep of the feet are also slightly black. This injury requires at least a week of rest. Why didn't you tell me at all? The more Jiang You looked at it, the angrier he became. Lu Yaoyao remained silent. The large palm gently touched the slender ankle and rubbed it. Hiss. The girl took a slight breath. Be patient. Jiang You comforted. They were silent. After a while, Jiang You asked again, does it hurt? A little bit. Lu Yaoyao's pretty face was tense. Which one hurts more, that or being cheated on by Feng Xiaoxiao? Bang. Perhaps this sentence was really a bit irritating. Lu Yaoyao rolled her eyes, forgot the pain on the spot, and kicked out directly. Pain. This twisted the wound, and her facial features wrinkled in pain. I was just joking with you. Look at your reaction. Jiang You got up from the ground and quickly poured some more medicinal wine into his palm. Sit still and don't move, he said. Go away. I don't need you. I can apply the medicine myself. I just want to liven up the atmosphere because you're in so much pain. Jiang You rubbed her gently. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll never see Xiao Xiao again in this lifetime. What do you mean? Lu Yaoyao asked. Well, look at it. Jiang You opened the Night Patrol app, found the familiar wanted poster, clicked it, and handed the phone to Lu Yaoyao. Question mark. She frowned and took the phone. The wanted poster was not long, and she finished reading it quickly. His expression also changed from confusion at the beginning to shock. Xiao Xiao. Lu Yaoyao was confused. It's her. Jiang You said affirmatively. I went back to Yunhai before, and while I was taking on the mission from the night patrol, I was trying to see if I could find any clues about Yunhai's blood contamination. Before the night patrol issued the wanted order, I had already noticed that Xiao Xiao was a little abnormal, but I didn't have any definite evidence. Until 3 days ago, Jiang You briefly recounted what happened, and Lu Yaoyao listened from beginning to end with a dull expression. How could she have imagined that her best friend, with whom she had been spending so much time together, was actually related to the Yunhai blood contamination? But isn't she a person without any talent? How can she have abilities? This pollution involves a special species and cannot be treated with common sense. Jiang You sighed. Lu Yaoyao's mind was in a mess. Although subjectively she didn't want to admit what Jiang You said, and even wanted to ask, are you kidding? But the facts were before her, and no matter how hard she thought, she could not find any reason to refute them. In the end, he could only look at Jiang You helplessly. The boy was concentrating on applying the medicine without even raising his head. Is Xiao Xiao really related to pollution? Lu Yaoyao asked again. Yeah. Jiang You nodded. If she doesn't tell me the details, I have no way of knowing. Lu Yaoyao's eyes were blank. How could that be? The best friend who had known each other for many years seemed to tear off the mask all of a sudden, and then said to her, Look, did you just meet me? She is too obsessed. Jiang You sighed. Maybe after she really embarked on this path, she felt regretful, but now that things have come to this, there is no room for regret. Lu Yaoyao was silent. After a while, she said sadly, I should try to enlighten her again. Jiang You shook his head and said, It's useless. Even if you persuade her 800 times, Feng Xiaoxiao still won't listen. You said she looks very well behaved, but why is she so stubborn? Maybe it has something to do with my childhood experiences. Lu Yaoyao guessed. Xiaopeng was attacked by an alien species more than 10 years ago, leaving him with illness and psychological trauma. Feng Xiaoxiao's childhood was not happy, but she never mentioned it to anyone, and even Lu Yaoyao didn't quite know it. No matter what, I hope she can still have some conscience in her heart. Jiang You said. The heat emanating from the soles of her feet gradually brought Lu Yaoyao back to her senses. It's okay. The doctor said that applying it evenly will be enough. She looked closely and saw that the entire right foot from the ankle was completely covered with medicine, without any missing part, whether on the sole or toes. Why did you apply so much? Lu Yaoyao was dumbfounded. Not much, just a quarter of a bottle. Jiang You held up the liquid medicine. Applying more will help with recovery. But my ankle injury is more serious. The pollution will spread. Apply it to other parts of your body as a precaution. Jiang You said righteously. Why don't you just paint the whole leg? Lu Yaoyao was silent. We've already applied protection to our feet. Do we need to apply protection to our legs? Jiang You asked. Let's apply protection to our calves as well. No, thank you. Lu Yaoyao had a blank expression on her face. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Jiang You said with a smile. I'll ask my dad about Feng Xiaoxiao's matter when I get back. It's too late today. You should go out. I'm going to sleep. Lu Yaoyao started to chase people away. Go to sleep. I'll be here to watch over you. Jiang You rarely made a fuss. He covered her little feet with a thin blanket, rubbed her head, then sat down at the desk, turned the desk lamp to the lowest brightness, took out a book he didn't know what it was, and started flipping through it. Name, Jiang You. Attribute, Shadow. Shadow .297/297. Potential, 85/85. In addition to the 10 points of momentum that had naturally increased from the high-intensity hunting in the past few days, a bottle of boiling blood potion directly gave him a 25-point boost. For bottles of potion can increase momentum by 100 points. After spending 40 bottles in a row, he might be able to possess a power higher than the 3rd level. Everything looks good on the surface. Actually, look down again. Position, Shadow Hunter. Shadow Breaker. Hunter. Remaining life, 5 months and 15 days. Note, overdrawing the body will affect lifespan. If you get some rest, you can recover. If you continue to overdraw, your lifespan will be shortened. It seems that the lifespan is no different from the previous few days. You know, hunting 12 second-level alien species in the past few days has increased my lifespan by more than 60 days. Remaining lifespan, I should have been as much as 8 months. A bottle of boiling blood potion not only deducted the replenished blood, but also reduced the life by half a month. In short, Jiang You wanted to maintain this cycle of hunting and continuously increase his momentum. On average, killing 5 powerful enough second-level aliens a day is enough. The problem is, the alien species are scattered, and he has 2 legs. How many runs a day must he run to ensure that he can catch 5 every day? Jiang You was in a dilemma. Lu Yaoyao originally wanted to kick him out, but when she saw him sitting at the table, the girl hesitated for a moment and said nothing. Staring at his back, the girl didn't know how much time had passed before her eyelids began to droop, and she felt sleepy. Hey, what book are you reading? Lu Yaoyao asked. No response. Jiang You is reading so seriously? Call. A light snoring sound reached Lu Yaoyao's ears. Really? She smiled helplessly and slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 130, The Continuously Decreasing Health Bar. Bang. The book fell, waking Jiang You up. He looked back subconsciously and saw the girl moving her body, but fortunately, she was not completely woken up. I picked up the book and saw the words, Overview of Extraordinary Skills. The book is good, but a bit hypnotic. Overview. The overview is indeed very concise. The first 2 stages lay the foundation, and starting from the 3rd stage, momentum, gradually gains strength, which is also the time to formally practice extraordinary skills. This process usually accompanies most students throughout their college career, and it is not until graduation that they are able to touch the edge of extraordinary skills. Momentum is almost a system in itself, but when it is combined with abilities, it can form a very powerful extraordinary skill. This is exactly his shortcoming now, such as shadow claws and shadow blades. It is useful, but Jiang You now only relies on the sharpness of his body after changing his form to kill the enemy. The normal combat power is not weak, but the burst combat power is weak. When you encounter a slightly stronger enemy, you can either fight back or run away. No, don't talk about those who are slightly stronger. When facing an enemy of equal strength, he can only rely on grinding. If you think carefully, the most useful active skill at the moment is Shadow Strike. Drilling into the shadow layer, poking the alien's kidney out of nowhere, and taking the initiative has become Jiang Yu's regular starting skill. Looking at the data on the panel, Jiang Yu sighed. It is indeed much more luxurious than the original one, but the progress is still too slow, and I don't know when I will be able to beat 10 Uncle Lee's with one hand. Buzz. The phone vibrated, and he unlocked the screen. Uncle Lee, just received the result. You killed 12 alien species, and the test results show that the contamination value is 0. People's physical constitutions. Jiang Yu had just typed half of the message and hadn't had time to send it out when Uncle Lee sent another message. Killing aliens won't pollute you, but normal people have 7 emotions and 6 desires in their hearts. After all, no one is perfect. The normal pollution value is between 1 to 5. You don't have any? Jiang Yu paused for a moment. Is there a possibility that I am a saint? Uncle Lee fell silent. After a moment, he typed again. The higher the talent, the stronger the ability to resist pollution. I will regard you as a gifted person. Where's the necklace I gave you before? Jiang Yu lowered his head subconsciously. A pendant hangs on the chest. Whisper of Shadows. After wearing it, one will endure 3 days and 3 nights of mental torture. After 3 days, the murmurs will be greatly reduced and will serve to temper the wearer's momentum. The active effect is to impact the necklace with momentum, which will spew out a large amount of non-attribute pollution, giving the user a chance to burst for a few minutes. If it weren't for the incident with the blood species, when this thing suddenly made a sound, Jiang Yu would have almost forgotten about it. He just heard the necklace say master at the beginning, and from then on until the blood plague, he didn't even fart. What about the whispers you promised, the growing stronger every minute and every second? Now if Jiang Yu wants to increase his momentum, he has to risk his life and fight with alien species, and hone his will while walking on a tightrope. Usually Jiang Yu just carries this thing as a decoration, just a small item he bought for 10 yuan. How do you feel after wearing the necklace? No feeling at all. Why don't you say it if you don't feel it? Jiang Yu felt a pain in his balls. The two chatted for a few more sentences. Uncle Lee was taken to Baidu by Brother Fong and would not be able to come back in a short time. The tentative plan was to let Jiang Yu proceed step by step and then formulate a detailed plan after he went to college. Putting down the phone, he looked back. Lu Yaoyao had fallen asleep, covered with a thin quilt with a star pattern. Her chest was slightly rising and falling. She was lying on her side, breathing in and out, but there was no sound of snoring. The little one is so cute. Jiang Yu no longer had the heart to read. He turned off the lamp, and the room fell into darkness. He walked to the girl in 2 or 3 steps and brushed her hair back. She has fair cheeks and small and delicate facial features, especially the 2 eyes. Exactly 2, no more, no less. Perhaps the action of lifting her hair startled her a little. Lu Yaoyao wrinkled her nose slightly, muttered with her rosy lips, turned over and leaned against the wall, no longer facing Jiang You. It's getting late, time to rest. His Adam's apple floated. Then they lay down side by side. Looking up at the ceiling, the sweet fragrance of the girl next to me filled my nose. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. The girl slept like a dead pig, but he had some insomnia. After much hesitation, Jiang Yu finally couldn't help it. Just something simple, just get a pillow. Being able to remain calm in the face of someone's temptation is a good way to sharpen your momentum. He moved his position and then hugged her gently. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. It feels like holding a cloud, fragrant and soft. Very exciting. This feeling may be difficult for everyone here to understand. Jiang Yu didn't notice that the girl, who had fallen asleep, suddenly trembled her eyelashes. For days later. Shadow layer. With details, Jiang Yu clearly controlled the dynamics around him. Whoosh. The disgusting creature in front of him, with a huge and bloated body and pits all over its body, spat out a mouthful of acid, which Jiang Yu dodged by just barely avoiding it. He waved his whip, but none of its whiskers could hit him. With a puff sound, Jiang Yu swung his knife down, ending its ugly life. Take out the wooden sign and record the alien breath, and today's task is successfully completed. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to collect 50 points today and redeem them for the introduction to supernatural skills. Half an hour later, under the numb gaze of everyone, Jiang Yu's certification of the green-headed fish hood was completed, and then an exchange application was sent to the night patrol. Large screening data report. This large screening of cloud sea gathering places involves 8 districts. A total of 1,371 people were found to be lightly polluted, 127 people were found to be deeply polluted, and 7 people were found to be degenerate. Blood pollution has seriously threatened the lives of residents. The night patrol will increase patrol efforts to ensure the safety of the general public. Putting away his phone, Jiang Yu had some understanding of the results of this screening. The newly developed instrument seems to be useful. The accuracy of detecting light polluters has been greatly improved, making it easier for the night patrol officers to control the situation as early as possible and prevent further deterioration. Besides this, there is no other news about the screening. It seems that the culprit behind the scenes has not been caught. Otherwise, it would have been written directly in the notice. After walking out of the night watch, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to the special training camp and attending 2 days of classes that day, he returned to the Sea of Clouds to hunt alien species again. Li Xuanguang stipulates that 3 tasks must be completed every week. Sprinkle some water. The strength is rising rapidly. The shadow point has broken through the 300-point mark, and it has entered the middle and late stages of the second stage. Under his strategy of picking on the weak and running away if you can't win, everything is moving forward steadily. The shadow points provided by the alien species are getting fewer and fewer, but their lifespan has not been reduced much. Under the crazy hunting, the 3rd level will take 2 or 3 months at most. If it were anyone else, they would probably be crazy with joy. However, Jiang Yu was not very happy. Standing on the roadside, he held a candy bar in his mouth. Raise your eyes and look towards the sky. The 50% health bar is clearly visible. Maybe. It only takes 2 or 3 months for the sun's health bar to be empty. Chapter 131, Supernatural Skills Introductory Manual and Selling Medicine. The sun fluctuates periodically and causes blood loss. This matter may sound disturbing at first, and in reality, it is indeed disturbing. But as you get more and more anxious, you will find that it is actually just like that. Anyway, they live on the planet, they can't run away, and there's no point in worrying. On the night watchman's hot list, the issue of the sun's fluctuation dominated the list for half a month. Recently, the heat had gradually faded, but the fluctuation a few days ago made the issue a hot search again. Even on Weibo, which is used by civilians, the news about abnormal solar fluctuations has become one of the hot searches. Well, it's not his turn to worry about these. To put it another way, after the sun goes out, the world will fall into darkness. Entering the dark place was like going home for him. Jiang Yu felt that there was nothing wrong with him, and maybe his strength could even increase. To some extent, Jiang Yu might be one of the few people who could turn a disaster into a blessing. Looking back, it was already evening and almost time for dinner. Jiang Yu found a small restaurant nearby. A bowl of beef noodles and 2 side dishes. April is a spring month, and it is quite cool. The dishes were served soon. The cell phone dinged, and the approval from the night patrol was approved at this time. While eating, he checked the information. After watching for more than 10 seconds, Jiang Yu quietly exited. Somewhat complex, perfect for watching before bed. Anyway, the introductory manual is already in hand, and now it's time to get the most out of Uncle Lee. Jiang You was just about to contact Uncle Lee when his mailbox dinged again. It's the extraordinary skill sent by Uncle Lee. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to click it. Universal Super Skill, Vortex. Recommended Training Level, Level 2 to 3. Brief description of supernatural skills. This supernatural skill is suitable for most supernatural people. It has high requirements for physical fitness and momentum, and has strong single-target lethality. This supernatural skill is moderately difficult to learn and has great potential. You can learn it according to your own situation. Seems pretty good? According to Jiang Yu's guess, Uncle Lee would most likely send him a shadow-related extraordinary skill. I didn't expect to post a universal one. In fact, general super skills are not weak. This kind of general skills, combined with personal abilities, often produces a wonderful chemical reaction. I guess Uncle Lee also took into consideration his extraordinary physical fitness, which led him to develop such an extraordinary skill. Extraordinary skill demonstration. Jiang Yu clicked on the video. Hello everyone, I am Xiangyang. Oh boy, it's Brother Fong again. Jiang Yu was ashamed. After a brief introduction, he began to demonstrate his abilities. Xiangyang stood tall and straight, with a huge block of iron standing in front of him. The whole body is dark blue and black, with some natural patterns on the surface. It is a cube made of number 4 metal blue steel, with a length, width, and height of 3 meters. It has the characteristics of high hardness. Ordinary pistols can only leave a white mark on its surface. As he said this, he took out the pistol from his waist. The barrel of the gun is dark and cold. The gun body is about 20 to 30 centimeters long, and the caliber is several fingers thick. A pretty average pistol. Bang! A shot was fired, a brilliant tongue of fire burst out, and a flash of fire appeared on the iron block. The camera zoomed in, and just as Xiangyang said, only a small white mark was left. Before demonstrating each extraordinary skill, the strength of the target is demonstrated first. The night patrol is really thoughtful. In the picture, Xiangyang put the gun back. No more unnecessary nonsense. Let's go straight to the next demonstration. Vortex, combining momentum and pollution, like a whirlpool to perform a strangling attack. As he spoke, the direction of the video suddenly changed. Jiang Yu held his breath, and for a moment, he didn't even have time to eat his beef noodles. Xiangyang opened his right hand, and suddenly a white light appeared in his empty palm. Suddenly, wisps of white light appeared in the air, as if they were being pulled, as if thousands of winds were captured by him and rushed towards his palm. After a moment, a ball of light condensed in Xiangyang's hand. The wind, waves, and momentum are all imprisoned in the palm of your hand, like a whirlpool. Then he changed his palm into a fist and punched out with a bang. With a fierce, sizzling sound, the iron fragments flew all over the place at the first contact. Just like inserting a finger into tofu, his arm inserted into the iron block with almost no effort. That's not all. 1 second, 2 seconds. Under Jiang Yu's astonished gaze, the huge block of iron exploded with a bang. Some are the size of a marble, while others are the shape of a basketball. The iron block made of the so-called number 4 metal lasted for 3 or 4 seconds in Xiangyang's hand before it completely shattered to the ground. This attack probably used the strength and momentum of the beginning of the third stage. A solid block of hard iron that is 3 meters long, wide and high. It shatters at one blow. If this power were to hit an alien species, the other party would probably die on the spot. However, Xiangyang was able to become a general because of this extremely powerful, extraordinary skill. Others may not be able to reach half of his level. Even so, if he could master this skill early, Jiang Yu estimated that his efficiency in hunting alien species would be improved by several levels. Shadow Strike, plus Mark Hunt, plus Vortex. When the status is fully stacked, can an ordinary alien withstand a punch? He even dares to sneak attack at the 3rd level. After exiting the video and taking a quick look at the Vortex practice method, Jiang Yu wisely chose to turn off his phone. I'll try it when I have insomnia one day. It should be quite effective. As people slurped noodles, the restaurant became lively. 20 or 30 tables were almost full, and waiters were walking around carrying dishes and plates. Old Joe, how is your xiaofeng? Didn't you say before that he had some blood disease? Asked the bearded uncle. It's hemostasis syndrome. We borrowed money from everywhere, and luckily the night watchman came forward and gave us a bottle of blood source potion. With the money we raised, we sold a house and bought the 2nd potion, which saved our lives. Opposite him, the man with half white hair and glasses could not hide his fatigue. You just bought that house not long ago. The bearded man sighed. This is really a disaster from heaven. I don't think I've done anything evil in my life, but who would have thought that something like this would happen to my family? 2 bottles of blood source potion failed to completely cure xiaofeng, and he still can't leave the hospital bed. Hey, the bearded man sighed, and suddenly seemed to remember something. Hey, I heard that there is a company in East District 1 that sells blood source medicine. It seems that the efficacy is exactly the same as the genuine medicine, but the price is several times cheaper. Is it true or false? The uncle with glasses was shocked. It should be true. A while ago, a distant relative of mine was also infected, but he didn't have the chemical blood syndrome, so his symptoms were milder. The night watch hadn't taken action yet. Everything was at your own expense. If you didn't buy medicine quickly, you would have lost your life. 3 courses of medicine cost $500,000. It's not as expensive as the blood source potion, but it's not cheap either. His family is not well off. They lost money in business last year and still owe foreign debts. How could they come up with 500,000 yuan? So they went to East District 1, but guess what? The medicine only sold for 50,000 yuan. It's 10 times cheaper, the bearded man said seriously. Hiss. The man with glasses took a breath and was slightly moved. Chapter 132, Gathering of Bloods. Hey, that's all I'm saying. Don't have any bad thoughts. The bearded man warned. Who knows if they are reliable? If the situation gets worse, we'll be finished. I know. The man with glasses picked up the dish in front of him with chopsticks, and then took small bites of rice, which tasted like chewing wax. The doctor said that the 2 blood source potions were quite effective. After recovering for so many days, it's the best time to use the 3rd one. If you miss the opportunity now, even if the condition doesn't get worse in the future, you won't be able to fully recover. Hearing this, the bearded man hesitated. This really can't be helped. He sighed deeply. God is blind. He doesn't care about the evildoers, but has to harm the hard-working people. The man with glasses smiled bitterly and shook his head. Howsy, do you know where that place is? I'll see if I can buy a bottle. If that doesn't work, I can only try other ways. The bearded man frowned and said, blood source medicine was originally produced by Chuyang Group, and the production volume was not high. Later, they got into trouble, and this thing became extremely scarce all of a sudden. But in fact, the number of patients who need blood source medicine is even smaller. What this means is that you are lucky enough to get 2 bottles, and it would be difficult to get more. The man with glasses was silent. He knew this truth, but what could he do? Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Just eat, and everything will be fine. The bearded man greeted him, and the silent atmosphere between the 2 of them formed a sharp contrast with the lively restaurant. No one noticed the table in the corner, and no one knew about the dilemma the man with glasses was feeling at the moment. Soon, the 2 finished their meal, chatted for a while, and then stood up to pay the bill. Okay, your Xiaofeng has been spending money on medical treatment recently, so I'll treat you to this meal. The bearded man paid the bill. The 2 walked out of the restaurant, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I still have 100,000 yuan here. If you need it, just send me the card number. Okay. The man with glasses forced a smile. Over the years, I have made many friends, but you are my only true brother. Howsy was stunned for a moment, then patted his shoulder and said, What are you talking about? I am also worried when something happens to the child. Yes, you have watched Xiaofeng grow up, so it's not in vain that he recognized him as his godfather. Howsy opened his mouth, but said nothing more. Okay, I'll go to the hospital, and you should go home too, otherwise your wife will be worried. The man with glasses tightened his clothes and walked towards the hospital. As he watched him leave, Howsy's expression kept changing. After his figure completely disappeared from sight, he put his hands in his pockets and began walking on the street. After walking 2 streets, his expression gradually calmed down. He paused slightly, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and walked into the alley next to him. Boss, he said in a deep voice. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but Howsy's face looked worse and worse. Boss, are we making too much of a move? The night patrol is keeping a close eye on us. The voice stopped abruptly, and Howsy's face became extremely ugly. I know. I'm coming over now, and will be there soon. After hanging up the phone, he pounded his fist on the wall next to him with a bang. The dust on the wall fell off. When he took a few deep breaths and prepared to leave, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Is the shadow on the wall a little too dark? Howsy turned around suddenly, and his hands and feet became cold. Li Xiaodi felt that he might have committed some terrible sin in his previous life. When shopping in Yunhai, you may encounter a low-probability event like a falling shadow layer. As soon as she entered the Yunhai special training camp, she encountered a thick fog. In a panic, she followed a few people and plunged into the shadow field. She was chased by aliens and ran around everywhere. She was covered in dust and dirt. She looked like a refugee. Finally, he saw the 3rd-level alien species with his own eyes. Many new students entering the camp have not seen a 2nd-level alien species yet, but she skipped a grade directly. Then, Today the night watchman had a rare day off and was able to go home for 2 days. She made an appointment with her classmates to go out for dinner and singing, and after a day of fun, she was ready to go home. All her friends left in a taxi, and she was waiting. Suddenly, I heard someone calling for help from the alley behind me. Li Xiaodi, who thought he had become quite capable after entering the special training camp, rushed out directly. Very good. The person has been awake for 10 minutes now, and still feels a little dizzy. Whoa. Dude, what the hell is going on? It hurts. My blood contamination has healed. Why did it appear again? Looking at the ragged people locked in cages, Li Xiaodi was a little confused. The crowd is generally young, and mostly women, about a dozen people. Everyone looked terrified, some were sobbing, and some were trembling. All around were steel cages, and one could feel how hard they were just by looking at their color. Li Xiaodi, like everyone else, had his hands tied tightly from behind. The outside of the cage was covered with a thick curtain, and the sound could be heard through it. I'm starving. When will dinner be served? So many at once. Won't that be a problem? The curtain is not that thick, but the sound insulation effect is surprisingly good. Li Xiaodi's hands and feet felt weak, and he felt he had no strength inexplicably. What exactly is this place? She had a bad feeling in her heart. Damn it. Whoever chose the rations didn't check again. The noise outside suddenly became much louder, loud enough for Li Xiaodi to hear clearly. Why is there a student from the special training camp in there? Are you trying to kill all of us? Damn it. Wow. The curtain was suddenly lifted, and the light was projected directly onto his face. Li Xiaodi squinted subconsciously. What are you? After seeing their surroundings clearly, the people in the cage could no longer hold back their fear and shouted in terror. There were people everywhere. A person with bloody lines appearing on the surface of his skin. They wore various masks that covered the upper half of their faces, leaving only their mouths exposed. Some people's mouths were cracked in all directions, and the inner walls of their mouths were covered with dense serrations. Some people were wearing waistcoats, revealing their broken chests, bloody and fleshy, like a second mouth. There were also people with deformed bodies and tumors, holding a fresh blood meal in their hands, and the blood on their mouths had not yet been wiped dry. There were countless such people gathered in the spacious hall. Who among you is Li Xiaodi? One of the sturdy men came forward and asked, holding a student card in his hand. He was shirtless and had a tiger tattooed on his back. The entire surface was covered with dense bloodstains, and at first glance, it looked like a piece of porcelain that was about to break. Faced with his angry questioning, the people in the cage remained silent. I ask again, who is Li Xiaodi? He roared angrily. Brother Hu, there is a photo on the student ID card. One of his men reminded. The atmosphere became quiet. Bang! The little brother who was speaking turned into a sharp arrow and flew backwards, crashing into the wall. I didn't even know there were photos. Do I need you to remind me? Brother Tiger's face became more and more ferocious. Okay, I was originally planning to see if anyone would come forward and admit it, but now it seems like there's no way to see the coffin before you cry. He looked at his student card. Li Xiaodi was wearing a black top, a high ponytail, and had a pretty face. Putting down his student card, he glanced at the people in the cage. After 5 minutes of identification, his eyes finally settled on Li Xiaodi. You little girl, you hid yourself pretty well. You've wasted so much of our time. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Brother Tiger gave a sinister smile. I didn't hide it at all, okay? Li Xiaodi felt like crying, but had no tears. Chapter 133. The party started, then ended. Li Xiaodi, a student in the special training camp? Brother Hu confirmed. She smiled bitterly and had to respond reluctantly. Who brought her here? Brother Hu's face suddenly turned gloomy. The vampires were in a commotion, and a few seconds later, a man with a buzz cut, a pointed chin, and scales on his face walked out. Tiger. Brother Tiger, it's me. He trembled and smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. We were just trying to bring back blood food. But who knew this girl would suddenly intervene and almost kick Guzzi's disc out of his waist? We saw that she smelled good, and it wasn't too dark at that time. If there was too much noise, it would easily attract other people, so we simply tied her up as well. Idiot. Brother Hu became even more angry after hearing this. The entire exhibition hall is very spacious. This masked ball among the vampires was originally very lively, but it was temporarily stopped because of the sudden discovery of Li Xiaodi. Brother Hu, what should we do now? A woman with scantily clad clothes, her body covered only with blood-red cloth, walked up to him with her plump long legs. We can't kill him, and we can't just let him go. Brother Hu's expression kept changing. Or, make her one of our own? The woman asked tentatively. Do you think we can't find out in the special training camp? Brother Hu said angrily. It doesn't matter if she finds out. As a member of the familiar, she won't expose us. Why does she need to tell me? Can't the night watch investigate on their own? If we start by checking her movements, how many of us can escape? That seems to be the case. The woman stammered, unable to refute. I'll go contact the boss. Brother who turned around and left the crowd with a gloomy face. The surroundings suddenly became even quieter. Everyone looked at the cage with unfriendly expressions and sharp eyes, and it was obvious that they were trying very hard to endure the hunger in their hearts. Li Xiaodi was trembling. Do you regret it? You will definitely regret it. She never thought that her kick would cause so much trouble. Judging from the conversation between Brother Hu and the others just now, no matter what, there is no way I will have a good ending. Who can come and save me? The malicious looks around him grew stronger, and Li Xiaodi felt more and more like crying. After a while, Brother Hu walked out of the room. His face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip out of it. Everyone's heart sank. But then, Brother Tiger slowly smiled. The boss said that he would personally transform her into one of our own. As for the night watch, the boss will take care of it. The banquet will proceed, as usual. All around was quiet. Good. Brother Tiger is awesome. Long live the boss. Then, the raging carnival almost blew the ceiling off. Bang. Brother Hu flicked the bottle cap with his fingernail, and the beer foam flew up, spraying all around. The light yellow wine was mixed with blood. Without the psychological burden, Brother Hu smiled wildly, especially spraying it on his female companion. That's bad. The drink slid down the curve of her body, and she raised her red-nailed palm, gently brushed it across her collarbone, then licked her lips. Brother Tiger, Brother Tiger. The crowd cheered loudly, completely different from the dead silence of just a few minutes ago. The music started rhythmically, coupled with the colorful lights. The atmosphere was instantly filled. The crowd began to sway, whistling and making all kinds of showy movements, just like a group of hooligans gathering together. Bang! One of them stepped forward and opened the iron cage directly. Originally imprisoned in a cage, everyone could at least huddle together for warmth. Now that the cage is opened, the sense of security is completely lost. Come on, come out. A strange man with 2 bloody eyes and no nose grabbed a girl and dragged her out with a grin. Little brother, come and play dice with me. A woman with a charming figure took seductive steps and pulled a young man out of the cage. If you win, I'll agree to one of your conditions. If you lose, I'll eat a piece of your flesh. Everyone had their hands imprisoned and their feet shackled. When they came out, they had chains around their necks, like dogs on a leash. Li Xiaodi watched helplessly as the number of people around her decreased, until in the end, she was the only one left. As for those who were forcibly taken out, some had wine fed into their mouths, and some were whipped. Now the vampires are having fun and don't take people's lives directly. However, it is conceivable that it won't be long before this group of perverts who feed on flesh and blood will start a brutal eating competition. Li Xiaodi. Brother Tiger suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cage. Her body trembled slightly. Do you want to come out? Brother Hu showed his white teeth. Li Xiaodi quickly shook his head. Figured it out? Great. With a creak, the door of the iron cage was opened. Brother Hu grabbed her shoulders and exerted force. Li Xiaodi, who wanted to sit there and refused to come out, was forcibly pulled out. The two of them walked through the crowd and came to the sofa, and then she was pushed to sit on the sofa. Li Xiaodi's teeth were chattering. He turned around and saw several bloody holes on his shoulder. The severe pain from the wound made her extremely conscious. Would you like a drink? Brother Tiger grinned and handed the drink to her. Oh, sorry, I forgot your hands were tied. As he said that, he picked up the drink, moved closer, lifted Li Xiaodi's chin, and poured water into it. Cough, cough, cough. The rough action caused Li Xiaodi to choke and cry. In the agony, fortunately, Brother Tiger only drank half a bottle before stopping. Ha ha, what I like most is seeing you superior people in such a mess. He crossed his legs and placed them on the table in front of him. Speaking of which, we haven't eaten the meat of a transcendent in these days. His eyes wandered over Li Xiaodi unscrupulously. Ahem. The girl looked pale and coughed dryly. Although he didn't get a response from her, Brother Hu didn't get angry. He drank the rest of the wine and then opened another bottle. I have been a maggot in society since I was a child, at the bottom of the society. Spicy bastard, my elementary school classmate became a transcendent and an official in the night patrol. He ignored me when I asked him to do something. It's just that he has a lot of talent. Why are you so proud? What a lousy night watchman. He's being played around by us now. He picked up the wine glass and drank it with great recklessness. He drank one bottle after another. The ferocity in Brother Tiger's eyes did not diminish in the slightest, and his gaze towards the girl was filled with greed. The boss said we can't kill her, so let's leave her a breath. Is that okay? I'm starving. I'm starving. Brother Tiger, can we eat now? The crowd was noisy, and the weird atmosphere became more and more heated. Some of the younger brothers asked with red eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up. Why are you all in such a hurry? Didn't we agree to start at midnight? Brother Tiger, I really can't help it. It smells so good. I'm going crazy with hunger. Tiger chuckled. Well, since everyone. Just then, a figure walked through the crowd and came onto the stage. Bang! Suddenly the lights dimmed and all sounds disappeared. What the hell? Everyone was stunned. Bang! When the lights came back on, they were completely focused on the stage. A trembling figure stood there. How's he? Brother whose eyes fixed. Why are you here just now? What the hell are you going to do? Everyone, let me say a few words. He was trembling as he spoke. Do you want to die, kid? Brother who stood up. I'm a scumbag. We're all cannibals. Howzy's voice was almost about to burst into tears. Good evening, rations. Then he seemed to be pushed and fell into the crowd. I think you took the wrong medicine today. Brother who walked forward with his fist clenched. Run, brother who. Howzy roared at the top of his lungs. Then, bang. 5 silk threads exploded and shot out in all directions. A figure formed by darkness slowly emerged on the stage. He held a megaphone in his hand. Patted. Repeat that. Good evening, rations. Chapter 134. The Shadow Man is a monster. Quiet. The scene was extremely quiet. Tentacles with a diameter of 4 or 5 centimeters burst out from Howzy's body, piercing through his skin with the sound of breaking through the air, and also piercing through the 2 unlucky guys. There were 5 tentacles nailed to the wall, wrapped in black with blood, looking extremely evil. There was blood splatter. The corner of his mouth was wet, and Brother who subconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked it. Fishy and sweet. One of the tentacles brushed past his face, leaving a slight sting on his face. The thought moved Brother who slightly, and he was startled. The wound can't heal? Who is it? He looked toward the stage. Under the focused light, the tall figure appeared clearly in front of everyone. His whole body was pitch black, with blood wrapped around his arms, spreading all the way to his fingertips. There are some red spots on it, making it look a bit like a semi-finished product. Those dark pupils emitted 2 points of light like ink shadows, which were so captivating that people dared not look into their eyes. Brother whose heart trembled, but he immediately suppressed the panic that arose. He stepped back, trying to hide in the crowd, and then informed the boss. Who is the boss here? The figure asked. Swish. Everyone looked at Brother who. Grass. He forced a smile on his face. Brother, our boss is on the way. If you leave now, we will pretend nothing happened. What do you think? Blood, wine, scars. The fallen blood races of various forms treat ordinary people as if they were blood food. To be precise, the word, as if, can be removed. Judging from his skillful movements, this was obviously not the first time he had done this. There were pieces of white bones left in that corner. If you put them together, I wonder how many people they could form. The shadowy figure glanced across the room. He met Brother Tiger's gaze again. As if nothing happened. Jiang, you hadn't finished speaking. Kill him. Suddenly, Brother who shouted loudly. He was timid 1 second and exploded like thunder the next. Including all the fallen ones, they changed their fearful expressions and rushed forward directly. What the hell? There are dozens of us, so it's impossible that we can't beat you alone, right? I can grind you to death. Boom. The platform trembled. Where's the guy? Where did that kid go? Everyone quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for Jiang Yu's whereabouts. Not here. Neither here. The space on the stage was not large, and after searching left and right, no trace of Jiang Yu could be found. Something's wrong. It seems like something is missing. I don't feel right either. Where are the people? Where are the blood food they brought back? Someone exclaimed. Everyone was then shocked to realize that more than a dozen people, one after another, had disappeared right under their noses. Phew. Puff. Puff. Threads of shadow shot out, blocking the door diagonally. Brother whose expression changed. Before he could react, tough shadow threads connected one after another, blocking the entrance. The specially made steel door is now completely sealed. You know, the venue for this secret banquet is provided by the boss, and for safety reasons, there is only this one entrance and exit. It's blocked like this. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape in a short time. After doing all this, the figure officially stood at the gate. The sense of crisis quickly spread to all limbs. Brother who could hear his own heart beating. Rations. Now, it's time to eat. Boom. The violent force hit the ground, and a hole instantly appeared in the solid floor. As soon as the words fell, the black shadow disappeared. Ah. At the same time, a scream rang out among the crowd. The shadow claws fell, and the 2 fallen ones were instantly broken into 2. Come on, all of you. Brother who was shocked and angry. Before he could finish his words, a shadow flew towards him. He was about to dodge when he saw the shadow explode. 5 shadow threads burst out. Hiss. One of them went straight through his thigh. Brother Who broke out in a cold sweat. He endured the severe pain and rubbed his right claw back and forth on the shadow's silk, barely cutting it through. When I looked up again, I heard wailing sounds one after another. This guy is fucking crazy and wants to kill. A pair of shadow claws flew up and down in the crowd. Every attack results in either death or injury. The most serious consequence of the attacks from everyone was that his body was shaken. This person can be considered extremely strong among the second level. Brother Who felt a chill in his heart. But the same thing. There are dozens of people. It's impossible that they can be killed by just one person. We have 4 second-level warriors. Bang. There was blood bursting out. Brother Tiger gritted his teeth. We have 3 second-level warriors. Bang. There are 2 people left. I should still be able to fight, right? Kill him, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Everyone looked crazy. He was originally a fallen being of the blood system, his body full of blood. At this moment, the whole hall was filled with the smell of blood, which was almost condensed into mist. Just standing in this environment, my body starts to feel restless. The pupils were bloodshot, and apart from Brother Who had been watching from the side from the beginning, few people could still remain rational. They now have only one thought, to bite off a piece of flesh from the black figure in front of them. Die. Jiang Yu's eyes were cold as he tore the body in front of him into pieces. Pure blood flowed into his body, replenishing his lost strength and some of his injuries. To deal with such a large number of low-level people, activate the Shadow Claw, and it will be like mowing down the grass with no equal. You don't even need to turn on intricate. There is no need to dodge tickling attacks. Sharp intuition will immediately give you prompts for threatening attacks. Dozens of people? In just a moment, there were only a dozen people left on the field. A bunch of disgusting and pathetic degenerates. Having almost lost their minds, they had no idea what retreat meant. Jiang Yu did not hold back at all. On the way here, under torture, Haozi told almost everything he could. Previously, due to the strict supervision of the night patrol, they did not dare to act openly, and the number of cases committed was not large. Even so, the extent of the incident is so shocking that it's disgusting. Just like a cow, different parts can be cut into different parts and then enjoyed in different ways. Beef tongue, beef eye, beef ribs, beef brisket, top brain. It can be said that there is no innocent person in this room. If that's the case, how can we ask Jiang Yu to hold back? It is not an exaggeration to regard them all as different species. You're lucky if you hit the target with one strike and are able to keep your breath. I'll consider whether to give you 2 more hits after I finish a round of killing. Move sideways to avoid the attack. Jiang Yu grabbed the opponent with his backhand and chopped him off with his claws. Blood immediately flowed from the junction of the wounds. Call. Looking around, the scene was in a mess. Within a 2-meter radius, blood slowly flowed towards Jiang Yu's feet and then crawled onto his body. Help me. Brother Tiger. It hurts so much. Why can't the wound heal? Some were still alive and groaning on the ground. Brother Who was completely stunned and his brain went blank. A few minutes. Just a few minutes in total? Those dozens of people were completely wiped out? Click, click. Jiang Yu walked towards him slowly. You don't come over here. Brother Who admitted that he was one of the few people who was frightened since he was a child. His voice was trembling, as if he was the one who was kidnapped. Click, click. Jiang Yu ignored it. When you put your feet on the floor, they get stained with various liquids, and then lift them up, they will make sounds, like a countdown to death. Bang. There was a sudden loud noise at the door. Listen up everyone inside, you have been surrounded by the night watch. Jiang Yu paused. Brother Who's face instantly showed joy. Have you reported to the night patrol? Jiang Yu asked. What night watchman should I report to? After hearing this question, Brother Who was numb. You're having a party here. Why don't you have someone on guard outside? Yeah, why did you forget to set up a sentry? I would forget this kind of thing too? Phew. Shadows penetrated his body, and he was suspended in the air, facing the door. The door was shaking continuously, and it looked like it could be broken open at any time. Brother Who always felt that something was not right about what happened tonight. However, he had no time to think carefully. Could it be that the shadowy figure was going to kill him in front of everyone when the night watchman broke into the house? Killing people and destroying their hearts? With a loud bang, the gate was breached, and the night watchman filed in one after another. Night watchman, don't move. Don't move. Don't move. You're finally here. Brother Who felt like he had seen his savior. The night watchmen gradually lowered their gun barrels. What's wrong? Brother Who didn't understand. He struggled hard, hanging in the air like a maggot, wriggling and turning. In the cage, the people tied with iron rings reappeared. They all fell into a coma. The dark figure disappeared. Brother Who was moved, and moved back like a maggot again. My lords, it's a good thing you came early. We were kidnapped by a shadowy man. He's a monster, and he almost killed me. The voice was so sad that those who heard it shed tears. Chapter 135 Theory is wrong. Hiss. Huh. Chewing a piece of candy in his mouth, Jiang You stood on the shadowy rooftop, silently watching the evacuating team below. To be honest, I was enjoying the killing and even felt a little unsatisfied. He had never experienced this kind of pleasure of bullying a weak opponent before. A group of degenerates who used to live a depressed and unhappy life, but after being tempted, they fell into depravity. It's okay to bully ordinary people or rely on your numbers to beat those who are fewer. If you meet someone with a little bit of strength, you will be chased and attacked. A group of scattered sand, no coordination. What's funny is that during the battle, there were several times when Jiang You hadn't made a move yet, and several of them bumped into each other and almost lost their combat effectiveness on the spot. Perhaps they just relied on their status as vampires to go crazy and lose their minds. Otherwise, if it were other fallen ones, they would have collapsed and fled long ago. The blood-colored lines have covered most of the body. Jiang You could clearly feel that shadow form further strengthened his body. These are actually relatively minor. The important thing is, shadow claws and shadow knives seem to be able to suppress the blood species' recovery ability. He paid close attention during the battle and was basically certain that it was not an illusion. Vampires have always been known for their amazing recovery abilities. In battle, some fallen had only their arms chopped off. This kind of injury is not serious for the vampires. Even if I can't pick it up and connect it, at least I can stop the bleeding. The fact is that the bleeding continues. Jiang You clenched his fists and no longer paid attention to the changes in his body. On top of the tall buildings, the vehicles below formed a long dragon. The edge of East 1 district. This place is almost uninhabited and few people come here on weekdays. The place where the party was held was the basement of an abandoned nightclub. At the entrance of the night planting meeting, there were about 20 or 30 night patrol cars lined up, and it was rare to see such a large number of them. By the way, there is another boss mentioned by Housey, but this boss seems to have not come to the party. Jiang You stared deeply. Night watchman came and went, checking the surroundings and helping to carry the wounded. Sir, I am wronged. I am really wronged. I know nothing about it. I am a victim. I was almost killed by that shadowy figure. What tattoo? I got a tattoo to look good. I am definitely a good person. You can't wrongly accuse me because of this. I was rescued? Li Xiaodi opened his eyes in a daze and found himself being carried on a stretcher. There was a big man crying in my ear, and it sounded very miserable. I don't know what tragic thing happened. She barely looked to the side. The majestic brother tiger in my memory was now crying bitterly, with several bloody holes on his body. At this moment, he was being held next to the car by a night patrolman and handcuffed behind his back. You are so brave, the leader of the blood race. Now you are pretending to be an innocent person. The night watchman looked solemn and shouted. It's unfair, sir. It's unfair. Woo-woo. With tape on my mouth, the world is finally quiet. Turns out it's brother who. That's okay. Li Xiaodi stopped looking at him and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, I was already in the hospital. Coincidentally, the night watchman was asking about the specific situation of the patient in the neighboring bed. We were all pulled out of the cage. Look at this piece of flesh on my body. It was torn off by one of the monsters. The injured man still had a bit of fear on his face. Later, the man who looked like Brother Ward appeared at the scene. He changed his clothes, but I think he was right. Really, if he had come 10 seconds later, I might have become food for the monster. It's Ward Brother again. The night watchman grumbled to himself. In the past 2 or 3 months, a lot of trivial things have happened in Yuhai, and Brother Ward can be seen in almost every scene. This guy not only appears at the crime scene every time, but is also always one step ahead of the night watchman. It's a bit outrageous. Go on. The night watchman nodded slightly. I remember it very clearly. After he came on stage, he said, What did you say? Good evening, rations. Good job. Brother Ward is crazy enough. If he hadn't directly killed a monster at that time, I would almost think that Brother Ward was the real mastermind behind the scene. The man looked ashamed. Later, you seemed to have pinched my neck and strangled me until I passed out. When I woke up, I had been rescued by the night watchman. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. The night watchman nodded slightly, then looked at the girl who had just woken up and made a simple record. Sir, this group of blood degenerates looks like an organized entity. Are there other blood degenerates besides them? Seeing the night watchman was about to leave, Li Xiaodi hesitated and asked. Probably not. Yuhai has never had a serious incident involving fallen people like last night. The night watchman stopped and explained. This group of fallen people acted extremely cautiously, causing great trouble for the Night Watch Division in handling the case. Logically, they would have kept hiding their heads and showing their tails like this. I don't know what went wrong with them yesterday. They acted so high profile. I'm afraid they didn't take the Night Watch seriously at all. As for the so-called boss, we have already obtained some information about him. I think it won't take too long to resolve this crisis. Please rest assured. Then he turned and left. That's good. Li Xiaodi breathed a sigh of relief. This time, she overestimated her own abilities and almost got herself into trouble. Having said that, I haven't seen Wart Brother for a month, and he has become stronger. And his crazy manner somehow reminded her of the big devil in the special training camp. River Tour. 2 days later. Special training camp. Puff. Surrounded by smoke, Jiang Yu walked out of the instrument. The muscles on his naked upper body are angular. Although he is not very strong, he has a streamlined feel, which makes people feel the tremendous power contained in his body. Cool. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. His muscles were red, like prawns boiled in hot water. Congratulations, your voice is even louder this time than last time. It will probably be recorded and sent to the grade group. Yang Xiai clapped softly. Thank you for talking about this. Jiang Yu was sweating all over. Glancing at the light screen, the amount of momentum successfully exceeded 100. According to the numerical value, it has probably successfully broken through to the second level. His lifespan was shortened by 3 months. Almost all the gains from hunting the vampires that day were lost. After taking the medicine twice, Jiang Yu was basically able to confirm that a bottle of medicine can be almost completely absorbed in 4 or 5 days. If you want to shorten the time, it will consume more life. If you take the medicine once every 3 days, each time you take it you will lose 3 months of your life. So if you take the medicine 10 times a month, your lifespan will be deducted by 30 months, or 2.5 years. Who among ordinary people dares to spend money like this? The cell strength, activity, and internal pollution index were not affected in any way. Yang Xiai held another report card with a strange look on his face. I am increasingly suspicious of your body structure. Theoretically, if you take medication continuously in a short period of time, you will definitely be affected. Then the theory is wrong. Jiang Yu waved his hand. But what's the problem? Jiang Yu said confidently, you don't believe me when I put this real-life example in front of you? You insist on believing in the theory? Go back and study it with your teacher. You never know which parameter you made wrong. Chapter 136, Connecting Clues. Are we wrong? If you use a method close to overdraft to forcibly squeeze out the momentum from your body, will it not cause harm to your body? You may feel sluggish at the moment, but you will be full of energy after a few days. I am in excellent health and there is nothing abnormal. What a perfect potion. Listen for yourself. Does this sound normal? Sister Yang Xiai, do you have any other questions? Jiang Yu asked. Nothing. Put on your clothes as soon as possible. Yang Xiai looked away. I sweat all over after taking the medicine once, and my clothes stick to my body because of the sweat. Jiang Yu chose to go into battle shirtless. Remember to install an air conditioner in the instrument next time. Jiang Yu put on his clothes. There won't be a next time. Yang Xiai glanced at him. Next, you can take the medicine from me and take it yourself when you go back. No need for instruments? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. The device is to assist in the absorption of the drug and monitor your physical condition to prevent accidents. Yang Xiai explained, once you've confirmed there's no danger, you don't have to rely on the instruments anymore. Is that so? Jiang Yu said with a little regret, I still think it would be more comfortable to use the instrument. It's true that it's more comfortable to see white silk. Yang Xiai smiled. The round legs were wrapped in silky stockings that completely covered the calves, revealing the milky white skin above. At the base of the thigh, there is a black ring belt that increases attack speed and critical strike. The wider the stockings, the wider the legs. I have to say, Yang Xiai is really good. Do you want a video chat every night from now on? Yang Xiai asked. This is not good. We will be discovered by Yao Yao at night. It's okay to get up early. Ahem. No, I just want to become stronger. Don't worry, I didn't record it. Really not recording? It's fake. Yang Xiai took out his phone. Next time you come, bring 20 bottles of the blood of the vampire. Otherwise, send the recording to Lu Yao Yao. Goodbye, Sister Yang Xiai. Jiang Yu slipped away. The older senior schoolmate is different. She is definitely not the little white rabbit that he can manipulate at will. Jiang Yu seriously suspected that the other party was greedy for his body and tried to trick him into the bed, the operating bed, and then slice him up for research. Leave the medical building. I take the subway back to Yohai every day. Buzz. The night patrol issued the latest notice. Jiang Yu let out a light exclamation. After patrolling day and night, the night patrol division collected and sorted out clues and hunted down the blood polluter. At 6 o'clock this morning, the holder of the special blood species, Lu, was arrested and brought to justice. The Night Watch reminds you that besides Lu, there may still be other blood-type people. Please do not take it lightly. Has the mastermind been caught? Jiang Yu perked up a bit. Last time, the night race destroyed this group of blood species. He knew there was a boss behind it, but he didn't expect that in just 2 days, this guy was caught. The Night Watchman released the written record. After reading it, there is quite a lot of information. The boss Lu said that one day he found an entrance to the shadow layer and wanted to report it, but suddenly he saw a blood-colored crystal falling from the entrance. He was greedy and touched the stone, but he didn't expect that this thing was actually a special species of dead blood, the so-called personality. With the blessing of the personality, his life changed dramatically. He initially thought about seeking help from the Night Watch, but in the face of rapidly expanding strength, these ideas were soon forgotten. He began to develop a large number of followers and spread pollution. It is well known that the blood is special. Clan subordinates, blood control, blood source pollution, high-speed recovery. This kind of blood pattern is most serious about pollution. If one is not careful, even the Night Watchman can fall into the trap, let alone ordinary people. Boss Lu went straight into the vegetable market and shopping malls, and the pollution quickly spread from person to person. He also secretly opened a factory that made blood-derived potions, which were actually fake potions made by relying on his special nature. Facing the interrogation of the night patrol officer, Lu confessed everything. Did you catch it? It always feels a little bit lacking. Previously, Yanhai was turned upside down, and then, in just 4 days, all the younger brothers were wiped out and the boss was also captured. He read it again and found a few lines of words inserted in the article. The blood vein species is too corrosive. Lu said that he felt his body was getting worse. If he could not get a large amount of blood to replenish it, he would be completely assimilated into a different species. Tormented by inner suffering, Lu thought over the matter for several days and decided to do something big. He ordered Brotherhood to stir up trouble in East District 1, and he took advantage of the chaos in Brotherhood's area to devour a large number of people in West District 1, 30 kilometers away, in exchange for their pure blood. All preparations were complete, but when it came to the last step, Lu was still unable to make up his mind. Seeing Brotherhood being arrested, he was conflicted and ultimately did not start a killing spree. There is evil in my heart, but I am wavering and indecisive. Now that I have joined the Night Watch, I will accept the death penalty. Hiding from place to place, living in fear. This kind of life tortured him. The hospital, the shadow layer, and the rise of the river fishermen were all his work. Jiang You shook his head and stopped looking at it. The subway arrived and he left the station. Half an hour later, looking at the sealed shabby factory in front of him, Jiang You seemed to be thinking about something. With some curiosity, he came here, the factory where Lu said fake, blood-derived medicine was produced. After rounding up the vampires at the party, the Night Watchman immediately headed towards the factory. Now, everything is settled. Only a few Night Watchmen were carrying instruments and doing the finishing work around. At this point, everything has been barely resolved. Only Lu Mo Yuan is back, but where is Feng Xiaoxiao? Jiang You could be sure that the girl must have some fragments of her character. Clicking on other areas of the app, Feng Xiaoxiao's wanted order is still there, and the reward amount has not decreased at all. What role does she play in this? Suddenly, a figure flashed in the peripheral vision. Jiang You, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks. In an instant, the memory that had been suppressed immediately emerged in my mind. When the blood catastrophe first appeared, he followed Song Qi to the shadow layer to carry out the mission. When killing the couple, his figure flashed by. Before chasing Feng Xiaoxiao, he was searching for the trace of a blood species, when a bloody figure flashed by. His gaze finally settled on the middle of the residential building, and the so-called fleeting moment was taken as an illusion. At this moment, the similar blood bar reappeared in front of him. Entwined with silky patterns, the color of the blood bar itself seems to have a layer of flowing light special effects. No wonder he still had an impression of it even though it flashed by so quickly before. It is obvious that the shape of this health bar is unusual. This was the first time Jiang You saw a health bar that looked so different. He finally realized what was wrong. How can an ordinary couple have an entrance and exit to the shadow layer and suddenly have several relatives? Feng Xiaoxiao, whose family is in the catering industry, killed her competitors and helped her family to rise to the top? The vampires held a high-profile party and chose a sealed underground entrance. Everyone forgot to keep guard at the door, and halfway through the party, someone called the night patrol. And finally, there is Boss Lu, who was easily arrested and confessed everything. More and more clues appeared in Jiang Yu's mind, and a chill gradually rose in his heart. If the first couple was one of the countless baits, Feng Xiaoxiao was pushed out as the scapegoat, the blood race gathering, and the Boss Lu were all abandoned. In this way, can the real murderer escape? Chapter 137. What is he doing? Above his thick lips, there was a sparse stubble. He has a flat nose and 2 eyes, one standing guard while the other keeping sentry. There are also middle-aged men, and now some college students may also have receding hairlines. It is commonly known as baldness. Of course, baldness is not that serious. With that said, it seems to be more suitable for today's high school and college students. He was wearing a gray vest, dark jeans, and a pair of cheap shoes that looked like they had been worn for years. Overall, he is just an ordinary middle-aged man. Even the more embarrassing kind. He hid in the upper floors, watching the night patrolman calmly. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and moved his gaze to the next floor. The rooftop was empty. There was a hint of doubt in the bald man's eyes. Is it an illusion? He looked away and stopped thinking about it. Then he continued to observe the movements of the night watchman. He remained almost motionless until 2 hours later, when he saw the night watchman carrying 2 wooden boxes out of the factory. Then he nodded. It disappeared into the darkness, and then appeared on the first floor of this old building. At the stairs, just before stepping out, he walked to the shadows. His arms suddenly exploded, his muscles became solid, and his hands instantly turned into claw blades wrapped in blood. Just like that, it was as if piercing into a real object, piercing into the shadow. The arc of the muscle bulge was extremely exaggerated, and he exerted force with both arms, tearing it to both sides little by little. The shadow was torn apart by him. Seeing that they were about the same size, he crawled in. In the shadow layer, he no longer hesitated to step out of the floor. He climbed to the top of the building using his hands and feet. The corners of his clothes fluttered, and he suddenly rushed forward, grabbed the building in front of him, and began to climb up. When he reached the rooftop, he ran as fast as he could, pushed off the ground with his feet, and jumped high into the air. With a bang, he climbed onto the wall and scaled upwards. He hadn't climbed 2 steps when he seemed to sense something and looked back. His sharp eye swept across the dark areas. There was no living thing in sight. The bald man was sure that there was no sign of his turning back, and if something was following him, the other party would not be able to react. His eyes kept changing and his face gradually became gloomy. Keep climbing up, faster and faster. Blood wrapped around his legs, and his whole body left a trail of blood-red light. The 2 buildings, which were 20 or 30 meters apart, were easily crossed by him after he jumped with all his might. The bald man did not stop, nor did he even look back once. It flew over the high-rise buildings, shopping malls, school buildings in the shadow layer, and finally arrived at an office building. The claw blade clinched the outer wall and descended, and a teeth-grinding crackling sound was heard in the shadow layer. Finally, he landed on the ground with a thud, his back against the wall, his eyes grim. The bald man took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Come out, I found you. His voice was dry and hoarse, not like that of a man in his 30s or 40s, but more like that of an old man in his 80s or 90s. After waiting for about 7 or 8 seconds, the bald man sneered, Aren't you coming out yet? As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust his hands into the shadows again, spread them apart, and quickly moved his whole body inside. Tear open the shadows and return to the world from the shadow layer. The forward and backward movements add up to a maximum of half a second. As my feet stepped onto the ground of the real world, the slight sense of crisis in my heart suddenly disappeared. The bald man breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he look at the scene in front of him. The narrow alley had an uneven surface, and the sunlight was blocked by tall buildings on both sides, so that the alley was still very dark even in broad daylight. Brother, I'm not your brother, and I don't want to be lenient. You stole my brother's woman. Do you think this matter can be let go? Kneel down and apologize, and let it go. Otherwise. 6 boys, dressed in shabby clothes, with hair of all colors from red to purple, and looking to be around 20 years old, surrounded one person. There was also a girl next to them with red eyes, stamping her feet anxiously. It's a typical case of a group of thugs harassing a couple. Go home, little brat. The red-haired man in the lead was about to take action when a cold voice came from beside him. His body trembled, and when he saw who was coming, he immediately cursed. Get lost, bald man. Where did you come from? You have nothing to do here. If you don't want to cause trouble, come to me quickly. Crack. Before he could finish his words, one of his arms was instantly dislocated. Ah. The scream stopped abruptly as red-haired was slapped on the mouth, breaking his 2 front teeth. Is this a trainer? The others were shocked and angry. The bald man's movements were fast and fierce, but they didn't seem to be to the point of being unbeatable. With the sound of jingling, everyone rushed forward with baseball bats, hammers, and wrenches. 2 minutes later. Ah. The alley was filled with people falling to the ground, weeping and wailing. The couple stared blankly at the bald man as he slowly walked away. Leaving the alley, the bald man turned and walked on the street. Today is a weekday, and there are not many people on the street. He took out his cell phone and opened the list. Click pin a contact and edit the information. I am busy outside and cannot get away. Please take good care of yourself. It wasn't long before I received a reply. After taking a quick glance, the bald man put his phone back into his pocket. He began walking down the street. Bite. Bus number 15 has arrived. Passengers, please. Passing a bus stop, blocked by vehicles, by the time he passed through the station from behind, his old clothes had completely changed. He was wearing a second-hand suit, exquisite leather shoes. His hair was neatly combed, and he had an ordinary appearance, looking like an ordinary office worker. Just like that, after several changes and several changes of route, Not only is the image completely different from the original, but the route is even more unpredictable. After going around in circles, I had to walk at least more than 10 kilometers. Take the bus, ride a bike, change various means of transportation. This whole process took up most of the day. The bald man. Oh no, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him the deformed man. Now he is a gangster with yellow hair. In fact, when the transformer came out of the alley, he thought that no one was following him. He could just transform himself into the gangster he is now and complete the assigned task. But he still chose to constantly change his form and strive for stability. At this critical juncture, he dared not act rashly. It's just a little troublesome at best, but it's better to be safe than sorry. The man got on the bus again, and this time, he was really going home. More than half an hour later, the bus stopped. He took out his key and entered the apartment building. Soon, he returned to his room. The small house has everything you need, including a living room, bathroom, and kitchen. But the room was a mess, with takeaway bags and wine and beverage bottles piled up randomly. The floor was sticky, as if some dried liquid had left something behind. This is the home of the gangster. Outside the window, in the shadow layer, Jiang Yu's gaze penetrated the space and fell on the transformed man who was in the real world. Young Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. The health bar remained in a flowing state, and he watched the other person's face change throughout the afternoon. This guy, what is he doing there? Chapter 138. The man who is extremely meticulous. I will call the night patrol directly. I returned home at around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The hooligan threw off his coat and lay down on the sofa, scrolling through his phone with a tired look. After lying there for a full 20 minutes, he reluctantly got up. I walked slowly to the kitchen, heated up the leftovers, put them on the table, and a simple dinner was ready. He lay down on the table and started eating. Occasionally, when I eat chili peppers and peppercorns, I just spit them out on the ground with a poo sound. Not long after, he received a call. So he went out with a baseball bat. It wasn't what Jiang Yu had guessed, but a down-to-earth group fight. He was extremely cruel when he bullied a college student who looked like he was still studying. Several thugs nearby were trying to persuade him not to beat the man to death. The life of a gangster youth is probably just so fulfilling. The fight was over, and it was only 6 in the evening when I got home. What should I do if I have no money for dinner? It's better to choose sleep. He found a huge bag from somewhere. The transformer opened the bag. The person lying there was a yellow-haired guy who looked almost the same as him. Should I say, this is the appearance of his original owner? His face is as rosy as usual, but if you open his eyelids to check, you will find that his pupils are completely dilated and out of focus, and he is clearly dead. The strange thing was that the blood in his body continued to flow normally, and even his heart was beating steadily. It can be said that the body is still alive to some extent. The transformed man's eyes flickered slightly. This corpse actually came back to life. His movements were no different from those of ordinary people. He took the initiative to lie on the bed and straighten his body. I don't know how much time has passed. Sudden, the yellow-haired man on the bed's blood suddenly stopped flowing, and the whole person is decaying at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, his body truly died. A few drops of dark red blood overflowed from his body, fell to the ground, and rolled outwards. Across the carpet, through the living room, and finally up to the front door. A trickle of blood flowed out from the keyhole, but without attracting anyone's attention, it flowed towards the stairwell. In the 6th-floor stairwell of an old building, blood was dripping directly from the gaps. Click. The blood dripped into the back of a young man's neck, blending in perfectly. Thank you. The house here is a bit old. I'll think about it again. The young man, who looked like he had just graduated, had a bruised face and nose, and spoke to the agent in front of him. Okay. The agent smiled and nodded. The college student in front of me. I don't know what he has been through. He looks like he just got beaten up. Moreover, I always feel that his words sound cold and not like a living person. She muttered to herself. After leaving this place, the college student returned to the house he rented near the school. Break the table and smash the computer. Turn the room into a mess. Almost there. The college student nodded. An ordinary-looking scavenger next to him also nodded. Thanks a lot. The scavenger raised his mouth and walked past the college student. After he left, blood flowers bloomed on the college student's body. It looked like he overused his abilities and died because he couldn't withstand the pollution. The same dark red blood burst out of his body, closely following the scavenger and merging into his body. He took out a small glass bottle from his arms and shook it gently. The dark red liquid quickly filled the bottle. Then, the ordinary-looking scavenger got on the bus and huddled in the corner. I changed buses halfway and finally took a taxi to the newly built housing area near Yunhai. Looking back out the rear window, he let out a deep breath. About half an hour later, As they got closer to the housing area, the taxi stopped, and he started walking. Finally entered the residential area and the target building. It was already completely night. The sky had darkened completely, the wind was howling, and there were occasional rumbles of thunder. It looked like a heavy rain was brewing. Ding dong. The elevator reaches the floor. His steps became more brisk. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked gently on the door. Who is it? The sound echoed in the house. Are you here? Pulling open the door, the woman couldn't help but show surprise on her face. Uncle. The little girl was playing in the living room. When she heard the noise, she ran out and said excitedly, Uncle, look, my new home is so big. Do you like your new home? The man smiled. Yeah, I like it. The little girl nodded excitedly. I'm glad you like it. Your father is still on a business trip, so I came to visit you. The man took out a bottle of reagent from his arms. Here, Uncle brought you a delicious drink. As he spoke, he took out a reagent bottle. Where's Mom's? The little girl asked, blinking her eyes. Yes, we have all. The man smiled. From now on, you will have endless drinks. Thank you, Uncle. The little girl waved her chubby little hands. Is it done? The woman asked with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Everything is about to end. The man nodded heavily. After giving a few final instructions, he hurriedly left. Standing on the first floor, the man looked up and felt relieved. Because all the traces have formed a closed loop, and the layers of smoke bombs have cleared the suspicion. So you say it's about to end? A voice sounded beside him. Who? The sound was not loud, but in front of the man, it was like a thunderclap. He looked closely and saw a dark figure standing out from the shadows. The burly body and intimidating power are overwhelming. His ordinary face suddenly showed horror. Constantly disguise and change identities. The hooligans who bullied others at will died at the hands of the college students who gained power, and finally the college students died from the pollution of their power. The conflict between the two was not complicated. With the death of both parties, everything became even clearer. And these two people were actually already dead. It was just that you used your ability to direct and act out the script yourself. With this expression on your face, I wonder what part of your plan this is. Looking at the figure in front of him, Jiang You was filled with emotion. It's really ridiculously thin. I've never seen anyone as cautious as you. Is this to clear yourself of suspicion, or to send a smoke bomb to the night watch to distract the vision? Or maybe both. The so-called blood race gathering and the so-called boss are all discarded pawns. Every step is carefully planned. It's so exciting. At the end of the day, I witnessed the other party creating dramas and changing identities. Jiang Yu was truly amazed. It stands to reason that with the arrest of Boss Liu, the Yunhai blood race incident has formed a certain closed loop. The transformed man in front of him just needs to wait patiently, and his suspicion will be gradually cleared. But this person was bold and careful, and he started filling in other details. If we say that the probability that the night patrol could find him was 10%, then give this person 10 days to half a month to complete the script, thus forming a complete, closed loop. The probability of the night watch finding him again is probably less than 1%. But he probably could never have imagined that the luxurious health bar of Supreme VIP Edition above his head was completely exposed to Jiang Yu's eyes. Every move was clearly visible and was watched from beginning to end. Although we haven't fully figured out this person's intentions, we have already seen how delicate his mind is and how unbelievable his methods are. You've been planning all this since you first gained the ability. They are involved in it, but they are also on the fringes trying to gain benefits. Extremely cautious. That's the only way I can describe you. Until just now, Jiang Yu saw him coming out of that house. If I remember correctly, that was Deng Ke's wife and daughter He. So, infecting your daughter with the hemostatic syndrome was also part of your plan. Dunko. You. The man's expression kept changing. Jiang Yu sighed slightly. To be honest, I really want to talk to you more. But you haven't made a move all day, so I don't know how strong you are. So, let's talk about this in detail after you're caught. As soon as the words fell, the figure leaped back and disappeared into the darkness. What? Deng Ke's brain didn't react. Dewu. Dewu. One after another, the night patrol vehicles drove over and quickly surrounded the building in front of him, in front of his confused gaze. Wart brother. You saw it all, guess so much. Then, he ran away without fighting me and called a group of night watchmen. Chapter 139 Roundup. Where's the Wart brother who hunted alien species without mercy and killed them indiscriminately? We have such a deep friendship. We are old acquaintances. You didn't want to face me, but instead called the night watchman over? What? Are you worried that I will attack you, or are you worried that you can't beat me? When he was in the shadow layer, he wondered if he was being targeted by something. Later, after leaving the shadow layer, the sense of crisis disappeared, and Deng Ke felt relieved and just thought it was some alien species. But he remained vigilant. As usual, he changed his identity and appearance repeatedly to make sure no one was following him before he began to carry out his plan. No matter whether it is the yellow-haired gangster or the student behind. This was all part of his process of completely clearing his identity. Who would have thought that there was an old six secretly watching him? What kind of person is it that can see everything from beginning to end and hide his methods so deeply that no one can detect it? Oh, it's Brother Wart. Dear Wart brother. This feeling is no less than wearing a mask and stripping off clothes to dance for a whole day, and then the audience applauds. Old classmate, the performance is really good. We were in the same class back then, sitting in front and behind each other. He thought he had it perfect, but ended up taking off his pants and farting. What made it even harder for him to accept was, you actually shook people. When did the relationship between people become so fragile? Deng Ke's face looked extremely interesting. Looking at the night patrolmen who kept getting out of the cars, his heart sank. A complete team of night watchmen working together would be enough to give him a hard time. Looking at the current situation, there are 50 or 60 night patrolmen, and more are coming. There's nothing he can resist. If this group of people attack him together, he might not even have ashes left. Deng Ke hesitated for 2 seconds because of Jiang Yu's weird move, then turned around and went into the corridor. His arms thrust into the shadow, then tore it apart. He wants to open a hole to escape to the shadow layer. The idea is good, but unfortunately it was kicked out with a big foot. With a thud, the defenseless Deng Ke was kicked directly in the chest and flew backwards. Tor. There was murderous intent in his eyes. I'm sorry, but I can't let you get away like this. Then why don't you just fight me alone? Why call a group of night watchmen over? I have been strategizing, developing my clan, and enjoying the feeling of being behind the scenes. He has never been so aggrieved. After this obstruction, the night watchman rushed up from behind. He could hear the heavy footsteps of the other party rushing towards him, and could also feel the powerful momentum pressing down on him. There is no way to run anymore. You can't escape no matter how hard you run. You can only fight. In an instant, Deng Ke's figure rose taller and expanded to more than 2 meters. The blood color quickly wrapped around the body, and a layer of extremely aggressive blood light attached to the fingertips. Especially the arms, with bulging muscles and strong muscular bodies, and the meridians are like thick earthworms, coiled on them, looking extremely ferocious. Die! Deng Ke turned around and punched hard. Bang! A terrifying sound wave exploded, and wind blades shot out in all directions. The 2 arms intersected and paused for a moment, and then ended with Deng Ke's figure explosively retreating backwards. With a loud bang, he smashed directly into the wall. Maybe they feel that fighting here will have a very bad impact. The night watchman reached out to grab the other person, then threw him out. Deng Ke was thrown out just like that. Thank you so much, Brother Wart. Deng Ke cursed in his heart. Level 4 Guidance. Full name, 4th level instructor of the Night Patrol Department of the Cloud Sea Gathering Area. This is also known as the Reserve Night Watchman. When Lu Nanfeng retires in the future, he will be selected from among the instructors. Having dozens of night watchmen come was already too much, and then an instructor came up and punched me twice. How to fight this? Deng Ke had no intention of fighting since he saw the night watch team. Now that he saw the instructor was present, the only thing he could think about was how to escape. But how could the night watchman miss this opportunity? Come on in a rush. Beams of light fly and the battle begins. Be careful of pollution. His pollution is stronger than that of all previous blood species. Everyone scatter. The instructor shouted angrily. This battle should have been a foregone conclusion, but who would have thought that Deng Ke had a backup plan? He took out a bottle of potion that was red to black and swallowed it. His aura suddenly became several times stronger. This is actually nothing, but the pollution that has expanded several times is enough to make people's scalp tingle. As long as you get close, you will be affected, let alone attacking with a knife or a punch. This is the domineering ability that comes with the personality, and it is extremely tricky. Deng Ke knew that the situation was not optimistic, so he tried his best. He poured bottles of accumulated blood into his mouth, trying his best to spread the pollution around him. So far, nearly 10 night watchmen have lighter bloodlines on their bodies, and 4 or 5 night watchmen have darker bloodlines on their bodies. It means they are affected by pollution. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and gravel was flying everywhere. When the smoke and dust cleared, Deng Ke's broken body appeared in everyone's sight. The ground beneath my feet was full of potholes, as if it had been touched by a demolition crew. Let me go. I promise not to harm Yunhai again. Deng Ke was vomiting blood. One of his eyes was blind. There was a huge hole in his left abdomen, and the blood was flowing unstoppably. Considering that they were in a residential area, The fourth-level instructor didn't dare to fight freely. The building was destroyed with one punch, and hundreds of residents died on the spot. Who was to blame? It can be said that Deng Ku has a special ability. At the critical moment, he can transform into blood and move, narrowly avoiding the attack. It's impossible to let you go. Just surrender and stop resisting in vain, the instructor said calmly. Deng Ku gritted his teeth and glanced at the night watchman in front of him. He suddenly raised his right arm. The blood dripped down and fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound. There is pollution in my body. As a special species of vampire, my contamination, once fully erupted, will far exceed the range you can bear. He looked at the figures in front of him. I know you are not afraid, but you still have wives, children, and parents. Some people in the crowd had slightly changed expressions. You are extraordinary people, and your family members are also extraordinary people. You will bring the pollution home. I can say with certainty that your family will be contaminated, and there is a 90% chance that they will not survive. Thanks for the reminder. The instructor's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end, and it was clear that he was not willing to give up. Captain Su, the shadow cage is ready. At this time, a night watchman spoke up. Okay. Captain Su breathed a sigh of relief. He was not good at imprisoning people, and he was also worried that if he pushed Deng Ku into a corner, he would explode and cause pollution without any care, considering that there was a large residential area nearby. This shadow cage was brought by the night watchman this time, and it was intended to be used to imprison Deng Ku. Who knows what happened to it just now? It was so wilted and didn't react at all. But it doesn't matter, as long as it works now. Damn it. Deng Ku said no more, turned around, and ran back. Chase. A group of night watchmen rushed out the moment he took action. There was a loud rumbling sound. Under the attack of beams of light, several bloody holes appeared on Deng Ku's body. You won't give me a chance to live, right? His eyes were bloodshot, and the bloodstains on his neck spread out like tree roots, lingering on his skin. Okay, let's die together. With a crazy look on his face, he pounced towards everyone. Be careful. The instructor concentrated, holding the forbidden object with one hand, and swung the other hand into the air. Then, blood splattered. No one expected that after a slap, Deng Ku's body exploded. This is killed by a slap? Chapter 140 Greed is like a hanging bridge. The fourth-level instructor is so terrifying. Deng Ku covered his broken arm, his face as pale as paper. Within the shadow layer, his figure moved up and down. Compared to his free movement a few hours ago, one could clearly feel how much effort he was putting in now. He looked back from time to time, and after looking back several times, he felt a little relieved. I don't know if the night watchman noticed it. He left behind a clone of flesh and blood in the real world, and took the opportunity to sneak into the shadow layer. Even if the night watchman found out, it would be useless because he had already come in. It cannot be said that the night watch's control over the real world has reached 100%, let alone the shadow layer. He has been avoiding the spotlight during this period. With the ability to clone himself and change his face freely, he has every chance of getting away. The only uncertainty now is whether his wife and he will be implicated. It should be said that this was due to his caution. Now, this face is defined in his script as Deng Ku's friend, a scavenger who committed a crime, and having an unclean relationship with Deng Ku's wife. Even if the night patrol investigates, they may not be able to find the real culprit. Original script. The blood race party is the main event, and then the conflict between the gangsters and the students leads to Deng Ku's friends, and then the other two identities are introduced, and then disguised as Feng Xiaoxiao. Once the script is fully formed, the blame will be put on the boss Liu and Feng Xiaoxiao. Who would have thought that the story would develop like this? Deng Ku was filled with rage, but had no way to vent it. The most urgent thing is to run first. Snap, snap, snap. His frantic steps gradually stopped. His face looked extremely ugly, and the blood in his body surged like flames for a moment. In the shadow layer, there are wide streets. On both sides of the road, as in the real world, there are various snack shops and grocery stores. It seems to be some popular snack street. The road, which can barely accommodate 4 cars, seems a bit crowded even when the snack street is open and crowded. But at this moment, it is very spacious. The two stood facing each other. Deng Ku looked at the figure in front of him gloomily. The other person had several bloodlines wrapped around his body. He was tall, with slender limbs. As if he was a natural hunter, the oppressive feeling made people feel afraid. And Deng Ku, breathing stagnated, and the body began to tremble subconsciously. That's right. I saw Brother Ward at the entrance of the building just now. His body was shaking, not because he felt guilty about his plan being ruined. It is a real, almost instinctive fear produced by the body. This guy has a special type of shadow. Swim. Deng Ku's face turned cold, and he suppressed his abnormality. You didn't dare to fight me just now, but now you come out. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Jiang You didn't rush to reply, but silently glanced at the numbers above his head. The blood bar showed 16%. I'm already so disabled. What else do I have to be afraid of? Could it be that you have gained some kind of status and jumped from the first level to the fourth level in just a few months? If that's true, Jiang Yu has to admit defeat. 16% of the remaining health, let alone the third level. Even if the momentum is really the fourth level, he dares to go up and hit the waist. This is the confidence of the kidney-cutting man. Reaching into his trouser pocket, Jiang Yu took out a bottle of beer under Deng Ku's tense gaze. Then throw it hard. Bang. Deng Ku was stunned for a moment, then held the can of beer with a complicated look. Just now I saw you chatting with the night watchman, so I went to buy 2 cans of beer. It only took a few minutes before you ran out. If I hadn't been so fast and had good eyesight, I might have lost you. After saying this, Deng Ku became even more complicated. The blood surged, not because of any attack, but because the blood was constantly absorbed into the body. In a moment, he had completely recovered to his original appearance. The health bar color has been restored? Jiang Yu's heart moved slightly. Maybe it's because the other party doesn't have the ability to use it? No wonder I didn't notice anything unusual about Deng Ku's health bar when I ran into him a few times before. His thoughts turned around in his mind, and he opened the beer with a plop. Deng Ku, who was more than 10 meters away, made the same move. Jiang Yu raised his glass. Deng Ku also raised his glass, and the two clinked their glasses in the air. Then take a deep sip. Gulp, gulp. A trickle of wine overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Deng Ku drank half a bottle in one breath and wiped his mouth. It's only been a few months, but it feels like a long time has passed. He laughed at himself. Indeed. Jiang Yu nodded. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, a person could change so much and become the culprit that caused the unrest in Yanhai. Deng Ku, you shouldn't be this kind of person. There was a long silence. Jiang Yu looked at him. After a while, Deng Ku spoke calmly. A few months ago, I accidentally discovered an entrance to the shadow layer. Just when I was wondering, this blood vein seed fell out. I should have handed it over to the night watchman, but I got greedy and took it back home for some reason. What makes me desperate is that my wife and daughter have been seriously contaminated by the blood waves emitted by this blood vein. Especially my daughter He. Her contamination is so serious that even blood source potions are powerless to cure her. At this point, he laughed at himself. As a person with a status, I can remove the blood pollution of others, but I can only watch the body of the person closest to me deteriorate day by day. I had to take more drastic measures. I will take the essence and blood of others to prolong the lives of my wife and children. Did I guess wrong again? Jiang Yu touched his nose. He also wondered if Deng Ku's personality changed drastically after he gained power and had corrupted his wife and daughter. A sad look appeared in Deng Ku's eyes. I thought the situation would get better, but who knew this was just the beginning? Their bodies are constantly changing, and their blood and essence cannot be cut off at all. The expanding power and influence did not bring me any sense of security. Instead, it kept me awake all night, as if a huge rock was pressing on my heart. I knew that if I continued, the night watch would definitely find some clues, so I started planning a layout to try to get out of it. It turns out that this is indeed the case. If it had been later, the night watch would have been able to investigate me. I'm not afraid of death, but I really regret it. I regret that I brought trouble to my family because of my recklessness. He said with some pain, I'm not great. I just want to live and let my family live. Does this have anything to do with being great or not? Jiang Yu denied. You want your family to live, but the price is the lives of countless innocent families? If you had asked for help from the night watch from the beginning, things wouldn't have turned out the way they are today. After saying that, he shook his head again. It doesn't make any sense to say this now. A difference of one thought. Status is scarce, and the probability of picking up a status is about the same as picking up an unredeemed lottery ticket worth $1 billion. But even so, Deng Ku still had many opportunities to turn back. Just turned it in when I found the slot, and everything went well. When your wife and daughter are first contaminated, you can notify the night watchman for help. When you think you can solve all these problems by merging into one person, but find that you can't. If it is your first offense and you find that the results are not as good as you expected, you can still report it to the night patrol, and there is a chance that you will receive a lighter sentence. But he didn't. No matter how he says, for the family, as the person involved, a few words are not enough to offset the crime he actually committed. Deng Ku raised the bottle of wine, and after just a few words, his eyes were already red. The two clinked their glasses from a distance. Drink the wine in one gulp. Eyes met. 1 second, 2 seconds. At the same time, Throw the bottle high into the air. Bottles and jars rose up with a rustling sound, and after reaching the highest point, they fell down. Bite. Landed together. Bang. There was a loud explosion on the ground, and the two bodies shot out at the same time. With his greed step by step, perhaps Deng Ku was actually influenced by the blood vein species status and silence. When the power of a small person grows, his suppressed ambition will spread like wild weeds. Money, power, strength. Which one wouldn't make people addicted? Human nature and human heart. It is inherently complex. Who could have thought? The man in front of him who had made in-death arrangements was, a few months ago, just a low-level night watchman with weak strength who had to be cautious even when encountering a first-level alien species. Evil thoughts are like falling into a well. Greed is like hanging a bridge. Since there is no other way. Then, the wind whistled in his ears, blowing his hair back. Jiang You, covered in shadow, looked like a lion with bared fangs. The right fist wrapped in blood patterns, and the fist shining with blood. Intersect. Boom. Let's fight. Chapter 141A Battle Without Suspense. There was a violent tremor, and both bodies retreated backwards at the same time. My arms felt a little sore, but I guess Deng Ku was in worse condition. There is only 16% health left, which can be said to be almost completely dead. He took a few steps back and barely stopped. You've become stronger again. Shadow Seed. Shadow Seed. A superior race. How can one not be envious of such a fast rate of growth and such powerful strength? Deng could gradually restrain the expression in his eyes. What happened in the past cannot be changed. What does it matter whether it is right or wrong? With a loud bang, he was hit in the face by Jiang Yu's fist and flew backwards. Remaining HP 14%. Forcing himself to collect the blood, Deng Ke propped up his sore and painful arms. He held his breath, then squeezed his flesh and blood. The bottle of medicine he placed on his chest shattered in an instant. What was inside was blood that was so dark that it looked purple. It is directly absorbed by the body, eliminating the need for oral administration and achieving faster results. Health 22%. Numerically speaking, the increase is not that much. But the terrifying aura emanating from him increased several times. Jiang Yu emerged from the shadows, and a huge shadow blade slashed down. At the critical moment, Deng Ke moved sideways and completely avoided the attack. He kicked and swam towards the river. The two separated as soon as they touched. Deng Ke didn't stop at all. The blood was like vines, clinging to his arms one by one. In an instant, the left arm turned into a wriggling whip of flesh and blood, and lashed down with the backhand. Jiang Yu did not dodge or evade, and chopped down with his sword. The long whip that he thought he could cut off easily did not collide with him head-on, and his violent attack suddenly turned into a weak force. After wrapping around the blade, they pulled hard, and the two quickly closed the distance. 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and Deng Ke's bloody fist was about to hit Jiang Yu's face. But then, it missed. Where are the people? Deng Ke searched subconsciously. It took him just a second to realize what was happening. I'm afraid Brother Ward has escaped to the modern world. The ability to travel through the shadow layer is an extremely rare ability. He didn't know why this blood vein species had this power, but it was reasonable for a special species of the shadow system to be able to travel through shadows. It was said that a few decades ago, the number of shadow-type aliens was relatively large, but later, for some unknown reason, the number decreased significantly. Brother Ward didn't know where he got the shadow status. Thinking in his mind, Deng Ke observed his surroundings with extreme caution. The shadow layer is pitch black, which is perfect for Ward Brother to hide. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 15 minutes passed. Why haven't you come out yet? Cold sweat gradually appeared on Deng Ke's forehead. There was no longer the palpitation he felt when being stared at by a superior hunter. It was as if the other party had completely left. Did he return to the real world? Are you going to let me off the hook? Deng Ke hesitated. It was during this fleeting moment of distraction that a bloody blade emerged from the air behind him and chopped down directly. Before the knife fell, the piercing sense of crisis made his body begin to tremble. Is this the upper shadow species? Deng Ke cursed inwardly, turned around immediately, and the blood would changed its form. In the blink of an eye, a giant blood blade that looked somewhat similar to the shadow blade appeared in front of him. Clang! The two giant blades of exaggerated size collided with each other, causing a sharp vibration and sparks flying from the friction. With a thud, Deng Ke knelt on one knee and resisted forcefully. After taking drugs and gaining much more strength, he was in such a mess before Jiang Yu's sword. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise this knife might have cost him half his life. Deng Ke was just about to change his tactics when a strong lock suddenly came. His eyes went dark and he froze subconsciously. When the vision returned, the sharp blade quickly enlarged in front of my eyes. What is your ability? Deng Ke was confused. Not only did you send people to hunt me down, but you also launched a sneak attack right in front of me? The sharp blade entered the flesh, making a sharp sound. The scar was deep enough to see the bone, extending from Deng Ke's shoulder all the way down to his abdomen. With one blow, health dropped to 15%. In danger. The health that had just been replenished by the blood bottle was all reduced by one blow. Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged. He strode forward and swung his sword again. Staggering back, Deng Ke raised his sword in front of him. Clang. Blood spurted out and splashed to the side. The scarlet blood corroded the ground slightly, leaving tiny holes. Clang. The second strike was even more terrifying. Deng Ke's face turned pale. In addition to the tearing pain all over his body, his muscles showed signs of collapse. These two slashes were just the beginning. Jiang Yu swung his sword down, then swung it again, and it fell again. The speed is getting faster and faster, and the power is getting stronger and stronger. Deng Ke's movements became more and more awkward and deformed, and he could hardly stop retreating. Jiang Yu, who has not yet fully entered the late second stage, has demonstrated exaggerated combat power. 1 hit, 2 hits. After who knows how many hits, Deng Ke's health has dropped to 8%. He was in a daze, his clothes were tattered and covered with scars. Wounds that should heal easily are now extremely difficult to recover from. It was too exhausting, so he simply stopped healing himself. The blood species has strong vitality, but when the blood volume drops by 10%, even Deng Ke feels his hands and feet become weak and his heartbeat becomes weaker. A feeling of emptiness filled my body, no longer as strong as before. The fist swung and hit the tip of his nose. Deng Ke staggered, unable to stand, and fell backwards. The knife turned into claws and Jiang Yu slowly approached. The opponent's health was very low, and he took advantage of the situation by sneak attack. There was no suspense in this battle. His vision was almost blurred, his arms were shaking violently, and he forced his ability to tear a small hole, then squeezed out little by little. After climbing a few steps, a pair of legs entangled in shadows stopped in front of him. Swim. Deng Ke's face was covered in blood, and he had no strength left, so he simply turned over and lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. He smiled bitterly. If you're at your best, nothing can be known. Jiang Yu shook his head. It was late at night, and the snack street was usually busy, but today it was empty. 3-wheeled carts, food stalls with 4-wheeled sheds, and tables and chairs piled on both sides of the road. Beep, beep, beep. At the end of the street, an ambulance drove by quickly with red lights flashing. The doors and windows on the street were closed, and it was a rare and desolate scene. You say it's for your wife and children. In fact, the benefits you get from it are not small. Jiang Yu looked calm. Nearly half of the neon lights were not blinking as usual. The few lights that were still on not only failed to bring excitement, but instead made people feel even more bleak. The whistling of the wind became louder and louder, and the thunder rolled. The shadow blade was raised high. Deng Ke narrowed his eyes and looked slightly dazed. Phew. Stab into the heart. Everyone has selfish desires, but your drama is a little too big. Deng Ke, you shouldn't have come to this. Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze. After one slash of the knife, the man lying on the ground didn't know where he got the strength from. His voice was hoarse. I am unwilling to accept this. This is my only chance to change my fate. Yes. If it were someone else, how many people would give up? Jiang Yu sighed in his heart. Draw out the long knife. The opponent's health is rapidly decreasing, and there is no possibility of survival. The light in Deng Ke's eyes gradually faded away. Sudden. His heart was beating like a drum, and it was beating loudly. Chapter 142 Reversal. The real hidden one. What's happening? Is he holding back a big trick to attack me? Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that he was overthinking it. Deng Ke doesn't have the ability to do something bad to him. Deng Ke, who was lying on the ground weakly, opened his eyes wide when his heartbeat started violently. He covered his heart with his hands, his face looked slightly ferocious. Thousands of blood veins spread from the heart to the surroundings and climbed to the limbs. Plop, plop. The heartbeat became more and more rapid, so rapid that it made people wonder if it would explode at any time. The blood volume above his head also began to fluctuate, sometimes increasing, sometimes decreasing, extremely unstable. Donkey? Donkey! Jiang Yu shouted several times in succession. He widened his eyes and reluctantly turned his gaze to look at Jiang Yu. You could see that he looked a little flustered. He tried hard to say something, but his throat was stuck, and he could only make some hissing sounds similar to those of a bellows. What is this? Jiang Yu was confused. In his peripheral vision, he saw a flash of blood, and he lowered his head and noticed the pooling of blood. This blood, isn't it a bit too much? Well, yes. As he watched, a pool of blood at his feet suddenly solidified and then formed into a huge fong. The pupil shrank a little bit, and sharp intuition sent out a crazy warning. Boom. The fangs made of blood suddenly closed. In the shadow layer, Jiang Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Half a second. Just half a second. He would be swallowed by the fangs that suddenly appeared. If you get bitten, you will be half crippled even if you don't die. Denko, the culprit, was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He also had an asthma attack just now. How could he have launched an attack of this intensity? Feng Xiaoxiao? That's impossible. No matter how hard she thinks, she won't have such ability. Jiang Yu's sight penetrated the spatial barrier and saw the scene in the real world. Denku was still lying on the ground, gasping for breath, looking more and more painful. The blood and energy in his body seemed to turn into tiny snakes, circling around his body. If you don't look at his painful expression, you might really feel like he is holding back a big move. Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched violently, and he stared blankly at the figure that appeared at the end of the street. The man was wearing very simple solid-colored clothes and a green-faced, fang-toothed ghost mask on his face. Judging from his body shape, he is probably a male. Faced with Jiang Yu's sudden disappearance, the other party was stunned for a moment, but did not investigate further. He waved his hand. Denka's facial features were almost twisted into a ball as he twitched on the ground. A stream of blood spurted out from his body. My heart was pounding, and I could vaguely see something trying to break out of my body. The masked man raised his right arm, which was covered with strange patterns. Normal lines are made up of independent lines, but the lines on his arm seemed to be attached to the skin, and seemed to be a complete entity. Not only that, just one look at it, and you will be attracted to it involuntarily. When you come to your senses, you will find that at least half of the blood in your body has been sucked away. Denka's eyes rolled up, and he was semi-conscious. Cut. With a sudden shout, Jiang Yu's figure emerged from behind the opponent, and the shadow knife was swung down. Don't get in the way. The masked man spoke softly. Then, tentacles rushed out from his back and instantly wrapped around the shadow blade. Jiang Yu's attacking posture suddenly slowed down, and before he could make any other moves, several other blood-marked tentacles hit his chest heavily. Rumbling sound. It didn't seem like much force, but when the tentacles hit his body, he instantly turned into a meteor and smashed straight into the shelves of various shops nearby. With a rustling sound, he pushed away the gravel and wood chips that fell on his body. It hurts a little. Jiang Yu gasped for breath, his heart sinking again and again. Health, 32%, 33%, 34%. As blood was drawn from Denka's body, the masked man's blood volume was constantly increasing. What is going on with this horse? The blood on this man's head is exactly the same as Denka's. Both are flowing VIP blood bars. Are special species owners so common now? No. Judging from the other party's abilities, he must be a person of the bloodline. Another blood-marked species appeared? How can this thing be mass-produced? Jiang Yu stood up. The masked man waved his hand, and one by one, second-level hunters crawled out from somewhere. Compared to the first level, the second-level predator has several more pieces of blood armor. Protecting the important joints, there is a dark red keratin armor, which has amazing defensive power. A good way to use the majority to defeat the minority. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, pressed his body down, and rushed forward. Roar. There were 5 predators in total, and they rushed over together, roaring. The other side. Under the continuous pulling of the masked man, there was finally a pop sound, and a blood-red crystal broke through Denka's chest and flew towards him. Denka's health line dropped directly to 3%. This is the critical line of death for humans. Jiang Yu watched this scene helplessly and had no way to stop it. He gritted his teeth, raised his long knife, and was about to engage in combat with the first predator. The next moment, the predator's claws pierced through Jiang Yu's body like passing through bubbles. What happened? The predators were stunned. The shadows that were penetrated by them, contrary to common sense, immediately disappeared from their eyes. Die. A roar came from behind them, and all the predators turned their heads in unison. The shadow coat seemed to be possessed by a battle armor, first condensing on the head, then the torso, and the arms, and finally completely enveloping the figure rushing forward. This move was really unexpected. The masked man's attention was all focused on the flying blood-colored crystal. He never expected Jiang Yu to use such a trick. He once again activated the ferocious tentacles on his back. Jiang Yu's sneak attack this time was shorter in distance, and he switched to the more agile shadow claws. Jiang Yu cut off a few tentacles and quickly withdrew his hands before they could wrap around him, just as he was about to touch the other party's body. A tentacle stabbed at an unexpected angle and hit Jiang Yu in the face. Bang. But his goal has been achieved. With a hissing sound, a shadow thread wrapped with a little blood shot out from Jiang Yu's fingertips and hit the opponent's cheek at the same time. The mask was broken. Regardless of whether there is blood blurring the facial features under the mask, the true form will be revealed before Jiang Yu is able to suppress the vampire's shadow attribute power. Goal achieved. Jiang Yu, who was flying backwards, felt his brain buzzing the moment he saw the other person's face. There are a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, his eyebrows are gentle, and his black hair is mixed with a little gray. There is nothing special about his appearance, and he probably wouldn't attract much attention in a crowd. If he were given a mask and dressed in white, everything would be much clearer. It was as if a match had lit a fuse in Jiang Yu's mind. Deng Ke spreads pollution. How to ensure that the polluter is not detected? Feng Xiaoxiao has the aura of personality. Where does her personality come from? Deng Ke only said that he put the blame on Feng Xiaoxiao, but he didn't say what Feng Xiaoxiao's situation was, as if he subconsciously ignored this aspect. Let's talk about Deng Ke again. It's even more outrageous. You encounter a crack on the road for no reason? Another character fell out of the crack? There was no way to get an explanation from Deng Ke for these subtle details. Jiang You just thought that the timeline was too long and many details could not be explained in a few words. But when this person appeared in front of him, the incomplete parts of the entire blood disaster were finally completed. Those who are superior in bloodline have absolute control over those who are inferior in direct lineage. He took the initiative to separate all the positions, and is now taking them back. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who is the mantis and who is the oriole? The yellow bird does this to satisfy its hunger. Why does it do this time? Jiang Yu's eyes trembled slightly and he felt cold all over. Blood contamination in hospitals. Research direction is whether the contamination can be localized to a specific place. In the hospital, there are only 18% of the doctors left. A researcher of the blood-boiling potion. Yangxi's mentor. Jiang Yu's hands and feet were cold. Dr. Zhao, you hit it so well. Chapter 143, Status Obtained. Do you know me? Dr. Zhao looked intently. Jiang Yu remained silent. Before today, he had guessed countless possibilities. I just couldn't guess the ending now. Feng Xiaoxiao's smoke bomb lifted a veil and also exposed various doubts. The so-called boss Yang is actually a pawn pushed forward by Deng Ke. As the leader of various major events, Deng Ke's existence filled in most of Jiang Yu's doubts. But even as cautious as Deng Ke was, he probably didn't realize that he was just a player in the game. The predators were coming from all directions, clawing at the ground. He stared at Jiang Yu in front of him with greedy eyes, and his saliva dripped. They were instinctively attracted by the smell of Jiang Yu and became restless. I've given you time to reminisce with Deng Ke. Now, you'd better leave, Zhao Qi said calmly. With a slight raise of their right hands, the predators' momentum suddenly increased by several points. Retreat. Jiang Yu glanced at Deng Ke. The blood bar above the opponent's head was still decreasing, and after the blood-colored crystal broke out of the body, the color of the blood bar returned to normal. Under Jiang Yu's watch, it dropped another percentage point to 2%. He has destroyed so many families and caused the deaths of so many innocent people in Yuhai. You won't feel sorry for him, will you? Zhao Qi wondered. Jiang Yu shook his head and looked at Zhao Qi, whose health was stable at 37%. Ignoring the bloody tentacles that had just erupted, judging from the outside, no one would think that this gentle old man had anything to do with the blood disaster. I don't feel sorry for him. I just find it ridiculous. Ridiculous. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu didn't say anything more and his figure disappeared in an instant. Zhao Qi's expression changed slightly, and the tentacles behind him spread out. With preparation in mind, he stabbed directly at Jiang Yu, who appeared from the air. More than a dozen tentacles intertwined to form an impenetrable net, leaving no room for escape at all. As a last resort, Jiang Yu had to escape into the shadow layer again to avoid being entangled. In just half a second, a shadow appeared under Zhao Qi's feet. This time, Jiang Yu chose to launch an attack from the ground. The blood blade whistled through the air, and the hissing sound scratched the skin painfully. Just as it was about to hit, the tentacles attacked again. He blocked the attack accurately, then threw it hard into the distance. Hiss. The stinging pain spread throughout his body, Jiang Yu's face twitched, and for a moment he was unable to spare the energy to switch dimensions. When he landed, the predator's huge claws were about to hit his face. The wind pressure lifted his hair, and under the activation of sharp intuition, he raised his arms to block in front of him. Countless tons of force hit him, and he rolled backwards. Get rid of him. Zhao Qi glanced at him, no longer caring, and turned around and ran away. Blood swirled on his face, and soon a second mask was outlined. Dive into the shadow layer. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a sharp pain came from his arm, forcing Jiang Yu to stop. What? He looked at his arm, where blood-colored lines were attached to the surface of the skin, emitting a slight luster. It was this that affected Jiang Yu's travel between the shadow layer and the real world. Blood-marked species, you really have something. While he was briefly stunned, two predators rushed over, their claws bigger than his head and flashing with blood. The blood blade flew, and Jiang Yu reacted immediately under the microscopic skill. The huge blood blade passed through the gap between the two attacks, leaving deep grooves on their bodies. The blood gushed out as if a valve had been opened. Jiang Yu shot out a shadow thread, hooked the ground and rushed towards Zhao Qi. After several shots, the distance between the two was quickly shortened. I won't fight you. I'll leave you a life. Don't be ungrateful. Zhao Qi, who was running forward, moved sideways to avoid the shadow, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. You don't want to fight me because you're worried that the night watch will come. Jiang You sneered and said it all. Zhao Qi gradually became murderous. Without saying anything more, the blood that was originally scattered on the ground suddenly gathered into a pool and turned into sharp thorns. Fly away. The blood-marked species has quite strange methods. The shadow claws clanged, trying to deflect the spikes that were as powerful as bullets. Court death. More than 10 tentacles bloomed from Zhao Qi's back and followed closely. Jiang You had no way to dodge, and his body was pierced by the tentacles. This touch doesn't seem right. Zhao Qi frowned. It doesn't seem to hit the mark at all. Just at this moment, a hissing sound of wind came to my ears. When did this guy leave the shadow? Moreover, after being hit by the blood vein, how many seconds has it been relieved before I can travel through the shadow layer again? Where on earth did he come from? Zhao Qi's mind was full of question marks. The shadow species that is hailed as the third giant in the abyss is definitely an existence that most people are unwilling to face. Can easily shuttle through shadow layers, even trickier. Jiang Yu's figure flashed, and Zhao Qi controlled the tentacles to defend his body, making it airtight with almost no blind spots. Zhao Qi's heart sank again and again. He came today to take back Deng Ke's position and happened to see him being chased by the Night Watch. But Zhao Qi was not worried. He was sure that Deng Ke's skills were enough to escape. But he didn't expect that there was a wart brother involved in the whole thing. I wanted to see Deng Ke and this so-called wart brother both suffer heavy losses, but I didn't expect that after the fight, Deng Ke was almost dead and the other guy just lost a layer of blood. There is no way. Zhao Qi must take back the personality fragment, otherwise wouldn't several months of time be wasted? He could only show up and attack Jiang You. I wanted to evacuate quickly as soon as the attack started, but I didn't expect Jiang You to react so quickly. Now it seems that there is no way but to get rid of him. Jiang Yu's figure emerged and a sharp blade attacked. Zhao Qi's action was a little slow, but there were so many tentacles. After 2 tentacles were cut off, the remaining tentacles reacted and blocked the attack. Jiang Yu flashed away. Appear again and continue to cut the tentacles. This guy, is he going to drag this into a protracted war? Zhao Qi felt heavy in his heart. Blood is replenished and condensed into new tentacles. Jiang Yu rushed out again, cut 2 tentacles with a poochie sound, and then disappeared. So disgusting. The opponent is like a live loach, who can't be caught or hit to death. Zhao Qi is not afraid of a head-on battle, but he is afraid of wasting time like this. If we delay any longer, there's no telling when the night watchman will arrive. As time passed, Zhao Qi could hardly move forward. He gradually became more impatient. Finally, under the continuous attacks, he maintained a defensive posture, and Jiang Yu's attack was temporarily slowed down. Got you. Zhao Qi's eyes lit up and his tentacles struck out like lightning. Then pierced the chest. Wrong. Zhao Qi was shocked. This feeling is not real. This is a shadow. The next moment, the inky shadow claws swung over. Roll. Zhao Qi roared, and a wave of blood burst out from his body and spread out in all directions. Jiang Yu stabbed the opponent's neck with a knife, and under the impact of the waves, he barely tore the opponent's chest, and then the whole person was blown away by the huge force. Zhao Qi quickly followed, tentacles piercing through the air. It barely pierced the body, but was forced out again under Jiang Yu's continuous claws. Take a few steps back to steady yourself. Jiang Yu looked at Zhao Qi. Then he grinned and spread out his palms. The blood-colored crystal lies in the palm of his hand. You. Zhao Qi was stunned and touched his chest, but it was empty. I'm welcome. Click. Take a bite. Chapter 144. Advanced. Shadow pattern form. What are you doing? Zhao Qi's eyelids were twitching. The purpose of his coming here was to retrieve this thing from Deng Ke. Even if it is taken back, there is no time to reabsorb it. He must be crazy to fuse things in the street in front of Jiang Yu. Moreover, who wouldn't be cautious when merging with others? You just swallowed it? Do you think you are not dying fast enough? What's even more terrifying is that as Jiang Yu held the blood-colored crystal in his hand, Zhao Qi found that he had completely lost control of it. As the true owner of the personality, even if Deng Ke had just initially merged with the personality, he could forcibly extract the fragments of the personality from the other person's body. Now that it was held in Jiang Yu's hand, it was like a signal in the mountains, intermittent and almost cut off. As he took a bite, the disappeared part directly cut off the signal. What the hell is a wart? Zhao Qi was filled with murderous intent. The hidden trick I had set up earlier could only delay the attack for 10 minutes at most. If he still can't get rid of Jiang Yu, he must escape. Opposite. Jiang Yu took a bite. I was stunned on the spot for a moment. The texture is very crisp, like a pear. In the taste, this dark red crystal stone exudes an indescribable strange fragrance as soon as you put it in your mouth. It looks a bit like a watermelon and a bit like a pear. Every second it seems that a different aroma is dancing on the tip of the tongue, teasing the taste buds. It has a crisp taste, and once it enters the mouth, it turns into pure liquid and flows into the throat without any chewing. So delicious. Why is this so delicious? Plop, plop. The liquid slid into the throat and flowed through the heart. The next moment, the heartbeat sounded very rhythmically. Each beat becomes stronger and more powerful, pumping blood throughout the body. It seems long, but in fact it is less than half a second. A piece of my status has been taken away, and I don't know if it can be restored. Zhao Qi's heart was bleeding. He gave the order immediately. The predator's bodies trembled, and one of them jumped high into the air. Its body falls from the sky, weighing tons, and coupled with its own strength, it can easily break a car in one blow. Several other predators attacked from the side, swinging their claws as big as palm leaf fans and attacking the vital points. Attacks came from all directions, all directed towards the tall figure in the center of the road. 1 bite, 2 bites. Jiang You swallowed the last bite completely. Gulp. His Adam's apple was floating and his body was extremely hot. His eyes slowly filled with blood, and the sound of his heartbeat seemed to ring in his ears. With a loud bang, Jiang Yu raised his arms and held off the predator that fell from the sky. Huff. Burn. It feels like the blood in my body is burning. A steady stream of power surged out of his body, and Jiang Yu had no time to see what specific changes had taken place. He only knew that he was having a fever. Blood and ink overflowed from the pores, faintly surrounding the body surface. Jiang Yu didn't notice that the blood-colored lines on his body, which were originally incomplete, were becoming more and more complete, symmetrical and mysterious with the addition of the crystal. The tiny blood vessels connected to the heart glowed a strange red color at this moment and became thicker and more resilient. The shadow coat draped over his body began to shrink slowly. He straightened his spine. Boom. All the attacks came at this moment. Smoke and dust rose up and the ground was sunken. Where are the people? Ran to the shadow layer again? Do you have any shame? Zhao Qi was so angry that his teeth were itching. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3rd second. A big knife pierced through the space. Phew. The warm blood rose up like a fountain. A massive predator with bones thicker than steel. Just cut it off like that. Another flash of light. An arc of light as dark as ink and blood cut the second body. Call. Jiang Yu stood up from the ground. The shadowy body, which was more than 2 meters tall, completely shrunk to its normal height. Only this time, the shadow clung tightly to the skin. Abs, chest, arms. Every inch of the body looks like flowing water, and the lines are filled with harmonious beauty. The blood was evenly distributed on his shoulder armor, ribs, and face, adding a completely different temperament to his entire person. His arms transformed into broad-bladed swords, shrinking in size. The red texture is printed on the blade like saw teeth, and its sharpness is unquestionable. Shadow pattern. Broken. Zhao Qi's heart skipped a beat. He completely lost his perception of the blood veins. In other words, the dark figure in front of him had completely merged with that personality? Which shadow type can easily travel through the shadow layers and be digested quickly? Never heard of it. Originally, the difference in strength between the two was not that big. In a head-on battle, Jiang Yu's strength is slightly inferior. If he didn't have the ability to travel through the shadow layer, he might have been defeated by now. But he just has this rogue ability. At a low level, it is invincible. After the breakup, it didn't end there. The predator's blood turned into thousands of silk threads, swept towards the blade, and then poured into the body. Individuals can devour each other, but why do I feel that the one you devoured by force is stronger than me? In just a second, Zhao Qi's thoughts went through ups and downs. He made a prompt decision and waved his hand again. The blood on the ground rushed up and rushed towards Jiang Yu. He turned and ran away. He was not originally a combat type, he just obtained the status by accident. Seeing Jiang Yu's form evolving, he no longer had the desire to fight him. Shadow seed. Shadow species, phantom species, latent species. One category after another flashed through my mind. Jiang Yu seems to be related to most of them, but they all seem different. It doesn't make sense. Zhao Qi looked back and saw Jiang Yu slashing out with the shadow knife again, and the predator was cut off. We are all level 2, why be so exaggerated? He spread out his palms and clenched them. The blood on the ground jumped up and tightened in an instant. Without worrying about whether to accidentally hurt the predator, we should attack as soon as possible while we can catch Jiang Yu. At the last moment when the blood curtain closed, he looked into those dark pupils. Did you hold him back? Zhao Qi wasn't sure. He really regrets it now. Even if I had taken back my position one day earlier, things wouldn't be like this now. He clenched his fists, unable to vent his murderous intent. Where are you going? The voice suddenly rang out. A chill ran from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. The tentacles waved and then broke with a sound. Out of more than a dozen tentacles, 10 had to be broken before Jiang Yu's attack was barely stopped. Zhao Qi had to turn around and condense his tentacles again. His originally gentle face showed a hint of ferocity. Several months of preparation. Months of hard work. He should have been the one to pick the fruit, but now he is making wedding clothes for others for nothing. Sieve. The tentacles waved, just the next moment. The slightly changed shadow pattern blood blade pierced through the tentacles and pierced into his body accurately. Zhao Qi's expression froze. Looking down, one can see the broad blade piercing the heart. The blood color faded away little by little, and the energy in Jiang Yu's body was not enough to maintain his current state. He slowly returned to his normal shadow form. Even so, the outcome is decided. Jiang Yu let out a long breath. It should be said, "Thank you for the blood pattern seed status sent by my friend." Chapter 145 Zhao Qi, Death. Zhao Qi opened his mouth slightly. For the first time, he felt this intense tremor originating from his cells. The breath of death clearly swept over his body. He opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Yu. Then raised both hands and held the tip of the blade. It was obvious that Zhao Qi had something to say, but he swallowed it down in the end. What a natural gap in status that makes people feel powerless. He tried to struggle. Jiang Yu didn't say anything else. After devouring this blood-marked seed, a large amount of information emerged in his mind. Blood species, layout. This blood-marked seed not only improved his strength, but also contained many memory fragments. Just like when Jiang Yu absorbed the fragment of the shadow seed in the shadow field. A huge amount of information fills my mind. But this time, he didn't have that much free time to digest all this information. The shadow blade circled in his heart, but unfortunately, in the basic shadow form, the blade's lethality and various other functions were reduced. The health bar above Zhao Qi's had dropped to 14%. Jiang Yu kicked him in the chest, drew out his longsword, turned the blade, and quickly dropped it again. There was a dull thud. The falling longsword was fixed by the tentacles. There are more than a dozen tentacles, and their colors are no longer as bright as they were at the beginning. It can be said that it took all his strength to block the attack. His knee smashed into the ground, creating a large hole, and the tentacles extending from behind Zhao Qi clamped the blade. The next moment, with a few snapping sounds, all the tentacles lost their target and slapped each other. Where are the people? Zhao Qi's hair stood on end. On the dark ground, a shadow is moving. Being restrained, Jiang Yu had no intention of cutting off the tentacles by force. Wouldn't it be better to just burrow into the ground? It's pitch dark at night. You can drill however you want. He flashed behind Zhao Qi and swung the sword again. Behind me. Before the knife arrived, Zhao Qi could feel the approaching wind in waves. He pushed forward with both hands and, using the power of the tentacles, dodged to the side. The blade turned again and slashed across. Zhao Qi's health is unhealthy, and Jiang Yu's brain is unhealthy, meaning his mind is confused. A large amount of information impacted his speed and strength, and he was unable to take down Zhao Qi for a while. After several rounds, the situation became extremely dangerous. Zhao Qi dodged hurriedly, and finally, he found an opportunity and took out a tube of something that looked like boiling blood potion. Just as it was about to be injected into the skin, Jiang Yu shot out a ball of shadow. This time it was steady and accurate. He hooked the bottle of medicine directly, swung it hard, and the medicine hit the building next to it. It broke with a click, and the liquid touched the surface of the wall, making a harsh sizzling sound. My goodness, is this a bottle of sulfuric acid? Jiang Yu smacked his lips and shot out shadow silk again. After hooking the other person's arm, pull hard. Zhao Qi opened his tentacles behind him and leaped over. From a distance, it looked like Jiang Yu was about to be swallowed. Of course, the exact opposite is true. The shadow blade went straight in, and the layers of tentacles only served to slightly block it, before snapping and breaking. Surrounded by blood and energy and under the threat of death, Zhao Qi unexpectedly burst out with an extraordinary force. The tentacles dug into the ground, stopping their approach. The flesh and blood squirmed, and the texture imprinted on the surface of the skin seemed to be about to break out of the body. He grasped the tip of the shadow blade tightly with both hands. The tip is only 10 centimeters away from the throat. Neither of them spoke a word. In this confrontation, the balance had already tilted much towards Jiang Yu. Zhao Qi's arms trembled slightly at first, and then the trembling became more and more intense. In terms of strength, he has reached his limit. There were bloodstains on his hair, and his entire face looked like a blood-stained avatar, especially around the eye sockets, where the skin was melting away bit by bit, blending into the texture. It was obvious that he tried his best, but even so, he still couldn't reverse the situation. The blade was getting closer and closer. Zhao Qi's arms went limp, and he was no longer able to resist and barely managed to dodge to the side. Unfortunately, he was unable to dodge completely this time. The longsword follows closely. Health, 8%. Perhaps due to the special nature of his position, there was no kill prompt on the health bar. But this does not affect the battle situation. Zhao Qi couldn't exert any strength at all, and even breathing became increasingly difficult. This time, I'm probably really going to die. He smiled bitterly. Does Yang Xi have anything to do with this matter? Jiang You suddenly asked. Zhao Qi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head gently. She doesn't know. After saying that, he forced himself to open his eyelids and looked at the figure in front of him. It was pitch black, and the sense of oppression from the superiors almost solidified into substance, making people feel suffocated. Looking at each other. Suddenly, flashes of inspiration came one after another. He had some guesses. However, the next second, I felt that this guess was too outrageous. No. Second level shadow system that is far more powerful than normal. He stared at the figure in front of him. It's no use begging for mercy. With the crimes you have committed, being shot 10 times is not too much. Jiang You said softly. Ahem. As a large amount of blood was lost, Zhao Qi's face turned extremely pale, the lines on his face faded, and his eyes regained their calmness. People are different. Some people need the opportunity to choose. Deng Ke did it for his wife and daughter, but what else could Zhao Qi, as a teacher in the special training camp, do for? I can't figure it out. Jiang You raised his knife again. Zhao Qi slowly closed his eyes and stopped resisting. This is my choice. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the long sword down. Blood volume deduction. Behead. The little remaining life force was cut off by absolute power. The blood was absorbed into the body, and the brain felt a little painful due to the complex memories. Hiss. Jiang You took a deep breath and turned around, startled by several approaching predators. Without Zhao Qi's control, they fled directly into the distance without the courage to fight Jiang You. With a few bangs, several predators fell down before they ran far. The night watchman arrived faster than expected. This just saves Jiang You from having to chase him again. He frowned tightly, and veins on his forehead were faintly visible. The scene before my eyes was shaking violently, and the scenes in my memory were constantly overlapping with reality. We must find a place to absorb it as soon as possible. The claw blade pierced his chest and Jiang You hooked his fingers. Then, a blood-colored crystal was hooked out. The size is much smaller than Deng Ke's, no wonder Zhao Qi's health is so thin. In the shadow layer. Same location. As soon as I stepped in, an endless stream of dark shadows surged into my body, making me feel tingling and numb, as if I had walked into an air-conditioned room in the dog days of summer. The cool air went straight into my collar. It was so refreshing. He fell to his knees with a thud, gasping for breath. He lay on his back, letting the memories run rampant in his mind. Feng Xiao, Deng Ke, Zhao Qi. Blood species, blood contamination, blood-derived medicine. One noun after another flashed through my mind. Jiang Yu's expression also kept changing. Angry, confused, surprised, bewildered. After more than 10 minutes, the memory was digested. Looking at the dark sky, Jiang Yu's mind went blank. His palms felt warm, and he remembered that he had one pill left. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple floated. Anyway, I'm already confused enough, so it won't make any difference if I remember more. So he took a bite. Crunch. Sweet. Chapter 146, a powerful new form. I have to say, even when eating it for the second time, Jiang Yu still felt a strong sense of amazement. What's more, I ate in a hurry just now and didn't have time to chew slowly. I swallowed it immediately after putting it in my mouth. Now that no one was disturbing him, he could savor the myriad flavors blossoming on his tongue. Take a bite. The crisp fruit enters your mouth, and you can savor it slowly. Every time the teeth squeezed, a lot of sweet juice was squeezed out of this tiny fragment. Unfortunately, it melted too quickly. Jiang Yu only had to chew it 2 or 3 times at most, and it would completely melt into liquid. It has a light vanilla mint scent, slightly sweet but not cloying. The taste is actually very complex, far more than the 4 words vanilla mint can describe. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu is just a country boy after all. He has never had any big meals, and it is difficult for him to summarize himself with his own poor language. Click. He took another bite. Chew it a few times, and it turns into juice. Soon, the not-so-big fragment of the personality was completely swallowed by him. A burning sensation quickly rose in the body. He lay lazily on the ground, enjoying the rising warmth. Tasty. It's so delicious that it's hard to describe. Jiang Yu licked his lips and even had the idea of getting a few more special bloodlines to eat. Well, I must get a few more to try when I get a chance. No wonder it is known as ration. After eating this, who can still eat ordinary meals? Jiang Yu felt a little unsatisfied after the trip. Then, another wave of memories came flooding back to my mind. He groaned and lay down again to absorb it. Name, Jiang Yu. Attribute, Shadow. Shadow point, 370/370. Momentum, 140/140. Position, Shadow Hunter. Shadow Hider. Shadow pattern form, shadow pattern tentacles. Hunter. Remaining life, 7 months. After absorbing the memory, Jiang You called up the panel. 2 new abilities have been added. Shadow Pattern Form, an advanced version of Shadow Form. In this form, you will be greatly strengthened, and your attacks can greatly suppress the enemy's blood and flesh recovery ability, and you can draw blood from the opponent's wounds for your own recovery. The enemy must have blood. Please note, 1. This form consumes a lot of energy. When you exit this form, you will fall into weakness for a period of time. 2. In this form, the speed of diving into the dark side of the world will be greatly affected, and the shadow ability will be affected to a certain extent. This ability is beyond words. Once the state is activated, the second-level predator only needs 1 sword. And after cutting it off, it can absorb the blood in the opponent's body to replenish itself on the spot. If he had not been in a hurry to chase Zhao Qi, the predators in the field would not be enough for him to kill by himself. After a comprehensive review, he had a more detailed understanding of the shadow pattern form. During the battle, Jiang You was still wondering if it was the memory shock that caused his movements to be deformed, and he was unable to enter the shadow layer instantly. Now it seems that it is somewhat related to this form. It is worth mentioning that the consumption is really extremely exaggerated. With his current 370 shadow points, he can probably last about 100 to 120 seconds if he fights freely in the real world. That is 2 minutes. Stay in the shadow layer for another minute. Originally, Shadow Field consumes a lot of energy, and he would never use this ability unless it was necessary. Now, here comes another one. When the shadow field opens, I can step into the shadow pattern form and eliminate the enemy within 10 seconds. If you can't solve it, then wait to be solved. Continue down. It is the second new ability. Shadow Whip form. Your arms can transform into shadow whips. It's just that simple. But there is no need to introduce too much. Jiang You is quite familiar with this aspect. Shadow Claws, Shadow Blades, and now there's a Shadow Whip. When his condition was almost recovered, Jiang You got up from the ground and entered shadow form. He raised his right arm, and strands of black lines flowed towards his right arm. The arm suddenly changed, and the black stratum corneum surged and condensed like a wave. It is silver gray, and looks like it is made up of pieces of bones, tightly connected to form the main body. This long root is covered with curved barbs that are neatly arranged and look hideous. One can imagine how torn apart one would be if hit by this whip. Approaching science will probably be able to air more than 10 episodes. Jiang You shook his right arm, and with a rustling sound, the curved hooks and barbs closed together. One piece after another, like prismatic blades spliced together. The edges are like sharp blades. This thing is extremely handsome, Jiang You exclaimed. When the whip is fully extended, it can be 4 or 5 meters long. Its speed and distance may not be as good as Shadow Silk, but its lethality is far beyond Shadow Silk. The only thing that made him regretful was that his arm turned into a whip, taking up a space. If he could extend a long whip from his back like Zhao Qi, then his 2 hands would have more room to play. He twisted his wrists and shook his neck. The body made a crackling sound, like frying beans. Jiang You climbed up the tall building and looked into the distance. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Wangji Baozi shop. It is said that it has been run by 3 generations. The store is of medium size and clean. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged and wiped spotlessly clean. If you look closely, you will find several impact marks in the store, and even after repairs, the marks could not be completely removed. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the lights in the store were off, but the kitchen was already busy. Wang Yushun was preparing the filling while his wife was kneading the dough beside him. In just over an hour, the doors will officially open. Hey, Lao Wang, do you think those non-staff members from last time will come to cause trouble again? Asked his wife. Wang Yushun paused for a moment. That shouldn't be the case. The night patrol has been pretty strict lately. Our little E is going to take the college entrance exam soon, but I hope this kind of thing won't happen again. The wife sighed. After the last time, I talked to her and found out that the extracurricular staff had been harassing our daughter for a long time. She was worried. I asked around and heard that he was a scavenger. It's okay if he comes to our store, but what if he makes trouble in front of the school? Wang Yushun kneaded the dough meticulously. Don't worry, the school won't just sit there and watch. At worst, I can pick up Xiaoyi from school in the next few days. That's fine. The wife nodded, still frowning. What kind of thing is this? We are just ordinary people. How can we afford to offend them? Okay, let's make dumplings. Wang Yushun paused. What's wrong? The wife asked puzzledly. Oh no, my stomach feels uncomfortable. I need to go out for a while. Isn't there a toilet in the store? Before his wife could call him, she watched Wang Yushun hurriedly walk back, go through the kitchen and out the back door. Wang Yushun was worried and looked around. No? Could it be that I perceived it wrongly? I must be wrong. Wang Yushun was nervous. He definitely didn't dare to just walk back like that, in case he got his wife into trouble. Pop. Just as he was about to text his wife, a claw blade gently tapped his shoulder. Good evening. Oh no, good morning. The first, second, third, so many. Special Bloodline. Chapter 147 Opportunity to Choose. Wangji Baozi Shop. It has been opened on this street for decades. It is an old craft, with affordable prices, thin bun skin, large fillings, and rich juice, and is well received by the neighbors. About half a month ago, a few low-class scavengers came to the store to cause trouble. He smashed tables and chairs and cursed. The proprietress was pushed to the ground and almost broke her bones. The boss Wang Yu Shun was even worse off. He went up to argue with someone and was slapped in the face, making his head buzz. Finally, someone called the police, and the night patrol arrived and arrested the group. I have to say, although they are a bunch of rogue scavengers, they have good control over their strength. No injuries were caused. In addition, he had some acquaintances behind him, and after some arrangements, he was released not long after being detained. After that, he never came to the store to cause trouble again. I don't know where he went. One of them was called Housie, and he fell in love with my daughter. He first blocked my daughter on her way home, and then he went even further and harassed her directly at the school gate. My daughter asked for the security guard several times, and Housie and his men simply stayed away. The school gate is barely safe, but the security guard can't always follow her home. Until one day, Housie and his gang blocked my girl in the alley and were ready to attack her. If there hadn't been a kind-hearted person passing by, it's hard to imagine what would have happened to her. After I found out about this, I went to find this scavenger called Housie. He threatened me with my daughter's college entrance exam and my mother's life, who is over 70 years old. My daughter is 18 years old and will take the college entrance examination in a few days. If she encounters something like this, report it to the night patrol. Will the night patrol keep them in custody for a few dozen days? What if they come out to mess with my daughter on the day of the exam? I don't have a choice. Wang Yu Shun said with a wry smile, a cheap cigarette between his lips. In the narrow back alley, the cold moonlight shines on the ground. Jiang Yu looked at the flashing neon lights in the distance, stopped beside Wang Yu Shun, and remained silent. I have been honest all my life. No, I should say that my family, including my grandparents and grandchildren, have been honest people for generations. Before the cataclysm, I made a living by selling steamed buns. After the cataclysm, I still run the steamed bun business. These days, I can't eat well, I can't sleep well, and these things are weighing on my mind all day. I plan to go to the night patrol and turn myself in after the college entrance examination. Wang Yu Shun sniffed and said, when I saw you coming, I was a little nervous at first, but after hearing all this, I feel relieved. Are you here to kill me? He asked. Just now when he was preparing the stuffing in the store, he felt a sense of oppression coming over him. I am an ordinary person who gained abilities inexplicably. Now that I have protected my family, it is reasonable that the abilities have been taken back. He was worried that the other party would break into the store, so he hurried out. Aren't you worried that your wife and daughter will be bullied after you die? Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. This time it was Wang Yoshuan's turn to remain silent. I am definitely afraid. But what's the use? He glanced at the dark figure next to him. Perhaps it was because he absorbed the fragments of the blood veins. Jiang Yu's aura was so terrifying that it was hard to describe in the eyes of those with blood abilities. It's just like a mouse seeing a cat, or a sheep seeing a wolf. He had no intention of resisting. Phew. A pain in my chest. Before Wang Yu Shun could react, he felt a chill in his chest. He watched the shadow man take out a blood-red crystal from his chest. It is this little thing that gives me strength. He looked twice more. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu flipped his hand and put the crystal away. Wang Yoshuan's legs went weak and his body swayed. He slipped several times before he managed to steady himself. His vision went dark and his body quickly became indescribably weak. Drink this. A bottle of blood-red potion was thrown over. Wang Yu Shun twisted it open with difficulty, then tilted his head back and swallowed it. The blood that tasted sweet before now smelled fishy and nauseating. I almost spit it out after taking a bite. But the effect was very good. The granulation tissue in the wound quickly grew, and the gushing blood stopped quickly. Your body is already being corroded by the pollution. Even if I take away the blood crystal, it still cannot remove the pollution. You should be thankful that you haven't completely fallen, otherwise. The sound gradually faded away. Wang Yu Shun looked around but did not see the direction where the shadowy figure left. I'm alive? He touched the wound lightly, and it hurt. Although he was still weak inside, the feeling of being truly alive made him feel relieved. Only then did Wang Yu Shun realize that his hands and feet were a little numb. How could he, an ordinary person, not be afraid of death? Looking back at his own lighted shop, Wang Yu Shun could hardly describe his feelings at the moment. Jiang Yu couldn't quite describe his feelings as he shuttled through the tall buildings. Denka hid that bottle of potion somewhere in case of emergency. After Jiang Yu digested the memory, he took the potion first and was on guard. The remaining few owners of the blood-marked fragments are not very strong, and the fragments they possess are very small. For example, Wang Yushun is about the size of a marble and is completely incomparable to Deng Ke, Zhao Qi, and others. The shadow thread hooked onto the building, Jiang You flew and detached himself to the wall, then ran upwards. At this distance, you can have a perfect view of the sea of clouds. Zhao Qi, the true controller of the bloodline species. Logically speaking, as an instructor in the special training camp, he could cooperate with the night patrol after obtaining the qualifications. But apart from this identity, no one knows that he is also related to fire. When he first obtained his status, the authority and power of blood opened a new door for Zhao Qi's research direction. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Blood species need to absorb a lot of blood. The blood-marked species was too polluting, and coupled with not eating enough, even he could not bear it. The condition is getting worse day by day. Between several options, Zhao Qi finally made a choice. He disperses the person. It gives others choices, and it also gives yourself choices. If all the persons hide their identities, or report to the night watchman, there will be no more blood disaster. Then Zhao Qi would accept this outcome calmly. If they fail to resist the temptation, their status will be taken away. In this way, it would be difficult for the night patrol to trace Zhao Qi, and he could directly take back his position that had been filled with blood. It turns out that this is now the second case. Deng Ke obtained a large piece of the personality fragment and dominated the entire blood disaster. Jiang You identified the direction and estimated that they were almost there. Looking up, I saw two people lying next to a figure in a high-end hotel. He was sleeping on the bed with a grin on his face, looking full of spring. Lu Xiao, a gangster. Another owner of the vampire fragment, with at least 5 lives on his hands. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang You knocked on the glass. The other person smacked his lips and frowned, but did not wake up. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang You increased his strength. What's that sound? Holy shit. Lu Xiao opened his eyes in a daze. Then he turned his head, and the next moment, all the dead souls appeared. I woke up late at night and saw a dark figure lying outside the window of a 20-story hotel. His entire body was pitch black. It's like a damn evil ghost from the abyss. Chapter 148, Conversation with Fire. Brother Lu, what happened? The girl next to me was vague. I rubbed against him. It was indescribable. Before she could react to what was happening, her arm was suddenly grabbed and she felt dizzy. Under Niumingbi's gaze, she just felt like she was flying. Then I saw myself getting farther and farther away from the bed and closer to the window. We don't know if Lu Xiao has any special hobby of not closing the curtains when sleeping. I think there are more than 20 floors and no one can see it. Or do you think it's more exciting without drawing the curtains? Quite strange. With a click, Jiang Yu's fist broke the glass. Amidst a piercing scream, he grabbed the other person's shoulders, but they were too slippery and he missed. It slid across his fingertips. Jiang Yu had no choice but to shoot out a shadow thread to hold her back, and then put the frightened girl away. Just as he put it down, another white beam came towards him. Good job. Jiang Yu didn't know how to describe this scene. He shot out the shadow thread again and pulled the opponent down before he flew out. The two old women were still screaming at the top of their lungs. Stop arguing. 2 small shadows blocked their mouths. When Jiang Yu looked up again, Lu Xiao had already put on his pants and ran out. Others threw weapons, bombs, and other things. He just threw 2 pieces of meat. Woo, woo. One of the women twisted her body wildly, as if she wanted to say something. What? Jiang Yu pulled out the shadow silk. She gasped. I have rhinitis. I can't block my mouth. Whoa, me. The other woman was also twisting her body wildly. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched, and he pulled out all the shadow threads. You also have rhinitis? Brother, I don't know anything. I promise I don't know anything. He spent tens of thousands of dollars to call me here. I don't know this guy. 10,000 yuan. Why do you have so much? Well, I'm worth the price. Do you have any shame? Do you think you have shame? Outrageous. With 2 snaps, the film was pasted on the mouth, making a hole for the rhinitis patient so that she could breathe. Jiang Yu did not go out of the room to chase after him, but jumped directly out of the glass window. After devouring the fragments of Deng Ke and Zhao Qi's personalities, he could vaguely sense their positions. Want to run? Does not exist. 15 minutes later. The frightened Lu Xiao was only wearing a pair of shorts and had his upper body bare. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked back from time to time as he walked forward, fearing that the terrifying figure would catch up with him. But no matter how he ran, he always felt an irresistible sense of crisis surrounding him. It seems like the other person is right next to you, right in front of you, right beside you. After gaining the ability, Lu Xiao did not hesitate too much and directly followed his heart. Fortunately, he is not too stupid. He is mostly careful and cautious in doing things, so he doesn't leave many traces. Even so, the Night Watch had recently been keeping an eye on him. The situation was critical and Lu Xiao couldn't care about much at this moment. Just over 100 meters ahead, we will reach the night watch. A look of joy gradually appeared on his face. Closer and closer. 80 meters. 70 meters. 50 meters. The light outside the night watchman's door caught my eye. Phew. Lu Xiao stopped moving. At the chest, the tip of the knife pierced through the chest, and a blood-colored crystal was stuck at the tip and protruded through the body. There are not many scattered blood fragments. Wang Yushun, who runs a steamed bun shop, the gangster Lu Xiao, the crazy teacher, and a few other people. As the day dawned, Jiang You collected all the remaining fragments of his status in one morning. There were 8 people in total, and only 2 of them were relatively law-abiding. The remaining 6 people can be said to have changed their temperaments drastically. The teacher, who is usually introverted and even timid, gains abilities and relies on the abilities of his family to do all kinds of outrageous things behind their backs. The young man who bravely stood up for justice changed his normal behavior after gaining powers, and his true nature was exposed. Everyone has their own choice. You sound noble. Jiang You recalled Zhao Qi's last words before his death. He gradually stopped, and in front of him was an old residential building. This is the residence prepared by Zhao Qi. According to his plan, after the whole incident was over, Zhao Qi would come here and contact the fire with the help of a special communicator. Jiang You climbed to the 6th floor and entered the house on the far left. The security door was naturally useless to him, and soon Jiang You officially entered the house. Unexpected. Judging from the corridor outside and the walls of the buildings, this is an old housing estate that is at least several decades old. The house was exceptionally tidy and clean. There is a table, 2 chairs, and a small coffee table for drinking tea in the living room. The tea in the teapot has gone cold, and there is an old TV opposite. In the bedroom, the mattress and sheets are very straight. Turning left and right, Jiang You dug out a palm-sized communicator from a secret compartment in a corner of the kitchen. In Zhao Qi's memory, the 2 of them had some secret code. Unfortunately, the memory is complicated and incomplete, and Jiang You is not sure what the specific code is. Anyway, just get the stuff. Hand it over to the night watch and see what they can research. Jiang You thought so, but the communicator in his hand started buzzing. The incoming call notification on the screen only has 2 words, friend. True friends or false friends? Do you want to answer it? Jiang You hesitated. It's better not to answer it. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the communicator hung up automatically. Then called again. Buzz. No one answered the call, but you still called? It rang 3 or 4 times in succession. Finally paused. Then the screen lit up, and a word similar to the text message appeared. Travel? Well, did he recognize me? Buzz. The phone rang again. This time he chose to answer it. You. As soon as the call was connected, a male voice came from the receiver. Jiang You didn't say anything. It's really you. The person on the other end of the phone was slightly surprised. When our boss told me today, I didn't believe it. A man like Zhao Qi would fall into your hands. Who are you? Jiang You asked. Have you forgotten me so quickly? The characters in fire quickly flashed through his mind. There are only 3 names in total. He Tianming, Su Shan, Zhao Yaoqing. The first person had never seen me, and the third one was already dead. Su Shan, he asked. Correct answer, but there is no reward. You are still alive. Jiang You narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't too surprised by this. Su Shan was left with little blood that day. After defeating Zhao Yongqing, Jiang You did not see any trace of Su Shan, and he guessed that he had escaped. He was in poor condition and chose not to pursue. Su Shan sneered, You are so brave, you have ruined our fire plan several times. That's indeed a coincidence. How did you catch them all in one fell swoop? Next time, please make your plan more complicated. At least give me something I can't handle. Jiang You said indifferently. You are so self-righteous. Su Shan felt itchy. Chapter 149 The Human Heart is the Abyss. You're welcome. Jiang You took out his phone and clicked on the recording. How are your recent performances? How many children did you kidnap for experiments? Abducted. Su Shan seemed to have heard something funny. Do you think we were abducted? Do you think we can just be friendly and ask the parents to send their children over? Jiang You asked sarcastically. Yeah, just let them deliver it to me on their own initiative. What do you think? What? Jiang You frowned. Kidnapped by force? You are wrong. We are a legitimate fire species and we never do such things. Su Shan's voice was filled with mockery. We contacted the parents in advance, paid them an acceptable fee, borrowed the child for a few years, and agreed to return the child after the expiration of the term. If something unexpected happens, we will pay a higher fee as compensation. This. Jiang You didn't expect him to say this, and he didn't know how to start for a moment. You must be wondering, what if they don't agree? That's easy. If they don't agree, just erase their memories and look for another employer. The sea of clouds is so big anyway, we can always find the right person. Su Shan said, Finally, we will gather the final candidates together, create an accident, and take the target away during the chaos. Then we can start the experiment. Whether the Night Watch believes that the children died in that accident or whether they really found the cause of the fire, it doesn't matter. Our goal has been achieved. After hearing this information, Jiang Yu's brain froze. What about that old lady? Her granddaughter is missing, and she is anxiously looking for her. Could she be pretending? He asked subconsciously. I don't know which person you were talking about. It doesn't matter whether the old lady knows or not. Maybe his family knows but is hiding it from her. Or maybe the old lady knows but we erased her memory before this happened. After all, for this kind of thing, it's safer to clear your memory. Everything is ready, and we can start once the fire starts. At this point, he had a hint of murderous intent, but because of you, none of this has been possible, and now you've interfered in the affairs of the vampire race. I advise you to plant the blood veins. Pop. The communicator was hung up and Jiang Yu looked out the window. Chuang Group is researching liquid medicine, and there is the shadow of fire behind it. He originally thought that this thing was dirty and filthy, and that it was full of shady tricks. From what Su Shan said, it seems that this is not the case. Jiang Yu didn't know whether the other party could be deceiving him. But according to what the other party said, it seems reasonable. What Jiang Yu found hard to accept was Su Shan's words. Pay the parents a remuneration that they can accept and borrow the children for a few years. When the price is high enough, how many people will disagree? As Su Shan said, if you don't agree, then change one. You don't accept money, but do you accept power? Your mother is seriously ill in bed. The only way we can save her is to borrow your child for a few years and promise to return him when the time comes. Are you willing to accept it? There are many children in your family and you are so poor that you can barely make ends meet. If you replace one of them and promise to give him a good education and give you money, would you be willing to accept it? Your family has been ordinary people for generations, and your child probably won't be able to become a superhuman in the future. We, the Spark, can give him a chance and help him become superhuman in the future. Are you willing to accept it? Jiang Yu clearly remembered that there were not just 1 or 2 kids present, but more than a dozen. It also means there are more than a dozen families behind it. Of course, what Su Shan said might not be true, and the method of starting the fire might not be so glorious after all. A few words alone are not enough to describe what happened. But Jiang Yu still felt as if his breathing was stagnant. Before he knew it, he had arrived near Deng Ke's residential area. Mom, where's Dad? Be good. Daddy has gone out to work. He may not be back for a long time. In the room, Deng Ke's wife said softly with red and swollen eyes, obviously having just cried. Oh. He nodded obediently and ate the bread in small bites. She was constantly interrogated by the night watchman yesterday, and she could not hide her fatigue. Mom, go to bed. He will stay at home. The little girl said firmly. Okay. Deng Ke's wife rubbed her head, pursed her lips, and wiped away the tears in her eyes. She stood up and walked into the room, paused slightly, looked out the window in confusion, but only saw a scene. She shook her head and went back into the house. Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze and climbed to the top floor of the tall building. Sit on the edge of the roof with your feet hanging down. In the distance, the traffic is like a sea, weaving and weaving. Everything in the city looks vibrant. The wind from high above blew against his body with a cool feeling, stirring up the boy's confused thoughts. Deng Ke was just an ordinary scavenger. After gaining power, everything became different. From small mistakes to big mistakes, and then to irreversible mistakes, step by step, we have reached today's ending. He corrupted many people, and also saved many people who were implicated. He thought he was the mastermind, but in the end, he was the biggest chess piece. Zhao Qi, special training camp teacher. Having received the most orthodox education in supernatural knowledge, in the face of the temptation of the blood race, his choices seemed diverse, but in fact they were already predetermined. And he was like a spectator, knowing the ending from beginning to end, just watching quietly. He was the mastermind behind the scenes, but he also invented the blood-boiling potion and the body-strengthening potion, and taught them to his students without reservation. Even after absorbing the blood vein seed, Jiang Yu still couldn't fully guess his true thoughts. Wang Yushun, shop owner, is a rare ordinary person who sticks to the bottom line. It goes without saying that the gangster Lu Xiao is a typical example of a man who becomes unscrupulous once he gains power. As for Fire and the group of parents who agree with Fire's practices, it is difficult to evaluate Jiang Yu, who can clearly define the boundary between good and evil. If it were Lu Yao Yao, Uncle Li would have suffered from blood contamination, and Jiang Yu would be in a similar situation to Deng Ke. He also has no guarantee that he will follow a similar path. For family, for strength, for rights. Who can live alone in this world without any desires or demands? When you are surrounded by pollution, your body is no longer human. When you fall into a well, you fall into a ravine. When you fall into a cliff, you fall into a cliff that is 100 feet high. When you walk on a suspended bridge, you feel like you are walking on thin ice. Only those who have resisted alienation, climbed out of the deep well, and crossed the towering bridge can be extraordinary. The depth of the well is not known, and evil thoughts are hard to stop once they arise. There is no end in sight for the bridge, and the only thing we can do is move forward as it is crumbling. Should you let yourself fall into the bottom of the well, or climb up and climb out of the well? Should he sway left and right and then fall off the cliff from the suspension bridge, or should he resolutely sneak to the other side? How can inner considerations be limited to extraordinary people? This catastrophe regarding the blood species also shows the different faces of different people. Sitting on the edge of the rooftop, the scorching midday sun shines on my body, but I don't feel much warmth. Past conversations reappeared before my eyes. It just makes people feel the contrast is strong. Abyss cracks, alien invasion. People's hearts are different, and evil will arise from their nourishment. Evil thoughts are like falling into a well. Greed is like hanging a bridge. Perhaps, the human heart is the abyss. Chapter 150 Birthday. The second stage has 3 stages: alienation, falling into a well, and a covered bridge. Second-level transcendents need to face these, and so do ordinary people. Thinking back to Yi's childish face, Jiang You couldn't help but sigh again. The child is really too young, only 5 or 6 years old. Denka's wife is in her early 30s. Now that the pillar of the family has fallen, she will probably have a hard time in the future. Let's put these aside for now. What should I do about the blood contamination in my body? When the blood-marked seed was brought home by Denku, he was careless and caused his wife and children to face the pollution of the seed. After that, even if Denku merged the personalities, he would not be able to completely eliminate the pollution. This is alienation, which is theoretically irreversible. If Denku hadn't used his ability to extract essence and blood from other people for them to consume, the mother and daughter might have been completely alienated and lost their human bodies. As a temporary owner of the blood-marked species, there is no other choice. Jiang You even had reason to suspect that Zhaoqi was behind their alienation. If nothing unexpected happens, he and her daughter will go to the night patrol for observation and treatment. Whether they can be cured is hard to say. According to memory, except for Feng Xiaoxiao who was hiding somewhere, almost all the vampires should have been swallowed by him. Jiang You did not gain much power over blood, and he could not manipulate blood as willfully as Zhaoqi could. In other words, Jiang Yu's plan to extract essence and blood and make medicine like Denku did is completely impossible. Jiang You shook his head slightly. Having thought it over, he jumped off the roof. Escape into the shadow layer and leave after a few jumps. With his shadow hanging in the air, Jiang Yu wandered around aimlessly, looking for any fish that had escaped the net, or trying to find the figure of the little green tea fish. After all, it's the VIP health bar. As long as she uses her ability, she will definitely not escape her own glaucoma. When I arrived at her house, Uncle Feng and his wife were sighing and looking worried. There were also a few strands of white hair on the temples of both of them. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of Denku's wife and daughter again. In comparison, Uncle Feng and his wife are in a better situation. At least I know that the person is still alive and I have something to think about. Feng Xiaoxiao, this unlucky child. Next time we meet, I will beat her up first, until her health is reduced to 15%. Jiang Yu had already decided on the ending for her in his mind. An afternoon passed quietly and the sun set. After the river cruise ended and I relaxed, I returned to the ground, wandered around and found a random cafe. Just as I ordered the coffee, my cell phone buzzed. Lu Yaoyao, what are you doing? Are you home? Drinking coffee? What's wrong? Lu Yaoyao, nothing. I just wanted to see what you were doing now. By the way, are you free? Why are you going out to drink coffee at this time? Society is too complicated. I need some quiet time to rest. Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Have you eaten? I haven't eaten yet. I'm trying on clothes to see if the skirt looks good. Then he sent a picture. The girl was wearing a dress with mosaics all over her body and made a cute, pose. Very good, very good. Summer is coming soon. I will buy you some more cool clothes when I come back. The two chatted idly. Ever since I rubbed her feet that day, the little girl's clinginess has reached a new level. I guess it has something to do with the fact that we don't have enough time to meet. Jiang Yu runs to Yuhai all day long to take on missions and kill alien species, and occasionally returns to the special training camp for classes. At first, the teachers had some opinions, but later, the record of defeating more than a dozen alien species in 3 days was enough to make most of the teachers turn a blind eye. And Lu Yaoyao could only suffer through basic training all day long, which was really miserable. Is your ankle feeling better? Jiang Yu asked. No problem, it won't affect basic training. Take a photo and let me see it. Well, after hearing this, Lu Yaoyao ignored me. I ordered a cup of coffee and it was served quickly. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Reopen the dialog box with Lu Yaoyao, click on the photo and enlarge it. The surrounding walls and the floor are covered with mosaics, but looking from the unblocked areas, it seems like your own bedroom. There was a mirror standing next to her, just enough to reflect Lu Yaoyao's side profile. In the mirror, you can vaguely see a hand holding a mobile phone. Judging from the angle, it was this phone that took the photo of Yao Yao. Holy shit, I was out there trying my best to kill aliens, but my house was robbed? Jiang You raised his head and drank the scalding hot coffee. Before the waiter had time to leave, he rushed out of the cafe. Moment. Jiang Yu returned to the community. He didn't even wait for the elevator and ran up directly. Slow down, be careful. Don't worry. What are they talking about in there? Jiang Yu's face became darker and darker, and he opened the door with a click. The door is locked. What's that noise? Did the doorknob turn? Is he back? It's too early. The sound from inside the door gradually became panicked, accompanied by the clanging and banging of things. With a click, Jiang Yu twisted off the door handle and opened the door. Then he froze. Balloons, flower petals, and all sorts of other cute decorations. Hey. Lu Yaoyao was wearing that white dress, which originally looked quite beautiful, but now she had a balloon in her left hand and a heart in her right hand, and was looking at Jiang Yu in a panic. Next to him, Xiaopeng was at the table, carefully removing the cover of the cake. The two of them froze in their tracks, staring blankly at Jiang Yu. Today is my birthday. He was a little dazed. It seems like it. Is it true? Celebrating my birthday? He asked blankly. Yeah. Lu Yaoyao nodded, holding the balloon awkwardly. It was not right to put it down, nor was it right to continue holding it. I wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to come back so early. I had almost forgotten about it. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. It's okay, my house wasn't robbed. The girl's skirt fluttered gently, her black hair fell like a waterfall, and she blinked her big eyes and looked at him. There was no main light on in the house, and a few warm yellowish lights were on like candles, creating a very atmospheric feeling. Under this light, the girl looked even more delicate and innocent. You've come all the way from the special training camp. It must be hard for you. Jiang Yu glanced at the furnishings in the house. The attention to detail can be seen. After all, it's your 18th birthday, and it would be too miserable for you to be left alone. Lu Yaoyao raised her hand to put down the balloon, but Jiang Yu took it first. It doesn't matter. I don't take these things that seriously. Putting down the balloon, he took a step forward and rubbed Lu Yaoyao's head frantically with his backhand. By the way, pinched her elastic cheeks. Long time no see. Come and have a kiss. Hey, I'm still here. Lu Yuqiang was petrified beside him. Get out of the way. Lu Yaoyao resisted frantically and retreated. I understand. Jiang Yu turned around and said, Xiaopeng, you go back first. Thank you for coming all the way here to celebrate my birthday. Let's catch up first, and then. The sound became smaller and smaller, and Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly as he looked at the figure coming out of the house. Lu Naifeng held a candle in his hand, his face becoming increasingly darker. Uncle Lu, long time no see. Jiang Yu bared his teeth.